He was once a genius, but now he has fallen to the lowest F-grade trash, trampled underfoot by his former companions, his dignity shattered into pieces. Everyone laughed at him, pointing at his tattered clothes and shouting for him to go live in the sewer. But they don't know that compared to living like a cockroach, I'd rather risk my life for a chance at tomorrow. Dragging my death-sentenced body, I walked toward the sword tomb that terrified everyone. For there lies a secret so deadly that even an SSS-level genius would suffer backlash to the point of fatal explosion, yet I have awakened an indestructible resilience. Others' desperate situations are my path to ascension, but after the contract was completed, that arrogant silver sword disdainfully told me that a mere contract alone, it nearly took half my life. My name is Lin Ye, a once heralded genius known as one of the 3 heroes of Qingstone. Now he's reduced to a worthless cripple who awakened the most trash-tier F-grade talent of toughness. Outside the Spirit Awakening Hall in Linfeng City, the crowd was buzzing with excitement as geniuses Lin Yubing and Zhao Mingxian awakened their S-grade talents, golden light pillars shooting skyward. As for me, I was drowned in endless mockery. In this world where everyone gets assigned professions, talent determines fate. 3 years ago, I had tied with Lin Yubing and Zhao Mingxian for perfect scores on the potential test. Now they shine brilliantly. I was looked down upon and mocked by Zhao Mingxian. You F-grade trash, you're not even worthy of polishing my shoes. While our homeroom teacher Lu Tao assigned me farm work, the best path for an F-grade talent. But I refuse to accept this. Teacher, I want to go to the sword tomb and form a contract with a sword maiden. My words shocked everyone. Lu Tao's face instantly changed. Are you insane? Even someone with an SSS grade talent can't withstand the backlash from a sword maiden. With your F grade, are you going to your death? The surrounding laughter grew even louder. Sword maidens, a special type of sword possessing independent intelligence and formidable power, can become sword masters once a contract is formed. However, their intense backlash ensures that contractors rarely live past the age of 25. In the past, an SSS-level genius who contracted a sword maiden died at 29, his body shattered. Since then, sword maidens have been sealed in the sword tomb, with no one daring to touch them. As a transmigrator, I know this might be my only chance. I don't want to survive like a sewer cockroach. I turned around and walked straight toward the sword mound behind the Spirit Awakening Hall. Stepping into the cold, dim sword tomb, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host detected arriving at the sword tomb. Sword heart clear insight, unique, talent activated, 10,000 swords diagram unlocked. The interface before me fills me with ecstasy. My hidden talent, sword heart's clarity. Innate trait, indestructible through all calamities. Contract, the backlash from using sword maidens is reduced by 90%, and it can completely negate backlash 3 times daily while also healing backlash damage. Indestructible through all calamities, this talent is practically tailor-made for contracted sword maidens. Those backlash effects that have claimed countless prodigies are nothing to me. I continue to check the system panel. 10,000 swords diagram. Collects all sword maiden information, allowing you to view their status, attributes, skills, etc., at any time. Number of sword maidens that can be contracted. 1. Newbie task. Contract your first sword maiden. I begin searching among countless sword maidens. Their backlash effects are increasingly outrageous, either severely injuring themselves or burning themselves to death. I finally stopped in a secluded corner where a deep, dark silver longsword hovered suspended. Nameless starfall quality, 3-star. Attribute, rebound effect. Continuously erodes vital essence, causing flesh to rot, bones to become brittle, and ultimately leading to death from systemic suppuration. Contract requirement, S-class? And above talent, requires extremely high soul strength and special physique. Warning, extremely dangerous. Questionable quality, unknown attributes, S-rank requirement. This sword maiden is absolutely no ordinary one. I didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the sword hilt. The sword trembled violently as a surge of wild energy rushed into the body, causing life essence to drain rapidly and the skin to begin withering. Get lost, you insignificant ant. A cold female voice rang out in my mind. Too bad for you, you picked the wrong person to mess with. I gritted my teeth and sneered. Host is forming a contract with sword maiden. Innate talent indomitable through tribulations activated, all backlash reduced by 90%. The backlash weakened dramatically in an instant, and my withered skin began to slowly recover. Though my body was still extremely weak, I could already endure it. How is this possible? Xingyun was stunned. I gripped the sword hilt firmly. From today onward, you are my sword maiden. The contract begins. Resistance failed. Contract complete. Congratulations, host, for successfully contracting the sword maiden, Xingyun. Obtained golden phrase, sword soul resonance. Compatibility, affection, and training efficiency with the sword maiden increased by 100%. Sword technique power boosted by 100%. A dark silver radiance erupted as a silver-haired maiden clad in a starry veil gown materialized. Why you? You actually managed to contract me? My body went limp, but I forced myself to stand up. I look forward to your guidance, Xingyun. Guidance? Ha! Xingyun sneered, a flash of killing intent in her crimson eyes. Weak human, I will make you understand that contracting me is the biggest mistake of your life. She transformed back into a silver sword and fell into my hand. Sword Maiden, Nameless Starfall, Nameable, Quality, 3 stars, Growable, Attribute, Stellar Sword Skills. Stardust Thrust, Firefly Flash, Starfall Descent, Extinction Stardust Ultimate Skill, Eternal Night Withering Sword Maiden buffs. All attributes plus 100%. I was overjoyed. With the system and this powerful Sword Maiden, I'd struck gold. The name Starfall doesn't sound very nice. From now on, you shall be called Starglaze. Boring. The girl's voice echoed in his mind, but the favorability secretly increased by 5 points. With my battered body dragging along and the Starfrost sword hovering by my side, I slowly walked out of the sword tomb. Outside the sword tomb, Lu Tao and the onlookers were utterly shocked. Despite my face being as pale as paper, and being talked about as if I were a walking corpse, I succeeded. I walked straight to the registration desk in the main hall, where Lin Yubing and Zhao Mingxian were surrounded by a crowd. Lin Yubing's gaze fell on the Xingli sword by my side, her pupils suddenly constricted, and her voice trembled. A sword spirit. He actually formed a contract with a sword spirit? She remembered how her grandfather had died from a sword spirit's backlash. Seeing my appearance, Zhao Mingxian immediately sneered furiously, Lin Ye, this is no place for a waste like you. Take your broken sword and get out to report to the construction site. I turned a deaf ear and kept moving forward. Zhao Mingxian was provoked and said smugly, what's with the pretense of profundity? So what if you have a contract, Sword Maiden? Just a fool who doesn't value his life. Judging by your miserable state, I bet you'll drop dead tonight. Zhao Mingxian, stop this. Lin Yubing spoke up to stop him. I'm just teaching this loser a lesson. Zhao Mingxian suddenly waved his hand, sending a scorching flame transforming into a fiery serpent spell rushing toward me. I stood in place, motionless. At the moment the fire snake was about to touch me, the Starfrost sword suddenly erupted with a brilliant starlight. Star Scar Stab. The Starglass sword transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly piercing through the fire serpent, its remaining momentum undiminished as it came to a halt just inches from Zhao Mingxuan's throat. The entire hall fell silent. Zhao Mingxuan's forehead beaded with sweat as his legs trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, my face flushed with a sickly redness as I couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. The backlash from Jin Yang had arrived. Chapter 4, at least 3 stars. The sensation caused by Lin Ye. Seeing this, Zhao Mingxian, who had been utterly terrified moments before, burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha! Lin Ye, even if you defeated me using Sword Maiden's power, so what? Your sword techniques backfire on you every time. How many more times can you use them? At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to shake their heads in disbelief. Sigh. Even if Lin Ye is strong, how many times can he keep using sword techniques and coughing up blood? What a fool, risking his life for power. Looking at Lin Ye like this, I'd believe he'll die tonight. Lin Ye turned to the stunned Zhao Mingxian and said coldly, you're right. But with my current strength, dragging you down with me before I die shouldn't be a problem. These icy words instantly froze Zhao Mingxian in place. The murderous intent in Lin Ye's eyes seemed to solidify into tangible form. What do you think you're doing? I'm the heir of the Zhao family. If you cross me, you won't last a day in Lingfeng City. Lin Ye replied coldly, what the hell does that matter to me? You said I wouldn't live much longer anyway. At that moment, the crowd finally realized. Lin Ye had contracted the Sword Maiden. He truly had no regard for his own life. If Zhao Mingxian pushed him too far, he might just get paid back in kind. The thought made Zhao Mingxian instantly regretful. Damn it, is this Lin Ye some kind of madman? Why did I have to provoke him? Fortunately, Lin Ye didn't continue his attack. Instead, he turned and walked toward the registration desk. The registration clerk had been staring dumbstruck the whole time, too afraid to provoke Lin Ye. Swallowing hard, he cautiously asked, are you here to register your profession? Lin Ye nodded. Yes. My profession is Swordmaster. The staff member hurriedly operated the light screen. After inputting the information, a warning popped up on the screen, detected contract Sword Maiden. Risk level, extremely high. Confirm whether to proceed with registration? The clerk hesitated briefly before ignoring the warning and clicking confirm. Moments later, a professional badge engraved with sword patterns was handed to Lin Ye. He took the badge and turned to leave, not sparing a single glance at anyone throughout the entire process. Lin Yubing watched his retreating figure, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she quickened her pace and gave chase. Lin Ye, wait. Lin Ye halted and turned to face the S-rank prodigy. Something? Lin Yubing took a deep breath, her tone tinged with earnestness. The backlash from the Sword Maiden is no joke. My grandfather is a cautionary tale. If you're willing to give up the Sword Maiden, I can recommend you to the family and secure resources for you. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Lin Yubing frowned. You have no idea how terrifying the Sword Maiden is. The backlash will slowly erode your life force until my body shatters and I die? Lin Ye finished her sentence, his tone calm. I know all this, but I have my reasons. Lin Yubing tried to plead further, but saw Lin Ye had already turned and walked away. She stood rooted to the spot, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingxuan's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. He glared at Lin Ye's retreating figure, grinding his teeth. Lin Ye, you just wait. This isn't over. After Lin Ye left the Spirit Awakening Hall, news of his instant defeat of Zhao Mingxian swept through Lingfeng City like a storm. A swordmaster with F-tier talent had defeated Zhao Mingxian, an S-tier talent, with a single strike. The stark contrast left everyone in disbelief. Did you hear? That sword spirit Lin Ye contracted is at least 3-star quality. 3 stars? I bet it's more. Zhao Mingxuan's shield was enchanted. Ordinary sword techniques couldn't break through that defense. Oomph, what good did that do him? Didn't you see Lin Ye coughing up blood in public? I bet he won't last long. True enough. Zhao Mingxian is the real genius. Lin Ye is just a short-lived ghost relying on his sword spirit's power. Whispers echoed through the streets and alleys. Meanwhile, Lin Ye had returned to his humble abode, a dilapidated shack in the slums. The furnishings were sparse, but for him, having a place to call home was enough. System, counteract the backlash. Lin Ye silently commanded in his mind. Then, a surge of power flooded his body. The backlash he had suffered from using Xingli was instantly neutralized. The overwhelming weakness that had gripped his entire body vanished immediately. The damage inflicted by the backlash rapidly healed, as if nothing had ever happened. Xingli took human form, standing by the window, her silver hair dancing lightly in the breeze. Her icy gaze swept across the street below. These ants are so noisy, she remarked indifferently. Lin Ye chuckled, you'll get used to it. He had taught Zhao Mingxian a lesson today, and the other party likely wouldn't swallow his pride easily. Even if his frenzied appearance had frightened Zhao, there was no guarantee he wouldn't return with reinforcements to target him. Though Lin Ye wasn't afraid of Zhao Mingxian, the Zhao family stood behind him. Without sufficient strength, trouble would surely follow. He opened the system panel to check his status. Name, Lin Ye. Profession, Swordmaster. Level, 1. Base attributes, Strength 110, Spirit 110, Constitution 110, Agility 110. Sword Maiden Xingli 3-star, upgradable. Skills, Star Scar Stab, Firefly Flash, Starfall Plunge, Annihilation Stardust. Ultimate skill, Eternal Night's Wither. Talent Resilience F. Hidden talent Sword Heart Enlightenment. This is the stats of a level 1 Swordmaster. No one would believe it if you told them. This is the terrifying boost Xingli brought. Without her, Lin Ye would still be a lowly Karami. Early the next morning, Lin Ye had just finished breakfast when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced down to see his homeroom teacher, Lu Tao, flashing on the screen. Teacher Lu? Lin Ye answered the call, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lu Tao's voice came through immediately, sounding somewhat urgent. Lin Ye, where are you? Why haven't you replied to the class group messages? I was just eating and didn't have time to check my phone. Alright, come to school immediately. There's an important announcement. Got it, I'll be right there. Lin Ye ended the call and turned to Xingli. Something's up at school. We need to go. Xingli snorted coldly, transforming into a streak of light that merged into the sword hilt. Troublesome. Moments later, Lin Ye stepped through the gates of Qingshi High School. The campus was bustling with students gathered in small groups, their expressions ranging from excited to tense. As soon as he entered the academic building, he overheard someone shouting. I heard the national exams have been moved up. It's starting in just 1 month? That's way too sudden. What on earth happened? A month? There's no way we can level up in time. Rumor has it the format of this exam will undergo major changes too. Damn it, why does it always change when it's our turn? They're targeting us. National exam? Lin Ye frowned slightly. This was the most crucial examination in the Great Xia Kingdom, mandatory for all students who had awakened their talents. Only by passing the national exam could one gain admission to the nation's elite institutions to acquire advanced professional knowledge. Securing a spot in the nation's top academies essentially meant half the battle towards success in life was already won. In previous years, the national examination was held 3 months after the awakening ceremony. This time, it had been moved up significantly. Lin Ye pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the classroom. Opening the door, he found most of his classmates already present, their faces etched with tension and unease. Class advisor Lu Tao stood at the front of the room, flipping through documents with a stern expression. The moment he entered, Lin Ye spotted Lin Yubing and Zhao Mingxian. Lin Yubing looked at Lin Ye with a complex expression. Zhao Mingxian, however, wore a face twisted with hatred, his features almost contorted. Yesterday, Lin Ye had utterly humiliated him. A genius with S-tier talent had been defeated in an instant by a worthless F-tier talent. Even with the Sword Maiden's contract, it was utterly unacceptable. Lin Ye, sit down. Lu Tao glanced up at him, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Lin Ye nodded and walked to his seat. No sooner had he sat down than he overheard a conversation nearby. Have you heard? They say the national exams were moved up because of a massive monster surge at the border. The nation urgently needs to bolster its fighting forces. Chapter 5, Monsters Invade the Border. National exam brought forward. Monster tide? On a large scale? Rumor has it it's far worse than previous years. Even several S-rank professionals have fallen. So the difficulty of this exam might increase and... Before the person beside him could finish, Lu Tao tapped the lectern, instantly silencing the classroom. We've just received an urgent notice from the Ministry of Education. This year's national exam will be moved up by 1 month. Lu Tao's voice echoed through the classroom. Furthermore, the exam format will undergo significant changes. Before he could finish, the classroom erupted in chaos. 1 month? How could anyone possibly prepare in time? Yeah, haven't they always been 3 months away? Teacher, what exactly is going on? Lu Tao raised his hand to signal for silence. The exact reason remains unclear, but it said there's been an abnormal situation at the border, and the nation urgently needs to cultivate more high-level professionals. This exam will primarily adopt a combat assessment format, with a new phase where candidates will be sent to the illusory battlefield for survival trials. Illusory battlefield, exclaimed one student. Isn't that an advanced instance requiring at least level 20 to enter? Lu Tao nodded. Correct. However, the Ministry of Education has collaborated with major universities to establish a specially designated lower-tier zone for candidates. Even so, the danger level remains extremely high. He surveyed the entire class, his tone stern. Over the next month, you must dedicate yourselves entirely to enhancing your abilities. Whispers rippled through the audience, some buzzing with excitement, others gripped by worry. The classroom fell silent as everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Tao continued, the school has applied to open the training tower. Starting tomorrow, all students may use it free of charge. At the mention of the training tower, many students' eyes lit up. The training tower was established by the Great Xia Kingdom as a tower specifically for practitioners to challenge. Within its heights lie countless secret realms. Those who conquer them reap immense rewards. Even for novice practitioners, the training tower was an invaluable opportunity. Normally, entering the tower required spending a considerable amount of money, yet now it was being opened for free. Though the nationwide exam's early schedule had dampened spirits, this news reignited everyone's excitement. Finally, Lu Tao's gaze settled on the students. He paused briefly before addressing those who had contracted combat professions. You must be especially cautious. Casualties are inevitable during the practical combat assessment. His words cast a solemn shadow over the classroom. The practical assessment meant real life and death combat, no longer the controlled sparring of simulated training. For students who had only recently awakened their talents, this was undoubtedly a monumental challenge. Lin Ye sat at his desk, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop as he contemplated his next plan. He had 1 month to rapidly enhance both his own strength and Xingli's. The opening of the training tower presented an unmissable opportunity. Alright, that concludes today's class meeting. Lu Tao gathered his documents, his tone softening slightly. Everyone, make the most of your time to prepare. The training tower will open promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The dismissal bell rang, and students began leaving the classroom in small groups, their murmurs of discussion rising and falling. As Lin Ye stood up, Zhao Mingxian and his henchmen blocked his path. Lin Ye, don't think you're all that just because you bound sword maiden, Zhao Mingxian sneered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. There are no rules in the training tower. You'd better pray you don't run into me. Lin Ye gave him a cold glance. If you want to die, I can grant you that wish right now. The Xingli sword emitted a faint, eerie glow as a chill swept through the air. Zhao Mingxuan's face instantly paled. Recalling yesterday's scene, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Just then, Lin Yubing stepped forward. Zhao Mingxian, the training tower is for honing strength, not settling personal grudges. Zhao Mingxian snorted coldly but dared not say more, fearing Lin Ye might truly be reckless enough to come after her and take her down with him. Ignoring him, Lin Yubing turned to Lin Ye. The training tower is dangerous, especially for sword masters. If you need help, come find me. Lin Ye nodded slightly. Thanks, but I think I can handle it. Don't underestimate it. Lin Yubing shook her head. I must warn you, the tower's dangers far exceed your imagination. Especially for a sword master like you. Under extreme pressure, the backlash from your sword spirit will intensify. Your body won't withstand it. Lin Ye nodded. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. Seeing his continued calmness, Lin Yubing sighed softly and turned to leave. Zhao Mingxian shot Lin Ye a fierce glare before striding off with his entourage. Stepping outside the school gates, Lin Ye looked up at the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the buildings of Lingfeng City, coating the steel forest in a golden hue. He gripped the Xingli sword hovering at his side and murmured, looks like we need to hurry. Xingli's voice echoed in his mind, a mere training tower? It doesn't deserve my full attention. Lin Ye smiled. Then let me see what you're made of. Back home, Lin Ye opened the system panel and studied his attributes and skills carefully. Among Xingli's 4 basic skills, Star Scar Stab excelled in speed, suited for ambushes and assassinations. Firefly Flash enabled instant evasion, easily creating surprise effects. Starfall Plunge was a small area attack, dealing massive damage to single targets and decent damage to groups. Silent Stardust, however, was the most powerful of the 4, a pure, wide area damage skill that also inflicted potent debuffs. As for the ultimate skill, Eternal Night's Wither, it is a terrifying amplification ability. Once unleashed, Lin Ye gains a 100-point boost to all attributes lasting 10 minutes. Moreover, all his attacks in this state inflict intense bleeding and corrosion effects, while enemies within range are completely unable to heal. Moreover, as Lin Ye levels up, the effects of Eternal Night's decay will significantly increase. Undoubtedly terrifying. Tomorrow's training tower will be the perfect place to test these skills in combat. Lin Ye murmured to himself. Xingli's voice echoed in his mind, that ant named Zhao Mingxian, do you want me to take care of him for you? Lin Ye chuckled, no need. He's not worth your trouble. Our focus now is on strengthening ourselves. Though Zhao Mingxian is irritating, and though Lin Ye could certainly eliminate him. But after all, Zhao Mingxian is backed by the Zhao family, wielding considerable influence throughout Lingfeng City. Killing Zhao Mingxian would inevitably draw the Zhao family's wrath. Currently, Lin Ye only had Xingli, and their strength was still too weak. It would be unwise to provoke the Zhao family before gaining sufficient strength. Xingli snorted lightly, do as you please. The training tower stood at the heart of Lingfeng City, a towering black structure piercing the clouds. Its surface was engraved with intricate runes, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. A crowd of students had already gathered before the tower, including several powerful upperclassmen. As soon as Lin Ye approached the tower, a chorus of gasps erupted. Look! It's Lin Ye! He really came! I heard he defeated Zhao Mingxian with a single sword strike. He's too strong. He's just relying on Sword Maiden's power. What's there to be proud of? He coughed up blood yesterday. If he uses Sword Maiden again today, I bet he won't have half a life left. Maybe today we'll get to see Lin Ye's obituary. The surrounding murmurs reached his ears, but Lin Ye paid them no mind, striding straight toward the tower's entrance. Lu Tao stood before the tower, loudly announcing the rules. The training tower has 5 levels, each corresponding to a different difficulty. Level 1 is for LV 110, level 2 for LV 1120, and so on. You may enter the tower in a party or solo, but parties cannot exceed 5 members. Once inside the tower, you enter at your own risk. If faced with an unavoidable situation, shatter the teleportation stone to force an exit. However, you only have 1 teleportation stone. Once used, it will not be replenished. Remember this. Now, enter the tower. Chapter 6, Entering the Trial Tower, Crushing All in Its Path. The crowd surged instantly, some brimming with confidence, others tense with excitement. Lin Ye didn't rush to follow the crowd. His gaze swept over the people, locking onto Zhao Mingxuan's icy stare. Several family guards clustered around him, whispering among themselves. Lin Yubing stood slightly apart, casting a complex glance at Lin Ye before turning and disappearing into the vortex. Let's go, Lin Ye murmured to Xingli beside him. Xingli replied dismissively. As Lin Ye stepped into the vortex, a dizzying sensation of spinning filled him. The next moment, he found himself in a completely different environment. Light was dim, and the air carried the damp scent of earth mixed with a faint trace of blood. Before him lay a winding mine tunnel descending downward. Moss embedded in the rock walls emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. A bitterly cold wind swept from the depths, carrying an eerie hissing sound and the heavy echo of footsteps. Training Tower Level 1, Abandoned Mine. Objective, reach the court chamber where the Layer Lord resides. Warning, Level 110 monsters. Abandoned mine? Looks like a cavernous environment. Lin Ye quickly scanned his surroundings. The foul aura of inferior monsters was nauseating. Xingli's icy voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind, dripping with undisguised disgust. Lin Ye paid no heed to these words. He was almost getting used to Xingli's tsundere attitude. With Xingli in tow, Lin Ye slowly stepped into the mine shaft. Hiss! A strange sound echoed through the air. Several monsters suddenly burst from the rock walls, baring their fanged maws with savage glints in their eyes. These creatures were covered in dark green scales, resembling giant lizards, with eyes that glowed a blood-red light, making them look particularly terrifying. Mine Toad. Level 3. Skill, Venomous Bite. Perfect timing. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, showing no sign of panic. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward to meet the charging venom lizard. Stellar Scar Stab. With a flicker of intent, the suspended star crystal sword vanished abruptly. No, not vanished, it transformed into a silver streak of light, piercing through the air in an instant. In the blink of an eye, that streak pierced the skull of the venomous lizard charging at the forefront. The creature didn't even have time to scream before crashing to the ground. But the star scar stab was far from over. The streak continued unabated, tracing an eerie zigzag pattern through the narrow passageway. Thud! 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 3 soft thuds echoed in quick succession, leaving 3 fresh blood-soaked holes. 3 more venomous lizards froze in mid-attack. Minuscule holes appeared at their brow, throat, or heart, from which dark green, foul-smelling blood slowly seeped out. The 4 corpses collapsed almost simultaneously, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire sequence was swift, precise, and ruthless. Like lightning, from the moment the lizards lunged to their complete demise, it took no more than 2 or 3 breaths. Is this the power of the Sword Maiden? Lin Ye marveled. This sword technique was truly formidable. A seemingly ordinary thrust possessed a mystical power. He hadn't even moved from his spot, yet he had slain 4 demonic beasts. A faint, eerie glow immediately flowed from the slain mine toad lizards, surging into Lin Ye's body. Killed level 3 mine lizard, gained 18 EXP. Killed level 3 mine toad. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. Leveled up already? Feeling the warm current surge through his body, Lin Ye sensed his strength had grown slightly. It seemed leveling up was fairly quick in the early stages, but Lin Ye's gaze sharpened slightly. The experience required for future levels would only increase. Lin Ye raised his hand lightly, and the starlight sword glowed faintly as it returned to his side. Too weak. Xingli's consciousness remained as cold as ever. Lin Ye offered no reply, instead carefully sensing the changes within his body. A familiar sensation erupted, sending a wave of pain coursing through his entire body. It felt as though an invisible force had siphoned away a sliver of his life force. A faint tearing sensation rippled beneath his skin, and his complexion visibly paled. Using the sword technique, Star Scar Stab triggered backlash. Talent 10,000 calamities and scathe activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, mild weakness counterable. The backlash had indeed come. He knew it. Star Scar Stab is powerful, but it's still a sword technique. Using it always triggers backlash. Fortunately, he possessed the unbreakable will. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the force of this backlash. After a brief respite, Lin Ye pressed deeper into the mine tunnel. As he went deeper, the number and variety of monsters began to increase. Beyond the venomous lizards, all manner of monstrosities appeared. For instance, the acid slime LV2, lurking among the wreckage of minecarts or in crevices of the rock walls, capable of spewing corrosive mucus. Or the cavern man LV5, wielding crude stone clubs, its skin is hard as rock. Lin Ye's combat style was simple yet efficient. Against small groups, he used Star Scar Stabs for precise kills, aiming for swift victories. When encountering groups of 3 or 5 cave demons, he unleashed the Firefly Flash, weaving through the monster's clumsy attacks, slicing and searing, waiting for the moment to strike. This agility combined with his sword skills allowed him to move effortlessly through group battles, like a ghost dancing on the edge of blades. As the number of slain monsters grew, so did Lin Ye's experience points. His level rose at an astonishing pace. Less than half an hour after entering the mine, he leveled up again. After grinding for another hour, he leveled up once more. With Xingli by his side, Lin Ye's monster-slaying efficiency became absurdly high, gaining experience as easily as drinking water. Yet with every sword technique he unleashed, the excruciating backlash and ensuing weakness followed him like a shadow. Each strike caused a momentary lag in his movements, and his face grew paler with every use. Despite the counteracting effect of 10,000 calamities unwavering, the accumulated backlash within Lin Ye grew ever more severe. Huff! Exhausted, Lin Ye leaned against the mine wall, gasping for breath, his face as pale as paper. By now, his body was already showing wounds, the result of the sword maiden's backlash. Xingli's voice echoed in his mind, "You're almost done for, aren't you? Quit now, you might still recover." Hearing this, Lin Ye let out a bitter laugh. The backlash had accumulated to this point. He truly couldn't hold on much longer. Ignoring Xingli's warning, he shouted at the system, counteract the backlash. The system's power rippled through Lin Ye's body like waves. Then, the agony brought by the backlash vanished completely. Lin Ye's body rapidly recovered, his complexion returning to a healthy glow. Counteracted successfully. Remaining counteracts for today, 2. Only 2 more cancellation opportunities left, gotta use them sparingly. Lin Ye regained his composure and immediately stood up. Xingli's astonished voice echoed in his mind, "Why? Why did you suddenly recover?" Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile. "Call me master, and I'll tell you." Don't even think about it." "Ha!" Lin Ye bantered with Xingli as he ventured deeper into the mine shaft. With the backlash neutralized, Lin Ye's movements grew swift and agile. Just as he finished clearing a patrol squad consisting of 5 cave-dwelling demons and 2 acid slimes, the sound of intense combat and the roars of monsters echoed from ahead. Turning a corner, the scene suddenly opened up before him. This was a relatively spacious mining hall, dimly lit by several tattered mining lamps hanging from the ceiling. In the center of the chamber, 7 or 8 students were locked in a desperate struggle, surrounded by a dozen mine toads and 5 or 6 cavern goblins. Chapter 7, Extinction Stardust, Instant Kill. The situation in the mine hall was precarious. The besieged students, 7 or 8 in total, represented various classes: shield-bearing warriors, ranged archers, and healers casting faint glows. But now, their backs pressed against the wreckage of a collapsed minecart, their defensive perimeter was stretched to its absolute limit. The warrior's shield was scarred with claw marks and corrosion, his arms trembling. The archer's quiver was nearly empty, despair etched on his face. The healer's light had dimmed, clearly nearing the end of their mana. "Hold firm. Li Mu, left flank." A burly boy wielding a massive axe roared, his coarse cloth armor stained crimson with blood from multiple wounds. He was Wang Mang, the class leader, who had awakened the B-rank talent Berserker. Right now, he was furiously hacking away at the cave-dwelling demons trying to break through the defensive line. The shield warrior named Li Mu gritted his teeth, raising his nearly warped shield to forcefully block a venomous lizard's lunge. Thud. The immense impact forced a muffled groan from him as he stumbled back 2 steps, leaving a gap in the defensive circle. Ah! A piercing scream rang out as a short dagger-wielding rogue was swept by another venomous lizard's tail, slamming him hard against the rock wall and instantly rendering him incapacitated. Chen Fei. Wang Meng's eyes bulged with fury, desperate to rescue him but held fast by 2 cave-dwelling demons. More monsters caught the scent of blood, letting out excited snarls as they swarmed forward, threatening to completely overwhelm the small defensive circle. Despair washed over them like a cold tide, drowning every heart. Annihilation Stardust. At this critical moment, a cold voice rang out. Shoo! A faint yet piercing whistling sound tore through the monster's roar. Immediately after, the head of a mind-dwelling venomous lizard charging at the forefront just moments away from pouncing on Lin Ye exploded without warning. Dark green blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone froze in shock. The monster's assault faltered. In the next instant, 1, 2, 3 countless silver streaks of light erupted from the dim tunnel entrance like a meteor shower tearing through the night sky, tracing icy, deadly trajectories. Thud! The sound of starlight-piercing flesh rang out in rapid succession. The venomous lizard lunging at Lin Ye had its throat pierced. The cave-dwelling demon attacking Wang Meng had its heart pierced. The demon attempting to tear into the fallen thief Chen Fei had its forehead shattered. Wherever the silver light passed, the monsters fell like cut wheat, collapsing in droves. Their movements froze instantly. Their crimson eyes held a final glint of savagery and a trace of bewilderment before the light within them extinguished. In the span of a single breath, over a dozen ferocious beasts froze as if paused, then crashed to the ground. Filthy blood swiftly spread across the cold floor. The entire mine hall fell into deathly silence. Only the labored breathing of the injured classmate and the dull thuds of the monsters' bodies hitting the floor could be heard. Wang Meng stood frozen in mid-swing, staring dumbfounded at the sudden reversal of fortune, his face splattered with the monster's filthy blood. Lin Ye's shield clattered to the ground. He looked around in a daze, seemingly unable to believe he was still alive. All eyes instinctively turned toward the tunnel entrance, filled with the trembling disbelief of survivors. There, a figure slowly emerged. He wore a faded, old-school uniform, his frame slightly frail, his complexion even a touch pale. Yet now, an indescribable sharpness radiated from him. At his side, a long sword dark silver throughout, flowing with a faint blue cold light floated silently, its tip pointing diagonally toward the ground. Lin Ye? Wang Meng recognized the figure, his voice dry and filled with shock. It's Lin Ye, the one who contracted the sword maiden, someone whispered in awe. What kind of sword technique was that just now? Terrifying. Did he really only use one move? Stunned gazes darted between Lin Ye and the Xingli sword beside him. Yesterday's rumors from the Spirit Awakening Hall still echoed in their ears, how he defeated Zhao Mingxian with a single strike, how contracting a sword maiden was tantamount to suicide. Yet this scene before them was more shocking than any rumor. This wasn't some dying, this was a god of slaughter. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the stunned crowd, finally settling on the fallen thief, Chen Fei. His brow furrowed slightly as he strode over. Don't move. Lin Ye crouched down and examined Chen Fei's injuries. Several ribs were broken and his internal organs might have been shaken, but thankfully, it wasn't life-threatening. Thanks, Lin Ye. Chen Fei managed to utter through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with gratitude and lingering terror. Lin Ye. Are you okay? Wang Meng finally snapped out of his daze. Seeing Lin Ye's pale face, he recalled the terrifying legends about the sword maiden's backlash and asked anxiously. Lin Ye waved his hand dismissively, offering no reply. He had just unleashed the Starfall of Oblivion, a skill that consumed immense energy, and its backlash far exceeded that of the Star Scar Stab. A wave of intense weakness and tearing pain spread through his body. A metallic taste rose in his throat, but he forced it down. Using sword skill, Annihilation Stardust, triggering backlash. Talent 10,000 calamities and scathes activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, moderate weakness counterable. Indeed, the backlash is stronger now. Lin Ye thought to himself. But he didn't immediately have the system counteract it. Now wasn't the time. He needed to maintain a certain level of deterrence and preserve precious cancellation opportunities for more dangerous situations. I'm fine. Lin Ye's voice was hoarse as he stood up and looked at Wang Meng. How about you guys? How are you holding up? Wang Meng and Lin Ye were classmates. Thanks to his solid grades and popularity, Wang Meng had been elected class monitor. Throughout their 3 years of high school, Wang Meng and Lin Ye had maintained a good relationship. Even after Lin Ye awakened his F-rank talent, Wang Meng never mocked him. Instead, he came to offer comfort. This had always left Lin Ye with a favorable impression of Wang Meng. Hearing Lin Ye's words, a flicker of sadness crossed Wang Meng's eyes. No one died, but they're all badly injured. I'm okay, but Chen Fei and the others probably won't be able to continue the trial tower. Lin Ye scanned the surroundings and frowned. Class president, what happened? With your team set up, even if you couldn't win, you shouldn't have been cornered like this. These monsters are powerful, but with Wang Meng and the others' strength, even if they couldn't win, surely they could have escaped? Anger and frustration flared in Wang Meng's eyes. Damn it! It's that bastard Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Mingxian? Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. Yes, a wounded female archer beside him snapped bitterly. We were clearing the outer monsters, making decent progress. Then Zhao Mingxian and his crew charged in, drawing a huge pack of venomous lizards and cave-dwelling demons. They deliberately lured the monsters our way, then used speed scrolls to escape. Caught off guard, we got surrounded. Exactly. Before they fled, they deliberately smashed several wooden supports propping up the mineshaft, collapsing part of the passageway and forcing us into this dead end. Li Mu added, his teeth gritted. Hearing this, Lin Ye instantly understood. Zhao Mingxian had used Wang Meng and the others as cannon fodder to shake off these monsters. Chapter 8, End of the First Layer, Slaying the Layer Lord. Zhao Mingxian and Lin Ye's eyes turned completely cold, murderous intent surging within them. Such despicable tactics were exactly what you'd expect from that treacherous little bastard. That bastard. Once we're out, I'm reporting this to the teacher. Wang Meng's rage erupted as he slammed his fist hard against the nearby minecart. Report to the teacher? A cold, mocking curve touched Lin Ye's lips. Do you really think that'll do any good? With the Zhao family's influence, do you seriously believe he'll face any real consequences? Wang Meng and the others fell silent at his words. They were just students from ordinary families. The Zhao family held immense power in Lingfeng City, and Zhao Mingxian was an S-tier genius. The school would likely raise the punishment high only to let it fall lightly. Then what do we do? Someone asked reluctantly. Strengthen ourselves. Lin Ye's voice was decisive as his gaze swept over the group. Only by becoming strong enough would they avoid being at others' mercy. The training tower was their opportunity. His gaze finally settled on Wang Meng. Class monitor, take them to a safe place to rest and recover. The monsters here should be cleared for now. The floor boss is likely still deep inside. I'll go check. You're going alone? Wang Meng gasped. The floor boss is at least a level 10 elite monster. Lin Ye, even though you're strong, but... Yes, Lin Ye, it's far too dangerous. The female healer looked at his pale face with concern. It's fine. Lin Ye offered no further explanation, merely tightening his grip on the Xingli sword at his side. Rest and recover quickly. If danger arises, shatter the teleportation stone. Without waiting for further pleas, Lin Ye turned and strode straight into the pitch-black passage deeper within the mine. The starlight sword hovered at his side, its blue, icy glow tracing a cold, luminous path through the dim light, like a guiding star in the darkness. Watching Lin Ye's figure vanish into the darkness, the group in the hall exchanged glances, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Is he truly fearless of death? Someone murmured. Wang Meng took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and said in a low voice, enough talk. Hurry up and recover. Lin Ye is right, only by growing stronger can we find a way out. Deep within the passageway, the light grew dimmer, and the air turned colder and more damp. Lin Ye's steps remained steady, yet his face grew paler by the moment. The backlash within his body gnawed at him like maggots in bone, relentlessly draining his strength. Each breath brought a stinging pain. Oof. What's the point of pushing yourself? That strike earlier didn't feel good, did it? Xingli's cold voice, tinged with an almost imperceptible sneer, echoed in his mind. Is saving these ants really worth it? Lin Ye didn't pause, responding only with a faint, whether it's worth it is for me to decide. Boring. Xingli's tone remained haughty, yet paused briefly, tinged with a hint of inquiry. However, the power you wielded just now seemed more refined than yesterday's. And, your body feels strange. Lin Ye's heart stirred slightly. Xingli was indeed perceptive, detecting the subtle changes brought by his level advancement and the abnormal recovery power of his body after Wan Jiebu neutralized most of the backlash. What? Curious about me now? Lin Ye's lips curved into a faint smile. Flattery won't work. Xingli snorted coldly, falling silent. Just then, the passage ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a vast underground cavern before their eyes. At the cavern's center lay a boiling, churning pool of magma, bubbling with scorching heat. The intense heat warped the air, bathing the entire cavern in a deep crimson glow. Lurking at the edge of the pool was a colossal creature. Its size far exceeded that of ordinary cave-dwelling demons, standing nearly 3 meters tall and covered in thick, heavy armor. From its massive head, a pair of eyes burning with flame fixed their gaze on the intruders. In its grasp was a massive stone hammer, its head still stained with dark green, undried blood. In an instant, a savage, scorching aura washed over them. Seeing this monster, Lin Ye instantly perked up. Lava Demon Groot Elite. Level 10 Boss. Skills, Lava Smash, Magma Spew, Earthquake. Status, Enraged. It's the floor boss. A flicker of excitement lit up Lin Ye's eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter the first floor boss so soon. Judging by its appearance, it must be incredibly powerful. Roar. Spotting Lin Ye, Groot unleashed a deafening roar that sent tremors rippling through the entire cavern. It rose abruptly, its heavy footsteps thudding against the ground with a deep rumble. A scorching aura swept toward him like a storm. Lin Ye's expression grew solemn, yet fear did not flicker in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. He slowly raised his hand, gripping the floating hilt of the star crystal sword. Starlight.
Lin Ye growled. Warm up over. Let's see how many blows this Hulk can withstand. Hum.
The Xingli made no sound, but its blade trembled faintly. A sinister glow suddenly surged. The lava demon Grut, wielding a flaming stone hammer, charged toward Lin Ye like a moving volcano. Its massive frame shook the ground beneath, the colossal stone hammer raised high, poised to strike. Facing this onslaught, Lin Ye showed no sign of retreat. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the searing pain of backlash surging within him, and roared, "Firefly flash!" With a flicker of intent, Lin Ye's form blurred into a streak of silver light. Crash! The stone hammer slammed into the spot where Lin Ye had stood moments before. The ground instantly cracked and melted, forming a charred pit as molten lava spattered everywhere. But unfortunately for the attacker, Lin Ye had already dodged, and the strike missed its mark. Roar! Groot let out an angry roar at the missed strike. Yet its reflexes were lightning fast. The massive head whipped toward Lin Ye, its gaping maw opening wide. Sizzle! A searing heat erupted from its maw. Its range was vast, nearly covering all of Lin Ye's evasion space. Stellar Scar Stab! Lin Ye roared, his pupils contracting. Instead of retreating, he charged headlong into the scorching blast. The starlight sword erupted with dazzling starlight, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that pierced toward Groot's mouth. Thud! A flash of silver light vanished instantly, piercing precisely into the depths of Groot's mouth. Arg! A piercing, agonized howl echoed throughout the entire cavern. The lava breath was forcibly interrupted, and the scorching magma exploded within Groot's mouth, burning its throat until smoke rose from it. Agonizing pain made its massive body twist and recoil wildly. Its claws clamped painfully over its mouth as dark red blood mixed with magma seeped through its fingers. This was his chance. Lin Ye suppressed the backlash intensified by consecutive sword techniques and charged once more. Stellar Scar Stab. Break! Lin Ye focused all his concentration, channeling the star crystal sword once more. This time, Lin Ye aimed for Groot's left eye. Thud! The sound of penetration was dull yet distinct. The silver light pierced precisely into that burning flaming eye. Roar! Groot's massive form froze abruptly, his remaining right eye filling with disbelieving horror. Its movements ceased entirely, frozen like a dormant volcano. Crash! After several seconds of deathly silence, the lava demon Groot's body crashed backward, slamming heavily onto the scorching rock floor, sending up a vast spray of magma and dust. The stone hammer in its grasp flew from its grasp, rolling to the side with a heavy thud. Defeated level 10 elite monster lava demon Grut. Gained 500 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. Materials obtained: Lava Core Rare X1, Demon Heavy Armor Fragments X3, Floor Boss Treasure Chest Key X1. Cleared Training Tower Level 1. Chapter 9, Entering the Second Floor, Abandoned Research Facility. 2 successive flashes of level up light erupted from Lin Ye's body. But before Lin Ye could celebrate, excruciating pain surged through his body as Sword Maiden's backlash erupted instantly. Put! Lin Ye could no longer hold it back, violently coughing up a large mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as paper, his body swaying precariously like a flickering candle in the wind. Sword technique triggered intense backlash. Innate talent, 10,000 calamities unshaken activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, severe debilitated critical condition, immediate countermeasure recommended. Gah, this is awesome. Lin Ye knelt on one knee, propping himself up with the Xingli sword. He felt his life force rapidly draining away, his vision blurring. Stupid. Risking your life just to kill a lowly demon? Xingli's form rapidly materialized before him. Seeing Lin Ye's gruesome state, a flicker of emotion flickered deep within her eyes. Those 2 sword strikes earlier, especially the one that pierced the demon's mouth to halt its spewing, then precisely stabbed through its eye, displayed such audacity, decisiveness, and mastery of timing that even she felt a hint of surprise. This was absolutely not the combat instincts of an F-rank talent. Poof. If I don't kill it, it'll kill me. Cough. Lin Ye forced his head up, managing a grim smile, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Relax, I won't die. The system neutralized the backlash. Buzz. The system's power instantly swept through Lin Ye's entire body. A wave of coolness surged through him, sweeping away all traces of the backlash. Counteracted successfully. Remaining counteracts for today: 1. Backlash status cleared. Lin Ye exhaled a long breath, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He pushed himself up from his knees, straightening his body and stretching his limbs. Aside from some mental fatigue, his physical condition had actually returned to peak condition. For the first time, a distinct look of shock flashed across Xingli's flawless face. She distinctly sensed the backlash energy within Lin Ye vanish without a trace in an instant. This was far beyond what ordinary recovery potions or healing techniques could achieve. What secrets did he harbor? How did you do that? Xingli's voice shed its usual icy arrogance, tinged with inquiry and disbelief. Such a method to instantly purge the Sword Maiden's backlash was unheard of. Seeing the rare mix of shock and doubt in Xingli's eyes, Lin Ye felt an inexplicable surge of good cheer.
Want to know? Call me master and tell me. You. Xingli's astonishment instantly gave way to humiliated fury.
A cold glint flashed in her eyes as her form vanished in a flash, reforming as a silver sword hovering beside Lin Ye.
Delusional. You despicable human, don't even think about it. Ha!
Lin Ye burst into hearty laughter, the life or death struggle and excruciating pain of moments ago fading like smoke.
Xingli affection level 5.
Just as expected, a proud and stubborn sword maiden.
No doubt about it. Alright, enough teasing. Lin Ye's smile vanished, his gaze sharpening. The first layer was cleared a decent haul. The second layer, the 11-20 level zone.
That Zhao Mingxian bastard is probably waiting to welcome us. But first, he needed to take stock of his gains. Lin Ye turned his gaze toward the corpse of the lava demon. Several faintly glowing items lay quietly on the charred rock. Among them, the lava core contained potent fire elemental energy, a crucial material for crafting fire attribute gear.
Fragments of demon heavy armor could be used in heavy armor equipment to enhance its defensive capabilities.
But none of these were of immediate use to Lin Ye. His gaze shifted to the key nearby. Behind the lava pool, a bronze treasure chest stood embedded in the rock wall, its lock perfectly aligned with the key.
Lin Ye picked up the key, inserted it without hesitation, and gave it a gentle twist. Click. As the treasure chest opened, a soft glow spilled out from within. Inside were 3 items. Pure experience crystal small, grants 1000 experience points upon use. Molten fire ring green. Attributes, strength 15, constitution 10. Additional effect, slightly increases resistance to fire damage 10. Equip level 5. Equipment?
Lin Ye was utterly astonished.
Equipment like this was extremely rare. A good piece of equipment could provide a professional with extremely powerful attribute bonuses. Naturally, equipment also has tiers.
From lowest to highest, common, fine, superior, epic, legendary, superb, and mythic 7 tiers of quality. The higher the quality, the stronger the equipment's effects. Though the molten ring was only fine quality, the attributes it provided were already quite impressive. Lin Ye slipped the ring onto his finger without hesitation. A faint warmth flowed into his body, and he felt his strength surge. As for the experience crystal, he might as well use it now. He pressed the crystal to his chest, and a wave of warm energy radiated out. Using a pure experience crystal, gained 1000 EXP. Congratulations! You have reached level 7. Leveled up again. A smile spread across Lin Ye's lips. In less than half a day, he had reached level 7. This leveling speed would probably scare people to death if they heard about it. Poof. A mere level 7, and you're already gloating? Xingli's cold voice rang out, tinged with her usual disdain. Not exactly gloating, but Lin Ye was in a great mood. He didn't bother with her sharp tongue, only thinking that beating certain people would be even easier now. His gaze shifted toward the cave steps. There, a vortex emitting a soft white glow swirled slowly, like a gateway to another world. That was the entrance to the second level of the training tower. That bastard Zhao Mingxian was probably waiting up there to welcome him. Lin Ye gripped the hilt of Xingli's sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. The debt for what happened to Wang Mang and the others must be settled properly. The schemes of ants are insignificant. Xingli's tone was indifferent. Let's go. See what surprises the second level holds. Lin Ye hesitated no longer and stepped into the passageway. The moment he stepped into the vortex, the sensation of the world spinning wildly returned. When his vision cleared, Lin Ye found himself in a completely different environment. The light was much brighter, yet carried an eerie pallor. The air was thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant, mingled with an indescribable stench of decay. Beneath his feet lay cold, stained white tiles. Surrounding him were towering metal walls, rusted and scratched, covered in stains of every color. Narrow, deep corridors stretched out in every direction. Training Tower Level 2, Abandoned Research Facility. Objective: eliminate all aberrations within the area, or locate and deactivate the core contamination source. Warning: monster level 1120. Elite and special mutants present. Abandoned Research Facility? Mutants? Lin Ye swiftly scanned his surroundings, his focus razor sharp. The oppressive and dangerous atmosphere here far surpassed that of the first level mineshaft. The nauseating stench was worse than anything he'd encountered with the lizards or stone golems. Xingli's voice sounded again. Lin Ye offered no reply, instead straining his ears to listen. Beyond the crackling of electricity, a faint, almost imperceptible sound seemed to linger in the deathly silence. He chose a relatively wide main corridor ahead and stepped inside. Barely 10 meters in, disaster struck. Rip! A rust-covered metal door on his left was violently torn open. A twisted figure lunged out, snarling. Chapter 10, Ambush. Zhao Mingxuan's Trap. It vaguely retained a human form, but its skin had taken on a sickly gray-green hue, covered in pus-filled blisters. Its limbs were contorted at unnatural angles, with fingers elongated like claws. Most horrifying was its head, half its face torn away, exposing stark white bone and cloudy eyeballs. Its mouth gaped wide to the ears, revealing a mouthful of jagged fangs, drool mingled with pus and blood dripping down.
Mutant test subject, claw assailant. Level, 12. Skills, bone claw rip, infectious bite. The monster charged at Lin Ye with astonishing speed, carrying a foul stench. Stellar scar stab. Lin Ye was already prepared, reacting even faster. With a flicker of intent, the starlight blade instantly transformed into a silver streak of light, piercing through the mutant's massive jaws and emerging cleanly through the back of its skull. Splatter! A spray of foul blood mixed with brain matter erupted. The claw attacker's forward momentum halted abruptly. Its head snapped back from the powerful impact and its massive body crashed to the ground. After 2 convulsive twitches, it lay still. Killed level 12 mutant experiment claw attacker. Gained 42 EXP. Faster, but its defense seems weaker than the previous demonic beings. Lin Ye assessed swiftly. With his level increase, the star scar stab's power seemed to have risen accordingly. However, the trouble had only just begun. Hiss! Ha! As if Pandora's box had been opened, more mutated creatures surged forth instantly from surrounding metal doors, ventilation ducts, and even the damaged ceiling compartments. Their forms varied wildly. Some were bloated like mountains of flesh, moving slowly yet possessing staggering strength. Heavies others clung to walls and ceilings like spiders, their mouthparts capable of spewing corrosive slime spitters, and the majority resembled the first one claws, moving at blinding speeds, charging relentlessly from all directions with death-defying ferocity. Their sheer numbers instantly clogged the narrow corridor, leaving no room to move. Holy! Lin Ye was startled. Such a sudden assault caught her completely off guard. Being surrounded in such a confined space was extremely disadvantageous for a swordmaster like him, who excelled at hit-and-run tactics. Firefly flash. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ye's figure blurred, narrowly slipping through the clawed attackers to materialize at a relatively open crossroads further down the corridor. Boom! Where he had stood moments before, a heavily armored assailant swung a massive hammer, sending shards of stone flying. Silent Starfall's area of effect was too large for this narrow terrain overkill. Try another one. Lin Ye's thoughts raced. Starfall. He locked onto the heavy assault unit that had just swung its hammer at empty air and was now roaring as it turned around. Hum! The starlight sword erupted with blinding starlight, as if channeling some cosmic force, instantly growing incredibly heavy. The sword tip pointed toward its target, generating a terrifying gravitational pull. Boom! A silver pillar of light, condensed with terrifying stellar power, struck the heavy armor's bulky frame with pinpoint accuracy, like a meteorite plummeting from beyond the heavens. Arg! The heavy armored one let out a blood-curdling howl. Its body proved as fragile as paper before the stellar impact. The immense impact slammed it into the ground, its hard carapace and flesh instantly shattering. Foul-smelling blood and shredded flesh sprayed out like a fountain. But the force didn't stop there. The aftershock of the starfall fragment rippled out in all directions. Whether claw assailants, heavy armor units, or spitters, all were reduced to mangled flesh before this wave. Killed level 13 mutant experiment heavy armor, gained 75 EXP. Killed level 12 mutant test subject spitter, gained 48 EXP. Kill. A series of notifications echoed, each detailing the experience points Lin Ye had gained. Feeling the influx of experience points, a smile finally touched Lin Ye's lips. Looks like I'll be able to level up again soon. The power of the Starfall Shard is utterly terrifying. Though these mutated test subjects are formidable, they stand no chance against it. Finally showing some promise. Xingli's voice sounded once more. Xingli Affinity 3. Lin Ye offered no reply, glancing around. He surveyed the several corridors leading in different directions. Where could the core contamination source or Zhao Mingxian be? Just then, a distinct sound of clapping abruptly echoed from deep within a relatively intact corridor ahead. Clap. Accompanying the clap, a familiar voice rang out, thick with mockery. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lin Ye, haven't seen you in a day, and your skills as a short-lived ghost have improved, huh? Looks like that broken sword's backlash hasn't drained you completely yet? Zhao Mingxuan's voice carried unmasked malice, grating on the ears. He stood in the shadows at the corridor entrance, a cold smile playing on his lips. Behind him followed 3 imposing guards clad in Zhao family-issued leather armor, each wielding a weapon. Even more unsettling was the colossal creature crouched before Zhao Mingxian, its bulk nearly blocking the entire corridor. The creature exuded a nauseating stench of decay and savagery. Its lone eye fixed intently on Lin Ye, a threatening growl rumbling from its throat. What? Surprised? Zhao Mingxian observed Lin Ye's shock, lifting his chin smugly. Did you think escaping the first layer meant you could do as you pleased on the second? This is the stitched beast I just tamed. I gave it a good scolding, and now it's in a rage. Care to guess what would happen if I let it loose on you? Lin Ye sneered coldly. Tamed? By you? I'd say it was only possible with your family's guards protecting you. Zhao Mingxuan's voice turned icy. So what? Lin Ye, this is where you'll meet your end. I'll see how long you can withstand the backlash from that worthless sword of yours. Lin Ye instantly understood. Zhao Mingxian had clearly planned this long ago.
He might even have deliberately provoked some monsters to attack other students, wearing down Lin Ye while he waited with his guards and this elite beast, baiting him into this area.
Lin Ye's voice was heavy. Is all this commotion to deal with me really worth it?
Zhao Mingxuan's expression turned icy cold, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. From childhood to now, no one has ever dared defy me.
Only you, Lin Ye.
Even as a worthless, you still won't stay quiet.
Can't you just quietly die? Oomph. I know you're desperate.
That's why I brought 3 level 19 family guards this time.
Let's see how you drag me down with you.
The icy words sent Lin Ye's mood plummeting to rock bottom.
The pressure was crushing. A level 15 elite monster, 3 level 19 professional guards. At level 7, even with Xingli's buffs, Lin Ye had almost no chance in a direct confrontation.
Not to mention he'd just fought a battle, and his backlash had accumulated significantly.
Moreover, he had only one remaining chance to cancel backlash today.
Once used, he would have to leave the trial tower and end his trial for the day. It hung over his head like the sword of Damocles.
Zhao Mingxian, this is the best dirty trick you can muster?
Lin Ye's voice was eerily calm, tinged with mockery.
As if he weren't facing a desperate situation, luring monsters to harm classmates, and now bringing enforcers and monsters to ambush me?
You've brought utter disgrace upon the Zhao family.
Still talking tough when death is upon you.
Zhao Mingxuan's face flushed crimson as the word struck his sore spot, rage boiling within him.
Attack! Tear him apart! Roar! The stitched colossus roared deafeningly at the command.
Its massive frame surged forward with astonishing speed, charging straight at Lin Ye. The ground trembled beneath its heavy footsteps, rust flaking off the walls in showers. Simultaneously, the 3 guards behind Zhao Mingxian shot forward like arrows released from a bow, closing in from different angles with perfect coordination, sealing off every possible escape route for Lin Ye.
A deadly encirclement formed in an instant. No escape. No retreat possible.
In this critical moment, Lin Ye's eyes burned not with fear, but with fierce determination.
Xingli!
Lin Ye roared inwardly. Let them witness what true power truly is.
Poof!
A gathering of ants is merely a slightly larger swarm. Xingli's cold voice carried a hint of disdain, but more so a fierce, icy killing intent born of utter provocation.
Human, don't die.
No more words were needed, their minds were in perfect sync. Lin Ye thrust the Xingli sword high above his head. Every ounce of his spiritual energy, willpower, and unyielding fighting spirit poured unreservedly into the blade. Supreme Art, Eternal Night's Wither. Chapter 11, The Ultimate Art, Eternal Night's Decay. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. An indescribable aura of terror erupted violently, centered on Lin Ye. The dark silver star-glass sword instantly blazed with an overwhelmingly brilliant blue starlight. This light was no longer gentle, but carried the icy coldness and deathly stillness that devoured all vitality. Like the edge of a cosmic black hole, it spread out in an instant, completely enveloping the space within a 10-meter radius around Lin Ye. This was eternal night. Lin Ye's aura surged like a volcanic eruption. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit, all his base attributes doubled under the resonance of the sword spirit. What the hell is this? Zhao Mingxian screamed in shock. He felt his prideful S-rank flame power being suppressed like never before. The 3 guards turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with disbelieving terror.
Yet Lin Ye's movement showed not a hint of hesitation.
At the peak of his doubled attributes and domain enhancement, his speed reached its absolute limit, his figure nearly vanishing.
Firefly flash.
Lin Ye struck instantly, targeting the spliced colossus.
Starfall.
A terrifying aura erupted, instantly coalescing into a powerful meteor strike. With a force capable of crushing everything in its path, it slammed viciously into the neck of the spliced colossus.
Thud. Boom.
A violent explosion erupted. Before the stunned eyes of Zhao Mingxian and his guards, the neck of the stitched colossus instantly disintegrated, shattering into splattering filthy blood in fragments.
The massive head, now unsupported, rolled to the ground with an expression of utter disbelief frozen on its face.
The massive headless body convulsed violently, crashing heavily onto the ground and sending up a cloud of dust and filthy blood.
A foul stench filled the air. Defeated level 15 elite monster, Sown Giant. Gained 1500 EXP. Ding.
Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 8. The glow of leveling up flashed repeatedly over Lin Ye, but he had no time to notice.
Instant kill. A true one-hit knockout.
The very first strike after activating Eternal Night's Decay decapitated a level 15 elite monster with overwhelming force.
Dead silence fell over the domain.
Zhao Mingxian and his 3 guards stood frozen in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. As they stared at the massive head rolling across the ground, a chill shot up their spines from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads.
Is this even human? This power is demonic. Monstrous. Now it's your turn.
Lin Ye slowly turned, the Xingli sword tilted toward the ground, its tip dripping with the foul, black blood of the stitched beast.
Lin Ye's words were like a death sentence.
Within his domain, the air thickened like molten lead, starlight carrying a bone-chilling cold. Lin Ye's figure flickered in and out of sight as he charged forward, his sword locked onto the closest blade-wielding guard. The guard felt a chill pierce straight through his skull. Before his mind could process it, his body reacted instinctively. Rock wall! He roared. Too slow. Within the Eternal Night's withered realm, Lin Ye's speed had long transcended the bounds of reason. The starlight sword transformed into a bolt of thunder in his grasp, striking down with brutal force. Firefly flash, star scar stab. No flashy techniques, only the fusion of absolute speed and absolute power. Crack! The illusory rock shield shattered like fragile glass. The starlight sword cut through like a hot knife through butter, its blade slicing effortlessly through the blade, through the guard's armor, straight into his chest. Thud! The guard's eyes widened in terror, their light fading rapidly. He stared down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, then at Lin Ye. His body swayed, and he collapsed with a thud. Next. 3 simple words, yet more oppressive than any roar. Ah! A monster! He's a monster! The other axe-wielding guard's resolve shattered completely. The sight of his comrade being instantly slain shattered all his courage. Loyalty? Mission? They meant nothing in the face of death's absolute terror. He let out a shrill, inhuman scream and, completely disregarding Zhao Mingxian, turned and sprinted for his life down the passageway they had come from. Useless! Get back here! Zhao Mingxuan's eyes bulged with fury and shock. He never imagined that a level 19 guard, meticulously trained by the clan, would be so terrified by a mere F-rank waste who had only awakened a few days ago that he'd abandon his armor and flee. Trying to escape? A cruel smile curled the corners of Lin Ye's mouth. He didn't pursue the fleeing guard. Instead, his gaze locked onto Zhao Mingxian and the last remaining guard captain. The captain's face was ashen, veins bulging on his temples, yet a flash of ruthlessness flickered deep in his eyes. He drew a deep breath and growled, "Young master, retreat!" Simultaneously, he swung his sword, aiming straight for Lin Ye. Frostbound chains. Whoosh! 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 3 chains, crystallized from frigid air, instantly tore through the air. Their target wasn't Lin Ye himself, but the Xingli sword. The chains moved with astonishing speed, wrapping around the Xingli sword's blade almost the instant the guards moved. A bone-chilling cold spread wildly, attempting to freeze the starlight flowing through the blade. Then, a powerful restraining force erupted, violently tugging and suppressing the Xingli sword's power. Buzz! The starlight sword trembled violently, emitting an angry hum. Enveloped by the icy chains, its radiance dimmed noticeably. Well done! Zhao Mingxian watched with wild delight, his eyes reigniting with fervor. Without hesitation, he drew a crimson scroll and tore it open. Blazing inferno! Burn him to ashes! Boom! The moment the scroll shattered, a wave of heat swept out. Raging flames erupted from thin air, instantly coalescing into a sea of fire that crashed down upon Lin Ye. Xingli, how are you? Lin Ye shouted toward Xingli. Such petty tricks are useless against me. Xingli's voice erupted once more. The next moment, starlight erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Countless stardust particles erupted in all directions, spraying and shooting wildly without discrimination. SSSSHH. A dense, hair-raising cacophony of cutting sounds erupted instantly. 3 chains shattered, disintegrated, and melted away in an instant. Along with them, the slender dagger in the guard captain's hand instantly shattered into pieces. How could this be? The captain's mind reeled in disbelief. At that very moment, a sea of blazing flames descended. Annihilation stardust. Lin Ye's eyes flashed like lightning, without a moment's hesitation. Hum! Countless silver streaks of light erupted, more dense and ferocious than when confronting the cave monsters earlier. Sizzle! The crimson flames, as if encountering their nemesis, were swiftly extinguished the instant they touched the silver stardust. The sea of fire dissolved at a visible pace. Wherever the stardust passed, the flames were extinguished. No! Impossible! The ecstatic expression on Zhao Mingxuan's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless terror and utter collapse. What kind of monster is Lin Ye? The flames faded, but the stardust did not cease. The lingering silver streaks instantly engulfed the captain of the guard. Young master, protect him. The captain could only manage a hoarse, half-uttered warning. Put! A dense series of piercing sounds rang out. The captain's body stiffened violently, instantly pierced by countless silver streaks of light. Chapter 12, The Broken Sword, A New Sword Maiden? Put! The captain's body froze rigid, as if suspended by invisible threads. Countless streaks of light effortlessly pierced through her body. Blood gushed violently from dozens of holes front and back, like a burst water bag. Captain of the guard, dead. Zhao Mingxian was utterly stunned. The level 19 guard, meticulously cultivated by his family, his pride and trump card, proved utterly worthless before Lin Ye, who had activated Eternal Night's Wither. The stitched colossus had been beheaded, one man instantly slain, another driven mad with terror, and the strongest captain hadn't even lasted a single strike. His gaze upon Lin Ye felt like plummeting into an ice cave. Your turn. Lin Ye held his sword like the Grim Reaper. No, no. You can't kill me. I'm the Zhao family's heir. Kill me, and my father won't let you live. There won't be a place for you in all of Lingfeng City. Zhao Mingxian screamed frantically, fumbling desperately at his body.
Finally, he grasped his last lifeline, a scroll engraved with intricate spatial runes. Lin Ye. You'll pay for this. This debt of blood shall be repaid. I, Zhao Mingxian, swear it. He tore open the scroll with a violent rip. Hum. A powerful spatial fluctuation erupted instantly, enveloping Zhao Mingxian in blinding light. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with ferocity as the starlight sword instantly transformed into a silver streak, stabbing out. Firefly flash. Star scar thrust. Yet, it was still a fraction too slow. Thud. The razor-sharp tip of the starlight sword pierced the silver light, drawing a trail of blood and eliciting a piercing scream from Zhao Mingxian. Ah! The light flickered violently, and Zhao Mingxuan's figure vanished instantly from where he stood. All that remained before Lin Ye were a few splatters of blood. He got off easy. Lin Ye snorted coldly. Failing to eliminate Zhao Mingxian would spell endless trouble. But as the heir to the Zhao family, he must have plenty of hidden cards up his sleeve. Almost the instant Zhao Mingxian vanished. Buzz. Eternal Night's decline came to an abrupt end. A searing agony surged through Lin Ye's entire body. Put. Lin Ye could no longer hold back, and a large mouthful of blood gushed forth. Ultimate technique, Eternal Night's decay ended. Triggered ultimate backlash. Talent 10,000 calamities and scathe activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, near-death life essence rapidly draining, organs failing, bones brittle. Immediate countermeasure recommended. Damn it. This is bad. Lin Ye dropped to one knee, his consciousness fading. Stupid. Who told you to forcefully channel that ultimate technique for so long? Tired of living? Xingli's figure instantly materialized before Lin Ye. Her voice remained icy, yet her eyes flickered with concern. If I hadn't pushed myself to the limit, I'd be the one lying here now. Lin Ye struggled to lift his head. System, counteract the backlash. Those final words drained the last of his strength. Counteracted successfully. Remaining counteracts for today, 0. Backlash state completely cleared. Vital signs stabilized. Hum. A gentle force surged instantly into Lin Ye's body, swiftly dissipating the backlash wherever it flowed. Huff, huff. Lin Ye gasped for breath, not from pain, but from release. He was alive. Xingli's form solidified before him, her stunning face still frozen in shock and disbelief. Just a moment ago, Lin Ye had been on the brink of death, yet his body had miraculously recovered. This reversal of life and death utterly shattered her understanding. And it wasn't the first time. What kind of monster was Lin Ye, really? What the hell? Xingli muttered, utterly baffled. Lin Ye chuckled. Want to know? Just call me master, and I'll tell you any time. You. Xingli flushed with anger and embarrassment, her eyebrows furrowing in fury. You delusional fool. You despicable human, don't think you can toy with me with your words. I'll uncover the secrets of your body sooner or later. Xingli affection level, 5. Lin Ye chuckled silently. Just as expected, that proud and stubborn sword maiden. He stopped teasing her, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. Zhao Mingxian had fled. Lin Ye's gaze turned slightly cold. Failing to uproot the problem now would only invite endless trouble later. Given Zhao Mingxuan's vindictive nature and the Zhao family's influence, this feud was now irrevocably sealed. Today's counterattack absorption limit was completely exhausted. If he pressed on, he would have to endure the sword maiden's backlash. This place was no longer safe. Lin Ye made his decision instantly. Though Zhao Mingxian had fled gravely wounded, there was no guarantee he wouldn't immediately alert the Zhao family to send reinforcements or lay a trap outside. He must leave this second layer, indeed, the entire training tower, as swiftly as possible. He swiftly searched the battlefield. The 3 guards carried only scattered potions and coins, nothing of significant value. The stitched beast, however, yielded some foul-smelling mutated cores and tough tendons. The material quality seemed decent, and Lin Ye suppressed his nausea to collect them. With that done, Lin Ye immediately chose a passageway that appeared relatively intact, preparing to quickly leave the area. Lin Ye sped through the metallic corridors. Poof. Being driven to this state by such vermin is truly disgraceful. Xingli's cold voice carried a hint of displeasure. Temporary, Lin Ye replied calmly. This debt will be repaid tenfold, sooner or later. For now, let's get out of here. He knew well that although his condition had recovered, today's backlash had exhausted his countermeasures. If he encountered another powerful enemy, especially if the Zhao family sent stronger forces upon hearing the news, his situation would become extremely perilous. He must escape the training tower while Zhao Mingxian had just fled and the Zhao family hadn't yet reacted. Just as he passed a laboratory entrance, an abrupt change occurred. Buzz. An extremely faint yet eerily familiar sharpness pierced deep into Lin Ye's soul. Ha! Xingli's form instantly materialized beside Lin Ye. How could this aura be possible? Lin Ye's heart trembled violently. He recognized it too. This aura, it was the Sword Maiden. In the second level of the training tower, within an abandoned research facility, there existed an aura similar to that of the Sword Maiden in the Sword Tomb? This defied all logic. The nation had clearly sealed all sword maidens within the sword tomb of the Spirit Awakening Hall. Something was inside. Lin Ye acted decisively, suppressing the storm raging within him as he cautiously approached the door. The lock was already damaged. He pushed it open with force, creating a small gap. Inside, it wasn't the laboratory filled with discarded instruments he'd imagined. It resembled more of a storage room or perhaps an interrogation chamber. The space was small, its walls covered in charred scorch marks and deep claw scratches. In the center of the floor, resting on a broken metal pedestal, lay a sword. No, it could hardly be called a sword anymore. The blade had snapped clean in two, leaving only a half sword behind. Its entire surface had turned a dull, lifeless grayish-black, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The hilt was twisted and deformed, as if it had endured immense force. Lin Ye's pupils contracted as he immediately activated the system to inspect it. Item: nameless broken sword fragment. Status: spiritual essence extremely weak, on the verge of dissipation. Information: requires contact with the 10,000 swords diagram to activate. Chapter 13, 13,000 points first in the point gap. A broken sword? Damned humans. Xingli's voice carried a cold fury Lin Ye had never heard before. The sword spirit had been nearly obliterated. Who did this? Its spirit nearly extinguished? Xingli's reaction was so intense whatever happened to this broken sword couldn't be good. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, rapidly drawing nearer. Hurry! That brat must be in this area. The young master said, bring him back alive or dead. Find him, break his limbs, and bring him back. And that broken sword of his, the young master wants to smash it to pieces himself. It's the Zhao family. Their response is incredibly swift. Judging by the sound, there are quite a few of them, and they're well equipped, nothing like those 3 makeshift guards earlier. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Secrets ahead, pursuers behind. Go! Xingli instantly transformed into a streak of light, merging into the sword body. Her tone was urgent as she urged, take that broken sword. We can't linger here. Lin Ye hesitated not a moment. He snatched up the broken sword hilt, wrapped it haphazardly, and stuffed it into his bag. Go! Lin Ye turned and left the laboratory. Soon, the familiar white vortex appeared ahead, the exit to the second layer. Without a second thought, Lin Ye stepped inside. The sensation of spinning came again. When his vision cleared, he found himself back in the vast hall at the base of the training tower. The hall was now even more bustling than when he had entered. Most students had emerged, some excitedly discussing their experiences, others still shaken, and a few dejected as they received treatment. The air thickened with the mingled scents of sweat, blood, and medicinal potions. Look! The leaderboard is up! An excited voice drew the attention of many. Then, a light screen materialized above everyone. It displayed today's trial tower leaderboard. First place, Lin Ye points, 13,840. Second place, Lin Yubing points, 2,830. Third place, Zhao Mingxian 2,100 points. Fourth place, Wang Ming 1080 points. Upon seeing the rankings on this leaderboard, everyone froze in shock. A commanding lead. That number stood like an insurmountable mountain. It crushed the 2,830 points of second place Lin Yubing and left Zhao Mingxuan's 2,100 points trailing so far behind they were barely visible. A 5-fold gap, a crushing, dominant lead. 13,000 points? Impossible. He's just an F-rank sword master who's even contracted with a sword maiden. The backlash alone could kill him. How could he possibly rack up such a high score? This must be fake. A system glitch? Look at him, his complexion isn't exactly rosy, but he doesn't look like he's about to drop dead either. After a brief deathly silence, an even more surging wave of voices erupted. Doubt, disbelief, and murmurs nearly shook the hall to its foundations. Facing this uproar, Lin Ye remained uncharacteristically calm. Ignoring the piercing stares, his gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Wang Meng and the others rushing toward him in excitement. Lin Ye! Wang Meng's voice carried deep gratitude. Behind him followed Chen Fei and several other classmates whom Lin Ye had rescued in the mine shaft hall. They quickly gathered around Lin Ye. Isn't that class monitor Wang Meng? And Chen Fei's group too? Why are they all over to Lin Ye's side? Acting like they're following his lead? Had something happened in the tower? The crowd's confusion deepened. Meanwhile, at the far end of the hall, a figure as cold as ice stared intently at the leaderboard. It was Lin Yubing. 13,800, she murmured, her voice barely audible. What exactly did he do? How many elites did he kill? Could it be that even the floor master? This number far exceeded the limits of her imagination. She thought of her grandfather, that SSS tier genius. According to the elders, after contracting with his sword maiden, grandfather had been so cautious. Each time he wielded his power came with immense agony and the draining of his life force. But Lin Ye? Not only did he use it, but he used it so much, so powerfully. Yesterday he coughed up blood in the Spirit Awakening Hall, and today he achieved such an astonishing score? How was this possible? How could he possibly endure the backlash? Lin Yubing's mind was in turmoil.
For the first time, she felt an intense curiosity toward a swordmaster destined for a short life. But a roar cut through her thoughts.
Lin Ye.
Zhao Mingxian appeared, supported by 2 Zhao family guards. His face was as pale as paper, a horrific gaping wound on his left shoulder still gushing blood, staining half his ornate robe crimson.
Holy! Isn't that Zhao Mingxian? He's injured? What the hell just happened? The Zhao family guards are here too. Judging by this setup, they're not here with good intentions. He's calling out Lin Ye? Could Zhao Mingxuan's injuries be Lin Ye's doing? Even Captain Zhao Li has appeared. Rumor has it his level is nearing 40. As Zhao Mingxian appeared, a group of Zhao family guards charged straight toward us. Leading them was a stern-faced middle-aged man whose aura was as heavy as a mountain, none other than Zhao Li, the captain of the Zhao family's guard squad. You little bastard! How dare you openly maim a fellow student within the training tower and gravely wound the young master of the Zhao family? Seize him! Zhao Li roared.
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, several guards behind him immediately pounced toward Lin Ye. Seeing this, Wang Mang and the others instantly boiled with rage. Zhao Mingxian provoked the monsters and endangered others first, yet now you bring men to hunt down Lin Ye.
Does your Zhao family have any sense of justice?
Wang Meng's hair stood on end with rage as he stepped forward, blocking Lin Ye.
Chen Fei and the others gritted their teeth and followed suit.
Though their faces paled under the overwhelming pressure of the Zhao family guards, they refused to budge an inch. Witnessing this, the others were even more stunned.
None of them understood what was happening. Why were Wang Meng and the others suddenly so protective of Lin Ye? Get out of the way! You bunch of reckless ants! Dare to obstruct the Zhao family's enforcement? Arrest them all!
Zhao Li's eyes flashed with fury, offering no explanation. In Lingfeng City, the will of the Zhao family was law.
The tension instantly reached a boiling point. The Zhao family's domineering arrogance was on full display.
The surrounding students fell silent, too afraid to utter a word. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy as the Xingli sword hovered beside him, spiritual energy quietly surging within his body. Though he'd just endured a fierce battle and exhausted his counterattack reserves, he would never surrender without a fight. Even if it meant suffering severe injuries, he would take a few down with him.
At this critical moment. Stop! A cold, commanding shout instantly silenced the chaos and killing intent in the arena. It was Lin Yubing.
She stood before Lin Ye, her white robe as pure as snow, her face as cold as frost.
Captain Zhao Li. Lin Yubing's voice was icy and clear. Within the training tower, each bears responsibility for their own life and death. It's a matter of skill. This is the ironclad rule set by the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Zhao Mingxian was outmatched, injured, and withdrew. He has no one else to blame. Your Zhao family now brings accusations, forcibly storming the training tower exit and openly attacking trainees who have passed the trials.
Do you intend to disregard the nation's laws, or do you believe no one in Lingfeng City can restrain your Zhao family?
Her words rang out, each syllable sharp and resonant.
The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Zhao Mingxuan's face flushed crimson, his rage nearly boiling over.
Lin Yubing, the woman he had pursued relentlessly, was now siding with Lin Ye.
Chapter 14, The Zhao Family Strikes? The hearts of the people are with Lin Ye.
The atmosphere in the training tower's ground floor hall was tense, like a powder keg ready to explode.
Zhao Li was rendered speechless by Lin Yubing's forceful rebuke, his face turning ashen. The Zhao family's power was undeniable, but openly trampling the Ministry of Education's ironclad rule that all lives within the training tower were at one's own risk, especially under the watchful eyes of everyone present, was a charge even the Zhao family couldn't bear. Moreover, the Lin family was equally among Lingfeng City's top clans. The weight of Lin Yubing, their newly minted S-rank prodigy, was not to be underestimated.
You, Lin Yubing. You dare side with this scum from the slums. Zhao Mingxian trembled with rage, his wounds bursting open, blood seeping out more profusely. His face turned as pale as paper.
He injured me this badly, and you still. Enough! Zhao Mingxian.
A thunderous, authoritative roar erupted like a bolt of lightning, instantly silencing all the commotion. The crowd parted like a tide, revealing Principal Zhou Xinhai of Qingshi High School striding forward with a grim expression, followed by the anxious-looking homeroom teacher, Lu Tao. Tall and imposing even without anger, Zhou Xinhai's face was now frozen in icy fury.
Principal. Teacher Lu.
The students bowed in unison.
Zhou Xinhai's piercing gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Lin Ye.
His mind was in turmoil.
13,840 points. This was utterly unheard of. Not to mention Zhao Mingxuan's injuries and the losses suffered by the guard squad. Captain Zhao Li.
Zhou Xinhai's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument.
This is the training tower. Not the Zhao family's martial arts arena. Take your men and withdraw immediately.
All disputes within the training tower are handled according to the Ministry of Education's regulations. It is not for your Zhao family to set up a private court.
Zhao Li's eye twitched. Principal Zhou. This boy. I said, withdraw.
Zhou Xinhai's tone sharpened, his aura of a high-ranking professional radiating subtly.
Right and wrong will be investigated thoroughly by the school. If Lin Ye truly violated regulations, the school will punish him severely according to the rules. But if anyone seeks to stir trouble and disrupt school order, Zhou Xinhai will be the first to object. The Ministry of Education will not stand idly by either. These words carried immense weight. As principal of Qingshi High School, Zhou Xinhai possessed a level approaching 50. In the entire city of Lingfeng, few could match his rank. Unless the patriarch of the Zhao family intervened, who could possibly stand up to Zhou Xinhai? Even the arrogant Zhao Mingxian held his breath in silence. Zhao Li's expression shifted, and he finally shot Lin Ye a fierce glare before clasping his fists in a salute to Zhou Xinhai. Very well. Principal Zhou, I expect a satisfactory resolution for the Zhao family. Young master, let's go. Lin Ye. You wait. I will kill you. The silent roar echoed within Zhao Mingxuan's heart. As the Zhao family departed, the tense atmosphere in the hall finally eased somewhat, though the murmurs grew even more heated. Everyone knew Zhao Mingxian would never let this go. The feud was now set in stone. Only then did Zhou Xinhai turn his gaze toward Lin Ye, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Ye and Lu Tao stepped forward, their faces filled with worry and lingering fear. You fool! How dare you contract the sword maiden? That alone is bad enough, but how could you also cross Zhao Mingxian? He sighed heavily, wanting to scold but finding the words stuck in his throat. It finally dissolved into a long, drawn-out sigh. Are you hurt? Can you withstand the backlash? Lin Ye replied, Teacher Lu, I'm fine. Thank you and the principal for intervening. He looked at Zhou Xinhai. Principal, everything that happened in the training tower can be attested to by class monitor Wang Meng and several other students. Zhao Mingxian provoked the monsters and harmed others first, then led a group to ambush me. I was forced to fight back. Wang Meng and the others immediately straightened their backs and shouted, That's right. Principal, we can testify. Zhao Mingxian started it. Lin Ye was acting in self-defense. Zhou Xinhai surveyed the students, then glanced at the glaring first place on the leaderboard. He waved his hand. The school will conduct a thorough investigation. Lin Ye, your performance was astonishing. He paused, as if choosing his words carefully. But the Sword Maiden incident is no trivial matter. The backlash. Principal. Lin Yubing suddenly spoke up, interrupting Zhou Xinhai. Her icy gaze fixed on Lin Ye. Lin Ye, are you truly unharmed? She clearly remembered Lin Ye coughing up blood yesterday in the Spirit Awakening Hall. Today, not only had he racked up terrifying points, but he'd also endured a series of fierce battles. Yet now, he was merely slightly pale. This was highly unusual. Could he possess some secret technique to resist backlash? The thought startled even her. Lin Ye met her gaze and offered a calm smile. Thank you for your concern, classmate Lin. I'm fine for now. Just then, commotion erupted again at the entrance of the training tower. A squad of soldiers clad in the elite guard uniforms of the city lord's mansion, their aura sharp and formidable, swiftly parted the crowd. They escorted a middle-aged man dressed in deep blue city lord robes, his bearing commanding and imposing, into the tower. Lord City Master. It's Lord Qin. The crowd bowed in unison, even Zhou Xinhai and Lin Yubing offering slight bows. Qin Yu, Lord of Lingfeng City. Qin Yu's gaze immediately fixed on the ranking board, his pupils contracting slightly. Then, he turned his gaze toward Lin Ye's side. Principal Zhou, the young lady from the Lin family. Qin Yu's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. The first day of the training tower seems quite lively, doesn't it? Is this Lin Ye, the top-ranked student on the leaderboard? Greetings, Lord Qin. Lin Ye bowed with neither subservience nor arrogance. Qin Yu scrutinized Lin Ye from head to toe, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if trying to see right through him. 13,840 points, an impressive achievement. Qin Yu spoke slowly, his tone devoid of emotion. What's even more remarkable is that you contracted Sword Maiden and still stand here. He deliberately emphasized the last few words, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ye's expression. Lin Ye's heart tightened, yet his face remained composed as he calmly replied, it was all thanks to Xingli's help. Just a fluke. Xingli? Qin Yu's gaze shifted to the dark silver longsword, a flicker of sharpness flashing in his eyes. A fine name, a fine blade. To unleash such combat power while suffering backlash, its grade must surpass 3 stars, wouldn't you agree? The moment he spoke, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Not just Samsung? What does that even mean? Qin Yu suddenly shifted his tone. Lin Ye, your performance today has been astonishingly brilliant. I have heard of the Zhao family's affairs. Within the training tower, one bears the consequences of life and death, such are the rules. Zhao Mingxian was outmatched, injured, and forced to withdraw. He has no one to blame but himself. As long as you act within the rules, Lingfeng City will never be dominated by the Zhao family alone. His words rang out with conviction, effectively serving as the city lord's endorsement of Lin Ye. Lin Ye exhaled in relief and immediately replied, Thank you, Lord Qin, for upholding justice. Qin Yu nodded, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. With the national exam approaching and monsters invading our borders, this is a time when we need capable individuals. Lingfeng City requires heroes who can defend our homeland, not internal strife-mongering parasites. I hope all students take this as a lesson, focus on strengthening your abilities, and prepare for the exam. He finally looked at Lin Ye. You are good. Very good. Tomorrow, come to the city lord's residence. I have matters I wish to discuss with you personally. With that, Xingli turned and departed without delay, surrounded by his guard. Chapter 15, System Quest Recasting the Broken Sword. The city lord summons you. This was undoubtedly a monumental signal. It meant that Lin Ye's terrifying potential and value had caught the attention of Lingfeng City. Should the Zhao family attempt to move against him again, they would have to carefully weigh the city lord's stance. Lin Yubing gazed at Lin Ye, her expression growing even more complex. The lord's stance made her realize that Lin Ye likely harbored some undisclosed secret. Lu Tao exhaled deeply, patting Lin Ye's shoulder. Good lad. You've even caught the city lord's attention. The Zhao family won't dare openly cause trouble for a while now. But a look of worry returned to his face. Be extremely careful about the backlash from the sword maiden and the city lord seeking you out. Zhou Zhenhai added in a solemn tone, Lin Yi, go rest properly. The school will handle the training tower points in Zhao Mingxuan's matter fairly. Remember the city lord's words focus on strengthening your abilities. Preparing for the major exam is the right path. Yes, Principal. Teacher Lu. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. The immediate crisis had passed, yet Lin Yi felt little relief. Zhao Mingxuan's resentment felt like a venomous snake, and the city lord Qin Yu's summons held countless unknowns. More crucially, his hand instinctively brushed against the cold, broken sword wrapped in cloth within his robe. Xingli's icy voice rang out, stop overthinking here. Leave first. That broken sword felt off its aura was agitated. Lin Ye's heart sank, and he wasted no time lingering. He bid farewell to Wang Meng and the others, turning to leave the bustling training tower hall. The evening breeze in Lingfeng City carried a hint of chill, dispersing the lingering bloodshed and clamor. Lin Ye walked home. The broken sword in his embrace felt icy cold. Even through the coarse cloth wrapping, Lin Ye still felt a bone-chilling sensation. Xingli materialized beside him. Rarely did Xingli lose its usual icy arrogance, now carrying a hint of grave anger. Its spirit had been forcibly stripped of its essence. I can sense those damned ants. How dare they treat a sword that has awakened sentience this way? Xingli's emotional fluctuations were unusually intense. Forcibly extracted essence? Lin Ye frowned deeply. What was that research facility on the second floor of the training tower? How did it end up there? Oomph. What else could it be? Xingli's voice dripped with contempt. Someone must have attempted to unlock the secrets of the sword maiden's power, even scheming to artificially create or control a sword spirit. What did they think the sword maiden was? A machine to be dismantled at will? This sword's ordeal was proof enough. Its spirit had been nearly obliterated, leaving only a wisp of a soul. Lin Ye's heart sank. The state explicitly forbids contracting sword maidens, sealing them within sword tombs. Yet someone was conducting such brutal experiments on sword maidens in a secret research facility? The depths of this matter were unfathomable. The secrets behind this broken sword were far from simple. Can its spirit be restored? Lin Ye asked in a low voice. Xingli fell silent for a moment before murmuring, extremely difficult. Its primordial essence was forcibly stripped away, leaving its spirit structure shattered and fragmented. It could vanish completely at any moment. Unless it receives nurturing from an exceptionally pure and powerful primordial force. She paused. Or perhaps your mysterious ability could have an effect on it? Lin Ye did not respond immediately. The system's 10,000 swords diagram contains information on the sword maiden. Perhaps interacting with it could yield more detailed hints? But now clearly wasn't the right time for research. He tucked the broken blade back into his bag. Let's head back first. We'll see the city lord tomorrow and discuss it then. The existence of this sword must remain concealed for now. Xingli snorted coldly, at least you have some sense. But that city lord Qin Yu summoning you suddenly, it probably isn't just about your points. His last remark, there are some things I need to ask you personally, was deeply meaningful. Lin Ye nodded. Qin Yu's appearance and declaration had temporarily intimidated the Zhao family, but it also thrust him into the eye of the storm. What could the city lord possibly want to confirm personally about an F-rank genius who had contracted a sword maiden, displayed astonishing potential, yet was doomed to a short life? Was it curiosity about his secret to resisting backlash? Or was he assessing his potential combat value against the demonic tide? Or did he also know something about the Sword Maiden Research Institute? Burdened by these doubts, Lin Ye returned to his dilapidated little hut. He carefully extracted the broken sword and placed it on the table. The dull, gray-black blade was covered in cracks, the break jagged and uneven. The hilt was twisted and battered beyond repair. Lin Ye extended a finger, touching the cold blade with utmost care. Ding! Detecting intense sword spirit resentment fluctuations. Detected special item, nameless broken sword fragment in extreme danger spirituality annihilation countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Triggered hidden quest, Weeping Blade, Reborn. A system panel abruptly popped up in Lin Ye's mind. A system quest? Lin Ye froze, then a detailed quest panel appeared before his eyes. Quest name, The Weeping Broken Sword, forged anew. Objectives. 1. Locate the sword spirit's core essence critical. Before the nameless broken sword spiritual essence is completely obliterated. 72-hour countdown. Find and reclaim its forcibly stripped core essence fragment 01. 2. Nurture the fragmented soul basic. Continuously nourish the remnant spirit of the broken sword using your own spiritual energy or special energy to delay its annihilation progress. 0. 3. Reshape the sword body. Gather essential materials: 1 meteorite forged iron, 1 eternal ice crystal, 1 spirit infused soil to reforge the sword spirit's blade, granting it rebirth. Task difficulty, S rank. Time limit, 72 hours unrestricted. Once the spiritual essence extinction countdown ends, the mission automatically fails. The broken sword will permanently transform into mundane iron, and the secrets and resentment it carried will sink into eternal oblivion. Rewards: 1 golden attribute slot, 1 contract slot, unlock critical information for the 10,000 swords diagram, significantly increase Xingli's affinity. Failure penalty, none. Gazing at this mission panel, Lin Ye felt a surge of emotion well up within him. This was the first time the system had assigned him a mission. So, if I complete this mission, I can contract 1 more sword maiden? This would be an enormous boost for him. After all, Xingli's strength was undeniable. Yet, as Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the details, his heart sank. Spirit resonance soil. Lin Ye's gaze froze on the name of the final ingredient. Starfall mystic iron. Eternal ice crystal. Spirit resonance soil. Each name struck his understanding like a heavy hammer. Starfall mystic iron, the core material for crafting epic tier equipment. A piece the size of a fingernail could fetch tens of millions. Eternal ice crystal existed only within the core of 10,000-year-old mystical ice in the far north. It could even be used to craft legendary tier ice elemental gear, its value several times, or even 10 times, that of Starfall mystic iron. Spirit-infused soil, a priceless treasure beyond valuation. Legend held it was the very earth that nurtured the first spiritual beings at the dawn of creation. For a penniless F-rank swordmaster like him, gathering all these materials was nothing short of a pipe dream, let alone obtaining even a single one. In comparison, reclaiming the fragment of the sword spirit's origin seemed almost trivial. Chapter 16, Meeting the City Lord, 7 City Joint Trial. Is this really only S-rank difficulty? Lin Ye muttered to himself, a bitter smile tugging at his lips, a grimace uglier than tears. System, you really think highly of me. This was practically an impossible mission. What's the cost? What is the price? The failure penalty read none, but Lin Ye knew what that truly meant. This broken blade, laden with secrets and boundless resentment, would be utterly reduced to scrap metal. And he would lose the chance to contract a powerful sword maiden. What? Stared stiff? Xingli spoke, her brows slightly furrowed. The sword's remnant soul was extremely weak, its resentment sky high. The agony of having its essence forcibly ripped out was etched into every fragment of its spirit body. Forget reforging it, even preventing it from dissipating immediately was harder than climbing to the heavens. She turned her silver gaze to Lin Ye, her usual scrutinizing expression fixed on him. What do you intend to do? Toss it away like trash? Or do you truly have a solution? Lin Ye took a deep breath. Discard it? He couldn't bear to. But a solution? What solution did he have? The system was his only lifeline, yet it only offered tasks, no shortcuts. He could only rely on himself. After a long silence, Lin Ye finally spoke, as if he had made up his mind. I'll give it a try. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. No matter what, he had to give it a shot. Otherwise, his conscience wouldn't let him rest. Fortunately, though urgent, the mission wasn't that urgent. The broken sword would indeed dissipate after 72 hours, but as long as the core primordial fragment could be retrieved, its dissolution could be halted. The countdown would halt. This meant he would have considerably more time afterward. After that, it would depend on when he could find those 3 materials. Xingli paused slightly. Overestimating his abilities. Xingli instinctively wanted to sneer, but when she met his gaze, the words inexplicably caught in her throat. She gave a cold snort, her form dissolving into a streak of light that merged into the sword. Do as you please, she said. But I advise you not to get your hopes up. This sword, isn't it all the fault of you humans? Lin Ye offered no reply. He carefully rewrapped the broken blade and tucked it close to his body. From the city lord's residence, Lin Ye's gaze drifted to the deep, dark night shrouding Lingfeng City beyond the window. Xin Yu's summons was a crisis, but perhaps also an opportunity. Could the man who held the highest power in Lingfeng City possibly hold clues to these rare materials in his treasury? Or perhaps even possess one of them? The thought ignited a flicker of hope within Lin Ye. Early the next morning, Lin Ye arrived punctually at the center of Lingfeng City. The city lord's residence stood here. After announcing his name, he was promptly escorted inside by a captain of the guard. The interior of the city lord's residence felt even more imposing than its exterior, radiating an air of authority at every turn. The captain led Lin Ye to the door of a spacious, well-lit study.
Lord City Lord, Lin Ye has arrived, the captain reported respectfully.
Enter. Xing Yu's steady voice came from within.
Lin Ye pushed open the door and entered. The study was furnished with simple elegance. Behind a massive desk, Xing Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. He turned, his gaze sharp as a falcon's, fixing on Lin Ye. An aura of authority, honed by years at the top, washed over him.
Lin Ye, sit.
Xing Yu gestured toward the chair before the desk, his tone flat, devoid of emotion. Lin Ye complied, the Xingli sword hovering silently beside him. Xing Yu's gaze lingered on the Xingli sword for several seconds before he spoke slowly. Yesterday in the training tower, 13,840 points. Defeating Zhao Mingxian with a single strike, slaying 3 elite Zhao family guards in succession, forcing the Zhao heir to activate his life-saving scroll and flee gravely wounded. Lin Ye, you've truly opened this city lord's eyes. He paused, his gaze locking onto Lin Ye's eyes as if seeking to pierce his very soul.
Especially considering you contracted the Sword Maiden and endured backlash unimaginable to ordinary men. Tell me, how did you accomplish this? How did your body withstand the Sword Maiden's backlash?
The core question, striking straight at the heart of the matter. Lin Ye had prepared himself mentally. Meeting Qin Yu's scrutinizing gaze, his expression remained calm. Lord Qin, my ability to achieve this stems primarily from 2 factors. First, my sword maiden Xingli possesses extraordinary power, far surpassing that of ordinary sword maidens. Second, my innate resilience has triggered some unknown, beneficial mutation. Mutation? Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. This was the most plausible explanation he'd arrived at after much contemplation. When contracting the sword maiden, the intense backlash seemed to unexpectedly unlock the potential of my F-grade talent. It didn't grant me formidable offensive power, but it endowed my body with far greater than expected resilience and recovery against the sword maiden's backlash. Though wielding this power remains excruciatingly painful each time, at least I won't collapse as swiftly as the rumors claim, at least not for now. Lin Ye made no mention of the system, attributing everything to an unknown mutation of his innate talent. While vague, this explanation made sense. Talents were inherently bizarre, and mutations weren't entirely impossible, especially under extreme stimuli like contracting a sword maiden. Throughout history, there had been cases of prodigies possessing F-rank talents. Without exception, every single one had undergone a talent mutation.
Qin Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ye. A brief silence settled over the study. An invisible pressure spread through the air.
Xingli's cool voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. That old fox is testing you. Whether he believes you or not is irrelevant. What matters is that he needs your power. Sure enough, moments later, Qin Yu spoke slowly, his tone seemingly softened. Though talent mutations are rare, they are not without precedent. That you could endure the backlash of the Sword Maiden until now, and even unleash such combat prowess, is indeed a miracle. Lin Ye felt a slight relief, knowing he'd passed the first hurdle, yet his vigilance remained unwavering. The city lord flatters me. It was mere luck.
No need for modesty.
Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, circling around the desk to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows.
He gazed down at the bustling city of Lingfeng.
With demonic creatures invading the borders and tensions escalating daily, the Great Xia Kingdom needed strength, and Lingfeng City desperately needed new blood capable of shouldering heavy responsibilities.
An anomaly like you is precisely what we urgently require.
He turned back, his gaze settling firmly on Lin Ye, his expression growing solemn. Lin Ye, I summoned you here today for 2 reasons, to assess your condition and to offer you an opportunity.
An opportunity? Lin Ye perked up. Indeed. Qin Yu nodded.
In 7 days, Lingfeng City, Panchur City, Bibo City, Shiyan City, Lufeng City, Qingmu City, and Haiyan City's 7 crucial frontier strongholds will jointly host the 7 cities' elite trials. The venue is set at the outskirts of the shadowy rift within the border buffer zone.
A joint trial?
Lin Ye's heart stirred.
This scale far surpassed the training tower within the academy.
Precisely. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Yu's eyes.
Monsters lurk deep within the rift.
The core mission of this trial is to penetrate the designated area, exterminate as many monsters as possible, and seize their magic crystal cores. Ultimately, rankings will be determined by the quantity and quality of magic crystal cores acquired by individuals or teams. He paused, his tone laced with intense allure. The rewards for this trial are unprecedented. It's not just about personal advancement, it directly impacts the resources you'll receive in future national exams and even admission to top-tier academies. Especially for the top 3 individuals, beyond vast cultivation resources and rare equipment, you'll gain the opportunity to enter the outer perimeter of the Great Xia Secret Treasury to select treasures.
Chapter 17, Re-entering the second layer of the trial tower. The Great Xia Secret Repository. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly.
That was the true foundation of the Great Xia Kingdom, rumored to house countless treasures, lost legacies, and rare materials.
Even its outer reaches were enough to drive countless people mad.
Celestial fallen iron, eternal ice crystals, spirit-infused soil, these god-defying materials essential for reforging broken blades might truly be found within the treasury. Even if not found, clues would likely be easy to obtain. Xingli keenly caught the flicker in Lin Ye's eyes and pressed further. Not only that, but this trial is also a stage for the Seven Cities' covert rivalry.
Lingfeng City has seen a slight decline in talent in recent years.
Though we produce 3 S-tier geniuses this year, the other 7 cities are not far behind.
We desperately need a prodigy who can command the stage. Lin Ye, this city lord hopes you will represent Lingfeng City in the trial and strive with all your might to achieve the highest ranking. His gaze intensified. Lin Yubing and Zhao Mingxian will also compete. But I have greater faith in you. Lin Ye took a deep breath. The city lord's intent was clear: wield him as a sharp sword to secure glory for Lingfeng City in the Seven Cities trial, while simultaneously using this opportunity to observe him further and assess his true worth. As for the hidden danger of the sword maiden's backlash? In the face of immense rewards and the city lord's demands, it seemed temporarily set aside. Honored by the city lord's esteem, Lin Ye did not immediately agree, instead cautiously inquiring, how dangerous is the trial? What are the rules? Far more dangerous than the training tower. Qin Yu stated bluntly. The Dark Rift Valley was the true frontline battlefield where they would face vicious and cunning combat monsters, not simulated training targets. Casualties were inevitable. There is only one rule: malicious harm to fellow trial participants is forbidden. Violators will be condemned by all 7 cities. Beyond that, each fights by their own skill, bearing sole responsibility for life or death. Teaming is permitted, but final scores are tallied individually. He fixed Lin Ye with a piercing gaze. This city lord is aware of the Zhao family's affairs. Yet the trial grounds are a stage of fairness. However vast the Zhao family's influence, they dare not openly violate the rules and attack you under the watchful eyes of the 7 cities' high command. Lin Ye remained silent for several seconds. The 7 cities trial held both peril and opportunity. The magic crystal core was the objective, and the qualification for the Great Xia's secret repository held the crucial hope for reforging the broken sword. Though Zhao Mingxian and Lin Yubing would also participate, as Qin Yu had said, this was a battlefield governed by rules, the perfect place to break free from the Zhao family's relentless pursuit and fight with everything he had. Moreover, he needed real combat experience. He needed to grow stronger quickly. All right. Lin Ye lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. I'll participate. I won't disappoint the city lord's expectations. Good. Qin Yu's face lit up with satisfaction. He produced a silver token engraved with Lingfeng City's emblem and intricate runes, tossing it to Lin Ye. This is your trial credential. Present it at the Western military camp at dawn 7 days hence. Prepare well these days. The training tower remains free for your use. Should you urgently require resources, present this token at the city lord's treasury to claim basic supplies. Thank you, Lord City Master. Lin Ye caught the token. Its smooth warmth in his hand made it clear this was no ordinary item. Go now. Qin Yu waved him off. This lord looks forward to your performance in the trial grounds. Stepping out of the city lord's residence, the midday sun in Lingfeng City felt uncomfortably bright. Lin Ye clutched the token, his heart racing. The 7 city trials, the Great Xia secret treasury, and the goal of breaking into the top 3 clear yet daunting. Oof. So pleased to be used as a pawn? Xingli's icy voice carried its usual sarcasm. We simply need each other. Lin Ye remained composed. He needs my combat prowess to bring glory to Lingfeng City, while I need the platform and resources he provides to pursue what I desire. Access to the secret treasury is crucial for both of us. Xingli fell silent for a moment, an unspoken acknowledgement. The secret treasury might hold reforging materials equally enticing to her. She was curious to see what the restored broken sword would become, but more eager to uncover the culprit tormenting its sword spirit. Where to now? Xingli asked. The training tower. 2nd level. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened like a blade. The broken sword had been discovered on the 2nd level of the trial tower, and its core fragment likely remained there. He had a strong intuition that the floor master of that secret research facility might be hiding the stripped-away core essence fragment. Time was of the essence. Lin Ye wasted no moment, charging straight toward the training tower. The entrance to the training tower remained bustling with activity. When Lin Ye's figure reappeared, it instantly drew countless gazes. The towering 13,840 points on the leaderboard shone like a beacon. Yesterday's feat about shining Zhao Mingxian and startling the city lord was being passed from mouth to mouth. A mix of awe, curiosity, envy, and apprehension filled the air. Lin Ye ignored the stares and strode directly toward the entrance. The tower guards, especially upon catching sight of the city lord's token hanging at his waist, instantly adopted an attitude of utmost respect and swiftly granted him passage. Stepping into the teleportation vortex, the familiar dizziness passed, and the stench of decay flooded his nostrils once more. Training Tower Level 2, Abandoned Research Facility. Objective: eliminate all aberrations within the area, or locate and shut down the core contamination source. Warning: Monster Level 1120. Contains elite and special mutants. Lin Ye stood at the crossroads, surveying his surroundings. Traces of yesterday's fierce battle with Zhao Mingxian remain: charred ground, sword marks, and blastwave imprints on the walls, the air still thick with faint blood and scorched odors. Straight to the depths, Lin Ye murmured.
Armed with yesterday's experience, he roughly deduced that the layer lord or the core contamination source likely lay deeper within the area where he had discovered the broken sword. The Xingli sword hovered at his side, its blue cold light flickering. This time, Lin Ye abandoned hit-and-run tactics to clear enemies. Time was tight. He needed to reach the target area as quickly as possible. Xingli, conserve your energy. We're breaking through in a straight line. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as his speed surged. Firefly flash. His figure blurred instantly, transforming into an elusive silver streak of light as he raced through the corridor. When encountering obstructing aberrations, he evaded them whenever possible. Those he couldn't avoid were met with star scar stab. Shoo! 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 The silver streak delivered precise, lethal strikes, piercing vital points. Ordinary claw attackers and spitters didn't even have time to react before their skulls exploded or hearts were pierced, spattering foul blood. Lin Ye's objective was clear, his movements swift as the wind. He plunged into the depths of the research facility like a sharp blade. The scattered monsters along the way offered no real hindrance to his progress. Soon, he returned to the laboratory corridor where he had discovered the broken blade yesterday. The monsters here seemed roused by yesterday's battle, their numbers swelled, and new breeds appeared. Roar! A creature the size of a hunting dog, covered in metallic scales and capable of spewing highly corrosive acid from its mouth, blocked Lin Ye's path. Scaled Acid Eater. Level 16. Skills: Acid Spray, Brute Force Charge, Claw Rip. Trouble. Lin Ye frowned slightly. These acid erosion beasts were extremely swift, their acid spray covered a wide area, and its corrosive power posed a severe challenge to any defense. Just as several scaled acid eaters locked onto Lin Ye, opening their gaping maws filled with razor-sharp teeth and acid glands. Annihilation Stardust. Without hesitation, Lin Ye unleashed his area-clearing skill. Chapter 18, Level 10. New Gold Stat. Hum. Countless silver streaks poured forth like a raging storm, instantly engulfing the fan-shaped area ahead. Put. A dense crackling sound filled the air. The foremost scaled acid corrosion beasts were instantly riddled with holes, their hard metal scales as fragile as paper against the stardust. The pursuing claw attackers and spitters met the same fate, falling dead one after another. One strike, and the corridor was cleared. Only the scattered corpses of monsters and pits of corrosion remained. Using sword technique, Starfall Shards, triggering backlash. Talent immutable through eternity activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, moderate weakness can be negated. The familiar tearing sensation and weakness washed over him again, causing Lin Ye's face to pale slightly. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to expend a cancellation. He swiftly traversed the area, heading straight for the main passageway behind the laboratory. At the passage's end stood a massive alloy gate. The gate stood ajar, from behind which came a low, rhythmic hum. The core contamination source or the layer lord was inside. Lin Ye gripped the hilt of the Xingli sword tightly, his expression grave. Be careful. The energies inside are chaotic and powerful. Xingli's voice carried a note of seriousness. Beyond the savagery of the monsters, there's a repulsive, artificially forced aura. Lin Ye took a deep breath and stepped through the gate. Beyond the gate, the scene opened up abruptly, yet felt utterly bizarre. This was an immense space, seemingly the subterranean core of the entire research facility. The soaring dome was crisscrossed with thick pipes and severed cables, crackling with sparks of electricity. At the center stood a massive cylindrical vessel filled with viscous liquid. Within it lurked a monstrosity fused from countless foreign objects. Vaguely humanoid in form, it stood over 5 meters tall, its body twisted and deformed. Half was mechanical structure clad in heavy metal armor, while the other half was writhing pus-filled boils and mutated flesh. Mutated fusion entity, Source Corruptor Layer Lord. Level 20 Elite. Skills: Contamination Pulse, Mechanical Heavy Punch, Flesh Lash, Self-Healing Mutation, Energy Overload Near Death. Warning: defeating or subduing this unit will shut down the core contamination source. Just as he suspected. Seeing this, Lin Ye knew he hadn't made a mistake. But at the monster's feet, near the base of the container, Lin Ye's gaze suddenly sharpened. There, an irregular crystal radiating a deep blue glow was slowly rotating. Target item detected, Nameless Sword Spirit Core Primordial Fragment incomplete. Found it. This is it. The core fragment of the shattered sword. However, to obtain it, he must first deal with this monster, the Source Essence Corruptor, before him. The Corruptor's head whipped toward Lin Ye, unleashing a terrifying pressure that crashed down like a tsunami. Roar! The deafening roar echoed throughout the entire core hall. Hum! A ring of energy ripples violently expanded outward from the Corruptor. Wherever it touched, the metal floor groaned in protest. Residual instruments instantly coated with rust, and the air itself seemed poisoned. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply, without a moment's hesitation. His figure instantly transformed into a blurred streak of light, skimming along the edge of the contaminating pulse. No time to waste. Alarm bells rang in Lin Ye's mind. This monster's area attack was too troublesome. The longer he lingered, the greater the risk of being struck by the contamination pulse. This must be over quickly. Xingli.
Lin Ye screamed inwardly, his focus sharpening to an unprecedented intensity as he unleashed a full power strike. Eternal Night's Wither. Oomph. Finally taking this seriously? Xingli's icy voice carried a hint of battle intent. Then let me show you the true power of the stars. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. A terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Ye's body. A dazzling, eerie light exploded violently. Eternal Night descends. A 10-meter radius domain instantly materialized. Within the domain, light twisted and dimmed, temperatures plummeted to freezing, and the air thickened like molten lead and mercury. Lin Ye's aura surged violently. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, all base attributes, instantly reached an unimaginable peak. Roar! The source-corrupted creature seemed to sense the deadly threat as well. It let out a startled, uncertain growl as its massive metal arm swung high, crashing down fiercely toward Lin Ye. Simultaneously, countless pus-filled boils burst open across its body. Dozens of tentacles, covered in suction cups and razor-sharp teeth, erupted like mad serpents from a den, coiling in from all directions to strangle its prey. The earth trembled. A stench of blood and decay assaulted the senses. This terrifying assault was powerful enough to annihilate an elite squad in an instant. Yet, standing at the very center of the Eternal Night's withered realm, Lin Ye's gaze remained utterly serene. Silent stardust. Lin Ye murmured. Then, the star crystal sword suspended before him abruptly shattered. Instead, it transformed into countless stardust particles. SHHHHH. No earth-shattering explosion, only countless faint piercing sounds. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The mechanical fist of the source-tainted being silently melted and disintegrated. Its resilient flesh tentacles were instantly shredded into a mist of blood and pulp. Its metallic structure rapidly lost its luster under the stardust's corrosion, turning to ash. Its mutated flesh dissolved and vaporized as if plunged into caustic acid. Its core, unable even to detonate, silently shriveled and obliterated under the piercing assault of billions of stardust particles. Its colossal form disintegrated inch by inch at a visible pace, like a sand sculpture weathered by the wind. From the moment it launched its attack to the complete disintegration of its body, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Boom! The polluter's flesh collapsed with a thunderous crash, smashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The massive cylindrical container at its core shattered, viscous culture fluid mingling with the remnants of the polluter, gushing out in a torrent. Defeated level 20 elite monster, Source Essence Polluter Floor Boss. Gained 5000 EXP. Cleared the second floor of the training tower. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9. Golden light surged from Lin Ye's body as he leveled up, the overwhelming sense of power bringing him a moment of relief. Another level up. Truly worthy of a level 20 floor boss. But it wasn't over yet. At the center of the polluter's demise, the core fragment of primordial essence seemed to respond to some call, suddenly erupting with dazzling light. It transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging into the broken sword in Lin Ye's embrace. Hum! The broken sword vibrated violently. Simultaneously, a pure, strange energy surged into his body. Successfully acquired, Nameless Sword Spirit Core Fragment broken. Quest, Blood-Crying Broken Sword, Reborn Target 1 complete. Spiritual Annihilation countdown halted. Absorbing scattered energy from the fragment, gaining 10,000 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10. Another golden light flared. Lin Ye's aura surged once more. He had leveled up again. Host reaches level 10. Xingli awakens new skill. Stellar Guardian harnesses stellar energy to form a defensive barrier, capable of withstanding powerful attacks. Innate talent, Sword Heart Enlightenment triggered. Obtained 1 random golden stat. Extracting attribute. Obtained golden attribute, commanding 10,000 blades. Chapter 19, commanding 10,000 blades, Nameless Broken Sword. Command all swords. Effect, every 10 levels gained, an additional Sword Maiden contract slot is unlocked. Each successfully contracted Sword Maiden permanently increases the host's base stats by 100. This effect stacks. Current contract slots, 2. Current attribute bonus, 100. The system prompt echoed in Lin Ye's mind, each word striking like thunder, sending shockwaves through his very soul. Mastery of 10,000 swords grants a stackable plus 100 to all attributes? Lin Ye could scarcely believe his eyes. An indescribable surge of ecstasy washed over him. What did this mean? It meant that every 10 levels he gained, he could contract 1 more powerful Sword Maiden. With each successful Sword Maiden contract, his 4 fundamental attributes, strength, spirit, constitution, and agility, would multiply exponentially. The higher his level, the more Sword Maidens he could contract. The amplification would become terrifyingly unimaginable. This was the true power of Sword Heart Enlightenment. It is the path to the pinnacle of the swordway, paved for him by the system. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Nameless Sword Spirit Core Fragment fused. Spiritual Annihilation terminated. Detected stable Sword Spirit origin extremely weakened, fragmented, unconscious. Host possesses a contract slot. Attempt to contract this Nameless Sword Spirit? At these words, Lin Ye froze in place. He touched the bundle in his embrace. Could this broken sword actually be contracted?
The system offered no further response, remaining fixed on the contract confirmation screen.
Contract. Lin Ye hesitated not a moment. He needed power, he needed more sword maidens. The secrets and potential held within this broken blade were too valuable to pass up, especially now that his talent for commanding 10,000 swords had just awakened. As Lin Ye's intent solidified, a powerful surge erupted from the depths of his being. Contract initiated. Sword spirit nameless broken detected, unconscious, no resistance will. Contract logic correction. Forcing primordial link. Link successful. Contract completed.
Without fierce willful resistance, the entire process unfolded with unnerving calm, even bordering on deathly stillness.
The remnant blade's light was forcibly drawn into the depths of Lin Ye's soul.
It was as if, within boundless darkness, a star so faint it was nearly invisible had been forcibly ignited. Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting Sword Maiden, nameless broken.
Sword Maiden, nameless broken. Quality? Source severely fragmented, cannot be assessed.
Status, spirit body severely collapsed, only source fragments remain, no physical form, no memories, no consciousness, rudimentary consciousness emerging, extremely faint. Abilities, none current state incapable of wielding any power or skills.
Buffs, none current state cannot provide any attribute bonuses. Ultimate technique, none.
Current affinity, 0 unconscious state. Special status, incubation hosts spiritual energy automatically sustains its primordial essence requires prolonged time or special circumstances for restoration. Seeing the jarring blank spaces on the system panel, Lin Ye's heart sank slightly. The contract was successful, but the cost was immense. This broken blade was now nothing more than a name, a contractual link.
It couldn't manifest a spirit form like Xingli, couldn't convey any thoughts, let alone participate in battle or provide buffs. It resembled a piece of glass forcibly glued together, riddled with cracks. Fragile enough to shatter completely at any moment. Its sole purpose was to prove its existence within Lin Ye's contract. Forcibly imprisoning a fragment of a soul, is that truly satisfying? Xingli's icy voice echoed, tinged with an almost imperceptible complexity.
She sensed the newly formed contract bond and witnessed the Sword Maiden's state, which was nearly equivalent to nothingness. It was now merely a luminous fragment, struggling to sustain even its most basic existence.
You've bound an empty shell. Not an empty shell.
Lin Ye gently stroked the broken sword in his embrace.
It was a seed.
Its origin had been reclaimed, its life preserved. As for power, memory, consciousness, those would come in time. My spiritual energy could nurture it, it would be reborn. Lin Ye paused, for now, it is called Nameless. I will give it a new name, a new blade, a new beginning.
Everything it has lost, I will help it reclaim.
Xingli fell silent for a moment, seemingly processing the determination in Lin Ye's words.
Finally, she only gave a cold snort and said nothing more. Xingli affinity, 10.
Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside the massive alloy gate leading to the core area deep within the laboratory.
Hurry! The energy reaction shows that he must be here. He dares return to the trial tower? Does he think we don't exist? Seal off all exits. Catch him. Zhao family.
And judging by the noise, there are more of them now, and they're better equipped. It seems Zhao Mingxian, unwilling to accept that I've returned to the trial tower, has sent men to deal with me again. Like a persistent ghost. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed sharply as he swiftly tucked the nameless broken sword close to his body. He had just endured a fierce battle. Though he'd ascended 2 levels, his condition was far from peak. Especially after forcibly binding the nameless blade, his spirit was significantly drained. Facing the Zhao family's elite forces, who had come prepared, a head-on clash was definitely not the best strategy.
A bunch of bothersome flies.
Xingli's voice carried a hint of murderous intent.
Should he fight his way out? Lin Ye's gaze swept across the central hall.
The remains of the source essence corruptor still oozed viscous fluid, the air thick with the acrid stench of burning and decay. Behind the massive cultivation vessel, a gaping crack split the metal wall.
No, this way.
Lin Ye made his decision instantly, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged straight for the crack.
Firefly flash.
His speed was blinding, vanishing instantly into the darkness beyond the crack. The very instant his figure vanished, the Zhao family's pursuers breached the gate and surged into the core hall. Leading them was a burly man radiating fierce energy, clad in black armor, his level clearly exceeding 25. Where is he? The black-armored giant roared, his gaze sweeping the entire hall. His pupils contracted sharply when he saw the massive, pitiful remains of the source essence corruptor.
Reporting, Captain. The target has vanished.
The energy signature points toward that fissure, a team member holding an energy detector reported, his voice trembling with shock.
The fissure?
The black-armored captain approached the crack, finding only a tangle of broken pipes and bottomless darkness. He crouched down, examining the lingering energy traces and footprints on the ground, his expression darkening to a terrifying grimace. One sword strike took down a level 20 layer lord? A deputy beside him stared at the polluter's gruesome remains, his voice trembling with disbelief.
This was done by that F-rank waste? Useless? The black-armored captain rose, his voice cold as steel. To bind a sword maiden, to unleash such power under backlash. Young master didn't just hit a brick wall this time, he hit titanium armor. Captain, should we pursue? The deputy asked. The black-armored captain fell silent for several seconds before slowly shaking his head. Notify the outer perimeter. Seal all exits of the training tower. Conduct a thorough search. Send men down to investigate the fissure, but do not venture deep. We're withdrawing. Retreat? The deputy was stunned. Yes, withdraw. The captain's tone was unwavering. This kid is unnervingly strange beyond our capabilities. Report this immediately to the family head. This matter must be decided by the old man himself. Within the labyrinthine depths of the ductwork, Lin Ye's figure darted through like a ghostly apparition. The faint glow of the starlight sword was the only light in the darkness. He had temporarily shaken off his pursuers, but the urgency in his heart remained undiminished. The Zhao family would never let this rest. The city lord's mansion held an unpredictable stance. The Seven Cities trial loomed near. And the weight of reviving the Nameless One demanded his full focus. As he raced forward, he once again immersed his mind into the system. Sword Maiden, wombing incomplete. Status unchanged. Yet beside that unconscious designation, an extremely faint soul fluctuation seemed to stir. Like the faintest breath of a sleeping infant, it responded to Lin Ye's spiritual energy with a barely perceptible flicker. Within that fluctuation lay a newborn-like purity, along with a trace of instinctive rejection and fear toward the surrounding environment. Lin Ye attempted to send a soothing thought, as if calming a frightened little beast. Don't be afraid, Nameless. It's all over now. From now on, follow me. The faint fluctuation seemed to tremble ever so slightly. Like a speck of stardust in the darkness, sensing for the first time a distant call from the cosmos. Though it still could not fight, possessed no memories, merely a fragment of a soul clinging to the broken blade. It was no longer a wandering spirit. It had a name. It had a contract holder. It had a long future awaiting its awakening. Lin Ye gripped Xingli tightly in his hand, sensing the two vastly different sword spirits. His gaze grew sharper in the darkness. The road ahead is long. We'll see. Chapter 20, The Lord's Protection, Frenetic Leveling. Deep within the shadowy tunnels, Lin Ye finally found a relatively safe abandoned equipment room. After confirming he'd temporarily shaken off the Zhao family pursuer's senses, he immediately leaned against the cold metal wall and began taking stock of the spoils from this perilous journey. With a thought, the system interface unfolded before his eyes. Name, Lin Ye. Class, Swordmaster. Level, 10. Base attributes, Strength 460, Spirit 446, Constitution 472, Agility 446. Sword Maidens, Xingli 3-star, upgradable, nameless incomplete. Skills, Star Scar Stab, Firefly Flash, Starfall Plunge, Star Will Protection, Extinction Stardust. Ultimate skill, Eternal Night's Wither. Talent Resilience F. Hidden talent Sword Heart Enlightenment. Over 400 stats, that's nearly a level 20 professional, right? Seeing this panel, Lin Ye was utterly speechless. Mastery over 10,000 blades truly grants such power. And this was achieved without any buffs from Wombing. If Wombing were a normal sword maiden, my stats would likely be nearing 1,000 by now. This thought alone ignited a surge of motivation within Lin Ye. As long as he could find those three materials, he could completely rebirth Wombing. Additionally, Xingli had awakened a new skill, Stellar Guardian. It was an uncommon defensive skill. Nevertheless, it made Lin Ye's abilities even more well-rounded. Soon, Lin Ye departed the trial tower. Deep within the Zhao family estate in Lingfeng City. The atmosphere hung heavy, like the dead calm before a storm. Family head Zhao Tianxiong sat impassively in the main seat, listening to the report from the captain of the Black Armored Guards. Zhao Mingxian sat beside him, his face twisted in agony. A source essence polluter was instantly slain with a single sword strike? Are you certain he acted alone? Zhao Tianxiong's voice was low and grave. Absolutely certain, Patriarch. The Black Armored Captain knelt on one knee, sweat beading on his forehead. The residual energy traces at the scene were overwhelmingly potent, matching the aura of Lin Ye's sword perfectly. The polluter's remains had been instantly disintegrated by a terrifying force. This youth's combat prowess far exceeds intelligence estimates. I failed to intercept him. I begged the Patriarch's punishment. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zhao Mingxian couldn't help but roar. You couldn't even capture an F-rank nobody. Shut up. Zhao Tianxiong slammed his fist on the armrest, his overwhelming aura causing the entire hall to tremble. Zhao Mingxian immediately fell silent. F-rank? F-rank waste capable of instantly slaying a level 20 elite layer master and rendering our Zhao clan guard helpless? Mingxian, you've provoked a malevolent dragon lurking in the abyss. Just then, a trusted aide hurried in, respectfully presenting a sealed letter. Master, a confidential letter from the city lord's mansion. Zhao Tianxiong's eyes narrowed as he took the letter and opened it. The contents were concise and forceful. To Zhao family head. We are deeply concerned regarding your family's conduct within the training tower. The training tower is a vital national institution governed by strict protocols. Participants bear sole responsibility for their safety. Regarding Lin Ye's case, we have thoroughly investigated and confirmed his actions adhered to established procedures without violating regulations. The Seven Cities trial awaits once more. Lingfeng is in dire need of capable individuals. Its talents must be protected. We urge your household to prioritize the greater good, restrain your young members, and refrain from further incidents. Should any further misconduct disrupt the trials or undermine Lingfeng's foundations, this city lord will enforce the law without mercy. Qin Yu. At the end of the letter, the seal of Lord Lingfeng was affixed. Zhao Tianxiong's expression darkened further. The city lord's warning was laid bare before him. This was not merely a defense of Lin Ye, but a direct warning and intimidation aimed at the Zhao family. In Lingfeng City, Qin Yu was the true ruler. Father, are we just going to let this slide? He injured me this badly and killed our men. Zhao Mingxian growled in frustration. Let it go? A cold glint flashed in Zhao Tianxiong's eyes as he slammed the letter onto the table. The city lord's face must be saved now. Qin Yu has clearly chosen to protect him. At least until the Seven Cities trial ends, we cannot openly attack him within the city. Otherwise, we'd be handing him ammunition and bringing shame upon ourselves. He rose slowly, pacing to the window as he stared at the gloomy sky. But during the Seven Cities trial, each bears their own responsibility for life and death. Within the rules, it's every man for himself. Zhao Mingxuan's eyes instantly flashed with venomous hatred. Father, are you implying? The dark Rift Valley frontline battlefield, teeming with demons, peril lurking everywhere. Zhao Tianxiong turned, his gaze venomous as a snake fixed on Zhao Mingxian. There, the unexpected death of an F-rank genius who had bound a sword maiden and was already doomed. Wouldn't that be perfectly normal? Even if the city lord investigated afterward, what could he possibly uncover? I understand. A savage grin twisted Zhao Mingxuan's face. Father, rest assured. This trial I will not let him leave the gorge alive. I'll make them understand the consequences of crossing the Zhao family. Remember, make it clean and swift. Leave no trace. Zhao Tianxiong's voice was deep and stern. Also, you must swiftly enhance your own strength. With S-rank talent, don't let hatred cloud your vision. Only absolute power is the foundation. Beneath the skies of Lingfeng City, Lin Ye's figure blended into the shadows of the alleyways. Xingli's voice was cold. That old fox of the Zhao family has been temporarily restrained by the city lord, but the young fox's venom hasn't diminished one bit. The Seven Cities trial? Poof. That dark abyss will likely become your battlefield of demons. Lin Ye didn't pause his stride, I know. But that's also my chance. Not long ago, he had received news from the city lord's residence. Qin Yu had informed Lin Ye that the Zhao family had been warned. For the next 7 days, Lin Ye could train freely in the trial tower without fear of retaliation from the Zhao family. He was to focus on training, preparing for the Seven Cities trial 7 days hence. But Lin Ye also knew that Qin Yu's protection came at a price. His performance in the Seven Cities trial would be the currency of exchange. Xingli, time is running out. For the next 6 days, Lin Ye transformed into a maniac of the trial tower. His objectives were clear: frantically level up, master new skills, refine his coordination with Xingli, and accumulate as much combat experience and knowledge of various monsters as possible. He no longer fixated on pushing deeper into the higher floors, instead repeatedly sweeping the second layer level 1120. He specifically targeted areas dense with monsters and featuring complex terrain. He used Firefly Flash in tandem with Star Scar Stab to pick off isolated elites, while Meteor Fall crushed swarms of mutated creatures. When facing troublesome floor boss monsters, he unleashed Eternal Night's Wither without hesitation, striking them down with thunderous force to swiftly reap massive experience gains. Lin Ye's monster slaying efficiency was astonishing, experience points flooding in like a burst dam. Each level up amplified his attribute gains through the dominion of 10,000 swords talent. By the evening of the 6th day, when Lin Ye stepped out of the trial tower once more, the aura emanating from him had transformed completely. Name, Lin Ye. Class, Swordmaster. Level, 13. Base attributes, Strength 572, Spirit 680, Constitution 620, Agility 560. Sword Maidens, Xingli 3-star, can be cultivated, nameless incomplete. Skills, Star Scar Stab, Firefly Flash, Starfall Plunge, Stellar Guardian, Annihilation Stardust. Supreme Technique Eternal Night's Wither. The level has soared to a staggering 13. With the blessing of commanding 10,000 swords, her base stats have already surpassed those of an ordinary level 20 combat class. With this strength, securing first place in the Seven Cities trial should be no trouble. As Lin Ye stepped out of the tower gate, a cold, elegant figure blocked his path. Clothed in snow-white robes, her demeanor as icy as frosted was Lin Yubing. Chapter 21, The Seven Cities Trial begins. Her gaze fixed on Lin Ye, her eyes brimming with complex emotions: concern, confusion, and a deep-seated worry. Lin Ye. Her voice remained crisp and clear, yet it carried less of the usual detachment. Are you truly going to participate in the Seven Cities trial? Of course. Lin Ye halted, meeting her gaze with calm composure.
Lin Yubing bit her lower lip as if weighing her words. I know you're strong, far stronger than anyone imagines. But the dark abyss is different. That place is the true front lines of battle. The monsters are cunning and vicious, the environment treacherous and ever-changing. Worst of all, the geniuses from the other 6 cities, they're no saints. 4 points in rankings, for a spot in the secret treasury, they stop at nothing.
Zhao Mingxian. He won't let me off the hook. I know it.
Lin Ye cut her off, his tone flat yet unwavering.
Thanks for the warning, Yubing.
But this path I must walk it.
There are things I absolutely must obtain.
He was referring to the qualification for the Great Xia's secret repository, the materials needed to reforge the Nameless. Lin Yubing, however, believed he meant the chance to grow stronger and prove himself.
Is it worth it?
Lin Yubing's voice carried a hint of urgency. I know you have ways to mitigate the backlash from the Sword Maiden, but that pain is real. In the high-pressure environment of the Rift Valley, every time you draw upon the Sword Maiden's power, you're burning away your life.
Grandfather is a warning example. I don't want to see you.
The rest of the words died on her lips, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. Seeing the genuine worry in Lin Yubing's eyes, Lin Ye felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He shook his head slightly.
My path, I walk alone.
Life and death are predestined, but I shall never regret. Take care. With that, he lingered no longer. Circling around Lin Yubing, he strode swiftly into the dusk-shrouded streets. Lin Yubing stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Ye's figure vanish around the corner. Mist gathered in her icy eyes, finally dissolving into a long, drawn-out sigh.
The next morning,
west of Lingfeng City, at the military training grounds, a grim atmosphere hung heavy in the air. The usually empty grounds now buzzed with voices as young geniuses from the 7 cities converged like 7 surging torrents. The air seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure spreading. Lin Ye stood inconspicuously within Lingfeng City's ranks, clad in faded, worn-out clothes. The Xingli sword hung at his side.
Look, is that Lin Ye from Lingfeng City? The monster on the leaderboard?
Yes, him. Rumor has it he contracted a sword maiden and yesterday, on the 2nd floor of the training tower, he one-shot a level 20 floor lord.
Whoa, really? F-rank talent? Doesn't look like it. Just playing tricks.
Sword maiden backlash is a death sentence.
He won't last long, just a dying man's last gasp.
The one from Rock City is the real monster. Rumor has it he's already touched the threshold of level 15. Those twin sisters from Blue Wave City are also formidable. They can reportedly take on higher level opponents when they team up. Whispers rippled through the teams from the other 6 cities. Curiosity, skepticism, apprehension, and disdain, all tangible as substance, settled upon Lin Ye. He had become the most peculiar and controversial figure among the 7 cities' prodigies. At the front of the Lingfeng City team, Lin Yubing stood in an ice blue gown, radiating an icy aura that kept others at bay. Her S-tier frost heart talent made her resemble a goddess of ice and snow, drawing many admiring and reverent gazes. Occasionally, she glanced in Lin Ye's direction, her icy eyes holding an indescribable complexity. Not far from her, Zhao Mingxian stood in crimson robes, his gaze dark and menacing. Surrounded by several Lingfeng City youths with formidable auras, they were clearly his loyal followers.
Zhao Mingxian's gaze locked onto Lin Ye, his murderous intent as sharp as a blade.
He whispered something to a burly youth beside him, whose presence was fierce and who wielded a massive axe.
The youth's gaze toward Lin Ye instantly filled with provocation. Mingxian, is that him? The axe-wielding youth asked in a deep, resonant voice.
That's him, brother Wang Man. During the trial, show no mercy if the chance arises.
Zhao Mingxian's voice was icy.
Rest assured. A worthless who leeches off his sword maiden to prolong his life won't make waves. I'll make him understand the consequences of offending the Zhao family. Wang Man licked his lips, his eyes blazing with savagery.
From the 7 cities' teams, representatives with extraordinary auras stepped forward.
An assassin whose movements were as elusive as a ghost, a druid who commanded vibrant vines, and a warrior clad in heavy black armor, radiating an iron-blooded aura. Each possessed at least A-tier talent, with levels generally ranging between 13 and 15 true elite seeds from their respective cities. The geniuses of the 7 cities gathered here.
An invisible spark of competition filled the air. Silence.
A thunderous command erupted like a bolt of lightning, instantly silencing all commotion. Xingli, Lord of Lingfeng City, ascended the elevated platform at the front of the training ground, flanked by several deputies and the captains of each city. His piercing gaze swept over the hundreds of young faces below as he declared in a deep voice. The 7 cities' elite trials commence today. Objective, the Shadowy Rift. Mission, slay as many demonic beasts as possible and seize their magic crystal cores. Rules, malicious harm to fellow comrades is strictly forbidden. Beyond that, each bears responsibility for their own life and death relies solely on your own abilities. Teaming is permitted, but individual scores will be tallied separately. The trial lasts 20 days. Final rankings will be determined by the quantity and quality of magic crystal cores acquired. The top 3 contestants shall earn the privilege to select treasures from the outer chambers of the Great Xia's secret repository.
As for the remaining rewards, their bounty far exceeds your wildest imaginings. Xingli's voice, infused with spiritual energy, rang clearly in every ear. The Great Xia's secret treasury, an opportunity powerful enough to alter one's destiny. Now, board the vessels. Destination, the shadowy rift. At Xingli's command, 7 massive bronze flying vessels, each bearing the emblem of a different city, descended slowly onto the training grounds. The crowd surged, each heading toward the flying vessel representing their city. 7 bronze flying vessels tore through the clouds, racing toward the shadowy rift valley. Look! Is that the sword madman from Lingfeng City? TSK, he's got some nerve, actually showing up. Heard the Zhao family blocked him at the training tower earlier, only for him to turn the tables and take out a few of them? Bull! What kind of waves can an F-rank who leeches life from his sword maiden possibly make? The Zhao family only spared him out of respect for the city lord. Who cares if it's true or not? A short-lived ghost like him won't amount to much in the Rift Valley anyway. Unabashed whispers drifted faintly from the other airships. One by one, gazes fixed upon Lin Ye. Just then, all 7 airships emitted a shrill hum as their speed abruptly slowed, hovering hundreds of meters above the Rift Valley entrance. The gale at the canyon's edge intensified, rocking the airships slightly. Attention all trial participants, the shadowy rift is in sight. The airships will randomly deploy you to designated zones along the rift's perimeter in 30 breaths. After deployment, you bear sole responsibility for your survival. Remember the rule, malicious harm to fellow participants is strictly forbidden. Assemble at the Eastern Cliff Sentry Post 20 days from now at this hour. Now, prepare. Deployment commencing. Chapter 22, The Shadowy Rift, Shadow Poison Spider. Buzz. 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 Runes beneath the airship erupted in blinding light, powerful spatial ripples engulfing the deck. The flying vessel of Lingfeng City jolted violently as beams of light instantly descended, precisely enveloping each trial participant. Lin Ye felt his body grow light, a fierce tugging sensation pulling him as the world before his eyes instantly blurred and warped. The world spun wildly. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only a fleeting instant. Thud. His feet slammed down onto soft, damp ground. The scene before his eyes suddenly cleared. Surrounding me were twisted, gnarled black monstrosities of trees, their bark like cracked scales, branches clawing out like ghostly specters. Beneath him lay a relatively flat depression, enclosed on 3 sides by low rock walls. The only exit was a narrow slope, vanishing into the deeper mist. His random placement luck wasn't too bad, at least he hadn't landed directly in a horde of monsters. Lin Ye swiftly scanned his surroundings, his senses on high alert. The Xingli sword hovered silently at his side. Too quiet. Xingli's voice carried a note of wariness. The edge of a monster's lair shouldn't be this eerily still. Lin Ye's heart sank. Indeed, aside from the distant, muffled growls echoing from the valley depths, not a single sound of life could be heard nearby, not even the chirping of insects. Only the thick fog flowed silently, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Just then, SSSS. A bone-chilling, rapid succession of sounds erupted suddenly from the cavities in the rock wall above. Lin Ye snapped his head up. Countless hideous heads instantly thrust out from the cavities. Shadow Venom Spider Colony. Level 12. Skills, Venom Spray, Web Bind, Fangs Bite. Like a black tide, dozens of millstone-sized venomous spiders surged madly from the holes. Annoying insects. Xingli muttered impatiently. Firefly Flash. Lin Ye's figure abruptly blurred, leaving only a faint silver afterimage in his place. He wasn't retreating, he was charging headlong into the densest hail of venom. Silent Stardust. The starlight sword emitted a piercing, high-pitched ring as its blade violently trembled. In the next instant, it seemed to shatter into countless stardust fragments. Whoosh. Countless silver streaks of light erupted from Lin Ye, shooting wildly in all directions without discrimination. A dense chorus of piercing sounds erupted instantly. The poisonous spider diving from the sky had its body instantly pierced with dozens of holes. Dark green bodily fluids mixed with shell fragments splattered everywhere. Spitting venom, the poisonous spider's ferocious mouthparts exploded along with its head. Those attempting flanking maneuvers had their resilient limbs severed effortlessly. Where the stardust passed, it swept like the scythe of death. In the blink of an eye, the once raging tide of black spiders collapsed in an instant. Within the hollow, only utter devastation remained. Dozens of shadow venom spider corpses lay scattered haphazardly, their dark green blood soaking into the decaying moss and fallen leaves. A few venomous spiders that had narrowly avoided the core area let out terrified screeches, scrambling back into crevices in the rock walls, never daring to show themselves again. Killed 48 level 12 shadow venom spiders, gained 2,304 EXP. Killed 1 elite level 12 shadow venom spider. Gained 380 EXP. Lin Ye exhaled a long, heavy breath, his face slightly pale. Though the Starfall of Oblivion had instantly slain the poisonous spiders, it had still triggered the Sword Maiden's backlash. Using sword technique, Annihilation Stardust triggered backlash. Talent 10,000 Calamities Unshaken activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, mild weakness can be negated.
Fortunately, after days of combat, Lin Ye's tolerance for backlash had significantly improved.
Currently, it was only a mild backlash.
Lin Ye suppressed the discomfort, scanning the battlefield with his gaze.
He immediately spotted a core emitting a faint glow. These were the key to earning trial points.
Venom Spider Core, dropped by elite Shadow Venom Spiders, containing potent toxins.
Do only elite monsters drop magic crystal cores? It seems this trial isn't as straightforward as it appears. Lin Ye stowed the venomous spider core into his backpack.
We shouldn't linger here, Lin Ye murmured. The scent of blood in venomous spider fluids was too potent, likely to attract stronger predators at any moment.
Let's go.
He darted toward the narrow ramp exit, his form blurring into a streaking light as he vanished instantly. The slope was rugged and slippery, covered in slick moss and sharp gravel. Leveraging his enhanced agility, Lin Ye traversed the treacherous terrain as if walking on level ground.
Hundreds of meters deep into the fissure, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. Bizarre plant forms twisted into more grotesque shapes, while faintly glowing vines hung down like venomous snakes.
The air carried not only the stench of decaying earth but also a faint sulfuric tang.
The distant roars of monsters grew clearer, carrying a heart-stopping brutality.
Suddenly, Lin Ye halted, his form vanishing instantly behind a massive boulder.
Not far ahead, the sounds of fierce combat and the roars of monsters echoed. Roar! Hold it back! Don't let it escape! Damn it, this beast's hide is too thick!
Through gaps in the thick fog, Lin Ye saw a three-man squad locked in a desperate struggle. They wore the standard-issue blue soft armor of Lufeng City.
One held a longbow, keeping the enemy at bay from a distance. Another wielded dual daggers, darting about in an attempt to close in and harass.
The third swung a heavy chain hammer, clearly the main attacker. Their opponent was a massive, rhino-like creature covered in dark red, rock-like armor. Its eyes burned with crimson light, each charge sending tremors through the earth, its thick, single horn effortlessly shattering any rock in its path.
Lava-armored Rhino Elite. Level 14. Skills, Rock Charge, Lava Stomp, Heavy Carapace. Level 14 Elite Monster. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. This team from Windswept City had a solid setup. 2 level 12s and 1 level 13.
Yet they were clearly outmatched against the thick-skinned, brutally powerful lava armor rhinoceros. The chain hammer warrior's blows left only shallow white marks on its shell. The dual dagger assassin's sneak attacks were deflected by its thick armor, while the longbow archer's arrows felt like mere tickles. Each time the armored rhino stomped its molten feet, the ground cracked, forcing the trio to scramble for cover in a perilous dance.
Captain! We can't hold on! Retreat!
The dual dagger assassin narrowly dodged an attack, his voice laced with terror.
Retreat my ass! The magic crystal core is on its body. We must secure this opening victory in the trial, roared the chain hammer-wielding brute. He swung his heavy chain hammer at the armored rhino once more, but the beast merely swayed slightly before countering with a rock charge, a thunderous impact that ripped through the air. Watch out! The longbow archer's eyes bulged in horror, but it was too late to intervene. The chain hammer warrior was about to be pierced by that terrifying horn. At that critical moment. Starfall. Chapter 23, Sword Madman? One move, one kill. A cold voice pierced the thick fog, ringing out clearly. Brilliant starlight abruptly coalesced above the lava armor rhino. A terrifying gravitational field instantly locked onto the colossal beast. Boom! A silver pillar of light tore through the thick fog like divine retribution, striking the lava-armored rhino. Arg! A deafening howl echoed across the Rift Valley. The thick rock armor of the lava-armored rhino proved utterly fragile under this assault, shattering inch by inch. The immense force slammed its entire upper body into the ground. Its 4 thick legs twitched frantically, yet could no longer support its massive frame. Killed level 14 elite monster, lava-armored rhino. Gained 500 EXP. The trio from Windswept City stood utterly frozen. They watched the once arrogant lava-armored rhino now slumped like mud in a steaming crater. Only then did they notice the figure emerging slowly from the thick fog. Faded, worn clothing, a slightly frail frame, and the dark silver longsword suspended silently at his side. Lin Ye? The chain hammer-wielding brute recognized him, his voice dry and thick with disbelief. It was him! The sword madman of Lingfeng City. The dual dagger assassin gasped in shock. The sheer power of that strike had far exceeded their wildest expectations. The longbow archer instinctively took half a step back, gripping his bow tighter. This man, rumored to trade life force for power, had demonstrated terrifying prowess. Lin Ye ignored their shock, his gaze calmly sweeping over the lava armor rhino's corpse before settling on its forehead. There, embedded within, was a magic crystal core radiating a fiery glow. Lin Ye spoke indifferently, "The core is mine. The carcass and materials are yours." His voice was low, yet carried an unquestionable authority. The three from Lufeng City exchanged glances. The core for him? That was the most valuable spoil of war. But could they dare refuse? The sight of him instantly slaying a level 14 elite monster was still fresh in their minds. They had no doubt that if they dared to object, that terrifying sword would point at them next. The chain hammer-wielding brute's face twitched several times before erupting into a bitter sigh. Clasping his fists, he declared, "Thank you for your aid, Brother Lin. The core rightfully belongs to you. We have no objections whatsoever." He knew full well that without Lin Ye, they wouldn't just lose the core, they might lose their lives. Lin Ye gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. He immediately retrieved the core and, without a moment's delay, turned and left. The captain, the dual dagger assassin, stared at the direction Lin Ye vanished, his voice still trembling. "Cut the crap." The chain hammer-wielding burly man interrupted him, his gaze complex. "Hurry up and pack the materials. Remember, what happened today stays buried. We can't afford to cross this guy. The Seven Cities trial is far deeper than we ever imagined." Deep within the thick fog, Lin Ye moved swiftly. Meddling in others' affairs. Xingli's voice rang out, tinged with displeasure. "What business is it of yours whether those ants live or die? Wasting your strength for nothing. Just a side trip." Lin Ye's tone was flat. The magic crystal core from that armored rhinoceros was of exceptional quality, worth the effort. Besides, kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. In this Rift Valley, staying low-key is crucial, but when necessary, you have to show your claws. Otherwise, some blind fools will keep coming to annoy us. Sophistry. Xingli snorted lightly but offered no further rebuttal. Lin Ye pressed deeper. The terrain of the rift grew increasingly rugged and steep. Massive rock layers seemed torn apart by colossal force, forming bottomless fissures. The air thickened with the scent of blood. Suddenly, Xingli's voice rang out, tinged with gravity. "Watch out! Something treacherous is ahead on the left." Lin Ye's footsteps halted instantly, his body tensing like a drawn bowstring. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, locked onto a seemingly ordinary shadow beneath a rock wall to the left front. The moss there appeared unusually lush and damp, its hue darker than the surrounding rock. An extremely faint, almost indistinguishable cold aura lurked there, blending into the surroundings like a coiled venomous snake. Shadow Stalker. Level, 15 Elite. Skills, Mimicry Stealth, Shadow Assault, Paralysis Fangs, Lethal Strangle. Warning, exceptionally skilled in concealment and one-hit kills. Lin Ye, the mimic creature, understood perfectly. These creatures were the most troublesome of all. They could blend seamlessly into their surroundings, like the most patient hunters, waiting for their prey to walk into the death trap. The instant Lin Ye spotted it, the shadow lurker realized it had been exposed. Hiss! A shrill, piercing hiss tore through the brief silence. The mossy mass erupted violently. Its disguise shed, revealing its true form, a serpentine demon covered in dark purple scales, a flat head adorned with bony spines, and a slender yet explosively powerful body. Its speed was ghostly swift. Almost the instant it surged, it transformed into a dark shadow, lunging straight for Lin Ye's throat. Firefly Flash. Lin Ye's reaction was faster. The instant the Shadow Stalker lunged, his form blurred into a faint silver afterimage left behind. SSSSH. The shadow swept past the afterimage, striking empty air. Stellar Scar Stab. Lin Ye materialized 3 meters to the side, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. At the command of his will, the starlight sword emitted a clear, resonant hum, transforming into an almost invisible silver thread that stabbed straight toward the Shadow Stalker's vital point. This strike was swift. Precise. Deadly. Thud. The scar stab pierced its body with precision, tearing a deep gash through its tough scales down to the bone. Dark purple blood spurted out. A shrieking howl. The excruciating pain made the Shadow Stalker emit an even more frenzied howl. Its slender tail whipped through the air like a steel whip, lashing out viciously toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye, having landed his strike, showed no inclination to linger. He knew these creatures were most dangerous when wounded. Firefly Flash. He activated his footwork again, dodging the sweeping tail. The tail struck the nearby rock, sending shards flying from the solid stone. Stellar Scar Stab. The moment he created distance, Lin Ye hesitated not a second, unleashing another scar thrust. Whoosh! The blade streaked like a flash of light, piercing the Shadow Stalker's chest with lightning speed. The Shadow Stalker's tough scales proved as flimsy as paper, its body pierced clean through in an instant. It thrashed wildly, howling in agony, attempting to burrow into the rock crevices to escape. But how could it succeed? Within 2 breaths, its struggles grew faint. Finally, it collapsed lifelessly to the ground, utterly silent. Defeated level 15 Elite Shadow Stalker, gained 740 EXP. Obtained items, Shadow Venom Fang X2, Shadow Crystal Core X1. Lin Ye exhaled softly, his complexion turning slightly pale once more. The backlash from consecutive sword techniques arrived as expected. Using sword techniques Stardust Piercer and Eternal Stardust triggered backlash. Talent Immortal through 10,000 calamities activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, Moderate Weakness can be negated. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swiftly moved forward to collect the magic crystal core and venomous fangs dropped by the Shadow Stalker. Chapter 24, Zhao Mingxuan's Ambush, luring monsters for a surrounding kill. The shadow energy contained within this core surpassed even the quality of the previous lava rhino core. Finally a decent haul. Xingli's voice sounded, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of approval. The energy attributes of this shadow core were rather intriguing. Lin Ye sensed it too. The moment the shadow core touched his hand, the nameless broken sword wrapped in layers within his embrace seemed to tremble ever so faintly. The sensation was incredibly subtle, almost like a trick of the mind, yet Lin Ye was utterly certain. The nameless sword reacts to shadow energy? Lin Ye's heart stirred as he pressed the shadow core against the spot on his chest where the nameless sword lay. This time, the sensation was clearer. The dormant sword, like a parched desert traveler sensing water, emitted an extremely faint, primal yearning. Though this craving couldn't yet manifest as distinct consciousness fluctuations, it proved beyond doubt that specific, high-quality energy could accelerate the nurturing and repair of the nameless lingering soul. This discovery invigorated Lin Ye. The path to reforging the nameless seemed to have opened another avenue. Just then, Xingli's voice abruptly turned icy cold, laced with a fierce killing intent. Human! An acquaintance approaches. With malicious intent. Lin Ye snapped alert, jerking his head up as his gaze shot like lightning into the depths of the thick fog ahead. Amidst the churning gray mist, several figures emerged, radiating an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. They slowly spread out in a fan formation, subtly encircling him. At the head stood none other than Zhao Mingxian. Beside him stood Wang Man, wielding a massive axe with a fierce aura, along with two other young men from Lingfeng City whose auras were equally formidable and whose eyes held ill intent. Zhao Mingxian fixed his gaze on Lin Ye, a savage grin spreading across his lips. Lin Ye! What a small world! This dark rift valley has quite the scenery. How does it strike you as your final resting place? Zhao Mingxuan's voice rang out harshly through the poisonous mist. Wang Man, grinning savagely beside him, hoisted his massive axe. The other two Lingfeng City youths also drew their weapons, their auras locking onto Lin Ye as they closed in, forming an encircling stance. They had clearly come prepared. The chosen location was the edge of the infamous corrupted poison swamp within the Rift Valley, slippery, muddy ground shrouded in toxic miasma, the perfect place for murder. Zhao Mingxian, it seems the lesson from the training tower wasn't enough. Lin Ye's gaze was as cold as frost. These few alone wouldn't stand a chance against him. Once Lin Ye made his move, he was at least 90% certain he could leave them here. Lessons? Today I'll shut your short-lived mouth for good. Zhao Mingxian let out a maniacal laugh, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. Move. As planned, draw the monsters. Lure the monsters? The moment those words left his mouth, alarm bells rang in Lin Ye's mind. Before Zhao Mingxian could finish speaking, a young man wielding a staff beside him suddenly hurled a crimson scroll deep into the swamp. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the swamp, accompanied by searing flames. The scroll's power instantly stirred the terrifying entity lurking beneath the putrid mud. Gurgle. Chilling hisses and low growls echoed in succession. The mud churned like boiling water. Dozens of swamp venom crocodiles level 13, clad in thick mud armor and armed with menacing fangs, were enraged by the explosion in flames. Their bloodshot eyes locked onto the nearest living target on shore, Lin Ye. Simultaneously, deep within the mire, mud churned violently as several even larger creatures emerged. Marsh giant lizards level 15 elite, their backs covered in foul-smelling pus-filled sores, radiating an even more dangerous aura. Zhao Mingxuan's plan was simple yet vicious: use the blast flame scroll to stir the swamp's monsters, making them target Lin Ye as their primary prey, while he and his three companions ambushed from the periphery to reap the spoils. Lin Ye, enjoy this special gift. Let's see how long your broken sword's backlash can last. Zhao Mingxian swiftly retreated with Wang Man and the others to relatively dry high ground, his face twisted with cruel anticipation. Facing the tidal wave of crocodiles and giant lizards surging toward him, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with icy fury. They're courting death. Xingli's voice carried a hint of fury. How dare these ants scheme against them? Xingli! Lin Ye roared inwardly, without a moment's hesitation. He knew that any hesitation now would be fatal. He must clear the area instantly and strike fear into these pests. Otherwise, once engulfed by this sea of monsters, the consequences would be unimaginable. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted violently, radiating outward from Lin Ye. The starlight sword instantly blazed with dazzling starlight, radiating coldness and deathly stillness. Supreme art, eternal night's wither. Eternal night descends. A 10-meter radius domain instantly formed, enveloping the foremost horde of demons. Within the domain, light twisted and dimmed, temperatures plummeted to freezing, and the air thickened like molten lead and mercury. Lin Ye's aura surged violently. Simultaneously, hordes of monsters surged in from all directions. They let out wave after wave of low growls, dark and oppressive like a gathering storm, making their presence known. Roar! It was unclear which demonic creature initiated the attack, but a vast horde closed in on Lin Ye from all directions. They surged forward in unison. Venom, roars, charges, a barrage of attacks rained down, instantly engulfing Lin Ye. Ha! Now let's see what you can do. From the distant high ground, Zhao Mingxian watched with unmistakable smugness. He knew Lin Ye was powerful. But no matter how strong, could he possibly handle so many monsters at once? Today, Lin Ye was doomed. Lin Ye remained unaware of Zhao Mingxuan's thoughts, his expression darkening considerably. Annihilation Stardust. Lin Ye hesitated not a moment.
In the peak state of Eternal Night's Decay, he ruthlessly unleashed his most powerful area of effect attack. There were too many demons here, he couldn't afford to stall. He had to resolve this quickly. The Starlight Sword shattered into countless silver stardust particles, erupting indiscriminately in all directions. SSSSHH. Swamp poison crocodiles within the domain's reach were effortlessly torn apart by the stardust, their massive bodies pierced through. The 15th level mud lizards let out a series of shrieks as their venom evaporated and their mud armor was pierced. Their massive bodies were torn apart as if thrown into a meat grinder, instantly reduced to unrecognizable forms. A single burst of the ultimate technique. In mere breaths. Within a 10-meter radius around Lin Ye, both the surging crocodile horde and the ferocious elite lizards were utterly transformed into a death zone saturated with shredded flesh, foul blood, and muddy sludge. The thick stench of blood and scorched flesh overpowered the swamp's putrid reek. Killed 37 level 13 swamp venom crocodiles. Gained 2220 EXP. Killed 3 level 15 elite monster sludge lizards. Gained 2250 EXP. Roar! All around, more giant lizards and poisonous crocodiles appeared. A single wave of slaughter was insufficient to deter them. More monsters surged forward once more. Lin Ye had no choice but to unleash his skills once more, commencing another slaughter. Chapter 25, Stone Fortress Shirley, do me a favor. At the edge of the corrupted swamp, the stench of blood and scorched flesh was suffocatingly thick. Lin Ye stood at the center of the flesh and blood mud pool left behind after the Eternal Night's withered domain dissipated. Within a 10-meter radius around him, the corpses of monsters piled up like mountains, forming a hellish scene. Killed 68 level 14 swamp venom crocodiles. Gained 9028 EXP. Defeated 3 level 16 elite slime lizards, earning 3800 EXP. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 14. At this moment, no monsters remained in sight. Whether it was the swamp venom crocodiles or the mud giant lizards, Lin Ye had slaughtered them all. Such a large number of monsters granted Lin Ye a massive amount of experience points, allowing him to level up once more. Yet his face showed no trace of joy, only an unusual flush. The blood trickling from the corner of his mouth stood out starkly against his pallid face. Put! A torrent of scalding blood erupted violently from Lin Ye's mouth. His face instantly turned as white as paper, his body swaying violently, barely able to stand. The ultimate backlash of the ultimate technique instantly swept through every cell in his body. Ultimate technique, Eternal Night's Wither concluded. Ultimate backlash triggered. Innate talent, Eternal Resilience activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, near-death life essence rapidly draining, organs failing, bones brittle. Immediate countermeasure recommended. System, negate. Hum. A wave of warm light surged through the body, instantly dispelling the discomfort of the backlash. Counteracted successfully. Remaining counteracts for today, too. Backlash status completely cleared. Vital signs stabilized. Lin Ye's pallid complexion gradually regained its healthy color. On the high ground, deathly silence reigned. The savage grin and anticipation on Zhao Mingxuan's face had long since frozen, replaced by utter disbelief and horror. Beside him, Wang Man, the burly man renowned for his strength, now clutched his massive axe with hands shaking violently. The other two men were even more pale than death, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Massacre. A true, devastating slaughter. Over 100 monsters, including several level 15 and 16 elites, were obliterated beneath Lin Ye's sword. This wasn't a battle, it was one-sided annihilation. The power Lin Ye displayed completely shattered their understanding of sword masters and F-rank talent. Monster! He's a monster! A young man screamed in utter collapse. Run! Run now! Wang Man snapped back to his senses, his voice hoarse as he roared. Zhao Mingxuan's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. His carefully laid plans, which he had prided himself on, seemed laughably fragile in the face of such overwhelming power. He practically scrambled away on all fours. The bloodstains at the edge of the corrupted poison swamp had yet to fade. Lin Ye's icy gaze fixed on the four fleeing figures, Zhao Mingxian among them. Zhao Mingxian, you sought death, I shall grant it to you. Lin Ye's voice was not loud, yet it pierced the thick fog, freezing the fleeing figures ahead as if plunged into an ice cave. Stop him. Quick, stop him. Zhao Mingxian, his soul nearly leaving his body, bellowed hoarsely at Wang Man and the others, yet he himself frantically sprinted further away. Wang Man and the other two were deathly pale, yet they knew turning back to fight might offer a sliver of hope. Retreating meant certain annihilation. Gritting their teeth, they roared, summoning every ounce of strength. Axes, swords, and wands blazed simultaneously as they prepared for a final, desperate fight. At that critical moment. Stop! A deep, commanding voice suddenly cut through the air. Three figures darted out from behind the oddly shaped rocks to the side and front, landing steadily between Lin Ye, Zhao Mingxian, and the others. The leader was an exceptionally burly young man, nearly 2 meters tall with bulging muscles. Clad in heavy, dark yellow leather armor and bearing a tower shield nearly as tall as himself, he exuded a mountain-like weight simply by standing there. This was Lei, the S-rank talent renowned for defense and strength, who led Rockstone City's trial contingent. Behind him stood two others, one wielding a long-handled warhammer with a steady aura, the other gripping a short staff with piercing eyes, clearly a support or control role.
Their positioning subtly formed a triangular formation, shielding the fleeing Zhao Mingxian and his companions while simultaneously blocking Lin Ye's pursuit route.
Lei's gaze swept over the scattered remains of the monsters before settling on Lin Ye's pale face. His voice was deep and solemn.
Lin Ye? The sword madman of Lingfeng City? Your reputation precedes you, a truly murderous aura.
However, the first rule of the Seven Cities trial is clear: no malicious harm to fellow humans.
Do you intend to defy this openly? Malicious slaughter?
Lin Ye stared coldly at Lei. They provoked the swamp monsters to surround and attack me, seeking to kill me.
Is that called slaughtering one's own kind?
If the people of Rock City are blind, they can have their eyes gouged out. The hammer-wielding youth behind Lei's back darkened and barked, "How dare you? How do you speak to brother Lei?" Lei raised a hand to silence his companion, his gaze still fixed on Lin Ye.
You claim they lured monsters to harm you. Do you have ironclad proof? This place is thick with demonic energy and utter chaos. Perhaps the monsters rose up on their own. Even if there was conflict, it hardly warrants death. During the trial, the greater good must take precedence. Hunting demon cores is the true path. Zhao Mingxian is a S-rank genius of Lingfeng City and the heir to the Zhao family. If you kill him, you won't be able to bear the consequences, and you'll drag Lingfeng City down with you. Zhao Mingxian, seeing the Rock City representative step forward, clung to them like a lifeline and immediately hid behind Lei. He pointed at Lin Ye and screamed, "Brother Lei, don't listen to his lies. He attacked us first, trying to steal our prey and silence us. Help me. He's already at his limit with that sword maiden contract. He won't last much longer." Lei's eyes flickered. Zhao Mingxuan's words confirmed his suspicions. He had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power with which Lin Ye had instantly cleared the area. That was no ordinary feat, it was undoubtedly the Sword Maiden's ultimate technique. And the dreadful backlash of the Sword Maiden was common knowledge. Lin Ye's face was now deathly pale, his breath faint and unstable, clear signs of severe backlash. Oh? Running on fumes?
Lei calculated silently, his expression unchanged. His gaze shifted to Lin Ye, tinged with scrutiny.
Lin Ye, is what young Master Zhao said true? Are you truly just holding on?
Lin Ye offered no reply, only returning a cold stare. The Xingli sword trembled faintly, emitting a low hum, as if issuing a warning. Seeing this, Lei felt his resolve strengthen.
A seemingly amiable smile touched his lips. Brother Lin, why such hostility?
In the trial grounds, conflict is inevitable, but it only strains our bonds and delays our quest for points. How about this? Do Panchur City a favor today and let this matter drop.
I guarantee Zhao Mingxian and his crew won't bother you again. Do me a favor?
A cold curve touched Lin Ye's lips.
How many lives is your Rockstead City's favor worth? Lei's expression stiffened, a flash of anger darting through his eyes before he quickly suppressed it.
He glanced at the visibly shaken Zhao Mingxian, then at the Xingli sword at Lin Ye's side. Suddenly shifting his tone, he lowered his voice, "Brother Lin speaks plainly.
Since that's the case, how about we make a deal?"
He paused, his gaze intense. "You spare Zhao Mingxian and his men, and Rock City owes you a favor.
In return, young Master Zhao, would you entrust half of the magic crystal cores you acquire to Rock City for safekeeping?" Chapter 26, Sweeping Through. How many lives is your face worth? His intent was clear, using Zhao Mingxuan's magic crystal core to buy Rockstead City's intervention to save his own life.
Meanwhile, Lin Ye would gain a face-saving exit.
A win-win-win.
At these words, Zhao Mingxuan's face instantly turned as pale as paper.
Half of the magic crystal core.
It felt like cutting flesh from his own body.
If he handed them over, his performance in this Seven Cities trial would be ruined.
Meanwhile, Lei would likely breeze to first place with these magic crystal cores.
But with his very life in another's hands, how could he dare refuse? Zhao Mingxian gritted his teeth and nodded in humiliation. Fine. I agree.
As long as brother Lei helps me resolve this immediate trouble, I, Zhao Mingxian, will hand over half of my magic crystal cores.
Lei nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Lin Ye with the confidence of one controlling the situation. Brother Lin, what do you say? Young Master Zhao has shown his sincerity.
You're not in good shape right now, why risk a fight to the death? If you agree, not only will our grievances be settled, but you'll gain Panchur City's friendship.
You might even get a share of the Zhao family's magic crystal core.
The geniuses of Rockstead City behind him chimed in. Lin Ye, brother Lei is right. You forced the Sword Maiden's ultimate technique, and its backlash has already seeped into your very bones.
You're all bark and no bite now.
If you fight again, you'll be crushed by the backlash before we even need to lift a finger.
Know when to quit while you're ahead.
In their eyes, Lin Ye was already a fish in a barrel. A Sword Maiden contract holder suffering severe backlash stood no chance against Rock City's three elite masters.
This mix of threats and enticements should be enough to make him back down. Yet Lin Ye merely watched the scene unfold before him with a cold gaze. He suddenly smiled. Rock City's friendship? Zhao Mingxuan's magic crystal? Lin Ye's voice flowed like cold spring water over ice. You dare to even think about it? Before the words faded, a terror far more violent and profound than before erupted from Lin Ye's body. Hum. The Xingli sword emitted a piercing, high-pitched resonance. What? The confidence frozen on Lei's face instantly gave way to boundless horror. This aura didn't resemble someone severely wounded by backlash at all. It was clearly more dangerous than when he had just instantly slaughtered that horde of demons. Impossible. The short staff-wielding genius from Rock City screamed in disbelief, as if witnessing the most mind-bending phenomenon imaginable. Starfall. Annihilation Stardust. Lin Ye gave them no time to react. His intent surged wildly, unleashing two devastating attacks in an instant. Boom! A silver pillar of light, condensed with the power to shatter stars, crashed down like divine retribution, smashing into Lei's massive tower shield his pride and joy. Simultaneously, the starlight sword transformed into countless streaks of deathly light, indiscriminately sweeping toward the figures before him. Lei's eyes bulged as he roared, channeling every ounce of strength into his tower shield. His gray-brown skin instantly hardened with a rock-like sheen, attempting to withstand the blow head-on. Yet against overwhelming force and speed, the defenses of Rock Fortress shattered like paper. Crack! The black iron tower shield, reputed to withstand a full power strike from a level 20 elite, instantly cracked like a spiderweb under the meteor's impact before exploding into countless shards. Put! Lei was struck as if by lightning, blood spurting wildly. His petrified body seemed to lose all support, sending him flying like a broken sack. He slammed into the rock wall dozens of meters away, his entire chest caved in. The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly as he instantly lost consciousness. The silver storm formed by the stardust of oblivion was like the scythe of death itself. The hammer-wielding youth and the short-staffed prodigy didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly pierced through. Blood gushed forth like fountains as they collapsed to the ground, their fates unknown. As for Zhao Mingxian, he was positioned slightly farther back and concealed behind others. Yet the annihilating stardust's reach was vast, engulfing him nonetheless. A piercing scream echoed through the ravine. Zhao Mingxian writhed as if being flayed alive, collapsing limp in a pool of blood. Sweeping away the withered and decayed. Truly crushing. The three prodigies of Rock City, including Zhao Mingxian, crumbled completely under Lin Ye's furious strike, unable to mount even a decent defense. Fortunately, Lin Ye had not struck to kill. Killing them would have been easy. But the deaths of Zhao Mingxian and Panshur City's prodigies would inevitably cause a huge uproar. That would likely bring major trouble upon himself. Therefore, Lin Ye's attacks deliberately avoided vital areas. Yet he hadn't entirely avoided them either. These injuries will take at least half a year to fully heal. As for the upcoming national exams? Good luck to you all. Lin Ye slowly approached Lei and the others. The S-rank prodigy of Panshur City now lay unconscious, barely clinging to life. Lin Ye crouched down and carefully searched. A bulging leather pouch hung from Lei's waist. Lin Ye yanked it off and opened it. Inside were 7 or 8 magic crystal cores of varying shapes, each radiating distinct elemental fluctuations. Their quality was undeniably high, clearly the previous haul of the Rock City squad. There were also several bottles of decent quality healing potions and spirit-restoring pills. Not a bad haul. Lin Ye promptly stowed the entire pouch into his own backpack. This was spoils of war rightfully his. Next, he approached the other 2 Rock City prodigies. He searched them as well, finding scattered magic crystal cores, potions, and some money. Lin Ye took everything without hesitation. Finally, he stopped before the trembling Zhao Mingxian. Spare me, Lin Ye. No, brother Lin. Master Lin. Zhao Mingxian, seeing Lin Ye, was terrified out of his wits. He begged for mercy incoherently, with not a shred of the Zhao family heir's arrogance left. Lin Ye's gaze was cold and indifferent, as if he were looking at a pile of mud. He looked down at Zhao Mingxian, his voice devoid of warmth. Zhao Mingxian, remember today's lesson. Your life is on deposit with me for now. If there's a next time, even Panshur City's influence won't save your head. With that, he dismissed Zhao Mingxian with a dismissive glance and began searching him. Zhao Mingxian carried quite a few valuable items, an exquisite jade bottle containing several fragrant pills that clearly weren't ordinary, several scrolls inscribed with intricate runes, and a small pouch of exceptionally fine magic crystal cores. Though fewer in number than Lei's, one of them shimmered with a deep, mysterious glow, clearly of extraordinary quality. Lin Ye pocketed them all. As his hand brushed over Zhao Mingxuan's right hand, his motion paused slightly. On Zhao Mingxuan's right index finger sat a simple, ancient-looking black ring. The ring's design was plain, devoid of any gemstones. Entirely jet black, its material was neither metal nor wood, and it felt icy to the touch. Even more peculiar was that the ring had emerged completely unscathed from the storm like assault moments ago, not even a single scratch marring its surface. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. All other accessories on Zhao Mingxian bore some degree of damage, yet this ring remained utterly unscathed? This was most unusual. Without hesitation, he slid the ring off Zhao Mingxuan's finger.
Zhao Mingxian seemed to struggle, but the excruciating pain and terror left him too weak to even twitch a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the ring was taken, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes.
Chapter 27, Shirlei Zhao Mingxian eliminated, 7 cities in shock.
Lin Ye held the ring in his palm, its icy chill spreading up his arm.
He attempted to infuse a thread of spiritual energy to probe. Buzz. A powerful repulsive force instantly surged forth, flinging his spiritual energy away. Extremely subtle runes seemed to flicker across the ring's surface. A restriction?
Lin Ye's heart stirred.
Something was definitely off.
This ring was no ordinary item, it was likely a spatial storage ring. Moreover, it bore a mental imprint or protective barrier set by its original owner, preventing outsiders from probing its secrets.
Interesting.
A faint smile curved Lin Ye's lips. Though he couldn't open it yet, this was undoubtedly an unexpected windfall. A storage ring with protective seals, whatever lay within, would be worth far more than those magic crystal cores.
He immediately activated the system's capabilities. System, appraise this ring. Ding.
Special item detected, unknown storage ring sealed. Material, empty void stone trace amount, obsidian refined gold.
Status, powerful mental imprint seal present. Forced removal may cause internal space collapse or item destruction.
Information, requires soul strength far surpassing the imprint's creator, or mastery of a special decryption method to safely activate.
Warning, this imprint contains a special tracking mark. Possession of this ring may allow the original owner or their associates to track and locate you. Tracking mark?
Lin Ye's eyes turned cold.
The Zhao family was indeed treacherous, they'd even tampered with the storage ring meant for their heir.
Seems this ring is a hot potato for now, can't wear it casually, and definitely shouldn't attempt to decode it recklessly.
System, is there a way to remove the restrictions or tracking mark?
The restriction cannot be lifted for now, but the tracking mark requires wearing the ring to activate. Hearing this, Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as he didn't wear the ring, he wouldn't be tracked.
He quickly shoved the ring to the very bottom of his backpack. He refrained from delivering the finishing blow.
The 7 cities trials rules forbidding the malicious slaughter of kin were the absolute baseline. Killing them now would only invite unnecessary trouble.
Inflicting such severe injuries was already pushing the limits. Lin Ye shot him a cold glance, his eyes as dismissive as if appraising roadside trash. He gave one final check to the number of magic crystal cores, satisfied as he weighed the heavy haul in his hands. Without a moment's pause, he turned and vanished deeper into the gray mist. Only after a long while, when Lin Ye had vanished completely, did Wang Man struggle to regain his senses from the excruciating pain. Crawling frantically, he threw himself beside Zhao Mingxian. "Zhao.
Young Master Zhao. How are you? The ring. My ring."
Zhao Mingxian growled hoarsely, ignoring the agony, his eyes wild with the loss of his treasure.
"Lin Ye. He stole my ring. Quickly. Crush the teleportation stone. We must leave. Now." Wang Man wasted no time, frantically fumbling for the teleportation stone in Zhao Mingxuan's embrace and crushing it with a sharp snap.
Buzz. A blinding light instantly enveloped Zhao Mingxian and Wang Man.
Their figures blurred, vanishing from the spot in the next instant.
Almost simultaneously, the short staff-wielding support genius in Panshur City struggled toward the unconscious Shirlei. With his last ounce of strength, he crushed both his own and Shirlei's teleportation stones. The hammer-wielding youth followed close behind. 3 spatial beams of light flared in succession as the trio from Rockhold City retreated from the shadowy rift in disarray.
Wind's Edge City, Cliffside Outpost, Temporary Command Center.
A massive light screen displayed the real-time life signal statuses of the 7 city trial participants. Lord Qingyu sat at the head of the table, flanked by the leaders of each city and select high-ranking officials. The atmosphere was solemn.
Suddenly, the life signal indicators for Zhao Mingxian, Wang Man, and Panshur City Shirlei began to flicker violently.
Almost simultaneously, all 5 signal points vanished from the screen. This meant they had activated their life-saving teleportation stones, forcibly exiting the trial.
What the hell? Shirlei from Rock City? And Zhao Mingxian from Lingfeng City? It's only the 2nd day. Who did this? What terrifying demonic creature did they encounter? No. The signal disappearance points are very close. They were attacked simultaneously.
The command center erupted in chaos. The Rock City leader, a burly, stern-faced middle-aged man, leapt to his feet, his face ashen.
Shirlei. Who dared wound my Rock City's prodigy?
The Zhao family's confidant stationed at the city lord's residence turned deathly pale, gasping in shock. "Young Master Mingxian." He immediately turned to Qingyu, his voice laced with accusation.
"City Lord.
Both my young master and Stone City's young master sure have been severely injured and forced to withdraw.
This must be thoroughly investigated.
Someone must have maliciously harmed them."
Qinyu's brow furrowed deeply.
This incident was highly unusual. Both Shirlei and Zhao Mingxian were S-tier geniuses. Such prodigies possessed the strength to contend for the championship in this 7 cities trial, yet both were eliminated. Ordinary monsters could never have caused such an outcome.
What exactly had transpired? He said in a deep voice, "Hold your horses. The teleportation point has initiated the reception procedure. Once they emerge, we'll ask and find out." The trial rules are clear. Each participant bears their own responsibility for life and death, relying solely on their own abilities. If they truly encountered a formidable foe and withdrew, they have no one else to blame. Soon, spatial fluctuations lit up on the reception platform outside the sentry post. First to appear were the three from Rock City. Xingli was carried by his companions, his chest caved in, face as white as paper, barely clinging to life. The other two were also covered in wounds, supporting each other as they stumbled forward, their eyes filled with terror and lingering dread. The moment they appeared, the accompanying healer from Rockstead City rushed forward. Next, Zhao Mingxian and Wang Man materialized. Zhao Mingxuan's appearance was particularly pitiful, covered in blood, his clothes in tatters, one arm twisted and deformed, his face etched with pain, humiliation, and overwhelming hatred. Wang Man fared little better. His giant axe had been wrenched from his grasp, and his body bore several deep sword wounds that cut to the bone. Mingxian, Zhao family confidants and Lingfeng City escorts immediately surrounded him. Who injured you like this? The leader of the Panshur City contingent rushed to Shirley's side. Seeing his beloved disciple's pitiful state, his eyes bulged with rage, and a violent aura surged uncontrollably from him. Lin Ye, that madman from Lingfeng City, that demon. One by one, they launched into heated accusations, embellishing their encounters with Lin Ye. Through their vivid descriptions, Lin Ye emerged as a treacherous, bloodthirsty fiend. The short-staffed genius from Rockstead City, supported by his comrades, weakly added, "It's true. That Lin Ye is terrifying. His sword is like a demon. Brother Shirley sacrificed himself to protect us." Zhao Mingxian and the others' accusations were like cold water poured into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire command center. What? Lin Ye? That F-rank who contracts with a sword maiden? One man severely wounded 2 squads? Including 2 S-rank geniuses? How is that possible? Ignoring the rules, slaughtering his own kind? What audacity! To retain such combat prowess even under a sword maiden's backlash? This youth must harbor something unnatural. Upon hearing this, Panshur City's leader Shi Zhongwen erupted in fury. "Lord Qin, your Lingfeng City has truly produced a remarkable genius." He openly violated the ironclad rules of the trial, maliciously maiming Panshur City's prodigy. Such vicious tactics. The Shi family of Panshur City will not let this matter rest. A confidant of the Zhao family stomped his feet, shouting fiercely, "Lord City Master, did you hear that? Lin Ye not only harmed a fellow disciple of Rockstead City, but also struck down my young master. My Zhao family will mobilize every last member to seek justice for my son, Mingxian." Chapter 28, Dark Elemental Magic Crystals, Nameless Sustenance. The fury of the two powerful clans instantly descended upon Lingfeng City. Leaders from the other cities murmured among themselves. The name Lin Ye spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of the 7 cities, but in the most damning way possible. Qin Yu's face was as still as water, his presence commanding respect without a word, forcibly silencing the commotion. Silence. Zhao Mingxian and Shirley's one-sided accounts cannot be fully trusted. Within the Dark Rift Valley, demonic energy severely interferes with recording stones, rendering them ineffective. How can the truth be determined by merely listening to the accusations of the injured? The trial rules prohibit malicious harm to fellow citizens. The city lord knows that better than any of you. But the rules also state, each bears responsibility for their own life and death, relying solely on their own abilities. If it truly was a contest for resources, where one's skill fell short, where is the evidence of malicious intent? If Lin Ye truly acted as you claim, initiating an attack with intent to kill this city lord will personally ensure he is punished according to the law. He paused, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Shi Pashan and Zhao's confidant, his tone unwavering. But until the truth is uncovered, no one shall make rash judgments. Nor shall anyone use this as an excuse to disrupt the trials or threaten the safety of Lin Ye, a trial participant of Lingfeng City. Stone family head, Zhao Steward, I understand your anger, but remember, this is Lingfeng City. Everything must follow the rules. As for the losses and anger of your two families, a sharp gleam flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. This city lord will immediately report the detailed circumstances of this incident, along with the exceptional performance of that youth Lin Ye, to the provincial capital. Right and wrong will be determined by the great figures of the provincial capital. As his words fell, an aura of power bordering on a 60th level expert erupted from Qin Yu, instantly enveloping the entire scene. There was no doubt about it, Qin Yu intended to protect Lin Ye. He was even willing to antagonize the Zhao and Shi families for it. This scene left everyone around them utterly stunned. What had Lin Ye done to warrant such fierce protection from Qin Yu? Shi Pashan gritted his teeth. Fine. Very well, Lord Qin. Report it to the provincial capital? Fine. I'll see how the dignitaries there judge this genius who harms his own kind. The Shi family will be waiting. The Zhao family's confidant glared at Qin Yu with venom, knowing better than to challenge the city lord's authority now. He could only swallow his anger for the moment. Oomph. Let's see if Lord Qin remains so defiant when the time comes. Let's go. Only after everyone had departed did Qin use expression grow grave. Facing pressure from two major clans simultaneously was no easy burden, even for Qin Yu. His gaze fixed on the light point representing Lin Ye on the screen. Lin Ye's performance had genuinely astonished him, which was precisely why Qin Yu had decided to protect him. A genius of such immense power, even if bound by a contract with the Sword Maiden, held tremendous value. I hope my choice was the right one. Lin Ye remained unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Otherwise, he wouldn't have struck with such brutal force. At that moment, Lin Ye leaned against a rock wall, sorting through the spoils of war he had just acquired. The contributions from the three from Panshir City and Zhaomingxian were quite substantial. The number of magic crystal cores had multiplied several times over, and their quality was also quite impressive. Particularly Zhaomingxuan's shadow core, which shimmered with a deep, mysterious glow. Shadow Magic Crystal Core Epic contains pure shadow primordial energy usable for forging, enchanting, or special energy absorption. The moment Lin Ye's fingers touched the shadow core, the nameless broken sword in his embrace suddenly trembled. HM? Startled, Lin Ye immediately pressed the core against his chest. Nameless, do you need this? The broken sword responded with an even clearer tremor. Seems the scrap of metal isn't entirely useless after all, even knows how to be picky. Xingli's cool voice chimed in. Shadow essence is rather rare. Could its attributes in life be related to this? Ignoring Xingli's sharp tongue, Lin Ye focused his mind, attempting to channel the energy within the shadow core. He carefully guided it toward the nameless broken sword in his embrace. The faint glow within the core visibly dimmed as it began merging into the shattered blade. Detected Sword Maiden nameless broken absorbing pure shadow source energy. Spiritual fragment activity significantly enhanced. Cultivation progress, 5. Current cultivation progress, 5. The system prompt jolted Lin Ye awake. Effective and with immediate results. Though a 5% progress might seem modest, it confirmed they were on the right track. High-quality energy cores with compatible attributes could accelerate the Nameless One's recovery. This was hundreds of times faster than relying solely on his own spiritual energy for nurturing. Shadow Core, Dark Rift Valley. Lin Ye's gaze shifted toward the deeper, darker regions of the Rift Valley. It seemed he would have to venture into even darker places. He carefully stored the Shadow Core, which had consumed nearly half its energy, for Nameless to absorb later. The remaining spoils were also sorted pills, scrolls, and coins, all categorized and stored. All of this would prove useful. Let's go, Xingli. The hunt has only just begun. Deeper within the ravine. Lin Ye's figure moved through the fissure like a cheetah, blending into the shadows, traversing at high speed. 30 meters ahead, to the left, a rock crevice. Xingli's warning was as precise as the most accurate radar. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, his form blurring in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a lightning-fast gray shadow burst from the rock crevice, its sharp claws tearing through the air only to grasp at the lingering afterimage of Lin Ye. Shadow Wolf of the Dark Valley, level 15. Skills, Shadow Strike, Bloodthirsty Bite, Howling Call. Stellar Scar Stab. Lin Ye materialized behind the Shadow Wolf, his intent flickering. The starlight blade transformed into an almost invisible silver thread, instantly piercing the Shadow Wolf's relatively vulnerable midsection. Whoa! The Shadow Wolf collapsed with a wretched howl. Lin Ye didn't pause. With flashes of swordlight, he precisely eliminated several more Shadow Wolves leaping out of the shadows. His movements were clean and decisive, aiming for a swift resolution to avoid attracting further trouble. These level 15 common monsters posed little threat to him now. Killed 5 level 15 Shadow Wolves of the Dark Valley. Gained 750 EXP. After collecting several low-grade magic crystal cores, Lin Ye pressed deeper into the valley. He deliberately avoided areas where large groups of monsters congregated, instead targeting isolated elite monsters or small clusters. His objective was clear: to find high-quality shadow attribute magic crystal cores. Downright, near the swamp edge, big one. Xingli's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Lin Ye stealthily approached, glimpsing through the fog's gaps a creature the size of a small elephant drinking from a muddy pool. Its entire body was covered in glossy, jet black fur dotted with irregular, ghostly blue spots. Its limbs were powerful and muscular, and its tail resembled a steel whip. Most striking were the 2 pairs of curved fangs gleaming coldly from its jaws. Shadow Fawn Leopard, level 18 elite. Skills, Shadow Stealth, Fang Tear, Shadow Escape, Fatal Pounce. Warning, extremely agile. Attacks inflict Shadow Corrosion. Level 18 elite, Shadow Attribute. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly the target prey. The magic crystal core within its body would surely be of exceptional quality. Lin Ye did not rush into battle. He carefully observed the razor-bite leopard's movement patterns and the surrounding environment. Mud pits, jagged rocks, hanging vines. He rapidly mapped out attack routes and evasion spaces in his mind. Xingli, get ready. Finally a decent punching bag. Lin Ye took a deep breath, his gaze instantly sharpening like a blade. Firefly Flash. His figure vanished from his hiding spot, instantly appearing atop a boulder flanking the saber-toothed leopard, a perfect position. Starfall. Chapter 29, Grinding Like Crazy, Leveling Up Again. Buzz. Brilliant starlight coalesced above the razor-claw panther, its terrifying gravitational field locking onto its target in an instant. True to its reputation as an elite level 18 beast, the razor-claw leopard possessed keen senses. The moment the starfall gathered, it snapped its head up, instantly locking onto Lin Ye atop the boulder and unleashing a furious roar. Roar! Boom! A silver pillar of light tore through the thick fog, crashing down with brutal force. Yet the razor-claw leopard displayed astonishing agility. Its limbs surged with power, its body blurring into a dark shadow as it narrowly dodged the edge of the meteorite's impact. Roar! Having dodged the fatal blow, the blade-toothed panther's savagery was fully unleashed. Landing on all fours, its body crouched low, it lunged toward Lin Ye on the boulder. Its speed was so great it whistled through the air. So fast. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. This speed far surpassed any previous demonic beast. Firefly Flash. Lin Ye activated his movement technique again, vanishing from the boulder. The blade-toothed leopard's attack missed its mark, its claws gouging deep furrows into the hard rock. As it landed, its thick tail lashed out viciously toward Lin Ye. Star Wheel Protection. Lin Ye growled under his breath. Countless fragments of starlight instantly coalesced around Lin Ye, forming a translucent barrier. Boom! The steel whip-like leopard tail lashed viciously against the starry shield. The barrier rippled violently, starlight flickering as a dull thud echoed. The immense force sent Lin Ye staggering back 2 steps, yet the barrier held firm. He had successfully withstood a blow powerful enough to shatter stone. Yet Lin Ye's heart grew heavy. Truly worthy of an elite at level 18, such overwhelming power. Annihilation Stardust. Seizing the moment, Lin Ye's eyes turned icy as he unleashed his deadliest strike. Countless silver streaks of light instantly engulfed the razor-claw leopard. SHHHHH. The dense piercing sounds echoed like the whisper of death. The razor-claw panther's resilient hide proved as fragile as paper against the stardust, instantly torn apart. Deep blue blood mixed with shattered entrails spurted forth. It let out a piercing howl, its massive body convulsing wildly before crashing heavily onto the edge of the muddy swamp. A large splash of murky water erupted, and then, silence. Defeated Shadow Fawn Leopard. Gained 1800 EXP. Items obtained: 2 Razorbite Teeth, 1 Shadow Crystal Core Epic, 1 Tough Leopard Skin. Another Epic Magic Crystal Core. Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. As expected of a level 18 elite monster, the quality of its Magic Crystal Core was truly exceptional. But soon, the backlash arrived as expected. Using sword techniques, Starfall, Annihilation Stardust, and Stellar Guardian, triggering backlash. Talent 10,000 Calamities and Scathe activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, Moderate Weakness can be negated. Lin Ye ignored it, forcing himself to push through the discomfort as he strode forward, his gaze immediately locking onto the newly dropped Magic Crystal Core. This core was larger than the one previously obtained from Zhao Mingxian. It was deeper and more subdued, containing shadow energy that was purer and more colossal. The moment Lin Ye grasped it, the nameless broken sword in his embrace stirred once more. Indeed, a fine piece. Lin Ye's heart swelled with delight. The nameless broken sword immediately pulsed with intense energy. Seems this little broken sword has quite the appetite. The energy in its core is several times stronger than the previous one. Without hesitation, Lin Ye sought out a relatively secluded, dry corner. Then, he let the nameless sword absorb the shadow core. The dormant remnant soul of Nameless absorbed the power like a sponge soaking up water, frantically drawing in the energy. Detected sword maiden Nameless fragment absorbing massive amounts of pure shadow primordial energy. Spiritual fragment activity significantly enhanced. Incubation progress, 15. Current nurturing progress, 20. Spiritual fragment preliminarily stabilized, accelerated germination of faint consciousness. Sword maiden buff Nameless, weekly active. All attributes plus 10 affected by spiritual integrity and host level. The system prompt sounded like heavenly music. Nurturing progress surged directly by 15. More crucially, the Nameless fragment finally stabilized, even beginning to provide a faint attribute boost. Though merely a meager plus 10 to all attributes, it was a promising sign. Nameless was coming back to life. Lin Ye exhaled a long breath, his face breaking into an uncontrollable smile. The weakness from the backlash seemed diluted by this joy. Oof. At least the effort wasn't wasted, Xingli remarked coldly. But it's still far from truly reviving. Deeper within this rift, there's likely even better sustenance. Lin Ye agreed wholeheartedly. The effects of this epic core dropped by an elite level 18 monster are remarkably potent. If he could hunt even more powerful shadow-aligned monsters, or even find a shadow-aligned lord-level monster that might exist deep within the rift, Nameless recovery speed would undoubtedly accelerate dramatically. He carefully stowed the shadow core away. Though the remaining energy was scarce, it remained precious, a valuable snack for his subsequent recuperation.
He swallowed a recovery pill confiscated from Shirley, closed his eyes to regulate his breath for a moment, suppressed the backlash, and his complexion regained its healthy flush. Once sufficiently rested, Lin Ye resumed his journey. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, 10 days had elapsed. The trials of the Shadowed Rift had quietly passed their midpoint. Throughout these 10 days, Lin Ye moved through the shadows and perilous terrain of the rift like the most precise hunter. His objective was crystal clear: hunt down powerful shadow elemental beasts, acquire high-quality magic crystal cores to feed the nameless broken sword, and simultaneously push his own level to new heights. Naturally, he spared no other monsters encountered along the way. His relentless slaughter had caused his haul of magic crystal cores to grow at an insane rate, to the point where his backpack was nearly bursting at the seams. Unfortunately, he still hadn't figured out how to unlock the spatial ring he'd seized from Zhao Mingxian. Otherwise, he could have stored everything inside the spatial ring instead of lugging it around so laboriously. Moreover, the rift had become his ultimate sharpening stone. The high-intensity combat and generous experience rewards caused his level to skyrocket like a rocket. Breaking through level after level, he finally reached a monumental milestone on the 10th day at dawn. As his blade pierced the heart of a level 19 elite Shadowclaw beast, a colossal golden light of experience erupted skyward. Level 15. Feeling the power surge through his body once more, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with intensity. At level 15, combined with the terrifying attribute boost from his Dominate 10,000 Swords talent, his current strength was enough to tower over most geniuses his age. What delighted him even more was the transformation occurring within the nameless broken sword in his embrace. Continuously absorbing high-quality Shadow Demon crystal cores had caused the nameless sword's cultivation progress to surge dramatically, reaching 35. Occasionally, a faint, ghostly glow would ripple across the shattered blade. The consciousness fluctuations it emitted remained faint, yet they were far clearer and more stable than before. However, just as Lin Ye was grinding monsters, a storm was brewing at the cliffside outpost. Chapter 30: The provincial capital's big shot arrives. Lingfeng City, Cliffside Outpost Command Center. The atmosphere was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Shirbazhan, head of the Shir family of Rock City, and Zhao Li, representative of the Zhao family, stood with faces as dark as storm clouds, practically pointing their fingers at Qin Yu as they lodged their complaint. Lord Qin, it's been 10 days. That Lin Ye has run rampant in the Rift Valley, gravely wounding my son Shirley, plundering resources, and treating the trial rules as nothing. Such a vicious criminal must be immediately disqualified and severely punished. Shirbazhan's hair stood on end, the aura of an S-rank powerhouse faintly emanating from him. Zhao Li gritted his teeth in fury. That beast Lin Ye. His methods are utterly vicious. Not only did he gravely wound my young master, but he also seized his vital token. This is an open provocation against the Zhao family. Lord Qin, should Lingfeng City continue to harbor this man, the Zhao family will join forces with Panchur City to lodge a formal complaint with the provincial guild. When that happens, I doubt you'll be able to explain yourself. Qin Yu sat solemnly in the seat of honor, his expression impassive, yet his heart bore immense pressure. News of Lin Ye's exploits within the Rift Valley trickled back through the scattered survivors of the trial, each report fanning the flames of fury within the Shir and Zhao families. Yet he was equally aware of Lin Ye's astonishing potential and value, as well as the provincial capital's desperate need for border talent. Suppressing his rage, he declared in a deep voice, "This city lord reiterates, the trial rules are clear: each bears responsibility for their own life and death, relying solely on their own abilities. There is yet no conclusive evidence proving Lin Ye acted with malicious intent. All matters shall await the decision of the provincial capital's special envoy." The provincial capital's envoy? Shirbazhan and Zhao Li both froze in surprise. At that moment, the command center's heavy alloy doors slid open silently. An invisible, overwhelming aura far surpassing that of anyone present surged in like a tidal wave, instantly silencing the once boisterous command center. A middle-aged man clad in a dark blue robe entered at a measured pace. His features were scholarly and refined, yet his gaze was deep as an abyss. He did not deliberately project any aura, but simply standing there, he seemed to be the very core of the entire space. Even Qin Yu, a city lord nearing level 60, seemed to dim slightly in his presence. President Xiao Xiao? Qin Yu leapt to his feet, his face first contorted with disbelief, then transforming into profound reverence. He bowed deeply. "President Xiao of the Tianfang province branch, honored by your presence. Qin Yu of Lingfeng City failed to greet you properly. Please forgive my oversight." The entire command center erupted in an instant. Xiao Tiannan, president of the Tianfang province branch of the National Professional Guild. One of the true titans standing at the pinnacle of power and influence across the entire Tianfang province. A figure whose every move sent tremors through the entire province. Rumor had it his level had long surpassed the 80-tier threshold, making him a true elite powerhouse of the Great Xia Empire. Such a figure personally descending upon the insignificant city of Lingfeng, arriving at this outpost on the edge of the Dark Rift Valley? The anger on Shirbazhan and Zhao Li's faces instantly froze, replaced by shock and dread. They never imagined that the provincial envoy Qin Yu spoke of would be this legendary figure. Xiao Tiannan gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping calmly across the crowd. "Lord Qin, no need for formalities.
The joint petition from Panshir City and the Zhao family of Lingfeng City mentioned a grave incident during the Seven Cities trial. A participant named Lin Ye, wielding a contracted sword maiden, severely wounded a fellow clan member with brutal methods, suspected of being unorthodox. This matter has alarmed the provincial guild headquarters. They have dispatched me to investigate personally. He paused, his gaze shifting to the massive light screen. How many days into the trial are we now? Xingli respectfully replied, reporting to Chairman Xiao, today marks the 10th day. The trial has passed its midpoint. Xiao Tianan nodded, his gaze settling on the scoreboard, which remained blank. Since the trial was still ongoing, the rankings hadn't been made public. Logically, no one should be able to view them prematurely. He spoke directly, his tone flat yet carrying an air of command. Display the current leaderboard. Chairman Xiao, according to the rules, the leaderboard is only to be released after the trial concludes. A technical staff member responsible for data processing instinctively interjected. Xiao Tiannan's gaze swept over him indifferently. No pressure, no anger, yet the technician instantly felt as if plunged into an ice cave. The rest of his words died in his throat as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Xin Yu barked immediately, didn't you hear Chairman Xiao? Display the real-time leaderboard on the main screen now. The technician scrambled to comply. A flicker of hope flickered in Sherpasan and Zhao Li's eyes. Lin Ye was powerful, but as a contract sword maiden, the backlash was severe. Battling formidable demons deep within the rift for 10 days had surely taken a heavy toll. His points might not be that high. As long as his score wasn't absurdly high, they'd still have grounds to appeal. Buzz. The massive light screen flickered, and the previously blurred rankings instantly sharpened. Row upon row of names and point totals stood starkly displayed. As all eyes focused on the top spot. First place, Lin Ye Lingfeng City points, 152,380. Second place, Lin Yubing Lingfeng City points, 31,750. Third place, Shigangrock City points, 28,490. Fourth place, Yanlai Qiyin City points, 27,880. Fifth place, Lani Emerald Wave City points, 26,930. Boom! The entire command center seemed to have been hit by a bomb. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes widened in shock, fixed on the name at the top of the leaderboard and the staggering points tally behind it. 15,000. The runner-up had barely over 30,000. A terrifying gap of nearly 5 times. A completely dominant first place. 150,000? Xin Yu's voice trembled uncontrollably. Even with his high regard for Lin Ye, he never anticipated such a crushingly dominant outcome. These points signified that over the past 10 days, Lin Ye had practically single-handedly swept through the entire Shadow Gorge. Sherpasan and Zhao Li's expressions froze solid. Their shock turned to horror, then to utter desolation. Their mouths hung open, yet no sound emerged from their throats, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on their windpipes. 15,000 points. This was far beyond what any trial participant they knew could achieve. This was a monster among monsters. Over 150,000 points. A flash of intense astonishment flickered through Xiao Tiannan's eyes. This was beyond mere talent, it defied all understanding. Chairman Xiao, you must uphold justice for Rock City. Sherpasan snapped to attention, clutching at this last straw. Even his high points couldn't erase the fact he'd maliciously injured someone. He brutally maimed my son Shirlei. Chairman Xiao and my Zhao family's young master, Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Li also rushed forward urgently, his voice filled with grief and indignation. This boy has a vicious nature, stealing treasures and injuring others, completely disregarding the rules. Xiao Tiannan finally tore his gaze away from the leaderboard, casting a faint glance at Sherpasan and Zhao Li. The rules of the trial, life and death, are your own responsibility. Each relies on their own abilities. If one's skills fall short, where is the room for malice? Xiao Tiannan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an authority that brooked no argument. As for rules? In this Rift Valley, strength is the ultimate rule. He paused, his gaze returning to the name towering at the top of the light screen. City Lord Qin, after the trial concludes, bring him to me. Chapter 31, Dragonborn Monsters. Lord Abyss. Xiao Tiannan's words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly calming the storm within the command center. Those simple words, strength is the ultimate rule, completely shut down any further accusations Sherpasan and Zhao Li might have had. Before absolute power, any accusation seemed feeble and futile. Sherpasan's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently. Finally, he ground out through clenched teeth, Chairman Xiao, we await the final judgment of the Provincial Guild. He shot Xin Yu a fierce glare before storming out. Shirley's severe injuries were undeniable, but persisting now would only invite further humiliation. Zhao Li was so choked with frustration he nearly spat blood. Not only had Zhao Mingxian been severely injured and disgraced, but that ring of immense significance had been snatched away, a truly humiliating defeat. Yet under Xiao Tiannan's unfathomable gaze, he dared not utter a single harsh word. Bowing deeply, he replied, yes, Chairman Xiao. The Zhao family withdraws. Filled with venom and resentment, the Zhao family members slunk away in defeat.
Xiao Tiannan's gaze returned to the light screen. Without further words, he merely gave Qin Yu a slight nod. City Lord Qin, keep watch over this place.
I shall depart now. With that, his form flickered slightly, dissolving into the air as if he had never been there.
The deathly silence within the command center was finally shattered, giving way to an uncontrollable uproar.
15,000. Good heavens, how did he manage that? Rock City and the Zhao family have really bitten off more than they can chew this time. Chairman Xiao personally requested to see him. Is Lin Ye about to soar to new heights? Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him. He had bet correctly. Lin Ye had indeed caught the attention of the provincial capital's bigwigs. He commanded in a deep voice, silence. Continue monitoring. Ensure the trial proceeds smoothly. Time continued to pass, and several more days went by. Deep within the gloomy fissure, at the edge of the putrid swamp, icy rain lashed against Lin Ye's face. He had just finished a battle, standing over a corrupted swamp poison spiked crocodile level 17, whose brain had been precisely pierced by the star scar. Killed level 17 foul marsh venom spiked crocodile. Gained 850 EXP. Item obtained, venomous spiked crocodile core fine X1. Lin Ye deftly stowed the core, his gaze shifting toward the darker western reaches of the ravine. The mist there had taken on a viscous, inky blackness, as if light itself had been utterly swallowed. The nameless broken sword in his embrace pulsed with an urgency sharper than before. Feel it, Xingli? Lin Ye murmured, his gaze sharp as a falcon's. Something big waits for us in the deeper darkness. Just a bunch of vermin hiding in the shadows. Xingli's voice carried her usual arrogance. Still, whatever makes that scrap metal so excited is worth checking out. That aura, a mix of Dragonkin's foul stench and pure shadow, was nauseating yet intriguing. Dragon blood? Lin Ye's heart stirred. Monsters imbued with dragon blood often held far greater value than their peers, especially when carrying such pure shadow attributes. This was precisely the sustenance woman craved most. Go! Lin Ye hesitated no longer, his form blurring into a streak of light as he charged straight toward the source of the darkness. The closer he drew, the heavier the invisible pressure became, making even breathing difficult. Giant claw marks began appearing on the ground, deeply embedded in the mud, surrounded by massive beast bones gnawed clean. Passing through a natural barrier formed by collapsed stone pillars, the scene before him abruptly changed. A vast, bowl-shaped ravine lay before him, its center a muddy quagmire. At the very center of the valley, a heart-stopping colossal creature lay sprawled. Resembling a giant lizard, its size far surpassed any demonic beast Lin Ye had ever encountered, stretching nearly 10 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in jet-black scales. Its monstrous head bore 3 pairs of eyes that glowed red, while its lower jaw was studded with dagger-like fangs. A thick tail lashed about unconsciously, carving deep gullies into the hard rock. Most striking were the twisted black bone spines along its spinal ridge, resembling incomplete dragon wings. Abyssos, Shadow Dragon Lizard Lord. Level, 25 Lord Tier. Attributes, Shadow, Dragonkin Feint. Skills, Shadow Breath, Shadow Dodge, Dragon Lizard Heavy Claw, Death Tail Swing, Shadow Domain. Status, Sleeping on Alert. Warning, Extremely Dangerous. Lord Class Monster. Possesses Domain and Unknown Hidden Abilities. A level 25 Lord. Lin Ye was startled. This was the strongest foe he'd encountered since entering the rift. Just a mongrel lizard after all, reeking of foul swamps. Xingli sneered, though its core contained enough shadow essence and that trace of dragon blood essence to satiate the broken sword halfway. Lin Ye forced himself to calm down. A head-on clash was not the best strategy. He had to find an opening. His gaze swept the deep valley terrain. The central corrosive mud pool was off limits. Lord Abyssos lay coiled on a relatively dry boulder platform at the mud pool's edge, surrounded by scattered giant bones and jagged rock formations. Xingli, prepare for a full power strike. Lin Ye growled inwardly, instantly formulating a plan, launch the deadliest ambush while it slumbered. Don't push yourself too hard. If you die, I won't be the one collecting your remains. Xingli's words were sharp, yet her sword blade already hummed with energy. Lin Ye drew a deep breath, pushing his state to its peak. He targeted the relatively vulnerable junction between Abyssos's neck and skull. Firefly flash. His figure vanished from his hiding spot, appearing like a ghost atop a suspended boulder above Abyssos. The position was perfect, the distance just right. Eternal Night's Decay. Holding nothing back, Lin Ye unleashed his ultimate trump card. Buzz. A terrifying aura erupted. The domain instantly expanded, enveloping the slumbering Abyssos's entire body. Starfall. Annihilation Stardust. Both killing moves unleashed simultaneously. Boom. A silver pillar of light, condensed with destructive power, tore through the gloom and slammed down fiercely toward Abyssos's head. Simultaneously, the starlight sword transformed into billions of deathly stardust, forming a storm of annihilation that indiscriminately swept across Abyssos's colossal form. Roar! Just as the attacks were about to strike, Abyssos's 3 pairs of blood-red eyes snapped open. Its frenzied roar shook the entire deep valley. It was not defenseless.
Facing the deadly assault from above, Abyssos demonstrated the terrifying reflexes of a Lord-class demon. Its massive body erupted with unnatural speed, rolling sideways with a thunderous crash. Boom! The starfall missile slammed into the ground just inches from its spine, instantly blasting open a charred crater several meters wide. SSSSHH. Most of the Annihilation star shards were dodged by the rolling maneuver, but many still struck Abyssos' flank and hind legs with pinpoint accuracy.
Its resilient shadow scales were torn apart, and dark blue blood spurted forth like a fountain. Ants! How dare you wound me?
Abyssos erupted in fury, the excruciating pain driving it into a frenzy. Ignoring the flowing blood, its 3 pairs of bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Ye atop the boulder as its massive, bong-filled maw snapped open. An extreme darkness energy coalesced frantically within its maw, sucking the very air from the surrounding space.
Shadow Breath. Chapter 32, Legendary Magic Crystal Core, Void Dark Core.
A column of pitch-black light, condensed to its absolute limit, instantly tore through space and slammed toward Lin Ye.
Its speed and overwhelming might far surpassed any previous attack.
The scent of death instantly enveloped Lin Ye.
Star Barrier. Lin Ye roared fiercely, and a dazzling barrier of starlight instantly coalesced in layers before him. Yet could a hastily erected defense possibly withstand the furious strike of a Lord-tier being? Sizzle!
Like a hot knife through butter, the Star Guardian shield touted as capable of withstanding powerful assaults held out less than half a second against the annihilating shadow breath before shattering into countless shards like glass. The black pillar of destruction slammed toward Lin Ye without obstruction. Firefly Flash. At the last possible moment, Lin Ye's figure blurred once more, narrowly transforming into a twisted streak of light that skimmed past the edge of the beam. Boom! The boulder he had stood upon, along with a vast section of the rock wall behind him, silently crumbled to dust under the shadow breath, leaving only a massive crater. Close call. Lin Ye's heart still pounded with fear, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Had he not dodged in time, he would have been obliterated. Roar! Seeing its strike miss, Abyssos grew even more enraged. Its massive body reared up on its hind legs, unleashing terrifying power. A colossal claw tore through the rain curtain, slamming down toward Lin Ye. Firefly Flash. Lin Ye dared not meet it head-on, executing another extreme evasion. The claw slammed into the ground, leaving a deep gash as the shockwave sent Lin Ye reeling, his blood surging violently. Abyssos' attacks came like a raging storm. A sweeping deathtail forced Lin Ye into a series of perilous dodges. More troubling still, its massive form would occasionally merge with the shadows, appearing from unexpected angles to launch surprise attacks that were impossible to guard against. Its passive skill, Shadow Domain, remained active, steadily weakening Lin Ye's perception and defenses. He felt as if trapped in quicksand, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. Even Xingli's sword chi was noticeably suppressed within this domain. This can't go on. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy. A Lord-tier monster possessed boundless stamina. A drawn-out battle would guarantee his defeat. He must find its weakness and strike it down in one blow. His gaze locked onto Abyssos. The old wound on its neck? Its eyes? Or perhaps those thick, twisted bone spines on its back, pulsing with dense shadow energy? Could it be there? That seemed to be the core note of its power? Xingli, cover me. Attack the base of the largest bone spike on its back. Lin Ye roared inwardly as a daring plan crystallized instantly. Troublesome humans. If you fail, you'll be lizard fodder. Xingli snorted coldly as her blade erupted with intense starlight, forcibly tearing open a breach in the shadow domain. Annihilation Stardust. This time, Xingli didn't opt for a wide area scatter. Instead, she condensed countless stardust particles into 3 intensely focused silver lightbolts, each aimed at one of Abyssos' 3 pairs of blood-red eyes. Roar! Sensing the threat, Abyssos was forced to divert its attention. Its head whipped violently, unleashing another surge of shadow breath to meet the 3 deadly lightbolts, while simultaneously swinging its massive claws to block. Now! Lin Ye's eyes blazed with intensity. He had been waiting for this instant opening. Firefly Flash. His form blurred into an almost invisible afterimage as he closed in on Abyssos' colossal frame. Aiming for the base of the thickest, twisted bone spike on its back. Starfall. Hum. The starlight blade erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, its blade seemingly transforming into a miniature falling star. Thud. A dull tearing sound echoed. The starlight sword pierced the root of the bone spike with pinpoint accuracy. Arg. Abyssos let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its massive body convulsed and twisted wildly. At the center of the broken bone spike on its spine, a violent energy storm erupted. Its massive body was blown to shreds by the internal explosion, its spine a mangled mess. Its howl transformed into a feeble whimper, the savage glint in its eyes rapidly fading. Its colossal form collapsed like a mountain, crashing heavily onto the edge of the muddy swamp. It kicked up a sky-filling cloud of foul sludge, then fell utterly silent. Successfully defeated Shadow Dragon Lizard Lord Abyssos. Gains 60,000 EXP. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 17.
Obtained items: Shadow Dragon Lizard Lord Scales X15 Epic, Shadow Dragon Lizard Essence Blood X3 Epic, Abyssathus Fong Epic. Core obtained: Legendary Magic Crystal Core Void Dark Core. 2 consecutive bursts of golden light shot skyward from Lin Ye's body, the overwhelming surge of power washing away his fatigue. Yet his gaze was utterly transfixed by the core suspended beside Abyssos's corpse. Legendary Magic Crystal Core Void Dark Core. Effects: contains pure void shadow primordial energy and trace dragon blood essence.
Versatile applications include forging legendary gear, enchanting, constructing high-tier magic arrays, and absorbing specialized energies. Exerts fatal attraction and significantly enhances shadow and space-aligned entities. Warning: extremely volatile energy. Direct absorption requires a powerful vessel or specialized methods. Legendary Void Shadow Core. Lin Ye suppressed his excitement, carefully cradling the core that radiated a deadly allure in his palm. Its touch was icy cold, like clutching a block of 10,000-year-old black ice, yet that chill couldn't mask the terrifying energy contained within. The nameless broken sword in his embrace trembled violently, nearly shattering its wrapping to escape. An overwhelmingly clear and intense craving surged directly into Lin Ye's soul. At least the effort wasn't wasted. This broken sword's sustenance is finally secured. Xingli's voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but more so a profound sense of relief. That full power strike had taken a significant toll on her. However, given its current battered state, absorbing the energy of a legendary tier core directly would likely cause it to explode. Lin Ye couldn't agree more. No rush, nameless. Lin Ye gently stroked the spot where the broken sword lay in his embrace, his gaze turning toward the depths of the fissure. With the legendary core in hand, the path to reforging finally showed a glimmer of hope. He swiftly and carefully stowed the Void Dark Core, then swept up every precious material dropped by Abyssos. Ding! Supreme Technique, Eternal Night's Decay concluded. Using sword techniques, Starfall, Eternal Stardust, and Stellar Guardian triggered stacks severe backlash. Talent, Eternal Resilience activated, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status: near-death life essence rapidly draining, organs failing catastrophically, bones brittle. Strongly advised to neutralize immediately. Lin Ye hadn't long savored the thrill of collecting his spoils when a voice echoed in his mind. Eternal Night's Decay concluded. The backlash arrived as promised. Put. A torrent of scalding blood gushed forth, staining the ground before him crimson. Lin Ye's face instantly drained of color. His body shook violently, as if all his bones had been pulled out, and he slammed one knee hard onto the cold rock floor. Foolish human! You dared to push yourself too far. Xingli's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with concern. Quickly use your ability to mitigate the backlash. If you delay any longer, even immortals won't be able to save you. Lin Ye clenched his teeth, communicating with the system. The moment he silently uttered, "System, counteract the backlash." Lin Ye. A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out. Instantly, an ice-blue figure shot like an arrow from the valley entrance, halting before him in an instant. It was Lin Yubing. Chapter 33: Lin Yubing appears, a young girl's concern. Her ice-blue dress was splattered with mud, and her stunning face was etched with shock and worry. Her gaze immediately fell upon the horrifying bloodstain before Lin Ye, his face as pale as paper, vitality rapidly fading. And not far away, she saw the colossal, lifeless corpse of a lord-level demonic beast, as massive as a mountain. You killed a lord-level monster?" Lin Yubing's voice trembled with disbelief, but more than that, it was fear at the sight of Lin Ye's near-death state. She immediately knelt down, her icy cold hand pressing without hesitation against Lin Ye's frigid wrist. "Don't touch me!" Lin Ye forced a gasp, trying to shake off her hand, his voice hoarse and weak. He couldn't use the system to counteract the backlash in front of Lin Yubing. Doing so would risk exposing its existence. "Shut up!" Lin Yubing suddenly displayed unprecedented forcefulness. Her icy eyes blazed with anger, her tone commanding and unquestionable. "You're still trying to be tough in this state? Do you want to die here?" The instant her fingertips touched Lin Ye's wrist, a violent surge of force rebounded, sending a sharp tingling through her fingers and making her face grow even paler. How could the Sword Maiden's backlash be this severe? She gasped in shock. Her grandfather had endured this backlash pain. Elders had described it countless times. But now, personally sensing the state within Lin Ye, like being torn apart by 1,000 knives, his vitality being viciously eroded, she truly grasped the despairing horror of it. This was 100 times worse than she had ever imagined. "Let go of me. I'm fine." Lin Ye struggled to pull his hand free, each movement tearing through his entire body with excruciating pain, cold sweat pouring down his face. "You say you're fine?" Lin Yubing watched him endure the agony, his lips bitten until they bled. A sharp pang seemed to wrench at some hidden place within her heart. She hesitated no longer, her hands instantly coating with a layer of crystalline frost, emitting a gentle yet biting chill. "Frost Heart Healing," she murmured softly, pressing her palms lightly against the area above Lin Ye's chest. Pure ice elemental energy blended with potent healing power, like a clear, icy spring, slowly infused into Lin Ye's body. It precisely suppressed the violent backlash energy raging within Lin Ye's body. Lin Ye groaned softly, his body involuntarily relaxing slightly. The icy energy, though forceful, effectively soothed the searing pain.
He could feel Lin Yubing's energy carefully healing the wounds torn open by the backlash.
Yet at the same time, he was acutely aware that her spiritual energy could not truly reach the core of the backlash, only providing relief and suppression at its periphery.
The two were extremely close. Lin Ye could clearly see Lin Yubing's face mere inches away.
Fine beads of sweat glistened on her smooth forehead. Her long lashes quivered slightly with intense focus. Deep within her eyes, a profound worry threatened to spill over, replacing her usual cool detachment.
The crisp, snow lotus-like aura emanating from her, mingled with the faint tang of rainwater, lingered at Lin Ye's nostrils.
Xingli's cold snort echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Humph, meddlesome woman.
With her pitifully weak power, she can't even cure the slightest backlash.
She's only sparing you a bit of physical pain. Get rid of her and now use your own abilities. Lin Ye ignored Xingli. He fought the urge to immediately counteract the backlash, allowing Lin Yubing to continue her treatment. On one hand, Lin Yubing's power significantly eased his agony. On the other, he feared that a sudden recovery might attract even greater suspicion. More importantly, watching her so focused, so recklessly devoted to healing him, a complex warmth surged through Lin Ye. He found himself reluctant to interrupt.
Time passed slowly in the silent healing.
The rain within the deep valley gradually subsided.
After an unknown duration, Lin Yubing's complexion grew pale, clearly drained from the immense exertion.
She slowly withdrew her spiritual energy. Only when Lin Ye's breathing steadied did her taut nerves relax slightly.
Suppressed for now.
Her voice carried a hint of exhaustion as her icy eyes studied Lin Ye with a complex expression. But this is merely a temporary fix. Lin Ye, the backlash from the sword maiden runs deep into your soul's core.
No external force can truly eradicate it. Every time you wield it, you're burning away your life. You.
Her words trailed off abruptly as she saw Lin Ye close his eyes, seemingly exhausted to the point of refusal. Lin Yubing pressed her lips together, swallowing the rest of her warnings. She knew that anything said now would be futile. She sat silently beside Lin Ye, her icy blue spiritual energy circulating around her, restoring her own depleted reserves while vigilantly monitoring the surrounding sounds.
In the shadows of the deep ravine, demonic creatures lurked, seemingly watching. Yet, cowed by the lingering aura of the fallen lord and the icy chill emanating from Lin Yubing, they dared not approach.
The night grew deep, the faint glow of the campfire dancing across Lin Ye and Lin Yubing's faces.
Lin Ye appeared to be asleep, yet his mind was intensely focused. System, counteract the backlash. He silently commanded. Counteracted successfully. Remaining counteracts for today, 1.
Backlash state completely cleared. Vital signs stabilized. The sensation of power surging back into him nearly made Lin Ye roar with joy, but he forced himself to hold back. He remained leaning against the wall, his breathing quietly becoming steady and deep, as if he had merely entered a deep sleep after suppressing his injuries.
Xingli hummed lightly in his mind, "You're quite the actor." But that woman didn't seem to notice. Lin Ye didn't respond to Xingli.
He needed to figure out how to wake up naturally. Just then, he sensed a gaze lingering on his face. He slightly opened his eyes. In the faint ice blue glow emanating from Lin Yubing, he saw her quietly watching him, her expression complex and hard to read. Within that gaze lay lingering worry, profound confusion, and a tenderness he'd never seen in her eyes before. Lin Yubing seemed lost in some memory, her low voice barely audible, drifting like a sigh through the silent night. "Why must you always be so reckless? 3 years ago on the training grounds defying your mentor for a slum kid, nearly getting expelled. On Awakening Day, when you could have lived peacefully, you insisted on binding a sword maiden. And now, with just one person, you dare provoke a lord-tier monster like Lin Ye.
What are you even thinking?"
Her fingertips unconsciously traced the ice crystal pendant at her waist, a treasure bestowed by her clan upon awakening her S-rank talent.
These words fell clearly into the ears of Lin Ye, who was pretending to sleep.
His heart skipped a beat.
So she still remembered that minor incident from 3 years ago?
Back then, his potential hadn't been tested yet. As a student from the slums, he was naturally looked down upon. He had merely spoken up for a bullied poor student, unable to stomach his mentor's favoritism toward noble offspring. At that precise moment, Lin Ye emitted a low, well-timed groan, his brow furrowing slightly as if on the verge of waking. Lin Yubing instantly reined in all emotion, her icy gaze regaining its sharp clarity, though the trace of concern remained impossible to fully conceal.
"You're awake? How do you feel?"
Her voice remained cool and detached, yet it carried an almost imperceptible edge of tension. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, his gaze hazy and weak with newfound awareness. He looked at Lin Yubing, his voice raspy.
"Yubing? Why are you here?"
He struggled to sit up, the effort visible in his strained movements.
"Don't move."
Lin Yubing instinctively reached out and pressed down on his shoulders, halting his attempt. The cool, soft touch transmitted through the thin fabric of their clothes, causing both of them to pause. Lin Ye's gaze fell on her hand pressed against his shoulder. Lin Yubing snatched her hand away as if scalded, her fingertips curling, though her face remained icy and composed. "I sensed intense energy fluctuations and the aura of a lord-level demon here, so I came to investigate."
"I didn't expect it to be you." She paused. How are you feeling now? The backlash is temporarily suppressed, but we absolutely cannot let our guard down. Chapter 34, Walking with Beauty. Much better. Thank you.
Lin Ye forced a weak smile, his gaze sincere as he looked at her.
Your frost healing, it worked.
Lin Yubing tilted her head slightly, avoiding his gaze. Her ears seemed to flush faintly, though her tone remained level.
Glad it worked. But this is only temporary. What are your plans now? In your current state, if you encounter danger again, just rest for now.
Lin Ye interrupted her, attempting to rise slowly. Though his movements remained strained, his steps were steady.
I must continue the trial. Continue?
Lin Yubing's brows immediately furrowed, a flash of anger darting through her icy eyes.
Are you out of your mind? You know how severe the backlash was just now.
If you draw upon Sword Maiden's power again, the next backlash will be so severe even gods couldn't save you. She stepped forward, her tone commanding.
Come with me to the cliff outpost. You need proper treatment and rest. No matter how important the trial points are, they don't compare to your life.
Seeing the genuine concern in her eyes, Lin Ye felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, but it was overshadowed by helplessness. He couldn't go to the outpost, nor could he reveal that he had already recovered.
No.
Lin Ye shook his head firmly.
I have reasons I must fulfill.
Besides, I know my own condition. I won't be fighting again anytime soon. Lin Yubing stared at him for several seconds, seemingly gauging the truth in his words and the reality of his physical state. Lin Ye met her gaze calmly, his eyes holding his usual stubbornness. In the end, Lin Yubing conceded defeat, or rather, she knew she couldn't change his mind. She drew a deep breath, the icy air bringing her slight clarity. Then she made a decision that surprised even herself.
Fine.
Since you insist on continuing, I'll go with you.
What? This time, Lin Ye was genuinely taken aback.
Avoiding his astonished gaze, Lin Yubing looked into the dark depths of the abyss, as if explaining to herself. The depths of this dark, fissured valley are fraught with danger.
This isn't the only Lord-level monster lurking here.
In your current state, you could become a target for these beasts at any moment. As one of Lingfeng City's top combatants in this trial, I have a responsibility to ensure the basic safety of the other participants, especially those in poor condition. Her justification was noble, yet the slight flicker in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Lin Ye observed her feigned composure, unable to conceal her concern.
Understanding dawned in his heart, and a faint smile touched his lips. Miss Lin, are you worried about me? This teasing remark instantly sent ripples through Lin Yubing's heart.
A barely perceptible blush instantly stained her jade-carved face.
Don't be ridiculous.
She whipped her head away, her voice tinged with barely perceptible panic, though she forced herself to sound composed.
I'm worried you'll drag down Lingfeng City's overall performance. A top-tier S-rank talent like you, if you get held back by unstable teammates, it'll be a laughingstock if word gets out.
She deliberately emphasized the word teammate, as if underscoring a cold, hard truth. Yet deep within those eyes, worry was clearly visible. She dared not meet Lin Ye's gaze, afraid her true feelings would be easily exposed. Lin Ye watched her, the smile on his lips deepening slightly, yet he chose not to press the matter further.
Very well, then. Miss Lin, I'll be counting on your guidance.
Lin Ye's smile faded, his tone turning serious. But let's be clear, if real danger comes, I won't be hiding behind you. Lin Yubing finally turned back, her gaze sweeping over him as if to confirm whether he was putting on a brave front again. Seeing his face pale yet his gaze sharp and resolute, her heart settled slightly.
Yet a wave of irritation surged. Why couldn't this man ever learn to show weakness?
She pressed her lips together, finally replying coldly, fine.
Keep up. Don't get lost and slow us down. With that, she strode ahead, heading deeper into the abyss.
Lin Ye followed closely behind, the Xingli sword hovering silently at his side. Humph, a woman who says one thing but means another.
Xingli's voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind with a hint of amusement.
She's clearly worried sick, yet insists on putting up this aloof front.
You humans are such a hassle.
Lin Ye responded silently, she's just accustomed to protecting herself this way. The eldest daughter of the Lin family, an S-rank prodigy, too many eyes are fixed on her.
This concern is genuine.
Xingli fell silent, seemingly conceding to Lin Ye's words. The two walked one behind the other through the dimly lit fissure. A subtle silence hung in the air, yet it felt neither awkward nor uncomfortable.
Lin Yubing led the way, sensing dangers ahead.
When encountering small groups of monsters, she would silently eliminate them with ice spikes and ice rings before Lin Ye could even act, her movements crisp and decisive, as if deliberately sparing him from exerting his power. Once, a shadow venom scorpion lurking in a rock crevice suddenly lunged, its poison-tipped stinger aimed straight for Lin Ye's nape. Lin Ye had already sensed it and was about to react when an ice wall instantly solidified behind him.
Thud! The poisonous stinger slammed into the ice wall, sending shards flying. Lin Yubing didn't even turn around as her cool voice came from behind. Watch your step. Don't get distracted.
As if that timely protection had been nothing more than a simple gesture. Lin Ye gazed at the icy wall radiating coldness, his heart stirred. She was always watching over his safety. This protection, silent yet powerful.
Thank you,
Lin Ye murmured softly. Lin Yubing's footsteps faltered slightly, but she offered no reply, merely continuing forward. Yet the icy aura surrounding her seemed to soften a fraction. After walking a bit further, the shadow energy permeating the air grew increasingly dense, as if even the light itself was being swallowed. The nameless broken sword in Lin Ye's embrace pulsed distinctly once more, pointing toward a specific direction. Wait. Lin Ye halted, pointing to a narrow side path on the left. Over there's a strong fluctuation of shadow energy. It might be the core I need. Lin Yubing followed his gaze, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. That path looked exceptionally treacherous, with vines writhing like living creatures, radiating an ominous aura. It's too dangerous. The terrain is complex, and the concentration of demonic energy far exceeds what we've encountered before. There might be more powerful shadow creatures lurking there, Lin Yubing analyzed, her tone clearly disapproving. Your current state isn't suitable for such risks. We can take a detour and search for other targets. She genuinely feared for his safety. Lin Ye could feel her concern, but he had to go. Restoring the Nameless One requires high-quality shadow cores, and this place holds the greatest potential for finding them. I feel fine. Lin Ye flexed his wrists, forcing his expression to appear less frail. Besides, I have a premonition what we need is there. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Lin Yubing met his unwavering gaze and knew further persuasion was futile. She fell silent for a few seconds, a flicker of resignation crossing her eyes. Stay close to me. Step exactly where I step. The vines and mud here are strange. Lin Ye felt a warmth in his heart and followed her instructions, stepping precisely where she had trodden. The two navigated this deadly terrain with utmost caution. Lin Yubing led the way, each step deliberate and steady, her senses hyper-alert to their surroundings. Her mental focus was razor-sharp. Suddenly, the depths of a muddy pool churned violently. A colossal creature, its entire form composed of viscous shadows, the dark swamp devourer, emerged silently. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful suction as it lunged toward Lin Ye. It had lurked so deeply that even Lin Yubing's frost perception was disrupted by the dense shadow energy, preventing her from detecting it immediately. Watch out! Lin Yubing's expression changed drastically, her reaction lightning fast. She had no time to consider whether Lin Ye could protect himself. Her body's instincts compelled her to act. She spun around abruptly, grabbing Lin Ye's arm and yanking him forcefully behind her. Simultaneously, her other hand thrust forward, channeling ice blue light that instantly coalesced before her into a thick, razor-edged barrier of sharp ice spikes, the polar ice barrier. Chapter 35, Secret Exposed? Lin Yubing's confrontation. Boom! The giant monster's massive jaw slammed into the ice wall with a thunderous thud. Ice shards flew everywhere as the barrier trembled violently, instantly cracking. The immense force sent Lin Yubing staggering backward, a faint trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. To shield Lin Ye behind her, she had chosen to absorb an attack powerful enough to severely wound a level 15 professional. Yubing! Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Seeing the blood at her lips and her pale face, a surge of intense rage shattered the pretense of weakness. That feigned pretense of having just recovered from severe injuries was cast far away. The Xingli sword erupted with blinding starlight as Lin Ye's aura exploded forth. You're asking for death. Starfall! Lin Ye roared, striking without hesitation. Hum! Brilliant starlight coalesced above the giant monster's head, its terrifying gravitational field locking onto its target in an instant. Boom! A furious silver pillar of light slammed down with brutal force. The dark swamp megamorph didn't even have time to scream before its massive shadowed body was instantly smashed into a pile of pulped flesh. The mud beneath it was blasted away, leaving a deep crater. One strike, instant kill. Lin Yubing clung to the nearly shattered ice barrier, staring blankly at the scene before her. Where was the Lin Ye who had been mortally wounded and on the brink of death just moments ago? Shock, confusion, and a whirlwind of emotions swirled within her. She managed to utter a single syllable before a wave of pain cut her off. Forcing the Arctic barrier to withstand the elite's assault had taken a tremendous toll on her, leaving her internal organs damaged. Seeing this, Lin Ye's expression instantly turned anxious. Disguise was now pointless. He stepped forward in a single stride, steadying Lin Yubing's arm firmly. Don't speak! Lin Ye swiftly drew a delicate jade vial from his robe, one of the finest healing pills confiscated from Zhao Mingxian earlier. Focus! Take it! Lin Yubing instinctively tried to pull away, her eyes flashing with stubbornness. She stared at Lin Ye, her gaze silently accusing, have you been deceiving me all along? Was that near-death state you displayed earlier just an act? Look at me. Lin Ye's voice grew firmer. I don't have time to explain. You're injured. This pill works wonders on internal organ shock. Stabilize your condition first. We can't stay here long. His gaze swept the surroundings, his alertness heightened to the maximum. Lin Yubing opened her lips slightly. Lin Ye promptly placed the pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with her tongue, transforming into a vast, soothing warmth that swiftly soothed the damage within her body. A faint flush returned to her pallid complexion. Lin Yubing let out a low moan. The potency of the medicine exceeded her expectations.
This was no ordinary item. Her gaze toward Lin Ye grew even more complex. How many secrets did this young man born in the slums, possessing an awakened F-rank talent and bound to the deadly sword maiden truly conceal? Can't keep up the act anymore, huh? Stupid human.
Xingli's cold voice, tinged with schadenfreude, echoed in Lin Ye's mind.
Let's see how you explain this to the woman.
Though, the way she shielded you just now was actually more pleasing than those noisy ants. Lin Ye had no time to heed Xingli's taunts. His attention was fully focused on the Nameless broken sword in his embrace, which had begun to tremble once more.
No doubt about it, Nameless was hungry again. And this time, the reaction was intense.
Core Lin Ye supported Lin Yubing, leaning her against a relatively stable rock.
Wait here. Don't move.
The medicine needs time to take effect.
I'll go get something.
Before Lin Yubing could respond, Lin Ye's figure flickered and vanished, reappearing at the edge of the deep pit. He precisely picked through the shadow debris, revealing a magic crystal core. Shadow Devourer Core Epic contains pure shadow essence and devouring primal power, exerting an intense gravitational pull on shadow-aligned entities.
The instant Lin Ye's hand touched the core, the Nameless broken sword in his embrace erupted with an unprecedented yearning. Without hesitation, Lin Ye snatched the core and pressed it against his chest.
Detected sword maiden Nameless fragment absorbing massive amounts of pure shadow energy. Spiritual fragment activity significantly enhanced.
Cultivation progress, 9. Current nurturing progress, 44. Spiritual fragment further stabilized faint consciousness begins to coalesce.
Sword maiden buff Nameless, effect enhanced.
All attributes plus 30 affected by spiritual integrity and host level. The colossal energy feedback jolted Lin Ye awake.
Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed that the cold, broken blade in his embrace seemed to carry an almost imperceptible added weight. It was no longer a mere fragment of pure void, but was beginning to take on a tangible, solid presence.
Lin Ye exhaled deeply, a flicker of delight in his eyes.
This perilous journey had been worth it. He swiftly cleaned the impurities from the core's surface, carefully stowed it away, then turned back to Lin Yubing's side. Leaning against the rock, Lin Yubing's breathing had steadied considerably under the medicine's effect, and a flush of color had returned to her cheeks.
Yet those icy blue eyes remained fixed on Lin Ye, unblinking.
You? Lin Yubing's voice carried a tremor she herself hadn't noticed.
Your backlash was fake? I'm sorry, Yubing. Lin Ye's voice was low and sincere.
The backlash was real, but I possess a unique method to recover swiftly.
The cost and limitations are immense, something I cannot reveal lightly. The situation was critical just now. I couldn't let you take the hit for me again.
He didn't elaborate on the specifics of the method, it was his core secret. Yet this only deepened the shock and confusion in Lin Yubing's eyes. She recalled her grandfather, remembered the clan's record stating that a sword maiden's backlash had no cure, and then thought of Lin Ye's pale face after coughing blood in the Spirit Awakening Hall, after battle in the training tower, and now this mind-bogglingly rapid recovery before her eyes. A special method, she murmured, repeating the words as a flicker of light danced in her eyes. It ended in a sigh. No wonder you could rack up those points under backlash.
No wonder you could slay the floor master Lin Ye with a single strike. How many secrets do you truly conceal?
She wiped the blood from her lips, her gaze complex.
Everyone has secrets they can't reveal, Yubing.
Lin Ye didn't flinch, his tone calm. Lin Yubing fell silent. She recalled the impossible feats Lin Ye had achieved along his journey, remembered his resoluteness when binding his sword maiden, and witnessed his ruthlessness and unwavering principles when facing Zhao Mingxian. The burdens this man carried were likely heavier than she had ever imagined. After a long moment, the emotions in her icy eyes settled, returning to their usual cool detachment though the distance had softened considerably.
Your life is your own. Do with it as you please.
But if you ever dare to play dead in front of me again, I'll freeze you solid with ice and send you back to the outpost. Her tone remained icy, yet the accusation had softened, replaced by a hint of concern.
And remember, you owe me a healing. Lin Ye's taut nerves relaxed slightly, and a genuine smile touched his lips. Alright, I'll remember.
Thank you, Miss Lin, for saving my life. Lin Yubing snorted lightly, her gaze shifting away from him and toward the depths of the fork in the road Lin Ye had pointed out earlier.
Didn't you say there was something you needed over there? Ready to go now, Master Lin, all healed up?
She emphasized the word recovered slightly, her tone laced with teasing.
Of course. Lin Ye nodded, stepping beside her as his gaze followed hers into the deeper, denser darkness. This time, I'll lead the way. Chapter 36, The Trial Ends. Deep within the gloomy fissure, darkness seemed like congealed ink. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing moved cautiously, one ahead, one behind, navigating the deadly maze of jagged rocks and writhing vines.
This is the place.
Lin Ye halted, pointing toward a cave entrance completely shrouded by massive black vines. Something's inside. Lin Yubing's gaze grew grave. Very strong. And not just one. I know.
Lin Ye's gaze sharpened.
But I need what's inside.
Yubing, you stay outside and provide backup.
If things go wrong, come for me immediately.
Lin Yubing gave him a deep look, offering no objection, only a slight nod, be careful.
Lin Ye took a deep breath.
The Xingli sword hummed as its firefly-like glow flickered, and his figure vanished into the cave. The interior proved vastly more expansive than its exterior appearance suggested, resembling a colossal subterranean cavern. Countless deposits embedded in the walls emitted a faint purple glow, casting an eerie light. In the cavern's center, 3 massive, giant pangolin-like monsters slumbered around a pitch-black crystal. Shadow Cavern Beast Elite 3. Level 23. Skills: Shadow Burrow, Scaled Shockwave, Shadow Claw Rip, Energy Drain on Shadow Core. Status: Dormant, Deeply Draining Shadow Energy. 3 level 23 elites sharing a high-quality Shadow Core. Lin Ye instantly assessed the situation. A direct assault would surely awaken all 3, leading to a deadly ambush. His gaze locked onto the floating core, precisely what the Nameless One craved. Xingli, cover me, target the core. Lin Ye growled inwardly. Oomph, always bossing me around. Xingli snorted lightly. Starlight abruptly retracted from her blade, condensing into a single, intensely dangerous cold glint. Just as Lin Ye prepared to strike, one of the Shadow Cavern beasts seemed to sense the intruder's presence. Its eyelids twitched violently. Now! Scar stab. Guided by Lin Ye's intent, the Xingli sword shot straight toward its target. Shoo! The energy link snapped instantly. Roar! The largest monster, its energy siphoning abruptly halted, roared in fury, fully awakened. The other 2 monsters were also startled awake, their crimson eyes instantly locking onto Lin Ye. Yet, the very instant the energy link snapped and the core energy fluctuations became chaotic. Hum! The nameless broken sword in Lin Ye's embrace erupted with an unprecedented. The core trembled violently. Pure shadow energy, as if drawn by an invisible vortex, transformed into a black stream of light, surging madly toward Lin Ye's chest. Detected, Sword Maiden Nameless Fragment forcibly absorbing essence of Shadow Core energy. Spiritual fragment activity rapidly increasing. Cultivation progress 11. Current cultivation progress 55. Spiritual fragments accelerating coalescence. Faint embryonic consciousness manifesting. Sword Maiden buff Nameless effect significantly enhanced. All attributes plus 50 affected by spirituality, integrity and host level. Roar! The largest monster, enraged by the stolen core, claws at the air and swipes down from above. The other 2 closed in from left and right, activating Shadow Dive. Their forms instantly merged with the earth, leaving only rippling shadows behind. Xingli! Lin Ye roared, retreating swiftly. Star Barrier. Xingli's sword erupted with blinding starlight, forming a rotating celestial shield around Lin Ye. Frozen Wasteland. At the cave entrance, Lin Yubing struck almost simultaneously, channeling frigid frost energy into the cavern floor. Silent stardust. Boom! Boom! Sizzle! The shattering of ice crystals, the clash of energies, and the tearing of scales mingled together. The monster on the right, its scales shattered by the stardust storm, howled in agony and retreated. The colossal beast directly ahead slammed a claw into the starlight barrier, causing it to violently ripple, yet the shield held firm. The greatest threat was temporarily held back, but the danger remained. The frozen monster thrashed violently, the ice cracking and groaning. Firefly Flash. Seizing the opening, Lin Ye instantly appeared beside the core, snatching it into his hand. The residual energy was instantly absorbed by the nameless broken sword, reducing the core to dust. Retreat! Without hesitation, Lin Ye activated Firefly Flash again, charging toward the cave entrance. Roar! The largest monster went completely berserk. Its massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a concentrated shadow breath that surged toward Lin Ye's back. Triple ice wall. Lin Yubing commanded sharply. 3 thick ice walls instantly stacked behind Lin Ye. Thud! 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 The shadow breath shattered all 3 ice walls, its power greatly diminished, yet the residual shockwave still slammed viciously into Lin Ye's back. Put! A metallic taste filled Lin Ye's throat as he nearly coughed up blood, but he forced it down. Using the momentum, he sprinted even faster out of the cave. Go! Lin Yubing grabbed the stumbling Lin Ye and darted away without looking back. For the next several days, the 2 operated deep within the fissure using this pattern. Lin Yubing handled surveillance, battlefield control, and defense, using frost magic to create advantageous terrain or freeze threats. Guided by the nameless broken sword, Lin Ye precisely hunted elite monsters possessing high-quality shadow cores, focusing on breaking defenses. His combat style grew increasingly streamlined and efficient, his mastery of the Xingli sword arts reaching new heights as his level steadily climbed through each battle. The nameless broken sword, continuously absorbing high-quality shadow cores, steadily increased its cultivation progress. It had now reached 62, with all attributes gaining a direct 80-point boost. Lin Yubing also reaped significant rewards. Witnessing Lin Ye repeatedly unleash the Sword Maiden's power without restraint, yet never experiencing the legendary fatal backlash, she suppressed her doubts. Instead, she began actively guarding the secret within Lin Ye. The tacit understanding between them deepened daily. A single glance or gesture was often enough to grasp each other's intentions. Though Lin Yubing maintained her outwardly cool demeanor, the trust forged through shared battles and the quietly blossoming affection flowed between them in their silent coordination.
Time slipped away until the final day arrived.
By now, Lin Ye had reached level 19, while Lin Yubing had advanced to level 17.
The nameless broken sword's tempering progress reached 70%, nearing the 100% mark, and its attribute bonus climbed to 90 points.
Additionally, they had acquired a large quantity of high-quality magic crystal cores, 1/3 of which possessed dark attributes. As for various precious materials, they were too numerous to count.
Day 20, Dawn. East of the shadowy rift, at the cliffside outpost.
A massive bronze airship hovered mid-air as survivors from the 7 cities emerged one after another from the valley's mist. Weary and scarred, yet bearing their respective spoils and point vouchers, they converged upon the plaza before the outpost. The atmosphere was solemn and tense, the air thick with the scent of blood, medicinal herbs, and the complex emotions of those who had narrowly escaped death. When Lin Ye and Lin Yubing emerged side by side from the mist, they instantly captured the attention of the entire crowd. Lin Ye remained clad in his faded, well-worn garments, yet his posture stood as straight and sharp as a sword. Beside him, Lin Yubing wore her usual crisp white robes, her expression as cool as ever. Yet beneath her brows, the usual aloofness had softened, replaced by a newfound gentleness. Walking side by side, their auras harmonized, forming a unified presence. From the ranks of Panchur City and the Zhao family, glances laced with venom and fear were cast their way, yet no one dared step forward to challenge them. The gruesome fate of Shi Lei and Zhao Mingxian had already spread throughout the 7 cities. Upon the high platform, Lord Qingyu of Lingfeng City, Shi Pashan, leader of Panchur City, Zhao Li, representative of the Zhao family, and the leaders of several other cities stood solemnly. Qingyu stepped forward, his voice resonating with spiritual energy across the square. The 7 cities' elite trials, spanning 20 days, have now concluded. All participants, submit your score vouchers. Staff swiftly approached, collecting each credential and recording the data. Moments later, a massive light screen illuminated the center of the plaza, displaying rows upon rows of names and their respective scores. Chapter 37, Another Discontinuity. First place. Xiao Tiannan arrives. Final scoring rankings of the 7 cities' joint trials. First place, Lin Ye Lingfeng City points, 387,650. Note, confirmed kill of Lord Tier Monster, Shadow Dragon Lizard Lord Abyssos, earning additional bonus points. Second place, Lin Yubing Lingfeng City points, 98,730. Third place, Yanlai Scarlet Flame City points, 65,820. Fourth place, Lan Yi Emerald Wave City points, 63,450. Fifth place, Gangrock City points, 58,910. Sixth place, Feng Xiachuan Flowing Wind City points, 55,380. Boom! The entire plaza erupted in an instant. After the deathly silence came deafening shouts and uproar. 387,650 points. A number that felt like a crushing blow. Nearly 4 times that of second place Lin Yubing. And nearly 6 times that of third place Yanlai. A chasm. An absolute, crushingly dominant first place. The name towering at the top of the rankings and the staggering points trail behind it loomed like an insurmountable mountain, crushing the breath from every prodigy. The note about slaying a lord-level demon only added to the legend. 338,000? How is that even possible? How many monsters did he slay? How many cores did he loot? Lord Tier? He took down a Lord Tier monster single-handedly? Is he even human? What about the Sword Maiden's backlash? How is he still alive? Lingfeng City is defying the heavens. 1 first place, 1 second place. The faces of Panstone City and the Zhao family turned ashen. Shi Pashan and Zhao Li stared at the blindingly high points and names, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Yubing glanced at the name trailing hers on the leaderboard. A complex flicker crossed her eyes, but it was mostly relief. Having fought side by side these past days, she understood the weight of these points better than anyone. Qingyu, meanwhile, fought to suppress the wild joy and shock surging within him, striving to maintain the dignity befitting a city lord. Lin Ye gazed calmly at her name and score on the light screen, her heart unruffled. 20 days of life and death combat, countless instances of backlash and neutralization, the synergy with Lin Yubing, and nameless growth, all his efforts had crystallized into this single number. His goal had never been merely the leaderboard. He tilted his head slightly, glancing at Lin Yubing beside him. Lin Yubing happened to look at him too. Her ice blue eyes reflected the light from the screen and his figure. Their gazes met, a silent exchange more eloquent than words. The trials of the Dark Rift had concluded. Yet a new storm, a new journey, had only just begun with the unveiling of the rankings. Silence. Xinyu's voice boomed like thunder, instantly silencing the deafening chatter. The 7 cities joint trial is officially concluded. The leaderboard is now public, and results are final. The top 3 individuals Lin Ye, Lin Yubing, and Yanlai will earn the right to select treasures from the outer region of the Great Xia Secret Repository. All other rewards will be distributed uniformly by each city according to their respective rankings. As the words fell, Yanlai of Crimson Flame City wore an expression of wild elation. Lan Yi and others from Baipo City could not conceal their disappointment.
Panshir City and the Zhao family faction fell into a deathly silence.
Sure, Prashan and Zhao Li's faces were so dark they could have dripped water, their eyes filled with venomous hatred as they glared at Lin Ye. With this achievement, Lin Ye had made a name for himself throughout the 7 cities. No, not just the 7 cities. Lin Ye had caught Xiao Tiannan's attention, and his fame might soon spread throughout the entire provincial capital. The trial concluded. The top 3 follow this city lord. Xingli spoke, his gaze sweeping over Lin Ye, Lin Yubing, and Yan Lai of Qiyan City, whose face was etched with wild joy. Accompanied by Qinyu, the trio walked toward the heavily guarded command center deep within the outpost, under the watchful gaze of countless complex stairs. Passing through layer upon layer of security, they were led into a spacious, quiet chamber. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring only a massive square table and several chairs at its center. A faint energy fluctuation permeated the air, shielding the space from external scrutiny. Qinyu stood by the door, his expression respectful. Please wait a moment, Chairman Xiao will be here shortly.
Chairman Xiao? Yan Lai paused, then suddenly realized something.
The excitement drained from his face, replaced by tension and restraint, his voice trembling slightly.
Could it be Chairman Xiao Tiannan?
Xingli gave a slight nod, confirming his suspicion. The air within the quiet room seemed to freeze.
Xinyu's words sent ripples through the stillness like stones tossed into a deep pool. Xiao Tiannan.
The weight of that name alone was enough to inspire awe in any practitioner across Tianfang province. A top-tier powerhouse above level 80, the helmsman of the Tianfang province branch of the National Practitioners Guild. A being who truly stood above the clouds, overlooking all mortals. His personal arrival at this outpost on the edge of the rift was no trivial matter. Yan Lai's wild excitement had long since been replaced by nervousness.
He instinctively smoothed his collar, straightening his back in an effort to project the poise befitting a prodigy of Qiyan City, yet the unease in his eyes remained impossible to conceal.
Lin Yubing, however, had reverted to her usual icy composure. Her frosty eyes were as still as water, though the gravity within them had deepened.
Lin Ye's heart was equally unsettled.
The arrival of the provincial capital's bigwigs signaled that his performance had caught the attention of the highest echelons.
This was both an opportunity and a colossal risk. Too many secrets clung to him, the system, the nameless entity, the method to resist the Sword Maiden's backlash, each could unleash a tidal wave of consequences. He must be more cautious than ever.
In the midst of this breathless silence, the door to the quiet room slid open without a sound.
No earth-shattering aura, no suffocating pressure.
A middle-aged man clad in a dark blue robe entered at a measured pace. His countenance was scholarly and refined, his gaze serene yet profound, as if capable of embracing all things.
It was Xiao Tiannan.
He blended into the background like a shadow, yet effortlessly became the focal point of every gaze.
Xingli immediately bowed deeply, Chairman.
Xiao Tiannan gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping across the 3 individuals in the room. His gaze flicked over Yan Lai, lingered briefly on Lin Yubing with a hint of recognition for her S-class talent. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Ye. In that instant, Lin Ye felt as if layer upon layer of disguise were being stripped away. From his flesh to his very soul, he was scrutinized by an irresistible force. The spiritual energy within him instinctively surged to resist, but Xingli forcibly suppressed it. Don't move. Focus your mind. Lin Ye forced his heartbeat to steady, maintaining composure as he bowed slightly. Lin Ye of Lingfeng City greets Chairman Xiao. His voice was steady, neither servile nor arrogant. Lin Yubing of Lingfeng City greets Chairman Xiao. Lin Yubing followed immediately, her voice as crisp and clear as an icy spring. Yan Lai of Qiyan City pays his respects to Chairman Xiao. Yan Lai hurriedly bowed as well, his voice tinged with palpable tension.
A faint smile touched Xiao Tiannan's lips as he walked to the main seat and sat down, waving casually. No need for formalities. Please, take your seats. The 3 complied and took their seats.
Yan Lai sat rigidly upright, hands pressed stiffly against his knees. Lin Yubing sat with elegant poise, her gaze lowered. Lin Ye appeared the most relaxed, sitting with his back straight and his gaze fixed calmly on Xiao Tiannan. The 7 cities trial has been demanding for all of you. Xiao Tiannan's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear clearly. Especially for the 3 of you to stand out in such fierce competition and secure the top 3 positions is truly remarkable. Yan Lai, your fire elemental talent is pure and your explosive power formidable.
Given time, your future is boundless. Thank you for your praise, Chairman.
Yan Lai was flattered and responded promptly. Xiao Tiannan's gaze shifted to Lin Yubing. Lin Yubing, your S-rank Frost Heart technique demonstrates masterful control and unwavering resolve. The Lin family has worthy successors.
Excellent. Thank you for your praise, President Xiao.
Lin Yubing gave a slight bow, her tone as cool as ever. Finally, his gaze settled once more upon Lin Ye. This time, the scrutiny was more pronounced, as if he sought to pierce through Lin Ye's calm exterior to glimpse the surging power and hidden secrets within.
Chapter 38, Top 10 Nationally? Xiao Tiannan's Demand. Lin Ye. Xiao Tiannan spoke slowly.
38,765 points confirmed for defeating the level 25 Lord Monster, the Shadow Dragon Lizard Lord Abyssos. This achievement would rank among the top 5 even province-wide. His tone was matter of fact, as if stating a simple observation, yet the weight of his words was immense.
Contract Sword Maiden, enduring backlash yet unleashing such combat power. Your resilient, mutated talent is truly beyond comprehension. Xiao Tiannan's gaze seemed to pierce through him. Explain, where exactly does this mutation manifest? How did it help you withstand backlash so intense even SSS tier beings couldn't endure? The core question struck at the heart of Lin Ye's greatest secret. The air in the quiet room instantly grew taut. Xingli stood nearby, holding his breath.
Lin Yubing's fingertips curled slightly, a flicker of worry deep within her icy eyes.
Yan Lai's eyes widened, brimming with curiosity. Alarm bells rang in Lin Ye's mind.
He knew this question was unavoidable. He must provide a plausible explanation without revealing the truth about the system or the eternal torment. He drew a deep breath, meeting Xiao Tiannan's gaze with an expression that was both open and tinged with the weight of memory. Chairman Xiao, I cannot fully explain the specific mechanism of this transformation. When I contracted the Sword Maiden Xingli, the violent backlash nearly tore me apart in an instant. It was my survival instinct and willpower that unexpectedly activated the deepest potential of my resilient talent. It did not grant me formidable offensive power or unique abilities, but instead transformed my body's tolerance for pain and erosion. It was as if an invisible barrier of resilience had been forged deep within my flesh, bones, and very soul.
The backlash remains ever present each time I wield the Sword Maiden's power. The agony is as real as ever.
Yet this barrier significantly slows the pace of my collapse and seems to have imbued my body with a powerful self-healing tendency. As long as I didn't overdraw continuously during battle intervals, my body would repair those wounds at a speed beyond common sense. The room fell silent at these words, quiet enough to hear a pin drop.
This comes at a price. Lin Ye's voice grew low. Each repair depletes the very essence of life. I can feel that resilience isn't infinite, it's more like burning my potential to buy time. Moreover, this recovery exacts a terrifying toll on one's mental fortitude.
The slightest misstep could plunge me into a vortex of agony and power, transforming me into a monster consumed solely by slaughter. This half-truth explanation skillfully sidestepped the counterbalance mechanism, shifting focus to enhanced endurance and the trade-off of draining potential for recovery. It sounded plausible as a possible mutation of the toughness talent, while also explaining why he could be so lively yet radiate such immense cost.
Xiao Tiannan listened in silence.
His deep gaze lingered on Lin Ye's face for a long moment, as if sizing up the truth behind his words. Exhausting potential to buy time, burning life essence to gain power. Xiao Tiannan murmured the words, his eyes flickering with a complex, elusive emotion, as if recalling some distant memory. Finally, he nodded slowly, choosing not to press further. The power of the Sword Maiden is inherently a double-edged sword. That you found a sliver of life amidst its backlash and used it to achieve such feats is both your destiny and your calamity.
Be mindful of your path.
Lin Ye secretly exhaled in relief, knowing he had barely passed this first test. Thank you for your guidance, Chairman Xiao.
I shall remember your words.
Xiao Tiannan's gaze swept over the three. Your performance, especially Lin Ye's, has drawn significant attention from the provincial capital. As the top three in this trial, your qualification to enter the outer perimeter of the Great Xia Secret Repository is the nation's recognition and cultivation of outstanding young talent. Within the repository lie countless treasures, cultivation techniques, secret arts, and even lost lineages.
You have 3 days to enter and select one item.
He paused, then looked at Lin Ye and Lin Yubing. City Lord Qin, you are responsible for arranging their immediate departure for the provincial capital. The secret treasury is about to open, there must be no delay.
Yes.
Your subordinate obeys. Qin Yu responded promptly.
As for you two. Xiao Tiannan turned to Yan Lai and Lin Yubing. You may retire now to rest and prepare.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Xiao.
Yan Lai rose excitedly, bowed, and left the quiet room filled with anticipation. Lin Yubing also rose, nodded, and departed. Only Xiao Tiannan, Qin Yu, and Lin Ye remained in the quiet chamber.
Xiao Tiannan's gaze fell upon Lin Ye once more. Lin Ye, 3 days after our journey to the secret treasury concludes, the national examinations commence.
That is the ultimate stage, gathering the nation's top geniuses. Its significance far surpasses the 7 cities' trials. I expect you to maintain your performance from this journey during the national examinations, and even surpass it.
Lin Ye's heart tightened, knowing the crucial point was coming.
He met Xiao Tiannan's piercing gaze and replied solemnly, Chairman Xiao, please state your expectations clearly. Lin Ye will spare no effort.
Do your utmost?
A fleeting, inscrutable curve touched Xiao Tiannan's lips as he shook his head.
Not enough.
I demand you secure a top 10 finish in the national examinations.
Top 10?
The national exam was the pinnacle contest for the entire young generation of Great Xia. It gathered the most prodigiously gifted talents from every province. SS-tier geniuses, and even those with legendary SSS-tier talent might appear.
Each of the top 10 spots represents unimaginable power and potential. This demand was nothing short of astronomical. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly, yet he did not flinch. He asked calmly, Chairman Xiao, why the top 10? Xiao Tiannan spoke slowly. There are 3 reasons.
First, the Shi family of Rock City and the Zhao family of Lingfeng City suffered heavy losses at your hands this time. They will not let this rest. Especially with Zhao Mingxian and Shi Lei both severely injured and confirmed unable to participate in the national exam, it can be said that both families' investments in cultivating these two have gone down the drain. They dare not act openly, but behind the scenes, they will seek maddening revenge.
Lin Ye's expression darkened.
He had anticipated this, but hearing it stated so bluntly by Xiao Tiannan carried entirely different weight. If you can break into the national top 10, it means your value has been recognized and acknowledged by the highest echelons of the state. At that point, you will become a protected genius seed, not just for the entire Tianfang province, but for the entire Great Xia nation.
The Shi family? The Zhao family?
Even if you gave them 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on you.
Lin Ye's heart trembled. Xiao Tiannan's promise struck directly at his greatest vulnerability and deepest concern.
The benefits were immeasurable. Second, ranking among the national top 10 meant you would be sought after by the nation's most prestigious academies. You would gain access to the most elite mentors, the most crucial lineages, and the most abundant cultivation resources.
This far surpassed anything the provincial capital could offer. More importantly, the top 10 would earn the qualification to enter the inner region of the Great Xia secret repository. The inner sanctum?
Xingli couldn't help but gasp softly beside him, his eyes brimming with awe and envy.
The inner section was the true treasure trove of the Great Xia secret repository.
The treasures stored within far surpassed those in the outer sections.
Indeed, the inner region. Xiao Tiannan affirmed.
There, you can find all manner of rare resources, top-tier equipment, and precious artifacts. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. If that were the case, then Starfall Mystic Iron, Eternal Ice Crystals, and Spirit-Infused Soil might truly be within reach.
These are the very keys to reforging the Nameless.
Those two are merely extras. What I'm about to tell you now. Xiao Tiannan's voice suddenly turns serious and heavy, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency, is the fundamental reason I demanded you enter the top 10.
Chapter 39, Heading to the Provincial Capital.
The Great Xia secret vault opens. The air in the quiet chamber instantly grew heavier.
Xiao Tiannan's gaze grew profound as his tone turned grave. Demonic creatures have breached our borders.
The gravity of the situation far exceeds your understanding.
The nationwide exams being advanced is merely the tip of the iceberg.
On the front lines, high-tier demonic beasts appear relentlessly. Even catastrophe-level entities surpassing the Lord rank have emerged. Our S-tier warriors are falling one after another, and our defenses teeter on the brink of collapse. The Great Xia Empire needs strength pillars who can shoulder the nation's burden for the next decade, even 2 decades. Those who bind contracted sword maidens have always possessed peerless combat prowess. If we can resolve the backlash issue, they will become the ultimate weapons against high-tier demonic creatures.
Xiao Tiannan whipped around, his gaze blazing as he locked onto Lin Ye.
Lin Ye, you survived your sword maiden contract and even unleashed Lord-slaying power while enduring backlash.
Your resilient mutation talent is the only glimmer of hope we have yet to solve the age-old conundrum of sword maiden backlash.
The nation's highest echelons, myself included, have placed unprecedented expectations upon you. But this hope demands proof through your strength. Ranking among the nation's top 10 is the bare minimum threshold to demonstrate your potential as a future pillar of the state. Only by reaching that position will the nation spare no expense, pour resources into cultivating you, study the mysteries within you, and attempt to replicate or disseminate your experience in resisting backlash. He drew a deep breath, his tone carrying an unquestionable resolve.
Therefore, you must enter the top 10.
This is not merely for yourself, but for the future of the entire Great Xia nation. Your existence, your growth, may determine the survival of hundreds of millions.
This is the responsibility I demand you fulfill. The meditation chamber fell into complete silence.
Xingli's long-frozen heart suddenly surged with overwhelming passion, his blood boiling. Pressure crashed down upon Lin Ye like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami surging. The top 10 was no longer a mere ranking, it was a dragon gate determining survival, national destiny, and the rise or fall of the empire. Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. When he heard about researching the mysteries within him, attempting to replicate his experience in resisting backlash, his heart actually skipped a beat.
But Lin Ye understood.
For the power of the Sword Maiden was truly formidable.
Throughout history, those who forged contracts with Sword Maidens were invariably the most brilliant talents of their era. Alas, they all met untimely ends.
The nation desperately sought a solution to the backlash problem. But Lin Ye knew he had no experience to draw upon. His solution to backlash relied on the system.
His experience was an anomaly, impossible to replicate. But does that mean he should refuse? That was impossible. Refusal would only make the problem worse.
All of Lin Ye's emotions ultimately crystallized into a burning flame deep within his eyes. He lifted his head to meet Xiao Tiannan's scrutinizing gaze, speaking each word with unwavering resolve. Chairman Xiao, I accept your terms.
In the national examinations, a top 10 ranking is assuredly mine. Xiao Tiannan gave a slight nod, a barely perceptible hint of approval flickering in his eyes. Very well. Remember your promise.
Xingli, arrange for a flying vessel immediately to transport these three to the provincial capital, Tianhai City. The secret vault is about to open, there can be no delay.
Understood, Chairman. Xingli responded solemnly. The door to the quiet room swung open once more. Yen Lai had been waiting outside, his excitement palpable. Learning they could depart for the provincial capital immediately, his excitement was palpable. Lin Ye, however, remained remarkably composed, showing no sign of distress. Soon, a silver-white flying vessel, even larger than the Seven Cities craft, landed at the cliffside outpost. This was a provincial capital-owned vessel, far surpassing the bronze flying boat in speed. Lin Ye, and Yen Lai boarded the vessel. The cabin was spacious and comfortable, equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, including dedicated quiet rooms for cultivation and meditation. The ship's engines emitted a low hum as it instantly tore through the sky, transforming into a silver streak of light as it sped toward the provincial capital. The biting gale winds were blocked by the vessel's protective shield, leaving the cabin perfectly calm. Yen Lai, unable to contain his excitement, paced the cabin, fantasizing about the treasures within the secret vault. Lin Ye found a window seat, closed her eyes, and began regulating her breath. Lin Ye also chose a corner, sitting cross-legged. Instead of immediately calming his breath, he sank his consciousness deep within his body. Xingli, how are you? He asked silently. Earlier, under Shao Tiannan's scrutiny, Xingli had maintained extreme restraint.
That old fox's gaze was unbearable, as if he could see right through you.
Xingli's cool voice carried a hint of displeasure, though he was right.
If you can't make it into the national top 10, you'd better find a block of tofu and end it now.
Don't drag me down with you. Lin Ye's lips twitched slightly. Xingli's way of offering encouragement was always so uniquely his own.
He shifted his focus to the nameless broken sword in his embrace.
Sword spirit, nameless broken. Nurturing progress, 70%.
Spiritual state, faint traces of consciousness emerging.
Sword maiden buff, all attributes plus 90. 70% cultivation progress, one step closer to full restoration.
Outside the Great Xia secret repository, there might be something that could accelerate Nameless recovery or provide crucial clues for reforging.
Hold on, Nameless. Soon, we'll bring you back to life.
Lin Ye silently vowed. The broken sword seemed to respond with an extremely faint, lingering echo. The flying vessel sped forward at incredible velocity, mountains and rivers rushing past beneath their feet.
Half an hour later, an unimaginably grand city loomed on the horizon. Tianhai City. As the provincial capital of Tianfang Province, its scale far surpassed that of Lingfeng City. Sky-piercing city walls shimmered with metallic and energy rune reflections, while massive gates swallowed streams of people and carriages. Within the city walls, buildings stood densely packed, each boasting its own unique style, from futuristic energy towers to ancient-looking pavilions and towers. Further away, floating islands and shuttling aircraft could even be glimpsed. The air was thick with an indelible aura of spiritual energy. The airship did not pause at the city gates but flew directly toward the city center, toward a magnificent complex of buildings resembling a crystal palace, the Tianfang Province branch of the National Guild of Practitioners. The airship landed smoothly on a dedicated platform at the rear of the branch. The hatch opened to reveal a stern-faced middle-aged steward in the guild standard silver robes, already waiting outside. 3 trialists, welcome to Tianhai City. I am Steward Zhou Tong, assigned to guide you to the entrance of the secret repository. Please follow me. The trio followed Zhou Tong through heavily guarded corridors, feeling countless gazes along the way, some curious, some scrutinizing, others tinged with competitive intent. The geniuses of the provincial capital had evidently caught wind of the news. 3 fortunate individuals from a small border city had gained access to the secret treasury, one of whom was a points monster. Lin Ye wore a cool expression, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Yen Lai felt a bit nervous, trying hard to stand tall. Lin Ye was the calmest of the 3, long accustomed to such stares. His mind was focused solely on the secret treasury. Finally, they were led before a massive circular structure. The structure had no windows, only a massive, heavily inscribed door sealed shut, its surface etched with intricate, arcane runes. Flanking the door stood 2 golden armored guardians, statuesque and emanating an unfathomable aura. A mere glance from them sent shivers down one's spine. This was the entrance to the Tianfang branch of the Great Xia secret repository. Zhou Tong halted, his expression solemn. Opening the repository consumes immense energy. You have only 3 days. Upon entering, you will be randomly teleported to different locations in the outer regions. The repository's interior space is folded, vast and boundless, where danger and opportunity coexist. Remember 3 points. First, each person may take only 1 item. Once chosen, you will be immediately transported out. Second, do not damage the vault's environment, attack guardian spirits, or trigger restrictions. Violators will face severe punishment. Third, act within your capabilities. Do not let greed cloud your judgment. At the end of 3 days, you will be forcibly teleported out regardless of whether you have selected an item. Now, prepare to enter. Chapter 40, Selecting Treasures from the Secret Vault. Legendary Grade Starfall Mystic Iron. Zhou Tong finished speaking, then produced an oddly shaped token. He pressed it into the central recess of the gate. Hum. A deep hum filled the air as intricate runes along the gate illuminated one by one, emitting a soft, ancient glow. The heavy doors slid inward silently, revealing a deep, strange vortex beyond. A vast, boundless aura imbued with endless ages and colossal power swept over them, sending a jolt through Lin Ye and his companions. Enter. Good luck. Zhou Tong stepped aside. Yan Lai took a deep breath, unable to contain his excitement. He was the first to rush into the starlight vortex, his figure vanishing instantly. Lin Yubing turned to Lin Ye, her icy eyes filled with inquiry. Lin Ye nodded to her, "Be careful. See you inside." Lin Yubing gave a slight nod, hesitation gone. She stepped into the vortex, her cool figure swallowed by the starlight. Lin Ye cast one last glance at the bustling provincial branch behind him, then lowered his head to lightly touch the spot on his chest where the nameless broken sword lay. His gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. "Let's go, Xingli, Wuming. Let's see what this great Xia secret repository truly holds." Without further hesitation, he took a step forward, his figure completely vanishing into the deep, swirling vortex of starlight. The gate closed silently behind him, sealing off the two worlds. The instant he stepped into the vortex, Lin Ye felt his body's weight vanish. It was as if he had been broken down into pure consciousness, speeding through a tunnel formed of flowing light and runes. Hum. A vibrating hum filled the air as Lin Ye's feet finally touched solid ground. The scene before him suddenly opened up. He found himself in a space of indescribable splendor. This was not the treasure vault he had anticipated, but rather a shattered continent suspended in the void. Countless islands of varying sizes and shapes drifted silently, connected by energy bridges shimmering with starlight. Some were near, others far, forming a grand and mysterious panorama. Each island radiated a distinct aura and glow. Some islands shimmered with golden radiance, studded with divine weapons whose sword chi pierced the heavens. Others burst with verdant vitality, teeming with exotic flora that bloomed in dreamlike halos. Some islands are shrouded in bone-chilling cold, where ice crystals form mountainous palaces, and frozen flames burn eerily within. Some islands seethe with churning lava and surging subterranean fire, their exposed crimson or resembling a beating heart. Further away, islands shrouded in swirling purple mist appeared. Runes swirl upon them, as if countless illusory tomes of martial arts techniques float and submerge. Others were shrouded entirely in shadow, their aura eerie and foreboding, like gateways to the abyss. Even Lin Ye, with his iron will, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This was no warehouse. It was clearly a miniature world carved out of existence, composed entirely of countless rare and wondrous treasures. A dazzling array, overwhelming to behold. "Oomph, country bumpkin, dazzled by the glitz?" Xingli's cool voice echoed in his mind. If the outer perimeter of this secret vault held such splendor, then the thousand-year legacy of the Great Xia Kingdom wasn't entirely worthless after all. Lin Ye steadied himself, suppressing the shock within. No matter how many treasures lay before him, he could only take one. His objective was crystal clear: the materials needed to reforge the nameless sword Starfall Mystic Iron, Eternal Ice Crystals, and Spirit-infused soil. 10,000 Swords Diagram. Lin Ye murmured silently. Instantly, the familiar system interface unfolded before his eyes, the 10,000 Swords Diagram, function operating at full capacity. Countless streams of information cascaded like a waterfall, scanning and analyzing the surrounding space. Detected fluctuations of numerous high-energy items. Analyzing energy attributes and potential value. Warning: certain areas contain powerful prohibitions and guardian spirits. Proceed with caution. Potential target item clue detected: Starfall Mystic Iron Faint Resonance. Starfall Mystic Iron? Lin Ye's spirit soared. The 10,000 Swords Diagram truly lived up to its name, actually detecting the faint resonance of Starfall Mystic Iron. Though extremely faint, the direction clearly pointed toward a relatively remote, unremarkable gray-brown islet diagonally ahead. The island floated beneath the shadows of several dazzling treasure islands, its surface covered in crater-like pits. It emitted no dazzling radiance, only an extreme, restrained heaviness and coldness. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ye stepped onto the starlight rainbow bridge connecting to the island. The rainbow bridge appeared ethereal, yet felt remarkably solid underfoot. With a single step, space shifted, instantly traversing the vast distance to the target island. The moment his feet touched the island, an indescribable weight surged upward from beneath him, as if the entire landmass were forged from metal of unimaginable density. The air was thin and the temperature extremely low. At the island's center, several massive, irregularly shaped blocks of deep gray metal stood, their surfaces pockmarked with craters. Item: Starfall Mystic Iron Large Block. Quality: legendary material. Attributes: stellar, fortitude, anti-magic, energy conduction. Description: a unique metal formed when fragments from the core of an extraterrestrial star fell to Earth, then underwent geothermal smelting and centuries of sedimentation. It contains pure stellar energy and void properties, is indestructible, and possesses exceptional energy conductivity and magic-breaking attributes. It is the core material for forging top-tier weapons, armor, or specialized components. Status: unclaimed, pickable. This is it. Lin Ye's heart raced. After searching high and low, it came to him effortlessly. He strode forward, reaching out until his fingertips touched the cold metallic surface. A weighty, vast stellar force surged through his arm, as if he were holding up a miniature star. He tried to lift the smallest fragment, only to find it incredibly difficult, its weight far exceeding that of steel of the same volume by more than 100-fold. What a treasure! Lin Ye's eyes flashed with excitement. With this, the path to reforging the nameless blade had taken its most solid step forward. Without hesitation, he chose it immediately. Acquired key material, Starfall Mystic Iron 1 Legendary. The instant the Starfall Mystic Iron was collected, the island trembled slightly, and a repulsive force surged forth. Lin Ye understood the secret vault's rule had activated, each person could only take one item. After making his choice, the spatial teleportation was about to activate. A flash of light erupted, and Lin Ye vanished from the vault space. The next moment, he materialized in the entrance hall of the Tianfang branch of the Great Xia secret vault. Lin Yubing and Yan Lai materialized beside him almost simultaneously. How was your haul? Lin Ye looked at them, asking curiously. Lin Yubing replied, I found a frost soul core that matches my innate talent. It contains the essence of extreme cold, which can help me break through my bottleneck and grasp deeper ice elemental principles. Yan Lai was ecstatic. Ha! I struck gold. I got a piece of crimson refined essence gold. A legendary grade fire element material. With this, my lifebound weapon will absolutely get a major upgrade. Steward Zhou Tong had been waiting nearby. Congratulations to all three of you on your acquisitions. The visit to the secret vault is concluded. Please follow me out. The trio departed the provincial guild and boarded the return flight vessel. Throughout the journey, Yan Lai remained immersed in the exhilaration of his treasure, chattering incessantly. Lin Yubing closed her eyes to rest, silently nurturing the frost soul core. Lin Ye appeared to be resting his eyes, but his mind was actually immersed in the system space, feeling the weight of the cold, heavy Starfall Mystic Iron, his heart filled with anticipation. The flying vessel traveled at incredible speed, soon landing in Lingfeng City. Chapter 41, Nameless Newcomer. The sword maiden called Yiling. After bidding farewell to Yan Lai and politely declining Lin Yubing's offer to escort him, Lin Ye set off alone toward the slums. Pushing open the familiar, creaking old wooden door, a blast of air carrying a mix of musty mold and cheap cleaning solution hit him. The home was bare, its furnishings sparse, yet it remained his sole refuge in this world. The tension that had gripped his nerves for over 20 days finally dissolved completely. He closed the door behind him, leaned his back against it, and exhaled a long, deep breath of stale air. The chaos of the Dark Rift battle, the shock of the secret vault, the scrutiny of the provincial city's bigwigs, all the noise and pressure were shut out in that moment. He walked to the only wooden table, carefully removing the heavy meteorite iron from his backpack and placing it gently on the surface. Next, he retrieved the ancient black ring strip from Zhao Mingxuan's finger, bearing powerful seals and tracking marks, and placed it beside the meteorite. The ring lay cold and silent, like an enigma waiting to be unlocked. Finally, he gently stroked the nameless broken sword nestled in his embrace, its cultivation progress now at 70%, emanating a faint sense of dependence. Home, Lin Ye murmured. He took a deep breath, focusing his attention on the most important objective, nameless. He carefully extracted a crystal core, the legendary tier magic crystal core, the Void Dark Core. This was the ultimate spoils from slaying the overlord Abyssos. The moment the Void Dark Core appeared, the nameless broken sword in his embrace erupted with an unprecedented, violent tremor. Now is the time, nameless. Lin Ye's gaze hardened with resolve, all hesitation vanishing. He gently pressed the Void Dark Core, radiating an eerie glow, onto the fractured surface of the nameless sword. The instant they touched, a sudden transformation occurred. As if finding its true home, the Void Dark Core's deep, eerie light surged madly into the shattered blade. The spider web-like cracks on the broken blade instantly filled with dense shadow energy, emitting a faint hum. The light within the entire hut seemed to warp and be swallowed, plunging into a peculiar gloom. Lin Ye distinctly sensed a colossal torrent of energy being greedily absorbed by the nameless broken sword. Detected sword maiden nameless broken absorbing legendary tier core Void Dark Core. Warning! Energy is extremely violent. Spiritual fragment capacity nearing limit. Nurturing progress increased by 30%. Nurturing progress reached 100%. Spiritual fragment fully stabilized, consciousness core preliminary condensed. Warning! Primordial energy overload, physical form condensation failed. Current state, nascent sentience conscious entity, unable to form stable physical form. Sword Maiden buff nameless, all attributes plus 120 affected by host level. Sword Maiden nameless incomplete status update, nameless emerging. The humming gradually subsided, and the strange phenomena within the hut vanished. The Void Dark Core on the table vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The broken sword nameless still lay there, outwardly appearing unchanged. The cracks remained. Yet Lin Ye could distinctly sense that the spiritual essence within the blade had undergone a profound transformation. A faint ripple of consciousness tentatively brushed against his soul. Master? An extremely faint voice sounded directly within the depths of Lin Ye's mind. Success! The spirit's consciousness had awakened. A surge of immense joy and accomplishment welled up within Lin Ye. He gently stroked the cold blade. I am here. Welcome, little one. You have finally awakened. The newly born consciousness seemed to sense Lin Ye's goodwill, transmitting a faint thread of joy. Oomph, at least it's not just a piece of dead iron anymore. Xingli's cool voice rang out. Still, it can't even form a proper body, pitifully weak. Hey, little one, what's your name? The newly awakened consciousness seemed somewhat bewildered. She didn't seem to understand. Lin Ye gazed at this sword maiden, a vessel of boundless resentment and secrets, now finally awakened with self-awareness. After a moment's thought, he spoke. How about we call you Yiling? Darkness is your essence, and feathers symbolize your rebirth. Yiling's newly awakened consciousness struggled to repeat the name, a hint of excitement creeping into her voice. It liked this name. Sword maiden, nameless newborn, officially renamed Yiling. Yiling? Not bad. Xingli remarked, offering her approval of the name. Lin Ye was also very pleased. From this moment on, this little one finally had a name of her own. She was no longer nameless. She had been reborn. Lin Ye opened the system panel to check Yiling's information. Sword maiden, Yiling. Quality? Status, initial awakening of consciousness, but still without physical form. Abilities, none, current state incapable of wielding any power or skills. Buff, all attributes plus 120. Ultimate skill, none. Current affinity, 100 max. Seeing this panel, Lin Ye was utterly astonished. Yiling's affection for him was already maxed out? No wonder he'd gone to such great lengths to give her a new life. Unfortunately, due to her lack of physical form, Yiling still possessed no skills or ultimate abilities, offering only attribute bonuses. Yet Lin Ye's heart brimmed with hope. With the Starfall Mystic Iron secured, could the Eternal Ice Crystal and Spirit Resonance Essence be far behind? At that moment, Yiling's newly awakened consciousness seemed to take a keen interest in the black ring on the table. Master wants to eat, Yiling stammered intermittently. Lin Ye's heart stirred. Yiling's primordial power was darkness and void, and restrictions, seals, and spiritual imprints were, in a sense, manifestations of that very darkness and void. Could the newly awakened Yiling instinctively wield such power? Do you wish to try breaking it? Lin Ye picked up the cold ring. Yiling transmitted a definite thought. All right. Without hesitation, Lin Ye brought the ring close to Yiling's blade. Be careful, this restriction is powerful, and it carries a tracking mark. A deep, eerie glow once again emanated from Yiling's blade, carrying a peculiar penetrating power. Sizzle, sizzle. The obscure runes on the ring's surface suddenly flashed violently, erupting with intense resistance. A powerful psychic shockwave surged, attempting to backfire. Yet Yiling's power seemed inherently counter to these restrictions. She swiftly eroded and corrupted the rune's energy structure, dissolving and devouring them. The entire process unfolded in utter silence. Within mere breaths, the resisting glow erupting from the ring faded completely. Unknown storage ring detected, seal removed. Mental imprint and tracking markings completely purged. Success! Lin Ye's heart surged with joy. No sooner had Yiling been reborn than it displayed such a unique and powerful ability. He immediately probed the ring's interior with his psychic energy. The space wasn't large, roughly a few cubic meters, but its contents made Lin Ye's eyes flash with excitement. Chapter 42, Level 20. New entry, Eternal Moment. The ring contained numerous items, all neatly categorized and arranged. They were roughly as follows. Currency and crystal cards, a massive pile of great xia coins roughly estimated to be no less than 1 million. Plus several crystal cards radiating high-grade energy, clearly storing substantial funds. Pills, a dozen jade bottles contained fragrant pills brimming with spiritual energy. Lin Ye instantly recognized one as the extremely precious barrier-breaking pill, capable of directly raising the level of practitioners below level 30 by 1 rank. Another bottle held the life-creating elixir, a sacred healing remedy capable of nearly regenerating flesh from bone and reviving the dead. And one labeled spirit nurturing pill, capable of profoundly nourishing the spirit. Scrolls, several scrolls inscribed with intricate runes, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. One scroll, Fiery Crimson, was an advanced version of the Blazing Inferno scroll. Another, Icy Blue, was Frozen Abyss, and a third, Glowing Earth and Yellow, was the Defensive Earth Barrier scroll. Materials, several rare metals and ores shimmering with varied hues. Though not as valuable as Starfall Mystic Iron, they were still quite precious. Additionally, there were various beast horns, claws, and hides, all excellent materials for crafting weapons and armor. Truly befitting the Zhao family heir, this collection is remarkably impressive. Lin Ye felt both surprise and delight. The wealth and resources within Zhao Mingxuan's ring far exceeded his expectations. It was practically a tailor-made supply pack for him. He might even have to thank Zhao Mingxian for this. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ye immediately grabbed the bottle of barrier-breaking pills. He was already at level 19. If he followed the standard progression, grinding monsters to reach level 20 would take at least a week. But with the national exams approaching, he simply didn't have the time. Reaching level 20 represented a massive threshold for Lin Ye.
Once crossed, not only would all his attributes receive a massive boost, but he would also gain a new contract slot and golden attributes. This barrier-breaking pill was truly a godsend. This was the perfect moment for Lin Ye to make his breakthrough. He sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and swallowed a dragon eye-sized, barrier-breaking pill, pulsing with surging energy. Boom! The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a torrent of violent, pure energy that surged through every limb and bone. The spiritual energy within Lin Ye surged like a volcano ignited, spiraling, compressing, and undergoing a qualitative transformation. The level 19 barrier crumbled like paper under this overwhelming force. Absorbing pure energy. Experience points significantly increased. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 20. Strength 100, Spirit 100, Constitution 100, Agility 100 base stat boost. Talent, Sword Heart Enlightenment triggered. Obtained 1 random golden attribute. Extracting attribute. Acquired new trait, Eternal Moment. With each successive sound, Lin Ye not only gained massive attribute boosts after leveling up, but more importantly, he acquired a new golden attribute. Eternal Moment upon activation eliminates all cooldowns, resource costs, and backlash effects for Sword Maiden skills and ultimate abilities. Allows unlimited skill usage for 3 minutes. Usable only once per day. These few lines of description held terrifying power capable of turning the tide of battle. No cooldowns, no resource costs, no backlash. Unrestricted use of all skills. 3 minutes. What does this signify? It means that within those 3 minutes, he becomes the absolute master of the sword. Stellar Scarstab can become an unending torrent of death. Silent Stardust can blanket the skies, ceaseless and relentless. Starfall can bombard like a dense meteor shower. Even the ultimate technique, Eternal Night's Wither, could be unleashed without restraint, transforming the domain into an eternal killing ground without fear of backlash. This was nothing short of a god-defying technique that rewrote fate. Lin Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the storm raging within his heart. This moment of eternity would be his ultimate trump card in the national trials, a battlefield where heroes clash. It would allow him to disregard level disparities and confront any formidable foe head-on. Compared to this, the attribute boosts from leveling up seemed trivial. After reviewing the golden attribute, Lin Ye continued scanning the other information. Beyond level increases and new attributes, the most significant change lay in the new contract slot. Command 10,000 Swords effect activated. Host reaches level 20, gaining 1 additional Sword Maiden contract slot. Current contract slots, 23. Current contracted Sword Maidens, Xingli 3-star, can be upgraded, Yiling Newborn, 1 slot open. Current attribute bonus, 100. Yiling has yet to materialize, thus unable to trigger the command all swords attribute bonus. Lin Ye looked down at Yiling in his arms. Rest well, Yiling. Soon, we'll find the remaining materials to truly bring you to life. Lin Ye silently vowed in his heart. Yiling transmitted back a faint yet profoundly affectionate and trusting thought, Master, grow stronger. Yiling will wait for you. Time slowly passed, and the next day arrived. A gentle morning breeze swept across the central square of Lingfeng City. Lin Ye stood at the edge of the crowd, his eyes gently closed. Lin Ye! A rough voice broke the stillness. Wang Mang pushed through the crowd, bringing Chen Fei and several classmates with him. Their faces betrayed unmasked excitement and tension. Are you ready? I heard this big exam, people really die this time. MHM. Lin Ye nodded, his gaze sweeping across the center of the field. The massive teleportation array had already been activated. All senior high students from Lingfeng City, regardless of their awakening level, gathered here. Their faces showed a mix of excitement, apprehension, and fear of the unknown. Silence. Lord Qin Yu's voice boomed across the field through the amplification array. The national exam commences immediately. Destination, Tianhai City Provincial Sub-Examination Site. This teleportation is directly controlled by the Provincial Guild. The spatial link is stable, no need for panic. Form your lines and enter the array in order. The crowd began to stir. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the surging crowd, landing on that cold, white figure. Lin Yubing stood alone a short distance away, her ice blue gown immaculate, an aura of forbidding coldness radiating around her. Her gaze seemed to casually sweep in Lin Ye's direction, a fleeting hint of concern flickering in her eyes before returning to an icy, serene calm. The line slowly inched forward. The moment Lin Ye stepped into the core of the teleportation array, a powerful suction instantly enveloped his entire body. In an instant, solid ground appeared beneath his feet. Lin Ye snapped his eyes open to find himself already at the provincial capital's examination hall. They found themselves in a vast, immense plaza. The square was teeming with people, a sea of heads surging and swirling. Candidates from dozens of cities under Tianfang province had gathered here. The aura was chaotic yet powerful, with the weakest cultivators at least at the 10th level. Suddenly, an indescribable, overwhelming pressure descended without warning. Roar! Every head snapped upward. They witnessed the sky being forcibly parted by a colossal force. A massive azure dragon tore through the sea of clouds, plunging downward.
Upon its dragon head stood a figure, hands clasped behind his back. His dark blue robe remained utterly still amidst the raging winds. It was Xiao Tianan. Silence. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an absolute authority that brooked no argument. Next, I shall announce the rules for this national examination. The entire arena fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 43, The National Examination begins. The illusory battlefield. The national examination commences today. Xiao Tiannan's voice echoed through the vast space. The assessment consists of 3 phases. Phase 1, Provincial Capital Joint Combat Assessment. Duration, 3 days. Location, outer safety zone of the illusory battlefield. Objectives, survival, hunting, scoring. Rules, each relies on their own abilities. Life and death are their own responsibility. The top 100 scorers advance. The illusory battlefield connects to the real demon realm. Though weakened by formations, the demons remain ferocious. Casualties are inevitable. Crushing the teleportation stone allows forced exit, but disqualifies you from the exam. The phrase "at your own risk" pierced every heart like an ice spike, leaving a chill in its wake. Phase 2, 100 Battles Arena. Advancing participants enter the illusory battlefield's 100 Battles Arena, where they face off against qualifiers from other provinces. Victors continue fighting. 2 losses result in elimination, until the national top 100 are determined. Phase 3, National Ranking Finals. Held in the imperial capital to determine the ultimate rankings. The top 10 earn entry to the core zone of the Great Xia Secret Repository. They shall enjoy the nation's most privileged resources. Xiao Tiannan's gaze drifted, seemingly by chance, toward Lingfeng City before lingering briefly on Lin Ye. The nation faces peril as demonic forces invade our borders. Great Xia needs not merely geniuses, but true warriors who can fight amidst blood and fire, rising from the depths of despair. The rules have been declared. Choose your path. Now, all candidates, enter the teleportation array to your destination, the illusory battlefield. As his words fell, 10 colossal teleportation arrays larger than the school grounds and adorned with more intricate, mystical runes simultaneously erupted with towering pillars of light at the plaza's center. Giant spatial portals slowly opened within the beams, revealing a vast, shadowy expanse of land churning with the stench of blood. Faint demonic howls echoed faintly through the portal. The true aura of the battlefield washed over them. Lin Ye stepped into the portal. The shadowy light of the portal swallowed his figure. The national exam officially began. When Lin Ye's feet touched solid ground again, a sickening stench of blood instantly filled his nostrils. The scene before him was utterly unlike the training tower or the dark abyss. The sky hung dark red, like congealed filth, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The earth was cracked and charred, littered with colossal skeletal remains. Twisted, withered trees reached out like claws, while the faint outlines of collapsed city walls and burning ruins could be discerned. This was the illusory battlefield. The front line connecting to the true demon realm. Even with the array's weakening effect, its brutal and perilous aura far surpassed any previous trial ground. Wah! Not far away, a girl who had just teleported in was overwhelmed by the thick stench of blood and the gruesome sights, bending over to retch uncontrollably. More newcomers turned pale, their weapon-gripping hands trembling slightly. A bunch of greenhorns who've never seen battle. Xingli sneered coldly. If they can't handle this much, they'll probably wet themselves when the demons charge. Lin Ye ignored the commotion, swiftly surveying his surroundings. He stood at the edge of a relatively open, scorched plain. To his left lay a forest of twisted, dead trees, while to his right stretched a slope of jagged, oddly shaped rocks. Within his field of vision, aside from dozens of other candidates who had just teleported in like him, still shaken and disoriented, there was no sign of monsters for now. Watch out! Something's coming from the left, near the dead trees. Almost simultaneously with Xingli's warning, a low, rumbling growl echoed from within the grove. Immediately after, several shadowy figures darted out like ghosts. They resembled hyenas but were larger, their bodies covered in glossy black carapaces, with sharp bone spines protruding from their joints. Shadow Hounds Pack. Level 18. Skills: Shadow Strike, Corrosive Bite, Bone Spike Burst. Monsters. They're monsters. Level 18. So many. Run. Terrified screams erupted instantly. Several candidates with weaker nerves turned to flee, but in their panic, they collided with each other, throwing their formation into chaos. Form a defensive formation. A boy wielding a massive shield bellowed, attempting to organize resistance. But his voice was drowned out by the chaos. A bunch of rabble. A cold voice came from behind Lin Ye. 3 candidates clad in matching crimson leather armor, exuding a fierce aura, stood together. Leading them was a youth wielding a flaming long sword, his face twisted in a cold, disdainful sneer. The burning flame emblem embroidered on their chests marked them as members of the Crimson Flame City. It was the Yanwu squad from Qi Yan City. They were formidable. Someone recognized them. Yanwu was the other top contender in this grand examination from Qi Yan City besides Yan Lai possessing an A-grade flame talent. Though not as formidable as Yan Lai's S-grade, it was still highly impressive. Yanwu glanced at the chaotic students and the shadow hounds closing in, a cruel curve lifting his lips. Trash deserves to be weeded out. Perfect. Let these beasts clean up the garbage for us, they're just in the way. He showed no intention of intervening, instead stepping aside with his companions, adopting an attitude of watching the spectacle unfold. Roar! The first few shadow hounds to reach their prey opened their gaping maws, reeking of blood, and lunged viciously at the fallen candidates. Tragedy seemed imminent. At that critical moment. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's figure vanished from his original spot. The next moment, he materialized like a ghostly apparition before the fallen students. Stellar scar stab. Buzz. The starlight blade transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly piercing the skull of the shadow hound charging at the forefront. Splatter. Filthy blood mixed with brain matter exploded outward. The hound's massive body crashed to the ground. This sudden rescue and lightning-fast kill instantly silenced the chaotic scene. All eyes instantly focused on Lin Ye. It was Lin Ye. Lin Ye of Lingfeng City. He had struck. So fast. One strike took down an 18th level demon. The rescued students stared at Lin Ye's retreating figure, still shaken, their eyes brimming with gratitude and lingering fear. Meddling in others' affairs. Yan Wu snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on Lin Ye with a sinister glare. A mere F rank, bound to some crappy sword spirit, does he really think he's invincible? Playing savior? Let's see how many he can save. As if to prove his point, more shadow hounds poured out of the withered forest, over 20 of them. Enraged by their fallen comrades, their crimson eyes locked onto Lin Ye as they closed in, surrounding him completely. Several more bypassed Lin Ye, lunging once more at other isolated students. Lin Ye, watch out, someone shouted. Facing the assault of over 20 level 18 beasts, Lin Ye's gaze remained icy, showing no fear. You're the ones courting death, he growled, unleashing the starfall of oblivion. Countless silver streaks of light erupted like a torrential downpour, instantly radiating out in all directions from Lin Ye's position, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Sizzle! The 7 or 8 shadow hounds charging at the forefront were instantly riddled with dozens of bloody holes. The pursuing hounds were also caught in this violent area of effect attack, collapsing in a wave of agonized howls. In the blink of an eye, over 20 ferocious beasts fell like cut wheat, collapsing in droves. Killed 23 level 18 shadow hounds. Gained 4140 EXP. Dead silence fell over the entire field. Only the scattered corpses of the beasts and the thick stench of blood remained. Everyone watched the scene in stunned silence, including Yan Wu and his 2 teammates, both equally gifted with a level talent. The arrogance and mockery that had filled Yan Wu's face moments ago had now frozen solid, replaced by utter disbelief and horror. How is this possible? He cried out, his hand gripping the flaming longsword trembling slightly. He knew Lin Ye had high points and could kill lords, but those were just rumors. Witnessing Lin Ye instantly slaughter over 20 level 18 monsters with a single strike, the sheer visual impact far surpassed the cold numbers on the leaderboard. F rank? This power is monstrous. Lin Ye slowly turned, his gaze calmly sweeping over Yan Wu and the others. The trash is cleared. You wanna try too? Chapter 44, Bone Marsh, Carrion Beetles. His words were spoken lightly, yet carried a pressure more heart-stopping than any demon beast. Yan Wu's face instantly flushed crimson with a mix of shame and rage. As a top-tier genius of Crimson Flame City, when had he ever been treated with such contempt? Yet the shock of what he'd just witnessed still lingered vividly, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Lin Ye ignored Yan Wu's livid expression, his gaze sweeping over the shaken group. Those who wish to survive will form teams and watch each other's backs. The illusory battlefield has only just begun. With that, he wasted no time. Choosing a direction, his figure blurred into a streak of light, vanishing instantly into the depths of the scorched plains. Yan Wu remained rooted to the spot, his expression shifting restlessly. Finally, he stomped his foot in frustration and led his companions swiftly away in another direction. He knew that, at least for now, he couldn't afford to provoke this monstrous Lin Ye. The other rescued students stared in awe at the direction Lin Ye had vanished. Quick, form a group. Follow Lin Ye's direction, it might be safer over there, someone shouted as they snapped into action. The crowd began to organize spontaneously, cautiously advancing toward the direction Lin Ye had departed. Lin Ye's fleeting intervention had not only saved their lives but also pointed them toward a glimmer of direction in this bloody opening act of the phantom battlefield. The true battle for survival and the hunt had only just begun. Outside the illusory battlefield lay the Examination Monitoring Center. Dozens of massive holographic screens floated mid-air, displaying real-time energy fluctuations across the illusionary battlefield, candidates' vital signs, and critical event logs. This served as the core monitoring hub for the provincial sub-exam site of the National Assessment. The examiners stationed here were all senior powerhouses from the Tianfang Province Practitioners Guild or seasoned military commanders, generally ranked above level 50. Sure enough, Su Juxiu of the Su family was leaving everyone in the dust. He'd already hunted down 2 level 20 elite monsters right at the start. Word was he was determined to secure a spot in the national top 10 this exam. Yi Jiyin of the Yi family also performed admirably. Though her innate talent fell short of Su Jiaxiao's, she remains a standout among the younger generation. Then there was Bai Wuxin of the Bai family. Were it not for Su Jiuxiao, he would likely be the most dazzling new star of this national exam. True, but Su Jiuxiao is simply too formidable. It's unlikely anyone can hold a candle to him. Chairman Xiao is said to be quite optimistic about a young man from the frontier. What was his name again? Forgotten, but likely insignificant. Coming from a frontier town, even if he's a genius, how could he compare to the prodigies from the provincial capitals? The examiners chattered away, their opinions swirling. The examinees in the hall remained oblivious to this. After a brief period of adjustment, the candidates plunged into the battlefield, gradually regaining their composure. Lin Ye's figure streaked across the scorched, cracked earth. He deliberately avoided the crowded areas, pushing deeper into the battlefield. The air was thick not only with the stench of blood but also with a putrid, decaying odor. The ground beneath his feet grew increasingly soft and slippery. Twisted skeletons lay half buried in the mud, their hollow eye sockets silently watching the intruder. Oomph, disgusting smell. Worse than those lizard nests. Lin Ye frowned deeply. The terrain and environment here were even more treacherous than the scorched plains they just crossed. He slowed his pace, his senses sharpened to the extreme. Warning, high-density life signal detected. Attributes, corruption, swarm. Warning, detecting faint yet sharp energy fluctuations. Attributes, wind, darkness. Suspected aerial units. Xingli's alerts sounded almost simultaneously, below, in the swamp mud. And above, behind those skeletal frames. Before she could finish speaking. Put. The mud within dozens of meters around Lin Ye violently erupted. Countless fist-sized black beetles surged from the ground like a fountain. Carrion beetles swarm. Level, 17. Skills, acid spray, corrosive gnaw, swarm charge. Simultaneously, a piercing whistling sound split the sky. Several dark shadows dove downward. Bone-winged demon bat elite. Level, 19. Skills, silent dive, bone claw rip, soul screech, corrosive breath. Attacking from above and below. The swarm engulfed the ground like a tidal wave, while the demon bats sealed off any escape route through the air. Trouble. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. This combined assault proved several times more troublesome than mere shadowhounds. The swarm was vast and relentless, while the demon bats dominated the skies with superior firepower, especially that soul scream, clearly a devastating area of effect psychic assault. Oomph, petty tricks. Starry shield. Xingli's voice carried a hint of offended anger. Buzz. Brilliant starlight instantly coalesced around Lin Ye, forming a translucent, swirling barrier of stardust that shielded him completely. Sizzle. The first carrion beetle to strike was crushed against the starry shield, instantly shredded into dust by the rapidly spinning stardust. Yet the swarm was simply too vast. They charged relentlessly against the star spark shield, consuming stardust at a rate far exceeding previous battles. Simultaneously, the fastest diving bone-winged demon bats closed in. Their razor-sharp bone claws sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, lunging viciously toward Lin Ye. Stellar scar stab. Lin Ye roared fiercely. Whoosh. A silver flash appeared as if teleported, piercing the bone-winged demon bat's skull with pinpoint accuracy. But another demon bat's bone claws had already descended. Thud. The bone claw slammed into Xingxuan's protective barrier, emitting a shrill scraping sound. Screech. An invisible shriek erupted in an instant. Soul-piercing scream attack. Mental concussion. Lin Ye felt as though a sledgehammer had struck his skull. Darkness flooded his vision, and a powerful wave of dizziness washed over him. Master. The newly awakened consciousness of Yiling sent a wave of urgency. You're asking for death. Xingli roared, the starlight on her blade surging as she forcibly stabilized the barrier. That split-second hesitation gave the outer ring of carrion beetles their opening. Several beetles broke through the stardust's grasp, their razor-sharp mandibles snapping viciously at Lin Ye's calf. Gritting his teeth against the dizziness, Lin Ye stomped his foot. The firefly flash activated, propelling his figure several meters sideways in an instant, narrowly evading the bite. He couldn't afford to be passive. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The swarm was endless, and the demon bats still lurked menacingly overhead. Though the stardust shield was powerful, its energy consumption was immense. Prolonged defense would inevitably lead to defeat. He made an instant decision, eliminate the aerial threat first. Annihilation stardust. Buzz. The starlight sword erupted in blinding brilliance, unleashing countless silver streaks of light that poured toward the sky like a raging storm. Shhhhhh. A dense chorus of slicing sounds erupted instantly. 3 bone-winged demon bats let out shrill, desperate screeches. They tried to dodge, but there was nowhere to flee. Killed 3 level 19 elite bone-winged demon bats. Gained 3420 EXP. The aerial threat was instantly cleared. However, Lin Ye's face paled visibly, and his body swayed imperceptibly. Using the sword technique Starfall of Oblivion triggers backlash. The innate talent 10,000 calamities and scathe activates, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, moderate weakness can be negated. After consecutively casting Starlight Shield, Starlight Sting, and an enhanced version of Annihilation Stardust, the accumulated backlash surged forth. A bunch of annoying insects. Having dealt with the aerial threat, Xingli's fury turned to the still raging insect tied on the ground. Humans, move aside. Chapter 45, Lords, More Lords. Lin Ye understood instantly, forcing himself to endure the tearing sensations of weakness and backlash as he leapt backward with all his might. Starfall. The starfall sword erupted with a heavy glow, its tip pointing toward the densest section of the insect swarm. Boom! The earth shook violently as mud mixed with insect corpses erupted skyward like a fountain. A massive crater several meters wide appeared in the swamp. Within the crater's center and a 10-meter radius, the carrion beetles were crushed into dust by the raging energy before they could even scream. Killed level 17 carrion beetles? Too many, system estimating, gained EXP. The battlefield fell instantly silent. Lin Ye braced himself on his knees, breathing heavily. Though most of the backlash had been neutralized, the relentless high-intensity combat had left him with tangible mental exhaustion and physical strain. He swiftly retrieved a spirit-infused pill from Zhao Mingxuan's ring and swallowed it. A cool current instantly soothed his weary mind. Phew! Finally some peace. Lin Ye straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged battlefield. Oof! A bunch of filthy vermin. Can't even kill them all cleanly. They've sullied my sword. Lin Ye paid no heed to her complaints, his focus razor-sharp. The lingering aftermath of battle and the thick stench of blood were too conspicuous. He keenly detected another faint disturbance emerging from the distant mudmore carrion beetles, drawn by the blood, stirring restlessly. Further away, heavier, more unsettling footsteps echoed from the depths of the swamp. This place was no longer safe. Lin Ye made his decision instantly. He swiftly scanned the battlefield, his gaze locking onto the area where the 3 bone-winged demon bats had fallen. The magic crystal cores dropped by elite monsters were of higher quality, crucial for scoring points. His figure flickered as the firefly skill activated, instantly transporting him beside a relatively intact bat corpse. His fingers moved like lightning, precisely probing into the skull pierced by the star scar dagger, extracting a pigeon egg-sized, jet-black crystal core, Shadow Bat Crystal Core Epic. It felt icy cold to the touch, pulsing with potent, pure shadow energy. A good find. Lin Ye's heart leapt with joy as he promptly pressed the crystal core against the spot on his chest where Nightfeather resided. Hum. The Nightfeather in his embrace instantly pulsed with a clear, intense vibration, like a starving cub sensing a rare delicacy. An invisible pull spontaneously formed, drawing pure strands of shadow energy from the crystal core, which swiftly surged into the sword's body. Sword Maiden Yiling absorbs pure shadow primordial energy. Sword Maiden buff Yiling, all attributes plus 123 affected by host level. Though the nurturing progress was complete, this did not mean Yiling no longer required shadow crystal cores. Feeding her more shadow crystal cores would allow Yiling to provide greater buffs. Though the improvements were slight, they added up over time. Lin Ye could distinctly sense Yiling's contentment and attachment. Master's energy feels so good. This little one has quite the appetite. Xingli's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. This shadow attribute suits her perfectly. Hey, human, what kind of monster are you planning to raise from this scrap metal? We're nowhere near done yet, Xingli. You're no exception. Lin Ye smiled. Xingli in his mind snorted coldly, seemingly dismissive, yet Lin Ye could sense the faint delight in her heart. Lin Ye swiftly stored the other 2 bat crystal cores into his spatial ring. Just then, the heavy footsteps echoing from the depths of the swamp grew suddenly clear. Simultaneously, the rotting corpse beetles drawn by the bloodshed converged once more from all directions. Like a black tide, they rustled with a sound that made one's hair stand on end. They surged forth from the muddy swamp in piles of bones, their numbers even greater than before. Trouble. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed sharply. A single carrion beetle was no threat, but such overwhelming numbers, combined with the impending arrival of an unknown powerful enemy, could easily form a deadly ambush. Lin Ye's gaze darted like lightning, locking onto the source of the heavy footsteps, a deep, swampy area obscured by massive, twisted skeletal remains and rotting mines. Xingli, clear the way. Go meet that big guy. Lin Ye barked, and the Xingli sword erupted with dazzling starlight. Finally showing some promise. Xingli's cold voice echoed. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's figure instantly transformed into a blurred silver streak of light. Ignoring the surging tide of insects behind him, he charged headlong into the core of the bone swamp. Xingli led the way, like a sharp spearhead cleaving through waves. Wherever she passed, decaying vines and colossal skeletal obstacles were silently sliced apart by her sword's aura. The swarm behind them, having lost its target, churned aimlessly for a moment before slowly retreating back into the depths of the mire. Lin Ye's figure darted swiftly between skeletal remains and muddy swamps. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Finally, after passing through a forest of skulls formed by stacked giant beast skulls, the scene suddenly opened up. A relatively open muddy pool lay before him, its center dominated by a small hill entirely composed of stark white bones. Perched atop that mountain of bones was a colossal, heart-stopping creature. Resembling a gigantic, decaying lizard over 10 meters long, its body was covered in thick, dark green skin rather than scales.
The thick hide was riddled with swollen pus-filled boils and writhing maggots, emitting a nauseating stench. Grom, Lord of the Foul Marsh, Lord Tier. Level 25. Attributes: Venomous, Corrupted, Undead, Weak. Skills: Corrupted Venom Breath, Death Coil Tail Mouthparts, Plague Aura, Bone Regeneration. Status: Slumbering Aroused. Warning: Extreme Danger. Lord Tier Monster. Possesses potent corrosive venom and regenerative abilities. Its very presence corrupts the environment. A level 25 corruption type overlord. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. The sheer repugnance and menace radiating from this creature rivaled that of Abyssal, the shadow dragon lizard of the Shadow Vale. Its potent venom and corrupting nature might even make it a more formidable foe. Just as Lin Ye observed, Grom seemed to be fully roused by the intruder's presence. Its 3 pairs of murky compound eyes locked onto Lin Ye. The massive mandibles at its tail emitted a terrifying hissing sound as its chest cavity swelled violently. A thick, viscous cloud of poisonous mist surged toward Lin Ye like a bursting flood. Wherever the mist passed, the air hissed with corrosive sounds, even the skeletal remains on the ground rapidly blackening and dissolving. The corrosive venomous breath covered an enormous area, nearly sealing off all of Lin Ye's escape routes. Crisis descended in an instant. No retreat. No escape. The shadow of death descended, its stench thicker than the putrid air. At the critical moment, Lin Ye's gaze remained utterly calm. A moment that felt like an eternity. Lin Ye roared fiercely, unleashing his newly acquired ultimate technique without hesitation. Though he had now reached level 20, significantly stronger than when he first battled the Lord Abyssos, swiftly dispatching this monster before him remained a daunting challenge. Rather than a drawn-out battle, an instant kill was preferable. Buzz. Golden skill, Moment of Eternity activated. Duration, 3 minutes. Effect: all sword techniques and ultimate skills reset to 0 cooldown. Spirit energy consumption reset to 0. Sword Maiden Backlash reset to 0. Unlimited release. A terrifying surge of power flooded Lin Ye's entire body, making every cell in his being feel as though it were boiling. Chapter 46, Instant Kill. Stuns the examiners. Time itself lost all meaning in that instant. The world seemed frozen in time. The surging toxic mist froze mere inches from Lin Ye's face. Every swirling droplet of dark green venom was rendered in exquisite detail, solidifying into an eerie sculpture. An indescribable, colossal power erupted from Lin Ye's body. Buzz. The suspended starglass sword emitted a piercing hum unlike any before. Eternal Night's Decay. A 10-meter radius domain instantly unfolded. Star Spiral Shield. Starfall Plunge. Annihilation Stardust. 3 deadly moves unleashed simultaneously. No delay. No energy drain. No backlash. Boom. A blazing white pillar, far larger than any before, slammed brutally into the Swamp Lord Grom. It was the Starfall. Terrifying light transformed into a meteor, crashing down with brutal force. For the first time, the 3 pairs of murky compound eyes of Grom reflected an emotion called utter terror. Its massive form couldn't even attempt to dodge, only futilely trying to curl its thick, pus-covered, corrupted hide. But it was futile. And Lin Ye's killing move wasn't just the Starfall. Whoosh! Following the Starfall strike came the true Deathstorm. A torrent of destruction, composed of billions of searing white sword energies, erupted indiscriminately and violently in all directions. It was the Annihilation Stardust. Wherever it passed, the solidified poison mist instantly vaporized into nothingness. The 2 skills fused together, erupting with full force upon Grom. Pow! Grom's massive frame, struck by the blazing white starlight pillar, didn't even have time to scream. His resilient, thick, corrupted hide along with the bones and flesh beneath vanished in an instant. The devastating blazing white sword Chi-Storm followed immediately, completely engulfing the remaining colossal remains of Grom. A cacophony of piercing sounds merged into a symphony of death. Boom! A colossal explosion radiated outward from the peak of the Bone Mountain. The entire hill, built from countless bones, disintegrated inch by inch in the blinding light, shattering into a swirling cloud of ghastly white dust. The violent shockwave, mingled with foul-smelling vapors, formed a visible white wave that swept madly in all directions across the bone marsh. Lord of the Swamp, dead. Defeated level 25 Lord Monster, Grom the Swamp Lord. Gains 60,000 EXP. Obtained items: Rotten Lord Core Legendary X1, Plague Sack Epic X3, Fragment of Immortal Bones Epic X5. Examination Hall Monitoring Center. Abnormal energy spike detected in Sector B7, exceeding Lord level threshold. Marked as event, Bone Swamp Outbreak. An examiner's voice abruptly rose, shattering the monitoring center's silence. Bone Swamp? That's an outer safety zone. How could it register a Lord level energy reaction? A middle-aged examiner beside him immediately pulled up real-time footage and energy maps of the area. Retrieve incident logs immediately. Commanded another figure, a gray-haired elder whose aura was as deep and still as an abyss. He was one of the monitoring center's leaders, Elder Wang, a formidable level 68. The operator's fingers flew across the light screen. The interference was swiftly cleared from the display. A sub-window popped up beside the energy spectrum, beginning to replay the battlefield footage from 30 seconds before the incident until its conclusion. The footage showed. In the charred, desolate bone marsh, a slender figure Lin Ye was surrounded by a surging tide of carrion beetles and diving bone-wing demons, the situation perilously precarious. Suddenly, he charged deep into the swamp, startling the colossal creature lurking atop the bone mountain, the Swamp Lord Grum.
Grum the Swamp Lord? How did it appear in the outer safe zone? Is the formation's weakening effect insufficient? The military examiner's brow furrowed.
The next instant, Grum unleashed a deadly breath of putrid venom. A thick, dark green toxic mist instantly engulfed the tiny figure on the screen, sealing off all evasion space.
It's over. A Lord-level area attack. The kid's dead. The data analyst's words trailed off abruptly.
On the screen, the figure about to be engulfed by the toxic mist suddenly erupted with an indescribable, terrifying aura that seemed to freeze time and space. Buzz! An indescribable blinding white light erupted in an instant. What followed shattered all expectations.
Eternal Night's Decay. Starfall's Plunge. Annihilation Stardust. Stellar Guardian's Shield. Several ultimate techniques erupted simultaneously without warning, without pause, without restraint. A pillar of blinding white light struck Grum like divine retribution, crashing down with savage force. The entire White Bone Mountain, along with Grum's colossal form, disintegrated completely within the light, reduced to a sky-filling cloud of ash. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Dead silence. The monitoring center fell into absolute silence. You could hear a pin drop. All examiners, including the seasoned Elder Wang, stared fixedly at the screens.
Their faces no longer bore cold scrutiny, but rather an unmistakable shock.
Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. This can't be. The data analyst's voice trembled with disbelief.
The energy peak and instantaneous output far exceed the limits a level 25 Lord can withstand. This is not the kind of power a level 20 candidate could unleash.
Instrument malfunction? Or an error in the battlefield array's recording?
The operator's voice was equally dry as he pulled up Lin Ye's profile. Name, Lin Ye, origin, Lingfeng City, registered level, 20, profession, swordmaster, talent, F-grade resilience, suspected mutation, contracted sword maiden, Xingli 3-star.
That's the kid Chairman Xiao took a liking to.
The moment those words were spoken, the monitoring center fell into complete silence. Everyone instantly recalled Chairman Xiao Tiannan's special attention, and the rumors about this Lingfeng City youth's sword maiden who never dies. Now, all the scattered fragments of information were forcibly pieced together before this shocking scene, forming an unimaginable outline. Holy moly, no wonder Chairman Xiao took notice. Judging by his performance, he might be approaching Su Jiaoxiao's level. I heard Su Jiaoxiao hunted a lord before too, but he was only level 24, probably not even as good as this kid. But Su Jiaoxiao didn't use his full strength back then. This Lin Ye doesn't seem to have used his full strength either. People chattered excitedly, unable to resist comparing Lin Ye to another prodigy. Alright, log it first. Old Wang slammed his hand on the console.
Incident, Skeleton Swamp Outbreak. Related candidate, Lingfeng City, Lin Ye. Assessment, at least SS tier potential.
Encrypt and report immediately to the Provincial Guild headquarters, marked for President Zhao's eyes only.
Yes.
The atmosphere in the monitoring center instantly turned tense and grim.
SS grade assessment.
This was already an extremely high rating. A candidate with F-grade talent had received this rating in the monitoring center.
Lot down all subsequent energy fluctuation details in this sector.
Encrypt the combat replay to the highest security clearance. Old Wang continued issuing orders, instructing the senior examiners patrolling the grounds to covertly monitor this candidate's movements.
Do not intervene unless absolutely necessary, but ensure his life signs remain stable at all costs. He cannot die here, at least not until we figure out what's happening to him.
Understood. Soon, the records concerning Lin Ye were sealed and packaged, then dispatched to Xiao Tiannan.
Chapter 47, Fortune Seeking Danger? Fortune also lost in danger. Core region of the Skeleton Marsh.
The blazing white light gradually faded, leaving behind a massive, charred crater dozens of meters in diameter.
Lin Ye knelt on one knee at the crater's edge, gasping for breath. Sweat soaked through his old-school uniform, trickling down his temples and dripping onto the scorched earth below. Golden trait, momentary eternity effect ended. Current status, mild exhaustion, extreme mental drain.
Though Eternal Moment exempted him from skill cooldowns, resource costs, and backlash, unleashing 3 consecutive ultimate attacks, especially mastering the Eternal Knight's withered realm, demanded a brutal toll on his mind and spirit. Right now, he felt like he'd sprinted for 3 days and nights before abruptly stopping. His brain throbbed in waves, and his vision darkened slightly.
Poof. Already unable to endure?
Xingli's voice carried its usual mockery, yet the glow along the blade's length dimmed slightly, evidence that the earlier burst had taken a toll on her as well.
Master, are you tired?
The newly awakened consciousness of Yi Ling transmitted waves of concern and tenderness, striving to convey warmth to ease Lin Ye's exhaustion.
I'm fine. Just need a moment's rest.
Lin Ye reassured Yi Ling in his mind while forcing himself to stand.
His gaze swept the battlefield, locking onto the crystal core at the pit's bottom, core of the decaying Lord Legendary. Lin Ye activated Firefly Flash, his figure instantly appearing at the pit's bottom. He scooped up the heavy core. Its touch was bone-chillingly cold, containing immense energy tinged with a thick, decaying aura. The clear yearning from Yiling in his arms resurfaced. But this time, Lin Ye did not immediately grant her wish. The decayed primordial essence within this core was too chaotic and violent. Direct absorption would likely harm the newly born Night Feather more than it would help. He'd store it away for now. Lin Ye swiftly stowed the core along with several other epic materials into his spatial ring. This place was no longer safe to linger in. The energy fluctuations and bloodlust emanating from the fallen lord were far too intense. He must leave this place of strife immediately. He assessed his bearings and chose a path leading deeper into the battlefield, toward a ravine with more complex and rugged terrain. Just as Lin Ye's figure was about to vanish, several figures silently approached the edge of the deep pit from different directions. Leading them was none other than Yen Wu of Crimson Flame City. Behind him followed his two A-tier talent teammates. Yen Wu stared at the landscape before him, ravaged as if by divine punishment the bottomless crater and the lingering aura of destruction in the air. His eyes brimmed with horror, envy, and a hint of unmasked fear. "Did that kid really do this?" one teammate croaked, his voice thick with disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," another teammate flatly denied, pointing at the corrosive residue at the pit's bottom. "That monster self-detonated, or triggered some battlefield restriction. He's only level 20, bound to some crappy sword maiden. How could he possibly one-shot a lord? He must have used some one-time forbidden scroll. He's definitely spent now." Yen Wu stared fixedly at the direction Lin Ye had vanished, his gaze so dark it could drip water. Recalling Lin Ye's seemingly weakened stumble as he left, combined with the inhuman destruction before him, the flames of greed instantly overwhelmed his fear. Whether he's genuinely powerful or just bluffing, whatever trick he used to kill the lord, he must have the lord's magic crystal core on him. Yen Wu's voice trembled with unchecked excitement and ruthlessness. "Pursue him. Strike while he's down and finish him off. Take his points and core, and our squad secures a guaranteed promotion spot." "Right. Fortune favors the bold." The same greedy fire ignited in his two teammates' eyes. Without further hesitation, the trio followed Lin Ye's faint trail, swiftly plunging into the jagged, rocky fissure zone. The ravine was dimly lit, massive rock layers cleaved as if by a giant axe, forming deep fissures and sheer cliffs. Lin Ye hid deep within a narrow crevice, his back pressed against the cold rock. He swallowed the last Yunshin pill. A cool current flowed through his mind, greatly alleviating his mental exhaustion. Simultaneously, he silently channeled his spiritual energy, restoring his physical exhaustion. The faint warmth transmitted by Yiling continued to nourish him. "Oof, 3 bothersome tales, sticking close enough." Xingli's cool voice carried a hint of impatience. That fool playing with fire and his 2 lackeys were still lingering at the valley entrance. "Did they really think you were too weak to fight back?" Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, his gaze icy cold. Yen Wu's pursuit was entirely expected. Such greedy, arrogant fools would never pass up an opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. They wanted to play hunter? A cold curve touched Lin Ye's lips. Then let them taste the bitter flavor of being hunted down by their prey. He carefully sensed the positions of Yen Wu and his 2 companions. They were cautious, not venturing deep into the fissure. Instead, they had halted near its entrance, in a relatively open area among scattered boulders, seemingly discussing something. "Xingli, can you pinpoint their exact location and status?" The fool wielding the heavy sword on the left, level 16, Earth Element talent. Solid defense, holding guard in the center. The dart-throwing one on the right, level 17, Wind Element. Swift, patrolling the flank. The fire-wielding one in the middle, level 18, Fire Element. Strongest aura, clearly the leader. What is he setting up? Setting something up? A trap? Or a signal? Lin Ye's heart stirred. Yen Wu wasn't stupid. Knowing Lin Ye possessed the ability to instantly wipe out large groups of monsters, he wouldn't dare engage in a direct confrontation. He was bound to resort to other tactics. "Yiling, help me see what that one in the middle is doing?" Lin Ye attempted to communicate with the newly awakened Yiling. Yiling's essence was darkness and void, making her supremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Her consciousness immediately sprang to life. A faint yet exceptionally sharp perception silently pierced through the rock crevices, extending toward Yen Wu's location. The red stones were radiating heat. Energy connections intermittently transmitted information to Yiling, carrying a hint of instinctive disgust, like insects chirping. Red stones? Heat? Energy connection? Insects? Lin Ye instantly understood. Explosive flame trap array. Yen Wu was setting up explosive flame traps, not just one, but multiple traps linked together through some kind of energy connection to form an array. Once triggered, their power would multiply, covering an extremely wide area. He intended to lure Lin Ye into the trap zone or force him to reveal himself before detonating it. Petty tricks, how dare he show off in front of the experts? Xingli sneered, charging straight in and sweeping both the man and the traps away with the annihilation stardust. No. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with sharp determination.
The traps were their reliance, but they would also be their graves. If they wished to play with fire, then let them burn themselves. A bold plan instantly formed in Lin Ye's mind. Xingli, prepare Star Spiral Protection and Star Scar Stab.
Await my command. Yiling, focus your energy. Lock onto those energy lines connecting the red stones.
Soon, I'll need you to disrupt the most critical junctions, make them activate at the wrong time, in the wrong place.
Understood, Master. Yiling's consciousness transmitted a resolute intent. Troublesome. Though Xingli grumbled, starlight began coalescing along the blade.
Lin Ye took a deep breath, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's.
The hunt begins. Chapter 48, Exterminate All. Courting Death. He deliberately made a slight noise. A fragment of rock rolled down the cliff face. The sound echoed amplified through the silent canyon. Over there.
The wind element dart user in the Yanwu squad immediately barked, pointing toward the crevice where Lin Ye was concealed. A sharp gleam flashed in Yanwu's eyes as a savage grin spread across his face.
Can't hide anymore, huh?
As planned, force him out. He and the earth element heavy swordsman slowly advanced toward the crevice, maintaining defensive stances. The wind element dart thrower flickered like a phantom, circling around to flank them, ready to cut off Lin Ye's retreat. Beneath Yanwu's feet, faint red flashes flickered from several inconspicuous fragments of rock, the trigger points for the explosive flame traps he had set. Once Lin Ye was forced out of the crevice, whichever direction he dodged, he risked stepping on a trap. The moment Yanwu and the heavy swordsman closed within 10 meters of the crevice, and the wind dart user was about to take position.
Now! Night Feather! Lin Ye roared inwardly. An extremely subtle dark fluctuation, like invisible needles, pierced precisely toward the two hidden red stones beneath Yanwu's feet and to his side and rear. Those were the energy core nodes of the trap array. SSSH. SSSH. Two barely perceptible pops. Beneath Yanwu's feet and to his rear, two explosive flame traps designed to activate only after he left the safety zone had their energy circuits forcibly disrupted by Yiling, causing them to overload prematurely. Boom! Boom! Two searing fireballs erupted without warning, detonating violently in the center and rear flank of Yanwu's squad. Raging flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed the unprepared Yanwu and the earth elemental heavy swordsman. Ah! No! Piercing screams were drowned out by the explosions. Xingli, move! Lin Ye's figure shot out like an arrow from a rock crevice. His target, the wind element dart thrower, still reeling from the blast's shockwave. Stellar Scar Stab. A flash of silver. Thud. The dart user felt a chill at his throat. All his terror and speed froze on his face as his body slumped limply to the ground. Lin Ye didn't pause, turning and charging toward the explosion's epicenter. Smoke billowed thickly, flames still raging. The earth elemental heavy swordsman lay charred and blackened, his heavy armor shattered, collapsed in a pool of blood, his fate unknown. Yanwu fared even worse. Being closest to the blast, half his body was blown to a bloody pulp. An arm was gone, and he lay on the ground, wailing in agony, his eyes filled with disbelief, terror, and venomous hatred. Impossible. How could my trap fail? He growled hoarsely. Lin Ye stepped before him, the Xingli sword hovering at his brow. Its icy blade radiated the scent of death. Those who play with fire will inevitably burn themselves. Lin Ye's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. In your next life, remember not to provoke those you shouldn't. No. Spare me. I'll give you all my points. The core too. Yanwu's pleas abruptly ended. SSSSH. The Xingli sword pierced his forehead without hesitation. Killed level 18 candidate Yanwu. Killed level 16 candidate. Killed level 17 candidate. Poof. 3 reckless nobodies. Clearing them out saves me the trouble. Xingli's voice carried a hint of disdain, though the commotion might attract some bothersome flies. I know. Lin Ye's voice was low as he swiftly inventoried the spoils gathered from Yanwu and his two companions, several decent quality magic crystal cores, some potions, coins, and Yanwu's fine-grade longsword imbued with flame runes. He stowed the useful items into his spatial ring, discarding the rest without a second thought. The provincial capital exam grounds life and death are your own responsibility. If they want to harm me, don't blame me for striking hard. He touched his chest. Nightfeather transmitted a faint yet distinct sense of attachment and contentment. The energy absorbed from the Shadowbat crystal core just now gave her another hearty meal. Sword Maiden buff Nightfeather, all attributes plus 124 affected by host level. A minor boost, but every little bit adds up. Then, like a ghost blending into the surroundings, Lin Ye swiftly vanished into the deeper labyrinth of the Rift Valley. Illusory Battlefield Monitoring Center. On the massive light screen, the sub-window for the Bone Marsh outbreak incident had just closed. Almost simultaneously, 3 signals representing the flaming martial squad from Crimson Flame City vanished near the light point, indicating Lin Ye's life signal. Signals from the Crimson Flame City's Yanwu squadron have vanished near candidate Lin Ye's signal point in the fissure zone at the edge of Sector B7. The operator's voice carried a hint of alarm. Retrieve energy logs for that sector. Old Wang ordered in a deep voice, his brow furrowed. The screen shifted.
Near the rift entrance, the energy spectrum displayed a series of intense, localized high-energy explosive reactions, followed by 3 sharp pulses representing the annihilation of life signals. Due to the complex terrain of the rift and interference from residual Lord energy fields, the replay footage was blurred. Only flashes of explosions, faint human movements, and finally Lin Ye's retreating figure after looting the spoils could be discerned. A trap detonation, one examiner analyzed, his tone laced with disbelief. Did the Yanwu squad trigger their own trap array? Or did Lin Ye use the traps to counter-kill? The energy reaction was concentrated in the Yanwu squad's position area, while Lin Ye's energy fluctuations remained consistently low. It looked more like they'd botched their own setup. Another examiner studied the diagram, but Lin Ye's final location and timing seemed too coincidental. Old Wang's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the signal point where Lin Ye vanished into the depths of the fissure. The counter-trap was precise, lethal, and executed without hesitation. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with coldness. This Lin Ye, not only is his power overwhelming, but his nature is ruthless and decisive. His grasp of battlefield timing borders on demonic. Yanwu's death was no accident. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Record, candidate Lin Ye, in the B7 zone rift area of the illusory battlefield, suspected of exploiting environmental features and traps set by opponents to counter-kill 3 members of the Yanwu squad from Chiyan City. Process efficient, methods unclear. Assessment level maintained at SS grade potential. Classify this incident as top secret. Report immediately to headquarters and Chairman Xiao. Simultaneously, notify the Crimson Flame City team leader that the Yanwu squad is missing. Emphasize that this is under investigation, calm their concerns, and reiterate the exam ground rule: each candidate bears sole responsibility for their own life and death. Yes. The operator's palms grew slightly sweaty as he raced through the commands. After the report was submitted, Elder Wang continued watching the live feed, murmuring, could this prodigy from a remote town truly rival a prodigy like Su Jiushao? Indeed, Chairman Zhao's actions always carry profound meaning. Deep within the rift, in the shadow nest, Lin Ye finally halted at a massive natural cavern. Dark and damp, this place would be a death trap for ordinary people. But for Yiling, who could sense the shadows, it felt as comforting as returning to the mother nest. Temporary safety. Lin Ye leaned his back against the cold rock wall and exhaled a long breath. The relentless high-intensity combat and mental strain had left even him feeling exhausted. He retrieved a vial of restorative potion, swallowed it, and silently began to regulate his breath. You humans are always so calculating. Xingli appeared beside her. There are decent people in Crimson Flame City too. Those Yanwu fellows are probably just exceptions. Lin Ye immediately thought of Yan Lai. Though Lin Ye deeply disliked Yan Wu and his kind, Yan Lai, who had accompanied him to the Great Xia secret repository, had a decent personality. Hopefully, they aren't connected in any way. If possible, Lin Ye didn't want to antagonize Yan Lai. Yan Wu and his crew got what they deserved. Master, something is approaching. Many weak but annoying ones. The newly awakened consciousness of Yi Ling suddenly sent a clear warning, tinged with a hint of disgust. Almost simultaneously, a dense rustling sound surged from outside the cave, like a rising tide. Countless beetles, each glowing with a crimson light, swarmed the cave entrance in a dense, teeming mass. Carrion-feeding corpse beetles colony. Level 15. Skills: acidic gnaw, swarm charge, death explosion, minor corrosion. Their sheer numbers sent a chill down one's spine. More bugs. Xingli's voice brimmed with impatience. Never ending. Chapter 49, Blackwood Forest, Level 22 Elite Monsters. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy. Individually, these insects were insignificant, but in such overwhelming numbers, getting close would spell disaster. No time to linger. Lin Ye acted decisively. The Xingli sword hummed as it hovered before him. Annihilation stardust. Buzz. Countless silver streaks erupted instantly, like a dense silver downpour, engulfing the swarm of insects pouring from the cave entrance. Sizzle. A dense chorus of piercing sounds rang out. The front ranks of corpse insects were instantly torn apart like creatures thrown into boiling water, reduced to blackish-green sludge. Yet the swarm showed no fear of death, surging forward relentlessly. The rear insects trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing their advance. Go! Lin Ye barked, seizing the brief opening created by the annihilation stardust. The firefly flash activated, his figure blurring into a streak of light as he shot out of the cave and streaked upward along the steep cliff face of the rift. His target was the Blackwood Forest above the canyon, a dense, ancient forest of fossilized trees shrouded in deeper shadows. The complex terrain and denser shadow energy there would provide better cover and allow Nightfeather to operate more effectively. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's form became a blurred silver streak, rapidly ascending the jagged, steep walls of the Rift Valley. Behind him, the brief vacuum created by the annihilation stardust was swiftly refilled by an endless swarm of decay-devouring corpse insects. These pesky bugs just won't let go. Their numbers were too great, a direct confrontation would be too costly. Lin Ye responded inwardly, his gaze sharpening as he locked onto the dark wooded area above the Blackwood Forest, growing ever closer. It was not a true forest, but a bizarre expanse formed by countless massive, petrified, and twisted ancient tree trunks. The air was thick with a pure essence of darkness, carrying the ancient stillness and bone-chilling cold of time itself. This was precisely the environment Nightfeather craved most. "Master, this feels good." The power beckoned, transmitting a sense of excitement and longing through Yiling's consciousness. Sword Maiden buff Yiling, all attributes 124-125 slightly enhanced by nourishment from ambient shadow energy.
Though the increase was negligible, it confirmed Lin Ye's judgment. The Blackwood Forest was Yiling's domain. Without hesitation, Lin Ye flickered and vanished into the impenetrable shadows at the edge of the Blackwood Forest. The swarm of insects pursuing him behind suddenly fell into disarray as they neared the edge of the Blackwood Forest. Their crimson compound eyes seemed to lose their target, circling restlessly in place like headless flies. The pure darkness and deathly stillness emanating from the Blackwood Forest seemed to naturally suppress these lowly demons. It worked. Lin Ye exhaled in relief, leaning against a massive petrified tree trunk to steady his breathing. Mental exhaustion lingered, but immersed in this dense shadow environment, coupled with the cool, soothing comfort transmitted by Nightfeather, his recovery accelerated noticeably. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The interior of the Blackwood Forest appeared even more eerie than the outside. Giant petrified tree trunks jostled against each other, forming countless narrow crevices and deep caverns. The ground was blanketed in thick black dust, muffling every step. A peculiar stillness hung in the air, as if time itself had grown viscous and sluggish here. Finally rid of those annoying things. Xingli's form materialized beside Lin Ye, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. Her exquisite face bore a hint of scrutiny as she surveyed this gloomy world. The place felt lifeless, yet the essence of shadow here was pure to an extreme. For that little one, it was actually a decent breeding ground. Yiling seemed quite active here. Lin Ye gently stroked the Yiling nestled in his arms. Active? It's nowhere near truly alive yet. Xingli poured cold water on the notion without hesitation, but her gaze shifted to Lin Ye. Still, you humans are quite fortunate. This place of pure shadow naturally repels low-level demons in most forms of perception and detection. It's perfect for you to recover in peace, avoiding those bothersome flies. Lin Ye couldn't agree more. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Time passed slowly in the deathly silent Blackwood Forest. After an unknown duration, Lin Ye abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of sharpness momentarily piercing the darkness. The mental exhaustion had largely dissipated, and his physical condition had recovered to about 70 or 80% of his peak. Almost recovered? Xingli's voice echoed. MHM. Lin Ye stood up, stretching his limbs until they cracked softly. This isn't a place to linger. We need to push deeper into the core of the battlefield and hunt for more points. He looked up toward the depths of the Blackwood Forest. This petrified forest was not a dead zone. He could vaguely sense that in the deepest, darkest shadows, more powerful shadow creatures existed, creatures far more suited to Yiling. Slaying them would not only yield points but also provide Yiling with purer sustenance. Let's go. Lin Ye chose a direction, the area where Nightfeather's consciousness faintly pointed, where shadow energy was most concentrated. He swiftly blended into the shadows, moving silently between the colossal petrified ancient trees. Soon, Yiling's warning came, "Master, something is sleeping ahead. Big. Dark. Delicious." Lin Ye halted abruptly, holding his breath and straining his senses. Circling around a massive petrified trunk, the sight before him made his pupils contract. A relatively open clearing lay ahead, and in its center lay a colossal creature, sprawled out. It resembled a black giant scorpion magnified countless times, its entire body shrouded in darkness, with a massive barbed scorpion tail coiled behind it. Shadow Stalker Elite. Level 22. Attributes: Shadow, Stealth, Venom. Skills: Shadow Stealth, Venomous Sting, Death Grip, Dark Energy Drain. Status: Dormant, deeply absorbing shadow energy. Level 22 Elite. Lin Ye's heart leapt with excitement. The aura emanating from this creature felt far more dangerous than the bone-winged demon bat it had encountered earlier, especially that scorpion-like tail hook clearly imbued with deadly venom. It seemed to be in a state of deep slumber, greedily absorbing the pure shadow energy of the Blackwood Forest through its two tentacles. Just a larger scorpion. Xingli's voice carried a hint of disdain. The little one is quite picky. This one's shadow core should be decent. Lin Ye carefully studied the terrain and the monster's condition. A sneak attack was the optimal choice. The fatal strike must be delivered before it fully awakens from slumber. He silently maneuvered to the optimal attack position, a shadowy blind spot behind the giant scorpion. Xingli, full power strike. Lin Ye issued the command in his mind, his gaze sharp as a blade. Understood. Xingli's icy reply echoed as starlight retracted along the blade, condensing into a single, intensely dangerous glint. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's figure vanished instantly from his original position. The next moment, he materialized like a specter beside the Shadowstalker's massive head. Stellar Scar Stab. The starlight sword transformed into a nearly invisible silver thread, tearing through space with a piercing shriek as it stabbed with pinpoint accuracy at the fragile seam connecting the giant scorpion's head to its thick, armored torso. This strike was swift, precise, deadly. It channeled every ounce of Lin Ye's spirit and energy. Chapter 50, Major Discovery. Shadow Ore. His intent surged wildly, his killing intent fully revealed. Buzz. The blade of the Xingli sword erupted with a blinding silver radiance, transforming into a slender silver thread that pierced toward the giant scorpion. Thud. The expected sound of shattered carapace and spurting blood never came. At the very instant the starlight thrust was about to connect, the Shadowstalker's massive form rippled like a reflection on water. Shoo! The deadly edge of the star scar sting was bizarrely deflected and neutralized. Only a scorched crack, about an inch deep, remained. Roar! A deafening roar of fury instantly shattered the deathly silence of the Blackwood forest. The Shadowstalker's 3 pairs of crimson compound eyes snapped open, locking onto Lin Ye mere inches away. Boom! Its massive scorpion claws slammed down toward Lin Ye. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's strike missed. Without hesitation, his figure blurred, evading the terrifying blow. Only a faint silver afterimage remained where he stood, shattered by the scorpion claws. Its shadow shell possesses force-deflecting properties, its defense far exceeding expectations. Xingli's voice rang out. At least 2/3 of the force from that strike had been slid away by that layer of shadow. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. A level 22 elite truly no pushover. Especially on this home turf saturated with shadow energy, its defensive capabilities were greatly amplified. The Shadowstalker was thoroughly enraged. Hiss! A piercing shriek erupted from its maw, unleashing an invisible shockwave that instantly rippled outward. Struck by death screech. Mental concussion. Reaction speed reduced. Lin Ye felt as if a sledgehammer had struck his head. Darkness flooded his vision, and an overwhelming dizziness and sluggishness instantly overwhelmed him, causing his movements to lag half a beat. In that split-second lag, whoosh! A blur tore through the air, swift as lightning. It was the scorpion's tail, primed and ready to strike. Its target, Lin Ye's heart. Star wheel protection. Lin Ye shouted coldly. Hum. Countless fragments of starlight coalesced into a barrier, enveloping Lin Ye. Boom! The poisoned hook slammed into the Star Guardian shield, its piercing impact sounding like clashing metal. The starlight shield trembled violently, cracks beginning to appear on its surface. SSSSH. Even more terrifying, the moment the poisoned hook struck, a torrent of venom erupted, violently corroding the starlight barrier. Not bad power. Lin Ye used the immense force of the collision to propel his body backward once more, his eyes blazing with cold fury. Silent stardust. Hum. The starlight sword instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless silver streams of deathly light. SHHHHH. A dense chorus of piercing sounds erupted. This time, the targets were no longer the impenetrable head-thorax junction, but the relatively vulnerable joints, segmented limb connections, and those pair of scarlet compound eyes. Put. Dark blue contaminated blood spurted forth like a fountain. The Shadowstalker let out an even more piercing, agonized howl. Its massive body convulsed wildly, twitching in futile attempts to evade. Several segments were pierced by dense stardust, and one compound eye was shot clean out, oozing viscous fluid. Inflicted heavy damage on the Shadowstalker. Mobility reduced. Perception impaired. Effective. Lin Ye's spirit soared. Roar. The excruciating pain unleashed the Shadowstalker's savage nature. Its remaining 5 compound eyes locked onto Lin Ye with a gaze filled with madness and venom. Its massive body suddenly sank, drawing the dense shadow energy around it like a magnet, madly converging toward it. It was absorbing shadow energy to heal its wounds while preparing an even more devastating attack. Interrupt it. Xingli warned urgently. Lin Ye wouldn't let it catch its breath. Firefly flash. His figure blurred once more. Starfall. Buzz. Brilliant starlight violently coalesced above the giant scorpion, unleashing a devastating aura that crashed down. The Shadowstalker sensed the lethal threat, forcibly halting its energy siphoning. It let out a terrified hiss, attempting to flee back into the shadows. Stay put. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Boom! A silver pillar of light, like divine retribution from the heavens, slammed brutally into the Shadowstalker's massive form. Crack! The sound of shattered carapace echoed. Under the terrifying impact of the starfall, the Shadowstalker's armor shattered inch by inch, disintegrating completely. Dark blue blood mixed with shattered internal organs gushed forth like a fountain from the massive wound. Squeal! With a final, unwilling shriek, the Shadowstalker collapsed to the ground, utterly still. Defeated level 22 elite monster, Shadowstalker. Gain 9600 EXP. Obtained items, Shadow Scorpion Hook Epic X1, Shadowstalker Core Epic X1, Resilient Shadow Carapace Fragment Fine X8. Finally dealt with it. Took more effort than I expected. Xingli's voice carried a hint of exhaustion that Beast's shadow carapace and home field advantage were indeed troublesome. Master, you must be exhausted. The core is delicious. Yiling's consciousness transmitted a wave of intertwined concern and longing. Lin Ye gazed at the Shadowstalker core epic in his hand, a faint smile touching his weary face. Here you go, kid. He pressed the core close to his chest. Buzz. Yiling immediately radiated joyful excitement, greedily absorbing this pure essence of shadow. Sword Maiden Yiling absorbs pure shadow essence energy. Sword Maiden buff Yiling, all attributes plus 128 affected by host level. Lin Ye could sense Yiling's consciousness growing slightly more solid, her connection to him tightening. After slaying the Shadow Stalker, Lin Ye did not linger in the vicinity. He swiftly cleared the battlefield, stowing the Shadow Scorpion's hook and shell fragments into his spatial ring, leaving only the hollow shell of the Shadow Core, now completely drained by Yiling. Then, like a phantom merging with the shadows, he stealthily moved deeper into the core region of the illusory battlefield. Soon, the second day arrived. Guided by the faint directional cues transmitted through Nightfeather's consciousness, Lin Ye pressed forward. After traversing a treacherous canyon formed by clusters of massive black crystals, the scene before him abruptly changed. He found himself in a mountain hollow partially enclosed by massive rock walls. The valley floor was not soil, but highly concentrated shadow ore. A deep purple mist shrouded the ore's surface, emanating heart-stoppingly powerful energy fluctuations. Scattered across the ground around the vein were specks of shadow crystals. Though inferior in quality to the ore, they still far surpassed ordinary shadow magic crystals. Master, there's so much energy here. The broken sword in Yiling's embrace conveyed a crystal-clear yearning, even trembling with a hint of excitement. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The value of this shadow vein was beyond measure. Not only could it greatly accelerate Yiling's recovery and growth, but the pure shadow energy it contained was also a treasure for forging top-tier shadow element equipment or cultivation. Harvesting even a portion of the ore marrow and crystals would bring immense enhancement to both Yiling and himself. Just as he moved forward, Xingli's cool voice rang out with a hint of gravity. Wait! There's someone near the vein. Chapter 51, the top contender for victory Su Jiuxiao? Xingli's warning felt like ice water poured over his head, instantly cooling Lin Ye's fervor. His figure retreated swiftly, slipping silently into the crevice of a massive black crystal pillar, leaving only a faint afterimage. His gaze locked onto several figures at the edge of the vein. The figure at the head stood tall and straight as a pine tree, clad in a moon-white brocade robe that was spotless and pristine. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he radiated an unsettling, oppressive aura that seemed to warp the surrounding shadow energy itself. Behind him followed three equally formidable young men and women, clad in identical, tailored battle attire. Embroidered upon their chests was an intricate silver emblem, the crest of the Su family, one of the provincial capital's most prestigious clans. The trio positioned themselves in a subtle protective arc around the brocade-clad youth at the front. Their eyes were sharp and guarded, their levels clearly around 20, obviously his attendants or teammates. SS tier talent? The thought flashed instantly through Lin Ye's mind. Such innate authority and presence were far beyond what an ordinary A rank could muster, even S rank couldn't achieve it. Likely, only an SS rank talent, or even higher, could possess such command at level 20. This was the pure power of a professional adventurer. The brocade-robed youth swept his gaze across the entire shadow or vein. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by indifference. He gave a slight nod, his tone flat yet carrying an unquestionable command. Quality is acceptable. Lu Sui Feng, retrieve the core or marrow Tai Shan, secure the perimeter Qingluan, inventory the outer crystals and take any valuable ones. Yes, young Master Jiuxiao. A youth behind him, his face stern and his movements swift as wind, responded instantly, dashing toward the ore marrow. Another man, towering like an iron pillar and wielding a massive shield, stepped forward, scanning the crystal forest with vigilant eyes. The last member, a woman with delicate features and lively eyes, began moving swiftly to gather scattered shadow crystals. Su Jiuxiao. The name instantly surfaced in Lin Ye's mind. Before entering the illusionary battlefield, he had heard whispers about the top prodigy of this year's provincial city competition. The direct heir of the Su family, possessing an SS tier talent called Void Control. Rumors claimed he could manipulate spatial forces, making him unpredictable and unmatched in combat, the overwhelming favorite to dominate the provincial exam. He never imagined he would encounter him here. Lin Ye's heart sank. Not only was the opponent's strength unfathomable, but their background was terrifying. More crucially, the opponent had clearly recognized the value of this mineral vein and regarded it as his for the taking. Just as Lu Sui Feng was about to touch the flowing shadow or marrow, Lin Ye knew he couldn't wait any longer. This ore was crucial to Yiling, one of the key resources needed to enhance his strength and complete the nameless reforging. He drew a deep breath, forcing down his apprehension, and stepped out of the shadows. His voice rang out clearly, hold on. His voice rang out with unusual clarity in the silent mountain hollow. Su Jiuxiao and the other three froze simultaneously, their gazes instantly locking onto Lin Ye. Lu Sui Feng's hand froze inches from the ore, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Lin Ye. The Iron Mountain Giant's shield rose slightly, its aura locking onto Lin Ye. Qingluan also halted her gathering, eyeing this unexpected intruder with curiosity. Su Jiuxiao slowly turned, sizing him up from head to toe. His brow furrowed imperceptibly, as if he'd spotted something unsightly. His gaze swept over Lin Ye's faded, worn school uniform, then flickered to the Xingli sword hovering beside him.
A trace of undisguised contempt curled his lips.
Oh? Su Jiuxiao said coldly. What rat crawled out of the woodwork? Daring to make a racket here?
Lin Ye's voice was deep and steady. Lin Ye of Lingfeng City.
I discovered this vein of ore too. Lingfeng City?
Su Jiuxiao seemed to have heard the most laughable name imaginable, letting out a light chuckle.
Did you hear that? Lingfeng City, that remote little town you have to search half the map to find, right? Lu Sui Feng's expression remained impassive, though his gaze grew colder.
Xingli covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes brimming with amusement. Su Jiuxiao's gaze returned to Lin Ye. But you're quite fortunate. I've heard of your border town and F-rank talent who contracted a sword maiden destined for a short life. He shook his head, as if Lin Ye's very existence was a mistake, a joke.
Scum like you making it this far alive is nothing short of walking through a storm. Instead of crawling into some corner to scrape out a miserable existence, you dare step forward coveting treasures like these? Su Jiuxiao's tone turned icy. This vein of ore?
You're not fit to lay a finger on it, you lowly insect.
Get lost. Since we're both candidates, I'll spare your worthless life. Don't waste this young master's time. Spare my life? Lin Ye's gaze turned utterly icy. I discovered this vein too.
I deserve my share.
Lin Ye's voice was unwavering. So what if you're the prodigy of the provincial capital, Su Jiuxiao? So what if you have SS grade talent? This is the national exam. Life and death are your own responsibility. Everyone relies on their own skills. Want to monopolize it? Then show me what you've got. Insolent!
Lu Sui Feng roared, his figure blurring as he left a trail of afterimages. A short dagger, gleaming with a cold light, shot toward Lin Ye's throat with ghostly speed.
You're asking for death. Taishan roared simultaneously, slamming his massive tower shield into the ground.
A circle of earth-colored shockwaves radiated out, attempting to seal off Lin Ye's escape route. Su Jiuxiao stood with hands behind his back, his icy gaze fixed on Lin Ye as if surveying a corpse. He wouldn't deign to strike personally, as if Lin Ye wasn't even worthy of making him lift a finger. Facing the combined assault of two elite fighters above level 20, Lin Ye's eyes blazed with icy fury. Firefly flash. His figure vanished instantly, evading Lu Sui Feng's deadly dagger strike while the Xingli sword traced an arc of mystical energy.
Star Wheel Protection.
A starlight barrier instantly coalesced, braced against Iron Mountain's shockwave assault, the shield violently rippling. Lin Ye materialized beside Lu Sui Feng, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. You want to fight?
Let's see who's the real insect. Annihilation Stardust. Hum.
Countless silver streaks of light poured forth like a raging storm, instantly engulfing Lu Sui Feng and Taishan. The dense, piercing sounds echoed like death's whisper, exploding instantly within the mountain hollow.
Lin Ye struck with fury, unleashing the annihilation stardust without reservation.
Silver streaks ripped through the air, sweeping like a violent storm.
Lu Sui Feng's expression changed drastically.
He never expected this worthless trash from a remote town to react so swiftly and strike back with such ferocity. The dense shower of stardust covered an extremely wide area, its speed astonishingly fast, nearly sealing off all his evasion space. Wind shadow escape. He roared. His form instantly becoming ethereal as he merged with the wind, attempting to evade through sheer speed. Yet the number of annihilation stardust was simply too vast, its coverage too extensive. Thud. Though he avoided vital areas, his left shoulder, right leg, and ribs were instantly pierced by several shards, blood spurting forth. Agonizing pain made him grunt as he staggered backward, his face betraying shock for the first time.
Chapter 52, Beyond Endurance? Only Battle. Rock-solid barrier. Taishan reacted with lightning speed.
Amidst his roar, the massive tower's shield erupted with a thick, earthen glow, instantly coalescing into an energy barrier before him and Lu Sui Feng.
Clang!
A torrent of stardust slammed into the energy barrier, erupting in a deafening explosion.
The barrier trembled violently, its glow visibly fading as spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across its surface. Taishan's burly frame was sent reeling backward by the immense impact, his blood surging violently as his face flushed crimson. What?
Xingli gasped in shock, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. She knew full well the strength of Lu Sui Feng and Taishan. Together, they had few equals among the young generation in the provincial capital.
Yet they had been forced back in a single move by an F-rank swordmaster from Lingfeng City and even injured?
Su Jiuxiao, who had stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent, finally furrowed his brow slightly. For the first time, his eyes that seemed to regard all things as insignificant truly fixed upon Lin Ye, carrying a hint of scrutiny and astonishment. The explosive power unleashed just now far surpassed that of an ordinary level 20 practitioner. The starlight power contained within that sword and that sword technique was domineering and pure. And after unleashing such a formidable sword technique, though his face was slightly pale, his aura hadn't plummeted dramatically like the legendary sword contractors. Instead, it remained deep and steady. Interesting, Su Jiuxiao murmured under his breath. The utter contempt in his voice had vanished, replaced by a hint of inquiry and gravity.
He had assumed this was merely some overconfident fool from the frontier, easily crushed at will. But now, it seemed far more complicated. This Lin Ye fellow harbors secrets. Young Master Joshio. Lu Sui Feng clutched his wound, his eyes filled with shock, rage, and above all, humiliation. He had actually been wounded by a peasant. Useless. Su Joshio shot him a cold glance, his tone icy. You can't even handle an F-rank sword slave? You've brought shame upon the entire Su family. Lu Sui Feng's face drained instantly, and he dared not utter another word. Su Juxiao's gaze locked back onto Lin Ye, the scrutiny now morphing into icy murderous intent. Whatever secrets this man held, daring to challenge his authority and injure his men would demand a price. Moreover, the strength he displayed and the peculiarity of that sword only intensified Su Jiaozhao's resolve to eliminate him completely right here. This brat must not be spared. It seems I underestimated you, you insignificant insect from the border town. Su Jiaozhao slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, pointing directly at Lin Ye. An intangible spatial fluctuation began to gather in his palm, the surrounding air seemingly solidifying as light warped ever so slightly. To die by this young master's void fissure, consider it your good fortune. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. An overwhelming sense of danger instantly engulfed his entire body, his hair standing on end. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power gathering in Su Jiaozhao's palm, a force capable of tearing space itself apart. The killing move of the SS tier talent, Void Control. This was no match for any previous opponent. And, witness true power. Su Jiaozhao's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. His fingers curled slightly, and the twisted void fissure silently ripped through space. Like a black venomous snake hunting its prey, it instantly spanned dozens of meters, lunging straight toward Lin Ye. No earth-shattering explosion, only a bone-chilling sense of annihilation. Where the fissure passed, air, dust, even scattered shadows of energy vanished without a trace, leaving only a trail of pure void. Fast. Indescribably fast. And completely defying logic, it seemed to materialize directly before Lin Ye. Star Guardian. Lin Ye roared, instinctively channeling all his spiritual energy into the star crystal sword. Stellar Guardian instantly expanded to its limit. Countless fragments of starlight spun at unprecedented speeds, coalescing into a solid shield of light before him. SSSSHHH. Instead of the expected earth-shattering collision, only a bone-chilling tearing sound echoed. The seemingly impenetrable starlight barrier shattered like fragile glass the moment it touched the void rift, torn open by a massive gash. The fissure's momentum unabated, carrying an aura of annihilation, it surged straight toward Lin Ye's heart. The shadow of death had never been so vivid. Lin Ye's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his blood seemingly freezing in his veins. Su Juxiao's power far exceeded his expectations. The power of this void rift was sufficient to erase him from existence in an instant. Firefly flash. Driven by a desperate will to survive, Lin Ye's form blurred violently as the crack closed in, transforming into a twisted silver streak as he blasted backward and sideways. Rip! Though he avoided the vital heart area, the edge of the void fissure still grazed Lin Ye's left shoulder. No blood spurted forth, only an eerie void remained. The fabric on Lin Ye's left shoulder and even a small patch of flesh vanished as if erased by a rubber, disappearing into thin air. Only a terrifying wound remained, its edges smooth and deep enough to reveal bone. The searing pain assaulted Lin Ye's nerves, forcing a muffled groan from him. Void rift attack inflicted. Health points decreased. Spatial annihilation effect remains active. Wound cannot heal spontaneously. The system's cold notification struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Master. Yiling was deeply concerned. Useless. How dare you wound him so severely? Xingli's voice roared with fury, the sword blade humming and trembling as if struggling to break free from some constraint. You dodged rather quickly. Pity, but a bug remains a bug. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jiaozhao's eyes, quickly replaced by deeper coldness and impatience. He raised his hand once more, a second, more condensed void fissure gathering in his palm. The next strike will obliterate both your body and soul. Cruel satisfaction flashed across Lu Sui Feng and Taishan's faces. Xinghuan furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly finding it overly brutal, yet she made no move to stop him. Lin Ye gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his gaze growing colder by the second. Retreat? There was nowhere to retreat. The ore vein was Yiling's hope, the key to reforging Wuming and growing stronger. Endure? Su Juxiao's killing intent was unwavering, there was no room for compromise. Only battle remained. A life-for-life struggle. Su Jiaozhao. Lin Ye snapped his head up, a near ferocious grin curling his lips. You think this is my limit? Oh? Su Jiaozhao's movements faltered slightly, his eyes glinting with the mocking amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. A death throw? This young master will see just what tricks this mere insect can pull. Tricks? Lin Ye roared, then let me show you the true meaning of eternal instant. Boom! Time itself lost all meaning in that instant. A terrifying force erupted from the deepest core of Lin Ye's being. Blinding golden light erupted around him, transforming his entire being into a miniature sun. An irresistible domain instantly enveloped the surrounding 100 meters. Within this domain, space seemed to freeze. Light warped and halted. The void fissure forming in Su Jiuzhao's palm was abruptly paused, frozen in place like a scene frozen in time. Golden skill, momentary eternity activated. Duration, 3 minutes. Effect, all sword techniques and ultimate arts reset to 0 cooldown. Spiritual energy consumption reset to 0. Sword maiden backlash reset to 0. Unlimited release. Chapter 53, Eternal Moment, Annihilating the Void. What? The mockery on Su Jiuzhao's face froze instantly, replaced by unprecedented terror. His usually indifferent eyes widened for the first time, filled with utter disbelief. He could distinctly feel the connection between himself and his innate talent being forcibly severed. The condensed void energy was rapidly dissipating. Could this frozen space actually suppress even his SS-grade talent? Impossible. What kind of power is this? Lu Suifeng screamed, his eyes filled with terror. Taizhan stood as if facing mortal danger, his massive shield held firmly before him, though his body trembled slightly. Xingwan's face drained of color as she instinctively took several steps back. Xingli! Lin Ye roared inwardly, his focus intensifying to an unprecedented degree. Ha! Finally free to unleash my full power. Xingli's voice carried unprecedented excitement and murderous intent. The dark silver blade erupted with a dazzling starlight unlike any before, its piercing screech piercing the heavens, even faintly drowning out the deathly silence brought by the frozen space. Eternal night fades. Open. Buzz. A domain more vast and profound than any before erupted with a thunderous roar. The entire core area of the mountain hollow instantly plunged into absolute darkness and deathly silence. Temperatures plummeted to freezing, the air thick and viscous as molten lead in mercury. Within the domain, Lin Ye's aura surged wildly, his strength, speed, and perception all pushed to their absolute peak. Starfall. Annihilation stardust. Shatter him for me. Lin Ye raged like a madman, his will surging wildly. Boom. A terrifying pillar of light over 3 meters in diameter, like a spear of divine retribution, tore through the solidified space of the eternal night domain and slammed brutally toward Su Jiuzhao. At the same moment, SSSSH. A devastating storm of countless blazing white sword energies instantly coalesced into a silver torrent that tore through everything in its path. Following the starfall's descent, it roared toward the same target. Its density and concentrated power far exceeded anything seen before tenfold. A dual-pronged killing blow, unleashed without reservation. No cooldown. No cost. No backlash. The target was singular, Su Jiuzhao. Young master. Lu Suifeng, Taishan, and Changwan's eyes bulged in fury as they let out desperate shrieks. They wanted to rush in to rescue him, but the terrifying pressure and solidified domain held them fast, unable to move an inch. The shock on Su Jiuzhao's face instantly twisted into a grimace of terror. He never imagined he'd be driven to such a desperate corner by an insignificant insect from a border town. He frantically channeled his inner power, desperately trying to break free from this bizarre paralysis. Simultaneously, he thrust both hands forward with all his might, causing a twisted, translucent spatial barrier to instantly coalesce before him. Void barrier. This was his most formidable defensive technique. Yet, under the blessing of the eternal moment and facing Lin Ye's 2 unrestrained killing moves, this hastily formed barrier proved utterly fragile. Boom! Crack! The starfall smashed into the void barrier like an egg being crushed. The barrier held for less than half a second before emitting a shrill crackling sound and exploding violently. The torrent of annihilating stardust that followed poured unimpeded onto Su Jiuzhao. No! Su Jiuzhao let out a piercing scream. The moon-white brocade robe he wore instantly erupted with a powerful protective aura, clearly a high-grade protective spirit artifact. Yet, under the frenzied assault of countless stardust particles, the protective light flickered violently. It held out for only a breath before shattering completely. Put! A dense crackling sound filled the air. Su Jiuzhao's body was savagely sliced apart as if by countless invisible blades. The brocade robe instantly shattered into countless fragments, cracks appeared on his protective inner armor, and blood gushed like fountains from every part of his body. His handsome face contorted in agony. Ah! The scream abruptly ended as Su Jiuzhao was violently hurled backward by the immense impact, crashing into the hard rock wall at the edge of the mountain hollow. Young master! Lu Suifeng and the others went completely mad, rushing headlong toward the direction of Su Jiuzhao's fall. Meanwhile, after unleashing that world-shattering strike in his fleeting state of eternal stillness, Lin Ye's body swayed slightly. Though it required no energy expenditure and caused no backlash, the intense concentration and explosive power still left him with a profound sense of emptiness. The eternal night's withered realm slowly dissipated, and the frozen space returned to normal. Without glancing toward Su Jiuzhao, his icy gaze swept over the terrified trio of Lu Suifeng. Get out of here. Or die. That gaze was like the icy depths of the underworld. Meeting that gaze, Lu Suifeng and his companions shuddered, as if plunged into an ice cave. They harbored no doubt Lin Ye possessed the power to eliminate all 3 of them right now. But Lin Ye did not strike. The Su family's influence in Tianfang province was simply too vast. How vast? Even a figure like Xiao Tiannan couldn't suppress them. Lin Ye could severely wound Su Juxiao, but at this moment, he couldn't kill him. Otherwise, if the Su family retaliated, even Xiao Tiannan might not be able to protect him. Though enraged, he hadn't lost his mind. Go! Quickly take the young master away. Lu Sui Feng acted decisively, roaring as he lunged toward the deep pit beneath the cliff face. Taizhan gritted his teeth as he hoisted the unconscious Su Juxiao onto his shoulders, while Qingluan swiftly produced a silver talisman pulsing with spatial fluctuations. Lin Ye! The Su family won't let you off. You'll pay. Lu Sui Feng spat out the words with venom before the three figures vanished instantly in the glow of the spatial talisman. Su Jiuxiao and his companions vanished in a flurry of light from the spatial talisman. Lin Ye's taut nerves remained on edge. Suppressing the excruciating pain and weakness radiating from the bizarre, annihilating wound on his left shoulder, he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Only after confirming no further threats remained did he finally exhale in relief. After a brief rest, Lin Ye immediately turned his attention to the shadow ore. The night feather in his embrace could no longer contain its excitement. Go, Yiling. All this is yours. Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of hoarseness from exhaustion, yet his eyes burned with unusual intensity. He walked to the core of the vein and unwrapped the cloth binding the nameless broken sword. Hum. The moment the broken blade was exposed to the dense shadow energy, it emitted a low, resonant hum. The once dull cracks along its blade now pulsed like living creatures, emitting a profound, magnetic pull. Without Lin Ye's guidance, the broken blade levitated on its own, slowly sinking into the mineral marrow that resembled liquid amethyst. Detecting Sword Maiden Yiling absorbing massive amounts of pure shadow primordial energy. Spiritual core accelerated condensation. Sword Maiden buff healing, all attributes 130,135,140 continuously rising. Lin Ye could clearly see the broken blade acting like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring the ore marrow. The spiderweb-like cracks along the blade's surface were being filled and sealed at a visible pace under the wash of pure energy. The once dull material gradually began to radiate a deep, mysterious glow. It sure knows how to pick its spots. This little broken sword has decent luck. Xingli's form coalesced nearby, her silver eyes watching Yiling's frenzied absorption of energy. Such pure shadow or essence could allow it to form a stable spirit embryo prematurely, saving considerable nurturing effort. Lin Ye nodded, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings while swiftly gathering the scattered shadow crystals. Though the energy within these crystals paled in comparison to the marrow's core, they still provided excellent nourishment for Yiling's future growth. Chapter 54, Absorbing Shadow or Essence, Yiling's spirit form begins to coalesce. Illusory Battlefield Monitoring Center. Dead silence even more oppressive than when Lin Ye had instantly slain the Overlord. The massive light screen froze on the final scene of Lin Ye defeating Su Jiuxiao. The entire sequence played back with suffocating clarity. A chorus of gasps rose from the crowd. Su Jiuxiao was mortally wounded? What kind of power was that? Freezing space? Stripping innate control? This couldn't possibly be Sword Maiden's skill. Old Wang's voice was grave as he uttered the name, Eternal Moment. This must be a forbidden trump card derived from his resilient, mutated talent or perhaps bestowed by Sword Maiden herself. A forbidden trump card? That's too godlike. Su Jiuxiao's void barrier could easily block even a level 30 elite's attack, yet before this, it was as flimsy as paper. Another examiner with a military background spoke in a deep, iron-blooded tone, this youth is no ordinary talent. But provoking the Su family. The Su family won't let this slide. One examiner snapped back to reality, his voice urgent and anxious. Old Wang, we must report this immediately. Su Jiuxiao is gravely injured. This is a major scandal. The Su family's fury will be immense. Not only Lin Ye, but even our provincial guild will face pressure. We must secure Lin Ye immediately and give the Su family an explanation. Account? What account? Old Wang whipped his head around, his cloudy eyes blazing with a sharp, knife-like glare. The exam rules are clear, life and death are your own responsibility, each relying on their own skill. Su Jiuxiao attacked first, intending to kill and seize the treasure. Lin Ye was defending himself. Su Jiuxiao was outmatched. Who's to blame? The surveillance footage is crystal clear. The Su family wants answers? Tell them to go ask guild leader Xiao. Tell them to go ask the National Guild headquarters. He paused, his tone unwavering, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Record. Highest priority encryption. Incident code, Eternal Moment. Associated candidate, Lin Ye of Lingfeng City. Assessment level, SSS grade potential. Related incident, seriously injured S-grade talent Su Jiuxiao Su family's legitimate son. SSS level potential. At this assessment, everyone drew sharp breaths. This was the highest potential rating in the Great Xia Kingdom, one capable of influencing the nation's destiny. The entire Great Xia Kingdom rarely produced even one such individual in several years. And now, Lin Ye had attained such potential. Everyone couldn't help but inhale sharply, feeling a chill run down their spines. Transmit the complete records, energy analysis, and all backups directly to Chairman Xiao Tiannan's personal terminal at the highest encryption level. Yes.
Within the mountain hollow, dense shadow energy churned like a boiling sea of purplish black. At its center, the nameless broken sword, the transformed form of Yiling, hovered above the ore marrow, greedily absorbing the essence of shadow. Lin Ye stood nearby, having already stored all exposed shadow crystals into his spatial ring. Though the wound on his left shoulder still throbbed faintly, his entire focus was now drawn to Yiling. He could distinctly sense within the broken blade how Yiling's consciousness, nourished by the ore marrow, was rapidly growing stronger and more solid. Buzz! The broken sword emitted a powerful hum as its blade trembled violently. The surrounding shadow ore formed a massive vortex, frantically pouring into the sword's core.
It was about to begin.
Xingli's form coalesced nearby, a rare solemnity flickering in her silver eyes.
Lin Ye held his breath, his gaze fixed and unwavering.
The shadow energy surrounding the broken sword began to coalesce inward. The purplish-black glow grew ever more intense, gradually outlining a vague human form. The figure was slender and tall, radiating an innate elegance and concealed sharpness, as if an elven spirit had emerged from the deepest shadows.
The light continued to condense and compress, growing ever clearer. Finally, the light abruptly retracted.
A figure now floated silently above the ore core. Petite and delicate, she appeared to be a girl of 13 or 14. Her cascading black hair shimmered with a moonlit glow, its tips seeming to dissolve into the void. Her skin resembled the finest jade, and a shimmering aura of shadow seemed to flow around her. Her features were so exquisite they seemed almost inhuman, her body encased in a form-fitting armor forged from pure shadow energy. Most peculiar of all, her feet were not solid, but two deep purple vortexes of shadow, maintaining an elusive connection to the ore core.
Yiling, embryonic spirit form, awakening. She slowly opened her eyes. Master.
A voice ethereal, cool, yet tinged with a hint of longing and innocence echoed softly.
A surge of immense joy and accomplishment welled up within Lin Ye. He fought the urge to reach out and touch her, his voice gentle as he asked, Yiling? You're awake? How do you feel? Yiling tilted her head slightly, studying Lin Ye intently as if striving to comprehend his words.
She tentatively shifted her feet, formed from swirling shadows, causing her figure to sway slightly, appearing clumsy and unsteady.
Feel strange, body, light, force, flowing. She expressed haltingly, her voice tinged with curious bewilderment. But pulling down, incomplete. She looked down at her feet connected to the ore marrow, then tried to lift her hand.
Her slender, pale fingers spread open, palms facing upward.
Hum.
A small cluster of deep, shadowy energy materialized in her palm. Yiling's awakened ability, Shadow Condensation Basic, can condense small-scale shadow energy for attack or defense, with minimal power. Then, without warning, her figure blurred. Like a reflection rippling in water, she instantly materialized a meter beside Lin Ye. Yiling's awakened ability, Shadow Flash Basic, allows shadow leaps over extremely short distances.
High energy consumption range depends on proficiency. However, this flash seemed to drain considerable energy from her.
The shadow vortex forming her feet visibly dissipated, her form growing more ethereal and translucent, a hint of exhaustion visible on her face.
Ugh, tired.
Yiling frowned, her delicate brows knitting together as a hint of grievance colored her voice. She could feel the powerful shadow essence coursing through her, yet this body felt like a bucket riddled with cracks, utterly incapable of containing or stably channeling such power. Each time she wielded her abilities, it accelerated the depletion of this fragile spirit body.
Oomph, just as I suspected, a half-baked creation.
Xingli crossed her arms, her silver eyes holding their usual appraising gaze. Possessing the essence alone, without a sword body as its foundation, it was like a rootless duckweed. Such petty tricks were only good for scaring insects. Though her words were sharp, her gaze swept over Yiling's unsteady feet and flicked toward Lin Ye's wound on his left shoulder. A faint trace of concern flickered deep within her eyes.
She could sense the extreme fragility of Yiling's embryonic spirit form.
Forget combat, merely sustaining its existence likely drained Lin Ye's own spiritual energy or shadow crystal power to nourish it, and it could disintegrate at any moment from energy imbalance. Lin Ye, of course, had also noticed Yiling's condition. His joy was considerably dampened. Yes, Yiling had come back to life. He possessed consciousness, had formed a rudimentary spirit body, and even awakened some basic, instinctive abilities. Yet this was still far, far from the powerful sword maiden he envisioned fighting alongside him. Without a stable physical form, she couldn't truly exist independently from Lin Ye for long, let alone wield powerful skills or profound techniques. She was like a child possessing vast treasures yet unable to open the vault's door, only able to siphon a faint glimmer of light through the crack.
Eternal ice crystal, spirit-infused soil. Lin Ye clenched his fists, his gaze unwaveringly resolute.
Yiling's condition made him acutely aware of the importance of those two materials. Only by reforging the blade could Yiling be made truly complete, unleashing the terrifying power inherent in that boundless shadow essence. Chapter 55, Points ranking in unquestionable first place. He approached the embryonic form of Yiling's spirit with utmost care, extending a hand to touch her gently.
A warm ripple of spiritual energy emanated from his palm. Don't be afraid, Yiling. You've done well. Return now and rest. Leave the rest to me.
Yes, master. Yiling obediently nodded, her form dissolving into a streak of light. She threw herself into Lin Ye's embrace, her essence reintegrating into the broken sword, leaving behind only a faint, lingering fragrance. Lin Ye opened the 10,000 swords diagram to examine Yiling's profile.
Sword Spirit, Yiling Primordial Spirit Form.
Status, preliminary spirit form condensed, but unable to stabilize physical manifestation due to the sword body not being reforged.
Foundation is extremely fragile.
Quality, 3-star quality degraded due to fracture can grow after sword reforging.
Abilities, Shadow Coalescence Basic, Shadow Flicker Basic limited by Spirit Form Weak Power, High Consumption cannot wield advanced skills or ultimate techniques.
Buffs, all attributes plus 180 slightly enhanced due to preliminary spirit form, but capped by current state.
Ultimate technique, none spirit form cannot support it. Current affinity, 100 max.
Special condition, requires continuous spiritual energy nourishment or shadow crystal core feeding to sustain existence. Overuse of abilities or severe injury may cause the spirit form to disintegrate.
Sure enough, Yiling was at least a 3-star.
Seeing this panel, Lin Ye knew his choice had been correct.
Moreover, once he reshaped Yiling's sword body, Yiling could even grow to 4 stars. This quality surpassed even Xingli's.
Lin Ye felt an intense anticipation. Time flowed relentlessly, and the second day passed swiftly. On the final day within the outer safety zone of the illusory battlefield, the bloodshed and smoke of battle showed no sign of abating.
All remaining candidates made their final desperate push.
Points were the sole ticket to the next stage. Lin Ye's figure darted through the wasteland and rift valleys, like a grim reaper harvesting lives.
He no longer deliberately avoided powerful monsters. Instead, he actively sought out the elite and even the lords who ruled their territories.
By hunting them down, he could instantly amass vast quantities of points. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Su Jiushao barely suppressed his horrific injuries with the top-tier life-saving elixir bestowed by his clan. His face was as pale as paper. His moon-white brocade robe had long been replaced with a spare black combat outfit, yet blood still seeped through his chest. Those eyes, once coldly overlooking all beings, now burned with fury and venom.
Lin Ye, you lowly insect.
You bastard. Each breath tore at his shattered organs, bringing excruciating pain. Yet he refused to crush the teleportation stone. The pride of the Su family forbade him from retreating in such disgrace, especially before an F-rank worthless piece of trash. More importantly, he needed points. He needed to advance to the next stage and crush Lin Ye with his own hands. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he channeled his remaining void energy.
Though its power was greatly diminished and its control far less agile than before, the foundation of his SS-tier talent remained.
Against ordinary level 18-19 elite monsters, with the support of Lu Sui Feng and the others, his efficiency remained astonishing. Lin Yubing's figure, meanwhile, was like the sharpest blade on the ice fields. A bitter chill radiated from her, leaving trails of frost wherever she passed. Her S-rank Frost Heart talent shone brilliantly in this life or death struggle. Ice spikes struck with pinpoint accuracy, while ice rings froze groups of enemies. Against elite monsters, the power of Frost Soul Heart was unleashed. Its terrifying 10,000 miles of ice could instantly freeze even a level 20 elite's core. She coolly calculated her points, her sights firmly set on advancement. The 3-day deadline vanished in the blink of an eye amidst the blood and fire of combat. Xiao Tiannan's commanding voice echoed across the battlefield once more. Phase 1 of the illusory battlefield assessment is over. All candidates cease combat immediately. Remain in position and prepare for teleportation. Countless taut nerves instantly relaxed, and countless sighs of relief escaped. The 3-day trial had finally concluded. A vast teleportation light enveloped the entire battlefield, instantly transporting the surviving candidates back to the central plaza of the provincial capital's examination grounds. At the square's center, a massive light screen shimmered with radiant light before finally settling.
National Exam, Tianfang Province Venue Phase 1 Leaderboard.
First place, Lin Ye Qingshi High School, Lingfeng City points, 231,760. Second place, Su Jiushao Tianhai City First High School points, 178,400. Third place, by Wuxin Tianhai City First High School points, 136,850. Fourth place, Yijin Tianhai City First High School points, 132,800. Fifth place, Lin Yubing Qingshi High School, Lingfeng City points, 129,800. 27th place, Yanlai Qian City, Liang High School points, 98,640. 100th place, He Lufeng High School, Lufeng City points, 58,210. Whoa! The moment the leaderboard lit up, the entire plaza fell into a deathly silence, only to erupt in a deafening roar. 338,000? Holy crap! Did Lin Ye just slaughter his way through the entire battlefield? Su Jiushao only has 250,000? How is that even possible? Just who are these Qingshi High School students from Lingfeng City? They've snatched 2 spots in the top 5. Is this year's national exam about to turn the world upside down? This leaderboard defied everyone's expectations. No one could have imagined that Su Jiushao, the one everyone had pinned their hopes on, would only come in second. Lin Ye's sudden emergence left everyone in disbelief.
But that wasn't all. Lin Yubing's breakthrough into the top 5 sent shockwaves through the crowd.
Lingfeng City and Qingshi High School have now gained nationwide fame because of this leaderboard.
Lin Ye stood calmly.
The wound on his left shoulder no longer bled under the suppression of medicinal pills, though it still throbbed faintly. He was genuinely surprised to see Su Jiaoxiao make the list. He had assumed that with injuries as severe as Su Jiaoxiao's, continuing the exam would be impossible. Yet to his utter astonishment, not only did he persevere, but he also secured second place, pulling far ahead of the rest.
Could it be that he truly possessed SS-tier talent? Lin Ye's gaze grew solemn. It seemed the upcoming exams would be even more eventful. Su Jiaoxiao, having been gravely wounded by him, would undoubtedly harbor deep resentment. But Lin Ye wasn't afraid. If he couldn't even overcome Su Jiaoxiao, how could he possibly compete against geniuses from across the nation? Remember, Su Jiaoxiao was merely SS-tier talent. The top geniuses from the imperial capital possessed SSS-tier talent.
Not far away, Su Jiaoxiao stood unsteadily, supported by Lu Suifeng and Taishan.
His gaze fell upon his name, relegated to second place on the leaderboard.
The sight of Lin Ye's name, glaring like a sore thumb, sent a wave of nausea surging through him. He nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. His gaze locked onto the leaderboard, his eyes venomous as poison ice spikes. His lips moved silently, forming the words, "Battle Arena, I will kill you." Lin Yubing stood a short distance away, her ice blue eyes fixed on the scoreboard above. Her gaze held both excitement and complexity. Her fifth-place score was certainly something to be proud of, yet it seemed so insignificant compared to Lin Ye's overwhelming lead. The third and fourth places, held by Bai Wuxin and Yi Jiyin, were even more unbelievable.
Su Jiaoxiao only took second? Just who is this Lin Ye?
Yi Jiyin murmured, her eyes filled with shock. The white-clad youth beside her, Bai Wuxin, murmured, heard he's some sword-obsessed madman who contracted a sword maiden.
Lucky his talent mutated, so he didn't die.
Even caught Chairman Zhao's eye.
Bound to a sword maiden? Yi Jiyin was utterly astonished.
She never imagined anyone would dare such a thing.
Perhaps his strength was merely a fleeting phenomenon.
Bai Wuxin, however, grew solemn.
Possibly. But someone who can overpower Su Jiaoxiao deserves attention. On the high platform, Xiao Tiannan's figure reappeared. His gaze swept over the leaderboard, lingering on Lin Ye's name for several seconds.
A fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of approval and solemnity passed through his deep eyes.
He announced in a resonant voice, the first phase of the assessment concludes. The top 100 scorers advance to the second phase, the 100 Battles Arena. The arena will open in 3 days at Tianhai City's God of Battle Arena. The rules remain unchanged, victors stay, vanquished depart. Those who lose twice are eliminated.
This continues until the 10 strongest from Tianfang province are determined, who will then journey to the imperial capital to compete for the national rankings. Remember, the 100 Battles Arena is the true test of strength, a crucible forged in battle, a path to the pinnacle. Victors shall be crowned with glory, the defeated shall be eliminated, never to return. Prepare yourselves well, and do not squander your innate talents or the nation's expectations. His voice boomed like a great bell, striking deep into the hearts of every advancing fighter.
Chapter 56, Battle Arena, establishing authority in the first fight.
3 days later, Tianhai City, God of Combat Arena. The vast circular arena buzzed with the roar of the crowd. Spectators from across Tianfang province, media outlets, and representatives from universities and factions packed the stands to capacity. All eyes were fixed on the 10 alloy battle platforms at the center of the arena, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. This was the battlefield for the second stage, the 100 Battles Arena. 100 elite warriors, having emerged victorious from the blood-soaked battlefields of the illusory realm, would now face off in pairs. The victors would advance, the defeated would withdraw, until the final 10 representatives of Tianfang province were chosen to compete for national rankings in the imperial capital. In the VIP section, Xiao Tiannan sat centrally, flanked by representatives of the provincial capital's major factions and observers from the imperial capital. His gaze swept calmly over the 100 assembled candidates below, pausing briefly on Lin Ye. His deep eyes betrayed no emotion. Lin Ye stood at the front of the Lingfeng City contingent, his faded, worn clothes standing out starkly among the dazzling attire of the provincial capital's prodigies. The wound on his left shoulder had healed somewhat, leaving a deep, bone-exposing scar concealed beneath his clothing. Not far away, Su Jiaoxiao stood surrounded by Lu Suifeng and Taishan, his face still pale from his severe injuries. Yet his gaze was like a poison ice blade, locked firmly on Lin Ye. The venom and murderous intent in that gaze were almost tangible.
Lin Ye, you wait. On the stage, I'll make you wish you were dead. Su Jiaoxiao's voice, like a venomous snake striking, pierced Lin Ye's ears with crystal clarity. Lin Ye didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, his voice flat and emotionless, the barking of a loser. Save your breath, you might not even be able to stand later. You! Su Jiaoxiao's blood surged, his face darkening further. Silence! Xiao Tiannan's commanding voice boomed through the amplification array, echoing across the arena. The 100 Battles Arena commences immediately. Rules reiterated, the victor stays, the vanquished leaves. 2 consecutive losses result in elimination.
Surrender is permitted before combat begins. Once started, you bear full responsibility for life or death. Now, draw lots to determine the first round matchups. A massive light screen began scrolling rapidly, randomly pairing names.
First round, Stage 1, Lin Ye of Lingfeng City vs Shi Gang of Panshur City. Buzz. The entire arena erupted in an instant. Whoa! Lin Ye in the very first match? The top-ranked fighter? Seriously?
Word is the Shi family of Rock City harbors deep hatred for Lin Ye over Shi Lei's incident.
Shi Gang must be itching to redeem his clan's honor. Lin Ye may lead in points, but he's a contract sword maiden. His backlash is severe. Who knows how much strength he has left?
Shi Gang is famously tough as nails.
This is going to be good.
Lin Ye remained utterly composed, as if the call hadn't been directed at him. His form shifted slightly as the Firefly Flash activated, transforming his figure into a blurred silver streak of light that instantly materialized at the center of Arena 1. That speed made many hearts skip a beat once more. Opposite him, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, leapt onto the arena. Gripping a towering black iron shield nearly as tall as himself, he was none other than Shi Gang of Rock City.
Lin Ye.
You wounded my cousin Shi Lei and dishonored the name of Rockstead City.
Today, this sword madman shall taste the might of my immovable rock.
Shi Gang's voice boomed like a bell as he slammed his massive shield into the ground. A thick, earth-yellow glow instantly radiated out, covering most of the arena. His skin took on a rock-like sheen, and his aura grew incredibly dense and heavy.
Shi Gang Rockstead City. Level 19.
Talent, Grade A Earth Skin significantly enhances defense, strength, and earth affinity.
Skills, Immovable Rock Defense, Earthquake Shockwave Area Control, Earth-Splitting Strike Single Target, Rock Armor Passive. Warning, possesses extreme defensive prowess, excels in positional warfare. Oomph, Cowardly Turtle.
Xingli's cold voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind with disdain.
The referee's command rang out, begin. Roar. Immovable Rock Mountain.
Shi Gang bellowed, channeling his entire strength into the tower shield. The massive shield instantly swelled, transforming into a colossal stone barrier.
Thick earth elemental energy pulsed across the barrier, radiating an aura of unbreakable fortitude. He resolved to first withstand Lin Ye's attacks, drain his strength, then seize the opportunity to counterattack. Silent Stardust.
Lin Ye made no extra movements, merely shifting his intent.
Hum.
The suspended star crystal sword erupted in a blinding burst of starlight.
Its blade instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless silver streaks of light that instantly engulfed the entire arena.
SHHHHH. A deafening cacophony of piercing sounds erupted, dense enough to make one's scalp tingle. The seemingly impenetrable rock barrier crumbled like paper before the stardust infused with celestial power.
The rock runes instantly dimmed and disintegrated. Countless silver streaks pierced through the barrier, striking Shi Gang's petrified form with pinpoint accuracy. Put. Ga!
Shi Gang let out a blood-curdling scream of terror. His vaunted defenses crumbled like a joke beneath Lin Ye's blade. His resilient rock-like skin was torn apart effortlessly, blood mingling with stone shards as it spurted forth. His massive frame trembled violently as if struck by countless hammers simultaneously, staggering backward repeatedly.
In a single breath,
the storm subsided, stardust returned, and coalesced once more into the starlight sword hovering beside Lin Ye. Shi Gang stood frozen in place, drenched in blood. Finally, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, utterly incapacitated.
Defeated Shi Gang of Rock City, earning 1 arena point. The entire God of Combat arena fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. One move. Just one move. Shi Gang, the A-rank prodigy from Rock City renowned for his defense, couldn't even mount a proper resistance before being instantly obliterated by Lin Ye as effortlessly as swatting a fly. This terrifying, overwhelming display of power left everyone utterly stunned. Gulp. On the stands, countless spectators swallowed hard. Is he even human? Shi Gang's defense could withstand a level 25 elite. The sword technique of Extinction Stardust is too overpowered. Such a wide range, yet the power remains so concentrated. Does he truly suffer no backlash? His expression didn't even flicker. In the VIP section, the representative of the Shi family from Rock City turned ashen, nearly crushing the armrest of his chair. A sharp gleam flashed in Xiao Tiannan's eyes, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Observers from the imperial capital exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Their gazes toward Lin Ye were filled with scrutiny and gravity. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze, not even glancing at Shi Gang slumped on the ground. He turned and walked calmly off the stage. The stands erupted in a deafening roar, a cacophony of gasps, doubts, and awe. Lin Ye's overwhelming display of power completely shattered people's preconceived notions about sword maiden contractors. Lin Ye himself remained as still as water. Without a glance at Shi Gang, who lay unconscious on the stage, he turned and descended the platform, his steps steady and deliberate. The subsequent battles remained fierce. Yet after Lin Ye's earth-shattering debut, the brilliance of other prodigies seemed to dim in comparison.
Lin Ye took the stage, facing a level 19 wind assassin from Lufeng City renowned for blinding speed.
Yet Lin Ye's frost heart transformed the arena into a frigid domain. Precise ice spikes sealed off all the assassin's escape routes, ultimately trapping him in an icy ring at the edge of the stage. She secured an effortless victory. Su Juxiao forced himself onto the stage despite his injuries, facing a level 20 fire mage. Though pale-faced and slightly sluggish, his SS tier void mastery remained overwhelming.
With a simple spatial incision, he severed his opponent's staff, forcing a surrender. Provincial capital prodigies like Yen Lai, Bai Wuxin, and Yi Jin also took the stage, showcasing formidable power as they effortlessly defeated their opponents. By the end of the first round, nearly 1/3 of the 100 candidates had been eliminated.
After a brief respite, the second round draw commenced.
The massive light screen rolled once more.
Round 2, Stage 3, Lin Ye of Lingfeng City vs Bai Wuxin of Tianhai City. Chapter 57, Lin Ye vs Bai Wuxin. The names displayed on the light screen sent shockwaves through the arena of battle, like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake. Bai Wuxin, the top 3 genius from the provincial capital, facing off against Lin Ye, the leader in points. This is going to be a show. Bai Wuxin's 1000 machinery puppet is no match for Sure Gang's Iron Turtle tactics. Lin Ye dominated his first match, but Bai Wuxin's tactics are unpredictable and cunning. The outcome is anyone's guess. Whispers surged like a tidal wave. A cold, satisfied smirk finally appeared on Su Jiao's pallid face. His sinister gaze locked onto Lin Ye. Bai Wuxin is perfect. Give him a proper welcome for me. Lin Ye's expression remained serene, as if his opponent made no difference. His form shifted slightly. Fireflies flickered, a flash of silver light, and he appeared at the center of the third arena. His movements remained swift, yet observant eyes could detect his left shoulder tense slightly as he landed. The annihilation wound, carved by the void fissure, clearly hadn't fully healed. Opposite him, a white figure drifted down like a feather. Bai Wuxin wore an all-white robe, his features handsome and his gaze serene and unruffled. No weapon graced his hands, only nearly transparent threads coiled around his fingers, faintly glowing with spiritual light. Bai Wuxin, Tianhai City First High School. Level 21. Talent S rank 1000 machinery heart ultimate manipulation, mental energy differentiation. Skills puppet control multi-threaded, 1000 machinery thread array control cutting, mental piercing, mimicry. Lingfeng City, Lin Ye. Bai Wuxin spoke, a faint curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Your sword is swift, but I wonder can it outpace my 1000 machinery threads? Before the words faded, his fingers danced like butterflies weaving through flowers. Buzz. The air around the arena instantly thickened. Countless transparent threads, nearly invisible to the naked eye, instantly filled most of the arena space, enveloping Lin Ye within them. 1000 machinery thread array. This was not merely a cage-restricting movement, but a deadly cutting trap. A single touch could instantly slice through even the finest steel. Simultaneously, the light behind Bai Wuxin distorted, and 3 distinct figures materialized out of thin air. On the left stood a figure wielding a tower shield as large as a door panel, clad in heavy rock armor, its aura as solid and unyielding as a mountain defense puppet, Mountain. To the right, a figure flickered like a specter, each hand wielding a poison-tipped dagger that flickered with a sinister blue glow, Shadow Assassination Puppet. The central figure, clad in a robed wizard's garb, held both hands outwards, each palm gathering a fiery orb and an icy spike, the elemental puppet, Dual Extremes. All 3 puppets radiated an aura surpassing that of level 20 elite beings. Under Bai Wuxin's terrifying psychic control, they locked onto Lin Ye like living beings, radiating a cold, murderous intent. Whoa, he's unleashing his signature triple puppet assault right off the bat. Bai Wuxin is going for a quick finish. The 1000 thread array sealed the space, the mountain pillar pressed from the front, the shadow assault waited for an opening to strike, and the dual pole unleashed long-range bombardment. This combination was utterly unbeatable. No matter how fast Lin Ye's sword was, could he possibly handle so many directions at once? The stands erupted in gasps. In the VIP section, Zhao Tiannan's gaze sharpened slightly, while the Bai family representative wore a faint, restrained smile. Oomph, all flash and no substance. Xingli's cold voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind with disdain. Merely puppets on strings sever those irritating threads, and the puppets collapse. Not so simple. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as his mental energy focused intensely. He sensed those threads were not only incredibly resilient but also imbued with Bai Wuxin's powerful spiritual imprint. Forcibly severing them would trigger a spiritual backlash. Moreover, the 3 puppets moved in perfect coordination, their attack rhythms interlock like a chain. Touch one link, and the whole system shakes. The match begins. The referee's voice echoed. Boom! The mountain puppet struck first, slamming its massive shield into the ground. A wave of earth-colored shockwaves surged toward Lin Ye. Simultaneously, its massive frame surged forward like a war chariot, attempting to force Lin Ye into the densest cluster of threads. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shadow assault puppet seemed to merge with the wind. Using the shockwave as cover, it split into 2 afterimages, one to the left, one to the right, their daggers striking with deadly precision at Lin Ye's ribs and back. Whoosh! Sizzle!
The dual-pole puppet swung both hands simultaneously, unleashing a fiery fireball above and an icy spike below, sealing off Lin Ye's escape routes in midair. Above and all around, the deadly thousand machinery nets silently closed in. A fatal trap. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, a cold glint flared in Lin Ye's eyes. Star wheel protection. Hum. A dazzling barrier of swirling stardust instantly formed around him. Boom. Boom. Sizzle. Shockwaves, fireballs, and ice spikes slammed into the barrier almost simultaneously. The starlight shield pulsed violently, its light flickering on and off. Those two poison daggers struck like venomous snakes at the barrier's weakest points, emitting a shrill scraping sound. Think you can block that? Mental pierce. Bai Wuxin's eyes turned cold as an invisible mental spike shot from his brow, piercing straight into Lin Ye's mind. Suffering mental piercing attack. Mental concussion. Lin Ye grunted, his brain feeling as if pierced by steel needles. The intent to control his starry veil shield faltered for an instant. Crack. Cracks instantly appeared across the Xingxuan protective barrier. The shadow assault puppet's poison dagger seized the opening, instantly piercing through the barrier. It was now less than 3 inches from Lin Ye's body. Master. Nightfeather's anxious thoughts rushed through. At the critical moment. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's figure blurred the instant the poison dagger struck, leaving only a pierced afterimage in its wake. His true form appeared at the left edge of the arena as if teleported, narrowly evading the densest section of the silk net. Trying to escape? Bai Wuxin's fingers flicked 10 times. The thousand machinery silk array instantly redirected, coiling toward Lin Ye like a living creature once more. 3 puppets also shifted their trajectories, launching another assault. Silent extinction stardust. Lin Ye roared, holding nothing back. The starlight sword transformed into countless streaks of deathly light, sweeping toward the pursuing shadow assault puppets and the swirling sea of threads. Shoo! A dense chorus of slicing sounds erupted. The shadow assault puppet dodged at ghostly speeds, yet several shards still pierced its body, causing its movements to falter noticeably. Some threads were severed by the furious stardust, yet the severed strands twisted as if alive, striving to reconnect. More threads surged forth from Bai Wuxin's fingertips. Useless. My threads are infinite. Bai Wuxin's voice remained icy. Mountain, dual pole. Mountain puppet. Its massive form brazenly blocked the dual pole puppet, absorbing most of the stardust's impact. Its thick rock carapace was torn apart, yet its core remained undamaged. Dual pole puppet seizing the moment, it coalesced even more powerful fireballs and ice spikes. Master, the core of those threads is severed at the source by the manipulator's fingertips. Yiling's thought transmitted with a hint of urgency. Her keen senses detected that all the energy flowing through the threads ultimately converged upon Bai Wuxin's 10 nimble fingers. Lin Ye instantly understood. Bai Wuxin appeared to be controlling things remotely, but the core control point of the thousand machinery thread array was himself. The 3 puppets were merely decoys to draw fire and execution terminals. The true threat and vulnerability lay within Bai Wuxin himself. No longer could they be led by the nose by puppets and threads. They had to strike at the heart of the matter. Xingli. Lin Ye roared, covering me, target Bai Wuxin. Finally got the hint. Firefly flash. Xingli responded coldly as a blinding silver light erupted from her sword. Chapter 58, Shadows Flicker. One sword decides the outcome. Lin Ye's figure blurred into streaks of light once more. This time, he didn't evade any attacks. Instead, harnessing the ultimate speed of Firefly Flash, he charged headlong toward Bai Wuxin at the opposite end of the arena, braving the ice and fire spells unleashed by the dual pole puppet and the intercepting strikes of the mountain puppet. Seeking death. Bai Wuxin's eyes narrowed as his fingers danced even faster. A dense defensive web of thousand machinery threads instantly wove itself before him. The shadow assault puppet pursued relentlessly from the flank like a bone-gnawing maggot, its poisoned dagger aimed squarely at Lin Ye's back. Stellar barrier. Lin Ye raised the starlight shield once more. Boom! Sizzle! Ice and fire spells slammed into the barrier. The shadow assault puppet's poison dagger struck another weak point in the barrier. It shook violently as cracks spread. But Lin Ye's speed did not waver. His eyes fixated solely on Bai Wuxin's hands, manipulating those deadly threads. The distance closed rapidly. 10 meters. 5 meters. For the first time, Bai Wuxin's face showed a look of gravity. He could sense Lin Ye's reckless determination. The sharp edge coalescing on that dark silver longsword threatened him. Thousand machinery slaughter. Bai Wuxin roared, abandoning his defensive barrier as his fingers snapped back. All the thousand machinery threads instantly abandoned their other targets, coiling like countless venomous snakes toward Lin Ye, now mere inches away. This was a fatal strike. Forsaking defense entirely, he intended to shred Lin Ye along with his star spiral protection. The dense tangle of threads instantly converged, completely engulfing Lin Ye's figure. The terrifying cutting force made the very air wail in agony. It's over. Countless spectators gasped from the stands. A look of satisfaction flashed in Su Jiuzhao's eyes. Lin Yubing's eyes narrowed sharply as her hands clenched unconsciously. Just as everyone thought Lin Ye was about to be dismembered.
A faint shadow fluctuation flickered and vanished at the spot where Lin Ye was engulfed by the threads. Shadow flicker. The power of night feather. Lin Ye's figure vanished eerily from the center of the silk thread's constriction, reappearing at the rear edge of the strangulation circle. His position had precisely avoided the most lethal core of the constriction. That split-second difference. Stellar scar stab. Lin Ye roared, the starlight blade transforming into a silver beam of light condensed to its absolute limit. Whoosh! A faint sound, like tearing silk. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The thousands of threads that had been wildly shredding everything in the sky instantly went limp, like a lifeless swarm of snakes, collapsing powerlessly to the ground. Bai Wuxin froze in place, his hands still in the manipulating posture, but at his wrists, a thin trickle of blood slowly emerged. For the first time, his handsome, cold face betrayed utter disbelief. He looked down at his trembling hands, where a delayed, searing pain surged. Lin Ye's strike, precise to the millimeter, had not severed his hands, but it had severed the meridians and connections within his wrists. At least for this moment, his prideful thousand machinery heart control ability had failed. Defensive puppet, mountain crashed to its knees, control lost. Shadow assassination puppet froze in place, its dagger clattering to the ground. Elemental puppet dual pole, the energy coalesced in its palm instantly dissipated. The three formidable puppets became truly lifeless objects the instant Bai Wuxin's wrist was injured and his psychic link severed. The entire God of Battle arena fell into an eerie, deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. All eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the stage. The seemingly unbreakable thousand machinery puppet formation, the prodigy Bai Wuxin ranked among the top 3 in the provincial capital, had Lin Ye shattered it with a single sword strike? Bai Wuxin grunted, his face instantly turning deathly pale as fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He tried to raise his hand, only to be met with excruciating pain and a crushing sense of weakness. He watched Lin Ye slowly sheath his sword across the ring, his eyes filled with complex emotions: shock, resentment, the fierce battle cry of meeting a worthy opponent. Bai Wuxin opened his mouth, but in the end, only 2 words escaped: very good. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness. I concede. The referee, seemingly snapping out of his shock, announced loudly, Lin Ye of Lingfeng City wins. Whoosh! The delayed roar of the crowd swept through the entire arena like a tsunami. He won. Lin Ye won. Holy crap! How did he do that? What was that final move? Teleportation? Unbelievable. One strike disabled Bai Wuxin's control, precise and ruthless. This Lin Ye is a monster. His trump cards just keep coming. In the VIP section, the Bai family representative's face turned ashen. He abruptly rose to his feet, only to be silenced by Xiao Tiannan's calm, steady gaze. In Xiao Tiannan's eyes, that hint of approval was finally no longer concealed. The triumph on Su Jiuzhao's face had long since frozen, replaced by a deeper, more sinister and wary expression. Lin Ye's final, unfathomable shadow flickers and the terrifyingly precise scar stab had made him feel a threat unlike any he'd ever faced. This guy was stronger than he had been in the illusory battlefield. And he still had reserves left. Lin Ye breathed lightly, the wound on his left shoulder throbbing faintly from the earlier burst of extreme exertion, his spirit somewhat weary. He glanced at the pale-faced Bai Wuxin, said nothing, and turned to walk off the stage. He could sense the exhaustion radiating from Yiling, that Shadow Flash had taken a tremendous toll on her newly formed spirit body. Oomph, that puppet-wielding brat got lucky. Xingli's voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but more so a proud edge. If you hadn't blocked me, that sword strike just now would have chopped off his claws. Lin Ye offered no reply, but his heart grew heavy. Bai Wuxin was formidable, forcing him to take a risk and activate Yiling's newly awakened and unstable abilities just to secure victory. The next opponents would only be stronger. He stepped down from the stage, meeting Lin Yubing's gaze filled with concern and awe. The ice blue-haired girl's lips twitched as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only gave a slight nod. The battle raged on. Though Bai Wuxin's hand was injured, the Bai family's top medical personnel were present and immediately tended to the wound, ensuring it wouldn't hinder his subsequent battles. After Lin Ye and Bai Wuxin's battle, other prodigies began their own contests. Yet with such a spectacular battle preceding them, the subsequent fights inevitably seemed less intense. Lin Yubing swept through her opponents with her icy frost power. Yi Zhiyin's harp melodies danced like celestial maidens, and beneath her graceful performance, her opponents were utterly helpless and swiftly defeated. Yan Lai encountered some trouble, facing off against a S-class assassin prodigy from Tianhai City. Confronted with an opponent whose movements were as elusive as a phantom, Yan Lai was forced to transform the surrounding area into a sea of flames before finally securing victory. As for Su Jiuxiao, he once again dispatched his opponent in an instant, seemingly unscathed. Time slowly passed, and the second round concluded. Those who had accumulated 2 losses were eliminated. Next came the third and final round. After this contest, the top 10 would be officially decided. Chapter 59, Battling Su Jiuxiao again, that familiar moment of eternity. The light screen for the third round draw scrolled rapidly, reigniting the arena's recently subdued clamor. After the brutal eliminations of the first 2 rounds, fewer than 50 candidates remained, each an elite among elites. Every match could determine the final top 10. When the light screen finally settled, the vast arena fell into an eerie silence, followed by a thunderous roar of astonishment. Round 3, Stage 1, Lin Ye of Lingfang City vs Su Jiuxiao of Tianhai City. A fated showdown. The clash between the top two contenders on the leaderboard. The continuation of a blood feud from the illusory battlefield. Oh my god. They're really facing off. Su Jiuxiao vs Lin Ye. This is going to be a show. Lin Ye just finished battling by Wuxin, his condition affected. Su Jiuxiao looks much more relaxed. Who will emerge victorious? It's anyone's guess. This is the finals played out early. Whispers, gasps, and sharp inhales mingled together as the dramatic draw instantly ignited everyone's excitement. The grim expression on Su Jiuxiao's pale face finally gave way to a near-frenzied excitement. Lin Ye. His voice wasn't loud, yet it cut through the din with icy clarity, dripping with murderous intent. I told you on the 100 battles arena, I will kill you. Heaven itself is aiding me, delivering you right to my feet. This time, let's see where you can run. Lin Ye lifted his head calmly, meeting Su Jiuxiao's gaze. Escape? A faint, mocking curve touched Lin Ye's lips. I wounded you once in the illusory battlefield. On this arena, I shall cut you down again. Su Jiuxiao, save your empty words for after your defeat. With that, Lin Ye's figure flickered. Fireflies flashed, silver light erupted, and he stood firmly at the center of Arena 1. His movements were crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Su Jiuxiao's eyes flashed with cold fury as he forced down the surging blood in his veins. He did not employ any footwork, instead stepping onto the arena one step at a time slowly and heavily. Each step seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, an invisible, suffocating pressure spreading like a tidal wave, the natural aura of the SS-tier talent, Void Control. He halted 10 meters opposite Lin Ye. Their gazes locked fiercely in midair, invisible sparks flying between them. The match begins. The referee's voice ignited the fuse of a powder keg. Die, insect. Void confinement. Su Jiuxiao struck first, his hands snapping forward with a fierce grab. Hum. The space around Lin Ye instantly solidified like amber. Colossal restraining forces squeezed in from all directions, threatening to crush him alive. This was far more powerful than the hastily cast spell in the illusory battlefield. Clearly, Su Jiuxiao had recovered significantly from his injuries and was unleashing his full fury without reservation. The terrifying restraining force weighed down Lin Ye's body, making every movement excruciatingly difficult. Even activating the Firefly Flash was severely disrupted. Star Barrier. Lin Ye roared. The starlight of the star crystal sword surged, forcing open the rotating barrier of stardust to resist the crushing spatial pressure. Humph, a dying struggle. Crush him for me. A cruel smile spread across Su Jiuxiao's face. His right hand formed a claw, tearing viciously at Lin Ye. Rip! A fissure, even more condensed in pitch black than before, silently ripped through space, hurtling straight toward the trapped Lin Ye. Where the fissure passed, even light was swallowed, leaving only a trail of pure void. The sense of mortal peril surged to its peak. Restricted by the void's confinement, Lin Ye couldn't evade completely like last time. A collective gasp erupted from the stands. At this critical moment. Night Feather! Lin Ye roared inwardly. Buzz! A faint shadow fluctuation flickered past Lin Ye's side. Shadow Flash. Night Feather activated its ability once more. As the spatial confinement in Void Fissure closed in, Lin Ye's form rippled violently like a reflection in water, forcing him to sidestep less than half a meter. That was the difference between life and death. SSSSH. The terrifying Void Fissure scraped past Lin Ye's body, instantly obliterating the sleeve of his left arm along with a small patch of flesh below it. Agonizing pain surged through him, yet it had missed his vital organs. Put. Forcibly channeling his power, Lin Ye's Nightfeather spirit body shook violently, radiating intense weakness as it teetered on the brink of collapse. Oomph. You dodged once, can you dodge twice? Seeing his fatal strike miss, Su Jiuxiao's eyes flashed with even greater ferocity. Void Cage. Strangle. Hum. 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 Multiple finer rifts instantly formed around Lin Ye, weaving a cage of deathly black threads that violently constricted inward. Simultaneously, an even stronger spatial confinement descended. This time, Su Jiuxiao completely sealed off all escape routes for Lin Ye. He intended to shred Lin Ye along with that damned sword into utter nothingness. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. The starry shield, strained under the crushing force of multiple rifts, emitted a shattering sound of overload. Lin Ye's spirit form could no longer sustain another flash. Is this the end? A savage, triumphant grin spread across Su Jiuxiao's face, as if he already saw Lin Ye torn to shreds. Yet amidst this dire situation, Lin Ye's expression remained eerily calm, showing no trace of panic. Su Jiuxiao. Lin Ye raised his head and roared, you think this is over? Eternal moment. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying force erupted from the deepest core of Lin Ye's being. Golden light instantly engulfed the entire arena. Time itself seemed to freeze solid in that instant. An instant of eternity, yet again an instant of eternity.
The void prison, the binding force, Su Juxiao's savage grin, the countless horrified expressions in the stands, everything was paused beneath this golden radiance. The entire god of battle arena fell into deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Golden skill, momentary eternity activated. Duration, 3 minutes. Effect, all sword techniques and ultimate arts reset to 0 cooldown. Spirit energy consumption reset to 0. Sword maiden backlash reset to 0. Unlimited release. Within this absolute domain enveloped by golden light, Lin Ye was the sole master. The pain in his left shoulder and arm instantly ceased. His depleted spiritual energy, like a parched riverbed, was suddenly flooded by a surging torrent. That move again? Impossible. Su Jiuxiao's mind raced, yet his body, his innate talents, and the void power he commanded froze solid like insects trapped in amber, utterly immobilized. An unprecedented terror washed over him like ice-cold water, drowning him in an instant. This feeling was so familiar. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ye locked onto him. Xingli. Lin Ye's voice was cold as ice. Pour everything you have into this strike, cut him down. Eternal Night's Decay, open. Buzz. The deathly silent dark domain exploded outward with Lin Ye at its epicenter. In an instant, it engulfed the entire arena, even showing signs of expanding outward. Starfall, Extinction Stardust. Kill. Familiar moves, familiar sensations. The fear of death once again spread before Su Jiuxiao's eyes. Chapter 60, Overwhelming Domination. Double defeat for Su Jiuxiao. Boom! A towering pillar of annihilating light slammed into the frozen Su Jiuxiao. Wherever the pillar passed, the frozen space shattered like fragile glass, crumbling inch by inch. At the same time, SSSSH. The starlight sword completely transformed into light, its terrifying, blindingly white sword energy coalescing into a roaring silver river of stars. Following the starfall, it charged toward the same target Su Jiuxiao with an earth-shattering momentum. Dual killing techniques. No cooldown. No stamina cost. No backlash. Empowered by the eternal moment, its might was pushed to the absolute peak Lin Ye could currently achieve. The sole objective, to utterly annihilate Su Jiuxiao. No! Su Jiuxiao roared. He had prepared countless killing moves, countless backup plans, all to eliminate Lin Ye. But at this moment, he couldn't even unleash them. Without the fleeting eternity, he was certain he could have killed Lin Ye. Alas, the world knows no ifs. Under the eruption of eternal moment, Su Jiuxiao seemed as insignificant as an ant. And Lin Ye seemed like an unbeatable god. He watched helplessly as the pillar of light, capable of shattering stars, and the river of sword energy that followed, descended upon him. His pride, in the face of this absolute power, seemed laughably fragile. He tried to summon the power of the void to defend himself, to use the life-saving treasure bestowed by his clan, to surrender, but every thought froze. Under the stunned gazes of all present, the annihilating pillar of light and the river of sword energy crashed unimpeded into Su Jiuxiao, frozen like a statue. Boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted at the center of Arena 1. Blinding light instantly engulfed everything, as if a sun had ignited upon the stage. A violent shockwave of energy swept wildly outward in all directions. The protective light shield at the edge of the arena flickered violently. Even the front rows of the nearby spectator stands felt a deathly chill. The entire battle god arena seemed to roar in unison. The light slowly dissipated, leaving behind a haze of dust. At the center of the ring, a figure knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, drenched in blood. Lin Ye. His left sleeve had vanished entirely, revealing a gruesome wound. An old injury on his left shoulder had reopened, blood staining half his body crimson. His face was as pale as paper, his body trembling slightly beyond his control. Golden trait, momentary eternity effect ended. Current status, severe exhaustion, both mental and physical depletion. That earth-shattering strike had drained every last ounce of his strength. Not far ahead of Lin Ye, at the edge of the crater, Su Jiuxiao's figure appeared. Half kneeling on the scorched ground, his body charred black, his black combat attire reduced to ashes. Beneath lay a tattered inner armor, faintly shimmering with dull silver light and covered in cracks, clearly a high-grade protective spirit artifact. It was this armor that had saved Su Jiuxiao's life at the last moment. Yet even so, Su Jiuxiao's condition was utterly pitiful. He coughed up blood in great gulps, his breath weak and faltering. His eyes were unfocused, filled with terror. The pride of an SS-tier genius had been utterly crushed by Lin Ye's earth-shattering strike. Lu Suifeng, Tai Shan, and Shang Wan's eyes bulged with fury. They desperately tried to storm the stage, only to be held back by the examiners maintaining order. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the devastating blow and its brutal outcome. It seemed an eternity before the referee found his voice. Staring at the pitifully defeated Su Jiuxiao and the barely standing Lin Ye, he announced in a dry, raspy voice. Su Jiuxiao is incapacitated. Lin Ye of Lingfeng City wins. Whoosh! The delayed roar of the crowd finally erupted like a dam bursting. Deafening. Good heavens! Is this even humanly possible? Su Jiuxiao suffered such a crushing defeat? Lin Ye! Lin Ye!
What kind of monster is he? That move, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. In the VIP section, the Su family representative's face turned ashen. He leapt to his feet, his raging aura nearly tearing the roof off. But swiftly, Xiao Tiannan forced him back down. Xiao Tiannan gazed at the youth on the stage, staggering yet still standing tall, his eyes filled with an indescribably complex light. It seemed Lin Ye's surprises for him were far from over. Lin Yubing slowly unclenched her fists, her palms already marked with bloody nail indentations. Her eyes churned with uncontrollable heartache and lingering fear. Lin Ye forced himself to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His icy gaze swept over Su Juxiao. Su Juxiao, I told you if I can cut you down once, I can do it again. Now, do you believe me? Su Juxiao's unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened, a twisted blend of venom, terror, and shame-fueled fury. His throat convulsed as another mouthful of blood spurted forth, and he collapsed, unconscious. Lin Ye turned away without another glance, dragging his weary body slowly down from the stage. All eyes followed his retreating figure, filled with awe, dread, and an indescribable sense of shock. With this battle, Lin Ye's name would resound throughout Tianfang province. In the most ruthless, brutal, and indisputable manner. The battle for the top 10 provincial rankings continued. Yet after this earth-shattering battle, no matter how intense the subsequent matches might be, they now seemed utterly lackluster. As evening gradually approached, the 100 battles arena finally drew to a close. I hereby declare the second phase of the national exam, the 100 battles arena, officially concluded. The top 10 rankings will be announced shortly. As Xiao Tiannan rose once more, his commanding voice reverberating through the arena, the entire God of Combat arena erupted in fervor. As the light screen slowly descended, the top 10 rankings were revealed. First place, Lin Ye Qingshi High School, Lingfeng City. Second place, Su Jiuxiao Tianhai City First High School. Third place, Bai Wuxin Tianhai City First High School. Fourth place, Yi Jian Tianhai City First High School. Fifth place, Lin Yubing Qingshi High School, Lingfeng City. Sixth place, Zhou Liang Tianhai City Third High School. Seventh place, Li Mingxia Tianhai Experimental Middle School. Eighth place, Yi Zhaofeng Tianhai City Third High School. Ninth place, Zhaofeng Tianhai Experimental Middle School. 10th place, Yanlai Qian City, Liang High School. The ranking structure closely mirrors the illusory battlefield point standings, with the top 5 positions remaining unshakable. After all, securing top-tier points in the illusory battlefield inherently demonstrates formidable strength. What truly astonished everyone was that Lin Ye and Lin Yubing, two prodigies from a remote border town, had outshone the provincial capital's elite talents to break into the top 5. Lin Ye, in particular, crushed Su Jiuxiao with overwhelming force to claim the top spot. Qingshi High School in Lingfeng City, this obscure institution from a remote town, had ascended to the pinnacle of Tianfang with dazzling brilliance. Beyond that, Yanlai's emergence as a dark horse, outshining numerous prodigies to break into the top 10, also astonished many. In previous years, his name would have spread far and wide. Alas, this year's competition was too fierce, and Lin Ye's fame was too overwhelming, eclipsing the brilliance of all other prodigies. Xiao Tiannan's gaze swept across the list, finally settling on Lin Ye. His voice was solemn and powerful. The top 10 of Tianfang province decided. 10 days hence, imperial capital, Sky Arena. Representing Tianfang province, we vie for the nation's pinnacle ranking. The core chamber of the Great Xia's secret treasury, the nation's most treasured artifacts, the glory awaiting its rightful owner, awaits your claim. May you all forge ahead with unwavering resolve, live up to the fervor within, and raise the banner of Tianfang. Chapter 61, Imperial Capital, Sky Arena. Xiao Tiannan's voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating throughout the battle god arena. Lin Ye's name stood tall at the summit of the rankings, shining like the brightest star. Yet for Lin Ye himself, this was merely a stepping stone on the path to his ultimate goal. Lin Ye declined all interviews. Under Lin Yubing's worried gaze, he was escorted back to the rest area by personnel personally arranged by Qingyu. The 10-day rest period served as both recovery and the calm before the storm. The Su family was enraged. Su Jiuxiao had suffered 2 consecutive crushing defeats at the hands of a lowly outcast from the frontier. The second defeat, in particular, had come on the highly publicized 100 battles arena, where he was nearly crushed in a humiliating rout. This utterly trampled upon the Su family's dignity. Censure and pressure from the Su family poured relentlessly. Open and covert investigations proliferated, slanderous rumors about Lin Ye grew louder, and even whispers circulated that the Su family was prepared to eliminate Lin Ye in the imperial capital at any cost. Yet Xiao Tiannan displayed an unprecedentedly firm stance. He submitted Lin Ye's battle records, including his instant kill of a domain lord in the illusory battlefield and his crushing victory over Su Juxiao on the 100 battles arena, along with the SSS tier potential assessment report, directly to the headquarters of the National Professional Guild and the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire. Simultaneously, he personally took command as the provincial chapter president, coordinating with military forces to firmly suppress the Su family's retaliatory actions within Tianfang province. Lin Ye was pivotal to the frontline battle and to solving the age-old problem of the Sword Maiden's backlash. To touch him was to shake the very foundations of the nation. Xiao Tiannan's will was as unyielding as rock, conveyed to every single person who dared to reach out. This immense pressure temporarily created a safe space for Lin Ye. Tianhai City, Lingfeng City Headquarters, Meditation Chamber. Lin Ye sat cross-legged, spiritual energy circulating slowly around his body. He had consumed the final, life-creating elixir, obtained from Zhao Mingxuan's ring. Its potent potency flowed like a warm current, nourishing his damaged meridians and flesh. The smooth-edged annihilation wound on his left shoulder, carved by the void fissure, finally began to slowly grow new granulation tissue under the pill's effects and his own formidable healing power. Though still gruesome, it no longer bled or cracked open. The injuries on his left arm were less severe and healed more quickly. The recovery of his spiritual energy, however, was far more sluggish. The consecutive, high-intensity use of profound techniques like Eternal Moment and Eternal Night's Wither had taken a terrifying toll on his mind and spirit. "Oomph, stubborn fool." Xingli materialized beside him, her silver eyes glancing at the wound on Lin Ye's shoulder. Her tone was cold, yet tinged with a hint of concern. "That Su family brat's void power is truly vicious. Its annihilation properties are extremely difficult to dispel. This wound of yours won't be fully healed anytime soon." Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, his gaze serene, "As long as it doesn't affect my grip on the sword. The journey to the imperial capital, that is the true test. Lin Ye, are you there?" At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the door Lin Yubing's. After he responded, she opened the door and entered, carrying a jade tray holding several pills that emitted a crisp, icy chill. "The city lord sent me to deliver these ice heart-calming pills. They help stabilize the mind and dispel residual foreign energies." Lin Ye accepted without hesitation, swallowing one pill. An icy cold current instantly surged into his mind, greatly alleviating the mental stabbing pain. Even the lingering sensation of void corrosion in his left shoulder wound was suppressed. He looked at Lin Yubing. "Thank you. How are your preparations?" Lin Yubing gave a slight nod, her eyes gathering battle intent. The imperial capital gathers the nation's prodigies. S-rank talent is likely just the starting point. But my frost heart fears no challenge. She paused, her gaze settling on Lin Ye with a hint of barely perceptible concern. "Your injuries and that Su Juxiu, be extremely cautious. We'll meet force with force." Lin Ye's tone was calm, yet brimming with formidable confidence. With the trump card of Eternal Moment in hand, he was confident he could face any formidable foe if he played it right. 10 days passed in a flash amid tense preparations and simmering undercurrents. On the 10th day at dawn, Tianhai City's central teleportation plaza. The massive spatial teleportation array flickered with a deep blue light, the surrounding space slightly warped. 10 prodigies from Tianfang province stood solemnly before the array, the atmosphere heavy. Xinyu, Xiao Tiannan, and representatives from the major clans and factions of the provincial capital were all present. Xiao Tiannan's gaze swept over the 10, finally settling on Lin Ye. His voice was solemn. "This journey to the imperial capital represents the face and future of our Tianfang province. I urge you all to unite and strive together to uphold the name of Tianfang. Your journey has only just begun. Remember, return alive." "Yes, Chairman." The 10 responded in unison, their voices ringing with resolve. Lin Ye took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Lin Yubing, and stepped into the teleportation array. Yan Lai, Bai Wuxin, Yi Jiyin, and the others followed closely behind. Buzz. A powerful spatial tugging sensation washed over them. The scenery before their eyes instantly blurred and distorted, transforming into a surreal, shimmering passageway. Who knows how long it took, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity. The view suddenly cleared. They found themselves in a square of unimaginable vastness. Beneath their feet lay an obsidian floor shimmering with energy runes, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the vast sky. The Sky Arena. The highest tier arena of the Great Xia Kingdom, the ultimate stage for the nation's geniuses. This is the imperial capital. Yan Lai's jaw dropped, utterly stunned. The square teemed with people, yet they were distinctly separated. The top geniuses from every province of the Great Xia Kingdom occupied their respective territories. Some stood aloof and stern, others radiated youthful vigor, while a few exuded the steadiness of mountains. Each emanated a powerful aura, with the weakest at least level 20. Among them, the most outstanding individuals even made Lin Ye feel a faint sense of pressure. "Look, the Tianfang province contingent is arriving. Is that Lin Ye? The top-ranked contestant who crippled Su Jiuxiao on the provincial arena stage? He looks pretty ordinary, and he's injured? Is that it? Don't underestimate him. Rumor has it he contracted the Sword Maiden. The backlash doesn't seem to affect him much. His trump cards are bizarre. Sword Maiden? Just a life-draining heresy. The provincial stage is too small for him. In the imperial capital, dragons must coil, tigers must lie low." Whispers pierced him like countless needles from all directions: curiosity, scrutiny, disdain, and even a hint of hostility. The halo of being the top provincial exam scorer was not a source of glory here, it had become a target for everyone's criticism. Just then, a sudden stir rippled through the crowd, parting automatically to form a clear path.
A group of young men and women, dressed uniformly in moon-white uniforms trimmed with gold and bearing a coiled golden dragon embroidered on their chests, strode forward with heads held high.
It was the Imperial Capital War Academy. I saw Morong Xiao, the direct descendant of the Morong clan, possessing the SS-tier talent, Dragon Soul Battle Body, rumored to have physical strength rivaling that of dragon-blooded monsters of the same rank. Wherever the Imperial Capital War Academy members passed, murmurs grew hushed, tinged with profound reverence. Morong Xiao's gaze swept over the crowd without lingering, leading his team straight toward the exclusive rest area of the arena. Following closely behind the Imperial Capital War Academy was another group. Clad in deep azure battle robes, their aura was ethereal and fierce. As they moved, they seemed to merge with the wind, silent and stealthy. The madman of the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion had arrived. Feng Wuhan had arrived. His SS-tier peak talent, Divine Wind Sword Shadow, was said to rival Morong Xiao's. They pursued the ultimate path of swordsmanship, every one of them a battle maniac. Feng Wuhan's gaze, sharp as tangible sword energy, swept across the crowd, finally settling on the Xingli sword beside Lin Ye. His gaze instantly sharpened, as if he had spotted a priceless treasure. Chapter 62, Final Assessment, Beacon Tower Offense and Defense. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened slightly, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. However, Feng Wuhan's gaze did not linger long before he swiftly departed with his team. Subsequently, diverse teams began appearing one after another. Each team's entrance sparked murmurs and whispers throughout the crowd. These prodigies from top-tier academies and ancient lineages, like true latent dragons, radiated an overwhelming aura that pushed the square's atmosphere to a fever pitch. Compared to them, the provincial champions including Lin Ye paled in comparison. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze from Feng Wuhan's retreating figure. Interesting. That kid's sword intent is actually stronger than those flashy show-offs. Xingli's voice carried a rare hint of seriousness. Master, so many powerful people. The newly awakened consciousness of Yi Ling transmitted a thread of instinctive caution. Mei Shem, I sense it. Lin Ye murmured, his gaze as still as a deep pool. Every genius from the top factions of the imperial capital was extraordinary. Yan Lai watched the imposing teams and couldn't help but swallow hard. He whispered, Lin Ye, this lineup is terrifying. Lin Yubing's aura grew slightly colder as her gaze swept the entire arena. This is the true national stage. Being in the top 10 of the provincial exams is merely the starting point here. Tianfang Province Delegation, please follow me. A middle-aged man in the uniform of the Sky Arena staff stepped forward to guide them. The group crossed the bustling plaza and entered the magnificent complex attached to the arena. The interior space is exceptionally vast, with crisscrossing passageways leading to dedicated rest areas for each province. The Tianfang Province Lounge, situated on the western side, offered a serene environment with comprehensive facilities. However, compared to the top-tier factions like the Imperial Capital War Academy and the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion, which clearly occupy the core areas, its location is somewhat remote. Gentlemen, this is your temporary lodging. Rooms have been assigned, nameplates are affixed to the doors. Internal arena maps, tournament schedules, and important notices will be delivered to your rooms shortly. Refrain from entering other provinces or factions areas to avoid conflict. For any needs, contact the service desk via the communication array in your room. With that, the staff member turned and departed. Lin Ye found his room and pushed the door open. The room was modest in size but furnished simply and comfortably, featuring a private meditation chamber. He immediately sat cross-legged, circulating his spiritual energy once more to nurture the wound on his left shoulder and restore his spirit. The capital's spiritual energy was several times denser than that of provincial cities, significantly enhancing his recovery. Knock knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. It was Lin Yubing. She entered, holding a jade box in her hand. This is the crystallized essence powder that Lord Qin had someone deliver to you. It's remarkably effective for your injury. Chairman Xiao specially prepared it for you. Her gaze fell upon the still gruesome wound on Lin Ye's left shoulder, a flicker of concern crossing her icy eyes. Please convey my gratitude to Chairman Xiao and Lord Qin, Lin Ye said, accepting the box without hesitation. This wound was indeed a hidden danger, especially with the high-intensity battle approaching. Regarding Su Juxiao, Lin Yubing hesitated to speak. He won't let this go. Lin Ye's tone remained calm. The Sky Arena had its rules, and Chairman Xiao and the guild headquarters weren't mere decorations. He wouldn't dare act recklessly in public. If he wanted to fight, it would only happen on the stage. Lin Ye, please be extremely careful. Lin Yubing's voice was solemn. Lin Ye nodded. You too, be careful. After exchanging a few more observations about other opponents, Lin Yubing took her leave. She too needed to focus on preparing for battle. As night fell, the capital's light shone like a celestial river on earth, brilliant yet cold. Lin Ye swallowed the crystallization powder. A cool, strange energy seeped into the wound on his left shoulder. The lingering void annihilation force within the wound finally began to slowly peel away and dissolve under the energy's cleansing surge. Though the process was slow, its effectiveness far surpassed that of previous elixirs. As he tended his wound, he mentally organized the information gathered during the day. Morong Shao, Dragon Soul Battle Body physical strength is his greatest asset, though speed might be a relative weakness.
Foam Woman, Sword Shadow Divine wind blindingly fast with devious sword techniques.
Each name represented a mountain he must climb.
Oof. All this analysis is useless, better to just swing your sword. Xingli's voice carried a hint of disdain.
What's the point of Dragon Soul or Sword Shadow? They're all illusions before absolute power. Your moment of eternity is your greatest trump card. The eternal moment lasts only 3 minutes, it must be wielded like a blade.
Lin Ye's voice was grave.
Moreover, Yiling must be reforged swiftly.
A spirit form is too fragile to offer true aid, it only becomes a burden. He gazed inward at the nameless broken sword in his embrace, feeling Yiling's consciousness transmit a gentle sense of dependence. Only by reforging the blade could she truly unleash the boundless power of the Shadow Source, awaken her own profound mysteries, and become his true ally.
Eternal Ice Crystal Spirit Essence Soil Core Zone of the Great Xia Secret Repository. Top 10 nationwide. This is the only ticket. The following morning,
the capital's dawn light streamed through the colossal crystal dome, bathing the majestic sky arena. After a night's rest, prodigies from every province across the nation gathered at the central plaza. Upon the elevated platform, alongside provincial chapter leaders like Xiao Tiannan, several figures emerged clad in deep purple battle robes trimmed with gold, their auras as profound as the ocean. Their piercing gazes swept over the young faces below, carrying both scrutiny and weighty expectations.
Silence.
A deep, aged voice cut through the murmurs, silencing all discussion.
The speaker was not Xiao Tiannan,
but an elderly man seated in the center. His features were ancient and austere, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The insignia on his shoulder epaulets bore the unmistakable emblem of the supreme command of the Great Xia military headquarters.
I am Qin Jinyue, Chief of the General Staff.
His voice was not loud, yet it carried with iron resolve and authority, reaching every ear. First, congratulations to all you prodigies. Having survived the illusory battlefield and endured the 100 battles arena, you have ascended to the ranks of the nation's top 100.
You are the future backbone of Great Xia.
His voice paused briefly as Qin Jinyue's gaze grew intensely grave, sweeping across the entire hall. Yet, amidst our nation's celebration, demonic forces lurk.
Frontline reports confirm the cataclysmic tiered demonic creature, the abyssal bone dragon Netherian, has awakened. Commanding legions of demons, it assaults the Iron Wall fortress.
The fortress teeters on the brink of collapse. Should it fall, the vast plain shall be reduced to scorched earth, and countless common folk face imminent peril.
Dead silence. The entire arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Cataclysmic. Commanding a legion of demons. Iron Wall fortress is under siege.
Each word struck like a sledgehammer, pounding into every heart. Even the prodigies from the imperial capital's elite factions instantly grew grim. This is no contest, it is a national crisis. Qin Jinyue's voice rose sharply, carrying an unquestionable resolve. Therefore, by joint resolution of the National Guild, the Military Command, and the Supreme Council, the final round of the national examination, the beacon attack and defense, commences immediately. This is no child's play, it simulates the real frontline battlefield. Victory or defeat affects the morale of the front lines, the lives of our soldiers. Now, I shall announce the rules for this round.
Chapter 63, Unlikely Partners. Lin Ye and Su Juxiao in the same group? Qin Jinyue's voice boomed like thunder. Beacon Tower Assault.
You 100 men will be divided into 10 squads, 10 men per squad. Draw lots to determine which beacon fortress each squad defends.
The battlefield is the sighing barrier, a frontline projection of the Iron Wall fortress.
There, the assault of the cataclysmic tiered demonic creature, the abyssal bone dragon Narsario, and the vanguard of his demonic army has been simulated.
Your mission, defend your assigned beacon fortress for 12 hours. Success is defined by the fortress core remaining intact. Evaluation criteria. 1. Integrity of the fortress core. 2. Teamwork efficiency. 3. Individual kill contributions and defensive contributions. 4. Impact on the overall battle situation. Final rankings will be determined by the military headquarters, guild headquarters, and the observation corps.
I warn you now, Qin Jinyue's gaze is as sharp as a blade, sweeping over every young face below. This is no child's play. Though the projected battlefield isn't real, its simulation reaches 90% accuracy. Monsters remain as ferocious as ever, and the battlefield conditions are brutal. Injuries, near-death experiences, and even soul-level shocks are possible. Should the fortress core be destroyed, the entire team fails the assessment. Now, the lottery begins. A massive light screen illuminated the central plaza. The names of 100 prodigies scrolled rapidly before being randomly assigned to 10 virtual beacon fortresses numbered from Jia to Gue. Lin Ye's name settled on the Wu beacon. Almost simultaneously, he sensed a gaze filled with venomous hatred fixed upon him. Turning his head, he saw Su Jiuxiao glaring at him from a short distance away, a cruel curve lifting the corner of his mouth.
Su Jiuxiao's name was also on the Wu beacon tower. Oomph, what a small world.
Xingli's voice carried a cold, murderous intent. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened slightly, though his expression remained largely unruffled.
He had long anticipated that Su Jiuxiao would seize any opportunity.
The Imperial capital's arena might have its rules, but this simulated battlefield was too unpredictable.
Lin Ye.
Lin Yubing's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of worry.
Her name was listed at the C beacon. Yan Lai was at the G beacon. Bai Wuxin and Yi Jiyin were also scattered across other fortresses. Lin Ye gave her a slight nod, signaling he would be cautious.
Soon, the 10 teams were guided to 10 massive, independent teleportation arrays deep within the arena. Each array emitted energy fluctuations of different attributes, corresponding to the 10 distinct watchtower fortresses on the Sighing Barrier. Lin Ye stepped into the teleportation array of the Wu Beacon Tower. As light flickered, space shifted.
Boom! A deafening roar, the clang of clashing metal, the thunderous boom of energy explosions, and the foul stench of sulfur mingled with decay instantly engulfed Lin Ye.
He materialized atop a colossal fortress constructed from massive, dark stones. Gale force winds howled, whipping thick smoke and dust into the air. Beneath his feet lay the Sighing Barrier wall 100 zhang high, winding like a colossal dragon. Beyond the walls lay the boundless, charred plains of the skeleton wasteland, churning with the stench of darkness.
At that moment, a black tide surged across the wasteland.
It was a dense, hideous horde of undead. Rotting corpses shuffled forward on broken limbs, while skeleton warriors with ghostly green flames burning in their eye sockets brandished rusted blades. Huge skeletal abominations, like moving mountains of flesh, hurled plague-ridden boils. The sky darkened as countless gargoyles and skeletal dragons let out piercing screeches, pressing down upon the city walls like a storm cloud. And at the very depths of that tide of undead, a shadow so vast it took one's breath away slowly rose. It was not a physical form, merely a projection composed of pure dark energy and countless wailing souls. Yet the sheer pressure it radiated caused the entire battlefield to tremble. Abyssal Bone Dragon Nisario Projection.
Level? Cataclysmic. Status, Awakening Aura Intensifying.
Merely the cold, merciless glance from its enormous dragon eye caused many geniuses atop the Wu Beacon to turn deathly pale, their souls seemingly frozen.
A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth.
Accompanying the roar, a jet-black breath, condensed to its absolute limit, spanned dozens of miles and slammed brutally into a section of the Sighing Barrier.
Boom!
Not far from the Wu character beacon tower, the Ding character beacon tower was instantly engulfed by a torrent of black annihilation. The sturdy walls crumbled like sandcastles, and the protective light shield shattered completely in less than a second. The massive energy crystal pillar atop the fortress, symbolizing its core, shook violently within the breath. Cracks instantly spread across its surface, and its light dimmed rapidly. Core damage, 37. Warning! Core damage. The cold battlefield alert echoed in every participant's mind. The sheer power of that single strike was terrifying. The entire battlefield ignited in an instant. The undead horde surged like a tidal wave toward the city walls, roaring with a deafening fury as if fueled by stimulants. Gargoyle swarms in the sky descended like a black rainstorm.
Defense! On the Wu Beacon Tower, a burly man wielding a massive axe roared fiercely.
He appeared to be a top-tier powerhouse from some provincial capital, having spontaneously assumed command. Ranged classes suppress the air.
Melee hold the crenellations. Healers, focus on healing. Elementalists, clear the grunts below the walls.
Orders flew rapidly, but the 10 men hailed from different provinces, some likely harboring grudges against each other, and their lack of coordination was immediately apparent. Su Jiushao stood on the opposite side of the fortress, keeping his distance from Lin Ye. He didn't act immediately, merely watching the chaotic scene with a cold, mocking smile.
Xingli.
Without hesitation, Lin Ye locked onto the most densely packed group of gargoyles diving at the most treacherous angle.
Oomph, bothersome flies. Extinction stardust.
Xingli responded coldly as her sword hummed.
Hum.
Countless silver streaks of light, like a meteor shower in reverse, instantly met the diving gargoyle horde.
SSSSHHH.
A dense chorus of piercing sounds erupted as dozens of gargoyles ignited, instantly exploding into a sky filled with shattered bones and black smoke, clearing a brief vacuum above the city walls.
Good.
The burly axe wielder's eyes lit up as he bellowed, "Well done, brothers. Keep up the fire." Lin Ye's strike seemed to ignite a fuse, prompting the other team members to unleash their power. Ice spikes, fireballs, wind blades, and holy light arrows rained down upon the undead tide below the walls and the aerial foes above. Yet the undead assault was endless. Soon, agile skeleton assassins and rotting ghouls began scaling the battered walls and ladders.
Close combat.
The burly warrior roared, swinging his massive axe to cleave a ghoul in half as it emerged. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, his figure blurring in an instant. Firefly flash. He materialized at a crenellation, the starlight blade transforming into a silver streak. Stellar scar stab. Thud. 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 3 elite skeleton warriors who had just scaled the wall had their skulls instantly pierced, their ghostly green soul flames extinguished. His movements never faltered as he glided along the ramparts like a specter. Wherever danger arose, a flash of silver light followed by the deadly scar stab struck with precision, eliminating elite monsters that breached the defenses.
His efficiency was extraordinary, greatly relieving the pressure on other melee fighters. Master, there's so much death energy below.
Yiling could sense a clear, yearning thought transmitted through the Yiling in her embrace. She seemed to have developed a strong resonance with the thick death energy and shadow power permeating the battlefield. Lin Ye's heart stirred. The cores of undead creatures often contained pure essences of shadow and death, perhaps a potent tonic for Yiling? But now was clearly not the time to attempt absorption. Defeat the enemy first. Lin Ye resolved inwardly. At that moment, a cold, malevolent fluctuation rose from beneath the city walls.
Watch out! It's an undead mage. Summoning a skeletal colossus, a perceptive elementalist cried out. Chapter 64, Head-on confrontation with breath attack, Lin Ye's might. Below the city walls, several black-robed necromancers concealed behind the tide of corpses raised their bone staffs high. Countless bones rapidly coalesced on the ground, swiftly forming a colossal skeleton golem over 10 meters tall, assembled from thick, massive bones. Two enormous, ghostly blue soul flames burned within its hollow eye sockets, radiating a heart-stopping sense of oppression. Stop them! Quick, the axe-wielding warrior roared frantically. Once the colossus was complete, its destructive power against the city walls would be terrifying. Several ranged attacks were fired at the necromancer, but they were all blocked by the nascent skeleton colossus or the surrounding undead knights. Useless, Su Jiushao snorted coldly, finally moving. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he thrust both hands toward the necromancers. Void bind. The space around the necromancers instantly froze. Their movements, the chanting of their spells, even the fluttering of their black robes all froze for an instant. Now! Lin Ye's eyes blazed with intensity. This was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Starfall. The starlight sword erupted with blinding light, its terrifying gravitational pull instantly locking onto the immobilized necromancers. Boom! A thick silver pillar of light tore through the gloomy sky, crashing down like divine retribution, striking the confined area with pinpoint accuracy. The necromancers, along with dozens of undead creatures within tens of meters, were instantly obliterated by the raging stellar energy. The skeletal colossus, mid-formation, let out a wail of frustration before crashing down, shattering into a sea of bone fragments. Killed 3 high-tier necromancers. Earned 3,000 battlefield contribution points. Destroyed skeleton colossus summon, earned 1,000 battlefield contribution points. The cold notification echoed in Lin Ye's mind. This strike instantly averted the crisis. Holy, bro, you're awesome. Ha, that move was so cool. Cheers and gasps erupted from the Wujizuo beacon tower. The axe-wielding burly man looked at Lin Ye with eyes brimming with admiration. Even the other team members who had previously harbored some resentment toward Lin Ye, the provincial top scholar, now reigned in their disdain. Su Jiuxiao's face, however, was dark enough to reign. He'd intended to strike first and establish his dominance, only to have all the glory snatched away by Lin Ye. He shot Lin Ye a cold, murderous glance. Yet before the others could catch their breath, a piercing shriek rent the sky once more. The projection of the abyssal bone dragon Narsario slowly turned its massive head. Those dragon eyes, as deep as the abyss itself, locked onto the Wu character beacon tower. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended like a tangible force, crushing everything in its path. The massive energy crystal pillar atop the fortress hummed under the unbearable strain. No! It's targeting us, someone cried out in alarm. Nasario's massive jaws opened wide, gathering a darkness more intense and profound than when it had struck the T-shaped fortress earlier. This time, its target was none other than the core crystal pillar of the Wu beacon. A cataclysmic level breath attack, even its projection was far beyond what these young prodigies, barely reaching level 20, could withstand head-on. If the fortress core were struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! A breath of annihilation, more frenzied and profound than before, slammed brutally toward the Wu-shaped beacon. The core! The axe-wielding warrior's eyes bulged in horror as he let out a desperate roar. If the fortress core were struck head-on by this calamity-level breath, it would instantly turn to dust, and the entire Wu squadron would fail their assessment. The other members turned deathly pale. Facing this world-shattering assault, any defense seemed utterly futile. Someone instinctively reached for the life-saving teleportation talisman, only to realize they were in a simulated battlefield where such an option simply didn't exist. The shadow of death instantly engulfed the entire Wu fortress. At this critical moment, Lin Ye moved. Not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Eternal night fades. Centered on Lin Ye, a vast dark domain erupted. No longer confined to the arena, it instantly engulfed the entire summit of the Wu-shaped beacon tower and the vast section of city walls before it. Within the domain, temperatures plummeted to absolute zero. The air thickened like molten leaden mercury, and light vanished entirely, leaving only pure darkness and deathly silence. The frenzied darkness and death energy contained within Nasario's breath seemed suppressed and constrained within the Eternal Night's withered domain, becoming sluggish and chaotic. Not enough. Lin Ye sensed that while Eternal Night's wither could interfere with and weaken the breath, it could not completely halt this torrent of destructive energy. He needed a more direct approach. Starfall. Lin Ye roared.
A terrifying silver pillar of light over 5 meters in diameter coalesced ahead.
It no longer struck vertically but slammed into the side of the solidified black torrent at an angled trajectory. Boom!
An indescribable, terrifying collision erupted within the frozen spacetime. Under the frenzied impact of the starfall, the breath torrent was violently deflected. The devastating black torrent whipped past the edge of the energy crystal pillar of the Wu-charactered beacon. Whoosh!
The fortress's sturdy, dark-hued stone at its apex shattered as though effortlessly obliterated, leaving a gaping breach.
The core crystal pillar shook violently, its surface runes flickering wildly. Though not struck directly, the energy dissipated from merely grazing its edge caused its glow to visibly dim.
Warning! Wu beacon core damage 10.
The cold alert echoed in the minds of all Team Wu members.
But it held. The core remained intact. Dead silence hung over the entire summit of Fortress Wu. Everyone was utterly stunned by the breathtaking scene that had just unfolded.
The emotional roller coaster from utter despair to narrow escape left them momentarily speechless. "It held," the axe-wielding warrior muttered, staring at the terrifying gap in the fortress's edge, his eyes filled with disbelief.
"He saved the entire fortress." A ranged elementalist's voice trembled.
Lin Ye and Su Jiaoxiao stood at the opposite end of the fortress, their eyes burning with venom so intense it seemed tangible. He had expected to witness Lin Ye perish alongside the fortress, or at least be gravely wounded and eliminated by the breath attack. Yet, against all odds, the man had averted the crisis in such an extraordinary manner, once again becoming the center of everyone's attention. The sheer frustration and envy nearly drove him mad. Just then, the battlefield alert sounded again, tinged with urgency. Abyssal Bone Dragon Narsario's projection enters brief charging state.
Undead army enters berserk mode. Airstrikes intensified. All strongholds defend with full force.
As if confirming the alert, the undead tide below roared with even greater fury, its climbing speed surging sharply. Gargoyles and skeletal wyverns in the sky plunged downward like madmen, ignoring casualties as they targeted the garrison personnel and the core crystal pillars.
"Don't just stand there!" Lin Ye shouted. "The crisis isn't over yet. Hold your ground. If you don't want all our efforts to go to waste, snap out of it."
His voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, instantly rousing the stunned crowd.
"Right. Hold the line. Follow Lin Ye's orders." The axe-wielding warrior reacted first, swinging his massive blade to cleave a ghoul scaling the battlements.
"Suppress the airborne threats.
Close combat units hold the breach. Healers prioritize protecting Lin Ye and the core."
This time, the orders were executed with unprecedented efficiency. Having witnessed Lin Ye's power, Team Wu members now held him in genuine respect. At the fortress's peak, Lin Ye struggled to rise and continue fighting.
Just then, the system voice announced. "Ultimate skill, Eternal Night's Decay ended. Ultimate backlash triggered.
Talent 10,000 calamities and scathe activated, reducing backlash by 90%.
Current backlash status, near-death life essence rapidly depleting, organs failing, bones brittle. Immediate countermeasure recommended."
Lin Ye let out a gurgling sound, spewing blood as he collapsed to the ground.
Chapter 65, Seizing the Opportunity to Strike?
Su Jiaoxiao's murderous intent.
"You fool, showing off your strength. Quickly use your countering ability."
Xingli's shrill voice exploded in his mind, tinged with unprecedented urgency and a barely perceptible edge of panic.
She could clearly sense Lin Ye's life force fading at a terrifying rate, a helplessness more profound than facing any formidable enemy. "Master, it hurts so much." Yiling's consciousness transmitted a wail of agony. "Lin Ye! Brother Lin!" The brief deathly silence shattered.
The axe-wielding giant and several other team members rushed anxiously toward Lin Ye. The shock of the previous scene had not yet faded, and now, seeing the hero collapse from exhaustion, concern instantly overpowered their fear.
"Get back! Don't touch him!"
The Xingli sword hummed and vibrated, erupting with intense starlight that formed an invisible barrier, forcing the axe-wielding man and the others who had tried to approach for a closer look to retreat several steps. Her intent wasn't against them, but Lin Ye's condition was too precarious. Any external touch could be the final straw that broke the camel's back.
Lin Ye, the axe-wielding man, stared at Lin Ye's inhumanly gruesome state, both shocked and frantic. What had happened to him? Was it backlash from blocking the dragon's breath earlier? It was the sword maiden's backlash.
A seasoned healer in the group paled visibly. The dreaded backlash that struck those who wielded forbidden power through a sword maiden contract. The cost of his last 2 moves had been this immense.
Hearts sank among everyone present.
They had just been pulled back from the edge of the abyss by Lin Ye, only to discover their savior had plunged into an even deeper hell. Gazing upon Lin Ye's agonized form, a wave of sorrow and helplessness washed over the fortress's summit. Yet not all hearts were filled with dread. On the other side of the fortress, in the shadows far from the chaos's center, Su Jiaoxiao's lips slowly curled into a twisted smile.
His gaze locked onto Lin Ye, writhing in agony on the ground. "Ha!"
A low, hoarse chuckle escaped Su Jiaoxiao's throat.
Lin Ye. This day has finally come for you." A dying gasp? "No, you're spent. You've walked straight into your own grave." "A godsend." Heaven itself is aiding me. A savage glint flared in Su Jiuzhao's eyes. Right here on this simulated battlefield, I'll make you vanish completely. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Lin Ye had undoubtedly paid an unimaginable price to withstand the dragon's breath. Now, as the backlash erupted, he was at his most vulnerable, utterly powerless to resist. Amidst the chaos of this battlefield, under the cover of the undead horde's howls and the roar of energy explosions, a single accidental strike could send this formidable threat to his doom. Su Jiuzhao's figure slipped silently into the shadows. An infinitesimal thread of void energy gathered silently at his fingertips, coalescing into an invisible poison needle. He sought not a grand display of force, but a precise, lethal ambush, one that would instantly trigger the violent backlash within Lin Ye's body, causing it to erupt completely. Die, you damned insect! Su Jiuzhao roared inwardly, his killing intent surging to its peak. Just as he closed within 5 meters of Lin Ye, the void poison needle poised to pierce the air from his fingertip. System counteracts backlash. Counteracted successfully. Remaining counteracts for today, 2. Backlash state completely cleared. Vital signs stabilized. Lin Ye's consciousness, teetering on the brink of shattering, instantly returned. The excruciating pain rapidly dissipated, and the crushing weight of near death vanished. Huff! Lin Ye gasped sharply, drawing in air thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood. Never had it tasted so sweet. He instinctively tried to push himself up. Ha! Su Jiuzhao, who had been intensely focused on channeling the void poison needle to deliver a fatal strike, suddenly saw his pupils contract. He watched in disbelief as Lin Ye, who had been on the brink of death just a second ago, rose to his feet without warning. The fluidity of his movement made the agonizing agony of moments ago seem like nothing more than an illusion. How could this be? Su Jiuzhao's mind went blank, the void poison needles gathering at his fingertips trembling momentarily from sheer shock. The perfectly timed killing blow he'd meticulously planned, the long-awaited moment of vengeance, had it all vanished into thin air before Lin Ye's inexplicable recovery? This defied all logic. Even the most miraculous elixir couldn't possibly restore a dying man to such a state in the blink of an eye. Lin Ye, you're okay? The axe-wielding burly man and the others were equally stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events, then erupted in immense relief. They didn't understand what had happened, only that Lin Ye had miraculously survived. Lin Ye had no time to heed the astonishment around him. The instant he neutralized the backlash and regained his mobility, his combat instincts honed to perfection by the 10,000 Calamity's unbreakable talent detected the murderous intent lurking mere inches behind him. Su Jiuzhao. A cold light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, sharp as a drawn blade. Without turning his head, his body spun sideways at a speed defying all limits. Firefly flash. Hum. A flash of silver light. The instant his figure vanished. SSSSH. A minute's facial ripple skimmed past where his back had been moments before, sinking silently into the ground. An abyssal, pinhole-sized hole instantly appeared in the hard obsidian floor, emanating a suffocating aura of annihilation. Su Jiuzhao's sneak attack had missed. Oomph. A rat in the gutter only capable of backstabbing. Xingli's furious rebuke exploded, her sword blade erupting with blinding starlight as it pointed directly at Su Jiuzhao with a chilling intent to kill. Lin Ye's form coalesced anew several meters away, his icy eyes like millennia-old glaciers, fixed intently on Su Jiuzhao. Su Jiuzhao, Lin Ye's voice was eerily calm, yet it carried a torrent of rage. It seemed the lesson from the illusion battlefield hadn't been enough for you? The atmosphere atop the bastion instantly plummeted to freezing point. The other members of Team Wu finally grasped what had transpired, their gazes toward Su Jiuzhao brimming with shock, contempt, and fury. Su Jiuzhao. Are you even human? Lin Ye just saved the entire fortress. The axe-wielding warrior roared, his massive blade pointing at Su Jiuzhao as earth-yellow spiritual energy surged violently. Second place in the provincial exam, and this is the best you can muster? Stabbing a teammate in the back and leaving them gravely wounded? The healer also spoke out angrily. Exposed before everyone, Su Jiuzhao's face flushed crimson then drained white, consumed by shame and rage. His plan had failed, and now everyone despised him. The venom in his heart threatened to burst from his chest. Shut up! What do you know? Su Jiuzhao snarled hoarsely, trying to mask his guilt with rage. That Lin Ye clearly used dark arts. How could he recover instantly from that state? He hides a great secret. He might even be involved with demonic creatures. I'm just doing the world a favor. Upholding heaven's will? Lin Ye sneered coldly, the Xingli sword hovering before him, its tip pointing at Su Jiuzhao. Your will is ambushing from behind? Is it jealousy run amok? Su Jiuzhao, I could have cut you down on the capital's arena stage, and I can cut you down here on this battlefield. Want to fight? I'll see it through to the end. Perfect, let's settle both old and new grudges at once. Killing intent collided and surged between them, tangible as substance. The battle atop the fortress seemed to pause momentarily, disrupted by this sudden internal conflict. Roar! At that moment, a more frenzied dragon's roar tore through the stalemate. The projection of the abyssal bone dragon Narsario locked onto the Wu beacon once more.
Its jaws snapped open once more, gathering even deeper, more terrifying dark energy still aimed at the fortress's core.
No! That beast is coming again. The axe-wielding warrior's face paled. Chapter 66, Calamity's Projection? Destroy it. The projection of the abyssal bone dragon Nethersalio locked onto the Wu character beacon for the second time. The gathering dark energy was more violent and profound than before, as if it intended to devour the entire fortress along with the surrounding space. The shadow of death once again descended like a tangible crushing force. Every member of Team Wu felt their hearts leap to their throats. The hope that had just begun to flicker was instantly drowned by an even greater despair. It's over. The axe-wielding warrior's face turned ashen, his massive blade slumping lifelessly. Faced with this world-ending, calamity-level breath attack, any resistance seemed futile and laughable. The shame and venom on Su Jiuzhao's face instantly gave way to utter terror. Standing closer to the core, he felt the terrifying, annihilating pressure more acutely. He instinctively tried to retreat, only to find his legs as heavy as lead, utterly unable to move an inch. Roar! The roar of destruction echoed across the heavens and earth. A breath of annihilation, thicker and more concentrated than before, slammed brutally into the crystal pillar at the heart of the Wu character beacon tower. Time seemed to stretch out, as if an entire century had passed. Desperate cries, the howls of the dead, and the explosions of energy, all sounds lost their meaning before the sheer force of annihilation. At this critical moment, Lin Ye moved. An instant of eternity. Boom! Within Lin Ye, that forbidden power ignited once more. A golden light, even more intense and overpowering than before, erupted with a thunderous blast. Time froze for the third time. The surging torrent of annihilating breath, less than 10 meters from the void barrier, abruptly halted as if colliding with an invisible wall of despair. Everything, the dust swirling atop the fortress, the splattering energy fragments, the frozen expressions of despair on the team members' faces, was pressed into a pause. Only Lin Ye remained the sole master of this frozen spacetime. Golden slot, momentary eternity activated. Duration, 3 minutes. Effect, all sword techniques and ultimate skills reset to 0 cooldown. Spiritual energy consumption reset to 0. Sword maiden backlash reset to 0. Unlimited release. Xingli. Lin Ye roared inwardly, his focus sharper than ever. Oomph. This stupid dragon is asking for death. Xingli's voice carried a frenzied killing intent. Eternal Night's Decay. Open. Hum. A dark domain, whiter and more powerful than before, thundered outward. In an instant, it engulfed the entire Wu character beacon tower and a vast section of the city walls ahead, even faintly touching the edge of that solidified breath of annihilation. Within the domain, absolute deathly silence and extreme cold descended. The frenzied darkness and death energy contained within Nisario's breath, suppressed by the Eternal Night's domain, became sluggish and chaotic, like a beast trapped in quicksand. Part of it was even eroded and assimilated by the domain's power. But this was not enough. Eternal Nightfall could only weaken and disrupt it, could not completely halt this torrent of destruction. Starfall. Extinction Stardust. Blast it back. A fierce glint flared in Lin Ye's eyes. The target was the Nisario projection. Buzz. The star crystal sword erupted with a deep hum as Starfall erupted. Simultaneously, the Starfall shards followed in its wake. Countercurrent, counterattack. Within the frozen spacetime, a silver pillar of light forged from pure stellar energy surged upward, channeling a torrent of billions of deathly sword energies to strike at the heart of the enemy. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying collision erupted deep within the frozen spacetime. The silver torrent of destruction slammed into the very source of Nisario's black breath. As if two stars collided in the void. Blinding light instantly engulfed all. Silver and black intertwined, annihilated, exploded. The frozen torrent of annihilating breath, like a venomous serpent severed at its source, swelled violently at its tip, twisted, then shattered with a thunderous roar. Forcibly detonated. Boom! 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 A terrifying shockwave of energy slammed into the Nisario projection like a billion heavy hammers. Roar! A dragon's roar, filled with agony, shock, and fury, echoed throughout the barrier of size. More piercing than any before. Nisario's massive projected head was violently thrown backward by the surging destructive force. The dark energy forming its jaws churned violently, fracturing and scattering, even revealing distinct energy cracks. His colossal form swayed slightly from the sudden, crushing blow. Inflicted heavy damage on abyssal bone dragon Nethersalio projection. Dragon breath organs severely damaged. Projection energy stability reduced by 15%. Successfully averted the destruction crisis at Beifeng Beacon. Earned 10,000 battlefield contribution points. Obtained special achievement, Dragon Breath Counterstriker. The cold notification echoed in every member of Team Wu's mind, yet none could react in time. Time resumed its flow. Boom! The detonated residual breath energy mingled with the aftershocks of the starfall and the silent stardust, forming a devastating shockwave that raged across the wasteland before the Wu fortress. Atop the fortress, the core crystal pillars shook violently but remained intact. The damage to the 10 remained unchanged. The entire summit of the Wu fortress lay in utter ruin, shrouded in deathly silence. Everyone was utterly petrified by this scene that defied all comprehension. The dragon's breath of reversal wounds the Calamity's projection. Could this truly be the work of a human? The fortress core monitoring room was deathly quiet. The massive display screen was frozen on the final frame, Lin Ye manipulating the falling star and the eternal stardust to surge upward, smashing into Nesario's jaw. On the energy spectrum, the black peak representing the cataclysmic level attack was violently pierced and detonated by an even more frenzied silver torrent, a curve that was truly shocking. He attacked Nesario's projection? A military staff officer's voice cracked as he pointed at the screen, his finger trembling. And wounded it? Not wounded. He critically damaged the projection's energy core node. Another technician responsible for energy analysis cried out, the projection's energy stability has dropped by 15%. This is nothing short of a miracle. How did he lock onto the energy flow trajectory and execute a counterattack? Eternal night, withered star, falling meteor, silent annihilation, stardust. A gray-haired elder stared intently at Lin Ye's figure on the screen, his cloudy old eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. He whipped around and bellowed at the communications officer, highest priority. Immediately encrypt and transmit the core perspective battle logs from Fortress Wu, especially the complete energy fluctuations and footage of Lin Ye's final counterattack, to Supreme Command Headquarters, Guild Headquarters, and the Imperial Capital Observation Corps. Mark, SSS grade strategic potential confirmed. Suspected possession of special abilities countering core attack patterns of high-tier demonic beasts. Requesting highest level attention and protection. Yes. The communications officer's voice trembled with excitement. Chapter 67, he was like a god. Atop the fortress. The eternal instant lingered as Lin Ye stood, godlike. Within the frozen torrent of time and space, Lin Ye stood like the eye of a storm, golden light swirling around him, his robes fluttering without wind. He ignored the face of Su Jiuxiao behind him, contorted by extreme terror, his gaze fixed firmly on the Calamity's projection. Nesario's wounded roar still reverberated through the frozen sound waves, yet Lin Ye's movements showed no hesitation. Starlight. Lin Ye's intent sliced like a blade, clearing the battlefield. Hum. The starlight sword erupted in a dazzling burst of starlight, its blade instantly shattering into billions of silver streaks of light. Annihilation stardust. Guided by Lin Ye's intent, the countless shards struck with pinpoint accuracy at the surging undead tide below the fortress and the airborne hordes of gargoyles and skeletal wyverns diving in ferocious formation. A deafening chorus of piercing sounds, dense enough to make one's scalp crawl, merged into a symphony of death. Beneath the walls, the undead vanguard surging like a black tide was savagely plowed by an invisible giant plow. Rotting ghouls exploded in patches, sturdy skeleton knights disintegrated instantly, and colossal abominations were pierced like sieves, crashing down with a thunderous roar. In the sky, the diving gargoyle swarm collided with a silver death curtain, instantly transforming into a sky filled with burning bone fragments and black smoke, unleashing a foul black rain. In a single breath. Centered on the Wu fortress, a fan-shaped zone hundreds of meters below and above was utterly cleared. Countless fiends were reduced to ash, leaving an eerie vacuum on the battlefield. Killed undead monsters? Too many, earned battlefield contribution points. Slayed 7 skeleton dragons, earned 3,500 battlefield contribution points. Golem swarm eliminated. The cold notifications flashed through Lin Ye's mind like a screen-filling barrage. Whoa! At the fortress's summit, the team members who had just recovered from the frozen time-space witnessed this miraculous scene, drawing in sharp breaths once more. The undead tide that had left them scrambling for their lives moments ago, screaming in despair, was now being mowed down like weeds under Lin Ye's command. This wasn't combat, it was a divine purge of mortals. What are you standing around for? Lin Ye's icy voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, jolting the stunned team back to their senses. Regroup the defenses. Plug the breach. Long-range suppression against the advancing undead tide. Healers, keep up. His voice carried an authority that brooked no argument, instantly reigniting the nearly extinguished fighting spirit of Team Wu's members. Yes. The axe-wielding giant reacted first, roaring as his massive frame charged toward the breach like a tank. Earth-colored spiritual energies surged into the wall, desperately trying to stabilize it. Ice wall. Now. An ice mage reacted, slamming both hands to the ground. A surge of frigid energy erupted, instantly crystallizing a thick ice wall across the breach, temporarily halting the advancing undead. Holy light barrier. Cover the core. The healer raised his staff, enveloping the damaged energy crystal pillar in a soft yet resilient holy light, desperately stabilizing its fluctuations. Focus fire from range. Suppress the next wave. Don't let them near the breach. The other team members sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of ranged attacks upon the undead surging back beneath the walls. This time, the commands were executed with unprecedented efficiency. Having witnessed Lin Ye's godlike power, a blazing flame of hope ignited within every heart. As long as Lin Ye remained, the fortress still had a chance.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the fortress, Su Jiuxiao felt as if every bone in his body had been ripped out, his face as pale as a ghost. He had watched Lin Ye recover instantly after the backlash erupted, then witnessed firsthand how the man used superhuman strength to clash head-on with the Calamity's projection and clear vast swaths of the battlefield with a single wave. Fear coiled like a cold serpent, gnawing at his heart.
He wasn't human at all, just a monster in human skin.
That single thought consumed Su Jiuxiao's mind.
Ambush? Revenge?
Such notions seemed laughably futile in the face of the absolute power he had displayed.
He instinctively retreated, desperate to distance himself from that figure.
Yet Lin Ye's gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield like a tangible blade, locking onto him with pinpoint accuracy.
Su Jiuxiao.
Lin Ye's voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly cut through the battlefield's clamor, carrying a bone-chilling coldness.
The fortress's crisis remains unresolved.
As a member of the team, you show no thought for killing the enemy.
Just now, you even attempted to ambush your comrades. Do you know your crime?
That gaze pierced me like a blade, sending a shiver through my entire body. My mouth opened, but no sound came out.
Defense?
In the face of that blatant ambush witnessed by all, any defense would be futile. Fear and shame washed over him like a tidal wave.
Useless.
Lin Ye spat out the two words without mercy, like two resounding slaps across Su Jiuxiao's face.
Now, you have two choices. Lin Ye's voice was as cold as iron.
1. Crawl to the most dangerous section of the city wall and use your void power to seal the breach.
2. I'll escort you off this battlefield immediately.
The emphasis on invite carried a murderous intent that sent Su Jiuxiao into a frigid abyss. He had no doubt that Lin Ye's invitation meant being knocked off the wall or even killed on the spot.
In this chaotic battlefield, too many unforeseen events could unfold. I'm going.
Su Jiuxiao nearly screamed the words, his voice thick with humiliation and terror. He dared not look at Lin Ye again, staggering toward the gaping breach torn open by the dragon's breath. He frantically channeled his remaining void energy, conjuring twisted spatial barriers to block the surging undead below. Simultaneously, he unleashed spatial cuts to shred the climbing fiends. Though his actions were frantic and disheveled, his SS-tier talent foundation remained intact. He barely managed to form an unstable defensive line at the breach. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze coldly,
just making use of what was left. He no longer paid attention to Su Jiuxiao, his focus sinking inward. Golden stat, momentary eternity remaining time, 1 minute 15 seconds. Time was running out.
He snapped his head up, gazing once more toward the projection of Nesario deep within the wasteland, its agonized roar echoing. The energy fissure blasted into its jaw remained starkly visible, dark energy oozing from it like foul blood.
One hit hurt it, but it wasn't enough.
Lin Ye's gaze sharpened like a falcon's. He had to strip it of its ability to threaten the fortress.
At least for the time remaining. Xingli.
Lin Ye roared inwardly.
Full power. Aim for its eyes. Blind it. Exactly what I wanted.
Xingli's fighting spirit surged.
Buzz.
The Xingli sword erupted with an unprecedented blazing light, as if a miniature star had been forcibly ignited.
Starfall.
A beam of blinding white light, condensed to the thickness of an arm yet pulsing with devastating energy, tore through the air and instantly appeared before Nesario's right eye.
Speed pushed to its absolute limit. Nesario seemed to sense the mortal threat.
His remaining left pupil contracted sharply as he let out a roar of shock and rage, instinctively trying to turn his head to dodge.
But an attack unleashed by Lin Ye in his eternal moment state, could a wounded projection truly evade it? Whoosh! No earth-shattering explosion.
The beam of starlight piercing the sun penetrated with pinpoint accuracy into the massive right eye of Nesario's projection.
Chapter 68, Slaughtering the Bone Dragon Projection, One Man Becomes an Army. Arg!
A piercing, agonized howl instantly echoed throughout the entire sighing barrier, drowning out every other sound on the battlefield.
Nesario's projection, that colossal head, thrashed wildly, then jerked backward.
The immense dark energy forming its right eye churned violently like boiling water, then shattered and dispersed.
A gaping hole now gaped open upon its skull. Deal a fatal blow to the abyssal bone dragon Nesario projection. Destroy the abyssal eye right. Projection energy stability drops to 40. Threat level significantly reduced. Gained 15,000 battlefield contribution points. Obtained special achievement, Dragon Slayer's Eye.
In the Citadel core monitoring room, the deathly silence was replaced by even more frenzied shouts.
He blinded Nesario's eye. Precision strike. Perfect destruction of the energy node. SSS tier. Absolutely SSS tier tactical value. His insight and execution are superhuman.
Atop the fortress, Lin Ye slowly exhaled a cloud of stale breath. He fought back the overwhelming fatigue seeping from the depths of his mind as his gaze swept across the battlefield. Nesario's projection was severely damaged, and the raging undead horde seemed momentarily affected, their assault slowing slightly.
Hold the line. Leave the breach to Su Jiuxiao.
Lin Ye's voice boomed like thunder across the chaotic fortress summit. His form dissolved into a blur of silver light once more, flickering like a firefly as he materialized at another embrasure on the ramparts where pressure surged. The starlight sword hummed as the star scar stab precisely picked off elite ghouls and skeleton assassins breaching the defenses.
Annihilation stardust. Hum.
Billions of silver streaks erupted once more, like the scythe of death, precisely reaping the undead vanguard clinging to the walls.
SSSH.
Shattered bones and foul blood splattered across the sky, instantly clearing a patch beneath the walls.
Too powerful. The axe-wielding warrior roared, channeling earth-hued spiritual energy into the ramparts beneath his feet. He stabilized the foundation shattered by the dragon's breath's aftershock, holding the line and suppressing the advance. Don't let them surge forward again.
Morale soared among the team members as ice spikes and fireballs poured down like a torrential rain. On the other side of the fortress, Su Jiuzhao's face was ashen, the humiliation nearly tearing him apart. Forced to defend the massive breach, he struggled to hold back the tide of undead surging upward. Each time the spatial slash severed a climbing fiend, it felt like a lash across his own face.
Lin Ye's cold words useless echoed like a curse in his mind. Golden stat, eternal moment remaining time, 0:45. Time was running out.
Lin Ye snapped his head up, his gaze locking once more onto the projection of Nesario. Its sole remaining left eye blazed with overwhelming hatred and madness, fixated on the what fortress, especially Lin Ye.
Roar! A deafening roar echoed. Nesario's massive head lifted once more, its sole remaining left eye locked onto Lin Ye. Its jaws opened wide as dark energy erupted once more. It was gathering power. A strike more terrifying and concentrated than any before. No! It's preparing a single target annihilation strike. The target is Lin Ye.
In the fortress's monitoring room, the technician screamed in terror.
Lin Ye, get out of the way.
The axe-wielding warrior roared hoarsely. Everyone felt the soul-crushing terror of its lock-on. A wild gleam of ecstasy flared in Su Jiuzhao's eyes.
Opportunity. A godsend.
Lin Ye had no chance against this calamity-level single-target strike.
As long as he died. Lin Ye's gaze turned as cold as ice.
Not only did he not dodge, he stepped forward, confronting that world-shattering pressure head-on.
You want to kill me? Then let's see who dies first. Xingli. Oomph, that suits me just fine. Starfall. Annihilation stardust. Buzz. Boom.
A pillar of annihilation, more condensed and blindingly white than before, shot forth with overwhelming force, trailing billions of deathly sword chi as tangible as substance.
Its target, the sole remaining eye of Nesario. Attack met with attack. Needle against straw.
Two earth-shattering torrents of energy collided with a thunderous crash at the center of the battlefield.
Boom.
An indescribable, terrifying explosion instantly engulfed that space.
Blinding light engulfed the entire sighing barrier in a white-hot glow.
Frenzied energy turbulence violently sliced through space.
The stalemate lasted but an instant. Sizzle.
The pitch-black annihilation beam was torn apart and pierced through by the blazing white torrent.
The silver torrent, its momentum unabated, slammed into Nesario's sole remaining left eye. Roar. Nesario's colossal projected head exploded with a thunderous boom.
The immense dark energy composing the head instantly spiraled out of control. The headless colossal body convulsed violently, twisted, and finally, amidst the shrieks of countless wailing souls, transformed into a churning black mist that slowly dissipated across the wasteland. Successful kill, Abyssal Bone Dragon Narsario Projection. Earned 100,000 battlefield contribution points. Obtained Special Achievement, Scourge Slayer.
Fortress Wu Core Integrity, 90%. Defense successful. All members pass assessment.
The cold notification echoed in the minds of all members of Team Wu.
Dead silence. The entire battlefield, the entire sighing barrier, seemed to have been silenced.
The howls of the undead legions ceased, the screeches of gargoyles vanished, leaving only the lingering echoes of dissipating energy turbulence wailing across the wasteland. At the summit of Fortress Wu, everyone stood frozen like statues, staring blankly at the vast shadow slowly dissipating deep within the wasteland, then shifting their gaze to the figure standing tall as a pine at the fortress's edge.
He slew the Calamity's projection? Thud. Su Jiuzhao's legs buckled beneath him. Unable to bear his weight any longer, he collapsed to his knees. His face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with nothing but endless terror and bewilderment. His last hope, the calamity he'd fantasized about using as a tool to kill others, had been slaughtered head-on by Lin Ye.
Golden entry, momentary eternity remaining time, 0:15. Lin Ye took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over Su Jiuzhao, who knelt at the breach, utterly disoriented.
Su Jiuzhao, Lin Ye's voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the deathly silent fortress.
The fortress crisis has been resolved. Your crimes of ambushing your comrades and cowardice in battle must now be settled.
Su Jiuzhao's body trembled violently as he snapped his head up. Lin Ye! How dare you! I am Su Jiuzhao. Shut up! Lin Ye's eyes flashed with fury.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Ye's figure had already transformed into a silver streak of light.
Firefly flash. Instantly appearing before Su Jiuzhao. No! Su Jiuzhao roared, hastily gathering the last shred of void energy to defend. Stellar scar stab. Shoo! A flash of silver light pierced Su Jiaozhao's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Gah! A piercing, inhuman scream erupted from Su Jiaozhao as the raging spiritual energy surging around him deflated like a punctured balloon, violently leaking out and dissipating. Su Jiaozhao of Tianhai City has perished. This round of assessment is automatically eliminated. At the fortress's summit, silence reigned. Team Wu members stared at Lin Ye with awe, even a hint of fear. Kill without hesitation, no lingering, especially when the target is the Su family's legitimate heir. At that moment, a beam of light emanated from Su Jiaozhao's body, enveloping his corpse before teleporting it away from the battlefield. Witnessing this, Lin Ye's gaze grew icy. He knew Su Jiaozhao wouldn't be so easily killed. However, even if he hadn't died, this round of assessment would yield no results. He turned, gazing toward the gradually subsiding tide of undead at the edge of the wasteland and the direction of the sky arena. The national assessment, it was time to end it. Chapter 69, The Shocked Higher UPS. Is Lin Ye even human? The undead hordes on the wasteland, deprived of the Calamity's projection to command and intimidate them, saw their offensive visibly wane. Though they still covered the hills and valleys, they had lost that frenzied, death-defying ferocity. They bellowed in confusion, their attacks becoming scattered and disorderly, even beginning to shove and trample one another. Atop the W fortress, the deathly silence was broken by the heavy gasps of survivors and whispers of disbelief. We won? The axe-wielding warrior slammed his massive blade against the fortress wall with a clang. He slaughtered that disaster projection healer, muttered another, forgetting to maintain the glow of his staff as he stared blankly at Lin Ye. Su Jiaozhao, he actually dared? Another teammate stared at the spot where Su Jiaozhao had vanished, his expression complex. Lin Ye's ruthlessness and resolve had once again shattered their expectations. Lin Ye slowly turned, the immediate threat is neutralized, but the battle isn't over. The demon tide may be weakened, but their numbers remain. Purge the remnants, repair the core barrier, and fortify our defenses. Not a single moment of slackness until 12 hours have passed. His words carried an authority that brooked no argument. Having witnessed his godlike combat prowess, no one dared show the slightest negligence now. Yes. The axe-wielding warrior reacted first, snatching up his massive blade. His booming voice echoed, all heard. Long-range units maintain suppression. Earth mages, follow me to reinforce the breached wall. Healers, prioritize stabilizing the core. Move out. Team Wu members sprang into action as if injected with adrenaline. Ice walls recrystallized over the breach, earth and stone manipulated by spiritual energy filled the cracks, and holy light once more enveloped the core crystal pillar. Ranged attacks methodically cleared the scattered undead still attempting to scale the walls below. Though exhausted, their morale soared higher than ever before. For they knew the greatest threat had been personally vanquished by the youth atop the fortress. Lin Ye approached the core crystal pillar, sat cross-legged, and immediately retrieved a divine essence pill to consume. The cool potency swiftly soothed his aching spirit. Closing his eyes, he regulated his breath, racing against time to recover. From the nameless broken sword in his embrace came Yiling's faint yet distinct thought, Master is tired. So much energy. Delicious yet frightening. Having absorbed the vast death and shadow energies scattered across the battlefield, the embryonic spirit form seemed to solidify further. The emotions it conveyed were both content and tinged with primal fear. Yiling, rest. Leave the rest to me, Lin Ye soothed in his mind. Xingli hovered beside him, its blade glowing with a slightly dimmed light. Its cool voice carried a hint of weariness, humph. Finally dealt with that troublesome big bone frame. But human, you've overdraft too hard. Can you handle it? She didn't continue, but the worry in her tone was unmistakable. Lin Ye smiled. Who do you think I am? A mere scratch? Not worth mentioning. Inside the fortress core monitoring room, however, the atmosphere was electric. Data analysis complete. Fortress Wu core final integrity, 90%. Points settlement holy. The tech officer stared at the screen's updated data, his voice cracking. Lin Ye's personal battlefield contribution points accounted for 95% of the entire team's total. Special achievements, Dragon Breath Reverser. Dragon Slayer's Eye. Cataclysm Slaughterer. 3. All the highest difficulty battlefield achievements. Another person gasped. The energy peak from his final counterattack against Neltharians left I reached the critical threshold for cataclysmic tier. How did he manage that? The elderly energy analyst's hands trembled uncontrollably. Immediately. At the highest encryption level, package all combat records from Fortress Wu, especially Lin Ye's performance data, energy fluctuation charts, and achievement logs, and send them to Commander Qin Jinyue, Guild Leader Xiao Tiannan, the Guild Headquarters Strategic Analysis Room, and the Imperial Capital's highest observation core. Yes. The message thundered through the encrypted channels, instantly reaching the heart of the Imperial Capital. Imperial Capital, Sky Arena Core Observation Hall. The massive circular light screen was divided into dozens of segments, displaying the real-time battle situations of 10 fortresses. At this moment, most screens focused on the Wu fortress, where fierce combat had just concluded, and the slowly dissipating Calamity projection over the wasteland. Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the hall.
Xingli, chief of staff of the military headquarters, a seasoned veteran who had weathered countless storms and lived a life of iron discipline, gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. His cloudy old eyes were fixed intently on the young figure seated cross-legged on the light screen. The vice president of the National Professional Guild headquarters, a middle-aged man with scholarly features, held his teacup at an angle, oblivious as the liquid dripped onto the luxurious carpet. Representatives from elite institutions, the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion, the Military Research Institute, and other top-tier factions stood gaping, their faces etched with utter disbelief.
Slaughtered? An elderly professor's raspy voice broke the dead silence. Nesario's projection was defeated head-on by a level 20 candidate? The head of the Military Research Institute pointed excitedly at the energy diagram. Look at this energy collision curve. His final strike absolutely touched the threshold of cataclysm tier power. How is this possible? An elder from the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion, his gaze sharp as a blade, murmured, that golden light that froze time and space. The secrets he holds are more astonishing than we ever imagined.
Xingli, the young man from the Su family, spoke slowly. He ambushed his comrade in arms on the battlefield and was eliminated in public. He brought this upon himself. Order, synchronize Su Jiozhao's battlefield violation record and send it to the Su family. Warn them, if they dare cause trouble again in the imperial capital and disrupt the grand examination, they will be dealt with according to military law. The old marshal's voice carried an ironclad authority that brooked no argument, settling the matter decisively.
Lin Ye's demonstrated value now far outweighs the Su family's reputation.
Yes, sir.
The aide responded solemnly. Time passed slowly.
The assessment was not yet over. Teams within each fortress continued to hold their ground. However, with the abyssal bone dragon slain by Lin Ye, the difficulty of defending the city had decreased immeasurably. Though Lin Ye acted for his own sake, his actions had indeed benefited all the examinees. The commotion transmitted from the Wu Beacon Tower sent shockwaves through the teams at other beacons.
Everyone wanted to know what had happened there.
Unfortunately, the distance between two beacons was considerable, and with the need to maintain their own defenses, they had no opportunity to find out. They could only observe in astonishment that the once menacing abyssal bone dragon had vanished. The once ubiquitous undead and skeletons were no longer such formidable foes. Thanks to this, all teams were frantically grinding for points. Lin Ye, acting as an army unto himself, even charged beyond the beacon tower, slaying countless undead creatures. Imperial capital, the core spectator hall of the Sky Arena. The massive circular light screen was divided into dozens of segments, displaying real-time battle data from 10 fortresses. Yet at this moment, nearly every gaze was fixed on the largest central screen displaying the final tally. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the hall. Final round of the National Exams Beacon Siege has concluded. All examinees remain in position. Teleportation will commence shortly. Battlefield settlement in progress. Chapter 70, Assessment concluded, National Champion. The cold mechanical voice reverberated over the silent battlefield, as if drawing a final note to the siege. Atop the Wu Beacon Tower, the battle-scarred team members finally exhaled in relief. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes. Teleportation will commence shortly. All examinees are advised not to resist. The mechanical voice sounded once more. Buzz. 10 beacon towers simultaneously blazed with dazzling white light, enveloping the surviving candidates. A sensation of spatial distortion washed over them. The next moment, everyone reappeared in the grand central plaza of the Sky Arena. Blinding sunlight poured down, dispelling the lingering gloom and bloodshed of the battlefield. Yet the atmosphere in the plaza felt even heavier than the battlefield itself. Tens of thousands of gazes, like tangible searchlights, instantly converged upon the newly teleported back Wu character Fortress Squad. More precisely, they were fixed upon the figure at the squad's forefront, a youth clad in bloodstained rags, his complexion slightly pale yet his back straight as a sword. Lin Ye. That name had swept through the entire Sky Arena like a hurricane during the brief simulated battle. It had even pierced through layer upon layer of encrypted communications, spreading to every corner of the imperial capital. Slaughtering the Calamity projection. A single man turned the tide of battle. Publicly slaying the Su family's legitimate heir. Each feat was enough to shake the entire young generation of Great Xia. Silence. From the high platform, the voice of Xingli, chief of staff of the military headquarters, boomed like a great bell, instantly silencing all murmurs. The veteran commander's gaze, sharp as a tangible blade, swept across the entire hall before finally settling on Lin Ye. The final round of the National Exams Beacon Defense Assessment has concluded. Now, the final results and rankings will be announced. As Xingli's words fell, the largest light screen at the center of the plaza roared to life. Final National Examination Beacon Defense Settlement Rankings. First place, Lin Ye Qingshi High School, Lingfeng City, Tianfang Province. Affiliated Fortress, Wu Beacon Core Integrity, 90%. Personal Battlefield Contribution Points, 1,287,500. Special Achievements, Dragon's Breath Reverser, Dragon Slayer's Eye, Calamity Slaughterer. Team Contribution Share, 953. Overall Rating, SSS Unprecedented.
Second place, Morongshao Imperial Capital War Academy. Affiliated Fortress, Beacon A Core Integrity, 85%. Personal Battlefield Contribution Points, 426,800. Team Contribution Share, 485. Overall Rating, SS. Third place, Feng Wuhan Divine Wind Sword Pavilion. Affiliated Fortress, E-Character Beacon Tower Core Integrity, 88. Personal Battlefield Contribution Points, 398,500. Team Contribution Share, 452. Overall Rating, SS. 10th place, Lin Ye Qingshi High School, Lingfeng City, Tianfang Province. Affiliated Stronghold, Beiji Beacon Tower Core Integrity, 74. Personal Battlefield Contribution Points, 245,400. Team Contribution Share, 220. Overall Rating, S. Boom! When Lin Ye's staggering 1,280,000 contribution points and 3 dazzling, awe-inspiring special achievement titles appeared at the top of the leaderboard, the entire Sky Arena erupted in chaos. 1,280,000? Holy crap! Is this data even real? 3 highest achievements. Dragon Breath Reversal Slayer. Catastrophe Slaughterer. Is it him who slaughtered that bone dragon projection? 953 team contribution? He single-handedly defended the Wu Fortress. SSS. An unprecedented rating. Even Morongshao and Feng Wuhan only reached SS. What kind of god-tier school is Qingshi High in Lingfeng City? Not only did they produce Lin Ye, but Lin Ye also stormed into the top 10. Shouts of astonishment, gasps, and murmurs of disbelief swept across the plaza like a tidal wave. Countless eyes fixed on the name displayed on the light screen and the string of utterly devastating data behind it, filled with awe, fervor, envy, and a profound sense of helplessness. A chasm. An absolute, suffocating chasm at the top. Second place Morongzhao's contribution points just over 40,000 paled in comparison to Lin Ye's staggering 1,280,000. Those 3 special achievements, symbolizing feats from the most challenging battlefields, stood like 3 insurmountable mountains, crushing all the prodigies beneath their weight. Ha! Good. 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 On the high platform, Xiao Tianan could no longer contain his excitement. He leapt to his feet, shouting good 3 times in rapid succession. His eyes blazed with intensity, his face radiating unabashed elation and pride. Lin Ye's worth far exceeded his wildest expectations. Though the venerable General Qin Jinyue remained outwardly composed, his tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling beard betrayed the turmoil within. His gaze upon Lin Ye now regarded him as a national treasure. Representatives from the Imperial Capital War Academy and the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed on Lin Ye with unprecedented intensity and scrutiny. Morongshao and Feng Wuhan, the 2 most outstanding prodigies of the Imperial Capital, had now set aside all arrogance, gazing at Lin Ye with complex expressions. Lin Ye stood nearby, her eyes fixed on Lin Ye's name displayed on the light screen, then shifting to the upright figure in the center of the plaza. A breathtaking smile finally blossomed across her icy cold face, like a snow lotus blooming on the frozen plains. Yan Lai's face flushed crimson with excitement as he pumped his fist vigorously. Brother Lin. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. As if that glory were his own. Standing in the corner of the Tianfang province team was Su Jiushao, his face as pale as paper. Staring at the glaring 0 contribution points and rock-bottom ranking beside his own name, then at the dazzlingly radiant name at the top of the screen, a metallic taste surged in his throat. He coughed up blood. Disgrace. This was an unprecedented humiliation for the Su family. And all of it was brought upon them by Lin Ye. Qin Jinyue took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, his authoritative voice resounding once more across the arena. The results are official and final. This assessment has fully demonstrated the courage and responsibility of the young generation of our great Xia. Especially Lin Ye, who, at the tender age of 20, single-handedly turned the tide and defeated the Calamity. His achievements and his courage should serve as a model for the entire nation. By unanimous decision of the National Guild, the Military Department, and the Supreme Council, Lin Ye shall be awarded the title of National Champion. Qin Jinyue's voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating across the square. National Champion Lin Ye. Boom! After a moment of stunned silence, a deafening roar erupted. Top scholar. It really is him. 128,000 contribution points. Slaughtering the Calamity projection. If he isn't the top scholar, who else could be? Lin Ye of Lingfeng City, Tianfang Province. This name is destined to echo throughout the Great Xia. Holy crap, an SSS rating. Unprecedented. Countless gazes converged on Lin Ye, filled with awe, fervor, and even a hint of reverence. In this moment, Lin Ye's name transcended being a miracle from a remote frontier town. He became the undisputed pinnacle symbol of the entire young generation in Great Xia. Xiao Tiannan's face wore undisguised satisfaction and excitement. He slammed his fist on the armrest, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Lin Ye had not only validated his judgment but exceeded expectations. The glimmer of hope for the Sword Maiden's backlash in the frontline battle seemed within reach because of this young man. Qin Jinyue's gaze, as tangible as substance, fixed upon Lin Ye, brimming with unmasked admiration and solemnity. Lin Ye, step forward. Chapter 71, Entering the Treasure Vault, Mythic Grade Lingyun Soil. Lin Ye took a deep breath and stepped onto the elevated platform with steady strides.
Lin Ye, Qin Jinyue's voice softened slightly, tinged with a barely perceptible note of expectation. At the tender age of 20, you slew a lord in the illusory battlefield, dominated the provincial capital's arena, and here on this simulated frontline battlefield, you turned the tide and defeated the Calamity projection. Such valor, such audacity truly worthy of the title of top scholar. He paused, then his voice soared, echoing throughout the hall. Therefore, by joint resolution of the Great Xia Military Headquarters, the National Guild of Professionals, and the Supreme Council, in addition to the title of National Champion, Lin Ye is hereby awarded the Dragon Slaying Medal. This medal represents the highest honor the Great Xia bestows upon its heroic defenders. A medal of ancient design, dark gold throughout, engraved with an intertwined pattern of a coiled dragon and a sharp sword, was personally fastened to Lin Ye's chest by Qin Jinyue. The metal felt heavy and cold in his hand, radiating an indescribable energy fluctuation, clearly no ordinary object. Obtain special item, Dragon Slayer Medal Legendary. Effects, increases all attributes by 10. Significantly enhances resistance to the auras of dragonkin and high-tier magical beasts. Grants special privileges from the Great Xia military and official institutions. A symbol of status, its value is immeasurable. Commander-in-Chief. Lin Ye bowed slightly, his voice steady. He could feel the weight of this medal, and he understood the significance and responsibility it represented. Qin Jinyue gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the top 10. You 10 are the future pillars of our Great Xia. You shall gain access to the court chamber of the Imperial Treasury to select one treasure. These are the nation's most precious artifacts. Use them wisely, forge ahead with resolve, live up to your passionate spirit, and honor the nation's trust. His gaze finally settled on Lin Ye, laden with deeper expectations. Lin Ye, the future of our nation rests upon your shoulders. These words sent a fresh wave of astonishment rippling through the hall. Everyone understood that the chief minister's final words were an unmistakable declaration. Lin Ye had earned the nation's highest esteem. The representative of the Su family's face darkened to the point of dripping with venom, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. The top 10, follow me. An elder clad in deep purple guild robes appeared at the side of the platform, the guild's chief elder responsible for the secret vault. Under countless envious and reverent gazes, the 10 prodigies Lin Ye, Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, Lin Yubing, and the others followed the elder away from the bustling plaza, heading deep into the heart of the sky arena. Passing through layers of heavily guarded corridors and energy barriers, they were led before a massive, unadorned bronze gate. The doors stood tightly shut, their surface flowing with arcane runes that seemed alive, emanating an ancient, primordial aura. They were even more majestic and imposing than the entrance to the Tianfang provincial branch vault. This was the entrance to the court chamber of the Great Xia's secret repository. The purple-robed elder's expression was solemn, his voice deep and measured. The court chamber holds the nation's most precious artifacts, lost legacies, and rare treasures of heaven and earth. Each of you may take only one item. Once chosen, you must leave. Remember, act within your limits. Do not let greed cloud your judgment and bring harm upon yourself. Opportunity often comes with risk. He retrieved a peculiar purple gold token and pressed it into the central recess of the massive gate. Hum. A deep hum filled the air as the runes on the bronze gate illuminated one by one. The heavy doors slid silently inward, revealing a deep, strange vortex beyond. Enter. You have 3 days. The purple-robed elder stepped aside. Meng Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others all flashed intense determination in their eyes before stepping into the vortex without hesitation. Lin Yubing glanced at Lin Ye, her icy eyes carrying encouragement, and stepped forward as well. Lin Ye drew a deep breath. The dragon-slaying metal on his chest seemed to emit a faint warmth. Eternal Ice Crystal Spirit Essence, Soil Star Crystal, Night Feather, let's go. He took a step forward, his figure completely disappearing into the vortex. The gate closed silently behind him, sealing off the two worlds. Hum. When his feet finally touched solid ground, the sight before him made Lin Ye's pupils suddenly contract. This was not the floating island layout of the outer secret treasury. The core area resembled a fragment of a universe severed and frozen in time. Beneath his feet lay a void as deep and inky as ink, yet far from empty. Countless stars, each emitting a soft, gentle glow, hung motionless in the void. Some blazed crimson like the heart of a furnace, others shimmered azure, as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. Some glowed emerald green, almost dripping with vitality, and others were pitch black, like ink. Every object here contained colossal energy far surpassing that of the outer regions. The air was thick with spiritual energy, almost liquid in its density. With every breath, Lin Ye's parched meridians emitted a soothing sigh of relief. Finally something worth seeing. Xingli's form silently materialized beside Lin Ye. The energy levels here were sufficient to nurture genuine divine artifact embryos. Be careful, human. The stars here aren't mere lifeless objects. Some may have already developed faint guardian spirits, or even become living laws themselves. Lin Ye steadied himself, suppressing the shock within.
Though treasures abound, the target is clear. 10,000 swords diagram. Lin Ye murmured inwardly. The familiar system interface instantly unfolded before his eyes.
The 10,000 swords diagram function activated at full capacity, scanning and analyzing this vast sea of stars.
Detected massive fluctuations of ultra-high energy items. Analyzing energy attributes and potential value. Warning, powerful guardian spirit fluctuations detected. Spatial traps and law-based restrictions present in certain areas. Extreme danger. Suspected target item clue detected, eternal ice crystal weak resonance. Direction, northwest frigid star domain. Potential target item clue detected, spirit resonance soil strong resonance. Direction, core of the life nebula, due east. Spirit resonance soil. Lin Ye's spirit surged with sudden excitement. The feedback from the 10,000 swords diagram was crystal clear.
The resonance intensity of the spirit resonance soil far surpassed that of the eternal ice crystal, as if actively calling out to him. The direction pointed directly toward that vast nebula composed of countless emerald stars, flowing rivers of life, and bizarre flora.
Yiling, hold on. Find the soil first to solidify your foundation.
Lin Ye calmed Yiling in his mind, stepping resolutely toward the core of the life nebula. As if invisible steps formed beneath his feet, the void carried him closer to that region. Finally, he reached the core of the life nebula. Here floated a patch of land small yet profoundly mystical. It was not solid earth, but rather resembled a constantly shifting mass of liquid amber.
Item, spirit-infused fertile soil primordial rarity. Quality, mythical material curiosity.
Attributes, life, creation, nourishment, shaping, universal affinity. Description, an ultimate divine artifact forged when the primordial essence of creation fused with the purest essence of primordial soil at the dawn of creation. It contains boundless life-giving and transformative power, capable of nourishing all things, reshaping foundations, and awakening spiritual essence. It serves as the ultimate material for cultivating divine herbs, forging divine artifacts, and even creating embryonic life.
Status, ownerless, with faint guardian spirit. This is it. Uncontrollable ecstasy flared in Lin Ye's eyes. Found at the very essence of spiritual resonance. And it's actually mythic quality. Chapter 72, Ling Yun Shirong secured, returning home.
The night feather in his embrace emitted an unprecedented, almost trembling yearning, "Master.
I need it. The night feather needs it. So warm, so comfortable. Oomph, what luck.
This broken sword is in for a treat." Xingli's voice carried a barely perceptible flicker, clearly stirred by the aura of this mythical artifact. Lin Ye suppressed his excitement and did not rush forward recklessly. Both the 10,000 swords diagram's warning and the item description made it clear this object possessed guardian spirit energy and immense power, making it far from something easily obtained. Sure enough, the moment Lin Ye attempted to draw closer, countless golden specks on the flowing spiritual soil's surface suddenly accelerated and converged. In an instant, they coalesced into a fist-sized figure composed entirely of soft golden light. The figure lacked facial features, yet radiated a pure and boundless will to live. Hovering above the soil, it spread its tiny arms in a gesture of obstruction. An invisible yet earthbound pressure spread out, not an attack, but a warning that this object had an owner and was not to be taken lightly. Guardian spirit Lin Ye's expression grew grave. Though faint, the spirit essence was connected to the very source of the Shirong soil. Forcibly taking it might trigger unforeseeable consequences, potentially even damaging the soil itself.
Oof. A fledgling spirit form, just born, dares to block our path?
Xingli's cold voice carried a hint of disdain.
Starlight rippled along the blade, as if ready to strike. Wait, Xingli.
Lin Ye immediately intervened.
He sensed not malice emanating from the Shirong guardian spirit, but an instinctive protectiveness and curiosity.
He tried to slow his breathing, suppressing all aggression, and gently emitted his own gentle spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he gently stroked the nameless broken sword in his embrace, carefully channeling Yiling's pure and yearning spiritual fluctuations toward the golden figure. "We are not plunderers." Lin Ye's voice was gentle and sincere, as if speaking to a newborn infant. "We need the Shirong soil to save a companion on the verge of dissipation, to grant her new life and reshape her foundation. She lies in my arms."
Can you sense her yearning and purity?
The golden guardian spirit seemed to pause.
Its tiny form turned toward Lin Ye's chest, its invisible gaze seemingly piercing through the fabric to rest upon Yiling's fragile yet pure shadow spirit form.
Yiling, too, strained to convey attachment, yearning, and a faint longing for life, warmth, a desire for rebirth.
Time seemed to freeze in that moment.
The golden light on the guardian spirit's form flickered faintly, as if pondering, as if feeling. Who knows how long it lasted, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity. The glow on the golden figure gradually softened. It withdrew its blocking arms, its tiny form slowly sinking back into the flowing mass of golden spiritual soil. Immediately afterward, the spiritual essence soil seemed lifted by an invisible hand, drifting slowly toward Lin Ye. It finally hovered before him, radiating a warm and unreserved light.
It had agreed. A surge of immense excitement welled up within Lin Ye.
He cautiously extended his hand, his fingertips touching the warm surface of the soil.
Hum.
A boundless surge of life force instantly flooded into Lin Ye's body, washing over every bone and muscle, nourishing every inch of his flesh and meridians. Even his soul felt cleansed. The stubborn void wound on his left shoulder began healing at a visible pace under this force, leaving not even a scar behind. Acquired key material, spirit-infused soil 1 mythical. Lin Ye murmured, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. The night feather in his embrace pulsed with an unprecedented thrill and joy. Oomph, this cheap little sword got lucky. Xingli's form coalesced beside him, her tone cold yet unable to conceal a hint of astonishment. Mythical-grade materials were exceedingly rare, even in her long existence as a sword spirit. Lin Ye carefully stored the spirit-infused soil, brimming with boundless vitality, deep within his spatial ring, placing it alongside the heavy Starfall mystic iron. The instant he stored the soil, a repulsive force surged. The core rules of the secret vault activated, each person could only take one item. A flash of light erupted, and Lin Ye's figure was teleported away, reappearing outside the bronze colossal gate. The purple-robed elder observed Lin Ye, the first to be teleported out, and gave a slight nod. How was your haul? Lin Ye bowed calmly, I have fulfilled my mission and obtained what I sought. Good. The elder said no more. Soon, the others were transported out one after another. Morhong Xiao held a dragon-patterned battle spear blazing with crimson gold flames, his aura domineering and profound. Feng Wuhan now wore a sheathless long sword at his waist, swirling with a wind-like aura, making him appear even sharper. Lin Yubing radiated restrained coldness, cradling an ice crystal seed in her palm that emitted the essence of extreme frigidity. Faces bore either ecstatic joy or deep contemplation, each had clearly gained something. Feng Wuhan's gaze swept once more over Xingli beside Lin Ye, sharp as a blade and brimming with fierce combat intent. Yet in the end, he merely gave her a deep, lingering look, saying nothing. Returning to the central plaza of the Sky Arena, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. With the top 10 ranking settled, Lin Ye's unprecedented SSS rating and the aura of the dragon-slaying metal made him the undisputed center of attention. Chief Qin Jinyue ascended the stage once more to deliver the final summary and commendations. The national examinations are now successfully concluded. You 10 are the future pillars of Great Xia. May you uphold the resolve you have shown today, forge ahead with perseverance, and live up to the expectations of your nation and yourselves. Qin Jinyue's voice rang out with unwavering conviction as his gaze swept across the 10, lingering briefly upon Lin Ye. Soon, admission notices from the great universities will arrive. The future of the nation rests upon your shoulders. We shall heed the Chancellor's teachings. The 10 responded in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. The grand examination concluded, and the clamor gradually subsided. Provincial teams began preparing for their return journeys. At the Tianfang province contingence area, the atmosphere reached its peak intensity. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing won the national top scholar, the other among the nation's top 10 both hailed from Qingshi High School in Lingfeng City. This glory was worthy of being recorded in the educational annals of Tianfang province, indeed, of the entire Great Xia. Bai Wuxin, Yi Jiyin, and others all came to offer their congratulations. The burly axe-wielding man and others who had been on Lin Ye's team during the third round of assessments also came to offer their congratulations. Lin Yubing approached, her eyes brimming with warmth and pride. Congratulations, Lin Ye. You truly deserve the title of top scholar nationwide. Lin Ye nodded to each in turn, returning a smile specifically to Lin Yubing. Xiao Tiannan personally approached the Tianfang province team, his face radiating unrestrained joy. Excellent. 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 National champion. Lin Ye, you have brought immense glory to Tianfang and to Lingfeng. Lord Qin and Lingfeng must be overjoyed. Prepare yourselves, we depart immediately, heading home. The massive provincial flying vessel set sail once more, carrying the triumphant prodigies of Tianfang province. As the flying vessel touched down in the plaza of Lingfeng City, the sight before them left everyone stunned. A sea of people. The entire city of Lingfeng had emptied its streets. From the city gates to the Lord's residence, the broad main thoroughfare was packed on both sides with people eagerly awaiting the arrival. Colorful banners fluttered, flowers were strewn everywhere, gongs and drums resounded, and waves of cheers surged like a tsunami, each crest higher than the last. Chapter 73, A New Journey, Xinxia Academy. Welcome home, heroes. Light of Lingfeng. Lin Ye. Lin Yubing. National top scholar. Lin Ye. Lin Ye. Lin Ye. A massive banner hung from the city gate tower, proclaiming, heartfelt congratulations to Lin Ye of Qingshi High School, Lingfeng City, for securing the top rank in the national examinations. Lin Yubing honored among the nation's top 10. City Lord Qinyu, dressed in his most ceremonial robes, personally led all city officials, heads of major families excluding the Zhao family. The atmosphere was awkward, along with the principal and teachers of Qingshi High School, to form a welcoming line at the airship landing site. His face flushed with excitement as he spotted Lin Ye and Lin Yubing descending the gangway, immediately striding forward to greet them. Welcome home. Pride of Lingfeng. Qinyu's booming voice carried indescribable emotion as he firmly grasped Lin Ye's hand. Turning to Lin Yubing, he exclaimed, excellent. Outstanding child. You have written an unprecedented chapter of glory for Lingfeng City. The city lord flatters us. Lin Ye bowed slightly, his tone calm. Lin Yubing also curtsied with restrained grace. Former classmates like Wang Meng and Chen Fei pushed frantically to the front of the welcoming crowd, their faces flushed with excitement as they waved and shouted.
Wang Meng's booming voice cut through the clamor. Lin Ye, I knew you were the best. The grand entrance ceremony commenced.
Lin Ye and Lin Yubing were escorted onto an open-top carriage adorned with flowers and ribbons. Accompanied personally by City Lord Qingyu, they proceeded slowly toward the City Lord's mansion. Cheers along the roadside were deafening, countless eyes filled with reverence and fervor focused on them. Petals rained down like a shower. In this moment, Lin Ye was no longer the boy from the slums, the sword maiden bound by a contract of certain death. He was the nation's top scholar, the dragon slayer who had turned the tide and defeated Calamity, the brightest star in the history of Lingfeng City. That evening, the city lord's residence hosted a triumphant banquet of unprecedented grandeur. Every prominent figure in the city attended, clinking glasses in an atmosphere of unparalleled fervor. Lin Ye was undoubtedly the undisputed star of the banquet, with a constant stream of well-wishers offering toasts. He maintained a polite aloofness, with Qingyu and Lin Yubing handling most of the interactions for him.
The gloom brought by the Su family seemed temporarily diluted in Lingfeng City's sea of pure jubilation.
During a break in the festivities, Qingyu escorted Lin Ye to a quiet study. On the table lay 10 admission letters, each embossed with gold and radiating powerful spiritual energy fluctuations.
Admission to the nation's 10 most prestigious institutions.
No application was required. The letters were delivered directly to his hands. One stood apart, crafted from ancient-looking material with intricate, mystical patterns.
It radiated a profound, weighty aura.
The envelope bore only one character, written in vigorous ancient seal script: Summer.
Divine Xia Academy.
The undisputed pinnacle of academia in the Great Xia Kingdom.
Xingli pointed at the 10 acceptance letters and remarked with emotion, Lin Ye, see this? This is your standing now.
Imperial Capital Academy, Heavenly Martial Academy, Supreme National Defense Academy. These are the pinnacle institutions countless geniuses dream of attending. Except for Xinsha Academy, the others offered exceptionally generous terms. Tianwu Academy, in particular, promised unrestricted access to all its resources if you chose them.
Hearing this, Lin Ye was stunned. Were these academies really going to such lengths to compete for him?
The thought sent a wave of disbelief washing over Lin Ye. Who could have imagined that just a month ago, he was merely a waste of talent who had awakened an F-rank talent?
Xingli continued, Lin Ye, which offer will you choose?
Apart from Xinsha Academy, the other 9 institutions offered equally impressive terms.
Moreover, they themselves rank among the nation's elite.
Choosing them would seem perfectly reasonable.
But Lin Ye's gaze locked directly onto the acceptance letter bearing the character Xia, without a moment's hesitation.
Lord Mayor, Lin Ye picked up the Xinsha Academy acceptance letter.
Its surface felt smooth and warm, as if ancient power flowed within it. I will attend Xinsha Academy.
Xinyu's eyes flashed with brilliance as he slapped Lin Ye's shoulder hard.
Excellent. That's the spirit.
Now you truly live up to your title as the nation's top scholar. Xinsha Academy is the true pillar supporting our great Xia.
If Chairman Xia knew of your choice, he would be overjoyed.
Leaving the city lord's residence, Lin Ye declined Qinyu's offer of a car and set off alone toward the slums. The roar of the celebration faded behind him as the surroundings gradually quieted. Only the cool moonlight remained, along with the familiar air, a blend of musty dampness and the scent of cheap cleaning agents. Lin Ye pushed open the creaking, weathered wooden door. The home was bare, its furnishings sparse. Yet it allowed the tension that had long gripped Lin Ye's heartstrings to finally relax. This place was the origin of everything for him, and now, his only refuge.
The next day, the clamor of Lingfeng City receded like a tide.
The lingering warmth of the victory banquet still hung in the air, yet a new journey had already unfolded before them. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and Lingfeng City's teleportation plaza was no longer the bustling scene of yesterday, now eerily quiet. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing had arrived. Lord Qingyu personally saw them off, his face bearing a complex expression of both satisfaction and reluctance.
Lin Ye, Yubing, Qingyu's voice was deep and solemn.
The Divine Summer Academy is the true foundation of our great Xia, gathering the most brilliant talents and the deepest traditions. The path ahead offers boundless horizons, yet it is also strewn with thorns. Remember the roots of Lingfeng, but more importantly, strive with courage and diligence. Do not betray the honor of being the top scholar and one of the top 10, nor the expectations of the Divine Summer Academy. Rest assured, City Lord.
We understand.
Lin Ye gave a slight nod, his gaze as deep and still as an abyss. Lin Yubing stood beside Lin Ye, still clad in her icy blue gown, her demeanor as pure as a lotus blooming on a snow-capped mountain.
Thank you for your guidance and seeing us off, Lord City Master. Yubing will strive diligently.
Good.
Good. Xingli exclaimed repeatedly, slapping Lin Ye's shoulder heartily before turning to Lin Yubing.
Look out for each other. Though Xinsha Academy is splendid, it remains a place teeming with formidable foes. The immense teleportation array ignited with a deep blue glow, warping the surrounding space. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing exchanged a glance before stepping into the glowing halo together.
Buzz! A powerful spatial tugging sensation washed over them. The scenery before their eyes instantly blurred, transforming into a bizarre, shimmering corridor of light. Unlike previous teleports to the provincial capital or the imperial city, this journey spanned a seemingly greater distance. The spatial energy within the passage was more colossal, bringing waves of oppressive pressure. Just then, the teleportation fluctuations peaked and the swirling light before them abruptly dissipated. Solid ground beneath their feet. Both men opened their eyes simultaneously. A colossal academy, its grandeur and heritage beyond description, lay before them like a slumbering ancient beast, quietly sprawling across the landscape. Divine Summer Academy. It bore none of the gilded splendor one might imagine, nor did towering pillars of energy pierce the sky. Instead, it radiated a majestic aura of returning to simplicity and embracing the profound simplicity of the Tao. First to meet their eyes was a boundless expanse of jade-green plaza stretching endlessly before them. The plaza was not empty. Scattered figures of students could be seen, some hurrying along, others gathered in small groups, murmuring quietly. At the plaza's far end stood a towering bronze gate reaching toward the clouds. The doors stood firmly shut, their surfaces engraved with intricate, arcane runes that glowed with the patina of centuries. Even from afar, the sight sent shivers down one's spine, a profound sense of one's own insignificance washing over them. Above the lintel, for ancient seal characters stood Xinxia Academy. The strokes were bold and vigorous, as if imbued with some cosmic truth. This was Xinxia Academy? Even Lin Ye, whose resolve was as unyielding as iron, found himself profoundly shaken by the sight before him. This was no ordinary top-tier university. It felt like a self-contained realm, a fusion of a cultivation sanctuary and a miniature world encompassing everything. Its profound depth far exceeded his wildest imagination. A trace of unmistakable astonishment flickered across Lin Yubing's icy eyes. At that moment, a voice gentle yet commanding resounded directly within their minds, crystal clear. Tianfang Province, Lingfeng City. Lin Ye, Lin Yubing, welcome to Xinxia Academy. Chapter 74, The Top Freshman and the Clue to the Eternal Ice Crystal. As the voice faded, a translucent light screen silently rose from the ground at the plaza's center. Clearly displayed were their names, hometowns, national exam rankings. Lin Ye, top scholar, Lin Yubing, top 10, and a brief 3D map guide. Please follow the directions to the new student registration area. The Academy's intelligent hub has prepared your student cards, which you may collect upon arrival. Note, private combat is prohibited within the Academy. Unauthorized entry into no-fly zones is strictly forbidden. Refer to your student ID for detailed regulations. Wishing you both academic success at Xinxia Academy. The voice faded as an illuminated arrow on the light screen pointed toward a grand avenue paved with warm white jade, extending from one side of the plaza. The two exchanged a glance, needing no words, and followed the guidance, stepping onto the white marble avenue. The avenue was wide enough to accommodate a dozen vehicles traveling side by side. The air carried a faint, refreshing scent of plants and books, occasionally punctuated by the distant, muted chime of bells and chimes, calming the spirit. At the end of the avenue lay the freshman registration area. New students from provinces across the nation had already gathered here. Several upperclassmen were methodically guiding the newcomers through registration. The arrival of Lin Ye and Lin Yubing caused little commotion. Yet their status as national top scorers was impossible to completely conceal. The registration was handled by a middle-aged mentor with a lean, intelligent face. He took the Xinxia Academy admission letter Lin Ye handed him, lightly tapping his fingertip on the character summer on the cover. A soft glow emanated from the envelope, sinking into a suspended jade steel before the instructor. The jade tablet shimmered, swiftly displaying Lin Ye's information, top-ranked freshman of this year's intake, Lin Ye. The golden glow, though not blinding, instantly captured the attention of every new student present. Top student of this class? He's that national top scholar, Lin Ye? The one who single-handedly slaughtered the Calamity projection? He doesn't seem that special, though. For a contract sword maiden to reach this level, he truly is a prodigy. What perks does being top student come with? Whispers inevitably began to stir, eyes brimming with curiosity, scrutiny, and inquiry, and a hint of hidden challenge. At Xinxia Academy, the title of top student brought both supreme honor and made one a target for everyone. A flicker of approval crossed the middle-aged instructor's eyes before he regained his composure, handing 2 cards to Lin Ye and Lin Yubing respectively. Lin Ye, Lin Yubing, these are your student cards. They contain the Academy map, basic regulations, course overview, point system rules, and information about your assigned residences. The Academy's universal currency is points, with initial points allocated based on your performance in the entrance exam. Refer to the cards for details on how to earn and use them. Chief student Lin Ye receives additional privileges, 3 bottles of premium vitality potions per month, an extra 1,000 points added to your initial credit allocation. The mentor calmly announced the top student's privileges, and the envy in the surrounding freshman's eyes grew even more intense. Lin Ye accepted his student card. The instant psychic energy flooded in, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Countless foundational rules, area divisions, and important notices regarding Xinxia Academy presented themselves with crystal clarity.
Simultaneously, he sought his assigned residence, a single dormitory located at the core of the residential district.
Thank you, mentor. Lin Ye bowed. Go settle in. The opening ceremony will be held tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Remember to attend. The mentor waved him off.
Lin Yubing also received her student card. Her dormitory was not in the same building as Lin Ye's, but it was not far away.
The two then departed. Soon, Lin Ye found his dormitory. It wasn't a room in a building, but an entire detached courtyard.
Pushing open the gate revealed a compact, exquisitely designed garden. The spiritual energy here felt even denser than outside, with a small spiritual spring bubbling with clear, cool water at its center. The main building was a two-story structure with upturned eaves and a distinctly ancient charm.
The chief's treatment was indeed different.
Xingli materialized beside him, surveying the surroundings.
She gave a slight nod.
This place is a minor convergence point for spiritual energy, but it's barely sufficient.
Still, it's 10,000 times better than your shack.
Pushing open the door to the small building, the interior was simply furnished yet elegant. A meditation room, study, living area, kitchen, and bathroom were all present.
Lin Ye didn't rest immediately.
He sat cross-legged in the center of the meditation room, his mind sinking into the student card. His primary objective was to uncover clues about the eternal ice crystal. Though the 10,000 swords diagram was powerful, within the profoundly mysterious Xinxia Academy, leveraging the Academy's own resource database was the more efficient choice.
He concentrated, searching the vast database embedded within the student card. Keyword: Eternal Ice Crystal.
Buzz. A light screen instantly appeared in his mental vision, displaying several relevant entries.
Lin Ye's gaze quickly locked onto the crucial entry.
Academy Secret Repository External Repository Exchangeable Items List Partial, Eternal Ice Crystal Fragment X1.
Required points, 100,000. Status, Inventory, 0 exchanged. Academic Year Quest Senior Reference, Exploration of the Frozen Abyss. Objectives include locating Ice Soul Crystal's lower grade companion or of Eternal Ice Crystal. Danger level, S-Class recommended for teams of level 40 plus students. Location, Northern Realm, Deep Frozen Tundra, Frigid Fissure.
Academy Secret Realm Exploration Guide. New students proceed with caution. Strong energy signatures resembling eternal ice crystals detected in the core area of the Winter's Bite Secret Realm.
Secret Realm danger level, absolute peril access restricted to designated mentors and core students only.
Seeing the 100,000 points and the glaring inventory, 0, Lin Ye's brow furrowed slightly. Sure enough, materials of this caliber were rare even at Xinxia Academy, and someone had already beaten him to it. Even if exchange were possible, only fragments would be available. As for Class A missions and extreme-level realms, attempting them with his current strength would be tantamount to suicide.
Points were the ultimate currency. Lin Ye understood this well.
Whether waiting for the secret vault to refresh or qualifying to explore those perilous realms in the future, vast amounts of points were needed as support and assurance.
That extra 1,000 points was a drop in the bucket. He continued browsing the point rules.
There were several primary ways to earn points.
1. Completing tasks issued by the Academy earns corresponding point rewards. 2. Excelling in course assessments, with substantial points awarded at the end of each semester. 3. Arena rankings.
Xinxia Academy operates a dedicated arena, distributing points periodically based on standings.
4. Dungeon halls. Clearing designated dungeons while meeting requirements grants point rewards. Breaking records yields even more points.
4. Special contributions.
Tasks, arena.
Lin Ye's gaze lingered briefly on these two options. These were the most direct and relatively controllable avenues. Just then, his student card vibrated slightly.
A notification appeared on the light screen. Top freshman Lin Ye, please report to the top floor office of the Central Administration Building after tomorrow's opening ceremony. The principal requests your presence. Xinxia Academy Headquarters. The principal summoned me?
Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. The principal of Xinxia Academy stood at the very pinnacle of Great Xia Nation. This summons was no trivial matter.
He made a mental note of the message. Regardless, this was an opportunity. Chapter 75, Principal Jiang Taixian.
The opening ceremony of Xinxia Academy far surpassed Lin Ye and Lin Yubing's expectations in solemnity and grandeur. The ceremony was not held in an ordinary hall, but on a floating platform carved from a single massive piece of green jade. Over 1,000 freshmen stood solemnly upon the platform. Before the platform, several figures stood silently, their aura deep as the ocean. At the forefront stood a figure clad in the simplest gray cloth robe, his face bearing an ancient, unadorned expression, his hair and beard entirely white. He was none other than Jiang Taixian, the current headmaster of Xinxia Academy. There were no lengthy speeches. Jiang Taishuan's voice was not loud, yet it reached every freshman's ears with clarity. Students, you have entered the gates of Xinxia not to chase fame or profit, nor to vie for dominance or engage in reckless combat. This place is a foundation for imparting knowledge, resolving doubts, tempering character, gaining self-awareness, and safeguarding the nation. Within these halls, myriad teachings coexist, and 100 schools of thought contend.
You must choose what you believe, hold fast to your convictions, advance with courage and diligence, yet also carry reverence in your hearts, knowing when to stop and when to retreat. Though there are 3,000 paths to the Great Way, they all converge. The destination lies not on the other shore, but beneath your very feet. May you not squander your youth, betray your true selves, or dishonor the knowledge you've gained so that one day you may shoulder the heavens of great Xia. These few words, devoid of grand rhetoric, carried an unparalleled sense of power and expectation, stirring the hearts of every new student. We shall heed the Chancellor's teachings. 1,000 voices responded in unison, their chorus swelling to pierce the heavens. After the ceremony, the freshmen exited in orderly fashion, guided by their seniors, heading to their respective college areas to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Lin Ye, however, did not move with the crowd. His student ID card vibrated faintly, and a clear path lit up in his mental vision. "The Chancellor wishes to see me," Lin Ye whispered to Lin Yubing beside him. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly before she nodded. "Congratulations." She understood the extraordinary significance of this summons, one reserved solely for Lin Ye, the top-ranked freshman. Lin Ye wasted no time, following the guidance forward. Soon, he reached the top floor of the school's central building. The principal's office was easy to find. Lin Ye approached the door and noticed it was open. Principal Jiang Taixian sat inside, and as Lin Ye approached, he lifted his head at the right moment. "Sit." Lin Ye sat as instructed, his back straight, neither humble nor arrogant. Jiang Taixian did not speak immediately, instead lifting the teapot to pour Lin Ye a cup of clear tea. The tea was a vivid green, its spiritual energy wafting through the air, clearly no ordinary brew. "Try it," Jiang Taixian said with a faint smile. "This is the 1,000-year cold mist tea from the snow-capped mountains of the northern realm. It clears the mind and sharpens the spirit. It may prove beneficial to you." Lin Ye lifted the cup. A wave of coolness spread from his fingertips throughout his body, instantly invigorating his spirit. He took a small sip. The tea slid down his throat, transforming into a warm, soothing current that instantly washed away the fatigue accumulated over the past few days. He was secretly astonished. The effect of this tea was likely several times stronger than that of the spirit-nurturing pill. "Thank you, headmaster." Lin Ye set down the cup, offering his sincere gratitude. Jiang Taixian regarded Lin Ye with a profound gaze. Lin Ye, national top scholar, SSS rated, recipient of the dragon-slaying medal. Jiang Taixian slowly recited Lin Ye's achievements, his tone calm and unruffled. "Your accomplishments are well known to me. Turning the tide in the illusory battlefield, defeating formidable foes in the provincial capital's arena, and even repelling the Calamity projection in the beacon tower assault, your feats are truly astonishing." He paused, his gaze settling on the Xingli sword suspended beside Lin Ye, then seemed to pierce through his clothing, seeing the nameless broken blade in his embrace. "Your contract sword maiden endured backlash without perishing, instead unleashing power far beyond the ordinary. Your resilient, mutated talent is truly a marvel for the ages." Jiang Taixian's voice took on a note of inquiry. "What intrigues me even more is the power you wielded at the final moment, the ability to reverse the tide of battle, even briefly freeze time and space, and suppress the Calamity projection. That power was neither the sword maiden's nor could it be explained by ordinary talent." Lin Ye's heart sank. He knew this was the true purpose of the summons. Facing this unfathomable headmaster, any lie would ring hollow. He drew a deep breath and declared in a solemn tone. "That power is called Eternal Moment. It's a trump card that emerged after my talent mutated. The cost is enormous, making it impossible to use lightly. I haven't fully grasped its mechanics either. All I know is that it temporarily nullifies all consumption and backlash, allowing me to unleash my full power." Lin Ye's answer was half truth, half lie, emphasizing the immense cost and incomprehensible nature to avoid revealing the system's core secrets. Jiang Taixian listened quietly, his expression betraying no emotion. He did not press for details, merely nodding, a mutated talent, a profound mystery of fate. "This opportunity is both your blessing and your curse. Use it wisely, and you may protect the nation and its people. Abuse it, and it may turn against you. Remember, power is a tool. The heart of the wielder is what truly matters." "This student will heed the headmaster's guidance," Lin Ye responded solemnly. Jiang Taixian's words echoed Xiao Tainan's guidance, yet resonated with greater depth and loftiness. Jiang Taixian gave a slight nod, seemingly satisfied with Lin Ye's attitude. He shifted his tone. "Do you know why I requested this private audience?" Lin Ye shook his head. Jiang Taixian's gaze grew profound. "It concerns your broken sword." Lin Ye snapped his head up, surprise flashing in his eyes. "You mean Yiling?" He had never even taken Yiling out. Jiang Taixian seemed to read his thoughts, replying calmly, "The aura of starfall mystic iron and spirit resonant soil cannot escape my notice. These are the finest materials for reforging a blade. The moment you stepped onto campus, I sensed them. Thus, I deduced you must possess a broken sword destined for reforging. She must be a sword maiden too. Yiling is a fitting name." A storm of emotions surged within Lin Ye, deepening his understanding of the unfathomable depth of the principle before him. He could actually sense the aura of starfall mystic iron and spirit resonant soil. "You found two of the three elements for her. Rebuilding the foundation is within reach. But without the blade itself, the spirit remains rootless, like a floating weed. Jiang Taixian spoke slowly. You're still missing the eternal ice crystal, aren't you? It's a rare, frigid artifact found only in the deepest depths of the northern ice abyss or perhaps at the heart of the winter's end secret realm. Lin Ye's heart instantly leapt. The headmaster truly knew of the eternal ice crystal. And he directly pointed out two crucial locations. Jiang Taixian observed Lin Ye as he continued. Additionally, the outer treasury of the Academy's secret vault once held a fragment of the eternal ice crystal. However, it was exchanged 3 years ago. In the near future, it will likely be impossible to obtain another. This was like a bucket of cold water dumped over him. However, Jiang Taixian shifted his tone once more, presenting an unexpected opportunity Lin Ye hadn't anticipated. In 2 days, the Frostfall secret realm would open. This realm was formed from fragments of the ancient ice god's sanctuary. Deep within its core region, the Ice Soul Cold Pool, there was a high possibility of nurturing Ice Soul Source Crystals. Ice Soul Source Crystal? Lin Ye frowned in confusion. Though not the eternal ice crystal itself, it is its primordial companion, containing the purest essence of eternal ice soul power. Its quality is exceptionally high, making it a prime candidate as a core material for reforging the sword. Its efficacy might even surpass that of ordinary eternal ice crystal fragments. Jiang Taixian explained. The secret realm has opened, and the Academy will organize exploration teams. As per tradition, freshmen are ineligible to participate. However, considering your status as top student, I can recommend you for a spot. Chapter 76, Frostfall Secret Realm, Team Leader Shen Hongying. Lin Ye's heart began to pound violently. Ice Soul Source Crystal. A core exploration slot. Just when it seemed there was no way forward, a new path emerged. The principal not only provided crucial information but directly pointed out a viable path. The immense surprise left Lin Ye momentarily speechless. Jiang Taixian raised a hand to stop him. Don't rush. Though the Frostfall secret realm isn't a death trap, it's still extremely perilous. Even high-tier practitioners must tread cautiously near the frigid pools in its core region. The Ice Soul Source Crystal must be guarded by powerful ice elemental beings. I'm giving you the slot, but it comes with conditions. Lin Ye's heart sank, instantly calming him. There was no such thing as a free lunch, especially in a place like Xinsha Academy. An opportunity personally granted by the principal would surely come at a significant cost. He composed himself, meeting Jiang Taixian's gaze with steady eyes. Please state your terms, principal. There are 2 conditions. First, you must retrieve 3 frost meteor cores for me. They are typically found near the cold pools, guarded by powerful ice elemental guardians. Acquiring them is no less difficult than obtaining the Ice Soul Source Crystal. Lin Ye silently committed them to memory. Second, Jiang Taixian paused, his gaze lingering on Lin Ye for a moment. Upon your return from the secret realm, regardless of whether you successfully obtain the Ice Soul Source Crystal, you must enter the 7th level of the Dao Seeking Tower to undergo a complete mental state trial. The Tower of Inquiry? A mental trial? Lin Ye's brow furrowed slightly. The student card database offered vague descriptions of the Tower of Inquiry, only revealing it as one of the Academy's core inheritance sites extremely dangerous, with entry strictly prohibited to non-core students or those without specific authorization. As for the 7th layer's mind state trial, there was no information whatsoever. The Tower of Inquiry stands as one of the foundational pillars of Xinsha Academy, comprising 9 tiers, each corresponding to distinct trials of mental fortitude and the Dao. Jiang Taixian explained that the mental fortitude trial concerned not cultivation level but pointed directly to one's true heart. It would reflect your deepest obsessions, fears, and even demonic obstacles. Bearing the secret of the contract sword maiden and wielding abilities like Eternal Moment, your power grows too rapidly. Tempering your state of mind is crucial. An unstable mind makes power a blade without a sheath that will eventually turn against you and harm others. This trial is forging your heart. Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. The headmaster's words struck at the heart of the matter. Throughout his journey, he had relied on the system to counteract backlash and unleash the bursts of Eternal Moment, appearing invincible. Yet deep within, the fear of losing control, of secrets being exposed, and the uncertainty surrounding Yiling's future had never left him. I understand. Lin Ye drew a deep breath, his gaze hardening. Thank you for your guidance, headmaster. I accept both conditions. Good. Jiang Taixian gave a slight nod, a hint of approval in his eyes. The Frostfall secret realm will open in 2 days. I will send someone to notify you then. Use these 2 days to prepare thoroughly. Leaving the principal's office, Lin Ye felt a heavy weight in his heart. The 7th tier trial of the Dao Tower's mental fortitude sounded anything but easy, but for Yiling's sake, he had no choice. As he descended the central building steps and entered the corridor, a tall figure approached head-on, blocking his path. The figure was a woman, standing straight as a pine tree. She wore a well-tailored dark blue outfit that accentuated her agile and powerful physique. She appeared to be 18 or 19, her face beautiful yet radiating an undeniable heroic spirit. Her sleek black bob added a touch of sharp competence. Lin Ye, her voice rang out, clear and sharp. Lin Ye paused slightly, meeting her gaze calmly. I am. And you?
Second-year student, captain of the Frostfall Secret Realm Exploration Squad, Shin Hanying. The woman stated her name bluntly.
The headmaster instructed me to escort you.
You'll join our squad in entering the Frostfall Secret Realm in 2 days.
Oof. To have the headmaster make an exception for a freshman and directly into the core exploration squad at that you must have some clout, freshman chief?
Her tone wasn't exactly polite, but it lacked obvious malice.
Captain Shin.
Lin Ye gave a slight nod, neither humble nor arrogant.
The principal gave me this opportunity.
I'll do my best not to hold the team back.
Holding us back?
Shin Hanying arched an eyebrow.
The person the principal favors shouldn't be that kind of liability.
But, her tone shifted, her gaze sharpening. The secret realm isn't child's play, and the core zone is especially treacherous. Our team has been well coordinated for a long time. Suddenly inserting a newcomer, especially a renowned freshman, I need to be sure.
What makes you worthy of the principal's unprecedented exception? Just that national top scorer title?
She had clearly heard of Lin Ye's exploits, but from such a distance, the authenticity and value of those rumors were questionable in the eyes of a seasoned combatant like her.
Before Lin Ye could answer, footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. 3 others approached, clearly members of Shin Hanying's team.
Their gazes instantly locked onto Lin Ye, carrying a mix of emotions, curiosity, surprise, scrutiny, and from one of them unabashed contempt. It was a youth of similar imposing stature, clad in ornate silver soft armor. His features were handsome, yet his brow carried the haughty arrogance typical of a scion from a prestigious family.
Captain, is this the precious darling the headmaster forced upon us?
The silver-armored youth sneered.
A little brat who just enrolled? An F rank who contracted some crappy sword? Ha! Has the headmaster lost his mind? The core area of Frostfall is a place for such a hothouse flower?
Don't tell me he'll piss his pants in fear and we'll have to rescue him, holding us back and messing up the mission. A more composed-looking brown-haired youth beside him frowned slightly and murmured, "Jopang, keep your mouth shut." Another tall, lanky boy pushed his glasses up, observing Lin Ye with keen interest but remaining silent.
Shin Hanying's brows also knitted together. She shot Jopang a glare. "Jopang, watch your tone. This is the principal's arrangement."
Lin Ye paid Jopang no mind whatsoever, addressing Shin Hanying calmly instead. "Captain Shun, when and where do we assemble in 2 days?
What preparations do I need to make?" This utter disregard infuriated Jopang. A deeper flicker of surprise crossed Shin Hanying's eyes. Facing the direct humiliation and questioning from Jopang, an SS-tier talent warrior, this newcomer didn't even flinch?
Either he possessed profound depth of character, or he held such absolute confidence that he deemed debate beneath him. Suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, Shin Hanying said solemnly, "Assemble at the northern square of the Academy's central plaza at 6 o'clock sharp in 2 days.
The entrance to the secret realm will open there.
Ensure you have ample personal gear, supplies, and cold-resistant potions or items.
The frigid air in the core area can crack steel. The internal map of the Frostfall secret realm and known hazard points will be sent to your student ID via Academy communications later tonight. Remember, 6 o'clock sharp. No exceptions."
She emphasized the time again, her tone leaving no room for argument. Lin Ye made a mental note, nodded again, and thanked Captain Shin for the information.
"If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare." "Go ahead."
Shin Hanying waved him off, her gaze lingering on Lin Ye, filled with scrutiny.
This new recruit was far too calm.
Lin Ye said no more, passing by Shin Hanying, Jopang, and the others before walking straight out. From start to finish, he hadn't glanced at Jopang once.
Watching Lin Ye's figure vanish at the end of the corridor, Jopang spat out a curse, pretentious. "I'll be damned if he stays this calm once we're in the secret realm." Chapter 77, If he doesn't provoke me, I won't bother with him. After leaving the central building, Lin Ye headed toward the Academy's residential district. The residential area of Xinxia Academy was far more bustling than Lin Ye had imagined. Shops lined both sides of the streets, alchemy workshops, scroll stores, pill refining rooms, and even restaurants specializing in rare ingredients and restorative spiritual foods, among countless others. Lin Ye's objective was clear: prepare for the Frostfall secret realm 2 days hence. He headed straight for an alchemy potion shop, purchasing several bottles of ice blue potions labeled Extreme Cold Resistance Potion Advanced. He then visited an equipment shop to stock up on several blazing fire talismans items that could instantly activate a fiery shield to briefly ward off the bitter cold. Every point of credit spent stung, but these investments were essential for the Ice Soul Source Crystal. Just as he stepped out of the equipment shop, intending to visit a scroll vendor to see if any defensive or detection scrolls were useful, a shrill voice rang out behind him. "Well, if it isn't our esteemed chieftain. Such diligence sharpening your sword at the 11th hour?" Jopang leaned against the pillar of the shop across the street, arms crossed, his face wearing undisguised mockery. Beside him stood the brown-haired youth Wang Zhongshan and the bespectacled Li Wei, but Shin Hanying was absent. Lin Ye didn't pause, walking straight toward the scroll shop as if he hadn't heard a thing. Lin Ye's complete disregard instantly ignited Jopang's fury. He flickered forward, a gust of wind trailing him, instantly blocking Lin Ye's path. They stood less than a meter apart. "Hey! You F rank loser! I'm talking to you. Zhou Peng's voice rose, carrying a condescending pressure. Don't think that just because you're the top recruit, you're actually someone important. The headmaster made an exception letting you join the team, that's his kindness. But you'd better know your place. The core of the Frostfall secret realm isn't somewhere for scum like you, who got in by luck and underhanded tricks. Don't go getting scared stiff and dragging us down later. The air around them seemed to freeze. Several passing trainees stopped in their tracks, glancing over with curiosity. Lin Ye finally halted, slowly lifting his head to meet Zhou Peng's furious glare with an unflinching gaze. Beneath that calm surface lay a cold, deep abyss. Finished? Lin Ye's voice was flat and emotionless, yet it cut like a cold blade. Step aside. You're blocking my path. You. Zhou Peng was utterly enraged by this dismissive attitude. A violent surge of earth-colored spiritual energy erupted from his body. The aura of his S-class talent, Earth's Rage, unleashed without restraint, attempting to crush Lin Ye. Zhou Peng. Stop. Wang Zhongshan's expression darkened as he urgently shouted to halt him. Li Wei's expression also grew grave. But Zhou Peng, consumed by rage, was beyond reason. He let out a savage laugh. Seems you won't know your place until I teach you a lesson. Before the words had even faded, his right fist clenched, instantly coalescing into a rock-hard fist the size of a millstone. He slammed it brutally toward Lin Ye's chest. The blow was powerful and merciless, showing no sign of restraint. Clearly, he intended to humiliate Lin Ye in public, perhaps even cripple him. Just as the stone fist was about to strike. Buzz. A faint yet piercing sword hum echoed. Lin Ye's figure seemed to shift ever so slightly, leaving behind a faint afterimage in his original spot. Firefly flash. Not for offense, but for an extreme evasion. The massive stone fist slammed down, grazing Lin Ye's body. Simultaneously, a cold, star-like point appeared mere inches before Zhou Peng's throat, its bone-chilling intent instantly locking onto him. Stellar Scar Stab. Lin Ye's counterattack was lightning fast, precise, and ruthless. He didn't truly thrust forward, the blade's tip hovered. Yet the razor-sharp intent of the sword made Zhou Peng's hair stand on end, the shadow of death descending with crystal-clear clarity. Zhou Peng's throat went dry. Not a single word escaped him as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He hadn't even seen how Lin Ye dodged and counterattacked. Such speed and precision were absolutely beyond the capability of an ordinary freshman. Enough! A cold, sharp command rang out like thunder. A fiery red figure instantly darted between them, Shen Hongying. Her face was as cold as ice. With her left hand outstretched, a powerful gravitational pull instantly locked onto Zhou Peng, forcibly dragging him back several steps. Zhou Peng! Do you treat the Academy's prohibition on private duels as nothing but wind passing by your ears? Or do you think your fists hold more weight than the Academy's rules? Zhou Peng's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, consumed by shame and fury, yet he dared not retort. Shen Hongying turned to Lin Ye, her tone softening slightly. Lin Ye, sheath your sword. This academy is not a battlefield. If you possess true skill, save it for confronting genuine monsters within the secret realm. Lin Ye sheathed Xingli, replying indifferently, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I couldn't care less about him. As if the life or death confrontation that nearly erupted moments ago had nothing to do with him. Shen Hongying watched Lin Ye's composure, far beyond his years, and felt a slight chill in her heart. She took a deep breath to quell her anger, then swept her gaze across the group, fixing it especially on Zhou Peng. Listen up, all of you. If anyone dares cause trouble again before departure and delays the mission, don't blame me for showing no mercy. The Frostfall secret realm is no child's play. We need unity, not infighting. Is that clear? Understood, Captain. Wang Zhongshan and Li Wei responded immediately. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth, muttering resentfully, understood. Lin Ye merely gave a slight nod. Shen Hongying said no more, turning and striding away. 2 days later, 5:50 a.m. North District of the Central Plaza, Xinxia Academy. The sky was just beginning to lighten, a thin mist enveloping the vast plaza. The air was crisp and cold, carrying a hint of grimness. Shen Hongying and the others had already gathered. Lin Ye appeared punctually. Shen Hongying scanned the group, confirming everyone was present. Without further ado, she spoke concisely, we're all here. Follow me. She led the group toward the northern edge of the square. Several other teams had already gathered there. The atmosphere was heavy, they merely nodded to each other without much exchange. A palpable tension hung in the air. At the edge of the square stood an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. He spoke. The entrance to the Frostfall secret realm is about to open. It is located on Frostfall Island. This island lies beyond the borders of Great Xia, deep within the northern seas. The environment is harsh, infested with powerful ice elemental monsters. Your teleportation landing point will be on the island's periphery. You must traverse part of the island's territory to reach the secret realm's entrance, the Frost Ring, located at the island's center. The old man's voice boomed, clear to every ear. Exercise utmost caution during the journey and watch each other's backs. The realm's opening period is limited, do not delay. Prepare to enter the teleportation array. As his words faded, buzz. The teleportation array violently trembled and activated. Go! Shin Hanying barked the command, stepping into the array without hesitation. The other 4 followed closely behind, stepping in as well. An intense spatial tug and bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped their bodies. After a brief dizziness, solid ground met their feet. Simultaneously, an icy chill 10 times more biting than the Academy's dawn, cold enough to freeze the soul, swept over them with the howling of a raging wind. Lin Ye opened his eyes. Before him lay not the plaza of Xinsha Academy, but a wild, untamed world utterly dominated by ice and snow. Frostfall Island. Chapter 78, Fellow Disya citizens, stand together in mutual support. The environment of Frostfall Island was utterly different from that of the Great Xia Kingdom. The sky hung leaden gray, its low-slung clouds seemingly within reach. Blizzard-like snow raged wildly in the howling cold wind, visibility extremely low. Beneath our feet lay thick ice and snow, accumulated over countless years, hard as iron. As far as the eye could see, black mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks and valleys cloaked in ice and snow. Jagged, monstrous rocks pierced the snow surface like the tusks of giant beasts. Giant, dead trees stood like grotesque ice sculptures, emitting a wailing sound in the wind and snow. Brrr, it's freezing. Li Wei couldn't help but shiver, immediately activating the cold-resistant runes on his body. A faint red glow enveloped him. Stay alert. This hellhole won't go easy on us. Shin Hanying's voice remained clear despite the blizzard. The crimson spear in her hand emitted a warm glow, dispelling the surrounding chill. The map shows the frost ring lies northeast, roughly 30 kilometers from our position. This journey won't be peaceful. Stay close to me and keep your guard up. Under Shin Hanying's lead, the team trudged deeper into the island, sinking into the snow with each step as heavy snowflakes fell like goose feathers. The deep snow made each step an arduous struggle. The bone-chilling cold seeped through every pore, making one feel as if their blood were freezing solid despite cold-resistant gear. After about an hour of trekking, the sound of intense combat and the roars of monsters began to echo faintly through the blizzard ahead. Situation. Cover. Shin Hanying immediately raised her hand to signal, and the squad swiftly concealed themselves. Peering through gaps in the blizzard, they saw a relatively open ice valley ahead where a group of 7 or 8 people were locked in fierce combat with a pack of ferocious monsters. These creatures resembled giant wolves, yet their entire bodies were encased in a shimmering blue ice crystal armor. Their fangs were razor-sharp, and their claws were shrouded in frosty mist. Moving with lightning speed, they were the common, vicious beasts of Frostfall Island, the Icefield direwolves. The members of this group wore uniform dark blue combat suits bearing the Great Xia emblem, clearly another contingent from the Great Xia nation. However, they were not from Xinsha Academy, likely elite forces from other top academies or the military. It's the Great Xia Kunlun Academy team. Wang Zhongshan murmured, recognizing the emblem on their uniforms. They appeared to have been ambushed by the wolves and were outnumbered. Though their coordination was sharp and their skill formidable, the situation clearly looked grim. Should we help? Li Wei glanced at Shin Hanying. Shin Hanying hesitated briefly, but before she could speak, Zhou Peng sneered, help them? What for? Our mission comes first. Let them fight it out themselves, perfect for drawing the monster's attention away from us. His selfishness was laid bare in that moment. Lin Ye ignored Zhou Peng, his gaze fixed calmly on the unfolding battle. Within the Kunlun Academy team, a burly man wielding a greatsword seemed to be the leader. He roared furiously as his sword slashed wildly, but he was tightly pinned down by 3 exceptionally powerful elite direwolves. Meanwhile, an ice spike spell from a female mage proved largely ineffective against the wolves' icy armor. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Arg! A more piercing, savage howl erupted from the hillside flanking the ice valley. A fearsome wolf king, far larger than its peers, led another, larger pack charging down the slope, targeting the rear of the Kunlun Academy group. Clearly intelligent, it had chosen the perfect moment for its ambush. No! It's the dire wolf king. And ambushers. The burly men of Kunlun Academy paled. Caught between 2 fires, they were instantly cornered. Shin Hanying's eyes narrowed sharply, move. We can't let them die here. Wang Zhongshan, hold off the wolf king with me. Li Wei, suppress the pack from range. Zhou Peng, Lin Ye, flank them to relieve the frontline pressure. Yes. Wang Zhongshan roared, slamming his massive shield into the ground. An earthen blow erupted, instantly coalescing into a massive energy barrier that slammed into the path of the Terror Wolf King's charge. Shin Hanying transformed into a fiery streak of light, her crimson spear erupting with scorching energy as she thrust it straight at the Terror Wolf King's eyes. Li Wei's short crossbow fired in rapid succession, its armor piercing in flame-enchanted bolts striking the pack's vulnerable joints and eyes with pinpoint accuracy. Zhou Peng frowned visibly but remained motionless. Lin Ye hesitated not a moment. The instant Shin Hanying gave the order, his Firefly Flash activated. He instantly materialized at the flank of the Kunlun Academy squad, appearing beside an elite terror wolf poised to pounce on the female mage. Stellar Scar Stab. Shoo! A flash of silver light vanished in an instant. The elite dire wolf didn't even have time to react before a bloody hole instantly pierced the side of its skull. Lin Ye's sudden appearance instantly disrupted the dire wolf's flanking assault, buying the Kunlun Academy team a crucial moment to regroup.
The female mage, still shaken, stared at Lin Ye, her eyes brimming with gratitude. With the fresh reinforcements of the Xinxia squad joining the fray, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Working together, the two teams spent nearly 20 minutes sacrificing a few minor injuries before finally crushing this pack of ferocious ice-plane terror wolves. The Terror Wolf King met its end when Shen Hongying's spear pierced its heart and it held its last breath. After the battle, both teams rested where they stood. The burly captain of Kunlun Academy approached Shen Hongying, clasped his fists in salute, and boomed, "Many thanks to the noble assistance of Xinxia Academy. I am Zhao Taizhu of Kunlun Academy. This favor, we of Kunlun shall remember." Shen Hongying sheathed her spear and gave a slight nod. As fellow citizens of Great Xia, mutual aid is only natural. Captain Zhao, you're too kind. Are you also heading to the Frost Ring? Indeed. Zhao Taizhu nodded. This cursed place is swarming with monsters. We were delayed by another pack of ice elementals earlier, only to run into this horde of beasts. By the way, Captain Shen, did you encounter those bastards from Sakura Nation on your way here? At the mention of Sakura Nation, a flash of anger crossed Zhao Tieju's face. Cherry Blossom Nation? Shen Hongying frowned. No, what about them? Oomph. Don't even get me started. Zhao Taizhu spat angrily. We teleported onto the island before them and were making good progress. Then those bastards used some trick to summon a huge pack of ice-howling snowmen and deliberately drove them right into our path. Those snowmen were incredibly strong, with thick, tough hides. They could hurl ice spears, and there were so many of them. We lost a ton of stamina just to shake them off, only to get blocked by the wolf pack behind us. They were trying to slow us down, maybe even use others to do their dirty work and eliminate competitors. Those bastards are selfish and treacherous to the extreme. Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. Sakura Nation and Great Xia Nation have long been adversaries in the realm of professionals, especially in the relentless struggle over secret realm resources. Such self-serving, road-blocking tactics from the enemy were unsurprising, yet still infuriating. They blocked the entrance? Li Wei pushed his glasses up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Highly likely. Zhao Taizhu affirmed. Given their nature, they'd certainly block the entrance or set traps upon reaching the Frost Ring first to prevent other nations' teams from entering, especially our Great Xia team. Shen Hongying gripped her spear tightly, her gaze sharpening. Looks like the road ahead won't be peaceful. Captain Zhao, our goals align. Why not travel together? Strength in numbers will help us counter those dirty tricks from Sakura Nation. You're welcome. Zhao Taizhu agreed instantly. There's no honor to be found with those bastards. Let's just get it done. Chapter 79, Sakura Nation's Ambush? Slaughter them. The two groups swiftly merged, forming a tighter formation. Braving the increasingly violent blizzard, the group raced northeast along the icy valley. After about half an hour, the blizzard ahead seemed to ease slightly, revealing a relatively flat valley covered in thick ice. The ice surface was smooth as glass, reflecting the dim, gray sky. The path ahead is easier now, pick up the pace. Zhao Taizhu shouted, swinging his greatsword to cleave through obstructing icicles. But just as the group was about to step onto the smooth ice. Wait! Lin Ye suddenly called out. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut clearly through the howling wind and snow. Everyone halted, turning to him in confusion. There's a trap. Lin Ye's gaze locked onto the seemingly flat ice ahead. The energy fluctuations are off. Something's beneath it extremely cold, and it's breathing. Trap? Zhou Peng scoffed, pointing ahead. What trap? This ice is rock solid. What do you know, a newbie? Stop wasting time with alarmist nonsense. You're just scared out of your wits. Eager to prove himself, he dismissed Lin Ye's judgment outright. Shen Hongying frowned deeply. Though she too was skeptical, Lin Ye's previous performance had left a strong impression on her. She turned to Li Wei, scan. Li Wei immediately drew the short crossbow from his back. The detection runes embedded in its frame glowed faintly as an invisible wave swept across the ice ahead. Seconds later, his expression shifted. Captain, there's a strong ice element energy reaction beneath the ice. The structure is extremely unstable, as if deliberately engineered. If subjected to sufficient pressure, it could trigger a chain collapse or what? Wang Zhongshan asked in a low voice. Or activate some kind of ice blast trap. Li Wei's voice quickened. The energy reaction was highly concealed. If not for Lin Ye's warning, our detection wave would have been nearly disrupted by the ice layer's own frigid aura. Zhou Peng's expression instantly darkened. He opened his mouth but found no rebuttal to the detection results. Those bastards from Sakura country. Zhao Taizhu roared, his eyes blazing. So it was their doing. They must have buried Xian ice bombs or something similar beneath this ice layer. Circumvent it. Shen Hongying ordered decisively. Avoid this area. Proceed along the mountain walls on either side. Watch for falling rocks and icicles. The team immediately altered course, cautiously traversing the ice valley along the mountain walls. The cliffs were equally slippery and treacherous, but at least safer than stepping onto that deadly ice minefield. Just as most of the team was about to reach the safety zone on the opposite side. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air.
Accompanying the roar, several massive ice spikes shot viciously toward the center of the group. The targets were none other than Li Ye and several Kunlun Academy members near him. Enemy attack! Defend! Shen Hongying bellowed, her crimson spear instantly erupting with a fiery spear beam in an attempt to intercept. Wang Zhongshan and Zhao Taizhu roared in anger, spinning around, but the distance was too great. Their massive shield and sword couldn't fully cover them in the rush. Li Wei's pupils contracted sharply. His short crossbow rose instinctively, but the ice spikes were too fast and too numerous, he simply couldn't lock onto them in time. At the 11th hour. Buzz! A blurred silver figure appeared before Li Wei. It was Lin Ye. Firefly flash. Star wheel shield. Starlight erupted instantly, forming a solid barrier that blocked the path of several ice spikes. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions echoed. Furious ice energy slammed into the star spiral shield. The hard ice spikes shattered into countless fragments, mingling with freezing air as they violently assaulted the starlight barrier. The starlight barrier trembled violently, its light flickering erratically as spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across its surface. The immense impact even caused cracks to appear in the ice rock beneath Lin Ye's feet. Put! Lin Ye grunted, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Having hastily absorbed several ice spikes, even with the Starry Guardian's protection, the recoil sent his blood surging violently. Fortunately, the barrier held firm. Deadly shards of ice and freezing air were firmly held at bay. Li Wei! Retreat! Lin Ye roared. Only then did Li Wei snap out of his shock, immediately rolling backward to escape the danger zone. The other affected team members also seized the chance to dodge. Looking for death. Shen Hongying's fury ignited completely. She locked onto the direction the ice spikes had come from. Several blurred black figures were moving swiftly through the snowstorm. Follow me. Slay these cowardly snipers. Shen Hongying transformed into a crimson streak of light, her spear thrusting toward the shadowy figures in the blizzard, her killing intent piercing the heavens. Whoosh! Dozens of ice spikes erupted once more from behind the snowdrifts, blanketing the entire front half of the team. Ice-style ninja art, 1,000 ice shards rain. With a battle cry, over a dozen figures burst from the snow, charging in to attack. Trivial tricks. Shen Hongying snorted coldly, thrusting her crimson spear violently into the ground. Blazing inferno. Boom! A ring of scorching flames surged outward from the spear's tip, instantly vaporizing most of the incoming hail of ice spikes. Shield defense. Wang Zhongshan roared, his massive tower shield erupting with an earthen blow, shielding the squad's flank. Wind arrow shatter. Li Wei's short crossbow fired repeatedly, striking the charging ninjas with precision, forcing them to dodge and block. Zhao Taizhu led the Kunlun Academy members, swinging his greatsword to confront the enemies on the other flank head-on. The battle erupted in an instant. The ninjas of Sakura Nation were cunning beyond measure. When a strike failed, they instantly exploited the snowy terrain and biting wind for cover, casting teleportation arts to make their forms elusive and unpredictable. Appearing and vanishing, they specifically targeted the team's weak points and healers. Watch out! Mist concealment and shadow clones. Don't get fooled! Shen Hongying shouted the warning. Amidst the chaos, a cold, sinister gleam appeared silently behind the group, targeting the healer casting a spell on an injured Kunlun member. The ninja's form seemed to merge with the snowstorm, moving with astonishing speed. The poison-coated kunai in his hand stabbed straight for the healer's back. Firefly flash. At the critical moment, Lin Ye materialized behind the healer as if teleported. He didn't block with his sword instead, his left hand shot out like lightning. Snap. A soft snap echoed as Lin Ye's fingers locked onto the ninja's wrist with pinpoint precision. The iron clamp-like grip sent searing pain through the ninja's wrist, causing the kunai to slip from his grasp and plummet to the ground. A flicker of terror crossed the ninja's eyes. He hadn't even seen how Lin Ye had arrived. He tried to break free, only to find Lin Ye's fingers locked with terrifying strength, holding him utterly still. Star Scar thrust. Lin Ye swung his sword, striking toward the ninja's throat with lightning speed. The ninja's soul seemed to flee his body. With a blood-curdling scream, his form exploded into a cloud of white smoke, a substitution technique. His true form materialized 5 meters away, staring at Lin Ye with unshakable fear and utter dread. Thanks! The Kunlun Academy healer finally snapped back to reality, his back drenched in cold sweat. Lin Ye gave a slight nod, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. His figure moved like a ghost, drifting along the chaotic edges of the battlefield. Each flash of firefly appeared precisely where danger loomed, saving comrades in peril or striking down ambushing ninjas with pinpoint accuracy using Star Scar stab. His presence significantly eased the team's pressure, greatly diminishing the effectiveness of the Sakura Nation ninjas' elusive tactics. Bastard! That sword-wielding brat! Take him out first! An elite jonin who appeared to be the leader recognized Lin Ye's threat and barked the order. Immediately, 3 powerful jonin broke free from their engagements and closed in on Lin Ye in a triangular formation. Chapter 80, Arrival at the Secret Realm, blocked by a Lord Monster. Lin Ye, be careful! Shen Hongying watched the scene unfold, her heart tightening.
She tried to rush to his aid but was held back by 2 jonin who had her firmly pinned.
Facing the 3 jonin's assault, Lin Ye's gaze remained utterly unflinching. You're asking for death.
Xingli's voice carried a cold, murderous intent.
The shinobi charging head-on swung his ninja sword, its blade cutting through the air with a piercing shriek.
Before the blade even reached him, the freezing aura had already frosted the hairs on Lin Ye's eyebrows. From both flanks, 2 poison-coated kunai darted like venomous snakes striking, sealing off every possible escape route.
In that split second. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's figure left only a faint afterimage behind as his true form appeared beside the left ninja in a flash. The ninja's pupils contracted sharply, utterly unprepared for such blinding speed. He tried to change his stance, but it was too late. Stellar scar stab. Shoo! A cold star erupted, piercing precisely into the left ninja's temple. The ninja's body stiffened, the light in his eyes instantly extinguished, and he fell backward, stiff as a board. The other 2 ninjas were horrified, their attacks faltering involuntarily. Lin Ye wasted no time, using the momentum from the kill to blur his form once more. Firefly flash. This time, he materialized behind the right-hand ninja. The ninja reacted with lightning speed, swinging his blade backward in a sweeping arc that unleashed a barrage of ice shards. But Lin Ye's blade was faster. Stellar scar thrust. A flash of silver light, like a venomous snake striking, pierced precisely the exposed armpit, the ninja's vulnerable spot, as he attempted to defend. The blade pierced clean through, trailing a spray of blood. The ninja on the right let out a wretched howl and collapsed to the ground. From 3 attackers to 2 dead, it happened in the blink of an eye. The remaining jonin, who had charged head-on, watched his 2 comrades fall instantly. Lin Ye's icy gaze locked onto him, sending a chill racing from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Demon, he screamed in terror, immediately casting a substitution technique. He exploded into a cloud of white smoke, attempting to flee. Trying to run? Lin Ye's eyes flashed with coldness as the Xingli sword finally drew an inch from its scabbard. A condensed silver blade of energy shot forth as if teleporting. Thud. Before the white smoke had fully dispersed, a muffled groan and the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed from within. The jonin's true form plummeted from midair, a transparent blood hole piercing his chest, already dead. 3 elite jonin hadn't even lasted 10 seconds against Lin Ye. This scene not only stunned the remaining Sakura Nation ninjas but also sent shockwaves through the great Xia forces locked in fierce combat. So damn strong. Zhao Taiju stared in disbelief, forgetting to swing his massive sword. Witnessing Lin Ye dispatch 3 jonin as effortlessly as slicing through cucumbers, the shock within him knew no bounds. Shinhaniying's eyes sparkled with admiration, the last shred of doubt about Lin Ye's strength completely vanishing. This level of combat prowess was absolutely on par with, if not surpassing, anyone in their team. Zhou Peng's face turned deathly pale, his weapon gripping hand trembling slightly. He recalled his earlier provocation toward Lin Ye, and his back instantly became drenched in cold sweat. If Lin Ye hadn't shown mercy back then, he dared not imagine the consequences. Retreat! Retreat now! Seeing their 3 strongest jonin instantly killed, the remaining Sakura country ninjas were terrified out of their wits, their will to fight utterly shattered. They scrambled to cast their escape techniques, vanishing in disarray into the swirling snowstorm. The blizzard raged on, yet the battlefield had fallen silent. Only the scattered ninja corpses and discarded kunai on the ground bore witness to the recent peril. Shinhaniying approached Lin Ye, her gaze complex as she studied him. Finally, it dissolved into a heartfelt praise. Well done. Lin Ye, we owe this to you. Lin Ye sheathed his sword, his expression calm. Just doing my job. Captain, we shouldn't linger here. The Sakura Nation might return, or draw even stronger demons. You're right. Shinhaniying immediately ordered, clear the battlefield and gather any useful intelligence. Provide basic treatment for the wounded. We depart immediately. Destination, Frost Ring. Full speed ahead. The group set off once more. This time, every gaze fixed on Lin Ye was filled with awe and trust. Zhou Peng instinctively fell a few paces behind, hesitant to walk alongside Lin Ye. Amidst the blizzard, the group pressed on through the bitter cold. After about another half hour, Li Wei, leading the way ahead, issued another warning. Captain, intense energy fluctuations ahead. Strong spatial distortion. We're here. The frost ring lies at the center of that circular ice valley up ahead. The group perked up and quickened their pace. Climbing over a massive ice ridge, the scene before them suddenly opened up. A circular ice valley over a kilometer in diameter stretched before them. At its center, instead of the expected gateway, a massive ice-blue vortex hung suspended in midair, slowly rotating. The vortex radiated an extreme cold and ancient aura, with countless ice crystal runes flickering and shimmering along its edges. It was indeed the Frostfall Ring, the entrance to the Frostfall secret realm. Yet the scenes surrounding the Frost Ring now sent a chill through every soul. The entrance to the ice valley and the path leading down to the vortex were blatantly littered with traps. Icy glinting rune traps spread across the ground like a spider's web. Several frost golems, formed from massive ice and radiating powerful fluctuations, stood like guardian deities at critical junctures.
But what sent chills down everyone's spine was the sight directly beneath the vortex, a monstrous creature, colossal in size, its entire body encased in thick, deep blue ice armor, resembling a giant ape.
It lay slumbering, clutching a massive ice pillar. Each of its breaths stirred up an icy blizzard, and the aura it emitted was unmistakably that of a lord-level being. Ice-armored demon ape lord class. Level, 35. Attributes, Frost, Brute Strength, Berserk. Skills, Ice Armor Protection, War Stomp, Frost Breath. Status, Asleep. High above the icy valley, faint white figures could be glimpsed through the swirling snow, none other than the Sakura Nation ninjas who had fled earlier. They clearly hadn't ventured far, instead occupying advantageous terrain. Like venomous snakes, they lay in wait, biding their time for the great Xia forces to step into the trap. Or to provoke the terrifying ice-armored demon ape. Those bastards. They wouldn't dare enter themselves, so now they want to keep us out too. Zhao Taizhu gritted his teeth in fury. Shen Honying's expression grew grim as ever. The situation before them was even more perilous than anticipated. Forcing a breakthrough through the trap would inevitably alert the lord-level demon ape and the ambushing ninjas, with unimaginable consequences. But taking a detour? The Frost Ring was the only entrance, and the Secret Realm's opening time was limited. There simply wasn't enough time. All eyes once again turned unbidden to the figure within their ranks who had performed miracles, Lin Ye. Shen Hongying took a deep breath, looking at Lin Ye with unprecedented gravity in her voice. Lin Ye, you've seen the situation. We don't have much time. Forcing our way through would result in heavy casualties, and we might not even make it before the Secret Realm closes. Do you have any ideas? Blizzards howled, the icy valley shrouded in a grim, deathly chill. Force a breakthrough, or find another way? The pressure once again fell upon Lin Ye's shoulders. Chapter 81, Feint East, Strike West, cleverly enter the Secret Realm. Lin Ye's gaze slowly swept across the entire entrance to the ice valley. The slumbering demon ape, the glowing runes of traps, the positions of frost golems, the outlines of snowdrifts where ninjas lurked high above. Finally, his gaze settled on the massive ice pillar embraced by the ice-armored demon ape, and beyond it a relatively narrow ice crevice. There's a way, Lin Ye stated. But it requires precise coordination with little margin for error. Speak! Shen Honying demanded without hesitation, her gaze sharp. Divert their attention eastward, Lin Ye accelerated his speech, pointing toward the opposite side of the ice valley entrance. That area, far from the crevasse, was densely packed with traps and lay near a snow mound where ninjas from the land of cherry blossoms were concealed. Senior Wang Zhongshan, I need you to create an earthquake at that location. The louder, the better. The goal is to alarm the demon ape, making it believe the threat originates from there, while simultaneously distracting those ninjas as much as possible. Wang Zhongshan's eyes lit up as he instantly grasped the plan. Leave it to me. Earthquake strike combined with earth pulse will give them a run for their money. Senior Li Wei, Lin Ye turned to the bespectacled man. Infuse your crossbow bolts with armor-piercing and flame runes. Concentrate your fire. The moment the demon ape turns toward the disturbance, strike its armpits and the ice armor at its joint connections. Don't aim for critical hits, just make it wince and draw its full attention. Simultaneously, watch for ninjas in elevated positions. Suppress any who show themselves immediately. Roger. Target the weak points. Li Wei pushed his glasses up, and runes instantly glowed on his short crossbow, readying it for fire. Captain Zhao, Lin Ye turned to the burly man from Kunlun Academy. Lead your brothers to feign an assault in that direction while Senior Wang creates the distraction. Make it look like a full-scale breakthrough, loud and aggressive. Draw all the firepower from the demon ape and ninjas. Remember, it's a feint retreat immediately upon contact. No lingering. Ha! Perfect. Drawing aggro? That's my specialty. Brothers, ready. Zhao Taizhu grinned, his greatsword humming. The Kunlun Academy team instantly assumed their charging stances. Zhou Pang, Lin Ye's gaze finally settled on Zhou Pang, whose expression flickered with uncertainty. His tone brooked no argument. Your task is the most critical. Once the demon ape is fully enraged, it will likely unleash area of effect attacks like War Stomp or Frost Breath. I need you to unleash Earth's fury at full power. At the critical moment we pass through the ice fissure, build upon the tremors created by Senior Wang Zhongshan to layer a powerful earth barrier. Use it to counter or weaken the demon ape's area of effect shockwave. This barrier is the key to the entire team's safe passage. Can you do it? Zhou Pang's expression stiffened. He wanted to protest, but Shen Honying's piercing gaze swept over him. Remembering Lin Ye's terrifying power, he instantly lost the courage to refuse. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to growl, we can. Good. Lin Ye nodded, cutting straight to the point. His gaze settled on Shen Hongying and himself. Captain, you and I will lead the entire team. The moment the demon ape is fully distracted and its attention completely diverted, we'll dash through that ice crevasse at top speed, straight to the base of the frost ring. The window may only be seconds. Shen Honying took a deep breath. Understood. Everyone, execute Lin Ye's plan. Prepare to move. Earthquake strike. Earth pulse. Rise. Wang Zhongshan roared, his body surging with earth-yellow spiritual energy as both fists slammed violently into the ground. Boom.
The entire entrance to the ice valley seemed to be violently shaken by an invisible giant hand.
Centered on him, the ground surged and cracked like violent waves. Roar! The slumbering ice-armored demon ape was jolted awake by the sudden commotion.
Its eyes snapped open, and savage fury ignited within an instant. Its massive head whipped toward the source of the tremors and explosions.
Now! Kunlun forces, charge with me!
Seizing the moment, Zhao Taizhu led the Kunlun Academy team charging straight toward the trap explosion zone.
As if they truly intended to break through by any means necessary. Damn it! Stop them! The furious shouts of the Sakura Nation ninjas echoed from above. Shaken by Wang Zhongshan's seismic blast, their formation faltered. Distracted by Kunlun Academy's feint, they instinctively moved to intercept. Whoosh! Li Wei's crossbow bolts flew as if guided by eyes, striking the demon ape with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! Thud! The crossbow bolts, imbued with powerful armor-piercing runes, slammed into the cracks of the icy armor. The flame runes erupted instantly, scorching the flesh within. Arg! The ice-armored demon ape, struck by pain, roared in fury. It identified the explosion site and the charging Kunlun forces as the culprits. Massive feet slammed down onto the ground. War stomp. Boom! A terrifying shockwave, mixed with shards of frozen ice, swept toward Zhao Taizhu and his companions. The ground instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Retreat! Zhao Taizhu, prepared for this, roared and led his team in a swift withdrawal. Though they narrowly avoided the trample's core impact zone, the aftershock still sent their blood surging violently. Almost simultaneously with the demon ape stomp. Zhou Peng! Earth Vein Barrier! Shen Honying roared. Earth's Wrath Vein Barrier! Zhou Peng wasted no time, channeling every ounce of pent-up frustration and fear into raw power as his S-rank talent erupted at full force. Earthy yellow spiritual energy erupted, coalescing into a massive energy barrier that slammed into the ground before the team. The shockwave generated by Wang Zhongshan collided violently with the impact wave from the demon ape stomp. Boom! The collision of three forces erupted in an earth-shattering roar. Frenzied energy turbulence raged wildly, whipping up a storm of snow and ice. Zhou Peng's face instantly drained of color, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The earth pulse barrier trembled violently, covered in cracks, but ultimately did not shatter. The shockwave was neutralized, creating a brief opening. Go! Shen Honying and Lin Ye shouted almost simultaneously. Firefly flash! Lin Ye's figure moved first, transforming into a blurred silver streak as he shot straight toward the narrow ice crevice. He held nothing back, accelerating to his absolute limit. Shen Honying followed closely behind, her crimson spear piercing the ice like an ice-breaking drill. Wherever the spear's glow passed, several faint traps at the crevasse's entrance were instantly triggered and then forcibly destroyed. Follow! Quickly! Li Wei shouted to the other team members as he rapidly retreated. Members of Xinxia and Kunlun followed Shen Honying and Lin Ye, charging into the narrow ice crevasse. The cold wind grew even more biting inside the crevasse. Mirror-smooth ice walls soared skyward on both sides, casting the space in dim light. Traps were indeed present, but relatively sparse. Most were either preemptively neutralized by Shen Honying's gun blasts or skillfully evaded by Lin Ye's precise scar strikes. Roar! Behind them came the furious roar of the ice-armored demon ape, along with the enraged curses of ninjas above and the whistling of crossbow bolts tearing through the air. Yet the narrow confines of the crevasse severely restricted the demon ape's pursuit and the ninjas' long-range attack angles. Seconds ticked by a race against death. Just as the last Kunlun team member plunged deep into the crevice, the ice-armored demon ape roared and charged toward the entrance. Yet its massive frame was too large to squeeze through the narrow crevice, leaving it to pound the ice wall futilely with its giant fists. The blizzard still howled within the crevasse, but the deadly threat behind them had been temporarily averted. The team halted within the crevasse, gasping for breath, hearts pounding with the terror of narrowly escaping death. Shen Honying looked at Lin Ye, then surveyed the others. "We've breached the first barrier," she declared in a solemn voice. "But this is only the beginning. The Frost Ring lies ahead. The true battlefield awaits within the secret realm. 1 minute to rest, check your status, and prepare to enter." Chapter 82, Entering the Secret Realm, Frostwing Ice Crystal Falcon. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Led by Shen Honying and Lin Ye, the team swiftly traversed the ice crevasse. Finally, the crevasse came to an end. The view suddenly opened up. A colossal ice cavern appeared before them. And at its very center, a massive, swirling ice-blue vortex slowly rotated the frost ring. "BRRR, that cold is terrifying." Li Wei's teeth chattered as he desperately activated the cold-resistant runes on his body. "Prolonged exposure will freeze our spiritual energy." "This is the entrance to the Frostfall secret realm," Shen Honying announced. "Stay alert. Once inside, conditions will only worsen. Lin Ye, your senses are keen. Stay close to me and keep watch." Lin Ye gave a slight nod. "Let's go." Without hesitation, the group stepped inside. Hum. An icy blue light violently distorted before their eyes. The moment their feet touched solid ground again, an indescribable, bone-chilling cold instantly overwhelmed all their senses. Lin Ye snapped his eyes open. Before him lay not an ice cave, but a desolate yet magnificent ancient world utterly dominated by frost. The Frostfall's secret realm. Beneath his feet lay eternal black ice, never melting. The sky was an eternal leaden gray. As far as the eye could see stretched undulating ice mountains, each towering thousands of feet high. The air was thick with icy spiritual energy, so dense it seemed almost liquid. Each breath felt like inhaling countless tiny ice needles, stabbing the lungs. The cold here was at least 10 times more intense than the outer reaches of Frostfall Island. Several weaker team members couldn't help but groan, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Channel your spiritual energy. Resist with all your might. Don't stop. Shen Honying barked. The cold here was too intense. If their spiritual energy faltered, they'd be frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. She led the charge, unleashing an even more intense crimson spiritual energy. With a sharp jolt of her spear, a ring of scorching air waves spread out, temporarily dispelling the blizzard and biting cold from a small surrounding area. Lin Ye also felt a crushing pressure. The Xingli sword hummed as the starlight protection ran at full capacity, barely holding back the relentless, pervasive cold. Map. Shen Honying swiftly produced a specially crafted jade disc, upon which faint points of light flickered, marking their location. At the center of the jade plate, a deep blue light marked their objective, the Ice Soul Cold Pool. Northeast direction. The map showed interference, making precise distance impossible, but it was at least 50 kilometers away. Shen Honying's expression grew grave. This journey would be extremely arduous. Stay close together. Wang Zhongshan, you bring up the rear. Lin Ye, you and I will alternate leading the way. Stay alert. Besides the weather, the monsters in this cursed place are likely even more dangerous. No sooner had she spoken. Shriek! A shrill, piercing cry erupted from the blizzard clouds overhead. Immediately after, several massive shadows plunged down toward the center of the group. They were none other than giant eagles with wingspans exceeding 10 meters. Frostwing Ice Crystal Falcon Elite. Level 25. Attributes: Frost, Speed, Sharpness. Skills: Ice Crystal Dive, Frost Storm, Icy Blade Wings. Spread out. Defend! Shen Honying roared. Screech! The Ice Crystal Falcon let out a piercing shriek, its wings flapping violently. Countless ice blades erupted like a torrential downpour. Ice Blade Wings. Shoo! The dense whistling of cutting through the air sent shivers down the spine. Shield defends immovable mountains. Wang Zhongshan roared, slamming his massive tower shield into the ground to form a colossal energy barrier. Clang! Clang! Ice blades slammed against the barrier, erupting in a barrage of explosions. The barrier trembled violently, its surface rapidly coating with a layer of frost. Damn it! The cold is eroding my defenses. Wang Zhongshan's expression darkened as he felt his spiritual energy drain rapidly. On the other side, Zhao Taizhu swung his massive sword, its thick blade energy forming a shield that barely deflected the ice blades, though he was forced to retreat step by step. A level 25 elite monster was indeed no easy foe. Ah! A Kunlun team member who was a split second slower let out a scream as multiple ice blades pierced through him, blood gushing instantly from his thigh and shoulder. Firefly Flash. Lin Ye teleported, yanking him backward. Star Wheel Shield. Hum. The subsequent ice blades slammed into the barrier, shredded by the rapidly spinning stardust. Xia, the team member, turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. Lin Ye offered no reply, his gaze fixed on the flock of ice falcons. Their speed was too swift, their trajectories too erratic. Ordinary ranged attacks struggled to land precise hits. Li Wei. Mark the leader. Shen Honying ordered. Roger. Li Wei's short crossbow instantly illuminated with specially crafted marking runes. Just as the Ice Falcon leader completed its climb and adjusted its posture to dive once more. Mark lot. Li Wei growled, and a specialized crossbow bolt shot out silently, its speed astonishingly fast. Screech. The Ice Falcon leader was instantly marked. Lin Ye. Shen Honying immediately turned to Lin Ye. Leave it to me. Lin Ye understood instantly. With the mark complete, that cunning leader could no longer rely on its speed advantage to remain completely hidden. Firefly Flash. Lin Ye's figure vanished instantly from his original position and charged forward. The height difference closed in an instant. Stellar Scar Stab. Buzz. Fast. Accurate. Deadly. The Ice Crystal Falcon leader sensed the deadly threat, letting out a terrified shriek as its wings flapped frantically, attempting to block or alter the trajectory with its crystalline feathers. But Lin Ye's strike was flawless, perfect timing, angle, and speed. Swoosh. Silver light pierced through the Ice Crystal feather defense, sinking deep into flesh and blood. Screech. The Ice Crystal Falcon leader plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the distant ice surface, never to stir again. Killed level 25 elite monster, Frostwing Ice Crystal Falcon leader. Gained EXP. The leader is dead. The remaining Ice Crystal Falcons instantly lost their anchor, their formation shattered as they let out panicked cries. Perfect opportunity. Take them down. Shen Honying Spirit Sword. Her crimson spear erupted with even more frenzied flames, locking onto the nearest one. Earthquake Wave.
Seizing the moment, Wang Zhongshan slammed his massive shield into the ground, sending a wave of earth-colored shockwaves rippling outward.
Wind arrow barrage. Li Wei's crossbow bolts shot forth like venomous snakes, aiming straight for the disoriented Ice Crystal Falcon's eyes. Zhao Taizhu and the other team members roared as they launched their attacks, unleashing a barrage of ranged skills and sword chi into the air. Without their leader's command and suppression, the remaining Ice Crystal Falcons remained ferocious but were swiftly defeated one by one. The last Ice Crystal Falcon was pierced through the chest by Shen Hongying's spear, shattering into an icy sculpture as it fell. The battle ended. Shen Hongying walked over to Lin Ye and praised, "Well done. That sword strike was crucial." Had the leader survived, victory would have been far from certain. Lin Ye shook his head slightly. This is only the beginning. The monsters here are far stronger than those outside, and they seem to possess a sense of territory. Killing the leader caused too much commotion. It might attract even more troublesome creatures. We must leave this area immediately. You're right. Shen Hongying immediately ordered, "Gather the materials quickly, then we leave. Li Wei, re-establish our bearing toward the cold pool." The team sprang into action. Minutes later, the team set off once more. Chapter 83, Arrival at the cold pool, the ice soul source crystal within reach. Beneath the leaden sky, the blizzard showed no signs of abating. Visibility dropped further. Shen Hongying shouted, "Li Wei, direction." "Captain, confirmed. Northeast direction." Interference is too strong for precision, but the fluctuation source is in that direction. "Shouldn't be far now." "Not far?" Zhou Peng gasped, unable to suppress his complaint. "In this godforsaken place, even a kilometer feels like a chasm. Those feathered beasts nearly." "Shut it!" Shen Hongying snapped, cutting him off. "Save your energy for warmth instead of complaining. Lin Ye, clear the path with me. Wang Zhongshan brings up the rear. Everyone else stays in the center, maintain alert formation, full speed ahead." The group trudged once more across the vast, frozen wasteland. Lin Ye and Shen Hongying walked side by side at the very front. "Watch out! Left front!" Lin Ye suddenly barked, his figure halting instantly. Almost simultaneously, Shen Hongying's spear snapped toward the same direction. A seemingly flat patch of snow ahead collapsed silently, revealing a cavernous ice pit several meters wide. "Warning, high-energy lifeform signal detected. Attributes, frost, venom, stealth. Warning, energy intensity approaching Lord-level threshold." The system's voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. "Retreat!" Without hesitation, Shen Hongying swept her spear horizontally, unleashing a searing spear beam toward the ice cave's entrance in an attempt to force whatever lurked within to emerge. Boom! The spear beam struck the ice wall, shattering countless ice shards. A massive black shadow burst forth. Ice Crystal Serpent Sublord. Level 28. Attributes, Frost, Venom, Strangle. Skills, Frost Breath Poison, Ice Crystal Scales Defense Counterattack, Death Coil, Stealth Ambush. Status, Enraged. Level 28. Nearly a lord. Wang Zhongshan sucked in a sharp breath. Hiss. The Ice Crystal Serpent hissed, its massive body springing forward to strike the center of the party. Its target? The Kunlun team members. "You beast, don't even think about it." Zhao Tieju's eyes bulged with fury as he roared, swinging his greatsword to intercept. But the serpent's speed was too swift, its power terrifying. Its massive tail lashed out with overwhelming force. Boom! Zhao Taizhu was sent flying backward, sword and all. The serpent's momentum unabated, its icy venom cascaded like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the terrified team member. No! The Kunlun team member closed his eyes in despair. At that critical moment. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's figure appeared before the team member as if teleported, simultaneously activating. Star Spiral Shield. Open. Hum. The dazzling starlight surged instantly. SSSSH. The venomous frost breath slammed into the starry shield. A shrill, corrosive sound erupted. Attacked by icy breath poison. Star Will Shield severely corroded. Spiritual energy depletion accelerated. Warning, venomous frost permeating. Health slowly depleting. The immense impact caused the solid ice beneath Lin Ye's feet to crack inch by inch. Lin Ye's face instantly paled. Holding back the full force of a level 28 Quasi-Lord's breath attack in such haste exerted pressure far beyond anything he'd faced before. Yet, the starry orb protection remained intact. Lin Ye. Shen Hongying, both shocked and enraged, unleashed a towering inferno from her crimson spear. Kill. The spear condensed fiery light, resembling a crimson meteor, slamming viciously toward the ice crystal serpent. The serpent seemed to sense the threat. Its massive head whipped aside abruptly, abandoning its attack. Its coiled body twisted violently. Boom! The heaven-scorching spear's blazing tip slammed into the serpent's midsection, erupting in a massive explosion of flames. Hiss! The serpent roared in pain, its massive tail whipping through the air like a giant whip, lashing out fiercely at Shen Hongying. Shen Hongying had no time to dodge and could only block with her spear. Boom! The immense force sent Shen Hongying reeling backward, her palm splitting open as the spear hummed incessantly. Li Wei, its weak point. Lin Ye shouted sharply. Understood. Eyes and mouth. Li Wei's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. A flash of light erupted from the short crossbow. A specially crafted bolt, engraved with armor-piercing runes, instantly locked onto the giant serpent's gaping maw. Whoosh! The bolt transformed into a jet-black streak, hurtling forward. Starlight. Annihilation stardust. Hum. The suspended Xingli sword instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless condensed silver streaks of light. Shoo! A dense chorus of piercing sounds instantly echoed across the ice field. The giant serpent's vertical pupils were instantly pierced by several streams of stardust, exploding outward. Its oral cavity was torn to shreds by the furious stardust. Hiss! The ice crystal serpent let out a piercing, agonized howl as its massive body convulsed wildly. Inflicted severe damage on the ice crystal serpent quasi-lord. Blinded. Mouth severely damaged. Mobility drastically reduced. Opportunity. Full power attack. Shen Honying's eyes blazed with intensity. Steadying herself, her crimson spear erupted with searing light once more, thrusting straight toward the serpent's belly. Wang Zhongshan roared as he unleashed an earthquake wave. The earth-colored shockwave slammed into the serpent's body, further disrupting its balance. Zhao Taizhu picked up the greatsword and, leading the Kunlun team, unleashed a torrent of ranged attacks upon the giant serpent. Deprived of sight and with its mouth severely injured, the excruciating pain rendered it incapable of effective counterattack or defense. Under the relentless barrage of concentrated fire, the mighty quasi-lord-level monster's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Finally, with a final, unwilling wail, the colossal serpent's massive body crashed down onto the ice, never to stir again. Defeated level 28 sub-lord class monster, Ice Crystal Giant Serpent. Gained EXP? The cold notification echoed in everyone's minds as they collectively exhaled in relief. Lin Ye. Are you okay? Shen Hongying rushed to his side first, her eyes filled with concern and lingering fear. Had Lin Ye not blocked the deadly breath attack in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Lin Ye shook his head, swiftly taking out a spirit-infused pill and swallowing it. Let's get out of here fast. The bloodlust is too strong. Right, move. Shen Hongying ordered immediately. Li Wei confirmed the location of the cold pool. Everyone else, those who can move, carry the wounded and leave immediately. Captain. It's right ahead. Less than 3 kilometers. The fluctuations are incredibly strong. Hope is within reach. The group perked up, pushing through exhaustion and pain to press on. Climbing over a low ice ridge, the scene before them changed dramatically. A colossal, bottomless cold pool stretched before them. This was the Ice Soul Cold Pool. Yet, lurking on the shore less than 100 meters from the icy waters, a colossal beast loomed menacingly. Crystal Ice Armor Beast Lord Class. Level 30. Attributes: Frost, Defense, Strength. Skills? Unknown? Unknown? Unknown. Status: Slumber Guardian. Behind the colossal beast's coiled form, nestled within a cluster of ice crystals near the edge of the pool, a faint blue glow quietly emanated a deadly aura. Ice Soul Source Crystal. The target lay before them. Yet it was firmly guarded by a slumbering level 30 Frost Lord. Chapter 84, Eternal Moment reappears, Ice Soul Source Crystal secured. Dead silence hung over the frozen pond's shore. A level 30 Ice Crystal Armor Beast. Even in slumber, its aura radiated overwhelming might. Zhou Peng swallowed hard, his face drained of color. A level 30 lord, this was no foe their party could hope to confront head-on. Forcibly disturbing it would surely mean a wipe. Wang Zhongshan's palms were drenched in cold sweat as he gripped his massive shield. Zhao Tieju's greatsword instinctively lowered a few inches, while Li Wei's fingers trembled slightly as he adjusted his glasses. Shen Honying's expression grew grim to the extreme. She stared fixedly at the colossal beast and the Ice Soul Source crystal within reach, her eyes burning with bitter resentment. After a 50-kilometer trek of life and death, surviving countless perilous moments, their objective lay before them yet blocked by an insurmountable ice mountain. Captain Wang Zhongshan's voice was hoarse. A direct assault offered no chance of victory. This was the consensus among everyone. Shen Honying took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Lin Ye. Shen Honying's voice was hushed, tinged with a barely perceptible glimmer of hope. Is there any possibility? Lin Ye didn't respond immediately. His mind raced. Force my way in? Certain death. A full power strike from a level 30 lord, no one present could withstand it. Sneak up? The Xianbing crystal armor beast possessed an acute sensitivity to ice elemental energy. Stealth within its domain was nearly impossible, especially with the Ice Soul Source crystal within its grasp. Lure it away? Who could lure it away? And even if they did, could they escape unscathed? And how could one ensure it wouldn't instantly return to retake the source crystal? Divert its attention? We need a genuine threat in the east to create a viable opportunity in the west. Who in the team possesses such capability? Conventional methods are nearly impossible. The only variable was... Lin Ye's gaze grew solemn as he made his decision. There is. Lin Ye finally spoke, his voice eerily calm. A single word sent everyone's hearts racing. What method? Shen Hongying pressed, holding her breath. I'll retrieve the source crystal. Lin Ye's gaze swept past the colossal beast, locking onto the cluster of ice crystals. Everyone else, retreat behind that ice mound. Whatever happens, don't come out. Don't look back. What? Zhou Ping exclaimed, you're going to throw yourself to the wolves? If we disturb it, we'll all be. Shut up. Shen Hongying snapped, cutting him off. Yet her gaze toward Lin Ye was equally filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Ye. What are you planning to do? That thing is a lord. Level 30. I know. Lin Ye's voice remained calm. So you must retreat immediately as far as possible. Trust me this once. Captain. We can't trust him. He's gone mad. Zhou Peng continued to shout. Go. Shen Hongying clenched her teeth and made her decision. She gave Lin Ye one last intense look. Come back alive. With that, she turned without hesitation. Everyone, retreat with me. Quickly. Carry out the order. Wang Zhongshan and Zhao Taizhu were equally shocked and suspicious, but they had no choice but to trust Lin Ye. They immediately led their respective teams to retreat behind the ice hill. Zhou Peng was yanked away by Wang Zhongshan, his face still etched with shock, anger, and confusion. Behind the ice mound, everyone held their breath, hearts pounding wildly. Shen Hongying gripped her spear so tightly her knuckles turned white, staring intently through the gaps in the ice mound at the scene by the frozen lake. The wind and snow seemed to freeze in that moment. Lin Ye stood alone, 100 meters away from the slumbering colossus. Xingli, Yiling, prepare. Lin Ye murmured silently. Finally getting serious? A mere reptile, crush it. Xingli's voice carried a hint of excitement. Master, be careful, Yiling's telepathic message conveyed concern and reliance. The next instant, Lin Ye's eyes snapped open. An instant of eternity. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying force erupted like a dormant volcano. Blazing, overbearing golden light radiated outward from Lin Ye in an instant. Time froze for the fourth time. The swirling snow and wind froze mid-air. Falling ice crystals glistened like diamonds embedded in space. Ripples on the frozen pond's surface crystallized into eternal patterns. The entire world seemed to have been paused. Golden entry, momentary eternity activated. Duration, 3 minutes. Effect, all sword techniques and ultimate skills reset to 0 cooldown. Spirit energy consumption reset to 0. Sword maiden backlash reset to 0. Unlimited release. Xingli. Pour forth all your might. Target, ice soul source crystal. Slay all who stand in the way. Eternal night's decay. Open. Hum. A vast realm of darkness erupted with a thunderous boom, instantly engulfing the entire frozen pool region. Extreme cold and deathly silence descended. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's figure transformed into a silver streak of light, appearing before the ice soul source crystal in an instant. Come out. Lin Ye growled, forcibly prying the ice soul source crystal from the cluster of ice crystals. Acquire key material, ice soul source crystal X1 legendary. Almost the instant the ice soul source crystal was secured. Roar. The Xian ice crystal armor beast awoke. Its vertical pupils locked onto Lin Ye with deadly precision. A tidal wave of murderous intent crashed down like a tsunami. The surrounding ice cracked and shattered inch by inch. Time resumed its flow. As the colossal beast raised its claw to strike, Lin Ye's figure once again transformed into a streak of light and fireflies. He narrowly evaded the colossal claw. Boom! The claw slammed down, sending ice shards flying. A massive crater appeared where Lin Ye had stood moments before. Annihilation stardust. Kill. Lin Ye showed no hesitation. As he dodged, the starlight sword instantly disintegrated into countless streaks of deathly light. Rather than striking the beast itself, they surged toward the ice beneath its feet and behind it. Sizzle. The hard mystic ice shattered effortlessly before the stardust. The ice layer collapsed and shattered over a vast area. The Xian ice crystal armor beast's massive frame instantly lost its balance, crashing into the caved-in ice pit. Countless ice fragments rained down upon it. While unable to inflict fatal wounds, they effectively hindered its pursuit. Roar! The colossal beast roared with fury from within the ice pit, thrashing wildly in its desperate struggle to break free. Go! Lin Ye wasted no time. Seizing the precious few seconds the beast was temporarily trapped, he accelerated to his absolute limit. Firing off consecutive firefly flashes, Lin Ye's figure blurred into a silver streak as he shot toward the ice mound where Shen Hongying and the others were hiding. Behind the ice mound, Shen Hongying and the others were already in utter shock. When they saw Lin Ye appear atop the ice mound, his hand clutching the ice soul source crystal, everyone including Shen Hongying froze in utter disbelief. Had he truly succeeded? He had snatched the ice soul source crystal right from under the nose of a level 30 overlord. What are you still standing there for? Run! Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of urgency. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening crash erupted behind him, the sound of ice shattering as the Xian ice crystal armor beast unleashed a furious roar. It was free. Run!
Shen Hongying was the first to react, her voice cracking as she screamed. Without hesitation, she spun around and sprinted away from the frozen pool. The others snapped out of their daze, their survival instincts kicking in as they scrambled to follow.
Chapter 85, Frostfall Core secured, mission accomplished.
The shadow of death clung to their heels like flesh-eating maggots.
The speed of the Xian Ice Crystal Armor Beast far exceeded everyone's expectations.
Each heavy step sent tremors through the ice fields, closing the distance between them.
Its terrifying pressure felt like tangible ice spikes, stabbing painfully into everyone's backs. No! At this rate, we'll all be caught. Zhao Taizhu roared as he sprinted. Split up! Save yourselves!
Zhou Peng shrieked in terror, his eyes darting frantically around the terrain, clearly intent on escaping alone.
Shut up!
Shen Hongying snapped, though her heart sank to its lowest point. Faced with such overwhelming speed and strength, any tactic seemed futile.
Split up and we'll be picked off one by one. At this critical moment. Follow me.
Lin Ye's voice carried an unquestionable authority. He abruptly changed direction, not continuing his straight escape, but charging toward a narrow ice crevice downstream of the cold pool, concealed by a massive icicle.
The crevice's entrance was extremely well hidden, concealed by hanging icicles and accumulated snow.
Without Lin Ye's keen senses, it would have been nearly impossible to spot.
Quick! Get inside! Lin Ye dived into the crevice first, shouting to those behind him.
Shen Hongying followed without hesitation. Wang Zhongshan, Li Wei, Zhao Taizhu, and the others scrambled into the narrow crevice as if clutching at a lifeline. Zhou Peng brought up the rear. Seeing the relentless shadow of the colossal beast closing in, he was terrified out of his wits and scrambled headlong into the crevasse. The instant Zhou Peng plunged into the crevice. Boom! The Xian Ice Crystal Armor Beast's massive head slammed into the ice wall above the crevice's entrance. Countless massive ice chunks crashed down like meteorites, instantly sealing the entrance. The heavy impact sent the entire crevice shaking violently, ice shards falling in a steady cascade. Roar! The beast's furious roar was muffled by the thick ice, becoming a deep, hollow echo. Yet the raw frustration and murderous intent within still sent shivers down the spine. It rummaged frantically against the colossal ice, attempting to smash open the entrance. But it couldn't break through just yet. Darkness filled the ice crevice, broken only by the heavy panting of those trapped inside and the muffled thuds of impact from outside the ice. The cramped space was packed with people, the air itself seemed to have frozen solid.
Are we safe for now?
Li Wei's voice trembled as he fumbled to light a faint spirit lamp. The dim glow illuminated the shaken faces of the group.
Safety my ass. That thing's still smashing away out there. How long can this ice hold?
Zhou Peng slumped to the ground.
Damn it, if Lin Ye hadn't taken that risk, how would we have? Shut up!
Shen Hongying glared at Zhou Peng. The others' gazes also turned a few degrees colder. Seeing this, Zhou Peng instantly fell silent. Shen Hongying's voice was grave. Lin Ye, thank you for finding this place.
But we're trapped.
The others all turned to look at Lin Ye.
Throughout this operation, Lin Ye had unknowingly replaced Shen Hongying as the group's anchor. Lin Ye didn't turn back.
With the assistance of the 10,000 swords diagram, his psychic energy was meticulously probing the depths of the ice fissure. The entrance was blocked. Retreating the way we came was impossible. That thing outside wouldn't leave anytime soon. To survive, we had to go deeper and see if there were other exits. He paused, pointing toward the depths of the crevasse.
Moreover, I sense intense ice elemental energy fluctuations below.
Similar to the ice soul source crystal, yet deeper and more restrained, carrying a numbing chill like utter annihilation.
An icy chill bordering on annihilation?
Shen Hongying and Wang Zhongshan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and doubt in each other's eyes. That description instantly brought one thing to mind: the Frostfall Core.
Could it be?
Shen Hongying's voice carried a hint of excitement.
Let's go down and check. Lin Ye decided decisively. Better to actively seek a way out and potential targets than to be trapped here waiting to die.
The icy crevasse wound downward, growing deeper with each step.
The biting cold intensified, rendering even the cold-resistant potions largely ineffective.
The surrounding ice walls were no longer pure white, but instead glowed with a deep, mysterious blue, as if they contained the essence of 10,000 years of frozen ice.
After about 15 minutes of walking, the narrow crevice suddenly opened up.
At the cavern's center lay not the anticipated exit, but a bottomless branch of frigid water. The water was as black as ink, radiating a chill more terrifying than anything outside. Merely approaching it felt like one's soul might freeze solid. Embedded within the ice walls at the edge of the pool were 3 irregularly shaped crystals, each roughly the size of a fist.
Item found, Frostfall Core 3. Quality, legendary rare material.
Attributes, frost, starlight, annihilation, primordial. Description, a rare artifact born in the core region of the Frostfall secret realm, containing a trace of the annihilation, primordial and frigid power left behind when the ancient ice god sanctuary shattered. A precious material for forging top-tier ice elemental divine artifacts, cultivating special techniques, or performing specific rituals.
Status, unclaimed. Frostfall Core. It really is a Frostfall Core. Shen Hongying couldn't help but gasp softly, her eyes filled with awe, and there were 3 of them at once. Wang Zhongshan, Li Wei, and the others also wore expressions of delight. Lin Ye stepped forward, carefully using the tip of the starlight sword, guided by his spiritual energy, to pry the 3 frostfall cores from the ice wall. Obtained item, Frostfall Core X3 Legendary. The principal's requested item was secured. Lin Ye stowed the cores away, yet his brow remained furrowed. The pressing question now was, where was the way out? All eyes turned once more to the bottomless, pitch-black pool. The chill emanated from there. Could the true core of the ice-soul-cold pool lie beneath this pool? Could the way out lie beneath? Who dares to go down? Just as everyone was at a loss. Master, there's a path below. It's bitterly cold, but passable. A faint yet distinct thought entered Lin Ye's mind. It was Yi Ling. Having absorbed the immense frigid power of the ice soul source crystal, Yi Ling's spirit form seemed to possess a heightened affinity and perception for the extreme cold here. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as he stared at the pitch-black pool. There's a path below. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Going down there, won't we freeze solid instantly? Zhou Peng cried in terror. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Believe it or not. Lin Ye ignored him and turned to Shen Hongying. Captain, I'll go down to scout. Stay alert up here. If I'm not back within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. No. It's too dangerous. Shen Hongying immediately objected. The chill emanating from this pool is terrifying. Even approaching it makes my spiritual energy flow sluggishly. This is our only hope. The power of the ice soul source crystal will shield me for a moment. Lin Ye produced the deep blue crystal. Its glow seemed to neutralize some of the pool's chill. Trust me. Meeting Lin Ye's resolute gaze and recalling the miracles he'd performed all along, Shen Hongying bit her lip before finally nodding heavily. Be careful. We'll wait for you. Without another word, Lin Ye clutched the ice soul source crystal tightly in his palm and took a deep breath. With starlight shields around him pushed to their limit, Lin Ye plunged into the frigid pool. Freezing cold. The bone-piercing chill instantly engulfed Lin Ye. 100 times more intense than any previous experience. The starlight shielding him dimmed visibly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The night feather in his embrace radiated intense cold, yet a pure essence of ice spirit power surged forth from its source crystal, struggling to resist the terrifying frigid force from outside. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Ye channeled all his strength into the 10,000 swords diagram to sense the direction. Guided by the faint sensation from Yi Ling, he dove toward the vortex deep within the pool. Above the ice cave, time seemed to freeze. Shen Hongying and the others stared intently at the pitch-black, still surface of the pool, each second feeling like an eternity. Just as Shen Hongying was about to lose control and rush down. Splash! The water shattered, and Lin Ye's figure shot out, landing on the ice. Though thick frost coated his body and his lips had turned blue-purple from the cold, his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. Found it! There's a teleportation array below. It leads to the outer perimeter of the secret realm. Chapter 86, Successful Escape, Shen Hongying's worries. Lin Ye's words struck like thunder, instantly igniting hope. A teleportation array? Shen Hongying sprang to her feet. Are you sure? Absolutely. Lin Ye wiped the frost from his face, his tone unwavering. It's deep within the pool, buried beneath the ice. But the energy fluctuations are distinct, the same source as the frost ring at the entrance. It must be the secret realm's emergency exit or a backup teleportation point. However, he paused, gazing into the pitch-black pool. Activating it requires energy, and the pool's water is bitterly cold. The fewer people who go down, the faster it activates. All eyes focused on Lin Ye, filled with the hope of a narrow escape from death. Zhou Peng opened his mouth, seemingly to question, but seeing Lin Ye's expression, he ultimately dared not speak. Good. Shen Hongying acted decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Lin Ye, you understand the situation best. You will descend to activate the teleportation array. We will provide support from above. The moment the teleportation beam rises, jump down immediately. Everyone, prepare to enter the water. Maximize your spiritual energy shields. Cold resistance potions, drink another bottle. The order was given, and no one questioned it. After everything that had transpired, Lin Ye had earned absolute trust through his proven capabilities. Wang Zhongshan, Zhao Taizhu, and the others sprang into action, swallowing more potions and pushing their spiritual energy to its absolute limit. Lin Ye drew a deep breath, the frigid air stinging his lungs. Gripping the ice soul source crystal once more, he plunged without hesitation into the frigid pool. This time, with a clear objective and path, Lin Ye moved much faster. Like an agile fish, he swiftly dove toward the bottom of the pool. The ice-covered area soon came into view. Lin Ye activated the starlight sword, its tip gathering a brilliant point of starlight. Starlight Scar Strike! Shoo! The hard ice was precisely shattered, revealing an ancient rune array beneath that emitted gentle spatial fluctuations. At the array's center was a distinct recess. Without hesitation, Lin Ye pressed the ice soul source crystal in his hand into the groove. The ice soul source crystal instantly erupted with an unprecedented blue glow. Vast icy energy, as if finding an outlet, surged madly into the erase patterns.
Ancient runes lit up one by one, their icy blue glow piercing the pool's waters and transforming the entire pool bottom into a dreamlike crystal palace. The light grew ever brighter until a thick, ice-blue pillar of light suddenly shot skyward from the center of the array at the bottom of the pool. It pierced through the thick pool water and shot straight toward the dome of the ice cave.
The beam! The teleportation array has activated.
Lin Ye was the first to point at the pool's surface, shouting excitedly atop the ice cave. A column of ice-blue light several meters in diameter burst forth from the water. It emitted intense spatial fluctuations, temporarily dispersing the surrounding cold air in a wide area.
Jump! Shen Hongying bellowed, leaping into the beam first.
Her figure was instantly swallowed by the light.
Quick! Follow!
Wang Zhongshan and Zhao Taizhu followed closely behind, leading their respective teams without hesitation into the beam. Zhou Peng stared at the bottomless pool and the raging spatial energy, a flicker of fear and hesitation crossing his eyes. But at Wang Zhongshan's furious roar urging him on, he finally gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and leaped in. The last team member vanished into the light column.
Almost simultaneously with their vanishing. Boom! The massive ice block sealing the ice cave entrance shattered completely under a brutal force.
The Xian Ice Crystal Armor Beast thrust its way in, its icy vertical pupils sweeping across the empty cavern before locking onto the teleportation beam in the pool. Roar! The deafening roar echoed madly through the silent cavern, shaking the ice walls until they rattled, yet it could no longer reach the escaped prey. After a wave of intense dizziness and spatial distortion, the sensation of solid ground beneath its feet returned. The bone-chilling cold vanished abruptly, replaced by relatively mild air carrying a faint, fresh scent of plants. Lin Ye opened his eyes to find himself at the edge of a lush forest, ancient trees towering overhead. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns of light, while the crisp, melodious chirping of birds filled the air. They had been teleported to the coastal forest region of Frostfall Island, not far from the return teleportation array.
"We're out!
We made it out!" exclaimed a member of the Kunlun Academy team, his voice choked with emotion.
Shen Hongying exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Her gaze fell upon Lin Ye, filled with complex emotions that coalesced into a heavy statement. "Lin Ye, this time, it all depends on you." Wang Zhongshan, Li Wei, Zhao Taizhu, and the others looked at Lin Ye with eyes brimming with sincere admiration and gratitude. Without Lin Ye, they would never have dared venture deep into the frozen pool to retrieve the source crystal, let alone find a way to escape the relentless pursuit of a lord-level demonic beast. Zhou Peng's expression shifted, but in the end, he only lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Ye's gaze. "The mission is complete. That's all that matters," Lin Ye responded calmly.
His face remained somewhat pale, the consecutive use of eternal moment and defense against extreme cold having taken a heavy toll.
"We shouldn't linger here."
Shen Hongying swiftly regained her captain's efficiency.
"Return to the academy immediately." "Lin Ye, how are you feeling?" Lin Ye shook his head slightly. "It's fine. Just overexertion. I'll recover with rest."
Shen Hongying frowned deeply, her eyes flashing with concern as she studied his paper-white complexion. She stepped forward and grabbed his wrist without waiting for his consent. His skin was bone-chillingly cold, like grasping a piece of ice-hardened iron freshly retrieved from a frozen pool. Beneath the skin, spiritual energy surged chaotically, carrying the weak, unstable tremor of exhaustion.
"This is fine?"
Shen Hongying's voice rose sharply, laced with unquestionable sternness. A flicker of pain she hadn't even noticed herself flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. And this chill has penetrated your very bones. Come with me." Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Lin Ye and pulled him deeper into the forest.
Lin Ye tried to pull away, but a profound emptiness surged from within, making his legs feel weak.
Unable to resist Shen Hongying's strength, he leaned half against her as she led him away.
"Captain?" Wang Zhongshan froze in surprise. "Find a safe place to rest.
Lin Ye and I will tend to his injuries.
We'll be back soon."
Shen Hongying didn't even look back, her tone leaving no room for argument. Zhou Peng watched their retreating figures, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes, though he dared not say more. Zhao Taizhu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ye's condition was indeed concerning.
"I'd been here before.
There's a hot spring nearby that should be beneficial for your condition," Shen Hongying said as she guided Lin Ye through the dense ancient forest. Moments later, her keen senses detected a wisp of warm, moist vapor. Parting layers of cascading vines, a hidden, small hot spring suddenly came into view. The pool wasn't large, but steam rose from its clear, bottomless waters.
"Perfect, right here."
Shen Hongying released Lin Ye, pointing at the hot spring.
"Go in.
Use the hot spring water to dispel the lingering cold within you and organize your chaotic spiritual energy.
This is the fastest way."
Lin Ye gazed at the steaming waters, then looked back at Shen Hongying. At this moment, Shen Hongying's forehead was damp with strands of hair clinging to her skin from the earlier battle and their frantic escape. In the hazy glow of the mist, she shed the sharpness of the battlefield, gaining an indescribable charm and allure. Before Lin Ye could speak, Shen Hongying cut him off.
"Cut the chatter. Get in."
She stepped forward decisively, reaching out to unbutton his shirt.
Her movements were bold, without a hint of hesitation. "I'll do it myself." Lin Ye instinctively took a step back, his voice tightening. Shen Hanying paused, lifting her eyes to meet his. A playful curve touched her red lips. "What? The Dragon Slayer renowned across Great Xia, the top freshman afraid of my gaze? Where's the courage you displayed clashing with lords on the battlefield?" Far from stopping, she stepped closer, nearly pressing against Lin Ye, her breath warm and sweet. "Or is it that you have something to hide?" Chapter 87, Sudden Impulse. A sensual atmosphere instantly permeated the hot spring's edge. Lin Ye could clearly see her eyelashes mere inches away, feel the oppressive pressure of her chest rising and falling with each breath. A wave of heat surged uncontrollably, instantly drowning out the chill within him. Stupid woman, what do you think you're doing?" Xingli's voice, thick with displeasure, echoed in Lin Ye's mind as the sword blade hummed faintly. Lin Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the surging unfamiliar sensation. Without another word, he acted decisively, tearing off his damaged shirt to reveal his well-defined upper body. Shen Hanying's gaze swept unabashedly over him, finally settling on the frostbite marks. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She said nothing more as she watched Lin Ye step into the hot spring, yet an inexplicable urge surged within her. Lin Ye sat cross-legged in the water. The warm water enveloped his weary body, easing the tension in his nerves. Closing his eyes, he began to guide the faint spiritual energy within him, attempting to untangle the chaotic meridians. Shen Hanying, however, did not leave. She walked to the edge of the hot spring, crouched down, and dipped her slender fingers into the water to test its temperature. Then, she made a bold move that caught Lin Ye completely off guard. She began unfastening her own martial arts attire. Lin Ye's eyes snapped open just in time to see Shen Hanying casually toss her outer garment onto the shore. Lin Ye's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice cracked slightly. "What are you staring at?" Shen Hanying shot him a glance. She kicked off her boots, leaving only her black undergarments and tight shorts. With a soft splash, Shen Hanying stepped into the hot spring and sat down directly across from Lin Ye. The warm water instantly rose, covering her just below the chest. Steaming heat flushed her cheeks pink, strands of damp hair clinging to her neck, adding a touch of sensuality. "Don't get any ideas." Shen Hanying leaned against the smooth spring rock and sighed contentedly. Her eyes closed, she stretched her long legs casually in the clear water, nearly touching Lin Ye's calf. "I need to recover too. This spring water works wonders." The two sat facing each other through the misty vapor. Lin Ye forced himself to focus his mind, concentrating on the circulation of spiritual energy within his body. But Shen Hanying's presence was simply too overwhelming. She could feel Lin Ye's gaze, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of her lips. Far from restraining herself, she adjusted her posture in the water. The contours of her figure became more tantalizingly visible through the rippling water, brimming with teasing allure. "What? Chief Lin, have you had enough of the view?" Shen Hanying suddenly opened her eyes, meeting Lin Ye's gaze directly with a hint of mischief. "Or were you thinking about things you shouldn't be?" Lin Ye's eyes darkened. The pent-up heat and days of taut nerves within him ignited like dry kindling. He lunged forward, his hand snapping around Shen Hanying's ankle, mere inches away. Shen Hanying's body stiffened abruptly, a short gasp escaping her lips. "Ah! What are you doing?" She tried to break free, but Lin Ye's grip was like iron clamps, unyielding. Lin Ye's gaze burned upward along her smooth calf. He yanked her hard. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. Caught completely off guard, Shen Hanying was pulled toward Lin Ye by a tremendous force. Her supple body slammed solidly against Lin Ye's chest. The astonishing elasticity and warm sensation sent shockwaves through both their bodies. MMMPH. Shen Hanying's gasp was muffled in her throat. Lin Ye's other arm had already wrapped around her forcefully, trapping her entire body tightly within his embrace. There was scarcely a gap between them. Water droplets trickled down Shen Hanying's cheeks. Her head tilted back slightly, her red lips less than an inch from Lin Ye's. "Lin Ye." Shen Hanying's voice trembled slightly. Not fear, but a kind of ignited flutter. Her body grew slightly limp, her struggles feeling more like a teasing resistance than a true fight. Lin Ye lowered his gaze, studying the thorny rose cradled in his arms. The wildness in her eyes hadn't faded, instead, it ignited a fiercer flame. "Captain Shen," Lin Ye's voice was low and gravelly, terrifyingly so. "It's not what I want to do, it's what you want to do." Before the words had fully left his lips, he suddenly lowered his head and fiercely captured Shen Hanying's tempting red lips. MMMPH. Shen Hanying's body instantly tensed, then went completely limp as if all her strength had been drained. After the initial shock, a more overwhelming wave of desire engulfed her. Instead of pushing him away, she emitted a muffled moan. Then, her arms wrapped around Lin Ye of her own accord, responding passionately. Neither of them had any experience, yet this moment felt exceptionally passionate. Click. A soft click, like the switch of some restraint being released. Yet, just as they were lost in passion. Oomph. Shameless. Xingli's furious voice exploded in Lin Ye's mind. Lin Ye's movements froze abruptly. Shen Hanying instantly regained a sliver of clarity. She gazed at Lin Ye's face mere inches away, then glanced down at herself. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks and neck.
Shame, regret, and a tinge of unfulfilled emptiness tangled together. She shoved Lin Ye away violently, retreating into the water. Staring at him fiercely, her voice still hoarse with lingering desire and fury, she spat, "Lin Ye! You bastard!" Lin Ye's thoughts instantly cooled. He looked at Shen Hongying, consumed by shame and fury, while simultaneously sensing Xingli's anger and Yi Ling's bewildered confusion echoing in his mind. Chaos reigned within his heart. The raging fire within him receded like a tide, leaving only deep exhaustion and a trace of awkwardness. Shen Hongying swiftly turned her back, fumbling to fasten her clothes again, her movements carrying a barely perceptible flicker of panic.
Lin Ye remained silent, watching her in silence. After a moment, Shen Hongying's voice came, deliberately strained and distant. "How do you feel? Can you walk now?" Her back remained turned to Lin Ye, as if the incident had never occurred. Lin Ye assessed his physical state. The spring water had indeed dispelled most of the cold, and his depleted spiritual energy had regained vitality. "Much better. I can move now." "Then let's go." Shen Hongying rose first and leapt out of the hot spring. Shen Hongying swiftly turned her back, fumbling to fasten her clothes again. Lin Ye watched her retreating figure in silence. Xingli's thoughts were as cold as frost. "Humph, foolish impulse. Is your power meant to drown you in this? Don't forget Yiling, don't forget your path." Yiling's bewildered consciousness also transmitted over, tinged with pure curiosity. "Master? Sister Hongying? Warm water? Just now, biting?" This childish question made Lin Ye's temple throb, deepening his embarrassment. Lin Ye rose and followed behind Shen Hongying. The two walked one behind the other, several paces apart, traversing the ancient forest in silence. Shen Hongying walked extremely fast, her back straight, carrying an almost stubbornly resolute posture, as if she intended to outpace everything that had just happened. Lin Ye's gaze fell on the damp ends of her hair, lingering on the lingering flush at her ears. The irritation in his heart strangely settled, transforming into a deeper curiosity. This woman, fierce and fearless on the battlefield, commanding with unwavering poise, was now thrown into disarray by a single kiss, desperately feigning composure. Lin Ye's voice had broken the suffocating silence in the still forest. Shen Hongying's footsteps halted abruptly, though she did not turn back, her shoulders visibly tensing. "Shut up," she snapped, her voice carrying a barely perceptible edge. "Nothing happened just now. It was an accident. The mission is complete. We should return." "Accident?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow slightly, striding forward until he was almost beside her. "Captain Shen," he said, "you didn't seem to think it was an accident when you were undoing my clothes. And jumping into the hot spring certainly didn't look like an accident either." Chapter 88, Return. His voice was low, laced with blunt accusation. Shen Hongying whipped her head around, glaring at him. Those eyes, usually sharp as a falcon's, now flickered with shame, fury, and a hint of exposed embarrassment. "Lin Ye, are you provoking me?" Her voice rose, carrying the authority of a captain, attempting to suppress him with her position. "Don't forget your place. The mission comes first. Nothing else matters." She emphasized the word important, yet it sounded more like she was trying to convince herself. Lin Ye halted, blocking her path. His gaze was deep, no longer serene. "Is it truly unimportant?" he asked slowly, his voice low yet each word clear. "Then why can't you look at me? Shen Hongying, your reaction just now didn't seem like it was unimportant." Shen Hongying's breath caught. Lin Ye addressed her directly by name, no longer as Captain Shen. This subtle shift felt like a key, prying open the defenses she'd painstakingly erected around her heart. Staring at the face before her, etched with unwavering resolve, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Memories and longing from the hot springs instantly breached her defenses. She opened her mouth to protest. But every word caught in her throat. Finally, they dissolved into a near whisper of hurt. "You bastard." Lin Ye watched her slightly reddened eyes, observed her body trembling faintly beneath a forced calm. He understood. This seemingly tough woman, when it came to emotions, was as raw and untouched as a blank sheet of paper. Her earlier advances had been more like an unthinking test and instinctive attraction. Once met with genuine response, she was utterly at a loss. Suddenly, he reached out not to touch her, but to gently brush a strand of hair from her forehead. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her scorching skin. Shen Hongying's body jerked violently, retreating half a step as if electrocuted, yet she seemed rooted to the spot, unable to fully pull away. Her eyes darted nervously, unable to meet his gaze again. "Let's go." Lin Ye's voice had regained its calm, yet it held an indescribable gentleness. "Our teammates are waiting." He pressed no further, nor did he draw closer. He simply withdrew his hand, turned first, and began walking back the way they had come. He knew things had changed. The veil had been pierced, no matter how Shen Hongying denied it. The flame ignited in that hot spring pool had quietly begun to burn between them, impossible to extinguish. Shen Hongying watched his retreating figure, her chest heaving violently. Bastard! He really was a bastard. He stirred up a pool of spring water so easily, then slipped away as if it were nothing. She roughly wiped her face, though whether she was wiping away water droplets or something else remained unclear. Shen Hongying took several deep breaths, forcing down the myriad emotions churning within her.
Straightening her spine, she quickened her pace and followed the figure that had thrown her into such turmoil. At the forest's edge, Wang Zhongshan, Li Wei, Zhao Taizhu, and the others had been waiting anxiously. Seeing Lin Ye and Shen Hongying emerge one after the other from the woods, their hearts finally settled.
Captain, Lin Ye. Are you both okay?
Wang Zhongshan was the first to rush forward.
We're fine. Rest it up.
Shen Hongying's voice had regained its usual sharpness, though her speech was slightly faster than normal. Her gaze swept over the group, confirming no one was missing.
We shouldn't linger here. Proceed immediately to the teleportation array and return to the academy.
Yes,
The group responded in unison. The group set off once more.
a subtle silence settled over the group.
Wang Zhongshan and Li Wei exchanged a knowing glance. Zhao Taizhu, however, slapped Lin Ye's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Brother Lin, you're something else.
That pool looked downright creepy, and you actually had the guts to jump in. Lin Ye merely smiled faintly.
Zhou Peng brought up the rear, his gaze shifting between Shen Hongying's upright yet stiff figure ahead and Lin Ye.
His expression darkened. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words, letting out only a cold snort. The rest of the journey passed without incident.
They arrived safely at the island's return teleportation array.
The familiar teleportation light flared, accompanied by a warping sensation in space. When their feet touched the central plaza of Xinsha Academy once more, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief.
We're finally back.
Li Wei pushed his glasses up and sighed with emotion.
Mission accomplished. Time to report back.
Shen Hongying took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable flutter in her heart.
Her gaze sharpened and hardened once more. She looked at Lin Ye.
Lin Ye, come with me to see the headmaster.
Lin Ye nodded. Principal's office.
Zhang Taixian sat behind the simple wooden desk, his expression as still as water. But when Lin Ye placed the 3 frostfall cores on the desk, a flicker of approval crossed his usually unreadable eyes.
3 cores. Excellent.
Zhang Taishuan's voice carried a hint of satisfaction.
The Frost Meteor's secret realm was exceptionally perilous.
To not only locate the Ice Soul Source Crystal but also bring back 3 Frost Meteor cores in such a short time, Lin Ye, you have once again proven your worth and strength. His gaze swept over Lin Ye before settling on Shen Hongying. Hongying, your team's coordination has earned merit. Shen Hongying bowed slightly. It was you, headmaster, who gave us this opportunity. Lin Ye deserves the greatest credit.
No need for false modesty.
Zhang Taixian waved his hand, his gaze refocusing on Lin Ye. I shall take the Frostfall cores. As for the Ice Soul Source Crystal, it is rightfully yours. Use it well. He paused, his tone turning solemn. Then, as agreed, in 3 days' time, the 7th level of the Dao Quest Tower, the Mind Realm trial.
Are you prepared?
Lin Ye's eyes sharpened, showing no hesitation.
I am always prepared. Good. Zhang Taixian gave a slight nod.
Return and rest well, adjusting your state to peak condition. The trials of the Dao-seeking tower are extraordinary, probing directly to the core of one's being.
They tolerate not a shred of falsehood or cowardice.
Remember, power is the blade, the heart is the hand that wields it.
If the heart is clouded, the blade will turn against you. This student will remember the headmaster's teachings.
Lin Ye replied in a solemn voice.
Go. Zhang Taixian waved his hand dismissively.
Stepping out of the principal's office, Shen Honying's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. She looked at Lin Ye, wanting to say something, but when her gaze met his, the words she'd been about to speak died on her lips. Finally, she stated matter-of-factly, the mission reward will be processed directly by the Academy's central system. The points will be credited to your student card. Your contribution to the Secret Realm expedition was the greatest, so the points will be substantial.
Get some rest.
Yes, thank you, Captain.
Lin Ye nodded. As they walked side by side back to the living quarters, the atmosphere once again fell into an awkward silence.
Shen Honying kept her gaze straight ahead, her stride firm, yet a suspicious flush crept back up her ears. Lin Ye kept his gaze fixed ahead, acting as if nothing had happened, only occasionally glancing sideways at the woman beside him.
Ahem. Shen Honying finally couldn't hold back and cleared her throat softly, breaking the silence.
About that hot spring.
Lin Ye halted, his gaze seemingly calm yet concealing a whirlpool beneath.
Chapter 89, Breaking the Ice, Shen Honying's Feelings. Shen Honying's heart skipped a beat under his gaze, and the rest of her words died on her lips. She could feel her cheeks burning again, silently cursing her own uselessness.
She'd never felt this flustered, not even facing demonic lords on the battlefield. The hot spring incident?
Lin Ye repeated the words, his voice low and tinged with a barely perceptible hint of mischief.
What was Captain Shen trying to say? Was it an accident? Or was she still craving more? Lin Ye.
Shen Honying bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her beautiful eyes widening in equal parts shame and anger.
Stop talking nonsense. Who was unsatisfied? I meant to say, it was mission critical. It was to treat your injuries. Don't get the wrong idea. Twisted thoughts? Lin Ye took a step forward. Captain Shen, who exactly had twisted thoughts first? Who undid my clothes? And who jumped into the hot spring?
Shen Hongying stumbled back half a step, her back slamming against the wall behind her, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. She instinctively tried to push Lin Ye away, but her wrist was seized faster than she could react, pinned against the stone pillar. Let go. Shen Hongying struggled, but her resistance felt weak and half-hearted, more like a teasing invitation. Not letting go. Lin Ye not only refused to release her but leaned in closer. Captain Shen, isn't this exactly what you wanted? I don't, she protested weakly, her gaze darting away, yet she couldn't resist stealing a glance at him. Not? Lin Ye chuckled softly. His palm gently brushed against Shen Hongying's flushed cheek, caressing her smooth skin. Shen Hongying, tell me, what were you thinking when you pushed me away by the hot spring? Shen Hongying shuddered. That blunt question tore away her last shred of pretense. Shame, fluttering emotions, and a lingering thread of desire surged up. Shen Hongying opened her mouth, her voice thin as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with a sense of grievance and confusion she hadn't even recognized herself. I don't know, Lin Ye. Don't push me. She abandoned her tough stance, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. It was a vulnerability she had never shown to anyone before. This momentary display of vulnerability struck a deep chord within Lin Ye. Watching her shed all defenses and reveal her true, tender self, Lin Ye's emotions not only failed to calm but surged with an even more intense desire to possess and protect her. Fine, I won't push you. Lin Ye's voice softened, but certain things needed to be made clear. His thumb gently brushed the faint redness at the corner of her eye. Shen Hongying, I never believed it was an accident. The word struck her heart like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, unleashing a tidal wave of emotion. She jerked her head up, meeting Lin Ye's stormy gaze. In the secret realm, when you stood before me, that was no accident. By the cold pool, when you worried for me with such deep concern, that wasn't an accident. In the hot springs, Lin Ye paused, his gaze burning, it was no accident either. Shen Hongying, you matter to me. This importance, I acknowledge it, and I will never let go. His voice was low and resolute, each word like a branding iron seared into Shen Hongying's heart. And you? Do you dare to admit it? This was no longer mere teasing, it had completely torn away the thin veil between them. Shen Hongying's heart pounded so fiercely it threatened to burst from her chest. Lin Ye's words were domineering and direct, without the slightest pretense, yet they strangely calmed her earlier panic. He claimed it so openly, so forcefully. The weight of that admission pressed heavily upon her heart, yet it also brought an unprecedented sense of solidity. Gazing at the face mere inches from hers, the last shred of hesitation within Shen Hongying melted away like ice. A surge of reckless courage filled her heart. Shen Hongying took a deep breath, the last trace of confusion fading from her eyes. Instead of answering whether she dared, she responded with the most direct action possible. She suddenly rose onto her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's neck, and pressed her lips firmly against his. Lin Ye's body trembled slightly before he took control, wrapping one arm tightly around her slender waist and pulling her deeper into his embrace. All sounds seemed to fade away. The world held only their frantic heartbeats and the lingering warmth between their lips. After a long moment, their lips parted. Shen Hongying breathed lightly, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet her eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. She looked at Lin Ye, a wild and satisfied smile curling her lips. That was Shen Hongying's unique charm. Now, do you know the answer? Lin Ye smiled as he saw his reflection in her eyes. He raised his hand, gently tracing her lips with his fingertip. Yes, I know. Shen Hongying swatted his hand away and shot him a reproachful glance. But her gaze held none of the earlier evasion or vexation, only open affection and a hint of coy innocence. She smoothed her slightly disheveled collar and hair, straightened her back once more, and resumed the poised, commanding presence of Captain Shen. All right, she cleared her throat, striving to keep her voice steady. Mission accomplished. Everyone return to your posts. Get some rest. Prepare for the Tower of Questions. She paused, adding with genuine concern. Don't push yourself too hard. Yeah, you too. Lin Ye nodded, his gaze still fixed on her. Shen Hongying felt her face flush slightly under his gaze. Saying no more, she turned and walked away with decisive steps. Watching her figure vanish at the road's end, Lin Ye finally exhaled a heavy breath. The restless flame of desire within him had finally been released. He touched his lips, where Shen Hongying's scent seemed to linger. Soon, Lin Ye returned to the dormitory. Poof. Finally deigned to come back? Xingli's icy voice carried obvious displeasure as her form materialized beside him. Her gaze swept over Lin Ye, lingering especially on his slightly flushed lips before she gave a cold snort. Look at you, all flushed and happy. Had a good time with that woman? Don't forget your duties. Yiling is waiting. Is Master feeling warm and happy? Yiling's faint, bewildered thoughts drifted over, seemingly sensing Lin Ye's emotional shift with curiosity. Rest assured, I won't forget the important matters. Lin Ye carefully retrieved 3 materials from his spatial ring and placed them gently on the table. Starfall Mystic Iron, Eternal Ice Crystal, Spirit-Infused Soil. Placed together, their essences intertwined and collided, yet strangely achieved a peculiar equilibrium. All materials gathered. Yiling, we can finally begin the complete reforging of the sword's body. Critical materials detected: Starfall Mystic Iron Epic, Ice Soul Source Crystal Legendary, Spirit Resonance Soil Mythical all gathered.
Shall we begin reforging Yiling's blade? Master, they feel so warm and powerful. Can Yiling be whole again? Yiling's consciousness trembled with joy. Oof, consider yourself lucky, you pathetic little sword.
Xingli's form materialized beside it. Such a divine artifact was rare even in ancient times.
Human, begin. Stop dawdling. Lin Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within.
He carefully cradled the broken blade, his gaze sharpening as all hesitation vanished.
System, begin reshaping the sword body. Chapter 90, Rebuilding the Sword Body, Yiling's Complete Rebirth. Command confirmed. Sword Maiden Yiling's body reshaping program activated.
Key materials: Starfall Mystic Iron Epic, Ice Soul Source Crystal Legendary, Spirit Infused Soil Mythical in place.
Initiating primordial energy guidance infusion. Hum.
As the system's prompt faded, the three materials simultaneously erupted in dazzling radiance. The Starfall Mystic Iron coalesced into a dense, pitch-black celestial river. The Ice Soul Source Crystal became a surging torrent of azure ice essence. The Spirit Resonant Earth, meanwhile, emitted the softest yet most majestic golden light. The collision of these three distinct energies triggered a violent resonance.
Boom! An invisible energy storm erupted instantly within the small dormitory. Warning! Severe energy conflict. Fusion process impaired. Warning! Sword Spirit Core Yiling's consciousness fluctuates violently. Under immense pressure. Warning! Lingyun Shiran's harmonizing power is intervening at full capacity. Fusion rate, 1520.
Master, it hurts so much force. Yiling's consciousness emitted agonized groans. The nascent spirit body, battered by three raging energies, teetered on the brink of collapse.
Hold on, Yiling.
Lin Ye's heart raced with anxiety, yet he couldn't directly intervene in this system-driven primordial reshaping.
Xingli. Oomph. Xingli snorted coldly as the dark silver blade erupted with dazzling starlight. The starry orb instantly enveloped Lin Ye in its protective glow. Hold on, little one. If you can't endure this pain, how do you deserve this new body? Think of your past resentment, think of your longing for rebirth. Hold on. Xingli's will exploded within Yiling's chaotic consciousness.
Pain, rebirth, resentment, master, sister Xingli.
Yiling's consciousness jolted awake.
The overwhelming resentment born from the forcible stripping of her essence transformed in that instant into a powerful will, sustaining her against the agony of fusion.
Yiling will be reborn.
She will protect her master.
Hum. As Yiling's will erupted, the life-creating power of the Lingyun soil seemed to find its anchor, its golden radiance intensifying dramatically.
The conflict points between the Starfall Mystic Iron and the Ice Soul Source Crystal were fused together by the Spirit Resonance Soil.
The fusion rate skyrocketed. Fusion rate, 406,080. Three distinct lights began to permeate and intertwine. The form of the broken sword underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The dull blade rapidly melted and reshaped.
Cracks were completely sealed, and the twisted hilt was straightened and reshaped. A new sword form slowly took shape within the light. The blade grew slender and fluid, its entire body radiating a deep, profound gray-blue hue. A ghostly blue pattern ran the entire length of the spine, radiating a powerful aura. The instant the blade took shape. Fusion rate, 100%. Sword body reshaping complete. Initiating final binding of spiritual core to blade. Binding in progress 105-0100. Binding successful. Buzz. A terrifying aura erupted from the newly forged blade, accompanied by a clear, resonant, and lingering sword cry. The violent energy turbulence within the dorm instantly subsided and coalesced, surging into the blade. The blade hovered mid-air, spinning silently. Profound, icy, yet carrying a hint of vibrant vitality. It was no longer a nameless broken blade, but a brand new divine weapon radiating mystery and overwhelming power. Sword Maiden Yiling's rebirth complete. Sword Maiden status updated, Yiling complete form. Quality, 4-star Shadow Void Frost scalable. Blade enhancement, all attributes plus 500 scaling with host level and quality. Unlocked abilities. Shadow Mastery, freely manipulate vast shadows for attack, defense, concealment, corruption, mental imprinting, and binding. Void Flash, performs mid-range spatial leaps within visual or sensory range. Significantly reduced energy cost allows for consecutive use. Frost Soul Touch, attacks infused with extreme frost soul power, severely slowing and freezing targets while eroding their energy cores. Void Corrosion, inherits and greatly enhances the foundational ability. Can corrode, disintegrate, and devour energy structures, shields, barriers, seals, restrictions, mental imprints, etc., with additional suppression and destructive effects against energy constructs, puppets, summons, elemental beings. Supreme Technique. Silent Veil, deploys a vast domain of deathly silence, drastically reducing all enemies' perception, speed, and energy regeneration within. Continuously drains their vitality and mental energy to nourish both the wielder and the sword. Within this domain, Nightfeather's abilities are comprehensively enhanced. Current affinity, max. Special status, spirit form fully stabilized, capable of sustained independent manifestation. Blade is indestructible, containing a trace of primordial essence, possessing immense growth potential. The sword's resonance gradually subsided. The suspended blade trembled slightly, and a streak of light shot forth, coalescing before Lin Ye. No longer the fragile, ethereal prototype of before. A graceful young girl, around 15 or 16, stood before him. She inherited the profound depth of shadows and the ethereal agility of the void, fused with the icy chill of the ice soul source crystal. Her skin was as white as fresh snow, her eyes a strange dark blue. She gazed at herself with curiosity, then lifted her eyes to Lin Ye, her gaze brimming with joy and dependence. Master! Yiling's voice was no longer faint and broken, but clear and crisp, like ice pearls falling onto a jade plate. She felt the power within her, felt the bond of her contract with Lin Ye. A tremendous sense of happiness nearly made her float. Instinctively, she wanted to express this joy to her master. Her gaze fell upon Lin Ye's face, and fragments of a recent scene flashed through her mind. Master and sister Hongying, lips pressed together, breath mingling. Though she was still very much a child, the peculiar warmth and intimacy that scene had evoked were etched into her nascent consciousness. In Yiling's simple, pure logic, that seemed to be the ultimate way to express happiness and closeness. Thus, mimicking the image of Shen Hongying etched in her memory, Yiling stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms gently around Lin Ye's neck, and without hesitation, pressed her soft lips against his. The girl's kiss was devoid of technique, clumsy yet utterly pure. Her eyes remained closed, her long lashes quivering softly. Lin Ye froze completely. He distinctly felt the icy coolness on his lips and the strange, faint fragrance emanating from her body. Her frame was slender, yet held astonishing strength. That unreserved devotion washed over his heart in an instant. Lin Ye instinctively tried to pull away, only to be held even tighter by Yiling. This sudden offering delivered a shockwave more powerful than facing a level 30 lord. At that very moment, buzz! A piercing sword cry erupted. Xingli's face flushed crimson. You too. Shameless. Absolutely outrageous. You little brat. Let go of me. No, let go of my mouth. Who taught you this? You barely have a body and you're already learning these vulgar tricks. She was so furious she could barely form coherent words. Though both were sword maidens, she regarded Lin Ye as her master and a special companion. That feeling lay hidden deep within her heart, something even she hadn't fully understood. Witnessing Yiling's audacious act, she was instantly engulfed by a tidal wave of jealousy and humiliated fury. It felt as though the territory she'd guarded for so long had been invaded by some newcomer, a little brat who knew nothing. Chapter 91, New Golden Skill 3 Breath's Sword Visit. Startled by Xingli's furious roar, Yiling instinctively released Lin Ye. She looked blankly at the furious Xingli, unable to comprehend what she had done wrong. She had only instinctively wanted to express her joy. Why was Sister Xingli so furious? Her pure eyes brimmed with innocence and hurt. Lin Ye looked at the frightened Yiling in his arms, then glanced at Xingli beside him, trembling with rage and flushed crimson. The fleeting surprise in his heart was instantly replaced by a mischievous amusement. A teasing curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Instead of immediately comforting Yiling, he turned his gaze to Xingli, his voice dripping with obvious mockery. Oh? Dirty tricks? Xingli, isn't your reaction a bit over the top? Could it be, you're jealous? Jealous? Xingli's voice shot up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What nonsense are you spouting? Would I be jealous of you, you fool? Jealous of this little girl who knows nothing? What a joke! I, Xingli, have traversed the ancient world, what scene haven't I seen? Would I care? Care? She hesitated for a long moment, unable to continue, her face burning with shame and fury. Lin Ye's half-smiling gaze seemed to pierce straight through her heart. You shameless scoundrel! Filthy rogue! Xingli's anger boiled over. I was defending Sword Maiden's dignity. Teaching this ignorant brat a lesson. Who's jealous? Keep talking nonsense and see if I don't cleave you in two with my blade. Lin Ye's smile only deepened. Far from being intimidated, he deliberately took a step forward, closing the distance between them. Oh? Slash me? Xingli, could you really bring yourself to do it? I recall someone in the secret realm being quite concerned about my injuries. Who was worried about you? Xingli retorted, stiffening her neck, though her eyes began to flicker nervously. The aura emanating from Lin Ye made her heart race faster, her cheeks burning hotter. Oh? Is that so? Lin Ye drew out his words, his tone thick with disbelief. He reached out, pretending to pinch Xingli's flushed cheek. Get lost. Don't touch me. Xingli leaped back like a startled rabbit, clutching her sword as she glared at Lin Ye in flustered anger. This demeanor was a stark contrast to the cold, proud, and decisive Xingli seen on the battlefield. Yiling, watching from the side, glanced from one to the other. Though still unclear about what had happened, she sensed the tension in the air had eased. She tilted her head, tentatively tugging at Lin Ye's sleeve and whispering, Master, is Sister Xingli not angry anymore? Did Yiling do something wrong? Lin Ye gently ruffled Yiling's soft hair and said softly, You didn't do anything wrong, Yiling. You were just too excited. Xingli isn't angry either, she's just a little shy.
He deliberately emphasized the last few words. Lin Ye. Xingli's furious shout rang out once more. A silver sword chi, fueled by both shame and fury, whisked past Lin Ye's ear and embedded itself deep into the distant wall, leaving a profound mark. Her figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as she retreated back into the Xingli sword. Oomph. Can't be bothered with you lot. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Watching Xingli flee in disarray, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle softly. This proud and stubborn sword spirit was becoming more and more entertaining. After settling Yiling, the system's voice echoed in Lin Ye's ear. Ding. Hidden quest Shattered Blade's Lament successfully completed. Reborn. Quest rewards issued. Golden attribute slot 1 stored in system space. Host may choose timing for use. Contract slot 1 current available slots 1. Unlocked key information for the 10,000 swords diagram. Next stage requires host to reach level 30 or contract the third sword maiden. Xingli affection significantly increased. Current affection, trust. New contract slot. New golden entry. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with intense light. The successful reshaping of Yiling not only transformed her beyond recognition but also opened a gateway to a broader world for him. He immediately immersed himself in his thoughts, checking the system interface. Golden attribute, 3 breath sword vision. Effect, when the host engages in combat using their contracted sword maiden, they can clearly foresee all enemy moves within the next 3 breaths 3 seconds and instinctively execute the optimal counter strategy. Restriction, requires mental energy to sustain the foresight state. Greater mental strength yields clearer vision and longer duration. Foresee the next 3 breaths. Lin Ye murmured to himself, his heart pounding violently. This ability is too godlike. In the ever-shifting chaos of battle, knowing every enemy attack 3 seconds in advance? That's a god-tier skill guaranteeing invincibility. Combined with his already formidable techniques, his combat system would become flawless. It would greatly compensate for his current level disadvantage, allowing him to handle even higher tier foes with ease. 3 breath sword vision, what a name. It fits perfectly. Battle fervor surged in Lin Ye's eyes. Lin Ye was immersed in the immense joy of acquiring the new trait, 3 breath sword vision. Just as he was repeatedly simulating the application scenarios of the new trait, his heart racing with excitement, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Ye, are you there? It's me. It was Lin Yubing's voice. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Ye rose to open the door. Outside stood Lin Yubing, graceful and elegant. Her ice blue gown accentuated her cool, serene aura, yet her eyes now shone with radiant joy. Upon learning of Lin Ye's return from the Frostfall secret realm, she had rushed over immediately. Lin Ye. The moment the door opened, Lin Yubing's voice carried unmistakable excitement. You're finally back. I heard you went to the Frostfall secret realm. I was so worried about you. Seeing you safe is such a relief. Her gaze swept over Lin Ye, confirming he bore no visible injuries, and her smile grew even brighter. Yubing, Lin Ye saw her genuine happiness and felt exceptionally relieved. Stepping aside to let her in, he said, I just got back. The secret realm was treacherous, but the rewards were substantial. He closed the door behind him, leaving only the 2 of them inside. I'm just glad you're safe. Lin Yubing stepped into the familiar dorm room, her gaze naturally settling on Lin Ye's face. National top scholar, Dragon Slayer medal, top-tier treatment. Your exploits have been the talk of the entire academy these past days. And this secret realm mission, personally assigned by the principal, you must have accomplished something truly remarkable again, right? Her tone held unmasked admiration. Just as Lin Ye was about to share some of his experiences, an unexpected change occurred. The night feather suddenly emitted a clear, resonant hum. Immediately after, before Lin Yubing's stunned gaze, it coalesced into form. A girl of about 15 or 16 materialized beside Lin Ye. Her skin was as pure as snow, her eyes as deep as night, untouched by the world's impurities. She tilted her head curiously, studying the icy blue girl before her with a cool aura. Finally, her gaze locked firmly on Lin Ye, filled with affection. Master? Yiling instinctively drew closer to Lin Ye, her small hand gently grasping his sleeve. A flicker of shock crossed Lin Yubing's eyes. She could distinctly sense the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the girl, along with an otherworldly purity of spirit. Lin Ye, who is she? Lin Ye smiled. Yubing, don't be nervous. This is Yiling, my second sword maiden. Second sword maiden? Lin Yubing murmured the words, her shock overwhelming. Binding a single sword maiden was already defying the heavens, and Lin Ye had bound a second? Moreover, this newly contracted sword maiden appeared remarkably stable, showing no signs of backlash or instability whatsoever. This once again shattered her understanding of the secrets hidden within Lin Ye. Yiling, this is Lin Yubing, you've met her before. Lin Ye gently patted Yiling's hand, which was clutching his sleeve, as he introduced her. Yiling blinked, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she beamed a bright smile. Hello, Sister Yubing. My master often speaks of you. Chapter 92, Unexpected Circumstances. Lin Yubing was touched by that pure smile and returned it. Hello, Yiling. The atmosphere seemed to ease. Lin Yubing suppressed the stirrings in her heart and walked over to sit at the table. Lin Ye sat down across from her, while Yiling snuggled up next to him. Lin Ye poured Lin Yubing a cup of hot tea, and the two began sharing their experiences since parting. Lin Yubing shared amusing anecdotes from the academy and rumors about Lin Ye, while Lin Ye tactfully mentioned some encounters in the secret realm, omitting the crucial part involving Shin Hongying. However, as Lin Yubing lifted the teacup to her lips, her movement paused slightly. The frost heart bestowed upon her senses far beyond those of ordinary people. She seemed to detect an extremely faint feminine scent emanating from Lin Ye. This scent did not belong to Lin Ye himself, nor was it the pure spiritual essence like Yiling's. Had it not been for Lin Yubing's extraordinary perception, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. A flicker of doubt and a tinge of bitterness crept into Lin Yubing's heart. Holding her teacup, she asked casually, "For this secret realm mission, you're with senior Shin Hongying's team, right? I hear she's a top performer in the second year, quite powerful." "Yeah, Captain Shin led the team. She's experienced and helped us a lot." Lin Ye nodded, his tone natural. He didn't think much of it, as traveling with Shin Hongying's team was public knowledge. Just then, Yiling, who had been quietly listening, suddenly seemed to recall something amusing. Her eyes lit up. She turned to Lin Yubing with a delighted smile. "Sister Yubing, Sister Hongying was so kind to Master. In the hot spring pool, she even played a game of biting lips with Master. Just like this." Before she could finish, Yiling, eager to vividly recreate the scene, unexpectedly turned around without warning. She stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's neck, and pressed her soft lips precisely onto his. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Lin Yubing's teacup clattered softly as it slammed onto the table, spilling a few drops of tea. She froze in place, eyes wide with disbelief, watching the scene unfold before her. Lin Ye was being kissed in public by a sword maiden who looked like a little girl. The mention of Sister Hongying and the bite the lips game from Yiling's mouth struck her like thunder. That unfamiliar feminine scent. Shin Hongying's hot spring pool, biting lips. All the clues instantly connected, pointing to a crystal clear yet unbearable truth. An indescribable wave of bitterness, loss, and grievance instantly flooded Lin Yubing's heart. Her chest felt as though something had violently clogged it, causing a stifling, aching pain. He and Shin Hongying had actually. Lin Ye was also caught off guard by Yiling's sudden action, feeling utterly awkward. He instinctively pushed Yiling away gently and whispered, "Yiling, stop fooling around." Pushed away, Yiling blinked in confusion, seemingly unable to understand why his master wouldn't continue playing like he did with Sister Hongying. She glanced at Lin Ye's flushed face, then at the pale-faced Lin Yubing across from them. Finally, she sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Yiling timidly shrank her neck and whispered, "Master, did Yiling do something wrong?" The dorm fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yubing's gaze shifted away from Yiling's face and landed once more on Lin Ye. She recalled Lin Ye's identity, the nation's top scholar, the dragon slayer, the peerless genius who possessed the secret to resisting the sword maiden's backlash and held boundless promise. Xinxiao Academy was, after all, a place where geniuses gathered and the strong reigned supreme. Lin Ye's brilliance was bound to draw countless gazes. Shin Hongying, that poised and formidable senior, was it any wonder she was drawn to him? A thought began to wash away the bitterness in her heart. A being like him was destined to belong to more than one person in the future. The strong are never without exceptional companions. Such is the rule of this world. She admired Lin Ye, but this admiration demanded facing reality when she recognized his destined extraordinary future. Exclusively possess Lin Ye? Was that even possible? The bitterness in Lin Yubing's heart hadn't faded, but a rational acceptance began to take hold. Lowering her gaze, her voice drifted away. "So that's how it is." She didn't look at Lin Ye again, nor did she press for details. She simply murmured softly, "Senior Shin is truly exceptional." The words sounded like a statement, yet also like the beginning of self-persuasion. In her heart, she silently added, "I must accept it and adapt. As long as there's a place for me in his heart." The thought brought a bitter taste, yet also a sense of release. She forced herself to lift her head and offered Lin Ye a somewhat strained smile. "Seems you had quite the adventure in that secret realm." Seeing this, Lin Ye felt a complex mix of emotions. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, to clarify. But when he saw Lin Yubing's expression, one that said, "I understand," no need to elaborate, all words choked in his throat. Any explanation offered now would feel hollow and futile. More importantly, deep down, he knew he wasn't entirely without feelings for Shin Hongying. The tender moments by the hot spring and the kiss upon their return had all truly happened. Yubing ultimately only murmured her name softly, tinged with resignation and regret. "I'm fine," Lin Yubing cut him off swiftly, lifting her head and forcing a more natural smile. "The secret realm was perilous. That you returned safely and completed Yiling's reshaping, that's what truly matters." She abruptly changed the subject, her gaze settling on the reborn Yiling. "Yiling looks incredibly powerful and beautiful now. Congratulations, Lin Ye. And congratulations to you too, Yiling." "Thank you, Sister Yubing." Yiling, sensing the goodwill, instantly brightened, her earlier unease dissipating by half. Lin Yubing rose to her feet, her movements as graceful and composed as ever, as if the earlier tension had never occurred. You've just returned and must be exhausted. You need proper rest. I won't disturb you further. She paused, then retrieved an exquisite jade vial from her storage ring and placed it on the table. This is the Ice Soul Essence Pill. It aids in restoring spiritual energy and strengthening one's foundation. Yubing, this is far too valuable. Lin Ye recognized it as an extremely precious pill. Take it. Lin Yubing's tone brooked no argument, carrying her characteristic cool resolve. I hear you're preparing for the Tower of Inquiry trial. You need to be in peak condition. I'll leave now. With that, she turned and headed for the door. Her back remained straight, though her pace seemed slightly quicker than when she arrived, carrying a sense of urgency to escape. The door closed softly, sealing off the inside from the outside. A brief silence fell over the dormitory. Yi Ling cautiously looked at Lin Ye. Is Sister Yubing upset, Master? Is it because Yi Ling kissed you? Lin Ye rubbed his temples, looking into Yi Ling's pure, unblemished eyes. He simply couldn't bring himself to scold her. He sighed, pulling Yi Ling closer and ruffling her hair. You did nothing wrong. Yubing just needs a little time. He understood clearly that Lin Yubing's intelligence and pride had led her to choose the most dignified way to silently accept it, then step back for now. This acceptance wasn't without pain, she'd simply buried it deep within her heart. Oh. Yi Ling nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping it, leaning dependently against Lin Ye. Xingli's form silently materialized nearby, arms crossed, snorting coldly, "Humph, troublesome woman. I told you before, emotions are a burden. Now look, trouble's brewing in the backyard, isn't it?" Lin Ye shot her a glance but ignored her jealous retort. He picked up the jade bottle left by Lin Yubing. Its surface felt icy cold, and the fragrance of the elixir was refreshingly soothing. This gesture carried immense weight. Lin Ye's gaze grew deep and resolute as he looked toward the Dao-asking tower. While romantic entanglements were indeed distracting, more pressing matters awaited him now. Principal Jiang Taishuan's warning still rang in his ears: if the heart is clouded, the blade will turn against you. The 7th level of the Tower of Inquiry's trial of the mind cut straight to the core of one's being, allowing no room for distractions or hesitation. He needed absolute focus. Yi Ling, familiarize yourself with your new power. Xingli, adjust your state. Lin Ye's voice regained its usual calm. 3 days later, the Tower of Inquiry. That is where our true battlefield lies. Humph, do I even need you to tell me? Yi Ling understands. Yi Ling will protect the master. Lin Ye sat cross-legged and swallowed the Ice Soul Essence Pill. A pure, gentle chill swiftly dissolved within him, soothing his exhausted spirit. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his sea of consciousness, beginning to carefully comprehend the newly acquired golden skill, 3 breaths sword vision. Forecasting the next 3 breaths. This ability was nothing short of divine. In the unknown mental trials of the Tao-seeking tower, even the slightest advantage could determine success or failure. He needed to familiarize himself with this foresight as quickly as possible, integrating it into his combat instincts. Time slipped away unnoticed in his focused cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A message reached Lin Ye. Lin Ye, the 7th layer of the Asking the Way Tower. The Mind State trial is about to commence. Present this message at the Asking the Way Tower, and you will be escorted by designated personnel. Jiang Taixian. It's finally here. Chapter 93, Refining the Mind, First Realm Void in Nirvana. Deep within the Xinsha Academy, a towering, ancient, and majestic structure pierced the clouds, standing silently. This was the Asking the Way Tower, one of the pillars of Xinsha Academy. At its base, before the massive bronze doors, stood an elder clad in grey cloth robes, his aura as deep and boundless as the sea, none other than the headmaster, Jiang Taixian. His gaze was serene as he watched Lin Ye approach at a measured pace. Student Lin Ye, here to take the trial. After 3 days of recuperation and deep contemplation of the 3 breaths sword art, Lin Ye's vitality, spirit, and energy had been honed to their peak. The starlight sword hung at his waist, while Night Feather transformed into an imperceptible shadow, clinging to his sleeve. Jiang Taixian gave a slight nod. The 7th level of the Tower of Inquiry was called the Prison of the Mind. It concerned not cultivation, but pointed directly to one's true heart. It would reflect your deepest obsessions, fears, and delusions, even the past and future you refuse to face. His voice was not loud, yet each word struck Lin Ye's heart like a hammer. A heart like rock repels all evils, a heart covered in dust destroys the foundation of the way. Lin Ye, are you ready? Ready. Lin Ye drew a deep breath, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Go. Jiang Taixian said no more. Hum. The runes on the massive bronze door lit up one by one, emitting a deep hum. The heavy door slid silently inward, revealing a chaotic vortex beyond. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ye stepped forward, his figure instantly vanishing into the vortex. The gate closed silently behind him. The scene before his eyes abruptly shifted, no longer the interior of the tower. A cold, deathly stillness instantly engulfed him. Lin Ye found himself in a boundless, gray void. No sky, no ground, no light, no sound. Only a pure, suffocating void remained. Time seemed to lose all meaning here, and space had no boundaries.
A profound loneliness welled up from the depths of his soul, like maggots gnawing at his bones, devouring his will.
First realm of the soul-forging prison, void and oblivion.
This is not an attack, but the very environment itself eroding the mind. Within this absolute void, all existence felt insignificant and fragile, easily lost to the eternal solitude that threatened to swallow it whole.
Playing tricks.
Xingli's cold voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind, tinged with disdain.
A mere illusion of nothingness dares to shake my resolve? The Master Yi Ling's fearless intent also conveyed itself.
Lin Ye felt a warmth in his heart. The presence of the two sword maidens served as his anchor against the void. His consciousness plunged into his sea of consciousness, resisting the environment's erosion with all his might. Yet this void seemed to possess a life of its own.
As his focus intensified, it only grew more relentless.
Countless subtle, malevolent whispers began echoing at the edges of his consciousness.
Bound sword maidens? A death curse. You're nothing but a worthless shell clinging to life. Eternal moment? A life-draining dark art. How many times can you use it? The next backlash will be your death. Xingli? Lin Ye? You can't even see your own heart clearly, how dare you claim them? The Su family clings to you like maggots on a bone you can't escape. They'll strip you of everything, crush your pride. Power? You can't even control it. Look at your drained spirit. You're just a pathetic puppet driven by power.
These voices did not come from outside, but from the depths of his own heart.
Amplified and distorted by this realm of void and annihilation. Transformed into the most venomous curses, they assaulted his mind with frenzied ferocity. Warning! Severe mental shock detected. Emotional state fluctuating.
Lin Ye's brow furrowed deeply, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. These voices struck directly at his core. All the latent dangers he had forcibly suppressed now became nourishment for his inner demons.
Shut up!
Lin Ye roared inwardly, trying to dispel the noise. Yet the voices only grew louder and sharper, like a billion steel needles piercing his mind. The starlight shield activated automatically, its luminous energy swirling around his body, yet it could not dispel the demonic whispers emanating from within. Yiling's shadow power quietly spread, attempting to shield Lin Ye's core consciousness, yet its effectiveness was limited against these inner demons born from his own mind. At that moment, a thought struck Lin Ye.
3 breaths sword invocation. The power of the golden inscription activated instantly.
The gray void before his eyes remained unchanged, yet the maddening whispers assaulting his mind suddenly became crystal clear. It wasn't the sounds themselves that sharpened, but through the foresight granted by the 3 breaths sword vision, the attack trajectories of these whispers, their energy nodes, and even their intent to warp his will became crystal clear before his eyes. He saw the next breath. Which curse would strike at his fear of backlash, which would stir his guilt toward Xingli, which would amplify his hatred for the Su family. Every attack intent was laid bare.
So that's how it is.
Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. This 3 breath sword art not only foresaw physical attacks but also anticipated these soul-piercing whispers of the demon.
Knowing the intent and point of attack meant knowing how to counter.
Lin Ye ceased to be passive, his spirit solidifying like bedrock. When he foresaw the next demonic sound striking at his fear of backlash from the sword maiden, his will became a blade. He actively summoned the stability and strength forged after Yiling reshaped the sword's body, along with the confidence of his innate talent, unshakable through 10,000 calamities, to counteract the backlash. With this tangible sense of power, he met the curse of fear head-on.
I possess the 10,000 calamities unshaken. Backlash? What is there to fear? His resolve was iron.
As he foresaw the demonic chant amplifying his hatred and sense of threat toward the Su family, he instantly redirected his thoughts to Su Juxiao's crushing defeat in the provincial capital tournament, to Xiao Tiannan's formidable protection, and to the status conferred by the dragon-slaying medal bestowed by Qin Xinyue. With this victory and confidence, he shattered the threatening whispers.
The Su family? A bunch of clowns. Dare to come? I'll cut them down again. His will was steel. When he foresaw the demonic voice exploiting his confusion over Xingli and Lin Ye to tear at his emotions, he refused to flee. Instead, he openly acknowledged the stirring and complexity, yet placed it firmly beneath his duty to protect and his responsibilities. Where the heart leads, the path will follow. Strength is the very foundation of protection. His conviction was rock solid. Guided by the 3 breath sword's precise foresight, Lin Ye moved like a master swordsman. Within the confines of his mind, he wielded his thoughts as blades, blocking, dodging, and even striking proactively. Each wave of demonic whispers was either shattered, neutralized, or channeled to release. Each successful anticipation and response refined his spirit and strengthened his resolve. The loneliness and corrosive power brought by the void of extinction became the whetstone for tempering his spirit. He lost track of time. The countless voices of the heart demons gradually grew sparse and faint. Finally, they receded completely, like a tide. The boundless, gray void remained, but the icy, deathly stillness that soul-corroding force quietly dissipated. In its place emerged a peculiar, crystalline clarity. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and profound, as if all traces of dust had been washed away. First realm of the mind-forging prison, void extinction, broken. The gray space before him cracked and flaked away like a shattered mirror. A new vista unfolded before him. Chapter 94. The illusions of the mortal world are nothing special. The shattered gloom receded like a retreating tide. Lin Ye stepped onto a land utterly unlike the one before. No longer void and deathly quiet, but instead, a cacophony of noise assailed him, the bustling world in all its splendor. He stood at the entrance of a bustling ancient street. Cobblestone paths stretched into the distance, flanked by ornate pavilions with carved beams and painted rafters, their wine flags fluttering in the breeze. The clamor of vendors, the laughter of revelers, and the melodies of stringed instruments mingled into a wave of vibrant, earthly energy. The sun warmed the air, which carried a blend of food, spices, and perfumes. A stark contrast to the previous void and stillness. Second realm of the heart-refining prison, worldly illusions. Lin Ye's heart sank. This was no mere illusion of prosperity. An odd force permeated the air, like invisible threads attempting to entangle his mind, stirring his deepest desires and longings, eroding his will, and trapping him in this seductive embrace. Oomph, petty tricks. Xingli's voice carried caution. This illusion amplifies the senses and confuses the mind. Be careful, human, don't fall for it. Master, there are so many people. It feels warm, but also strange, Yiling's thoughts transmitted, tinged with an instinctive rejection. Her newly born spirit body was exceptionally sensitive to such mind-distorting energies. Lin Ye silently channeled the three-breath sword art, the power of the golden inscription quietly activating. He needed this foresight to discern the traps within the illusion. Just then, a familiar voice, laced with extreme allure, sounded beside him. Lin Ye, you finally arrived. Lin Ye whipped his head around. Shen Hongying stood beside him, looking fresh and lively. Gone was her usual sharp, practical attire, replaced by a sheer crimson silk gown as delicate as a cicada's wing. As the skirt swayed, her fair, slender legs were tantalizingly visible. Her face bore a breathtaking smile, her eyes sparkling with alluring charm. An intoxicatingly sweet fragrance emanated from her, wafting straight into Lin Ye's nostrils. Hongying? Lin Ye furrowed his brow slightly. The Shen Hongying before him was beautiful, yes, but she carried an air of deliberate, artificial allure. She was a world apart from the spirited, sometimes bashful, sometimes open-hearted woman he remembered. It's me. Shen Hongying giggled from within the illusion, her body melting against Lin Ye's like a supple ribbon. Her breath was sweet as orchids. The secret realm was so bitter. We never had a proper chance to catch up. This place is perfect, no missions, no danger, just us. Her voice held a strange magic, striking deep into Lin Ye's heart, those tender memories by the hot spring, and tried to magnify them infinitely. Her soft body pressed against Lin Ye's arm, astonishing elasticity and warmth radiating through the sheer fabric. The three-breath sword art instantly sounded the alarm. In the next breath, the illusion would exploit sensory stimulation and nostalgic allure to directly assault his primal desires, attempting to drown him in its embrace. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Far from succumbing, he clearly discerned the illusion's attack intent through his foresight. It twisted his genuine affection for Shen Hongying into a trap of pure lust. Get lost. Lin Ye growled, his spiritual energies surging within him as a fierce aura erupted from his body. The alluring sweet fragrance and Shen Hongying, who had been closing in, were instantly repelled. The three-breath sword art issued another warning. The illusion will immediately shift its attack mode, exploiting guilt to create a mental vulnerability. Sure enough, the seductive smile on Shen Hongying's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of tearful grievance and heartbreak. Lin Ye, how could you be so cruel? You were by the hot spring just now, yet now you treat me like this? Do you despise me? Or was I never in your heart at all? This pitifully vulnerable expression, amplified by the illusion's emotional resonance, struck like a blunt blade, cutting deep into Lin Ye's heart. It sought to trigger intense guilt, thereby shattering his defenses. Just as Lin Ye's mind faltered for an instant, the three-breath sword issued its third warning. An even fiercer follow-up attack was imminent. The illusion would exploit temporal distortions to push his guilt to its absolute limit. The scene before him abruptly twisted and shifted. No longer bustling streets, but his familiar dormitory. Lin Yubing stood in the center of the dorm, her back to him, shoulders trembling slightly. She slowly turned around, her exquisitely beautiful face now streaked with tears. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief, sorrow, and despair. Lin Yebing's voice cracked with broken sobs, her gaze piercing through Lin Yebing's body as if seeing the game of biting lips by the hot spring you and her were real after all. Why? Why her? Why not me? Every word dripped with blood, each sentence piercing the heart. The illusion precisely captured and amplified the suppressed resentment and heartbreak Lin Yubing had felt upon leaving, now presented in the most direct and impactful way. The guilt Lin Ye harbored deep within for Lin Yubing surged like a burst dam, catalyzed by the illusion, overwhelming his defenses in an instant. This double emotional trap, guilt toward Shen Hongying and guilt toward Lin Yubing, formed a deadly encirclement. Yubing Lin Ye watched the scene before him, his heart clenched by an invisible fist, his breath catching in his throat. Master! This isn't real. It's an illusion. You fool! Hold fast to your true self. If they knew you were sinking here, that would be the true disappointment. The women's furious rebuke instantly snapped Lin Ye back to his senses. The 3 breaths sword art activated once more at the critical moment. Fake. It's all an illusion. A terrifying gleam erupted in Lin Ye's eyes as he forcibly suppressed his churning emotions. He snapped his head up and roared, "Break it!" With Lin Ye's fierce command, a rainbow-like sword light slashed viciously at the red-dusted illusion clouding his mind. Crack! A sound like shattered glass echoed. The bustling street before him, the weeping Lin Yubing, and the entire kaleidoscopic world shattered into pieces. Lin Ye remained standing in the same spot, but the scenery around him had drastically changed. He now stood atop a vast, empty circular platform. The platform was paved with an unknown black rock, cold and hard. Above him was no longer the sky, but a deep, swirling nebular vortex, radiating an ancient, primordial aura. At the platform's center, a fist-sized rhombic crystal floated silently, its surface constantly shifting through a kaleidoscope of iridescent hues. It radiated an indescribable aura of authority, as if it were the very core of the entire mind-forging prison. Second realm of the heart-refining prison, worldly illusions, shattered. Final realm of the heart-refining prison, the heart of seeking the way, awaken. A grand, icy voice, as if originating from time immemorial, resounded directly within Lin Ye's consciousness. Question your true heart, confront your authentic self. What is the purpose of your path? What is the purpose of your power? Why your sword? Answer these 3 questions, or face ruin or attain enlightenment. As the voice faded, the suspended multicolored crystal suddenly blazed with brilliant light. A beam of multicolored light instantly enveloped Lin Ye. Lin Ye felt an irresistible, colossal force descend upon him. His consciousness was forcibly extracted. The scene before his eyes shifted rapidly. He saw his dilapidated wooden shack in the slums. He saw the pitying or mocking stares of those around him when he contracted Xingli. He witnessed the overwhelming dominance of Su Jiuxiao, who had defeated 2 opponents in the provincial capital's arena. He witnessed the heroic defense against the disaster projection at the beacon tower. He saw the tender entanglement with Shen Hongying by the hot springs. He saw Lin Yubing's cool yet affectionate gaze as she left him the elixir. Countless images, countless voices, countless emotions like a bursting dam flooded his consciousness in an instant. Chapter 95, Forcing Through, Advancing 6 levels at once. This was no mere recollection, it was an interrogation of his entire life's trajectory. What is your path? Is it the pursuit of supreme power? To protect his homeland? Is it to unravel the mystery of the Sword Maiden's backlash? Or the tangled, unbreakable bonds of love? Countless thoughts surged wildly, tearing at each other. For what purpose do you wield your power? For Xingli's sharpness? The rebirth of Yiling? The source and essence of power were repeatedly questioned in the torrent. Why does your sword exist? A tool for slaughter? A shield of protection? A bond of covenant? Or an extension of one's true self? What lies beyond the blade's edge? The torrent rages ever fiercer, the multicolored crystals glow threatening to utterly assimilate his consciousness, erasing Lin Ye's individual existence, leaving only these 3 questions. Master! Awaken! You fool! Hold on to yourself! Xingli and Yiling's thoughts exploded within Lin Ye's mind. They sensed the violent tremors at the core of Lin Ye's consciousness, as if it would be shattered by the torrent of souls at any moment. At the very brink of his consciousness being utterly shattered. 3-breath sword invocation. An unprecedented radiance erupted from Lin Ye's eyes as the power of the golden inscription surged to its absolute limit at the soul level. Forewarned. Not foreseeing the technique, but foreseeing himself. Foreseeing, 3 breaths hence, every point of collapse within himself under the onslaught of this torrent of souls. Forecasting every mental vulnerability triggered by the 3 inquiries of path, force, and sword. Through the foresight lens of the 3-breath sword, the raging, chaotic torrent of consciousness seemed to slow to a crawl. He saw. In the next breath, the grand purpose of safeguarding homeland and nation would violently clash with the unresolved reality of the contract Sword Maiden's backlash, becoming the first fissure to tear apart his will. The breath after that, the fear of draining an eternal moment and the confidence of unshakable protection cancel each other out, creating a vacuum in his understanding of power and plunging him into the quagmire of self-doubt. In the final breath, the starkly contrasting figures of Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing overlapped and distorted under the sword's relentless questioning. Their tangled emotions would sharpen into the most lethal blade, piercing his most vulnerable defenses. He saw the opening. He did not attempt to force answers to those 3 questions that would only trap him in a logical quagmire, swallowed by the torrent. He chose the most direct, most domineering path. I am the answer. The sword is my witness. My way is my path. I need not prove myself to heaven and earth. Lin Ye ceased resisting the torrent, instead channeling all his will into an invisible sword of the heart. He struck at himself, slashing at that first crack in his will. Protecting home and country and safeguarding oneself are never mutually exclusive. The power to protect begins with protecting oneself. All power is but a vessel for my path of protection. The essence of that second breath of force, the vacuum of power? Power is the extension of my very existence. All power belongs to Lin Ye. Why doubt? Master it, control it, transcend it. Slashing at the third breath, the blade of emotion. What is a sword? The sword is the heart. Where the heart leads, the blade points. These complex emotions are equally part of me, reflections of my thoughts, sources of power, not obstacles. Acknowledge them, confront them, never let them tear you apart. The sword can cleave external foes and vanquish inner demons. Boom! A thunderclap erupted at the soul's core. Lin Ye's concentrated heart sword ruthlessly cleaved through three great vulnerabilities of the soul. The multicolored torrent collided with a solid rock. Far from shattering it, the sword sliced through the waves, forcibly splitting the current apart. The multicolored crystal's light flickered violently. The multicolored pillar enveloping Lin Ye shattered with a thunderous crash. On the platform, Lin Ye's form solidified once more, devoid of any trace of confusion or wavering. He gazed silently at the suspended multicolored crystal, his eyes serene yet radiating an undeniable power. Xingli and Yiling's minds conveyed immense joy and awe. They clearly sensed that Lin Ye's spirit had undergone an unprecedented baptism, becoming more resilient and pure as if all superficial trappings had been washed away, leaving a sharpness that was inwardly restrained yet unfathomably deep. Final realm of the heart-forging prison, the heart of inquiry, broken. The heart of the way is clear as crystal, the will as strong as steel. Seventh trial of the Tower of Inquiry, passed. The multicolored crystal's glow gradually receded, drifting slowly to hover before Lin Ye. It no longer radiated an oppressive aura, instead emanating a gentle, tangible rhythm of the Tao. Simultaneously, a torrent of pure, boundless energy poured down like divine nectar from the swirling nebula at the tower's apex, instantly engulfing Lin Ye. It washed over every bone and muscle in his body, nourishing his parched meridians and repairing his depleted foundations. Not only that, but in a profoundly mysterious way, it resonated with Lin Ye, propelling his power toward a higher realm. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 21. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 22. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 26. 6 levels in a row. Feeling the surging power within his body, Lin Ye was utterly stunned. The gifts from the Tao Tower were this profound? But that wasn't all. With the level increase, Lin Ye could distinctly feel his spiritual power undergo a qualitative leap. His perception range expanded several-fold, his thoughts raced with unprecedented clarity, and his control over his own power became meticulously precise. Tower of Inquiry 7th Layer Trial passed. Reward, Tao Quest Primordial Baptism issued. Reward, Tao Quest Mark imprinted. Tao Quest Mark, the emblem of the core inheritor of the Divine Summer Academy's Tao Quest Tower. Grants unrestricted access to the first 7 floors of the tower, allowing one to comprehend the lingering Tao essence within and qualify for the Academy's core inheritance. Lin Ye looked down and discovered a multicolored crystal rhombus-shaped mark had appeared on the back of his left hand. He clenched his fist, his heart surging with emotion. The 7th level of the Tower of Inquiry he had passed. At that moment, the space at the platform's center rippled slightly. A familiar gray figure slowly materialized, Principal Jiang Taixian. Gazing at Lin Ye, whose aura radiated renewed vitality and whose gaze was clear and resolute, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Excellent. Truly excellent. Jiang Taishuan's voice carried unmasked praise. Answer with your being, wield your heart as a sword. Sever the veils of confusion and directly affirm your true self. Lin Ye, you have surpassed even this old man's expectations. You have glimpsed the threshold of the heart of seeking truth. This mark of seeking truth is yours by right. Jiang Taishuan's gaze fell upon the mark on Lin Ye's hand. From this day forward, you are one of the true core inheritors of Xinxia Academy. The first 7 levels of the Tower of Seeking Truth are open to you for contemplation at any time. He paused, his tone growing solemn, yet the path of seeking truth knows no end. The 7th level is merely the beginning. Your journey lies ahead. Chapter 96, A Woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. The radiance of the 7th layer of the Tower of Inquiry gradually faded. Lin Ye stood outside the tower, his gaze clear and unclouded. His breakthrough in mindset brought clarity to his thoughts, sweeping away many lingering concerns. He clearly recalled Lin Yubing's distant figure, her tears held back as she departed, and the precious Ice Soul Essence pill bottle left on the table. It was time to find her. Lin Ye thought to himself. Some matters ultimately demanded confrontation and communication. His steps were light as he traversed the spirit energy-filled garden paths within the academy, soon arriving at the door of Lin Yubing's dormitory. Though not as secluded and refined as the chief's residence, these dormitories were still quiet and elegant. Lin Ye raised his hand and knocked softly on the door. A moment of silence followed before faint footsteps approached. The door opened a crack, revealing Lin Yubing's exquisitely beautiful face. When she recognized Lin Ye standing outside, a complex flicker of emotion swept through the depths of her ice-blue eyes. Surprise, sudden panic, and a suppressed sense of anticipation all mingled within. Lin Ye? What brings you here? Her voice strained to maintain its usual cool detachment. Yet the faint, almost imperceptible tremor in her voice betrayed the turmoil within. Just came from the Asking the Way Tower. Lin Ye looked at her with an open gaze, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Thanks to your pills, I'm in great shape. The mission's done, and I even leveled up. I figured I should properly thank you and catch up.
At the mention of pills and breakthroughs, Lin Yubing's eyes softened slightly.
But when Lin Ye mentioned talk, the slight relaxation in her nerves instantly tightened again. Talk? Talk about what? Xinhongning? The hot springs? Or that kiss from Yiling?
Her instinct was to avoid the topic, even to close the door. Just as Lin Yubing was about to politely decline, Lin Ye seemed to read her hesitation and spoke up, not about things that make you unhappy.
Just want to go to the instance plaza and grind levels together? Relax a bit? It's been a while since we fought side by side. Dungeon plaza?
Lin Yubing paused slightly. The suggestion was unexpected, yet she found it hard to refuse. The phrase fighting side by side seemed to carry a magic of its own, instantly conjuring memories of their high school days at Qingshi, supporting each other as they ran dungeons in Lingfeng City.
Back then, there hadn't been all these complicated feelings yet.
The bitterness in her heart seemed to soften a little at this long-awaited invitation. A surge of uncontrollable joy quietly welled up in Lin Yubing's heart, even washing away the carefully maintained distance she'd maintained.
Great, she nearly blurted out.
Then she realized she'd agreed too quickly, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Lin Yubing quickly stepped aside to clear the doorway.
Wait here for a moment.
The door closed.
Lin Ye stood outside, hearing faint, slightly hurried sounds of rummaging and tidying from within.
Inside, Lin Yubing leaned against the door, her heart beating faster than usual. She hurried to the dressing mirror, staring at her own slightly pale face and the faint dark circles beneath her eyes. She clearly hadn't been sleeping well these past few days. She took a deep breath and swiftly opened her vanity case, her movements carrying a solemnity she herself hadn't noticed. She selected a soft-hued lipstick and applied it carefully to her lips, instantly brightening her slightly haggard complexion. She picked up a comb and meticulously re-styled her cascading long hair, letting it fall smoothly over her shoulders.
Hesitating briefly, she finally retrieved a brand new ice blue fringed gown from her wardrobe.
The dress was made of a special fabric that carried a faint chill, slightly amplifying her ice elemental power while accentuating her slender, cool figure.
The girl in the mirror possessed an ethereal beauty, her features as delicate as a painting.
After her careful preparations, she radiated a luminous glow, resembling the purest snow lotus blooming atop a mountain peak. She practiced a natural smile before the mirror, then took a deep breath and opened the door once more. The Lin Yubing who reappeared before Lin Ye seemed like a different person. Her cool demeanor remained, yet it was now enhanced by a carefully crafted radiance. Especially the radiant sparkle in her eyes, it was almost impossible to look away. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she murmured, lowering her gaze slightly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Ye's eyes as he sincerely praised, "You look beautiful." Those simple 3 words made Lin Yubing's ears tingle slightly, and the lingering pang of bitterness in her heart seemed to fade a little. "Let's go." She nodded lightly, walking side by side with Lin Ye toward the instance plaza.
Between them, the invisible ice seemed to slowly melt.
The dungeon plaza, situated in one of the core areas of Xinxia Academy, was an exceptionally vast space. Gigantic teleportation arrays dotted the ground like stars, connecting to the numerous secret realm instances controlled by the academy. The square now buzzed with activity, teeming with students from every year. Voices mingled in a vibrant cacophony, teams forming, trades being struck, tactics discussed, all brimming with energy. The arrival of Lin Ye and Lin Yubing inevitably caused a small stir.
The top freshman and holder of the Dragon Slayer medal was already a focal point.
And Lin Yubing, with her cool demeanor and breathtaking beauty, was equally captivating. Walking together, they formed a picture-perfect pair, drawing countless gazes, some curious, some envious, some jealous.
"Which dungeon should we tackle?"
Lin Yubing asked softly, her gaze sweeping over the information screens displaying various dungeon details along the plaza's edge.
"Frostmourne Valley? Or Molten Core?
Both are standard dungeons suitable for our current level."
Just as Lin Ye was about to answer, a voice laced with provocation suddenly rang out from behind them. Well, isn't this our legendary Chief Lin? Just finished showing off, and already can't wait to bring your new toy to grind dungeons? Nice taste. This little chick is pretty fresh-faced, though she lacks Captain Shen's fiery charm. But hey, she's pure as snow, right? Ha! Wonder how long that novelty lasts? The voice was coarse, dripping with undisguised malice and thick jealousy. The deliberately amplified volume instantly drew the attention of many nearby. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing frowned simultaneously, their eyes instantly turning cold as they turned to look. 3 boys in second-year uniforms approached with mocking expressions. Leading the group was none other than Zhou Peng. The 2 beside him wore equally hostile expressions, clearly Zhou Peng's henchmen, joining in with derisive snickers. Zhou Peng's gaze swept over Lin Yubing.
When he saw her standing side by side with Lin Ye in such an intimate posture, a surge of jealousy flared up within him. In the secret realm, he'd been suppressed by Lin Ye, rebuked by Xinhongning, and ignored by everyone.
And Lin Ye? Everyone fawned over him.
Even Xinhongning favored him. And now, a woman of such remarkable caliber appeared by Lin Ye's side. Why? Why Lin Ye? A commoner from the frontier who relies on his sword maiden, what gives him the right to tower above him?
Chapter 97, Zhou Peng's provocation, reaping what he sowed.
He deliberately ignored the chill in Lin Ye's eyes, continuing his sarcastic taunts.
What? Chief Lin planning to play the hero saving the damsel in distress in a dungeon too? Or have you grown so accustomed to relying on women for protection? Relying on Xingli in the secret realm, and now even for a low-level dungeon you need to drag along an ice queen as your bodyguard? Could it be that your title as the nation's top scholar was inflated through such means? Ha! Shut up!
Lin Yubing snapped, her eyes blazing with icy fury as the air around her grew bitterly cold.
Zhou Peng's insulting words new flame, pretty thing, bodyguard pierced her heart like ice shards, igniting her fury.
She could endure criticism directed at herself, but she could not tolerate Zhou Peng's despicable attempts to belittle Lin Ye. Yet Zhou Peng, already enraged by shame. Lin Yubing's rebuke didn't rein him in. Instead, like a cat with its tail stepped on, it only spurred him to speak even more recklessly. Pointing at Lin Yubing, he sneered at Lin Ye. Oh, getting upset?
Seems I hit the nail on the head? Lin Ye, is this all you've got? What kind of man hides behind a woman? If you've got the guts.
His words abruptly trailed off. Because Lin Ye moved.
No roar. No words. Lin Ye simply stepped forward.
That single step seemed to shrink the distance, closing the gap to Zhou Peng in an instant. A cold, murderous intent erupted from Lin Ye like a thunderclap. This killing intent was far purer than anything he had felt in the secret realm.
Hum.
The Xingli sword at his waist emitted a low, resonant hum.
The mocking sneer and twisted grin on Zhou Peng's face froze instantly.
He felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, as if every drop of blood in his body had frozen solid in that instant. The shadow of death descended with unmistakable clarity. He instinctively took a large step backward, his face turning as white as paper in an instant, his forehead instantly breaking out in a fine sheen of cold sweat. His two henchmen beside him were so terrified by the overwhelming aura that their legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. The mockery on their faces was instantly replaced by sheer terror.
Lin Ye's unmasked killing intent instantly sobered him. This man was truly willing to strike. And a ruthless one who could end his life in an instant.
Su Jiuzhao's fate on the provincial exam stage and Lin Ye's ruthless killing in the secret realm, it all hit him like a bucket of cold water.
What do you want? Zhou Peng's voice trembled as he shrieked, his bravado masking his inner terror.
Yet his body betrayed him, instinctively retreating backward to create distance.
This is an academy. Private duels are forbidden. If you dare to attack, the academy regulations won't spare you. Academic regulations?
Lin Ye's voice was eerily calm.
Zhou Peng, your mouth is far tougher than your skills.
I wouldn't mind letting you experience what your fate will be before the regulations can punish me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Ye's figure suddenly blurred.
Firefly flash. No earth-shattering roar, only an instantaneous movement so swift it defied perception. Zhou Peng's pupils contracted sharply. His pride and joy, the S-rank talent Earth's Fury, didn't even have time to activate. Lin Ye materialized before him as if teleported. Stellar Scar Stab. A single point of starlight, condensed to its absolute limit, darted toward Zhou Peng's throat like a bolt of lightning. Wait, Lin Ye!
Lin Yubing's cry rang out, but it was a step too late.
Put!
A soft pop, like puncturing a water-filled bladder. Zhou Peng felt excruciating pain in his throat, as if pierced by a red-hot iron rod. Agonizing pain and suffocation washed over him like a tidal wave. The fear of death overwhelmed him. His two henchmen beside him were terrified out of their wits, their faces as pale as paper.
Sasari Lang! Sasari Lang! The entire instance plaza fell deathly silent.
All the clamor seemed to hit pause. Countless gazes turned toward them simultaneously, filled with shock, horror, and disbelief.
Lin Ye!
Lin Yubing hurried forward, grabbing Lin Ye's arm with concern in her eyes.
Enough scolding. Don't actually kill him, the academy rules are strict.
She feared that in his fury, Lin Ye might actually take Zhou Peng's life. The consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, her gaze toward Zhou Peng grew even more contemptuous. This man deserved no pity, but he couldn't drag Lin Ye down with him.
Relax, I know my limits.
Lin Ye's voice had regained its calm. He'd only silenced him temporarily, making him remember the price of speaking recklessly. He wouldn't die, but it would be enough to keep him bedridden for 10 days or half a month, giving him ample time for reflection. He truly held back. The Star Scar dagger had deliberately avoided the fatal carotid artery and spinal cord. Such injuries weren't fatal given the Academy's medical resources, but they would make Zhou Peng suffer greatly.
Zhou Peng coughed violently.
Each cough expelled large mouthfuls of bloody foam, the intense agony streaming tears and snot down his face. His gaze toward Lin Ye was filled with terror and pleading. Where was even a shred of his earlier arrogance? All he wanted now was to survive and get as far away from this demon as possible. Just then, a fiery red figure sliced through the crowd with a gust of wind, appearing instantly in the center of the arena.
What the hell? It was Shen Hongying.
She had clearly been drawn by the commotion here. The moment she took in the scene, her brows instantly furrowed. Seeing Zhou Pang, severely wounded and coughing up blood, looking utterly disheveled, then glancing at Lin Ye with his icy expression and Lin Yubing guarding him, along with the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, she instantly pieced together most of the story. Zhou Pang spotted Shen Hongying and clung to her like a lifeline, struggling to crawl toward her. Shen Hongying shot him a look of disgust, showing not a shred of sympathy.
She'd long endured Zhou Pang's constant hindrance and jealousy in the secret realm.
Seeing him now in this state, only two words filled her mind: serves him right.
Her gaze shifted to Lin Ye, carrying a hint of inquiry and an almost imperceptible trace of concern. Lin Ye? What did he do?
Before Lin Ye could speak, Lin Yubing's icy voice cut in. Zhou Pang hurled vile insults and maliciously slandered Lin Ye and me with despicable words.
Lin Ye taught him a lesson.
At those words, Shen Hongying's eyes instantly sharpened like blades as she shot a vicious glare at Zhou Pang on the ground.
She could easily imagine the vile things that filthy mouth of Zhou Pang's would spew.
A surge of rage instantly filled her heart.
She even felt Lin Ye had been too lenient.
Oomph. Shen Hongying snorted coldly, her voice as icy as frost. Within the academy, you openly provoke and insult your fellow students, spreading malicious slander.
Zhou Pang, you've really grown bold. It seems the lesson in the secret realm wasn't enough.
She turned away from Zhou Pang and addressed Lin Ye. You did the right thing. People like him deserve to be silenced for good.
Then, facing the gawking crowd, she raised her voice. What are you all staring at?
Dispersed. Zhou Pang provoked trouble and maliciously slandered a fellow student. He brought this upon himself.
Where is the academy's enforcement team? Take him to the medical department.
And notify his mentor. Let him properly discipline his student. Shen Hongying's forceful declaration immediately framed the incident. Zhou Pang brought this upon himself, while Lin Ye acted in legitimate self-defense. Her status and influence were undeniable, and given Zhou Pang's notoriously poor reputation, no one dared to challenge her. Soon, enforcement officers who had rushed to the scene swiftly carried away Zhou Pang, who was still writhing in agony.
Before leaving, Zhou Pang's gaze toward Lin Ye held nothing but seething, bone-deep hatred.
He knew that, at least publicly, he was finished. Shen Hongying's ruling, combined with Lin Ye's current standing within the academy, meant not only had Zhou Pang taken this beating for nothing, but he would likely face further punishment from the academy. The crowd gradually dispersed under Shen Hongying's stern reprimands, but the news of Lin Ye's overwhelming defeat of second-year S-rank prodigy Zhou Pang spread like wildfire, instantly echoing throughout the entire dungeon plaza. Only then did Shen Hongying turn her gaze toward Lin Ye and Lin Yubing, her eyes sweeping over them both, lingering briefly on Lin Yubing's meticulously adorned features. Chapter 98. Quiet up, everyone, follow me to the dungeon.
The ice-blue tasseled gown accentuated Lin Yubing's ethereal beauty.
Her skin was as pure as snow, and the soft, rosy hue on her lips served as the perfect finishing touch. As a woman herself, Shen Hongying instantly understood this wasn't an everyday outfit. It was undoubtedly meticulously styled for someone special. As for who the recipient was, it was already self-evident. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged through her heart. She had just come from the academy when she heard about a conflict at the Instance Plaza involving Lin Ye. Rushing over in a panic, she stumbled upon this scene. Beside Lin Ye stood another equally striking woman, clearly dressed up for him with great care. The two stood side by side, their posture suggestive of intimacy. Humph! Shen Hongying's red lips curled into a fiery smirk.
Junior Lin Yubing? Top 10 freshman, the Ice Queen. TSK. Today's outfit certainly suits her pristine, icy elegance.
Seems that Zhou Pang, that fool with his foul mouth, wasn't entirely wrong when he called her the Ice Beauty.
A woman's intuition told her that Lin Yubing's feelings for Lin Ye were far from ordinary classmates. Only a few days had passed since the hot spring incident and already someone new was by Lin Ye's side? Or had he always been?
The blunt words caused a slight flicker in Lin Yubing's expression. Shen Hongying's assertiveness and unabashed territorial instincts weighed on her, but she refused to back down in intensity.
Senior Shen, you flatter me. What I wear is my business, and it seems unrelated to you, doesn't it?
She paused, her gaze shifting to the lingering bloodstains on the ground, her meaning clear. Besides, it seems your team members need your discipline more than ever.
Otherwise, how could today's incident have happened? Shen Hongying's eyebrows shot up.
Already seething over Zhou Pang's incident, she now felt like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. She stepped forward, her presence commanding. Disciplining my team is my business, not yours.
As for you, if you're so concerned about me and my team, why not focus on yourself?
Don't let a few sweet words turn your head and make you forget who you are.
Tension instantly thickened between them, the surrounding air seeming to freeze.
Though Shen Hongying had earlier shooed away the onlookers, many still peered from a distance. Seeing two strikingly different beauties locked in a fierce standoff over Lin Ye, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
The atmosphere in the Instance Plaza was tense and volatile. Enough!
A deep voice abruptly cut through the air, instantly silencing all the whispers across the square and halting the escalating verbal duel between the two.
Lin Ye moved.
He didn't roar with rage, he simply took a step forward. Under the stunned gazes of Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing, he seized Shen Hongying's wrist with one hand while his other hand firmly grasped Lin Yubing's hand without hesitation. The gesture was forceful, leaving no room for refusal.
You!
Shen Hongying, her wrist seized, instinctively tried to break free.
But Lin Ye's grip was like iron clamps, unyielding.
A wave of scorching heat radiated up her wrist, sending an inexplicable shiver through her heart.
Her struggle weakened instantly. Lin Yubing stiffened even more.
The hand Lin Ye held felt as if struck by an electric current.
For the first time, her usually cool face showed clear astonishment and a hint of panic. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the two women as he spoke in a deep voice. Are you done arguing? Is Zhou Peng really worth all this wasted breath and petty jealousy?
Who's jealous? Shen Hongying retorted instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. But her voice lacked its earlier confidence, and the flush on her cheeks deepened. Lin Yubing pressed her lips together tightly, her ice-blue eyes reflecting complex emotions, yet she remained silent. Ignoring Shen Hongying's retort, Lin Ye continued, since you both want to run the instance, then do it together.
The instance plaza isn't a place for you to argue. Together?
Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing spoke almost simultaneously.
Yes, together.
Lin Ye's tone was decisive as his gaze swept between them.
What? Scared, Hongying?
Scared?
Shen Hongying's fiery temper flared instantly.
She stopped struggling against Lin Ye's grip, instead lifting her chin defiantly. Her gaze flashed a challenge at Lin Yubing before fixing on Lin Ye.
Ha! Fear isn't in my vocabulary. Let's do it. But make it worthwhile. Skip those low-level dungeons meant to lull newbies.
Her eyes darted around, then she pointed at a dungeon radiating a chilling aura on the plaza's light screen, the Dark Caverns.
Dare you? Chief Lin, bring your Ice Queen along. Don't end up shaking in your boots and needing your fiery captain to rescue you. Shadow Caverns Advanced. Recommended level, 2535. Attributes, Shadow, Undead, Curse. Danger level, High. Recommended 5-member Elite Squad.
Features, Extreme Darkness, Severe Perception Suppression, Dense Undead Mobs, Powerful Curses, and Psychic Attacks.
This dungeon is considered challenging even among second-year students, notorious for its harsh environment and formidable monsters. Shen Hongying proposed it, clearly intending to test Lin Ye and Lin Yubing, perhaps even hoping to see them fail. It was also a way to vent her dissatisfaction with Lin Ye. The surrounding students, who hadn't yet dispersed, erupted in an uproar. The Dark Caverns? Has Senior Shen lost her mind? Taking 2 freshmen there? After Chief Lin just disciplined Zhou Peng, is Senior Shen trying to redeem herself? This should be entertaining. But tackling the shadowy caverns with just 3 people? That's incredibly overconfident.
Lin Yubing's brows furrowed slightly as her cool gaze swept over the information on the light screen. She clearly understood the difficulty of this instance. Yet she showed no hesitation, merely turning to Lin Ye, awaiting his decision. Lin Ye met Shen Hongying's defiant gaze and felt Lin Yubing's silent support. A confident curve lifted his lips. Far from being intimidated, he felt this was perfect. It was time to show them the power of yielding. Why hesitate? Lin Ye fixed Shen Hongying with a piercing stare. The Dark Caverns. It was settled. Hongying, lead the way? Shen Hongying was momentarily stunned by Lin Ye's attitude, then snorted, you've got guts. Follow me. She no longer glanced at Lin Yubing, turning instead to stride purposefully toward the teleportation array of the Dark Cavern. Her fiery red silhouette radiated an unyielding spirit. Lin Ye gave Lin Yubing a slight nod, his eyes signaling her to follow. Lin Yubing took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions churning within her, and followed suit. The peculiar trio stepped into the teleportation array leading to the Shadow Caverns, under countless gazes. After a powerful spatial distortion, a chilling, gloomy, and frigid atmosphere instantly enveloped them. Before them lay not the bright plaza, but the entrance to a vast, deep underground cavern. Light was extremely faint, visibility less than 10 meters. A bone-chilling cold seeped through every pore, as if it could penetrate to the marrow. More troubling still, an intangible mental pressure shrouded the area, severely suppressing perception and mental scanning. Welcome to the Shadow Caverns. Shen Hongying snorted coldly. Her crimson spear hummed in her grasp, its tip ignited with a steady flame. The environment here severely suppresses perception and mental power, and light is a luxury. Undead creatures appear and vanish like ghosts. Be especially wary of their ambushes and curses. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. Her words carried a warning, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of superiority. Simultaneously, her gaze swept over Lin Ye and Lin Yubing, as if studying their reactions. Chapter 99, Night Feather's debut stunned Shen Hongying. Here it comes. Lin Ye murmured. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Squeak. SSS. Several dark figures suddenly pounced from behind the jagged rocks on both sides and the stalactites overhead. They were rotting corpses and shadow skeleton assassins. The corpses moved stiffly yet possessed immense strength, their rotting claws carrying a foul stench. The skeleton assassin moved like a specter, astonishingly swift, 2 bone daggers gleaming with a ghostly light thrusting straight for Lin Yubing's back and Shen Hongying's throat. Their seamless coordination marked them as seasoned hunters of this region. Watch out! Shen Hongying shouted fiercely, her crimson spear erupting like a venomous dragon bursting from its lair. The spear's shaft carried a scorching heat wave as it pierced precisely toward the skeleton assassin lunging at her.
The spear's aura exploded, forcing it back. Lin Yubing reacted with lightning speed, spreading ice across the ground beneath her feet in an attempt to slow the undead's advance. Simultaneously, an ice spike crystallized in an instant, shooting toward the skeleton assassin that had ambushed her. Yet the skeleton assassin proved cunning, seemingly anticipating the spike's trajectory. Its body twisted at an unnatural angle, the ice shard grazing its ribs as it flew past. The bone dagger in its hand still lunged toward Lin Yubing. At that critical moment, Lin Ye's figure abruptly vanished from his original position. No starlight, no whistling through the air, as if he had merged into the very essence of this thick darkness. The next instant, he materialized like a specter behind the skeleton assassin that had ambushed Lin Yubing. Shen Hongying caught the scene out of the corner of her eye, her pupils contracting sharply. What kind of movement technique was this? Teleportation? Spatial leap? She knew Lin Ye possessed a skill called Firefly Flash, enabling rapid traversal. But this was clearly not it. It was darker and more sinister than Firefly Flash, while its speed and range of movement far surpassed it. She hadn't even caught a glimpse of how Lin Ye had moved. Night Feather, Void Flash, Ice Soul Touch. Lin Ye roared. Hum. A deep gray-blue sword light ignited silently, like a sudden flash of azure aurora in the night. Shoo! The sword light sliced through the skeleton assassin's cervical spine with pinpoint precision. Simultaneously, an extreme icy cold surged along the blade, erupting like a living force that spread across the skeleton assassin's bones. Snap! The skeleton assassin, whose movements had been swift as the wind, froze instantly. Starting from the severed vertebrae, frost spread at a visible speed, freezing it into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Then, with a soft thud, the ice sculpture shattered into a pile of frost-covered crystal shards. Its skeletal remains now nothing but frozen fragments. Instant kill. You killed a level 27 shadow skeleton assassin. Gain 3840 EXP. Clean and decisive, silent and swift. The other skeleton assassin, forced back by Shen Hongying, seemed stunned by its comrade's gruesome fate, its movements visibly faltering. Meanwhile, the decaying corpse lunging at Lin Yubing seized the opportunity to freeze it solid, turning it into a frozen target. The battle erupted in a flash, only to be swiftly quelled by Lin Ye's stunning strike. Shen Hongying held her spear in attack stance, yet her entire body froze in place. She stared in disbelief at the crystallized bone fragments on the ground, then abruptly looked up at Lin Ye, who stood sheathing his sword. His power was vastly stronger than when they were on Frostfall Island. Shen Hongying noticed the long sword in his hand gray-blue throughout, radiating a shadowed, icy aura. That couldn't possibly be the Starlight Sword. What is this? Shen Hongying gasped in shock. The dark blue-eyed, mysterious and powerful spirit form that had silently materialized beside Lin Ye was none other than Yiling. This is my new sword maiden, her name is Yiling. A new sword maiden. Yiling. The revelation exploded like thunder in her mind. Lin Ye had contracted a second sword maiden? And in such a short time? This utterly defied the common sense of practitioners. What stunned her even more was the power Yiling had just displayed, that silent spatial leap void flash, that instant freeze and instant kill of a level 27 elite monster with extreme cold frost soul touch, all signifying this new sword maiden's extraordinary nature. Her quality was likely far beyond imagination. Shen Hongying opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Shock, confusion, and a complex emotion she couldn't quite name swirled together. Suddenly, she felt her understanding of Lin Ye was nowhere near as deep as she had imagined. Roar! Hiss! The brief silence was shattered. The instant death of their comrade did not deter the undead here. Instead, it stirred a deeper savagery within them. More decaying corpses crawled out of the shadows. Shadowy skeleton assassins darted through the jagged rocks like ghostly apparitions. Even a few wailing sirens, floating in the air and radiating a malevolent aura, joined the assault. What are you spacing out for? The fight isn't over. Lin Ye's voice was unnaturally calm, instantly snapping Shen Hongying out of her shock. Oomph. I know. Shen Hongying suppressed the raging storm within her heart. Her crimson spear erupted with even more intense light, unleashing a blazing inferno. The spear's aura swept out, forcing back several approaching undead. The scorching heatwave temporarily dispelled the cold and gloom from a small area. Lin Yubing swiftly adjusted her state as ice-blue spiritual energy surged. Path of Frost. The frigid aura surrounding her instantly spread forward, forming a passage covered in frost that significantly slowed the advancing horde of undead. Ice Spike Technique. Several sharp ice spikes shot precisely toward the wailing banshee circling overhead. However, the undead were too numerous and coordinated their movements flawlessly. A skeleton assassin slid through the path like an eel, its bone dagger thrusting straight toward Shen Hongying's side. Another wailing banshee emitted a piercing psychic shriek, its invisible sound waves assaulting Lin Yubing's mind. Her motion to form ice spikes faltered instantly, her face turning slightly pale. Watch out! A fierce glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Master, leave it to me. Yiling's crisp voice carried the excitement of a first battle. Buzz! Yiling's figure vanished instantly, reappearing beside the skeleton assassin ambushing Shen Hongying. Touch of the Ice Soul.
The gray-blue blade sliced through the air without a sound, unleashing a surge of frigid power.
The skeleton assassin's movements froze abruptly, instantly transformed into an ice sculpture.
Shen Hongying spun around and swept it into shards with a single thrust of her spear. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ye drew another sword.
Firefly flash.
The starlight sword drew from its sheath, a flash of silver light erupting. Lin Ye instantly materialized before Lin Yubing.
Star wheel protection.
A dazzling barrier of starlight instantly expanded, blocking the subsequent mental screech and several bone arrows. Xia Lin Yubing gazed at the sturdy figure shielding her, warmth flooding her heart. She opened her mouth to thank him.
Yi Ling, deathly silence curtain.
Lin Ye commanded in a low voice.
Yes. Master.
Yi Ling hovered midair, his dark blue eyes glowing with profound light. Her hands pressed forward, unleashing an invisible, heart-stopping domain force that exploded outward.
Centered on Yi Ling, a vast, grayish-dark domain descended in an instant.
Within its bounds, light seemed utterly swallowed, temperatures plunging below freezing.
The air thickened like molten lead and mercury.
The shrieks of undead and the wails of banshees instantly grew muffled and distant, as if separated by a thick, heavy curtain. More terrifyingly, all undead creatures within the domain visibly slowed and stiffened, as if mired in quicksand. The flickering soul flames in their eye sockets dimmed, their aggressive impulses drastically weakened. Rotting corpses climbed in slow motion, spectral skeleton assassins moved with clumsy agility, the wailing banshees' psychic screams lost their potency, becoming weak and feeble.
Supreme technique, Veil of Deathly Silence.
Effect, severely impairs all enemies within the domain's perception, speed, and energy regeneration, while continuously draining their vitality and mental energy to nourish both the wielder and the swordmaster.
Chapter 100, The Innocent Night Feather. What kind of domain is this?
Shen Hongying felt the depleted spiritual energy within her body slowly replenishing, while the surrounding undead seemed shackled as if bound by chains. She was utterly astonished. Lin Yubing distinctly felt the mental pressure suddenly ease, and the dizziness caused by the succubus's assault quickly subsided. Simultaneously, a surge of pure vitality and spiritual energy quietly flowed into her body, invigorating her spirit.
Now is the time to clear the field. Lin Ye's voice boomed like thunder. Annihilation Stardust.
The starlight sword instantly disintegrated, transforming into billions of silver streaks of light that precisely showered down upon the sluggish undead within the domain.
Sizzle. A dense chorus of piercing sounds merged into one.
The undead, suppressed by the veil of death, were like lambs awaiting slaughter, exploding in waves, freezing solid, and turning to ash. Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing reacted instantly.
Scorching Heaven Spear, Breaker of Armies.
Shen Hongying's spear, like a dragon, blazing with flames, plunged fiercely into the densest cluster of undead.
Extreme Cold Ice Explosion.
Lin Yubing formed seals with both hands, instantly detonating the frozen path. Under the suppression of the Veil of Death and the full force assaults of Lin Ye, Shen Hongying, and Lin Yubing, this overwhelming horde of undead vanished swiftly.
Within moments, the cave entrance fell silent.
Only scattered ice crystals, charred remains, and wispy black smoke lingered on the ground. Killed 135 decayed undead, gained experience. Killed 78 shadow skeleton assassins, gained experience.
Killed 33 wailing sirens, gained experience.
The cold notifications flashed across the minds of the three like a screen-filling alert.
The battle ended.
Shen Hongying leaned on her spear, breathing slightly. Her gaze fell upon Lin Ye and the night feather hovering beside him, her expression complex beyond words. That overwhelmingly frigid domain, that bizarre spatial traversal, that ability to freeze and instantly slay. Every ability displayed by this new sword maiden was powerful and unique, and when combined, they were terrifying. She finally understood why Lin Ye had dared to accept the challenge of the Dark Caverns, and why they had dared to face it with only 3 people. With healing present, that perception-suppressing, enemy-slowing domain felt tailor-made for this environment.
It drastically reduced the dungeon's difficulty. The shock was evident on Lin Yubing's icy cold face. She looked at Yi Ling, then at Lin Ye. Beyond surprise, a sense of reassurance filled her heart. The stronger Lin Ye became, the more opportunities she seemed to have to fight alongside him. Yi Ling circled Lin Ye happily, like a little bird seeking praise. Master. Master. Isn't Yi Ling amazing? Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Lin Ye praised him generously, ruffling Yi Ling's ethereal hair with a look of pure satisfaction.
Yi Ling's maiden battle had been nothing short of perfect.
The strategic value of the dead silence curtain far exceeded expectations.
Oof, little one, don't get too cocky.
This is merely an appetizer. Xingli's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of sourness, but it was mostly tinged with approval.
Lin Ye addressed the 2 girls. Rest for a few minutes, then we'll continue.
The 3 each found a flat rock to sit upon. Lin Ye produced a water skin and dry rations, while Lin Yubing closed her eyes to regulate her breath. Shen Hongying polished the crimson tip of her spear, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Lin Ye, and the night feather spirit quietly perched beside him. Yi Ling seemed highly excited by the recent battle. The spirit form drifted gently around Lin Ye, its dark blue eyes sparkling brightly, like a small beast seeking praise. Watching Lin Ye drink and eat, then glancing at his sharply defined profile, a surge of desire to draw closer to her master welled up within her. She recalled the scene by the hot springs and remembered the peculiar, warm sensation from her earlier imitation of a kiss. Her master, Yiling, drifted before Lin Ye, her voice crisp and tinged with a hint of petulance. Lin Ye had just swallowed a mouthful of water when he looked up at her words. What is it, Yiling? Tired? Not tired. Yiling shook her head vigorously, her face lit with an innocent smile. Yiling is very happy. Getting to fight alongside master. As she spoke, she leaned forward, her arms naturally wrapping around Lin Ye's neck. Lin Ye assumed she simply wanted a hug as usual and smiled, about to raise his hand to pat her back. Yet Yiling's next action caught everyone present completely off guard. Without warning or hesitation, she pressed her cool, soft lips precisely onto Lin Ye's. A kiss filled with longing, awkward yet complete. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Ye's body froze instantly, the warmth on his lips leaving his mind blank. Oomph. The Xingli sword at his waist emitted a sharp hum. Lin Yubing's breathing exercise halted abruptly. Opening her eyes, she witnessed the scene. The color drained from her icy cold face. Her pearly teeth instinctively bit down on her lower lip. Her eyes first widened in shock, then filled with deep hurt and bitterness. Though she had witnessed it once before, it happened again. Moreover, Lin Ye showed no sign of resistance whatsoever. But the most intense reaction, without a doubt, came from Shen Hanying. Clang! Shen Hanying slammed her spear heavily onto the ground. She sprang to her feet, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she fixed her gaze on Yiling, who was still kissing Lin Ye. What the hell are you doing? Startled by the sudden outburst, Yiling jerked away from Lin Ye like a frightened fawn. She looked at Shen Hanying with bewilderment and hurt. Sister Hanying? Lin Ye also snapped back to reality, clearing his throat awkwardly. The lingering cool sensation on his lips seemed to linger. He looked at Yiling, his expression resigned yet tinged with a barely perceptible trace of indulgence. Yiling, you can't do this. Why? Yiling grew even more bewildered, her large eyes quickly clouding over with mist. She pointed at Shen Hanying, protesting with a pout. Yiling was copying Sister Hanying. At the hot spring pool, Sister Hanying did this to Master. Yiling saw it. Yiling wants to be this close to Master too. Boom! Yiling's earth-shattering accusation felt like a bucket of cold water dumped into a boiling pot. Shen Hanying's face flushed crimson, nearly dripping with blood, overcome by shame and fury. The intimate moments by the hot spring were the most private affairs between her and Lin Ye. Now that Yiling had exposed them, she wished she could sink into the ground. Pointing at Yiling, her fingers trembled with rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Who taught you such things? You little brat, you're no good. Lin Yubing abruptly lifted her head, her gaze toward Shen Hanying brimming with complexity. Shock, understanding, and a deeper sense of hurt. So the incident by the hot spring had been even more intimate than she'd imagined. Her gaze shifted to Lin Ye, her eyes brimming with tears. The atmosphere instantly turned intensely awkward and tense. Jealousy, hurt, shame, and awkwardness filled the small stone hall, colliding within its walls. Lin Ye felt like he had two headaches. He took a deep breath, knowing he had to regain control immediately. Otherwise, the delicate balance and dungeon-clearing rhythm they'd worked so hard to establish would collapse completely. Enough! Lin Ye's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The command instantly silenced Shen Hanying's fury and Lin Yubing's hurt. Chapter 101, Lin Ye's resignation. He stood up, his gaze first fixing sternly on Yiling. Yiling! Startled by his stern tone, Yiling shrank back, tears welling in her eyes. Master, Yiling was wrong. Yiling shouldn't have tried to imitate Sister Hanying. But Yiling just wanted to. I know you want to be close to Master, Lin Ye interrupted her, his tone softening slightly. But such intimate actions are only permitted when it's just you and me. Understand? Never in front of outsiders. He deliberately emphasized outsiders and only you and me. Yiling nodded, looking both confused and resigned. I understand, Master. I'll only do it when we're alone. Lin Ye nodded, then turned to Shen Hanying, whose anger hadn't subsided, her face still flushed crimson. Hanying, Lin Ye's voice was steady, carrying a soothing power. Yiling's mind was like that of a child. She only imitated what she saw and didn't understand the meaning behind it. She didn't mean it. Please don't hold it against her, okay? Shen Hanying's chest heaved as she glared at Lin Ye, then glanced at the pouting Yiling. That fiery anger simply couldn't be unleashed. Arguing with an innocent sword spirit would only make her look petty. Yet the pent-up frustration and jealousy in her heart remained undiminished. She snorted heavily and turned her face away, tacitly conceding Lin Ye's point, though clearly still fuming. Finally, Lin Ye's gaze settled on Lin Yubing, who stood with her head bowed, radiating a palpable aura of dejection. He walked over, crouched down, and spoke with an unprecedented gentleness. Yubing. Lin Yubing's body trembled slightly, but she didn't look up. Her gaze fixed on me. Her tone was gentle, yet carried an unmistakable note of non-negotiation. Lin Yubing hesitated for a moment before slowly lifting her head. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the suppressed hurt clearly visible. Lin Ye sighed softly within, gently brushing aside a sweat-dampened strand of hair from her forehead with tender care. I know what you're thinking.
Some things are complicated. But remember this one thing.
He met her gaze directly, his tone earnest.
You are incredibly important to me. You are the one and only Lin Yubing. That importance will never change because of anyone or anything. Trust me, okay?
Lin Yubing gazed into the sincere light in Lin Ye's eyes and listened to his solemn words. The bitterness and resentment in her heart seemed to be soothed by a warm hand. He acknowledged her importance and gave her a promise. Though the path ahead remained hazy, his attitude in this moment offered her a sense of reassurance. She nodded softly and murmured, Seeing the trio's emotions temporarily stabilized, Lin Ye stood up and clapped his hands.
All right, that little incident is over. It's about time for a break.
Yiling, withdraw your domain and prepare to move forward. Hongying, Yubing, shake off your fatigue. Tough battles lie ahead. Don't forget why we came here, clear the dungeon, earn points, and grow stronger. Shen Hongying took a deep breath, suppressing her churning emotions, and gripped her spear tightly once more. Though her face still bore traces of unease, her gaze had regained its battle-hardened sharpness.
Need I say more? Let's go.
She turned first, striding toward the source of the abnormal energy fluctuations, her posture as upright as ever. Lin Yubing also stood up, composing herself.
Her ice-blue spiritual energy stabilized once more.
She gave Lin Ye a slight nod before following Shen Hongying. Lin Ye watched the two women's retreating figures, then glanced at Yiling beside him, whose mood remained somewhat low.
He gave a helpless smile. He reached out and ruffled Yiling's head. Come on, silly. Next time, remember to listen. If you really want to do this, come home and your master will reward you properly. Nightfeather is obedient. Feeling his master's reassurance, Nightfeather instantly brightened.
Her spirit form solidified once more, obediently trailing beside Lin Ye. After a brief rest, the trio set off once more. The deathly silence deep within the cavern grew heavier, and the mental suppression intensified.
Be careful, everyone. Up ahead is the Wailing Corridor. The density and strength of the undead will surge dramatically. There's likely a Lord-level entity guarding it. Shen Hongying warned in a low voice.
Lin Yubing nodded silently. Yiling, however, seemed excited. Flickering faintly in the darkness, her eyes darted warily around. Master, there's a very troublesome wall up ahead, Yiling suddenly whispered, pointing toward the dimly lit distance. Lin Yubing and Shen Hongying simultaneously focused their senses. Sure enough, the passage ahead seemed blocked by an invisible energy barrier.
A necromantic barrier. Shen Hongying's expression darkened.
This spells trouble. Such barriers are usually maintained by powerful undead creatures. Not only do they block intruders, but they also continuously weaken our condition and attract surrounding undead to attack. Forcibly breaking it would cause too much commotion and draw the domain lord. Lin Yubing attempted to channel an ice spike toward the barrier.
SSSSH.
The ice spike struck the invisible barrier and was instantly corroded by the thick aura of death.
It's strong. Lin Yubing's icy voice held gravity. My attack barely affects it. Looks like we can't avoid a direct assault.
Shen Hongying gripped her spear tightly, preparing for a frontal charge.
Lin Ye, have your little sword maiden use the domain suppression again. Wait.
Lin Ye spoke up to stop her, his gaze turning to Yiling with a hint of inquiry.
Yiling, you mentioned disliking that wall earlier? Can you sense it? Yiling nodded vigorously. Black, sticky, full of resentment. Yiling doesn't like it. Then can you consume it? Lin Ye guided the question.
He recalled Yiling's innate ability inherited from the nameless broken sword, Void Corrosion. Yiling tilted her head, seemingly processing Lin Ye's meaning.
Her eyes then lit up. Master means like devouring those villains' shields? Yiling can try. Good.
A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes.
Yiling, use Void Corrosion. Target that barrier wall. Yes, Master.
Receiving the command, Yiling immediately perked up. She rose into the air, shimmering with dark blue light. A profound energy touched the undead barrier without a sound.
Void Corrosion. SSS.
The sound of corrosion echoed through the silent cavern.
The once intangible spirit barrier began to melt away under the relentless erosion of Yiling's energy. The entire process unfolded with astonishing speed, utterly silent. How is this possible?
Shen Hongying sucked in a sharp breath. She had heard of skills that could break barriers, but never witnessed such a ruthless, utterly silent method. This wasn't dismantling, it was outright devouring the massive energy structure. Lin Yubing covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yiling withdrew her small hand, patting it with satisfaction before turning to Lin Ye with an air of accomplishment. Master!
Master! The wall's gone. The path is clear. Well done, Yiling. Lin Ye praised her generously. The void erosion effect proved even more potent than he'd anticipated. In an environment like the Shadow Caverns, this ability was nothing short of divine. However, breaking the barrier was like poking a hornet's nest. A
A savage roar erupted from the depths of the cavern. The ground shook violently and debris rained down from the rock walls on both sides. A colossal figure slowly rose from the darkness. It was a colossal skeleton over 10 meters tall. It was clad in tattered bone armor and wielded a massive bone scythe. Within its hollow eye sockets, 2 ghastly green soul flames burned fiercely, locking onto Lin Ye and his 2 companions. Bone Lord Grum Lord Tier. Level 30. Attributes: Undead, Death, Brute Strength, Domination. Skills: Death Aura, Soul Siphon, Bone Storm, Lord Summon. Status: Rage. Chapter 102, One-Shot a Level 30 Lord. The roar of Grom, the skeletal lord, reverberated like tangible sound waves, shaking the entire wailing corridor to its foundations. The terrifying Death Aura crashed down like an invisible mountain. Shen Honying and Lin Yubing both grunted in unison, their bodies involuntarily sinking. The might of a level 30 lord far surpassed any foe they'd faced before. Careful! It's a domain-level suppression. Shen Honying gritted her teeth, struggling against the crushing pressure, though her movements visibly slowed. Lin Yubing's face paled as she struggled to hold her ground. She glanced at Lin Ye, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Though she knew Lin Ye possessed extraordinary strength, the natural suppression from the level gap was undeniable. Yet Lin Ye, standing at the very center of the pressure, merely swayed slightly before standing as steady as a rock. Perfect timing. Lin Ye growled lowly as his surging level 26 spiritual energy erupted violently, instantly diluting part of the oppressive force's effect. The starlight sword in his left hand shimmered with celestial radiance, while the knife feather sword in his right glowed with a deep, mysterious blue. With both blades in hand, his aura surged like a rainbow. Roar! Grom was clearly enraged by Lin Ye's provocation. The massive bone scythe swung high, a soul-shredding terror coalescing in an instant. Soul Siphon. This dreadful attack targeted the mind and soul. If struck, not only would massive damage be inflicted, but one's mental power and even the very essence of their soul could be forcibly drained. Lin Ye, dodge. Such an attack was unpredictable and extremely difficult to defend against. Lin Yubing instinctively tried to summon an ice shield for protection. But just as Grom's bone scythe swung down. 3-breath sword invocation. Lin Ye silently chanted. Hum. A peculiar perspective unfolded. No longer relying solely on perception, it was as if standing upstream in the river of time, clearly foreseeing all of Groth's attacks within the next 3 breaths. First breath, the trajectory of the bone scythe swing, the core impact point of the soul-draining shockwave straight at the center of his forehead, the sea of consciousness. Second breath, 3 inches below Grom's left ribcage lies an energy core composed of countless tiny soulfire nodes. When launching attacks, this core briefly exposes itself as energy converges. Third breath, the soul siphon shockwave's range expands, engulfing Shen Honying and Lin Yubing in the rear. Simultaneously, Grom summons surrounding skeletal fragments to form a bone storm, unleashing indiscriminate slaughter. Anticipate. Predict with millimeter precision. Xingli. Yiling. Lin Ye's voice was eerily calm. Guided by his foresight, his movements were lightning fast yet utterly precise. Starry shield. The starry glass sword erupted with intense starlight. A barrier instantly materialized before Lin Ye. Simultaneously, Lin Ye vanished from his position like a ghostly apparition. Firefly flash. He did not retreat to evade, but instead advanced directly toward the terrifying soul shockwave. His target was aimed directly at the core beneath Groth's left ribs. Void flash. Nightfeather's mind and body moved as one. The instant Lin Ye activated Firefly Flash, her spirit body simultaneously initiated a spatial leap. Whoosh! Boom! The sickly green soul shockwave slammed violently into the starlight barrier. The starlight barrier shook violently but ultimately held firm. It stubbornly withstood this deadly blow aimed at the soul. At the very instant of impact, Xingli and Yiling's figures appeared like 2 intersecting streaks of light silver and gray-blue instantly materializing beneath Grom's left flank. Void erosion. Hum. Shadow and void energies erupted instantly. Grom's energy core was violently corroded. Roar! Grom let out a roar of agony. His body stiffened abruptly, halting the swing of his bone scythe mid-motion. The erosion of its energy core dealt a devastating blow. Power drained away like a flood. Now! Lin Ye's eyes flashed with icy resolve as the anticipated third breath arrived. A storm of skeletal fragments coalesced around Grom. Xingli. Extinction Stardust. Night Feather. Veil of Death. Both blades struck simultaneously. Oomph. Shatter. Xingli's fighting spirit surged as the sword blade instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless silver streaks of light. Simultaneously, Nightfeather unleashed its ultimate technique once more. Curtain of Death. The gray domain descended instantly, enveloping Grom entirely within its grasp. Within the domain, time seemed to freeze. SSSSH. A silver torrent of extinguished stardust pierced through the skeletal armor without resistance, driving deep into Grom's skull and spine. The dense, piercing sounds merged into a symphony of death. Grom's body was instantly riddled with countless holes. His soul fire, like a punctured balloon, frantically escaped through countless orifices, emitting a piercing, wailing shriek. Boom! The skeletal Lord Grum crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of bone dust billowing into the air. The soul flames in his eye sockets flickered like dying candles in the wind before finally extinguishing. Successful kill, level 30 Lord Monster Skeleton Lord Grum. Gain 150,000 EXP. Your ally Lin Ye has leveled up to level 22. Obtain special item, Lord Soulflame Crystal Epic. Obtain special item, Skeleton Lord Core Legendary. The notification chime echoed in Lin Ye's mind. The dust slowly cleared, revealing Lin Ye standing tall with dual swords drawn. The entire sequence from Grum launching his attack to crashing to the ground took but a few breaths. Shen Honying and Lin Ye stood frozen in place, utterly petrified. They hadn't even fully shaken off the Lord's imposing presence before the battle ended. Lin Ye was too powerful. Master is so amazing. Nightfeather is amazing too. Nightfeather fluttered happily around Lin Ye, her little face brimming with excitement. Xingli's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Humph. A mere crawling insect dares to block my path? At least it died quickly, saving me the trouble. Lin Ye Shen Honying's voice carried a barely perceptible dryness. How did you do that? She wasn't unfamiliar with powerhouses. Xinxia Academy was full of hidden talents, and she knew the top second-year experts. But someone like Lin Ye, a mere level 26 player, dismissing a level 30 lord with such effortless, near-crushing speed? It utterly shattered her understanding of power tiers. Lin Ye also approached slowly, her eyes filled not only with shock but also an indescribable sense of security. Gazing at Lin Ye, she murmured softly, "As long as you're okay." 1,000 words dissolved into this single, heartfelt concern. Lin Ye sheathed his twin blades. Xingli returned to its scabbard, and Yiling's spirit obediently reattached itself to the sword's body. His face showed little triumph, as if he had merely accomplished something utterly ordinary. When one's strength is sufficient, it becomes effortless. Speaking, Lin Ye approached Grom's remains and instantly identified several items. Acquired, Lord Soulfire Crystal Epic X1. Acquired, Skeletal Lord Core Legendary X1. Not bad luck. Lin Ye weighed the hefty spoils in his hands, his tone unflappable. These two items held immeasurable value, whether for Yiling's growth, exchanging for academy credits, or as materials for crafting certain special equipment or skills. Watching Lin Ye's calmness bordering on arrogance, Shen Honying's lips twitched. Instantly slaying a lord and reaping legendary tier materials, and he calls that good luck? She felt her understanding of the world being ground into the dirt once again. Let's go. The mission's done. Lin Ye glanced toward the depths of the passageway, showing no intention of continuing the exploration. The primary purpose of this dungeon run was to level up Lin Ye, test the Nightfeather's capabilities, and sort out complicated relationships. With the objectives largely achieved and unexpected bounties secured, it was time to cut their losses. Quest? Shen Honying froze, then recalled the dungeon she'd impulsively chosen earlier. Oh right, the Dark Cavern's completion requirement was to either slay the skeletal lord or destroy its core. We'd exceeded that by a mile. Her gaze remained complex as she looked at Lin Ye. You really know how to keep things under wraps. A dual sword user with that kind of power system? Never heard of it. Chapter 103, Student Council President? Still won't give you face. Lin Ye offered no explanation, merely stating flatly, "Let's go. It's time to leave. Staying any longer might attract even more trouble." Shen Honying nodded, suppressing the flood of questions surging in her mind. Lin Ye naturally had no objections either. The trio wasted no time, swiftly locating the light gate to teleport back to the academy. Buzz. A flash of light, and the trio reappeared on the teleportation array in the plaza of the Xingli Academy instance. The bustling square seemed to fall silent for a moment. Countless eyes focused on the trio who had just materialized. They're out. Senior Shen Honying and Chief Lin are out. So fast? How long had they even been in there? They don't seem to have suffered any injuries? Wait, those energy fluctuations emanating from them, is that the remnant aura of the Lord? Holy crap. They didn't actually take down the skeleton lord, did they? 3 people? And 2 of them are freshmen? Whispers spread like a tidal wave. Zhou Peng's pitiful state when he was carried away was still fresh in everyone's minds. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ye and his trio had seemingly cleared a high-level instance that even a 5-man elite squad would find headache-inducing. The contrast was staggering. Shen Honying felt the stares around her. Recalling Lin Ye's terrifying prowess in the dungeon, she felt a surge of joy mixed with a sense of urgency. Suddenly, she realized that as a second-year senior, she didn't seem to hold much of an advantage over them. Most importantly, Lin Ye's attitude clearly didn't treat her as a senior at all. And she had simply accepted it. Just then, a figure parted the crowd and strode quickly toward them. It was Li Wei, his face etched with anxiety and concern. "Captain. Lin Ye. Lin Jr. Are you all okay?" Li Wei visibly relaxed upon seeing the trio unharmed. Lin Ye was utterly surprised to see Li Wei. Shen Honying was even more puzzled. "Why are you here?" Li Wei's eyes held a hint of worry as he lowered his voice and spoke rapidly.
Not long after you went in, the student union people showed up. They pulled up the surveillance footage from the dungeon entrance and saw the entire sequence Zhou Peng provoking you and Lin Ye striking back. And that bastard Zhou Peng, ever since he woke up in the medical ward, he's been twisting the truth, slandering Lin Ye for malicious assault and accusing him of bullying classmates under the guise of his top student status. The student council's Qin Yanwang seems to be taking this very seriously and has sent people searching everywhere for you. Lin Yubing couldn't help but ask, Qin Yuang? Who is he? Both she and Lin Ye were freshmen, unfamiliar with many school affairs. Li Wei explained, he's Qin Gang, the student council president from class 35. Known for his ruthless tactics. Rumor has it he handles matters based purely on his mood, never on right or wrong. Many are intimidated by his power and dare not speak out. Li Wei's words instantly made the atmosphere tense. Shen Hongying's willow brows shot upward in fury. That good-for-nothing Zhou Peng. He sought his own demise and now dares to turn on us? A cold glint flashed in Lin Yubing's eyes. Lin Ye's expression remained calm, though a hint of coldness flickered deep in his eyes. He remarked indifferently, Qin Yanwang? Perfect. I'm curious to see whether the student council of Xinxia Academy exists to uphold justice or merely to protect certain individuals' reputations. A surge of energy swept toward them. The crowd parted as if pulled by an invisible force. A heavy aura descended with a thunderous crash. The newcomer stood tall and imposing, his face cold and stern, eyes sharp as a falcon's, carrying an air of superior scrutiny. None other than Qin Gang, president of the student council. For equally formidable student council enforcers followed behind him, their gazes equally cold. Qin Gang's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Ye. Lin Ye? Qin Gang's voice was deep. The top freshman? How audacious. The academy strictly prohibits private duels. You openly severely injured second-year senior Zhou Peng in the dungeon plaza. Your methods were brutal, and the impact is extremely detrimental. Now, come with me to the student council for investigation. A terrifying aura swept over them like a tsunami. Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing both paled, finding it hard to breathe. Though both were prodigies, they found themselves powerless against this overwhelming hierarchical pressure. Surrounding students fell utterly silent, holding their breath in terror. Yet at the very center of this pressure, Lin Ye merely swayed slightly. He lifted his head, his gaze serene. President Qin, Lin Ye said coolly, Zhou Peng openly provoked and maliciously slandered and insulted his classmates first. You were nowhere to be seen. The moment I stepped in to teach him a lesson, you appeared. Does this student union belong to the Zhou family? The moment the words left his mouth, Qin Gang's expression turned icy cold. He never imagined Lin Ye would dare speak to him like this. How dare you? Not only resisting authority, but defying the student union? Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, you'd still have to come with me. He refused to engage in reason with Lin Ye, instead resorting to sheer force. Before he finished speaking, Qin Gang lunged forward. Boom! Level 35 spiritual power erupted violently, several times more overwhelming than the earlier pressure. Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing's expressions changed abruptly. They tried to step forward to help, but the combined oppressive force pinned them to the spot. Lin Ye, be careful! Shen Hongying cried urgently. At that very moment. 3-breath sword invocation. Lin Ye murmured inwardly, and the power of the golden skill instantly activated. The scene before his eyes abruptly transformed. Qin Gang's every offensive intent was instantly laid bare before Lin Ye's eyes. First breath, Qin Gang's core pressure would concentrate on his shoulders, aiming to instantly seal the flow of spiritual energy in his upper body. Second breath, a law enforcement officer on the left would coordinate with Qin Gang's pressure, executing a joint locking technique to seize his left arm. Third breath, Qin Gang himself would follow immediately, his right palm packed with force capable of shattering metal and stone, striking straight for the Shanzhong acupoint on his chest, aiming to cripple his ability to resist with a single blow. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's figure blurred the instant before Qin Gang's pressure engulfed him. Whoosh! Qin Gang's intense pressure collided with what seemed like a phantom. Almost simultaneously, the restraining hand of the enforcement officer on the left had already closed in. Night feather! Lin Ye roared. The void flickered. Buzz! After evading the overwhelming pressure, Lin Ye vanished from his original position in an instant, propelled by Night Feather's spatial leap ability. The enforcement officer's grasping hand caught only a lingering shadow. What? Qin Gang's pupils suddenly contracted. He never imagined that the combined might of his own formidable level 35 aura and the enforcement team's surprise assault could be so effortlessly evaded by a mere level 26 newcomer. That movement was eerily swift. And in that very instant of shock, Lin Ye's figure materialized like a ghostly apparition at his side. Stellar Scar Stab. The starlight sword had drawn itself from its scabbard unnoticed. A cold starlight pierced toward his right palm. This strike, its timing, angle, and target was executed with flawless precision. It had completely anticipated the point of Qin Gang's attack. Qin Gang's expression changed drastically. The power contained within his palm was overwhelmingly fierce. Yet precisely because of its ferocity, when struck with pinpoint accuracy at the very moment of its concentrated release, the consequence was boom! A deep, muffled explosion. The power gathered in Qin Gang's right palm was precisely pierced by Xinghen's strike, causing it to explode violently. Though it failed to injure him, it brutally halted his strike, which he had been certain would land. The powerful blast rippled through Qin Gang's robes, making them flutter wildly, while the solid stone slabs beneath his feet shattered inch by inch. Whoosh! The entire arena fell deathly silent, filled only with the sound of gasps. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene. A level 26 freshman not only dodged the level 35 student council president's intimidating pressure and surprise attack, but actually counterattacked piercing Qin Gang's lethal strike with a single sword thrust? How was this possible? Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing's beautiful eyes widened in equal parts shock and delight. Li Wei's mouth hung open in utter disbelief. Qin Gang stared at his deflected palm, then at the white mark where sword energy had pierced his sleeve at the wrist. An unprecedented surge of shame and rage instantly boiled over. Disgrace. A profound humiliation. He had been forced to deflect his strike in public by a mere level 26 freshman, who had nearly wounded him. Chapter 104, Can we talk properly now? On the Instance Plaza, you could hear a pin drop. Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Ye. A level 26 freshman countering the student council president's ultimate strike with a single sword thrust? This defied the comprehension of everyone present. Qin Gang was consumed by shame and fury. This wasn't a simple slip-up, it was a blatant slap in the face. Bastard! Qin Gang ground these words out between clenched teeth. His spiritual energy erupted violently from his entire body. Boom! An overwhelming aura, tangible as substance, instantly engulfed the entire plaza. You're asking for death. Qin Gang's eyes turned bloodshot as he completely shed his enforcer's facade. In this moment, he desired nothing more than to utterly crush the newcomer who had stripped him of all dignity. His right hand clenched, and a heavy warhammer dark gold throughout, engraved with ferocious dragon patterns, materialized in his grasp. The moment the hammer materialized, an aura as heavy as mountains and utterly domineering spread out. It was none other than the legendary weapon, the mountain-shattering dragon hammer. Shatter the peaks. Qin Gang roared, abandoning all caution as he unleashed a killing blow from the very first strike. The hammer was raised high, carrying a terrifying might that threatened to crush everything in its path, crashing down toward Lin Ye. Space itself seemed to warp and distort under the hammer's crushing force. Even before the hammer struck, the earth-shattering force unleashed an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Lin Ye. Lin Ye! Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing cried out in unison, their faces turning deathly pale. They wanted to rush forward, but Qin Gang's full-force pressure held them like quicksand. This hammer blow was Qin Gang's full-force strike, fueled by fury, nothing like the hasty capture attempt moments before. No matter how strong Lin Ye was, the gap in their ranks was like a chasm. How could he possibly block it? Yet, standing at the very eye of the storm, Lin Ye's gaze was calmer than ever before. 3-breath sword invocation. The power of the golden inscription erupted. The foresight perspective unfolded once more. Attack intent, power core, and subsequent changes were laid bare. Stellar crystal. Starry orb shield. Yi Ling. Veil of deathly silence. Lin Ye roared fiercely, advancing instead of retreating. Firefly flash. Boom! The mountain-shattering dragon hammer slammed down where Lin Ye had just stood. A violent shockwave radiated out, pulverizing everything in its path to dust. But Lin Ye's figure had already streaked past the very edge of the shockwave. What? Qin Gang's pupils contracted sharply once more. His fatal strike had been dodged yet again? Yet what followed was even more terrifying. The instant Lin Ye successfully evaded, Yi Ling's ultimate technique activated. Curtain of Death. A grayish-black domain descended instantly. Within that domain, the flow of time seemed warped. Qin Gang's violent spiritual energy fluctuations and the dark gold light pulsing from his dragon hammer were both slowed to a crawl, as if trapped in quicksand. Domain suppression. A suppression field against a level 35 powerhouse. Though far from sufficient to fully restrain Qin Gang, this momentary lag proved more than enough for Lin Ye. Xingli. Silent stardust. The starlight sword instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless streams of silver-white light. The target locked onto Qin Gang's opening. No! Qin Gang's expression changed drastically. The sensation of being locked on sent a chill down his spine. He never imagined a level 26 newbie could pose such a deadly threat. He roared in fury, forcibly channeling his spiritual energy. The Earthshaker dragon hammer swung horizontally across his chest, attempting to block. But it was too late. Guided by the 3-breath sword vision, Lin Ye's attack had already anticipated every possible reaction. Thud! A dense series of piercing sounds echoed. A silver torrent struck Qin Gang's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Ugh! Qin Gang let out a muffled groan of pain. His enforcement squad uniform instantly ripped apart, his body covered in a dense network of tiny blood-soaked holes. Blood instantly stained his chest crimson. The immense force hurled his body off the ground, sending him flying backward like a crash. Xingli slammed heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away.
The shaking mountain dragon hammer in his grasp flew from his hands, clattering to the ground.
Silence. Dead silence. Across the entire instance plaza, hundreds of people stood utterly silent. One sword. Just one sword strike.
Lin Ye, a mere level 26 newbie, had sent the arrogant student council president Xingli flying, leaving him gravely injured on the spot. This was no longer a miracle, it was a divine feat. It was a battle shocking enough to rattle the entire Xinxia Academy, and indeed the entire Dixia professional world. Shen Honying and Lin Yubing's eyes widened in utter shock. Their worries instantly gave way to immense joy and pride. Their men had grown to such formidable strength. Li Wei's gaping mouth could have swallowed an egg whole, his mind a blank. Cough cough. Amidst the swirling dust, Xingli struggled to rise, but excruciating pain shot through the wound in his chest. He fixed his gaze on Lin Ye, the venom and horror in his eyes almost tangible. Chairman Qin, Lin Ye's voice was quiet but carried clearly across the silent plaza.
Now, can we properly discuss the investigation?
Or do you still believe your fists are the rules of this academy? The word struck Xingli like a resounding slap across the face. Xingli trembled with rage, his face flushed crimson.
Just then, an aged yet serene voice echoed across the square. Enough.
With the voice, a figure appeared silently in the center of the square, as if he had always been there. It was none other than Zhang Taixian, the headmaster of Xinxia Academy.
Principal.
Shen Honying, Lin Yubing, and numerous students hurriedly bowed in respect. Zhang Taixian gave a slight nod, his gaze shifting to Xingli. His tone was flat. Xingli, as student council president, you failed to uphold the academy's regulations by setting an example. Instead, driven by personal grievances, you recklessly used force to injure others and bullied new students.
You've certainly done a fine job as student council president.
Xingli's face drained of color as he struggled to defend himself. Principal, it was Lin Ye who.
Silence. Zhang Taishuan's voice turned icy.
I shall determine right from wrong myself.
Where is the enforcement squad?
Present. Several members of the true enforcement squad affiliated with the academy's higher-ups, not the student council, immediately appeared.
Take Xingli away.
He is to be confined for 3 months.
The position of student council president will be temporarily filled by the vice president. Once his injuries heal, his transgressions will be addressed. Zhang Taishuan's voice brooked no argument. Yes.
The enforcement officers immediately stepped forward, lifting the ashen-faced Xingli too weak to resist and carried him away.
After dealing with Xingli, Zhang Taishuan's gaze returned to Lin Ye, softening slightly. Lin Ye, you are commendable.
The heart that seeks the way, the edge of the sword, this is how it should be.
However,
his tone shifted, tinged with caution. A blade too sharp is easily broken or tarnished. The way of power lies in balancing hardness and softness for lasting strength.
Lin Ye replied, this student will remember the principal's teachings.
Zhang Taixian nodded, his gaze sweeping across all the trainees in the square before settling once more on Lin Ye. His voice suddenly rose. Seizing this moment, I shall announce a matter of great significance, one that concerns the future of our great Xia kingdom and, more crucially, your own futures. Every heart and mind was instantly drawn in, even Lin Ye listened intently.
Chapter 105, College League, Dragon Abyss Secret Realm.
Zhang Taixian spoke slowly.
The National College League is an annual grand event in our great Xia kingdom.
It gathers the elite from the nation's top institutions to hone their skills, showcase their prowess, and select talent for the country. This is a battle for glory, and a battle for responsibility. His voice grew increasingly resonant. And our Xinxia Academy has reigned supreme as league champions for 20 consecutive years. 20 years of glory, 20 years of steadfast dominance. This is an immortal monument forged by the blood, sweat, and prowess of our academy's generations of sages and prodigies. A collective gasp rippled through the square. Especially among the freshmen, many hearing of this league for the very first time. 20 consecutive years at the top. What a magnificent achievement. Zhang Taixian continued, this year's league holds extraordinary significance. To inspire the next generation and unlock the potential of new talent, the Supreme Council has resolved to establish a freshman division. The words freshman division exploded across the square like thunder.
What? A freshman division? Did I hear that correctly? Freshmen can participate in the University League now? Good heavens! An opportunity. This is a tremendous opportunity.
In previous years, only senior students could represent their institutions. The freshmen erupted instantly, their faces aglow with astonishment and longing. This meant that they, the newly enrolled freshmen, also had a chance to step onto the battlefield, symbolizing the glory of the nation's highest institutions of learning.
Zhang Taishuan's gaze fell upon Lin Ye. Lin Ye.
His heart skipped a beat at the call, and he instinctively straightened his posture. As the top freshman of this class, you possess extraordinary talent and astonishing combat prowess. Moreover, you have passed the 7th layer's mind-refining trial in the Tower of Inquiry. With such strength and resolve, you are a model for all freshmen. I hereby declare that Lin Ye will participate in this year's intercollegiate tournament as a core member of the Xinxia Academy freshman team.
Boom! The entire instance plaza erupted in chaos. Core member. Directly appointed. Holy crap. The principal personally named him. Chief Lin. It was him after all.
The weight of being the core member of the freshman group. Envy, jealousy, awe, and fervor, countless complex gazes converged on Lin Ye. This wasn't merely a competition qualification, it represented the highest echelons of the Academy's absolute recognition of Lin Ye's prowess. Shen Honying and Lin Yubing stood beside Lin Ye, equally stunned by the news. A complex emotion flickered in Shen Honying's eyes, pride mingled with a subtle weight of pressure. Lin Ye's brilliance had already grown so dazzling that even she, a second-year senior, could scarcely compare. Lin Yubing gazed at Lin Ye's upright figure, her eyes softening with a gentle glow.
The new student selection and training camp will commence shortly. Specific details will be announced by each college.
We urge all new students to take Lin Ye as your model, diligently pursue your studies without ceasing, strive for excellence, and bring further glory to our Xinxia. As his words faded, Jiang Taishuan's figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing from where he stood. As if he had never been there at all.
Congratulations, Lin Ye.
Lin Yubing spoke first, appearing even more delighted than Lin Ye himself. Shen Honying, too, set aside her complex emotions and laughed heartily. Humph, a core member.
Now you're truly the benchmark for freshmen. But,
her tone shifted to teasing. Don't forget to show proper respect to your seniors when you see them. Lin Ye's gaze fixed intently on her lips as he smiled faintly.
Really?
Shen Honying felt uneasy under Lin Ye's gaze, especially when she realized he was looking at her lips.
Recalling the hot spring incident, her face flushed slightly. She gave a cold snort and said nothing more.
Lin Ye didn't press her further, instead changing the subject. All right, we should go. Just then, Lin Ye received a message.
Lin Ye, report to the principal's office immediately. Jiang Taixian. The principal summoning him?
Shen Honying, quick-eyed, caught the message and raised an eyebrow.
This must be about the league's core members. Go quickly. Don't keep the principal waiting.
Lin Yubing also murmured softly, Lin Ye, you should go.
Lin Ye nodded, said no more, and left immediately. Top floor of the central building, principal's office.
Jiang Taixian wasn't seated behind his large desk. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back at the window, gazing into the distance.
Principal. Lin Ye called out upon entering. Jiang Taixian slowly turned, a gentle smile on his face. You're here? Sit.
Jiang Taixian gestured toward the tea table beside him. Lin Ye sat down as instructed. Jiang Taixian also sat down, lifting a smooth jade teapot to pour Lin Ye a cup of tea.
The tea's spiritual essence wafted through the air, clearly no ordinary brew.
Try it, Jiang Taixian said with a faint smile. Spring buds from ancient tea trees in the southern frontier, cultivated for 1,000 years. It clears the mind and washes away worries. Lin Ye lifted the cup and took a small sip. A wave of warm, refreshing energy instantly washed through her entire body, sweeping away the lingering fatigue from the recent battles and invigorating her spirit. Setting the cup down, he said sincerely, "Thank you, Principal."
No need for formalities. Jiang Taixian waved his hand dismissively. You handled the incident at the dungeon plaza well. Xin Gang has been overbearing for far too long, using the student union as a front to suppress dissent.
The Academy's higher-ups have long been dissatisfied, but due to his unique background, there was never a solid reason to remove him. Your actions today, though perhaps a bit too sharp, served as a warning shot.
It saved me a lot of trouble.
Lin Ye, upon hearing this, keenly sensed something unusual. Sure enough, Xin Gang's unchecked arrogance within the Academy suggested his connections ran deep. Lin Ye kept his thoughts to himself, merely nodding slightly. I was merely protecting myself. Jiang Taixian smiled, to discern a level 35 attack with a mere level 26 physique, then redirect its force to cripple Xin Gang. Such combat instincts and audacious resolve surpass any other freshman. The mental discipline honed on the 7th level of the Dao Inquiry Tower has clearly borne remarkable fruit. Lin Ye replied, Principal, you see things clearly. Jiang Taixian nodded slightly, then shifted his tone to a serious one. The primary reason for summoning you here concerns your role as a core member of the freshman team for the National College League. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, knowing this serious business was about to begin.
He immediately sat up straight. This freshman division of the league holds extraordinary significance. The Supreme Council has decided that outstanding performers, especially core members, will earn qualification to enter the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm.
Dragon Abyss Secret Realm?
Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. He had glimpsed fragments of this name in the Academy's secret archives. Legend held it to be a shattered microcosm left behind by the ancient dragon clans. It held unimaginable opportunities and dangers, even the dragon clans' lost treasures and legacies. Its value was beyond measure. Jiang Taixian nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. This realm is no ordinary training ground, it is a vital national treasure that holds the fate of our great Xia Empire. A national treasure? Lin Ye's heart jolted.
The weight of those words was overwhelming.
Chapter 106, I'll wait for your return.
The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm was formed from the final fragment of the ancient True Dragon Clan's core sanctuary.
Jiang Taixian explained slowly. It not only seals the pure essence of the true dragon clan, their lost secret arts, and the embryos of divine weapons, but also holds the crucial dragon vein source crystals needed to combat calamities. Dragon vein source crystals? Lin Ye keenly registered this new term. These were supreme artifacts forged when the dragon clan fused their vital essence with the primordial veins of the earth, containing the mightiest yang energy to purge impurities and suppress malevolent forces. Jiang Taishuan's eyes flashed with profound insight. The essence of calamity is a conglomeration of chaotic erosion and negative energy originating from beyond the world. Its power is dark, corrupt, and profoundly difficult to eradicate. The power of the dragon vein source crystal is precisely one of its natural antagonists. It serves as the core material for constructing large-scale defensive barriers, forging divine weapons to counter calamities, and even enhancing the resistance of peak-tier warriors against such threats. Lin Ye instantly grasped the strategic significance of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. This was no longer merely a personal opportunity, it was the very foundation of Great Xia's defense against the calamity's invasion. No wonder the headmaster called it a national treasure. However, Jiang Taishuan's tone shifted abruptly, tinged with gravity. The Dragon Abyss secret realm's activation conditions were exacting, its internal rules peculiar, and its level suppression overwhelming. High-tier practitioners entering not only struggled to reach its core but risked triggering intense backlash from the realm's rules, potentially causing its collapse. Only the new generation, especially young geniuses below level 35 or even 30, possess the immense potential and pure essence to face minimal restrictions. They alone stand a chance to penetrate its depths, grasp the true core opportunity, and seek the Dragon Vein Source Crystal. This is precisely why the highest council decided to establish a freshman division in this year's college league, with access to the Dragon Abyss secret realm as its core reward. Jiang Taishuan's gaze burned like a torch, locking onto Lin Ye. Lin Ye, you possess extraordinary talent, unwavering resolve, and the unique system of a contracted sword maiden. Your potential is boundless. You are one of our chosen candidates most likely to achieve success within the Dragon Abyss secret realm and bring back the spark of hope for our nation. Lin Ye drew a deep breath, a weighty sense of responsibility rising within his chest. Confronting calamity and safeguarding homeland aligned perfectly with his own aspirations. The Dragon Abyss secret realm is not only a challenge, it is an unparalleled opportunity. I understand. Lin Ye's voice was firm and decisive. He would spare no effort to live up to the trust placed in him. Good. Jiang Taishuan's eyes flashed with approval. As a core member of the new student group, the Academy will provide you with maximum support. He raised his hand, and a soft glow descended before Lin Ye, materializing into 3 items. An ancient dragon-shaped jade pendant, Dragon Soul Pendant Legendary. Effect: greatly enhances spiritual energy recovery speed, nourishes the soul, and provides exceptional resistance to mental assaults, illusions, and curses. In critical moments, it can activate a single dragon soul guard to block one lethal attack. A vial of Starlight Glimmering Potion, Body Tempering Essence Legendary X1. Effect: temper the physical body, solidify foundations, and greatly enhance physical strength and affinity with spiritual energy. A permission token, Tower of Enlightenment's 7th floor access pass permanent. Effect: grants unrestricted access to the first 7 floors of the Dao Quest Tower to comprehend the Dao-infused laws left by generations of masters. The 7th floor, the Forge of the Mind, allows repeated tempering of one's mental fortitude. These 3 items will help you solidify your foundations, enhance your strength, and confront the dangers of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Jiang Taixian stated solemnly. Additionally, the new student training camp will commence in 3 days. The location is the martial arts secret realm on the rear mountain of the academy. The camp will last 1 month, focusing on team cohesion, teaching tactics to counter the top geniuses from various academies, and specialized training for the Dragon Abyss secret realm environment. As a core member, your participation is mandatory. I will arrive punctually. Lin Ye carefully stowed the 3 items, a warm current surging through his heart. This support carries immense weight. Jiang Taixian gave a slight nod. A dedicated team of mentors will oversee the training. Remember, the Dragon Abyss secret realm is exceptionally treacherous. Not only does it harbor powerful dragon-blooded creatures and bizarre realm rules, but you must also guard against human treachery. The geniuses from other academies are formidable opponents as well. Go now and prepare thoroughly. Lin Ye bowed in respect and departed the principal's office. Returning to his private courtyard from the principal's office, Lin Ye's heart still raced with excitement. The news of the Dragon Abyss secret realm, the weight of the nation's supreme artifact, and the responsibilities of a new core disciple each felt like a massive boulder dropped into the lake of his heart. He needed time to digest it all, and he needed power. As dusk fell, Lin Ye sat cross-legged in his meditation chamber, preparing to absorb the body tempering essence to solidify his newly broken through level 26 foundation. A soft knock sounded at the courtyard gate. Lin Ye immediately went to open the door and was soon taken aback. Standing outside, as cool and serene as the moon itself, was none other than Lin Yubing. She had shed her usual icy blue gown for a simple moon-white robe, which made her skin appear even more snow-white and her features more exquisitely painted.
The golden glow of the setting sun traced the contours of her exquisite profile, softening her usual aloofness and adding an indescribable tenderness. Clearly, she had prepared meticulously.
Yubing?
Lin Ye was somewhat surprised.
Come in quickly.
Lin Yubing stepped inside, her gaze settling on Lin Ye with a barely perceptible hint of concern.
The headmaster summoned you? Was it about the core of the new student league?
Yes. Lin Ye nodded, pouring her a cup of tea. The principal gave me something and shared some important news.
He paused, deciding to be direct. It's about the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Dragon Abyss Secret Realm?
Lin Yubing clearly hadn't heard of it either, her eyes widening with inquiry. Lin Ye concisely repeated the information Jiang Taixian had shared. So this freshman league isn't just about the academy's honor, it's also about entering the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm to find that spark of hope that holds the fate of the nation. Lin Ye's voice was low and solemn. Lin Yubing listened quietly, her cool face now etched with shock and solemnity. When she heard that Lin Ye had been selected as one of the most likely candidates to bring back the spark, bearing such a heavy responsibility, her gaze grew complex. It was trust in Lin Ye's abilities, but more so, it was worry. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, a national treasure, she murmured, repeating the words. It sounded 100 times more perilous than the Frostfall Secret Realm. The headmaster said it not only harbors powerful dragon-blooded creatures and bizarre rules, but also requires vigilance against geniuses from other academies. A barely perceptible tremor colored her voice. The terror of the Calamity projection during the Beacon defense battle was still vivid in her mind. And the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm was clearly far worse than any of those. Lin Ye was formidable, but this journey would be fraught with unimaginable peril. Lin Ye keenly sensed the worry she was desperately trying to hide. Gazing at this woman before him, cool as ice, yet stirred by his own emotions, a warm current surged through him, mingled with an intense urge. Yubing, Lin Ye's voice lowered, carrying a soothing strength. Trust me. He rose to his feet, stepping before Lin Yubing. Gently, he lifted her chin with his fingers, compelling her to meet his gaze. Nothing can stop me, not rising from the slums, not binding Xingli, not reshaping Yiling, not tempering my heart in the Tower of Questions, not slaying the Skeleton Lord in an instant, not repelling Qin Gang from the Long Yuan Secret Realm. I will return with the Dragon Vein Source Crystal, and I will return safely. His words rang like a solemn oath, each syllable resonating with unwavering conviction. Lin Yubing gazed up at him. That confidence seemed to possess a magic of its own, gradually dispelling the gloom within her heart. Yes, he was Lin Ye, the man who kept creating miracles. Her defenses crumbled completely in that moment. The grievances, bitterness, worries, and deep-seated emotions buried within her for days now surged forth like a burst dam, impossible to contain. Crystal-clear tears silently slid down the corners of her eyes. Lin Ye, her voice choked with emotion, yet she no longer shied away. A sharp pang of pain shot through Lin Ye's heart, and all rationality was instantly drowned by the surging tide of emotion. Without hesitation, he leaned down and pressed his lips fiercely against hers, cool and soft. Mum. Lin Yubing's body stiffened slightly before completely melting. She closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings as she responded with a hesitant yet passionate kiss. Long-suppressed feelings finally found their outlet. The warm glow of the setting sun enveloped them, leaving only the sound of their mingling breaths and the frantic beat of their hearts echoing through the small courtyard. Lin Ye's arms wrapped tightly around Lin Yubing's slender yet supple waist, as if he wanted to mold her into his own body. Lin Yubing's hands wrapped around his neck, clinging with intense longing. All worries, the reluctance of parting, and the uncertainties of the future temporarily dissolved in this fierce and lingering kiss. In this moment, the world seemed to hold only them. After an unknown span of time, their breaths still uneven, they slowly pulled apart. Lin Yubing's cheeks were flushed crimson, her gaze hazy. Her cool demeanor had been replaced by a breathtaking allure. Leaning against Lin Ye's chest, she felt a peace she had never known before. I'll wait for you to return, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with emotion yet unwaveringly firm. Lin Ye held her close, his chin resting on the crown of her head as he inhaled the faint, cool fragrance of her hair. He promised solemnly, MHM. Chapter 107, Training Camp. Martial Arts Secret Realm. The first light of dawn filtered through the window lattice, casting mottled shadows across the quiet room. After a night of meditation, the potency of the body-tempering elixir had fully dissolved, permeating every fiber of Lin Ye's being. His cultivation level had solidified, and his spiritual energy flowed smoothly and unimpeded. He opened his eyes, as if shedding all worldly concerns. The tenderness and promises shared with Lin Yubing the previous night had not become a burden, but rather transformed into a profound, weighty motivation. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm's national treasure, Lin Ye murmured to himself, his gaze falling upon the ancient-looking spirit-nurturing dragon pendant and the Tower of Enlightenment passed by his side. He fastened the dragon pendant close to his skin, and an instant surge of cool, soothing energy flooded his consciousness. Humph, at least the embrace of tenderness didn't dull my fighting spirit. Xingli's form materialized beside him, her tone tinged with her usual prideful arrogance. Master, are we departing? Yiling is ready. Yiling's spirit form materialized, fluttering around Lin Ye with eyes brimming with excitement. MHM. Let's go. Lin Ye rose to his feet. The rear mountain of Xinxia Academy, entrance to the martial arts secret realm.
The usual tranquil atmosphere was gone.
A massive teleportation portal stood in the valley's center, radiating intense spatial fluctuations.
Before the gate, the atmosphere was sullen yet fervent.
Dozens of new students, each radiating formidable energy and spanning various ages, had gathered here. Hailing from provinces across the nation, they were the top talents who had excelled in this year's grand examination, each possessing a minimum cultivation level of 20 or higher. At this moment, some huddled in small groups, whispering quietly, while others sat alone, eyes closed in meditation. Yet without exception, their gazes carried a look of scrutiny and competition.
An invisible tension hung thick in the air.
Lin Ye's arrival was like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
Lin Ye, the top freshman, has arrived. Is this the man who instantly defeated a level 35 opponent at level 26? Qin Gang? He appears reserved yet undeniably extraordinary.
The twin sword maiden truly had no idea how he managed it.
What about the backlash?
The core spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm is likely his for the taking.
So what if he's a core candidate? The Dragon Abyss secret realm values true skill, not fame.
Whispers were inevitable.
Awe, curiosity, inquiry, and challenge, all these emotions intertwined.
Lin Ye's expression remained calm as his gaze swept across the crowd, catching several familiar faces. Feng Woman, with the windswept sword at his waist, radiating an even sharper aura. Murong Xiao, arms folded, the crimson gold dragon halberd faintly visible, his domineering presence deep and solemn. Several others he'd encountered during the provincial or imperial examinations were present, top scholars from various provinces.
Lin Ye.
A cool voice called out as Lin Yubing hurried over. She had regained her usual cool demeanor, yet deep within her gaze toward Lin Ye lingered an unmistakable tenderness and concern. She too had changed into battle-ready ice blue attire, outlining her slender figure.
Seeing Lin Yubing, Lin Ye was taken aback. Yubing, what are you doing here?
Lin Yubing smiled faintly. I placed 10th in the national examinations, after all.
Of course I'm qualified to enter the martial arts secret realm.
Her tone grew somber as she continued.
But I'll likely only be able to accompany you. I won't be able to join you in the University League.
She knew her own limitations well. At Xinxia Academy, a place teeming with hidden talents, her abilities were far from outstanding. Her journey here was essentially a farewell for Lin Ye. Lin Ye reached out and gently brushed her cheek. The rough texture of his palm made Lin Yubing's cheeks flush slightly.
Lin Ye's gaze softened. It doesn't matter.
Even if I can't compete, nothing between us will change.
A wave of warmth flooded Lin Yubing's heart.
Recalling that kiss from that day, a sense of happiness washed over her.
Though she couldn't have Lin Ye all to herself, perhaps this wasn't so bad after all? She quickly moved to stand beside Lin Ye.
Standing side by side, they formed a scene all their own.
Just then, a gaze brimming with blatant provocation pierced through the air like a tangible blade.
Lin Ye looked up to see a young man in a splendid gold-embroidered battle robe staring at him coldly. The youth possessed handsome features, yet his brow carried an air of arrogant disdain. His aura was deep and solid. He had reached a staggering level 28. Surrounding him were several other freshmen, each exuding an equally formidable presence. Huangfu Tian, Lin Yubing whispered, her tone tinged with gravity. This year's top freshman in the imperial capital. SSS tier talent with the 9 young divine physique. Skipped the national exams and was directly admitted to Xinxia Academy. Rumored to possess ancient imperial bloodlines, his combat prowess is terrifying. He's one of your strongest rivals in the league. Clearly, Lin Yubing had done her homework.
Huangfu Tian? Lin Ye committed the name to memory. The other party's undisguised hostility was clearly aimed at the core members and the Dragon Abyss secret realm spots. A mere puppet.
Xingli's voice carried disdain.
Master, the way he looks at you is so annoying.
Yi Ling also transmitted her displeasure. As the hour drew near, several powerful auras descended from the sky, landing on the elevated platform before the light gate. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in dark, form-fitting attire. His face bore a stern, resolute expression, unmistakably a peak-tier powerhouse exceeding level 60. Silence. The man's voice was not loud, yet it silenced all commotion. The valley fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. I am Lei Jin, the chief instructor for this year's new student training. The man's gaze swept over all the new students below like lightning. Congratulations on becoming the elite of Xinxia Academy this year. But this is merely the beginning. Over the next month, you will undergo the most rigorous, brutal, and effective special training here. The objective is singular, to equip you, in the shortest time possible, with the strength to compete in the University League's freshman division and to give you the hope of surviving the Dragon Abyss secret realm and bringing back the nation's most vital artifact. The mere mention of Dragon Abyss secret realm caused every freshman's breath to catch, their eyes instantly blazing with intense fervor. It was the supreme opportunity, announced personally by President Jiang Taixian, one that held the fate of the nation in its hands. Lei Jin's voice continued to echo, carrying an iron-blooded and grim tone. The training rules are simple. Obey orders. Push your limits. Grow stronger by any means necessary.
This is no greenhouse for delicate flowers, only a crucible of iron and blood. Injury is the norm, death is not impossible. Those who fear death may withdraw now. Xinxia Academy has no need for cowards. Not a single person stirred below the stage, every pair of eyes burning with fire. Excellent. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lei Jin's eyes. Then, the first special training begins now. 10,000 mountains. He swept his hand toward the light gate, revealing a space behind it that suddenly warped, revealing countless illusory peaks and ridges. Objective: traverse this simulated 10,000 mountains illusionary realm and reach the assembly point in the core area. Time limit: 3 hours. Rules: no restrictions. Cooperation is permitted, and competition is encouraged. The top 10 arrivals will receive bonus points and priority selection of resources for subsequent special training. Remember, falling behind means scarce resources and the risk of elimination. Go! Boom! As Lei Jin gave the command, the light gate of the martial arts secret realm blazed with radiance. The freshmen, already poised and ready, shot forward like arrows released from a bowstring. They instantly unleashed their utmost speed, jostling and scrambling toward the light gate. Chapter 108: SSS Rank Talent. The mighty Huang Pu Tian. Go! Lin Ye growled, exchanging a glance with Lin Yubing. Their figures blurred simultaneously, transforming into streaks of light as they charged into the gate among the very first wave. Huang Fu Tian snorted coldly, his body erupting in blinding golden light. Like a golden meteor, he followed closely behind, his speed showing no sign of lagging. Feng Wohen became a whirlwind, while Morong Xiaolong cleared the path with his halberd. Alongside top geniuses from every province, each displaying their unique abilities, they all plunged into the light gate. Beyond the portal, the scenery abruptly transformed. No longer a valley lay before them, but an endless expanse of mountain ranges stretching to the horizon. Peaks rose as steep as swords, piercing the clouds, while jagged rocks and ancient trees towered overhead. A heavy pressure permeated the air, as if bearing invisible shackles. Each step forward demanded several times the effort required outside. Even more terrifying, gravity itself seemed amplified. With every step, a powerful suction seemed to pull from beneath their feet. Gravity suppression, spiritual energy suppression, and mental pressure. Lin Yubing immediately sensed the harshness of the environment. Not only that, but Lin Ye's sharp eyesight and perception were severely disrupted, preventing him from seeing far ahead. Moreover, before he could finish speaking, a deafening roar erupted from the mountain pass ahead. Boom! Boom! Two colossal beasts, their massive bodies encased in rock armor, burst forth from behind the mountain walls on either side. Like moving hills, they charged straight at the freshmen leading the advance. Rock Armored Earth Dragon Elite. Level 25. Attributes: Earth, Brute Strength, Defense. Watch out, someone shouted. The freshman at the front reacted with lightning speed, instantly dodging with agile maneuvers. Yet, under multiple constraints, their speed was severely hampered. Thud! Thud! Two new students who couldn't dodge in time were grazed by the rock armor Earth Dragon. Instantly spitting blood, they screamed as they were flung backward. This brutal reality instantly doused the fiery enthusiasm of all the new students. These 10,000 mountains were no place for the faint of heart. One misstep meant severe injury, elimination, or even death. Yet, at that very moment, a figure charged toward the two raging rock-armored earth dragons with a completely different demeanor. It was Huang Fu Tian. Strolling with effortless grace, he erupted in blinding golden light. A domineering aura thundered outward, causing both rock-armored earth dragons to falter for a split second. SSS tier talent, 9 Yang divine body, someone gasped in shock. Huang Fu Tian's gaze was haughty. Mere stones dare to block the path of an emperor? Get out of the way. Without even drawing a weapon, he clenched his right fist. Imperial Peak Smasher. With a low roar, Huang Fu Tian unleashed a punch. Boom! An indescribable roar erupted. A golden fist aura slammed brutally into the chest of the first rock-armored earth dragon. Crack! The thick rock armor of the earth dragon instantly cracked like a spider web, then shattered explosively. The fist's momentum unabated, it violently pierced through the dragon's body. Arg! A piercing howl erupted as the rock-armored earth dragon's body was sent flying backward by the punch, a massive charred hole piercing clean through its chest. The raging Nine Suns energy ravaged its body, instantly extinguishing its life force. One punch. Just one punch. Instant kill of a level 25 elite rock-armored earth dragon. This terrifying spectacle sent a collective gasp of horror through the freshman witnesses, their scalps prickling with dread. Was this the absolute dominance of an SSS tier talent? This is the strength of the top freshman at Imperial Capital Academy? The other rock-armored earth dragon seemed cowed by its comrade's gruesome demise, its eyes shifting from savage glare to sheer terror. Huang Fu Tian didn't even glance at it, as if he'd merely crushed an ant underfoot. His gaze locked precisely on Lin Ye behind him. Lin Ye, I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. I hope you don't even make it into the top 10, turning the top freshman of Xinxia Academy into a laughingstock. As the words fell, golden light surged around Huang Fu Tian once more. His entire form transformed into a golden streak of light, hurtling madly toward the depths of the mountain range. His goal was clearly not merely the top 10, it was first place. The pressure instantly shifted to Lin Ye and Lin Yubing. But Lin Ye paid it no mind. He knew the immediate priority was breaking into the top 10 to secure resources. Lin Yubing's fair face paled slightly. Huang Fu Tian's imposing presence and words had weighed heavily upon her. Ignore him. Charge. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold as he grabbed Lin Yubing's hand. Stay close to me. Got it. Lin Yubing nodded firmly. Their figures blurred instantly, transforming into two crisscrossing streaks of light. However, the suppression of the 10,000 layers mountain far exceeded their expectations. Lin Yubing's breathing quickly grew ragged. Her cultivation level was low, and her stamina couldn't compare to Lin Ye's. Ugh. Lin Ye, the gravity's too intense. My spiritual energy's draining, too fast. Lin Yubing's voice was breathless, her usually cool tone tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Hold on. There's a relatively flat valley ahead, push through. Lin Ye's voice was deep and resolute. He himself felt immense pressure, but he had to share the burden with Lin Yubing. He tensed his arms, practically half hugging, half carrying Lin Yubing toward himself, landing her on a relatively flat boulder. Once atop the boulder, Lin Ye quickly scanned their surroundings. Lin Yubing leaned against him, her chest heaving violently. Her face was pale, her lips trembling slightly. The gravitational suppression and spiritual energy depletion of the 10,000 mountains had taken a tremendous toll on her. For the first time, Lin Yubing's eyes clearly revealed wavering and helplessness. This gravity, my spiritual energy feels drained. I can't go on. You must leave. Don't worry about me. Her voice was faint yet brimming with defeat. As the nation's 10th ranked prodigy, she had never felt such utter despair within such a short distance. The shock from Huang Fu Tian's scornful punch hadn't yet faded, and now this relentless mountain of gravity left her utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Her gaze toward Lin Ye was complex, a mix of dependence and the resolute determination not to burden him. Shut up! Lin Ye snapped, instantly cutting off her hesitation. His gaze swept over Lin Yubing's pale face. Without hesitation, he tensed his arm, practically half lifting her up. Firefly flash! Lin Ye growled, no longer sparing a thought for the drain on his spiritual energy. A flash of starlight erupted, and both figures vanished from the boulder, reappearing moments later on a relatively gentle ridge nearby. Upon landing, Lin Ye's body sank slightly, carrying someone during teleportation clearly demanded greater energy. Yet his back remained rigidly straight, steadying both himself and the Lin Yubing in his arms. Ah! The sudden displacement made Lin Yubing gasp. The physical discomfort made her instinctively grip Lin Ye's collar tighter. Listen, Lin Ye's voice rang in her ear. Giving up now? Impossible. I'll get you into the top 10. What I say, I will do. His words lashed at Lin Yubing's heart like a whip. She bit down hard on her lower lip, the sharp pain snapping her scattered focus back into sharp focus. Hold on tight. Lin Ye commanded. Simultaneously, the Xingli sword hummed, generating a protective layer of starlight. Though it couldn't fully counteract the gravity, it significantly eased the pressure on Lin Yubing, making her body feel lighter. Yiling, void flash. Lin Ye barked again. Yes, master. Yiling's spirit form materialized, and with a flick of her small hand. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing's figures blurred once more. Chapter 109, Scraping into the Top 10. The two continued darting through the void, advancing another stretch. They paused to rest atop a massive boulder ahead. Lin Yubing was nearly spent, sweat soaking her hair at her forehead. The suppression of the 10,000 mountains was overwhelming. The ice elemental energy within her flowed sluggishly, nearly crushed by the crushing weight. Lin Ye. Her voice trembled slightly, thick with frustration and helplessness. She refused to be a burden, especially after Huang Fu Tian's contemptuous declaration. Don't speak. Conserve your strength. Lin Ye's voice was low and commanding. He too bore immense pressure, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the valley ahead shrouded in distorted light and shadow. That was the relatively level terrain instructor Lei Zhen had mentioned. It was also the only path to the core assembly point. He could feel Lin Yubing's hand trembling slightly, her fingertips icy cold. Lin Ye's arms tightened around her, pulling her closer to his side, nearly cradling her in his embrace. Hold me tight. Lin Ye barked, hesitation gone. Firefly flash. Buzz. Starlight flared. Lin Ye's figure vanished from the boulder in an instant, carrying Lin Yubing with him. He forcibly resisted the mountain-like gravitational pressure, hurtling toward the valley below. His speed was more than double what it had been before. But the cost was staggering. Lin Ye's spiritual energy poured out like a floodgate bursting open. The continuous use of Firefly Flash to cover ground consumed an utterly terrifying amount of energy. Ugh! Lin Yubing groaned softly. The wind pressure and spatial distortion from the high-speed movement nearly suffocated her. She could only cling tightly to Lin Ye, burying her face in his solid shoulder blades, feeling his warmth. Put! Put! Just as they were about to plunge into the valley, several black shadows, carrying a foul stench, shot out like venomous snakes from the crevices of the jagged cliffs on both sides. Shadow binding vine elite. Level 24. Attributes: Shadow, Bind, Venom. Skills: Shadow Assault, Paralysis, Bind, Venomous Thorns. These cunning creatures had lain in wait for ages. They strike when their prey is most tense and swift. Several vines, covered in backward-facing thorns and dripping with eerie green venom, coiled toward Lin Ye's legs and sword-wielding arm like living creatures. Others pierced straight toward Lin Yubing, whom he shielded in his embrace. Looking for death. A cold light flared in Lin Ye's eyes. Xingli. Extinction Stardust. Night Feather. Void Erosion. In the blink of an eye, though the Xingli sword in Lin Ye's left hand remained unsheathed, its blade hummed as it instantly shattered into countless fine silver stardust particles. Like a miniature whirlwind spinning at breakneck speed, it precisely tore into and entangled the poisonous vines coiled around Lin Yubing in his arm. SSSSH. The shadow-binding vine snapped cleanly under the shard's cutting edge, venom spattering wildly, yet contained by the starlight barrier. Simultaneously, the night feather sword in his right hand flashed with a gray-blue light. Hum. A profound surge of shadow and void energy erupted silently, precisely enveloping the roots of several shadow-binding vines coiling around his legs. Void corrosion. Those vines withered instantly, turning gray and lifeless as if drowned in acid. The binding force vanished abruptly, leaving the vines limp and lifeless as they drooped downward. Lin Ye didn't even pause. Carried by momentum, he plunged through the viscous water curtain with Lin Yubing in tow, finally crashing into the relatively gentle valley below. The gravitational suppression suddenly lessened. Though the spiritual energy suppression and mental pressure remained, the heavy shackles on her body felt as if they'd been largely lifted. Lin Yubing felt her breath ease instantly. Quickly. Lin Ye didn't pause for even a moment, not even glancing back at the shadow-binding vine he'd just dealt with. He clearly sensed the energy fluctuations of the core convergence point not far ahead. Behind him and farther off, other nascent auras were rapidly closing in. He activated Firefly Flash once more, but this time it wasn't a long-distance dash instead, it was a series of short-range teleports. Each flash appeared precisely on the most efficient, swiftest path forward. He no longer held Lin Yubing in his arms, but instead gripped her hand tightly, pulling her along, channeling his own strength and the firmness of his grasp into her. Lin Yubing gritted her teeth as her ice-blue spiritual energy reactivated, now unburdened by gravity. Ice crystals spread beneath her feet, forming a smooth path that drastically reduced the resistance to running. She forced herself to match Lin Ye's pace, pushing her speed to the absolute limit. Their figures streaked through the valley like two intertwining streaks of light, one silver, one ice blue. Ahead, a massive circular platform appeared at the edge of their vision. At its center stood a pillar of energy, radiating a soft white glow. That was the rendezvous point. Scattered figures of 7 or 8 people were already standing at the platform's edge. At the very front, Wang Fu Tian stood with his hands behind his back, a halo of golden light surrounding him. His gaze swept indifferently over those behind him. When he spotted Lin Ye and Lin Yubing, a barely perceptible cold sneer curved his lips. Morong Xiao leaned on his crimson gold dragon halberd, his aura steady and composed. Feng Wuhan stood as straight as a pine tree, his aura even more condensed. Clearly, they had all arrived long ago. Behind them, several top geniuses from various provinces were urgently regulating their breath. Hurry! More are charging up behind us. A teaching assistant responsible for recording at the platform's edge shouted the warning. Lin Ye's gaze darted like lightning, instantly locking onto the invisible finish line at the platform's edge. The gap between his and Lin Yubing's positions in the top 10 was mere inches. Yubing! One last step. Lin Ye growled, unleashing his spiritual energy without reserve. He even tapped into the cool aura of the Yunshan Dragon Pendant to fortify his mind. Ice Soul Gale. Lin Yubing let out a fierce cry, channeling her last ounce of ice elemental spirit power into her feet. The ice surface abruptly extended, unleashing tremendous thrust. Like arrows released from a bow, their speed surged once more. Less than 10 meters behind them, 3 equally formidable figures sprinted with all their might. Their eyes burned with the desperate desire for a spot in the top 10. Swish! Swish! 2 figures crossed the finish line almost simultaneously, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. 9th. Lin Ye. 10th. Lin Yubing. Buzz. The moment Lin Yubing's toes crossed the finish line, the badge on her uniform denoting her status as a training camp cadet glowed faintly, recording her placement in time. Her legs buckled beneath her, unable to bear her weight any longer, and she stumbled forward, collapsing. Lin Ye reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Huff, huff. Lin Yubing gasped for breath, her body drained of all strength, barely able to stand. Leaning against Lin Ye's chest, she felt his equally rapid heartbeat and the rise and fall of his chest. Yet, a relieved smile touched her usually cool face. She made it in at the last second. Lin Ye held her close as his gaze swept across the platform. Huang Fu Tian snorted coldly, withdrawing his gaze as if Lin Ye and Lin Yubing's last-minute arrival was utterly insignificant. Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan gave Lin Ye a slight nod, their expressions carrying a hint of acknowledgement. Morong Xiao ranked 3rd, Feng Wuhan 5th. The 3 newcomers who arrived after them wore expressions of frustration and resentment. They were just one step away.
At the platform's center, Chief Instructor Lei Zhen had appeared without anyone noticing. His stern face betrayed no emotion as his gaze swept over the newly arrived, still panting and catching their breath. It lingered briefly on Lin Ye and the nearly exhausted Lin Yubing in his arms. The top 10 were decided. Lei Zhen's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing across the platform. Rest for a stick of incense. Then, proceed to the second special training. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the top 10, including Lin Ye and the other trainees arriving behind them, their breathing still uneven. Don't think making the top 10 means you can rest easy. The martial arts secret realm has only just begun. The spots for the Dragon Abyss secret realm depend on absolute strength and the ability to survive. Chapter 110, Huang Putian's Ambush. He snapped his fingers, sending an invisible ripple outward. The energy pillar at the platform's center emitted a gentle glow, releasing a surge of pure, primordial chi that swiftly nourished the exhausted physical and spiritual energy of all present. Lin Ye helped Lin Yubing sit down before crossing his legs himself. Yunshin Dragon Pendant, a soothing energy flowed through his consciousness sea, accelerating the recovery of his spiritual power. He swiftly circulated his spiritual energy, smoothing out the meridians that had become slightly disordered from the continuous, high-intensity use of the Firefly Flash. Lin Yubing also closed her eyes to regulate her breath. Ice blue spiritual energy circulated around her body, and the pallor on her face visibly regained its rosy hue. Huang Futian remained standing with his hands behind his back at the edge of the platform, seemingly unaffected by his earlier sprint. Golden light radiated inwardly from his body, yet he exuded an air of haughty superiority. His gaze occasionally swept over Lin Ye, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Bringing along deadweight and still making it in at the last minute. That takes some brute strength. A follower beside him snorted derisively, his voice low but audible enough for several nearby to hear. Lin Ye didn't even lift an eyelid, as if he hadn't heard. Xingli's mental voice sneered coldly within his mind, noisy fly. I'd love to stab a sword right through his mouth. Yiling also conveyed discontent, Master, that man is so bad. Yiling hates him. Ignore him. Lin Ye's mental reassurance urged them to conserve energy. The real test lay ahead. The time of a single incense stick passed in an instant. Lei Zhen stepped forward. The ground at the platform's edge abruptly split open, revealing a bottomless, gaping fissure that radiated a thick, dark aura. This darkness was no ordinary nightshade, but a pure void that seemed capable of swallowing all light. Merely gazing into it unsettled the mind, sending waves of chill deep into the soul. The second special training, the Lightless Abyss. Lei Zhen's voice rang out cold and hard in the darkness. This place simulates fragments of the ancient abyssal ruins, blocking all light sources and suppressing spiritual perception. Soul-devouring spectral winds and shadow demons lurk within. Your mission, locate and retrieve at least one abyss crystal core from this absolute darkness. He raised his hand, and 10 diamond-shaped crystals, emitting faint white light, hovered before the group. They automatically flew into the hands of the top 10. These are guiding lights, obtainable only by the top 10. Infusing them with spiritual energy activates a faint glow, illuminating only 3 feet around the bearer. Yet they are also the shadow demon's favorite bait. The longer they are used, the more and stronger the shadow demons they attract. The choice is yours. Lei Zhen's gaze swept over everyone, carrying a hint of cruelty. Time limit, 2 hours. Those who return crystal cores will receive points based on quantity and quality. Those who fail to return them will have all their monthly resource quotas deducted. Those severely wounded by the soul-devouring ghost wind or whose mental projections are torn apart by shadow demons are eliminated. Those who sustain injuries to their physical bodies bear the consequences themselves. Now, jump. The moment the words fell, the quickest among the top 10 leaped without hesitation into the dark fissure. The second and third followed immediately. A flash of golden light enveloped Huang Futian as he plunged into the abyss like a golden meteor, instantly swallowed by the darkness. Even his light seemed to be absorbed by the sheer darkness. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing stared at the bottomless darkness, their bodies instinctively tensing. Deprived of sight and with their spiritual senses suppressed, this was especially disadvantageous for ice mages who relied heavily on perception. Don't be afraid. Stay close to me. Lin Ye grasped her hand, icy cold yet clammy with sweat. Without hesitation, he activated the guiding light in his hand. A faint, bean-sized white light glowed in Lin Ye's palm, barely illuminating the 3-foot radius around him and Lin Yubing. This light seemed so insignificant in the boundless darkness, as if it could be swallowed up at any moment. Go! Lin Ye grabbed Lin Yubing and leaped into the abyss without hesitation. The sensation of freefall hit instantly, followed by the solid impact beneath their feet. They had landed at the bottom of the abyss. Absolute darkness surrounded them, with only the faint glow from the palm-sized light source barely illuminating the rough, jagged black rocks beneath their feet and the towering walls plunging into the darkness on either side. The air was cold and thick, heavy with the stench of decay and sulfur. More terrifying still, an invisible mental pressure surged like a cold tide, relentlessly assaulting their minds. It sought to shatter their will, to stir the deepest fears within their hearts. Lin Yubing's breathing visibly quickened. Xingli, alert! Lin Ye barked.
This cursed place even repels starlight. Xingli grumbled, yet her sword blade emitted an invisible wave. Yet even Xingli's perception was compressed to a range of less than 10 zhang.
Master, there's something repulsive breathing ahead, Dark Knight Feather's consciousness warned with caution. Her perception of shadows and void energy proved sharper than Xingli's in this environment.
Lin Ye immediately pushed the three-breath sword to its absolute limit.
The power of the golden inscription stubbornly persisted despite the darkness and mental suppression.
The foresight perspective unfolds. No longer a clear visual.
Instead, it was a perception of energy flows, malicious intent, and spatial fluctuations. Next instant, from the shadows of the rock wall to her left rear, a silent, razor-sharp wind blade soul-devouring ghost wind streaks toward her ankles, skimming the ground.
The next instant, above her head, a massive rock, loosened by darkness, would silently detach.
Third breath, 10 zhang ahead to the right, several writhing, distorted shadow fiends drawn by the lantern's light begin accelerating toward their prey.
Watch your step. Left rear.
Lin Ye shouted sharply.
Simultaneously, he yanked Lin Yubing violently toward his side.
Whoosh! An invisible wind blade sliced past where Lin Yubing had stood moments before, striking the black rock with a sharp crack and leaving a deep gash.
The rock's surface instantly turned ashen, as if drained of all vitality.
Almost simultaneously, Lin Ye's left hand swept the starlight blade upward in a diagonal slash.
Stellar scar stab.
A single cold star pierced precisely the weak point at the center of the boulder falling from above.
Boom! The boulder exploded mid-air into countless fragments.
Avoiding the danger of being crushed.
Ice wall.
Lin Yubing reacted with lightning speed. The instant Lin Ye warned and pulled her, she grasped his intent. Suppressing her mental discomfort, she waved her hand, erecting a thick ice wall to the right front of them.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
Several twisted, mud-like black shadows slammed violently into the ice wall, emitting a corrosive sound. The ice wall swiftly darkened and melted, yet it successfully blocked the first wave of shadow demons' assault.
Extinguish the lamp.
Lin Ye decisively snuffed out the guiding light in his hand.
The moment the faint light vanished, the surroundings plunged into deeper darkness.
The shadow demons, drawn by the light, lost their target. They emitted several frustrated hisses, temporarily halting their attack, yet continued to lurk nearby.
They feared the dark?
Lin Yubing murmured in the shadows, her voice still tinged with lingering fear. No, they become invisible in the dark, making them even harder to guard against. Extinguishing the light reduces the risk of being surrounded. Lin Ye's voice was unnaturally calm. In absolute darkness, he relied even more heavily on the foresight of the three-breath sword and the perception of Xingli and Yiling.
Yiling sensed the crystal core's location. Yes, master.
Yiling's spirit seemed to merge with the void in the darkness, her perception spreading like ripples across water. There's a very cold, pure energy fluctuation over there, but it's surrounded by many unpleasant shadows. She pointed in a direction.
Go!
Lin Ye pulled Lin Yubing along.
Guided by memory and intuition, they moved swiftly through the darkness. Each step landed precisely where danger was foreseen. Yet the abyss's malice ran far deeper. Woo! A low, wailing sound, as if from the depths of hell, swept toward them from afar, engulfing them in an instant. Soul-devouring wind of madness.
This was no longer a single wind blade, but a sweeping mental tempest. The formless wind carried a bone-chilling cold and intense psychic assault, like billions of steel needles piercing the mind.
Ugh!
Lin Yubing grunted, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. Her consciousness felt as though struck by a heavy hammer, the ice wall shattering instantly. Her body swayed, nearly toppling over. Lin Ye also felt a wave of discomfort.
Xingli! Lin Ye shouted. Starry shield!
The Xingli sword erupted with intense starlight, instantly unfurling a barrier that enveloped both of them.
SSSSH!
The intangible soul-devouring wind slammed into the starlight barrier, producing a shrill, grinding sound.
The barrier trembled violently, its light flickering erratically, yet it ultimately held firm.
Master, something is interfering with the wind.
It's guiding the attack against us. Yiling's mental message carried anger. That damn golden light. He's over there. Yiling pointed toward a shadowy area behind them. Huangfu Tian.
A cold glint flared in Lin Ye's eyes.
It was him after all.
Using some method to interfere with or manipulate the soul-devouring ghost wind, directing its attack toward them.
Looking for death. Xingli roared.
Secure the crystal core first. Lin Ye suppressed his rage. The three-breath sword art raced through his veins, anticipating the Shadow Fiend and soul-devouring Ghost Wind's trajectories as he navigated the chaotic storm and the Shadow Fiend's ambushes, struggling to keep Lin Yubing safe. Finally, guided by Yiling, they charged toward a relatively narrow rock crevice. Deep within the crevice, several faint blue lights flickered in the darkness, the very abyss crystal cores.
But at the crevice's entrance, a dense swarm of Shadow Fiends surged like a black tide, emanating a sickening aura of evil.
Worse still, a soul-devouring wind, dense and tangible, coiled like a giant serpent at the entrance, guarding it.
Poof! Finally found it.
A cold voice echoed from the darkness behind them, tinged with mockery.
But with this burden tagging along, do you really think you can get it?
Huang Fu Tian's figure slowly materialized from the shadows. A thin golden glow enveloped him, effortlessly repelling the soul-devouring wind.
His gaze settled on Lin Ye, brimming with blatant provocation and contempt. Your core spot is mine now.
Behind him, several followers materialized from the shadows, subtly forming an encircling stance, their faces twisted into malicious grins. Clearly, they had been lying in wait here all along, biding their time.
Chapter 111, Conflict.
Bathed in faint golden light, Huang Fu Tian's figure loomed like a deity emerging from the dark abyss, radiating an overbearing sense of superiority.
His followers, like hyenas lurking in the shadows, sealed off any possible escape routes for Lin Ye and Lin Yubing.
At the entrance to the rock crevice, the hissing of the shadow fiends mingled with the wailing of the soul-devouring ghost wind. Daring to covet the abyssal crystal core while dragging a burden along, sneered one of Huang Fu Tian's followers beside him. Chief Lin, why not hand over the guiding light and your core quota? Young Master Huang Fu might show mercy and let you leave safely.
Shut up! Xingli's mental command exploded in Lin Ye's mind.
The sword hummed. I'd love to slice out every last one of these scum's tongues.
Master, they're so annoying. That blinding gold light. Yiling's thoughts conveyed displeasure and wariness. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy.
Far from being provoked by their words, he swiftly analyzed the situation through the foresight granted by the three-breath sword. First breath, Huang Fu Tian would continue pressuring with words while a follower behind his left flank would silently channel a treacherous mental piercing spell, targeting the weakened Lin Yubing. Second breath, the right-hand follower would coordinate with Huang Fu Tian to unleash a blinding burst of nine-yang golden light, disrupting vision and perception. Simultaneously, the soul-devouring spectral wind serpent coiled at the rock crevice entrance would be guided by Huang Fu Tian to strike directly at him. Third breath, Huang Fu Tian himself seizes the moment to unleash a thunderous strike, targeting your sword-wielding right arm to instantly cripple most of your combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the shadow fiends behind him, agitated by the blinding light, will surge forward.
Desperate situation. Attacked on three sides, with environmental threats looming.
Yubing, shield your head and back with ice walls.
Ignore everything else.
Lin Ye's voice was low and urgent.
Got it.
Lin Yubing gritted her teeth, suppressing the searing pain in her spiritual sea and her overwhelming weakness.
Ice blue spiritual energy surged violently within her. She abandoned broad-scale manipulation, instead compressing her power to its absolute limit. Instantly, two thick, crystalline barriers of ice solidified above and behind them. Almost the instant Lin Yubing's ice walls solidified. Shoo! An invisible mental spike slammed into the ice wall protecting Lin Yubing's back. Ice shards flew as the barrier trembled violently, yet it did not shatter. A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the ambushing follower. Blinding golden light erupted from Huang Fu Tian's body, as if a miniature sun had ignited within the abyss. The intense radiance instantly blinded everyone, while their senses were severely disrupted by the overbearing aura contained within the golden light. Roar! The soul-devouring spectral wind coalesced into a colossal serpent, guided by the golden radiance, emitting a soul-shredding shriek. Like an arrow released from its bowstring, it opened its invisible maw to devour Lin Ye. Now! Night Feather! Lin Ye roared the instant the blinding light erupted. Far from closing his eyes, he pushed the three-breath sword art to its absolute limit, precisely anticipating both the landing point of Huang Fu Tian's golden light attack and the trajectory of his own lunge. Void erosion. Yiling's spirit form instantly solidified into a profound, deep entity, a gray-blue radiance erupting across her petite frame. Her hands pressed outward, and a force carrying the aura of annihilation and devouring spread out with a thunderous roar. A bizarre spectacle unfolded. The overwhelming, blazing nine suns golden light of Huang Fu Tian, upon touching the gray-blue domain Night Feather had unleashed, vanished as if a mud cow entering the sea. The light was violently distorted, fragmented, and devoured. The golden radiance, once powerful enough to illuminate a 10-zhang radius, was forcibly compressed and dimmed. Only a faint halo less than 3 feet wide remained around Huang Fu Tian. Even more terrifying was the soul-devouring spectral wind serpent. Its body, composed purely of negative psychic energy and deathly winds, met its nemesis the instant it collided with the gray-blue domain. SSSS. A shrill, corrosive sound rang out. The pure dark energy forming the serpent's body was violently eroded and disintegrated by Yiling's void erosion. The serpent emitted a silent wail as its massive form visibly began to disintegrate and dissipate. The terrifying psychic shockwave it contained was largely neutralized by this bizarre domain. What? The arrogance on Huang Fu Tian's face froze instantly, revealing an expression of disbelief for the first time. His nine-yang golden light was actually suppressed? Even the soul-devouring ghost wind he channeled had been dissolved? What kind of bizarre power was this? But Lin Ye's killing move didn't stop there. The instant Huang Fu Tian's golden light was suppressed and his mind shaken, Lin Ye vanished. Firefly flash. Exploiting the momentary visual deprivation from the blinding light's explosion and the fleeting darkness after the golden light was suppressed, Lin Ye pushed his speed to its absolute limit, not retreating, but charging forward with reckless abandon. Target, Huang Fu Tian. Stellar shards. Annihilation stardust. Hum. The starlight sword instantly shattered. But this time, the billions of silver stardust particles did not scatter. Instead, they coalesced into a single, intensely condensed silver torrent. Like a comet slicing through eternal night, it carried the piercing sharpness and annihilating aura to penetrate all. Swift. Precise. Deadly. The timing was absolutely perfect. After all, Wang Fu Tian was an SSS tier talent. His life or death crisis unleashed astonishing reflexes. Imperial Golden Bell Shield. He roared in fury, hastily drawing back the 9 yang golden light to form a solid golden shield before him. Clang. A deafening clang of metal echoed through the abyss. The silver torrent slammed violently against the golden shield. Violet energy exploded in an instant. Crack. The golden light shield held for barely half a breath before shattering with a thunderous crash. The remnant torrent of stardust pierced through Huang Fu Tian's chest. Put. Huang Fu Tian reeled as if struck by a heavy blow, grunting as his body flew backward uncontrollably. A mouthful of blood spurted forth, splattering a blinding crimson gold in the darkness. The ornate golden patterned battle robe on his chest was torn apart, revealing a suit of armor beneath that shimmered with a precious glow. Yet even the armor bore a distinct dent and a network of fine cracks. Were it not for this armor, he would have been wounded already. Young master. Brother Huangfu. Huangfu Tian's followers were horrified beyond words. Forgetting their assault on Lin Ye, they rushed toward the flying Huangfu Tian. Retreat. Lin Ye struck his blow and made no attempt to linger. He knew this blow wouldn't gravely wound Huangfu Tian, but it would intimidate him enough to create an opening for escape. He grabbed Lin Yubing, who was teetering on the edge of collapse from sustaining the ice wall with all her strength. Yiling. Void Flash. Target, Crystal Core. Lin Ye growled. Yes. Yiling's face was tense. The previous burst had taken a toll on her as well, but she hesitated not a moment before channeling her power once more. Hum. Their figures vanished instantly from their original position, bypassing the shadow demon horde in the remaining soul-devouring ghost wind's blockade, appearing deep within the rock crevices. Several abyssal crystal cores floated silently atop a protruding black crystal cluster, radiating pure, icy energy fluctuations. Lin Ye moved with lightning speed, snatching 3 crystal cores into his hand. Without a second glance, he stowed them away in his storage space. Retreat. Without a moment's pause. Lin Ye activated Firefly Flash once more, carrying Lin Yubing as they sped away in the opposite direction from Huangfu Tian and the others, their figures swiftly vanishing into the boundless darkness. Lin Ye. Huangfu Tian was supported by his followers, his chest throbbing with agony as his chi and blood churned violently within him. Gazing at the direction where Lin Ye vanished, he let out a roar filled with humiliation and fury. His handsome face contorted with rage, his golden pupils blazing with a devouring fire. Pursue him. Find him. Huangfu Tian shoved aside those supporting him, his body erupting in golden light once more as he charged madly after Lin Ye's vanishing point. His followers scrambled to keep pace, their faces etched with both terror and ruthless determination. Chapter 112, The Enraged Huangfu Tian. Yet the malevolence of the lightless abyss showed no favoritism to intruders. Though Huangfu Tian's golden light radiated with overwhelming power, under the absolute darkness and the pervasive suppression of spiritual perception, it flickered like a candle in the wind. The light was compressed until it barely illuminated a few feet around him. In the boundless darkness, this light was not a refuge but became the most conspicuous target. Hiss. Woo. Stimulated by Huangfu Tian's golden light, the shadow demons surged forth like sharks smelling blood, writhing out of the shadows from all directions. Their forms twisted and shifted, ignoring physical defenses as they greedily devoured the energy and mental fluctuations leaking from the light barrier. Even more terrifying, Huangfu Tian's spirit fluctuations, brimming with savage fury, acted like a beacon in the night, drawing the soul-devouring dark winds from the surrounding area. Get out of my way! Huangfu Tian roared, unleashing a punch. Imperial extreme evil shattering. A golden fist aura erupted. In an instant, several shadow demons that had lunged forward were obliterated. Yet more shadow demons pressed forward relentlessly, like a festering sore clinging to bone. The ethereal wind blades formed by the soul-devouring ghost wind proved particularly treacherous, relentlessly battering his golden protective barrier. They emitted a hissing, corrosive sound as they steadily drained his precious spiritual energy. Young master! There are too many shadow demons. This cursed wind is draining our protective spiritual energy. His followers were also locked in a bitter struggle. Far outmatched by Huangfu Tian, they were overwhelmed by the combined assault of the shadow demons and the soul-devouring winds, struggling desperately to defend themselves. In a moment of carelessness, one follower was struck simultaneously by several soul-devouring ghost winds. His protective aura dimmed instantly. With a piercing scream, his spirit suffered a severe blow. He collapsed limply to the ground, unconscious. Huangfu Tian caught the scene out of the corner of his eye, his rage flaring. Useless, he cursed under his breath, yet he was forced to divert his attention to tend to his remaining men, severely slowing his pursuit.
He attempted to dispel the shadow fiends and ghost winds with the imposing pressure of his 9 yang divine body. Yet within this abyss steeped in the aura of the ancient Guichu, the divine body's power was greatly diminished, yielding far less effect than outside. What frustrated him even more was that he had completely lost track of Lin Ye. Lin Ye's bizarre spatial leap ability was like a fish in water within the darkness. Moreover, after entering the rock crevice to retrieve the crystal core, Lin Ye immediately extinguished his guiding light, blending completely into the darkness. Without any light source to attract attention, combined with Knifefeather's innate affinity for shadow and void energies, they moved through this environment like true specters. The golden text of the Three Breaths Sword's inscription raced through Lin Ye's mind. He wasn't fleeing blindly. Instead, he used his foresight to precisely avoid the likely search routes of Huangfu Tian and his men, choosing a complex path littered with jagged boulders and narrow crevices. Master, the golden light behind us is stumbling wildly and growing farther away. Yi Ling's mental message carried a hint of relief. She could clearly sense Huangfu Tian's chaotic energy fluctuations, like a headless fly. Lin Ye gave a slight nod, his taut nerves not yet fully relaxed. One hand gripped Lin Yubing's icy wrist tightly, while the other kept the Xingli sword perpetually on guard. Lin Yubing's face remained pale, yet her eyes burned with unusual intensity. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the scarce ice elemental energy she had left. She crystallized a thin layer of frost beneath her feet, minimizing the sound and traces of her movement. "Can you hold on?" Lin Ye whispered, his voice carrying sharply in the absolute silence. Lin Yubing nodded firmly, her ice blue eyes flashing with stubborn resolve in the darkness. "Yes. Thank you for earlier." She was referring to Lin Ye's command and protection at the critical moment. This time, she hadn't been a pure liability, she'd blocked the critical psychic assault with an ice wall. Lin Ye squeezed her hand, conveying silent affirmation. He retrieved a newly acquired abyssal crystal core. The deep blue crystal felt icy cold in his hand, radiating pure energy fluctuations. Lin Ye attempted to infuse a thread of spiritual energy into it. Hum! A faint glow rippled across the crystal's surface as a cool, soothing force field radiated outward from its center, forming a faint halo about a foot in diameter. To his delight, within the circle's reach, the pervasive, mind-corroding pressure of the abyss and the soul-devouring disturbance of the ghostly wind were significantly weakened. This crystal core could resist the abyss's negative erosion. Lin Yubing also sensed the change, her spirits lifting as her fatigue lessened considerably. A valuable find. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. This was practically a lifesaver in the abyss. He pressed the crystal core into Lin Yubing's hand. "Take it. It'll help restore your energy and resist the environmental suppression." Lin Yubing accepted without hesitation. She knew this was no time for pleasantries. Clutching the crystal core tightly, she felt its cool essence nourish her wounded consciousness. With the crystal core's protection, the pressure on both of them eased dramatically. Lin Ye evaded scattered shadow demons and ghost winds with his three-breath sword art, guiding Lin Yubing like a fish gliding through darkness. They slipped silently deeper into the abyss, steadily widening the distance from Huangfu Tian and the others. Time ticked by, second by second. Huangfu Tian, accompanied by his last two followers, lashed out wildly in the darkness like a trapped beast. Golden light erupted repeatedly, shattering waves of shadow demons and dispelling streams of soul-devouring winds. Yet beyond draining their own strength and creating greater commotion to draw more enemies, they gained nothing. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing's presence seemed to have completely evaporated into the darkness. "Young master, this can't go on. Our spiritual energy is depleting too fast," one follower gasped, his voice laced with fear. The protective glow around him had grown faint. "Shut up!" Huangfu Tian snapped, but the rise and fall of his chest and the slightly chaotic golden light betrayed his own immense exhaustion. His handsome face twisted with extreme rage and frustration, golden flames burning in his eyes with nowhere to vent. He abruptly halted his steps, ceasing the futile squandering of power. Closing his eyes, he channeled every ounce of energy into his 9 yang divine body, attempting to use its acute sensitivity to energy to track Lin Ye's whereabouts. Yet the abyss's oppressive environment, combined with Lin Ye's abyss crystal core shielding his aura, left Huangfu Tian's senses engulfed only by chaotic darkness and nauseating negative energy. "Lin Ye." Huangfu Tian ground the name out between clenched teeth, each syllable saturated with searing hatred. "You may evade me today, but you won't escape forever. I, Huangfu Tian, will claim that spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. When that day comes, I'll see where you run then." He knew that continuing to stumble blindly through this lightless abyss like a headless fly would only waste his strength, and might even lead to a fatal misstep. This clash, he had lost to underestimation, lost to his opponent's bizarre combination of abilities and masterful exploitation of the environment. "Go! Find the crystal core first." Huangfu Tian suppressed his raging fury and made a rational yet deeply humiliating decision. He abandoned pursuit of Lin Ye, instead leading his followers toward another potential source of crystal core fluctuations. Yet the low-pressure aura radiating from him was colder and more bone-chilling than the abyss's own chill. Meanwhile, in another remote corner of the abyss, Lin Ye and Lin Yubing leaned against a massive black rock, catching their breath. After confirming Huangfu Tian hadn't pursued them, Lin Ye's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. He looked at Lin Yubing, whose complexion had improved significantly with the aid of the Abyss Crystal Core.
He's given up, Lin Ye stated calmly.
Lin Yubing nodded, her expression complex.
He won't let this go easily. Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. I know.
Lin Ye cut her off, his gaze drifting into the deeper darkness.
Spots are earned through skill.
In the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, he'll only suffer a more complete defeat. He took out the other 2 Abyss crystals, feeling the pure energy within them.
Use this time to recover.
In this abyss, there's probably more than just crystals.
Chapter 113, a familiar yet loathsome presence.
In a corner of the lightless abyss, beneath a massive black rock, Lin Ye leaned against the cold, hard rock, his breathing already steady.
3 abyssal crystal cores lay quietly in his palm.
The crystals emitted a faint, pure blue glow, dispelling the oppressive, unsettling aura of the abyss around him. They also nourished his spirit and physical strength. Lin Yubing leaned against him, her face still tinged with pallor, yet her spirit was noticeably stronger. She clutched the crystal core Lin Ye had given her tightly in her hand. Her ice spirit power circulated steadily, aided by the cool aura, accelerating her recovery. Blocking that mental piercing attack for Lin Ye had taken a tremendous toll.
This crystal core truly is a remarkable thing.
She spoke softly, her voice no longer weak. Not only did it resist environmental corrosion, but it also seemed to faintly guide the surrounding energy.
Lin Ye nodded in acknowledgement. He had sensed it too.
With the crystal core in hand, though her perception range remained severely suppressed, her vague sense of energy flow within the abyss had intensified.
It was as if several clearly positioned guiding lights had appeared in the endless darkness. Though dim, they allowed one to discern direction. Yiling, how much energy did that outburst consume? Lin Ye inquired telepathically. Master, Yiling is fine. Yiling's spirit form appeared in good condition.
That annoying golden light energy was so dense it took quite a bit of effort to devour it, but the core recovered quickly. She seemed to be relishing the sensation of devouring the soul-devouring wind serpent. Yiling has grown stronger. Next time we meet him, I can devour even more.
Xingli snorted coldly. Humph, little one, don't get too cocky.
That creature's protective golden light is incredibly dense. You only exploited environmental advantages in his emotional outburst that exposed a weakness, coordinating with me to crack his turtle shell.
A direct confrontation? You're not ready for that yet.
Oh, Yiling's voice dipped slightly, but she quickly regained her resolve.
Yiling will work even harder. Lin Ye soothed. Xingli's right. Huangfu Tian's talent is truly terrifying.
He recalled that golden shield hastily formed yet capable of withstanding the torrent of starfall shards.
His SSS Tier 9 Sun's divine body talent proved far more formidable than anticipated, and that protective armor was no ordinary artifact.
We repelled him only because of favorable timing, terrain, and teamwork.
But he won't make the same mistake twice.
At the mention of Huangfu Tian's name, a flicker of worry crossed Lin Yubing's beautiful eyes.
His background is deep. He's the kind to hold grudges. Once we emerge from the abyss and return to the academy, he'll likely. No problem.
Lin Ye showed no trace of fear in his eyes. He coveted my core spot, but I didn't think much of him either. In the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, it's all about skill. We'll meet force with force, water with earth. He tucked away the 2 crystal cores, pressing the remaining one to his chest. Under the cumulative effect of the Yunshin Dragon Pendant, his mind grew increasingly clear.
3 cores weren't enough. Leijin had said points were determined by both quantity and quality. These crystal cores seemed to have tiers as well. Lin Ye could sense that while all 3 cores were pure, the intensity of their contained energy varied slightly. Master.
Yiling's mental message arrived again, tinged with faint excitement and confusion. Just now, when that golden light nuisance was sent flying by Sister Xingli, Yiling sensed a familiar yet deeply unpleasant aura emanating from a small black bead that had fallen from its body. It bore a faint resemblance to the crystal cores they had encountered earlier.
Lin Ye understood. Huangfu Tian also possessed an abyss crystal core. And Yiling mentioned that bead carried a familiar yet irritating aura? Was it purer abyss power? Or something connected to the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm?
He immediately focused his mind on the unique energy trajectory perspective granted by the 3 Breaths sword, scanning the direction where Huangfu Tian and the others had been held back earlier. Sure enough, amidst the chaotic swirl of shadows and deathly aura, he faintly detected a deeper, colder energy residue lingering.
Though faint and rapidly dissipating in the environment, it was undeniably present.
Purer than the 3 crystal cores they had obtained. Huangfu Tian likely obtained a higher grade abyss crystal core before us.
Lin Ye whispered to Lin Yubing.
Or something containing similar substances.
Lin Yubing was startled. Higher grade? Then what about us?
She glanced at the crystal core in Lin Ye's hand, her meaning unspoken.
Had we already fallen behind?
A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The time hasn't come yet.
There's plenty of opportunity. Yiling, can you pinpoint the approximate location of that deeper scent?
Master, over there. Yiling's tiny finger pointed in a direction where the suppression of spiritual perception seemed particularly intense.
The scent was faint and intermittent, but Yiling could detect it. And it seemed like there were other cold lights nearby. Good. Lin Ye decisively dimmed the crystal core's glow to avoid detection. Yu Bing, how's your recovery? We need to push deeper. Though the suppression ahead grew stronger, signaling greater danger, high risk meant high reward. For the premium resources reserved for core members, for advancing one step closer to the Dragon Abyss secret realm, he had to fight for it. Lin Yubing drew a deep breath, the weariness in her eyes swiftly replaced by resolve. Resilient ice spirit energy coiled around her fingertips. I'm fine. Go! Lin Ye seized her hand, and their figures vanished silently into the darkness once more. Like leopards, they crept toward the direction Night Feather had indicated. Meanwhile, in another area far from the rock crevice where Lin Ye and his group had been ambushed. Boom! A blinding golden light erupted, carrying the overpowering aura of a scorching solar flame, completely vaporizing several shadow demons that had entangled themselves. Huangfu Tian's face darkened so intensely it seemed water could drip from it. The lingering ache in his chest from the stardust shard strike. The shame of being forced back burned like poisonous fire within his proud heart. Damned insects! Another punch scattered the soul-devouring winds rushing toward him as he cursed under his breath. The last two followers trailing him were panting heavily, their faces pale, drained of spiritual energy. Young master, this can't go on. The environment here is too bizarre. That Lin Ye is slippery as an eel, and he has that strange spatial ability, one follower whispered, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Our primary task is still to find the crystal core. How could Huangfu Tian not know? But Lin Ye had snatched the crystal core right before his eyes, damaged his armor, and then calmly vanished. This humiliation was impossible to swallow. Guided by Yiling's perception, Lin Ye and Lin Yubing traversed the absolute darkness like two silent phantoms. The environment grew increasingly perilous. The suppression of spiritual perception felt like heavy shackles, compressing their range of awareness to its absolute limit. The putrid stench permeating the air grew thicker, viscous enough to suffocate. The occasional wails that swept past carried increasingly intense psychic assaults. Even with the dual protection of the Yunshin Dragon Pendant and the Abyssal Crystal Core, Lin Yubing's expression remained grave. The master's scent grew closer and closer. It was right behind that large black rock up ahead. But Yiling's thoughts carried a hint of unease. Beside that cold light lurks something deeply troublesome and powerful. It lies dormant. Chapter 114, stealing the crystal core right under their noses. Lin Ye instantly pushed the three-breath sword to its absolute limit. The golden-threaded foresight vision struggled to unfold in the utter darkness, barely tracing the energy trails ahead. Next breath, passing through the barrier of jagged stalagmites ahead would lead into a relatively open small cavern. The next breath, at the cavern's center, three far more dazzling, larger, ice-blue star-like, abyssal crystal cores legendary, hovered atop a natural obsidian platform. Third breath, in the deepest shadows beneath the platform, a vast darkness thicker than the surrounding gloom as if capable of devouring all light pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. It radiated a bone-chilling, deathly stillness that made souls tremble. That slumbering terror could be roused at any moment by the crystal core's energy or the intruder's presence. Warning, ultra-dense shadow death energy conglomerate detected. Energy intensity nearing level 40 Lord threshold. Status, Deep Hibernation Guardian. The system's warning echoed in his mind, confirming Yiling's perception. A level 40 Lord tier threat? Lin Ye's heart sank. Even the aura emanating from its dormant state far surpassed any lord he had encountered before. Force my way in? Absolutely not. Awakening this thing would leave him and Lin Yubing with zero chance of survival. Yubing, stop. Lin Ye barked immediately. He brought Lin Yubing to a cautious halt behind the stone pillar barrier, suppressing every trace of their presence. Lin Yubing, too, sensed the bone-chilling dread emanating from the depths of her soul. Her fingers instinctively tightened around Lin Ye's arm. What's wrong? She whispered, her eyes darting warily through the darkness. The target crystal core is right ahead, but a massive creature guards it. We mustn't alert it. Lin Ye's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed firmly on the pulsating, enormous shadow. We must retrieve the crystal core without alerting it. The mission had become incredibly tricky. Destructive force was forbidden, it would surely awaken the Guardian. No intense energy fluctuations or emotional ripples, either both would draw its attention. The guiding light was absolutely forbidden, it shone like a sun in the absolute darkness. Spatial jump? Lin Ye looked at Yiling. Yiling's small face grew serious as she shook her head. Master, that entity is too sensitive to disturbances in space and shadow. Jumping directly through might wake it. The atmosphere instantly became as taut as a stretched string. Time dragged on in the silent darkness, each second feeling interminably long. The lingering traces of Huangfu Tian and his group seemed to vanish in another direction, but a greater threat loomed close at hand. Master, could Yiling try? Yiling's voice carried hesitation and a hint of uncertainty. That big thing is also a shadow. Could Yiling carefully communicate with the darkness? Lin Ye's eyes lit up. As the sword maiden who wields the shadows and the void, Yiling's power source shared an extremely high degree of origin with this Abyss Guardian. Communicate? Calm? Or guide? Lin Ye asked swiftly. Soothing might not work, Yiling sensed earnestly. It's ancient, fierce, and even when asleep, hates being disturbed.
Yiling considered quietly diverting the energy flow beneath its crystal core just a little while it absorbed shadow energy like peeking at its water cup.
Though Yiling's analogy was naive, Lin Ye instantly understood.
The Dark Guardian lay in deep slumber yet instinctively absorbed surrounding shadow energy to sustain itself. Through her extraordinary affinity with shadow energy, Yiling could, at a precise moment, subtly disrupt the natural flow of energy converging toward the Guardian around the crystal core.
This would create an extremely brief energy depression.
The Guardian wouldn't detect this subtle, natural disturbance originating from the same source of power. But with the stable energy cushion beneath it gone, the crystal core would momentarily lose its anchor and float unsteadily.
This is the opening. Good. Yiling. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with determination. Let's do it. What do you need me to do?
Xingli, stand by.
Understood. Xingli's voice bristled with alertness. If that reptilian beast stirs, I'll absorb the first wave. Nightfeather, be cautious. Master, Yiling needs you to help Yiling sense that massive heartbeat.
Yiling closed her eyes, carefully perceiving the heavy, rhythmic pulsation in the darkness. Waiting for its exhalation, the weakest, most tranquil moment. Lin Ye immediately immersed his entire consciousness into the foresight perspective of the three breaths sword art, fixating on the energy flow patterns within the core of that immense shadow.
It's breathing. The Guardian's breath, like that of a dormant volcano.
The energy fluctuations at its core entered a brief lull.
Now. Lin Ye's mental commands synchronized instantly. Watch Yiling.
A deep blue light blazed in Yiling's eyes.
A
shadow fluctuation, pure to the extreme yet faint to the point of imperceptibility, emerged silently.
Like a dewdrop falling onto a tranquil lake, it precisely merged into the energy current flowing beneath toward the Guardian's body. It deftly created an insignificant eddy. This disturbance was so natural, so faint. As if it were an inherent energy ripple within the abyss itself. Yet the instant this ripple brushed the energy fulcrum beneath the crystal core, the three resplendent abyssal crystal cores legendary suspended upon the platform trembled. As if their foundation had crumbled, they drifted a hair's breadth away from the platform. This was the moment. Lin Ye's firefly flash was already primed and ready. Speed. Timing. Precision.
In the final exhalation of the Guardian's slumber, at that millionth of a second when the crystal cores had just drifted away yet hadn't fallen back, Lin Ye's figure abruptly appeared at the edge of the platform. He dared not emit even the slightest spiritual energy fluctuation, relying solely on the utmost control of his physical strength and perfect anticipation. His left hand shot out like lightning, darting like a butterfly through flowers, scooping with pinpoint accuracy.
A faintly cool sensation touched his skin.
Three heavy crystal cores, brimming with immense, pure energy, were firmly grasped in Lin Ye's hand. His touch was icy cold, yet the vast, pure energy fluctuations nearly overflowed.
Success! Lin Ye's figure moved without hesitation, instantly activating Firefly Flash.
Like a startled wild goose, he flashed from the platform's edge back behind the stone pillar barrier beside Lin Ye in an instant. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, so swift it blurred into a blur.
Not a trace of residual energy lingered. Below the platform, the pulsating shadow remained, its breath deep and abyssal.
It remained utterly oblivious to the brief whirlpool it had caused upon the energy lake's surface. As if it were merely a faint sigh from the abyss itself.
A silent, flawless theft executed right under Death's nose declared a success.
Behind the barrier, Lin Ye watched, her heart nearly stopping. Only when Lin Ye returned safely, holding up three even more dazzling crystal cores before her eyes, did she suddenly inhale a deep breath of icy air. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief and a thrill tinged with lingering fear.
Master! Isn't Yiling amazing?
Yiling fluttered around Lin Ye, eager to share the glory, excitedly transmitting his thoughts.
Very good. Lin Ye ruffled Yiling's head, offering praise.
The earlier tension dissolved into immense accomplishment.
Not bad at all.
Xingli's voice carried a rare hint of approval.
You know how to use the environment to your advantage. Amazing.
Lin Ye watched the excited Nightfeather and the composed Lin Ye, unable to help but offer her heartfelt admiration. Lin Ye stowed away three crystal cores, leaving only one ordinary one in his hand to illuminate the area. By now, the pure, deep-freezing aura near the Guardian had been sensed and locked onto by them, so they wouldn't lose their way again.
We shouldn't linger here, Lin Ye said promptly. Chapter 115, The Third Training. Retreat. Lin Ye showed no lingering attachment. He barked the order, grabbed Lin Yubing's hand, and turned without hesitation. Three legendary great abyssal crystal cores secured.
Their energy fluctuations were as pure as stars rising in the night sky, emitting an alluring, deep blue glow. Every wisp of energy that escaped stirred the invisible shadow demons lurking nearby into restless agitation.
The terrifying entity slumbering beneath the platform remained utterly still, yet its deathly stillness pressed down with a palpable dread.
Even breathing seemed to risk awakening death itself. Guided by the faint environmental cues from the crystal cores and the three breaths sword's foresight of energy traps and lurking shadow demons, the two swiftly retreated along their original path. The surrounding darkness surged like a greedy tide. The hissing of the shadow demons and the wails of the soul-devouring winds echoed endlessly in the silence. Every step stretched their nerves taut, daring not to make a single unnecessary sound, their spiritual energy suppressed to the absolute minimum. The large shadow behind the master seemed to inhale slightly deeper. Nightfeather's consciousness carried a thread of barely perceptible tension.
Lin Ye's heart sank.
Though their previous actions had been precise and swift, they had ultimately expended power to remove the guardian object. The faint spatial ripples, the brief energy imbalance caused by the crystal core's displacement, could trigger an instinctive reaction even in the deepest slumber of a truly powerful being. Faster. Lin Ye's voice dropped even lower, yet his grip on Lin Yubing's hand tightened with new resolve. Lin Yubing, too, sensed the invisible pressure intensifying. She clenched her teeth, her ice-blue spiritual energy surging through her body to counteract the crushing gravity as she strained to keep pace with Lin Ye. In the darkness, the two moved like phantoms skimming close to the ground. Moments later, they finally broke free from the zone where the spiritual suppression was most intense, returning to the relatively familiar outskirts. The spot where they had encountered Huangfu Tian earlier was now empty, leaving only chaotic energy traces and scattered debris. Confirming Huangfu Tian and his group were no longer nearby, the two breathed a slight sigh of relief before pausing in a concealed crevice. Lin Yubing leaned against the jagged rock wall, her chest heaving violently. A pallor of narrowly escaped peril washed over her usually cool, composed face. The silent, extreme pressure she had endured just now had drained her spirit more than any brutal battle. Lin Ye swiftly separated and stowed the three legendary-grade crystal cores from the three ordinary ones he had collected earlier. The energy contained within the legendary-grade crystal cores felt like glacial cold springs, its purity and vastness palpable even through the storage space. Even the ordinary crystal cores carried a soothing, cooling power, sufficient to resist the abyss's erosion.
Recover quickly, Lin Ye said in a low voice.
The exit isn't far, but given Lei Zhen's style, the journey back won't be peaceful. Lin Yubing nodded, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes to regulate her breath, clutching the ordinary crystal core Lin Ye had given her earlier.
Time slipped away silently.
As the deadline approached, they pressed on without delay. Guided by Yi Ling's faint direction and the crystal core's faint glow, they hurried toward the exit of the abyss fissure. When they burst out of the oppressive darkness and once again felt the environment of the martial arts secret realm filled with violent spiritual energy yet strangely comforting, both felt as if they had been transported to another world. Upon the platform, Instructor Lei Zhen stood like a towering spear, his gaze sweeping sharply across the returning trainees.
Huangfu Tian had also returned.
He stood at one end of the platform, not far from Lei Zhen. Though the golden light surrounding him was slightly subdued, his expression was dark and terrifying. His gaze, like a poison-tipped blade, locked onto Lin Ye and Lin Yubing, who had just leaped out of the fissure.
Seeing them both unharmed, especially Lin Ye's utterly unruffled expression, the veins on Huangfu Tian's temples throbbed twice.
Only one equally pale follower remained by his side, a clear indication that the mission had gone extremely poorly.
Reporting to the instructor, cadets Lin Ye and Lin Yubing have retrieved the abyss crystal cores. Lin Ye ignored Huangfu Tian's murderous glare.
He led Lin Yubing to the front of the platform and handed all the abyss crystals to an assistant instructor in charge of registration. The assistant's eyes widened slightly. He stared at the crystals in Lin Ye's hands with a hint of surprise, then glanced at Lin Yubing behind him, whose aura remained relatively stable. This seemed somewhat unexpected. The quality and energy contained within these crystals far surpassed those of the others. Lei Zhen's gaze also fell upon the crystals. His stern face showed no emotion, merely a slight nod to signal the assistant to record them. Huangfu Tian clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his heart burning with fury. He had only brought back 4 crystal cores himself, though one was of exceptional quality, yet his total still fell short of Lin Ye's.
And Lin Ye had even brought back a burden. This was a blatant humiliation for him.
Lin Yubing silently handed over her ordinary crystal core and returned to stand beside Lin Ye. By the time all survivors returned, the time limit had precisely expired. Nearly a third of the new recruits failed to return, either carried away by teaching assistants in a weakened state or clearly having suffered misfortune or severe injuries within the lightless abyss. The air thickened with the scent of blood and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Lei Zhen stepped forward, his metallic voice striking every heart.
Item 2, the lightless abyss terminated. Those failing to meet standards will have their monthly resource quotas deducted. Those eliminated due to severe injury will forfeit eligibility for subsequent training sessions. Yu's icy gaze swept over Lin Ye, Huangfu Tian, Morong Xiao, Bong Woman, and all who had brought back crystal nuclei. Very good. You know how to struggle, fight, and strive in the darkness. But it's not enough. The real battlefield offers no respite. No sanctuary for healing. Enemies won't wait for you to be ready before baring their fangs. The perils of the Dragon Abyss secret realm far exceed your imagination. Every second could determine life or death. Therefore, Lei Zhen's voice suddenly rose, booming like thunder above the platform. The third special training begins now. As his words echoed, the space at the platform's center violently warped once more. A vast, ring-shaped coliseum shrouded in the stench of blood and gunpowder slowly materialized. The arena was far from empty, teeming with projections of monstrous creatures of every grotesque form, their roars echoing ceaselessly. Fiery Griffin Elite, Abyssal Claw Elite, Venomous Vine Demon Elite, all uniformly level 25 or above. At the very center of the arena stood a being covered in lava-like armor, radiating terrifying pressure. Lava Explosion Beast Lord Class Projection. Level 30. Status, extremely enraged. The rules are simple. Thunderclap's voice struck like a cold iron hammer, shattering all illusions of mercy. Hold on. Fight. Until you fall. Boom. The arena's projection solidified instantly, enveloping every new recruit who had completed the Abyss of Darkness mission and hadn't yet departed. The sensation of spatial displacement descended once more. The next second, the thick stench of blood, the frenzied roars of beasts, and the deadly scorching heatwave instantly engulfed everyone. Lin Ye's pupils instantly contracted. He saw Huangfu Tian nearby roar in fury, transforming into a dazzling golden streak as he charged toward the nearest raging flame griffin. The Nine Yang fist chi erupted with a terrifying roar. He also saw Morong Zhao's dragon spear sweeping through the air, Feng Wohen's sword shadows as swift as the wind. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lin Yubing's pale yet stubborn face. The true chaos of battle, utterly unexpected. It had begun. Chapter 116, Huangfu Tian's Provocation, the Battle for the Spot. The projection in the arena solidified, like a boulder crashing into boiling oil. The stench of blood, beastly roars, and elemental explosions instantly overwhelmed the senses, completely engulfing the unprepared newcomers. Roar! A fiery griffin swept toward Lin Yubing, the closest freshman, its scorching breath and fiery wings whipping up a storm of flames. Its molten gold talons, accompanied by a shrill screech that tore through the air, were sharp enough to pierce steel. Lin Yubing's face drained of color. In the nick of time, she managed to conjure an ice shield before her. Watch out! Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Without a second thought, his combat instincts took over completely. Night Feather. Veil of Death. Buzz. An indescribably terrifying force erupted violently, centered on Lin Ye. A gray, cold, deathly force field surged like an invisible tide. It instantly engulfed a vast area with Lin Ye at its epicenter, spanning dozens of zhang in radius. It engulfed the griffin lunging at Lin Yubing, several ferocious monsters nearby, and even several newcomers locked in fierce combat not far away. The Veil of Death. Within the domain, the flow of time seemed warped. Light dimmed, sound was cut off. Even the air itself thickened, heavy as molten lead. The ferocious, blazing griffin, as if hit with a slow motion button. Its lunging attack grew sluggish and stiff. The raging flames engulfing its body flickered violently like a dying candle in the wind, rapidly dimming as if ready to extinguish at any moment. For the first time, terror flickered in its vicious eyes. And it wasn't alone. Every creature within the domain, from the lowliest, corrupted lizards to the ferocious, abyssal claws, froze in place, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. Their roars became muffled and indistinct. Their aggressive impulses were forcibly suppressed. The surging magic coursing through their bodies froze in terrifying sluggishness. Xingli. Annihilation Stardust. Clear the field. Lin Ye's voice was as cold as iron, without a hint of hesitation. A bunch of trash think they can block my path? Xingli's icy voice carried disdain as her blade shattered instantly. Billions of silver streaks, condensed to their absolute limit, blazed like a river of death across the gray domain. They were not indiscriminate attacks. Guided by Lin Ye's precise three-breath sword prediction, they transformed into deadly rays, piercing with pinpoint accuracy the vital points of every demon within the domain. Put! A deafening chorus of piercing sounds, dense enough to make one's scalp crawl, merged into a single, continuous roar. The griffin's skull, the claw beast's heart, the vine demon's core, the lizard's spine. Every demon creature within the domain's embrace exploded, froze, and turned to ash like harvested wheat. Within the domain, time seemed to pass in an instant. As the gray curtain slowly retracted, Lin Ye's figure became clear once more. Within dozens of feet around him, utter stillness reigned. Every demonic creature, whether elite or common, had all been reduced to shards of ice crystals or charred remains, littering the arena floor. Only the level 30 Lava Blast Beast remained, unleashing a furious roar from the edge of the domain. Though relatively less affected, its movements were noticeably sluggish. The lava glow on its body had dimmed considerably. The entire process was swift, ruthless, and precise. From the domain's activation to the monsters being cleared, it took but a few breaths. Lin Ye remained rooted to the spot, his feet not shifting an inch. Only the recondensed cold light of the starlight sword in his hand and the deep, indigo glow flowing over the night feather spirit beside him revealed the source of that terrifying strike. Deathly silence. True deathly silence enveloped one corner of the arena. Every freshman witnessing this scene, whether currently locked in combat with monsters or having just escaped danger, instinctively froze for an instant. Their faces were etched with utter disbelief and shock.
Especially those who had doubted Lin Ye's strength or considered Lin Yu being a liability. They now felt as if their throats were being squeezed, their breath catching in their throats.
Whoa! What kind of domain is this? Instant kills? Dozens of elite monsters? Even the lava beast's movements slowed. That overwhelming pressure.
The twin blade maiden's domain synergy is terrifying. Low gasps and exclamations erupted after a brief, deathly silence. Lin Yubing stood beside Lin Ye, her ice shield still intact, her beautiful eyes wide. She stared at the battlefield cleared in an instant before her, feeling the lingering icy stillness of the domain, her heart pounding violently. She knew Lin Ye was powerful. But this overwhelming might sweeping away elite monsters as though they were mere weeds still profoundly shattered her understanding.
Finally looking like something.
Xingli's voice carried a hint of satisfaction, but she quickly added with a touch of pride, "Don't get too cocky though, that big reptile in the middle is the main course."
Master, you're so amazing.
Yiling fluttered happily beside Lin Ye, her little face beaming with excitement.
The villains were gone in an instant.
Lin Ye's gaze swept past the scattered remains of monsters, locking onto the increasingly frenzied lava burst beast at the center of the arena. The suppression from his domain was weakening.
The glow from its molten core grew blinding once more.
Its massive paws stomped the ground, sending out a deep, rumbling roar.
Scorching heat waves swept out once more. But just as Lin Ye prepared to focus his power against this lord projection, boom!
A blinding golden fist aura erupted, like a sun tearing through the darkness.
It carried an overwhelming aura of dominance, slamming viciously into the relatively vulnerable side joint of the lava burst beast. Imperial peak shattering strike. Huang Fu Tian's roar shook the very air.
Radiant with the dazzling light of the nine suns, he braved the scorching heat waves and the overlord's oppressive aura emanating from the lava beast, launching his attack with unyielding ferocity.
Boom! The fist's energy exploded. A massive dent was forced into the lava beast's thick, molten armor-plated flank.
Countless molten shards scattered like shooting stars.
Roar! The lava explosion beast let out a roar of agony and fury, its massive body staggering violently.
It whipped its head around, its vertical pupils streaming with molten lava locking onto Huang Fu Tian.
Hatred instantly shifted.
Clearly, the substantial damage from Huang Fu Tian's charged strike had drawn far more enmity than Lin Ye's earlier area suppression.
Lin Ye. Having landed his strike, Huang Fu Tian didn't retreat.
Instead, he turned to glare defiantly at Lin Ye. His voice cut through the monster's roar.
What's so impressive about clearing some trash mobs?
Care to wager who slaughters this beast first? The loser forfeits their spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm.
Dare you?
His eyes blazed with battle intent.
Huang Fu Tian's brazen words struck the chaotic arena like ice dropped into boiling water, instantly sending shockwaves rippling through the crowd. Forfeit the core spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm? This wager weight is heavy as a mountain.
Every freshman who heard those words felt their hearts tremble violently. Morong Xiao swept his dragon spear to repel a fearsome claw, his brow furrowed. Feng Wuwen's sword shadows danced like the wind, his gaze equally grave as he observed the two locked in confrontation. Lin Yubing's face paled, her hand instinctively tightening around Lin Ye's sleeve.
Has Huang Fu Tian lost his mind? A freshman cried out in shock. Betting the core spot is far too risky. He must have been provoked by Chief Lin. Huang Fu Tian paid no heed, his gaze fixed solely on Lin Ye. Golden light blazed around him like burning flames, his fighting spirit boiling over. What? Scared? Or do you feel you lack the guts with this dead weight in tow?
He deliberately emphasized the word burden, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yubing with blatant contempt.
Chapter 117, The Bird in the Bush.
Lin Yubing trembled with rage, her icy blue spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. She hated her own powerlessness, and she hated even more that Huang Fu Tian was using this as a weapon to attack Lin Ye. Lin Ye swiftly pressed his hand against hers, still trembling with rage. A gentle yet steadfast force flowed through her, instantly calming her agitation. His gaze remained serene and unruffled, sweeping past the enraged lava beast to fix upon Huang Fu Tian, who glowed with blinding golden light. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly drowned out the beast's roars and explosions in the arena.
What is there to fear? 4 words, spoken with unwavering resolve.
No grand rhetoric, yet carrying an unquestionable resolve.
Good. A terrifying gleam flared in Huang Fu Tian's eyes. He let out a maniacal laugh. Then let's see who's better. Let's see who gets this beast's core first. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he wasted no more breath. A golden light erupted violently around his body.
9 young divine body. The blinding radiance surged once more. He seemed to transform into a true blazing sun, charging headlong toward the lava blast beast which had just stabilized its stance and now bore full hatred toward him. The lava beast roared in utter fury. Its massive lava claws, carrying the force of 10,000 June, tore through the air, slamming viciously toward this golden insect that dared to severely wound it and now taunted it so brazenly. Boom! Golden light and molten lava collided violently. A violent shockwave of energy spread like a tsunami, instantly hurling and crushing any lesser demons attempting to approach. Huang Fu Tian somehow withstood that terrifying blow, his body merely sinking slightly.
The arena floor beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. Imperial earth shattering. He roared. His other fist gathered even more terrifying golden energy, slamming viciously into the joint of the lava beast's pounding claw. He would meet force with force, strength with strength. Meanwhile, Lin Ye moved. Unlike Huangfu Tian, he didn't engage head-on. His figure vanished from his original position in an instant. Firefly flash. When he reappeared, he had silently materialized above the lava beast's back. Starlight. Star scar piercing armor. Hum. The starlight sword erupted with a speck of frigid starlight. Its razor-sharp aura seemed capable of piercing space itself, driving viciously into a minute crack at the joint of the lava beast's carapace. That was precisely the weak point created by Huangfu Tian's fist blast earlier. Put. The star scar pierced the crack with pinpoint accuracy. Though it did not penetrate deeply, its extreme sharpness and annihilating force instantly seeped in. The colossal body of the lava beast stiffened abruptly, emitting an agonized roar. The molten glow on its back flickered chaotically for an instant. Night feather. Curtain of death. Lin Ye issued another command. Yes. Master. Yielding spirit form coalesced below the lava beast's flank, her small hand slamming down with force. Hum. The veil of death reactivated, instantly enveloping the core area around the lava beast. Sizzle. Within the domain, the power of death and silence violently eroded the scorching and chaotic energy radiating from the core. The pulsing frequency of the lava core visibly slowed. The molten glow flowing across its surface dimmed instantly. The core's energy output was drastically suppressed. Roar. Sensing a deadly threat, the lava beast let out an earth-shattering roar. It violently swung its massive head, abandoning its pursuit of Huangfu Tian. Then, with a gaping maw, it unleashed a blood-red lava breath, spewing it toward Lin Ye on its back and the Nightfeather spirit below. The terrifying heat instantly scorched the air, distorting it. Lin Ye. Lin Yubing's heart leapt to her throat as she instinctively cried out. Humph, the death throes of a crawling insect. Xingli snorted coldly. 3-breath sword invocation. A golden light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Anticipation. Attack trajectory. Energy core. Evade. Firefly flash. Lin Ye's figure vanished abruptly just before the lava breath struck his body. The torrent of molten magma swept past the afterimage he left behind, slamming violently into the arena's energy barrier and sending intense ripples surging outward. Almost simultaneously, Yiling also activated Void Flash. The tiny spirit form instantly vanished into the void, evading the lava breath's reach. The lava beast, its strike missed, grew even more frenzied. Its massive lava tail lashed out like a colossal whip, tearing through space with a piercing screech, aiming to strike Lin Ye the moment he materialized. And how could Huangfu Tian let such a golden opportunity slip away? Perfect timing. Imperial Sun Piercer. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as his entire form condensed into a golden beam of light, sharpened to its absolute limit. Ignoring the terrifying wind pressure generated by the sweeping tail, he thrust directly at the relatively vulnerable area below the lava beast's throat, exposed as it raised its head to spew lava. Golden light blazed like a rainbow, carrying an unyielding resolve. Lin Ye faced the sweeping tail with an icy glare. The 3-breath sword invocation activated once more. The tail's trajectory, the point of impact, and Huangfu Tian's surprise attack path all lay within his foresight. Instead of dodging, he stepped forward directly into the tail's path. Stellar Crystal. Stellar Orb Shield. Hum. An unprecedented blaze of starlight erupted in an instant. A wall of starlight stood defiantly in the path of the molten tail. Boom. A deafening, terrifying crash reverberated. The starlight barrier trembled violently, its surface runes flickering wildly as cracks spread like a spiderweb. It seemed poised to shatter completely at any moment. The immense recoil sent Lin Ye's blood surging violently, shattering the solid ground beneath his feet. But he held firm. The molten tail was brutally halted by this unbreakable barrier. The immense impact even threw the massive lava beast off balance. And in that fatal instant when its old momentum faded, new force hadn't yet gathered, and its body was off balance. Huangfu Tian, transformed into a golden beam of light, had already struck. Die. Splash. The strike, channeling all of Huangfu Tian's strength and the primal essence of the Nine Suns' divine body, pierced the lava beast's unguarded throat like a red-hot steel rod cutting through butter. The golden fist aura exploded violently within its body. Roar. The lava beast let out a piercing, agonized howl unlike any before. A massive, charred hole blasted open in its throat, spewing scalding magma like blood in a frenzied torrent. Its massive body toppled backward like a mountain collapsing or a jade pillar falling. Yet, just as a savage, triumphant grin touched Huangfu Tian's face, convinced of certain victory. Yiling. Void erosion. Lin Ye's icy voice sounded like the Grim Reaper's proclamation. Hum. A deep, ash-blue light appeared at the lava beast's molten core as if teleported. Yiling's small hand seemed to pierce through space, pressing directly onto the crimson core. The power of void erosion erupted without restraint. SSS. A shrill, corrosive sound rang out. The molten energy forming the core's outer shell was violently eroded and shattered. In the instant before the lava beast's colossal form collapsed completely, Yiling's small hand yanked violently. A lava lord core legendary, as large as a washbasin, flowing with crimson gold magma, radiating immense heat and frenzied energy, was forcibly torn from the lava beast's chest. The colossal body of the lava beast crashed heavily to the ground. The entire arena trembled from the shock, falling silent. Its core now hung suspended before Lin Ye, clutched with effort by Yiling's tiny spirit form. The crimson gold glow illuminated Lin Ye's composed face. It also illuminated Huangfu Tian's face, frozen for an instant, then contorted into a twisted, ashen mask. Victory was decided. Lin Ye had completed the core's extraction in the instant before the lava beast collapsed. No! This can't be! Huangfu Tian roared, his eyes bloodshot and filled with disbelief. It's mine! The core is mine! I crippled it! He couldn't accept it. He had delivered the fatal blow, so why had Lin Ye snatched the core at the last moment? Lin Ye didn't even glance at the enraged Huangfu Tian. He simply raised his hand and steadily caught the molten core handed to him by Yiling. The colossal energy fluctuations. It pulsed like a tangible force, reverberating through the surrounding space. He turned, facing the towering figure of Chief Instructor Lei Jin standing at the edge of the arena. His voice rang clear across the entire arena. Instructor Lei, the lava core has been secured. Chapter 118, Huangfu Tian, who can't afford to lose. Lei Jin gave a slight nod. The movement was minimal, yet carried an undeniable certainty. That single, brief struck Huangfu Tian's heart like a heavy hammer. It was the final confirmation of Lin Ye's victory. Lin Ye. Huangfu Tian whipped around to face Lei Jin. Instructor. He cheated. He stole my victory. That core should have been mine. He must have used some underhanded trick to interfere with me. This wager is invalid. Poof. A cold snort echoed. Lin Ye finally turned his head to face Huangfu Tian. A hint of undisguised mockery curved his lips. His gaze swept contemptuously over Huangfu Tian. Bat? Lin Ye's voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. From start to finish, it was nothing but your one-sided provocation. As for the outcome, you pierced its throat, I extracted its core. Who acted first, who seized the crucial item? Everyone present knows the truth. He weighed the core in his hand. If you're outmatched, admit it. Can't take a loss? That's even more laughable. The mighty Huangfu of the imperial capital, is that all you've got? You! Huangfu Tian was utterly ignited by Lin Ye's contemptuous gaze and words. A violent surge of 9 yang power erupted uncontrollably. Golden flames coiled around his body as he lunged forward, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. His eyes boiled with murderous intent. Lin Ye! You're asking for death. A terrifying pressure, tangible as substance, crushed down upon Lin Ye. The very air seemed to ignite. The surrounding trainees paled and scrambled backward. Just as Huangfu Tian was about to lose control and lunge forward. Enough! A deep, thunderous roar erupted like a bolt of lightning. Instructor Lei Jin materialized between them as if teleported, taking a single, deliberate step forward. Boom! A weighty, overbearing pressure descended, far heavier and more domineering than the explosive aura Huangfu Tian had unleashed. The arena floor seemed to sink an inch. The raging golden flames surrounding Huangfu Tian met their nemesis, instantly forced to retreat in a whirlwind as he grunted in pain. Staggering back 2 steps, his face instantly shifted from furious crimson to a bitter, ashen pallor. Lei Jin's gaze sliced through Huangfu Tian like a cold blade. Huangfu Tian, the academy training camp is not a place for you to run wild. The outcome is decided. If anyone dares to cause trouble or disrupt the order again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll revoke your training camp eligibility. His voice was not loud, but each word was as hard as iron. Huangfu Tian's chest heaved violently as he clenched his jaw so tightly his teeth nearly drew blood. His gaze locked onto Lin Ye standing behind Lei Jin, his eyes burning with searing hatred and bitter resentment. Finally, he forced down his rage and humiliation, grinding out a single sentence through clenched teeth. Fine. Very well. Lin Ye, I remember you. His voice was as cold as ice from the depths of hell. The training camp isn't over yet. The spots for the Dragon Abyss secret realm haven't been decided. The humiliation I suffered today, I, Huangfu Tian, will repay 100-fold. We'll see about that. With that, he spun on his heel and strode toward the edge of the arena without looking back. His sole remaining follower hurried after him, not daring to breathe a word. Lei Jin watched Huangfu Tian's retreating figure, his gaze deep and unreadable, saying nothing more. He turned to Lin Ye, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of approval in his eyes before his expression hardened once more. Lin Ye, first place overall. The lava core is yours. After the training camp concludes, you may exchange this core for corresponding resources and points. With the announcement made, Lei Jin lingered no longer. In a flash, he returned to the elevated platform at the edge of the arena. As if none of it had ever happened. Within the arena, a brief silence gave way to a surge of suppressed murmurs. Every gaze fixed on Lin Ye now brimmed with awe, shock, and a hint of fear. At level 26, he had overpowered Huangfu Tian, a level 28 combatant with SSS tier talent. And he had displayed such power and presence before instructor Lei Jin. This freshman leader from the frontier had become an insurmountable peak in their minds. Lin Ye calmly stowed away the lava core, as if the conflict and victory moments ago were merely insignificant interludes. He walked over to Lin Yubing. Lin Yubing gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions. Worry and lingering fear mingled within them, but above all else was an indescribable pride and reassurance. She whispered, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Ye shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the complex stairs directed at them. "It's over. Let's go." Soon, all the special training exercises for the day concluded. The exit of the martial arts secret realm opened, and the exhausted yet spirited freshmen began to leave one after another. When the final scores and rankings appeared on the central display screen, Lin Ye's name stood at the very top, radiating a dazzling glow. First place overall, truly well deserved. Following closely behind was Huangfu Tian. Though his name was second, it carried a cold, menacing aura. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and others also ranked among the top. Lin Yubing's name appeared in 10th place, a result that was already a tremendous surprise for her. Without Lin Ye, she might not have even passed the first stage and could have been eliminated today. Generous resource rewards were distributed accordingly. As the top performer, Lin Ye received far more spirit crystals and rare potions than anyone else, along with a single opportunity to select items from the Academy's secret treasury. Huangfu Tian also received considerable resources, but he accepted them without even glancing at them, his face cold and expressionless. Lin Yubing also received a resource package that was quite precious to her, causing a hint of joy to flicker across her usually cool and composed face. As the crowd dispersed, most eyes turned toward Lin Ye with a mix of awe and curiosity. One by one, they approached to offer their congratulations. "Chief Lin, congratulations. Unbelievably strong. My deepest respect. In the Dragon Abyss secret realm, Chief Lin will surely shine brilliantly." Lin Ye merely gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, saying nothing more. Night fell. The weary newcomers headed to their assigned dormitory areas to rest. As the top-ranked student, Lin Ye was assigned the most prime location and independent courtyard with the most abundant spiritual energy and the most complete facilities. Lin Yubing, ranked 10th, was assigned a single dormitory in a relatively ordinary location with decent conditions. Lin Yubing clutched her dorm key as she walked toward her new residence. Though the conditions couldn't compare to Lin Ye's, it was still vastly superior to the hardships endured during the training camp. Just as she was about to unlock the door, a familiar figure appeared beside her. Lin Ye had approached without her noticing. He glanced at the ordinary key in Lin Yubing's hand, then looked toward his own brightly lit, deeply secluded chief's courtyard not far away. His gaze finally settled on Lin Yubing's delicate profile. "Yubing," Lin Ye's voice cut through the still night with unmistakable clarity, carrying an air of finality. "Your dorm room is nothing special. Move in. Live with me." Lin Yubing's body stiffened abruptly, her fingers tightening around the key. A captivating blush spread across her pale cheeks at a visible pace, creeping all the way to her ears. She instinctively lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her heart began to pound wildly, beyond her control. "Live together?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with disbelief and shyness. Though their relationship had long since changed. The kiss with Lin Ye remained vividly etched in her memory. But to propose cohabitation so directly, especially within the academy. Lin Ye's gaze was steady as he looked at her, as if stating the most natural thing in the world. "My place is spacious and has abundant spiritual energy. It'll benefit your cultivation. You won't have to commute back and forth." His reasoning sounded perfectly reasonable, yet it made Lin Yubing's cheeks burn even hotter. She lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Ye's eyes, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt as she wrestled with inner conflict and shyness. After a long moment, she murmured a barely audible response. "All right. Chapter 119, Come live with me." The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight as silvery as a ribbon. The chief's courtyard stood apart in a tranquil zone shrouded in misty vapors. The ancient walls enclosed a deep, secluded courtyard. It was immeasurably more spacious and elegant than Lin Yubing's ordinary dormitory. Lin Yubing followed Lin Ye through the courtyard gate. The cool moonlight fell upon her slightly flushed face. Her heart pounded like a drum, and the knuckles of her key-clutching fingers turned pale. Lin Ye's words, "Move in. Stay with me," still echoed in her mind. "This place gathers spiritual energy nodes. It'll be good for you." Lin Ye's voice broke the silence. He pushed open the door to the main house, its interior simple yet exuding an air of distinction. He gestured toward a quiet room on the east side, clearly meticulously arranged. "That's your meditation room." Lin Yubing followed his pointing finger. Icy blue array patterns swirled across the chamber's floor, emitting a faint chill. It perfectly matched her spiritual energy attributes. A warm wave quietly surged in her heart, easing some of her tension. He had thought of everything. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice slightly hoarse. Her gaze swept over the room's sole, spacious bed, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily.
She quickly averted her eyes, pretending to examine the room's furnishings. Lin Ye seemed to see through her awkwardness. Without further comment, he walked to the low table by the window and retrieved a set of smooth white jade teaware.
Sit down. Have some tea to settle your nerves.
His movements were calm and deliberate. Hot water poured into the teapot, releasing a wispy tea fragrance mingled with crisp spiritual energy. Lin Yubing complied, sitting down on the cushion opposite the low table. She lifted the teacup Lin Ye offered, her fingertips brushing against his warm palm. A slight tremor ran through her, like an electric shock, nearly causing her to drop it.
Careful, it's hot. Lin Ye's voice was deep.
His gaze lingered on her face. Her nervousness was palpable, yet strangely captivating.
For a moment, time seemed to stand still.
Lin Ye set down the teapot, his gaze calmly fixed on her. Lin Yubing felt flustered under his gaze, instinctively reaching for her teacup to take another sip, trying to mask her unease.
However, the moment she made a move, Lin Ye moved.
His body leaned forward slightly, his slender fingers gently brushing a strand of hair from her cheek.
Lin Yubing's body froze instantly.
Her eyes snapped up, locking with Lin Ye's. Gone was the usual calm and composure instead, they churned with the familiar intensity she knew all too well.
Lin Yebing's voice was a touch hoarse.
The hand that had brushed her hair didn't withdraw instead, it slid downward, gently cradling her jaw.
His fingertips even brushed lightly against her lips.
The cool sensation contrasted sharply with the warmth of his palm, leaving her nowhere to escape. His breath suddenly drew near. Lin Yubing's heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst from her chest.
Look at me. Lin Ye murmured.
He gently lifted her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. Their faces were so close she could feel their breath mingling.
Lin Ye's gaze lingered on her lips.
Without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her.
Mum.
Lin Yubing's gasp was muffled between his lips and hers. After the initial icy touch came a scorching softness tinged with a sense of conquest. This kiss was unlike the last, brimming with fierce possessiveness and long-suppressed desire. A powerful electric current instantly surged through every fiber of Lin Yubing's being. Her body went limp, nearly melting into his embrace. She instinctively tried to pull away, but Lin Ye's other arm firmly wrapped around her waist, pressing her deeper against his broad chest. Their bodies pressed together, leaving scarcely a gap between them.
Her initial resistance melted like ice and snow.
A surging tide of desire engulfed her. Instead of pushing him away, she let out a muffled moan, her voice trembling with desire. The hand that had been pressed against his chest had, unnoticed, risen to gently wrap around his neck.
Lin Yubing's response was awkward yet utterly sincere, clumsy, and passionate.
Moonlight flowed silently, enveloping the two figures embracing within the room.
Time seemed to lose all meaning. Oomph. Shameless.
Xingli's angry voice exploded in Lin Ye's mind, thick with jealousy.
Lin Ye. You fool.
Yi Ling is still here.
Yet this time, Xingli's rebuke seemed blocked by an invisible barrier.
Lin Ye's movements paused only briefly before deepening further.
Lin Yubing in his arms seemed to sense something too, tightening her arms around his neck. As if clinging to this intoxicating warmth. After a long while, their lips parted. Both were slightly breathless, their breaths mingling.
Lin Yubing's cheeks blushed crimson like dawn clouds, her eyes glistening with moisture. Her usual cool demeanor was replaced by a breathtaking allure, her slightly swollen red lips adding an extra touch of temptation. Lin Ye gazed down at the ice lotus blossoming completely for him in his arms. His fingertips gently traced her slightly flushed cheeks, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He leaned down and pressed a tender kiss to her smooth forehead.
Yubing, from now on, this is your home.
Lin Yubing nodded softly in his embrace, burying her flushed cheeks deeper into the crook of his neck, her voice tinged with sweet innocence.
The next morning.
The first light of dawn filtered through the intricate window lattice of the chief's courtyard, spilling into the quiet chamber. Lin Yubing had already risen. Standing before the mirror, her fingertips gathered ice-blue spiritual energy as she carefully smoothed her slightly disheveled hair. Her ice-blue, form-fitting attire accentuated her slender figure. Yet within her cool, composed eyes lingered a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of tender spring charm like the first burst of fresh green emerging after the ice and snow begin to melt. Behind her in the mirror stood Lin Ye. He had finished dressing, the Xingli sword slung at his waist. Night Feather's spirit form, like a curious little sprite, perched on his shoulder, watching Lin Yubing get ready with keen interest.
Sister Yubing smells so nice.
Yi Ling's innocent voice echoed through the quiet room, filled with pure admiration.
Lin Yubing's cheeks flushed slightly, and her movements quickened.
The Xingli sword hummed, a hint of displeasure in its tone. Humph, little one, be quiet. Don't disturb your master preparing for training. Lin Ye's lips curved upward as he lightly flicked the hilt of the Xingli sword, eliciting an even louder hum.
He looked at Lin Yubing. Let's go. It's time.
Lin Yubing took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter in her heart. Her gaze regained its clarity and resolve as she walked shoulder to shoulder with Lin Ye out of the courtyard. At the entrance to the martial arts secret realm, the atmosphere felt even heavier than yesterday. The massive circular training arena had already risen, its edges pulsing with swirling runes that emitted powerful energy fluctuations. The new student stood in formation, solemn and rigid, the air thick with an invisible tension. Huang Fu Tian stood at the front of the formation, his expression as dark as water. His gaze, like poison ice spikes, locked onto Lin Ye and Lin Yubing as they approached together. That unmasked hostility caused the surrounding new recruits to instinctively keep their distance. Chief Instructor Leijin stood like a towering iron pillar atop the platform, his voice clanging like clashing metal. Today's special training live combat. Pair up randomly, 2 by 2. The rules: stop at the first sign of injury. Falling unconscious or conceding ends the match. But remember, there is no stopping at the first sign of injury in the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Bring your fighting spirit. Buzz. The light screen above the training ground flickered instantly, scrolling through the matchups at lightning speed. First match. Lin Ye vs Li Meng. Chapter 120, Sparring Practice? Total Domination. A towering figure, broad as a mountain and wielding twin battle axes, leapt onto the training grounds. It was none other than Li Meng, the S-tier talent from the northern frontier, level 25, renowned for his brute strength and fury. His gaze locked onto Lin Ye, eyes blazing with combat intent, tinged with eager anticipation. Chief Lin. Your reputation precedes you. Let me, Li Meng, see what this top freshman is made of. Lin Ye remained composed as he stepped onto the stage. He didn't even draw his sword, merely standing casually in the center of the arena, his gaze calmly fixed on his opponent. Arrogant. Li Meng roared, feeling disrespected. Earth-colored spiritual energy surged around him as his muscles bulged and swelled, transforming him into a human-shaped raging bear. Giant spirit cleaves the mountain. 2 axes were raised high, tearing through the air with terrifying shrieks, carrying immense force like 2 small mountains crashing down upon Lin Ye. The fury of the attack caused the ground of the training arena to tremble slightly. The freshmen below held their breath in tense silence. A cold smile curled the corner of Huang Fu Tian's mouth, as if he wanted to see how Lin Ye would handle this sheer brute force onslaught. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Lin Ye's eyes. He didn't even activate the 3-breath sword art to anticipate this attack, its trajectory clear, its intent obvious. Just as the massive axe was about to strike. Yiling. Lin Ye's voice was flat and unruffled, as if stating an established fact. Buzz. An indescribable realm of terror descended in an instant. A gray, cold, deathly force field radiated outward from Lin Ye, engulfing most of the training ground in an instant. Li Meng's ferocious figure, the instant it charged into the field, froze solid like amber. His ferocious attack visibly slowed and stiffened, as if time itself had been stretched tenfold. The earth-yellow spiritual energy coalesced upon his twin axes, flickered like a dying candle in the wind, rapidly fading and dissipating. The savage battle intent on his face was instantly replaced by immense terror and bewilderment. He felt the strength in his entire body recede like a tide, even his thoughts becoming sluggish and viscous. Within the domain, time itself warped, light dimmed, and sound vanished. Li Meng felt less like charging forward and more like struggling through a muddy swamp, each movement draining unimaginable strength. His once proud, savage strength seemed laughably feeble and powerless in the face of this deathly still domain. What the hell is this? Li Meng let out a terrified growl, his voice muffled within the domain. Lin Ye didn't even move a muscle. He merely casually raised his right hand, pointed his index finger at Li Meng, who was struggling like he was stuck in quicksand, and flicked it lightly. Whoosh! A sword chi of crystalline starlight, condensed to its absolute limit, tore through the air. Under the extreme suppression of the deadly veil, this sword energy was faster than Li Meng could react to. He didn't even catch the attack's trajectory, only feeling an irresistible force slam into his chest. Thud! Li Meng's massive frame was struck as if hit by a speeding train. His protective aura shattered like paper, sending him flying backward through the air as blood gushed from his mouth. His massive frame slammed into the energy barrier of the training ground with a dull thud. He then slumped limply to the ground, eyes rolled back, already unconscious. Instant kill. From the moment Lin Ye spoke to Li Meng's flying unconsciousness, the entire sequence took but a single breath. He hadn't even drawn the star crystal sword itself, merely a finger-slashing sword chi amplified by his domain. The deathly stillness slowly dissipated. The training ground fell into complete silence. All the freshmen, along with some upperclassmen spectators who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, stared wide-eyed at the center of the arena. They watched Lin Ye, still standing in the same spot, as if he'd merely brushed off some dust. Watching Li Meng, collapsed unconscious at the edge of the arena, limp as a sack of broken straw. A crushing defeat. Beneath the domain, a level 25 S-rank power talent was as insignificant as an ant. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, breaking the suffocating silence. Immediately followed by stifled gasps and sharp inhales. Is that it? A domain. What kind of domain was that? It was terrifying. Li Meng couldn't even withstand a single strike? Just how powerful is Chief Lin? Huang Fu Tian's face darkened to the point of dripping water, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Lin Ye's display of power made him feel a strong sense of threat and jealousy. Instructor Leijin's eyes flashed with sharpness as he announced in a deep voice, Lin Ye, victorious. Next pair. Lin Ye calmly descended from the martial arts platform, as if what he had just done was a trivial matter. Lin Yubing stepped forward, her cool eyes sparkling with genuine pride. Yiling fluttered joyfully around Lin Ye. "Master, you're so amazing."
That villain flew away in an instant. Xingli snorted lightly. "Humph, was it really worth opening a domain against such trash? What a waste."
The subsequent battles held no surprises. Whether facing the equally formidable top 10 freshmen or several elite cadets who volunteered to challenge Lin Ye and prove themselves, the outcome remained the same. Lin Ye no longer even needed to fully activate his dead silence curtain. Against speed-oriented opponents, he merely unleashed the three-breath sword invocation. Every attack intent and evasion route became as clear to him as reading palm lines. The Firefly Flash combined with the Star Scar thrust allowed him to strike first despite acting second, precisely countering and defeating his opponents with a single blow. Opponents often couldn't even touch the hem of his robe before being struck at their vital points, instantly losing their ability to fight. Against defensive opponents or those wielding special shields, Nightfeather's Void Erosion activated silently. No matter how sturdy the shield or how bizarre the energy defense, before the corrosive power of Shadow and Void, they melt and disintegrate as swiftly as ice under the scorching sun. Following this comes Lin Ye's unadorned yet terrifyingly powerful fist or palm strike. Still crushing. Domain? He only invokes it when he deems an opponent worthy of his full attention, or when he seeks to end the fight swiftly. Once that grim, icy, deathly curtain unfurled, the battle was over. Within his domain, he was the absolute ruler. Any opponent who dared to step inside would move as sluggishly as a snail, their strength crumbling like a sandcastle. They could only watch helplessly as an inconspicuous sword chi or finger wind effortlessly shattered them. Overwhelming. Domineering. Unrivaled. Lin Ye's name was etched like a brand into the minds of all who witnessed it. The authority of the new chief student solidified into an unbreakable fortress through each unadorned, crushing victory. Save for Huang Futian, no one could make him feel pressured, let alone force him to unleash a second strike after activating his domain. Watching Lin Ye effortlessly defeat opponent after opponent, the icy coldness in Huang Futian's eyes grew ever more intense. The rage and resentment within him simmered like a volcano ready to erupt. He had resisted the urge to challenge Lin Ye directly several times, biding his time for the perfect moment. The moment when he could utterly trample Lin Ye beneath his feet and reclaim all glory. The intensive training continued. Match after match unfolded. Lin Ye stood as a walking benchmark, his devastating victories silently proclaiming who was the true king among the new generation. Beneath his domain, all were but ants. Chapter 121, The Final Training Ground, The Hunting Ground. Battles raged fiercely on the training grounds. Lin Ye's name echoed like the beating of war drums. Each time it echoed, it heralded a victory beyond doubt. These sweeping victories cemented the new chief's authority as solid as bedrock. The awe in the spectators' eyes deepened, as if Lin Ye existed on an entirely different plane from the rest. Yet not everyone was lost in the awe he inspired. Lin Yubing's name ultimately settled at 13th place. A drop of 3 places from yesterday's 10th. In a corner of the spectator seats, Lin Yubing's clear, beautiful face bore an unmistakable trace of exhaustion and dejection. She had just finished her 3rd match, but the outcome was far from what she had hoped for. Her opponent was an elite fire mage whose scorching, frenzied flames were a natural counter to her frost magic. Compounded by the level disparity, Lin Yubing fought with all her might, yet her ice walls were repeatedly melted through. Ultimately, a devious blazing impact struck her protective aura, sending her staggering to the ground in defeat. 3 battles, 2 wins, 1 loss. For someone as proud and ambitious as her, someone also labeled a prodigy, this was a significant blow. Especially when she witnessed Lin Ye's unstoppable prowess, the contrast only deepened her sense of loss. Silently, she regulated the chaotic ice spirit energy within her body, attempting to suppress the surging chi and blood, as well as the bitterness in her heart. Beneath the pride in her eyes for Lin Ye, a thread of self-doubt and anxiety lurked. Could she truly catch up to him and stand shoulder to shoulder? Lin Ye had just stepped down from the stage when his gaze immediately locked onto Lin Yubing in the corner. His brow furrowed slightly. Ignoring the awestruck gazes around him, he walked straight toward her. "Are you okay?" Lin Ye's voice was low and concerned. Lin Yubing lifted her head, forcing a smile. "I'm fine. Just a bit drained. I'll recover after a moment of meditation." She didn't want to worry him, much less become a burden. Lin Ye sat beside her, saying little. Instead, he slowly channeled a stream of pure, gentle spiritual energy into her body, helping to smooth out the slight turbulence in her meridians. Yiling's spirit form drifted over, her small hand gently brushing against Lin Yubing's wrist. "Sis Yubing, you're so warm. Don't be sad. Oomph, you little brat. If you can't beat him, admit it. Next time, just fight back. What good does wallowing in self-pity do here?" Xingli's cool, clear voice rang out, as sharp-tongued as ever. Yet upon closer listening, it lacked the usual sharpness, sounding more like awkward encouragement. A faint warmth touched Lin Yubing's heart, dissipating much of her pent-up frustration. She drew a deep breath, her gaze hardening once more. "Yeah, I know. I was too impatient." The combat training concluded. The freshmen of Xinxia Academy gained a brief respite.
Their taut nerves relaxed slightly, and their physical exhaustion rapidly recovered in the spirit energy-rich environment. Yet, moments of respite are always fleeting. A heavier, more primal atmosphere, thick with the scent of blood, had already begun to spread silently deep within the mountains behind the academy. Assemble immediately. The voice of Chief Instructor Lin Ye once again echoed across the martial arts plaza. The new recruits quickly formed ranks. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the crowd like a hawk's, finally pausing briefly on Lin Ye and the sullen-faced Huangfu Tian. The combat training is designed to hone your edge and familiarize you with each other's techniques. Lin Ye's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. But true strength is forged in the crucible of blood and fire, in the hunting grounds of life and death. Next, we enter the final phase of this training, the hunting grounds. He raised his hand, pointing toward the rear mountain's depths, an area shrouded in thick mist and towering ancient trees. From there, faint yet heart-stopping beast roars and energy fluctuations could be sensed. The rules are simple. Lin Ye was concise, offering no lengthy explanations. Enter the hunting grounds for 7 days. Within those 7 days, hunt down any demonic creatures you encounter. Your sole objective, the core materials within them. You may hunt solo or in teams. But remember, Lin Ye's tone suddenly sharpened, icy and uncompromising. Points are calculated individually. Damage dealt to prey, last hit attribution, and materials ultimately obtained determine your personal score. If your strength is lacking, even tagging along with a top player won't genuinely boost your ranking. He paused, allowing this brutal reality to sink into every soul. This is the ultimate test of your training. After the exercise concludes, your final rankings will be determined by the points earned in the hunting grounds. This ranking will directly decide who qualifies to represent our Xinsha Academy in the freshman division of the National Collegiate League. The words sent ripples of commotion through the crowd below. The final stage of the training camp had finally arrived. The hunting grounds are fraught with danger. You bear full responsibility for your own survival. Now, depart. Lin Ye swept his arm, and a massive light gate leading deep into the hunting grounds abruptly illuminated, radiating a primal, savage aura. Roar! The moment the light gate opened, a roar clearer and more savage than before echoed from the hunting grounds depths. As if welcoming the fresh blood about to enter the slaughterhouse. The crowd instantly stirred. Some were eager to dive in, others wore solemn expressions, while most quickly began searching for suitable teammates. Though points were tallied individually, the hunting grounds were treacherous, teeming with powerful monsters. Teaming up undoubtedly boosted both survival rates and hunting efficiency. Lin Ye hesitated not a moment, his gaze fixed on Lin Yubing. Lin Yubing was already looking at him, her eyes gleaming with resolve. She gave a slight nod. Without a word, the two moved in perfect sync toward the light gate. Lin Ye! A voice called out from behind him. It was Fengwen. He maintained his usual calm demeanor, the windswept sword at his waist humming softly. The hunting grounds were treacherous. If they encountered a formidable foe, they could watch each other's backs. His words were concise and to the point. Clearly aware of the scoring rules, he proposed mutual aid rather than teaming up. All right. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. Fengwen possessed formidable strength and an upright character, a reliable temporary ally. Mao Rongxiao, shouldering his crimson gold dragon halberd, swept a glance over Lin Ye and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Then, radiating his domineering aura, he stepped through the light gate first. Huangfu Tian stood at the front of the crowd, coldly watching the backs of Lin Ye and Lin Yubing walking side by side. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling hatred. Lin Ye Huangfu Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile, his voice low enough for only himself to hear. The humiliation on the martial arts field, your covetousness for the Long Yuan spot, you think that's the end of it? The hunting grounds will be the perfect place to teach you a profound lesson. Several followers with equally sinister gazes and formidable auras swiftly gathered around him. Young master, proceed as planned, a tall, thin figure whispered. MHM. Huangfu Tian narrowed his eyes. The prey has entered the arena. The hunters should take their positions. Remember, the primary objective isn't points, it's making him pay. Disable him if possible. If that fails, cripple him enough to be eliminated, strip him of any chance at a core position. That ice-type girl by his side can be dealt with as well. Understood. Vicious glints flashed in the followers' eyes as they nodded in unison. Go. Don't disappoint me. Huangfu Tian waved his hand, a cruel smile curling his lips. The hunting grounds would be his final resting place. What belonged to Huangfu Tian, no one could take. The followers swiftly dispersed, blending into the crowd like ghosts as they stepped through the light gate. They carried several items with peculiar auras, objects that seemed utterly out of place in the hunting grounds environment. Huangfu Tian cast one final glance at the light gate before stepping through, his figure vanishing into the swirling radiance. The gates of the hunting ground closed completely. A hunt draped in the guise of slaying monstrous beasts, yet surging with hidden currents, had officially begun. A dense primeval forest blocked out the sky, the air thick with the pungent stench of rotting leaves mingled with blood. Gnarled roots of ancient trees snaked across the ground like giant serpents, while slick moss covered jagged boulders. Light was fragmented by the layered canopy, casting dappled shadows that only deepened the eerie, sinister atmosphere.
The moment Lin Ye and Lin Yubing stepped into the hunting grounds, they felt a completely different kind of pressure. The spiritual energy here was turbulent and chaotic, saturated with raw ferocity and murderous intent, a stark contrast to the refined, gentle atmosphere within the academy. The ever-present sense of danger pricked at their nerves like countless tiny needles.
Master, so many unpleasant scents, so many eyes? Yiling's spirit form pressed close to Lin Ye.
Her dark blue eyes scanned the surrounding shadows warily, transmitting a sense of unease. Her extreme sensitivity to shadows and negative energy made this place feel like a vastness teeming with malevolence.
Nothing but a bunch of cowardly crawling vermin.
Xingli's voice carried her usual cold arrogance, though the place was indeed perilous.
Even spiritual energy circulation was suppressed here. Caution was paramount.
Lin Yubing's expression grew grave as icy blue spiritual energy swirled around her body, forming a thin shield of frigid energy.
Lin Ye, the demons here are likely far more vicious than the projections in the martial arts secret realm. Lin Ye nodded, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The golden power of the Three Breaths Sword's inscription quietly activated.
An intangible foresight perspective unfolded, capturing the subtle trajectories of surrounding energy flows and the direction of malevolent intent.
Huangfu Tian's men have already entered. They won't let this rest.
Yelling, focus on detecting artificial energy fluctuations and trap traces.
Yes, master.
Yiling immediately focused her senses. Her perception spread like an invisible web, merging with the surrounding shadows as she probed for anomalous energy residues. The two remained on high alert, cautiously navigating a relatively open yet ancient, gnarled path. Lin Ye led the way, his Xingli sword poised to draw. Lin Yubing positioned herself in the center, her frost power ready to unleash, while Yiling acted as the sharpest radar, monitoring every rustle and movement. They hadn't gone far when Yiling's urgent warning flashed through their minds. Masters.
Left front. In the canopy. Something's about to pounce. Almost simultaneously with Yiling's warning, the Three Breath Sword's foresight vision clearly detected the anomaly.
From the shadows of a massive banyan tree ahead and to the left, a black figure swift as lightning and carrying a foul stench silently sprang downward, targeting Lin Yubing's nape. Shadowblade Leopard Elite. Level 26. Attribute Shadow. Skills Shadow Strike, Deadly Claw, Shadow Escape. Yubing, duck. Lin Ye barked, his actions faster than his voice. Firefly Flash. Starlight Flash. Lin Ye's figure instantly materialized beside Lin Yubing. His right hand wielded the starlight sword like a silver lightning bolt, sweeping upward with pinpoint precision. Stellar Scar Thrust. Thud. The sword's light pierced precisely into the Shadowblade Leopard's soft underbelly. The frenzied power of annihilation erupted instantly. Arg. The Shadowblade Panther let out a piercing howl, its attack halting abruptly. Its body was hurled upward by the immense force, spraying crimson blood. Yet this monstrous beast was exceptionally ferocious. Despite its grievous wounds, it forcibly twisted its body mid-air. Its claws, bristling with backward-facing spikes, sliced through the air with a shrill screech as they lunged viciously toward Lin Ye's throat. At that very moment, freeze! Lin Yubing's icy command rang out. Her reaction was lightning fast. The spell was already cast the instant Lin Ye moved. A bitterly cold frost force instantly spread over the Shadowblade Panther's limbs and wounds. Its movements froze abruptly, as if paused by a command. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with intensity as his left fist clenched tightly. With a piercing whistle, it slammed down onto the Shadowblade Leopard's skull. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. The Shadowblade Leopard's skull caved in instantly, the savage glint in its eyes extinguished completely. Its lifeless body crashed to the ground like a broken sack. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. Lin Ye flicked the blood from his sword tip, his gaze sweeping over the Shadowblade Panther's corpse. A material emitting faint shadow fluctuations, Shadowblade Panther Claw Elite, automatically separated and was stored in his inventory. Good teamwork. Lin Ye looked at Lin Yubing. A faint smile touched Lin Yubing's icy face as she nodded. But neither of them relaxed their guard. Yiling's mental transmission returned, heavy with concern. Master, besides the vicious leopard, Yiling senses several human auras in the distance, watching us secretly. One carries the disgusting stench of that annoying golden light, though faint. At those words, Lin Ye understood immediately. Huangfu Tian's men. They've already set their sights on us. Lin Ye's eyes instantly turned icy. The hunt in the hunting grounds had only just begun, yet the venomous snakes lurking in the shadows had already bared their fangs. It seemed the dangers here weren't limited to monsters. Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of chill. Let's go. We'll see who's the hunter and who's the prey in this hunting ground. He took Lin Yubing's hand, and their figures vanished once more into the perilous primeval jungle, venturing deeper into the hunting grounds. The real contest had only just begun. Chapter 122, Counterattack against the followers. Primitive hunting ground. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing remained on high alert. Master, Yiling's mental transmission carried a hint of gravity. Those troublesome scents have reappeared. Behind the ferns to our right rear, about 70 zhang away. They're moving, as if setting something up. There are strange energy fluctuations. Lin Ye's gaze grew icy as he silently chanted, 3-breath sword invocation. An extraordinary precognitive perspective unfolded. No longer clear visuals, but a perception of energy flows, malicious intent, and spatial disturbances. Next breath, 70 zhang to the right rear, 3 deliberately suppressed energy sources were silently moving. One figure was carefully burying a black crystal stone, radiating a cold, sinister fluctuation, into the roots of a massive fern cluster. The breath after that, an extremely faint shadow thread, nearly indistinguishable from the surroundings, extended from the crystal's burial point, silently coiling around an ancient tree on the inevitable path ahead. Third breath, the third figure held a talisman flickering with eerie light, its aura locked onto both himself and Lin Yubing's direction, clearly awaiting the moment to trigger the trap. A trap. A binding trap that exploited the environment, combining shadow energy and talismanic restraints. Petty tricks. Sneaky and underhanded. Xingli's thoughts carried a thick layer of disdain. Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. Want to play dirty? Then I'll play along. Yubing, Lin Ye's voice was hushed to a whisper. 15 paces ahead, at the base of the third giant tree counting from the left, there's an anomalous energy node. Detonated on my command. Xingli, prepare starfall obliteration. Target the shadow 5 feet behind the crystal burial site. Yiling, prepare void erosion. Target that shadow thread. Await my command. Lin Yubing's eyes sharpened, no questions asked. Xingli's sword hummed, its tip pointed at the ground, poised for action. Yiling's spirit form solidified. Her small hand pressed forward, deep gray-blue light swirling at her fingertips. Lin Ye's pace remained unchanged, showing no sign of acceleration or deceleration, as if oblivious to the trap ahead. 70 zhang. 60 zhang. 50 zhang. 3 figures lurking in the fern thicket to the right rear grew increasingly tense. The talisman bearer's fingers were already resting on the activated spirit patterns. 40 zhang. Lin Ye took another step forward. Only 3 strides remained before he reached the ancient tree, its branches entwined with invisible threads of shadow. Just as his left foot was about to touch the ground. Strike! Lin Ye's mind roared. At the same time. Ice blast. Lin Yubing's voice rang out sharply. Whoosh! A highly compressed ice blue light point shot forth like an arrow released from its bowstring, piercing with pinpoint accuracy into the base of the massive tree Lin Ye had targeted. Boom! A violent explosion erupted without warning. Frenzied frost mingled with flying dirt, shards of rock, and shattered tree roots. Like an icy blue storm, it instantly engulfed the entire area. The massive shockwave and pervasive icy mist instantly obscured all vision. What? Damn it! We've been discovered? The 3 hiding behind the fern thicket were utterly terrified by the sudden explosion. The trigger point of their meticulously laid trap had been detonated by the enemy first? The violent energy fluctuations and deafening blast echoed like a beacon in the night, instantly drawing the attention of lurking beasts. Countless pairs of crimson eyes glowed deep within the dense forest, their low, bestial roars rapidly drawing nearer. Just as the explosion knocked the trio off balance and sent shockwaves through their minds. Annihilation Stardust. Xingli's icy voice rang out like the Grim Reaper's proclamation. The Xingli sword instantly disintegrated. Billions of silver streaks, condensed to their absolute limit, engulfed the 5-foot shadowed area behind the crystal burial site. That was precisely where the follower responsible for activating the talisman was hiding. A dense chorus of piercing sounds merged into one. A short, shrill scream pierced the icy mist. A figure was hurled violently through the air like a torn sack by the silver torrent, its body instantly riddled with countless pinprick-sized holes of blood. Fourth brother. The other 2 watched, their eyes bulging with fury. Yet the nightmare was far from over. Amidst the chaos wrought by the explosion and the torrent of stardust, the void began to erode. Yiling's small hand clenched fiercely toward the ancient tree. A profound force descended upon that intangible shadow thread. SSSS. A shrill, corrosive sound rang out. The pure shadow energy composing the thread was instantly eroded, disintegrated, and dissolved as if encountering its nemesis. The thread, originally serving as the trap's detonator, was completely neutralized. But what was even more deadly was Yiling's void-eroding power, tracing the faint residual energy connection along the threads, like bone-eating maggots, instantly reversed its course back to that black crystal. The stone's surface flickered violently with a ghostly glow before abruptly dimming. The immense negative energy accumulated within was violently disrupted by the void-eroding force, instantly losing its stability. Boom! An explosion more muffled and colder than Lin Yubing's ice blast erupted violently at the base of the fern cluster. Thick spiritual corruption and black energy exploded like ink. In an instant, it completely engulfed the follower responsible for burying the crystal and another nearby follower who was still reeling from the shock. No! 2 even more shrill, desperate screams were abruptly silenced. Black mist churned, carrying a nauseating stench and a soul-piercing ache. As the icy mist and black fog slowly dissipated, the area was already in shambles. A massive crater had been blasted out at the base of the giant tree.
3 of Huang Fu Tian's followers lay scattered, one, riddled with holes, hung lifelessly from a distant tree.
The other two lay at the epicenter of the blast, their bodies covered in an eerie, viscous black substance, convulsing uncontrollably. Their skin was visibly rotting at a rapid pace, their life force fading to an extreme weakness. Clearly, they had suffered the dual devastation of crystal backlash and void corrosion, completely losing their ability to fight. The trap had become their own grave. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, from Lin Ye's command to the three men's demise taking no more than 2 or 3 breaths. Lin Ye didn't even draw his sword to close in. Through precise foresight, seamless teamwork, and Yiling's uncanny abilities, they executed this clean counterattack. Lin Yubing watched the three pitiful figures, her cold face unable to hide her shock.
Lin Ye's tactical brilliance and mastery of timing were truly breathtaking.
And Yiling's abilities in actual combat were nothing short of supernatural.
Oomph, a bunch of useless trash.
Not even worthy of being sharpening stones. Xingli's voice carried disdain as the sword blade reformed.
Master! Master! Those villains stink!
Yiling ate a little bit of the place they dirted. Yiling fluttered around Lin Ye, practically begging for praise, her little face brimming with excitement. As if what had just happened was nothing more than a trivial little deed.
Lin Ye ruffled Yiling's head, well done. His gaze swept coldly over the 3 now harmless minions of Huang Fu Tian, devoid of any pity.
If you dare ambush in the hunting grounds, you must be prepared to be counterattacked. Roar! Roar! The snarling of monsters drawn by the explosions grew ever closer, their foul stench assaulting their senses. Go! Lin Ye wasted no time, grabbing Lin Yubing's hand.
The commotion was too loud, this place was no longer safe.
Their figures swiftly vanished into the deeper, darker jungle. Left behind was a scene of utter chaos, 3 ambushers whose fates remained unknown, and the imminent prospect of being devoured by the monsters. Deep within the hunting grounds, in a concealed mountain hollow, Huang Fu Tian had just shattered the skull of a roaring, earth-splitting savage bear, collecting its savage bear heart that glowed a dull yellow. Suddenly, the communication jade talisman at his waist vibrated violently, transmitting a faint, gasping voice filled with terror and agony.
Young master, failed. It's tricky. We're done for.
4th brother, they're all finished. Lin Ye, his sword maiden, can eat it. The voice abruptly cut off, the communication severed completely. Huang Fu Tian's hand tightened around the savage bear heart. The hard crystal core groaned under the pressure in his palm. His handsome face twisted in an instant, his golden pupils blazing with overwhelming fury and disbelief.
Lin Ye!
A roar filled with savagery and humiliation shook the mountain hollow, sending fragments of rock tumbling down.
Chapter 123, Sweeping Away the Decay.
Lin Ye and Lin Yubing sped through the gloomy, dense forest. Behind them came the faint, menacing growls of monsters and the heart-stopping sound of chewing. Lin Yubing's face paled slightly. Not from fear, but from a sense of unease at the raw, unadulterated cruelty of this jungle law. She drew a deep breath, channeling her spiritual energy to forcefully suppress the turmoil within.
Lin Ye's gaze remained calm and unruffled.
He took Lin Yubing's hand, his stride steady yet swift. The power of the 3 breath swords aura acted like invisible probes, constantly scanning the path ahead for potential traps, lurking demons, and any possible backup plans Huang Fu Tian might have left behind.
Master, Yiling's spirit form clung close to Lin Ye. That stinky golden light seems furious, roaring from afar. But he hasn't pursued us yet.
Just impotent rage, Xingli's voice carried its usual cold arrogance. Losing a few minions will keep him nursing his wounds for a while. But with his vindictive nature, he won't let this rest.
Lin Ye nodded slightly, I know.
The hunting ground has only just begun, he still has time.
Our primary goals are points in strengthening our abilities.
He turned to Lin Yubing, how are you feeling?
Lin Yubing shook her head, her eyes regaining their clear, resolute focus. I'm fine.
I was careless earlier, didn't expect them to use that kind of trap.
Their concealment techniques were indeed sophisticated.
Had it not been for Yiling's extreme sensitivity to shadow energy and the 3 breath sword art, we'd have been caught off guard.
Lin Ye reassured her. Falling into a pit teaches you a lesson. From now on, we must trust Yiling's senses even more. MHM.
Lin Yubing nodded firmly.
Thanks to Yiling.
Yiling perked up instantly. Don't worry, Sister Yubing. I'll protect both Master and you. Maintaining perfect coordination, the group pressed deeper into the hunting grounds. The environment grew increasingly treacherous. Towering ancient trees gradually gave way to even larger, bizarrely shaped ferns and strange rocks entwined with deadly vines. The spiritual energy permeating the air grew more violent, its negative energy thickening. A faint, corrosive gray-black mist even began to form.
Master, the air here is so unpleasant. Nightfeather's transmitted thoughts carried obvious discomfort. It's cold and sticky, like a swamp. Lin Ye sensed it too. The spiritual energy environment here was extremely hostile to cultivators.
Prolonged exposure not only slowed spiritual power recovery but could even corrode meridians and mental faculties. Lin Yubing had no choice but to increase the consumption of her frost shield to resist. Yet, within this oppressive zone, Yiling's senses suddenly detected an extremely faint yet exceptionally pure fluctuation.
Ha! Yiling voiced her confusion, her body halting mid-air. Her dark blue eyes flashed with intense focus, fixating on a stone wall to her right. Master! Over there! Behind the rocks!
Yiling's voice carried a hint of excitement. Such a sweet, sweet scent. Like the purest starlight. Though blocked by those stinking vines, I can smell it.
Pure starlight?
Lin Ye's heart stirred. For Yiling, who mastered shadows and void, to describe something as delicious and liken it to pure starlight meant it was no ordinary thing. He immediately activated the 3 breaths sword art, focusing his senses on that area.
His foresight vision instantly unfolded, revealing everything within.
Celestial treasures.
And powerful guardian beasts.
Yu Bing, prepare for battle. Lin Ye's gaze instantly sharpened. What Yiling had discovered might be valuable, but it was guarded by formidable foes. Lin Yubing perked up at the words, understood. The Xingli sword hummed lowly, finally some decent prey.
The group crept silently toward the stone wall. Master, the biggest threat is hidden beneath the thickest part of the vines. It's awake. It senses us. As if confirming Yiling's words.
Hiss. A bone-chilling scraping sound echoed from deep within the vines. The vines covering the stone wall began to writhe violently, as if boiling.
Then, a colossal serpent suddenly reared its head from the vines. Bone-eating venom vine serpent lord class. Level 29.
Attributes: poison, wood, shadow.
Skills: venomous breath, vine strangle, shadow assault, toxic mist domain. Status: enraged territory intrusion.
Hiss.
The bone-eating venom vine python's vertical pupils locked onto the intruder.
The menacing aura of a level 29 Lord Tier creature, mingled with the icy chill of poison and shadow, surged forth like a tangible tidal wave. Lin Yubing's frost shield rippled violently, emitting faint crackling sounds as if resisting an invisible corrosion.
Such potent venomous miasma.
Lin Yubing's expression darkened, her icy voice thick with gravity. Merely the oppressive aura made her spiritual energy flow sluggishly, her meridians throbbing with a faint sting.
Poof! The venom of mere crawling vermin, and you dare be so bold? Xingli's thoughts carried disdain.
The sword hummed, radiant starlight seeping through its scabbard, dispersing the encroaching poisonous mist.
Master, it stinks. The vines and shadows are all sticky. I hate it.
Yiling's spirit form shrank back, her little face full of disgust. Yet the longing for the pure aura beyond that stone wall made her itch to try. Lin Ye's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the 3-breath sword invocation had already been activated. Under the foresight perspective, the energy trajectories were laid bare. Next breath, energy violently compressed at the venomous serpent's throat, unleashing a deadly spew.
Target: 3 individuals.
Next breath, surrounding vines activated like venomous snakes, coordinating with the spew to constrict and seal off the target. Third breath, the venomous serpent itself would exploit the spray's cover to launch a shadow ambush, striking directly at Lin Yubing.
The attack intent is crystal clear. Yiling. Deathly silence curtain.
Suppress the poisonous mist in vines. Lin Ye roared the command with precision.
Xingli. Annihilation stardust.
Target its throat energy core.
Yubing. Icebound path. Restrain its movement. The commands thundered like lightning, executed instantly. Yes. Master. A deep blue glow flared in Yiling's eyes.
A gray, frigid domain descended with a thunderous roar.
A deathly curtain unfurled, instantly enveloping the venomous serpent.
Within the domain, time's flow twisted, thick as molten lead. The torrent of dark green poisonous mist surging forth froze in mid-air the moment it collided with the domain, as if paused by an invisible hand.
Its diffusion rate plummeted.
The frenzied toxic energy within was voraciously eroded by the power of deathly stillness, its color visibly thinning and dimming.
Simultaneously, the venomous vines instantly stiffened and slowed. Crawling vermin, die. Xingli's icy voice sounded like a death sentence.
The star crystal sword instantly disintegrated.
Billions of silver stardust fragments coalesced into a torrent of destruction.
Under the extreme suppression of the death veil, this torrent of stardust ignored the poison mist's obstruction, moving faster than the venomous serpent could react. The torrent of stardust violently pierced the venomous serpent's throat, striking the core of its poison energy compressed to its absolute limit. The power of annihilation erupted with a thunderous boom. Roar! The venomous serpent let out a piercing, agonized howl unlike any before. Its deadly venom spray, carefully brewed, was brutally severed and obliterated within its throat. The immense head was violently jerked backward by the terrifying impact, a charred, bloody hole exploding open in its throat. Agony made its massive body writhe violently, shattering the stone wall and sending fragments flying. Freeze! Lin Yubing's command came at the perfect moment. Azure blue spiritual energy erupted with full force. The frigid frost power, like a living entity, spread wildly along the writhing colossal body of the venomous serpent. Crack! The ice instantly encased its coiled lower half in a vast expanse of the surrounding ground.
Though unable to fully freeze this level 29 lord, the bone-chilling cold and the hindrance of the ice made the venomous serpent's already sluggish movements already slowed by excruciating pain and domain suppression even more clumsy. The venomous serpent descended into utter madness. Its crimson vertical pupils nearly bled from the excruciating pain and fury. Ignoring the severe wound to its throat, its massive tail whipped through the air with tremendous force, lashing viciously toward Lin Ye. Yet, under the foresight of the three-breath sword art, this dying counterattack seemed to unfold in slow motion. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy as his figure suddenly blurred. Firefly flash. He effortlessly evaded the tail strike. Night feather. Void erosion. Target heart. Lin Ye issued the final command. Watch this. Buzz. Yiling's small hand pressed through the air toward the venomous serpent's heart. A profound shadow and void energy erupted silently. Void corrosion. Hiss. A shrill, corrosive sound echoed within the venomous serpent's body. Defenses shattered in an instant. Lin Ye's star crystal sword reappeared in his hand, its tip pointing downward with unstoppable sharpness. Stellar scar thrust. A single cold star pierced with pinpoint accuracy through the heart's defenses, shattered by the corrosive force. Thud. The blade pierced through without resistance. The frenzied annihilation sword chi exploded violently within the venomous serpent's heart. Ugh! The venomous serpent's massive body stiffened abruptly. Its crimson vertical pupils instantly lost all luster and its massive head slumped lifelessly downward. Crash! Like a mountain collapsing or a jade pillar toppling, the massive body of the bone-eroding venom vine serpent crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth beneath it. Not a sound remained. The veil of death slowly retreated. The battle ended. Chapter 124, 3 ranks in one go. Lin Yubing stirred emotions. From the venomous serpent's sudden attack to its defeat and collapse, it had all unfolded in mere moments. A level 29 lord was crushed and slain with overwhelming force. Lin Ye hadn't even gotten a speck of poison mist on his clothes. Successfully defeated level 29 Lord Monster, Bone-Eating Venomous Vine Python. Gained 138,000 EXP. Obtained special item, Bone-Eroding Poison Crystal Epic. Acquired special item, Venomous Vine Python Heart Legendary. Acquired special material, Resilient Poison Vine Rare X15. The cold notification tone echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Lin Yubing's gaze toward Lin Ye brimmed with dependence and reassurance. At least he shows some semblance of a lord knows to put up a dying struggle. Xingli sheathed, her voice tinged with post-battle exhilaration. Master! Master! That nasty snake stinks. But the sweet scent inside is still there. Yiling pointed excitedly at the stone wall, completely ignoring the lord from moments before. Lin Ye stowed his spoils, his gaze shifting to the crack in the stone wall concealed by vines. The pure aura night feather had sensed emanated from that very spot. Come on, let's see what goodies are in there. Lin Ye pulled Lin Yubing toward the stone wall. Yiling's void erosion power activated silently, effortlessly dissolving the remaining poisonous vines. Lin Ye pushed aside the withered vines. A cool, pure, and gentle aura washed over them, as if it could purify the soul. It instantly dispelled the lingering poisonous miasma and chill in the air. Deep within a crack in the stone wall, a small pool of milky white stone marrow flowed quietly, gathering into a shallow puddle. The stone marrow glowed with a warm, jade-like luster, the very source of that pure aura. Pure Spirit Jade Marrow Legendary. Effect, contains the essence of heaven and earth along with purifying power. Can neutralize all poisons, purify spiritual energy, stabilize the mind, and repair hidden injuries. Highly beneficial for practitioners of wood, water, light, and ice elements. Purifying Jade Marrow. Lin Yubing's beautiful eyes lit up, her ice blue spiritual energy seeming to stir with renewed vitality at this pure aura. A valuable item. A hint of delight also flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Not only could this object neutralize all poisons and purify the environment's erosion on spiritual energy, but it could also solidify one's foundation. It was particularly well suited for Lin Yubing's frost heart cultivation. He retrieved a specially crafted jade vial and carefully collected every last bit of the marrow. As the essence vanished, the surrounding toxic miasma seemed to thin slightly, and the oppressive, chilling cold lessened considerably. Congratulations, Master. Yiling danced joyfully. Yubing, this will benefit you. Lin Ye handed the jade bottle to Lin Yubing. This place is safe for now. Absorb it immediately, I'll guard you. Lin Yubing accepted the smooth jade bottle, feeling the immense, pure energy within. Even her cool, composed face couldn't hide her excitement. She nodded, hesitation gone, and immediately sat cross-legged. She uncorked the bottle, releasing an even more potent, refreshingly cool fragrance that permeated the air, as if purifying the very atmosphere itself. Lin Yubing drew a deep breath, guiding the pure energy within the jade marrow like liquid moonlight slowly into her body. The ice blue spiritual energy instantly stirred, enveloping the refined essence like the ocean embracing all rivers. The jade marrow entered her body like sweet rain falling on a parched ice plain. Lin Yubing's body trembled slightly as an indescribable sense of comfort instantly spread through every limb and bone.
The ice spiritual energy within her surged and circulated at an unprecedented speed, greedily absorbing and merging with this essence of heaven and earth. The frost heart seemed fully activated, radiating a brilliant ice blue glow that flickered faintly on her chest. The surrounding temperature plummeted, fine ice crystals forming on the ground, and tiny snowflakes even began to drift through the air. Lin Ye could distinctly sense Lin Yubing's aura surging upward at an astonishing rate. The bottleneck that had long plagued her shattered like thin ice under the impact of the Jade Marrow's vast, pure energy. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 23. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 24. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 25. 3 levels in a row. Lin Yubing slowly opened her eyes. Deep within her ice blue eyes, an aurora seemed to swirl, making them appear even more profound and luminous. She felt an unprecedented surge of power within her body, along with a stronger connection between her frost heart and herself. A profound sense of transformation and immense strength welled up within her. Her gaze instinctively turned to Lin Ye, who had been standing guard beside her. His usually cool, clear eyes were now filled with immense surprise, indescribable excitement, and an emotion long suppressed that could no longer be contained. It was he who had brought back this opportunity from the secret realm, he who had guarded her all along, he who had given her this precious jade marrow without hesitation. A flood of overwhelming happiness, dependence, and intense love burst forth like a dam breaking, instantly washing away all her reserve and restraint. Lin Ye. Lin Yubing's voice carried a hint of emotion. She sprang to her feet, without a moment's hesitation, throwing herself into Lin Ye's arms like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck as she stood on tiptoe. Under Lin Ye's slightly startled gaze, she pressed her cool, soft lips firmly against his. This was no longer the timid or passive kiss of before. Instead, it was filled with possessive passion and a need to vent. Lin Yubing awkwardly pried open Lin Ye's jaw, their tongues tangling fiercely. Lin Ye felt a crisp, subtle fragrance mingled with the uniquely warm, soft scent of a woman wash over him. Between her lips and teeth lay her clumsy yet utterly sincere exploration and entanglement. He instantly regained his composure and took control. He wrapped his arms tightly around her slender yet supple waist, deepening this kiss brimming with unexpected delight. Deep within the dim hunting grounds, they kissed passionately, utterly lost in each other. Their breaths mingled, passion burning like fire. As if to melt away the tension, bloodshed, and worry of recent days, along with the immense joy of this moment, into this passionate kiss. The Xingli sword at Lin Ye's waist emitted a sharp hum. Oomph. Shameless. Xingli's angry voice exploded in Lin Ye's mind. Not in broad daylight, but in the dead of night. Lin Ye. You fool. Right after a fight. However, her rebuke was completely ignored by Lin Ye and Lin Yubing. Yiling hovered nearby. Her pure, unblemished dark blue eyes watched the scene with curiosity. Watching her master and sister Yubing cling tightly together, biting their lips. She tilted her head, recalling the scene she'd witnessed in the hot spring pool and the actions she'd mimicked earlier. That warm, intimate feeling that made both her master and sister Yubing so happy. She wanted it too. Master Yiling wanted kisses too. Yiling timidly drifted closer, tugging at Lin Ye's sleeve. Her pure eyes brimmed with longing and devotion. Lin Ye and Lin Yubing, immersed in a passionate kiss, pulled slightly apart. Lin Yubing's cheeks flushed crimson like dawn clouds, her breath coming in soft gasps. Her usually cool, composed eyes now held a captivating, passionate allure. She shyly lowered her head, burying her face against Lin Ye's chest. Lin Ye gazed into Yiling's pure, unblemished eyes, his heart melting. He reached out, gently ruffling Yiling's hair as he murmured softly, "All right." Then, he lowered his head and pressed a tender kiss onto Yiling's smooth forehead. Yiling's eyes closed contentedly, like a kitten being stroked against the grain. But she seemed unsatisfied with just that. Her small hand still clutched the hem of Lin Ye's shirt as she tilted her little face upward. Her pure eyes brimmed with anticipation. "Master, bite my lips like Sister Yubing did. I want it too." Lin Yubing lifted her head from Lin Ye's embrace, gazing at Yiling's innocent expression. The blush on her cheeks deepened. Yet her eyes no longer held the sadness of before, instead revealing a mix of resignation and doting affection. Perhaps she knew their relationship with Lin Ye was now certain. Lin Ye chuckled softly, unable to refuse the eager gaze of Yiling. He leaned down and gently captured Yiling's soft, cool lips with his own. Yiling responded happily, mimicking the movements she had just witnessed. She tentatively extended her small tongue, curiously probing into Lin Ye's mouth. Clumsily entwining with his. Her kiss carried childlike earnestness and devotion, pure and untainted. The hum of the Xingli sword suddenly rose, becoming sharp and piercing. "Lin Ye! You lecher! You scoundrel! Again!" Xingli's voice brimmed with mortified fury and thick jealousy. She was absolutely furious. Watching Lin Ye finish his intimate moment with that ice queen only to turn his attention to the innocent and naive Yiling. This scene was far more unbearable to her than seeing Lin Ye with Shen Hongying or Lin Yubing. Yiling was too pure. The thought of that purity being defiled by Lin Ye made her rage boil over. "You just wait. I'll settle this with you when we get back."
Xingli spat out the threat, seething with fury. The sword blade flashed, transforming into a streak of light that vanished back into Xingli's sword, refusing to witness this indecent scene any longer. Sensing Xingli's fury, Lin Ye reluctantly ended his kiss with Yiling. Yiling licked her lips, seemingly reluctant to stop, but sensing her master's resignation and Xingli's immense fury, she obediently made no further demands. She nestled contentedly beside Lin Ye, her small hand still clutching his sleeve. Lin Yubing watched the scene unfold, then glanced at the Xingli sword. A faint, helpless smile touched her cold, clear features. Xingli's jealousy was growing by the day. Just then, roar! A roar erupted from the distance, more frenzied, more savage, more filled with the aura of a ferocious beast. Immediately after, a powerful and chaotic energy fluctuation swept in like a storm. Lei Zhen's voice echoed across the entire hunting ground. Attention all trainees! The core area of the hunting ground, the beast nest, has been activated by abnormal energy fluctuations. A large number of high-tier monsters have begun to revolt. Persevere. Hunt. Or be hunted. Prove with your strength that you deserve to step onto the League battlefield. Training continues. Chapter 125, Hunting Ground Uprising, Monsters Run Amok. Before the voice faded, the frenzied, chaotic energy surge swept in. The earth trembled violently, trees swayed wildly. Countless withered branches and fallen leaves were whipped into the sky by the raging currents. The beastly roars, denser and more vicious than before, sounded like funeral bells from hell. They surged madly from all directions, drawing ever closer. A foul wind swept over them, carrying a sickeningly thick stench of blood and savagery. The true beast tide had begun. Lin Ye. Lin Yubing snapped out of her lingering emotional reverie. The chill in her face faded as all color drained from her cheeks, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. She sensed clearly that the aura emanating from this onslaught of demons far surpassed that of any scattered elites or lords encountered before. It was a torrent of destruction, a chaotic mix of dozens, perhaps even hundreds of frenzied auras. Among them were overlords whose auras approached, or even reached, the formidable presence of a 30th level being. This was no trial, it was a true life or death slaughterhouse. Yiling's spirit body instantly tensed, her dark blue eyes scanning the direction of the surging energy storm with alert vigilance. Master! So many bad things. Like a black flood rushing over. So fierce. Much fiercer than that stinky snake earlier. Even Xingli, retreating into the star crystal sword, emitted a solemn, abrupt sword hum. Humph, trouble's here. Idiot, snap out of it. Lin Ye's gaze instantly sharpened, as piercing as a divine blade drawn from its scabbard. The gentle aura from moments ago, softened by jade marrow and tender moments, was instantly replaced by a cold, intense battle intent. He shielded Lin Yubing behind him, his gaze darting like lightning toward the dense jungle where the beast roars were most concentrated. 3-breath sword invocation. Golden attribute power pushed to its limit. Hum. His foresight pierced through the chaotic, raging energy turbulence, instantly locking onto the most critical information. Next breath, 3 bloodthirsty mad wolves elite, level 27, would charge from the dense forest directly ahead, attacking in a triangular formation. Next breath, the ground on the left flank will crack open, and several burrowing rock lizards elite, level 25, will burst forth, spewing corrosive acid. Third breath, from the treetops on the right flank, several shadow-wing bats elite, level 26, will dive down, unleashing mental shrieks to disrupt. Further behind, several powerful overlord auras rapidly approach. The attack points, methods, and energy cores were as clear as reading palm lines. Scene. Lin Ye's voice was as cold as ice, without a trace of panic, only the calm of one who controls everything. Yubing. Ice path. Cover the fan-shaped area ahead to slow the wolf pack. Night feather. Deathly silence curtain. Deploy at full power. Envelop us within a 50 zhang radius. Suppress all energy. Xingli. Prepare annihilation stardust. Target the subterranean rock lizard's emergence point. Commands precise as surgical blades, issued in an instant. Understood. Lin Yubing hesitated not a moment. Her frost heart, just broken through to level 25, surged with full force. Hum. Ice blue spiritual energy surged forth from beneath her feet like a torrential flood. Extreme cold ice domain. Crack. 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 Centered on the 3 figures, the ground in the fan-shaped area ahead instantly froze over with a thick layer of ice, shimmering with a sinister blue-white glow. The ice surface was smooth as a mirror, yet it contained bone-chilling frigid power, voraciously draining the heat and kinetic energy from anything it touched. Its reach far exceeded previous attempts. The effect was worlds apart. Almost the instant the ice spread to its limit. Roar! 3 massive, bloodthirsty wolves, their fangs bared, bodies shrouded in crimson light, burst from the dense forest, carrying a foul stench with them. Yet the moment their claws touched the ice, SSSSH. Piercing cold instantly surged up from their claws. The wolves' vaunted speed plummeted. As if trapped in viscous ice gel, their movements became clumsy and sluggish. For the first time, their vicious eyes revealed shock and discomfort. The frozen path ability had taken full effect. At the same moment, the veil of death.
Yiling hovered mid-air, her small face tense as a dark blue glow erupted violently across her tiny frame. Buzz! A grayish dark domain, larger and denser than any before, descended like an inverted giant bull. A gray, cold, deathly force field instantly enveloped an area 50 zhang in diameter. Within the domain, light was swallowed whole, and sounds became muffled and distant. The air thickened like molten lead in mercury. The flow of time itself was forcibly distorted. The shadow-winged bats diving downward seemed to plunge into an invisible quagmire, their descent trajectories instantly warping. The piercing mental screech, suppressed by the domain, became as faint as a mosquito's buzz, its power drastically diminished. The burrowing rock lizards erupting from the earth sprayed corrosive acid that spread through the air in slow motion, its speed and corrosive power drastically weakened. More terrifying still, all beasts within the domain's embrace found their internal energy flow plunged into dreadful stagnation. Movements stiffened. Attack impulses were forcibly suppressed. Like lambs awaiting slaughter. The veil of death strategic level crowd control. Just as the ground on the left flank bulged upward, the rock lizard's ferocious head poised to break through the earth. Oomph! Burrowing vermin, crawl back underground. Xingli's icy voice carried ruthless resolve. Buzz! The Xingli sword instantly disintegrated. Annihilation stardust. Billions of condensed silver stardust particles did not scatter. Instead, as if alive, they instantly burrowed into the soil beneath the specific points Lin Ye had designated. Put! A dense, hair-raising series of piercing sounds echoed muffled underground. The burrowing rock lizards, their heads just emerging, some not even fully out yet, froze rigid. Their rock-hard shells were instantly shredded by the torrent of stardust erupting from within. Green blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed violently from the holes in the ground. Several rock lizards perished beneath the earth without even a full scream. Precise anticipation. Targeted elimination. All within a single breath. Lin Ye, wielding the three-breath sword's ultimate foresight, commanded the breakthrough, achieving Lin Yubing and the two sword maidens to execute a textbook defensive counterattack. The first three waves of monsters that charged forward were either severely wounded or instantly killed before they could even touch the hem of the trio's robes. Lin Ye remained rooted to the spot, not shifting an inch. Roar! From the rear of the beast tide, the formidable auras of several lords seemed utterly enraged by this provocation. A roar more savage and filled with the aura of destruction tore through the air, exploding like thunder. A colossal figure, covered in dark golden bone armor and resembling a moving mountain. It smashed through countless ancient trees, carrying a terrifying, crushing might that shattered everything in its path, crashing into the domain of the dead Silence Veil. Earthshaker Dragon Rhinoceros Lord Class. Level 31. Attributes: Earth, Brute Strength, Defense, Dominance. Skills: War Stomp, Earthshaker, Overlord's Aura, Earth Barrier. Status: Rage Beast Tide Commander. The Overlord's might, reaching a staggering level 31, strikes down like a tangible hammer. Even the suppression of the deadly veil couldn't fully counter this terrifying might. Chapter 126, Clear the Field. Lin Yubing grunted. Her newly attained realm wavered under such overwhelming pressure, causing the light of the frozen path to dim momentarily. The Earthshaker Rhino's enormous crimson eye, resembling a miniature lake, instantly locked onto Lin Ye at the core of the domain. It sensed the greatest threat. Ant! Die! The Earthshaker Rhino bellowed with a thunderous roar, its massive front hooves raised high. Boom! Terrifying power erupted violently. War Stomp. A visible shockwave carrying earth-shattering force radiated outward in a fan shape from its center, violently crashing toward Lin Ye and his two companions. Wherever it passed, the ground rolled and tore like waves. Massive ancient trees were uprooted and shattered. Even the barrier formed by the Veil of Death trembled violently. This single strike was powerful enough to pulverize a small army into dust. Yet, at the very heart of the storm, Lin Ye's eyes burned with an unprecedented brilliance. Three-breath sword vision. The limits of his foresight perspective were pushed to the extreme. The core point of the Earthshaker Rhino's power surge, the weakest link in its shockwave, and the optimal evasion route became crystal clear in an instant. He even glimpsed the fleeting energy core beneath the beast's neck scales as it launched its stomp. Bring it on! Lin Ye not only held his ground but let out a piercing cry, his eyes blazing with astonishing fighting spirit. Yubing! Freeze the ground beneath its left front hoof to create imbalance. Yiling! Maintain the domain. Prepare void erosion. Target the core beneath its neck S. Xingli! Annihilation stardust. Converge at a single point. Pierce it. The commands thundered like lightning, delivered with pinpoint precision once more. Yes. Lin Yubing braced against the Lord's oppressive aura as the frost heart blazed with radiant light. Coalesce. An intensely condensed ice blue beam shot forth, arriving before its target, striking with pinpoint accuracy the ground where the Earthshaker Rhino's left front hoof was about to strike. Sizzle. The ground instantly froze into mystical ice, harder and smoother than steel. Crash. The Earthshaker Rhino's massive left front hoof slammed down onto the black ice. The force of impact instantly threw it off balance. Its massive body lurched violently to the left, beyond its control.
The trajectory of the war-stomped shockwave, poised to unleash its fury, was violently deflected. The terrifying shockwave roared past Lin Ye and his two companions, flattening a vast expanse of forest behind them. Yet it failed to harm the three in the slightest. Power imbalance. The moment the Earthshaker Rhino's body tilted, exposing the dark golden beneath its neck, the void began to erode. Yiling's crisp voice rang out with intense focus. A profound force of shadow and void energy ignored the Earthshaker Rhino's thickbone armor defense, striking the pulsating energy core at the center of its reverse scales with teleportation-like precision. SSSS. A shrill, corrosive sound echoed within the Earthshaker Rhino's body. The resilient energy forming the core's defense melted like ice under Yiling's corrosive power. The defense of the reverse scale core was instantly shattered. The Earthshaker Rhino let out a roar of pain mingled with shock and fury. And in the very instant its defenses crumbled. Pierce it. Xingli's fierce command carried extreme sharpness. Buzz. The long-prepared stardust of oblivion instantly coalesced. Billions of stardust particles no longer scattered, but coalesced into a single, intensely condensed silver beam, one that seemed capable of piercing stars themselves. Accelerated by the veil of death, guided absolutely by the three-breath sword invocation. Fast. Accurate. Deadly. Put. The silver beam pierced the corroded core of the like a red-hot steel rod through butter, penetrating without resistance. Frenzied annihilation sword energy erupted violently within the Earthshaker Rhino's body. Arg! The Earthshaker Rhino let out a blood-curdling, earth-shattering howl. Its mountain-like body stiffened abruptly. Its crimson eyes widened with disbelief, terror, and agony. Blinding silver light erupted wildly from the cracks in its dark gold bone armor. Crash! The colossal body of the Earthshaker Rhinoceros crashed down like a mountain toppling, a pillar collapsing. Its impact sent shockwaves rippling through the earth, crushing countless low-level monsters beneath it. Its head drooped lifelessly, its breath ceasing in an instant. Level 31 Lord Monster, precisely predicted, weak point pierced, one-shot kill. Successful kill, level 31 Lord Monster Earthshaker Rhino. Gained 185,000 EXP. Obtained special item, Earthshaker Core Legendary. Obtained special material, Dragon Rhino Heavy Armor Epic X3. The cold notification flashed through Lin Ye's mind. The boss is dead. The beast tied within the shroud of death instantly descended into utter chaos and panic. Without their leader's restraint and command, these beasts driven by frenzied energy remained vicious, but now became a disorganized mob fighting each other, even tearing at one another. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy. He slowly raised his hand, the starlight sword pointing toward the chaotic horde. Clear the area. The two calm words sounded like a death sentence. Annihilation Stardust. The starlight sword shattered once more. This time, it did not coalesce into a single point, but transformed into a silver storm of death engulfing the entire domain. Billions of stardust particles, empowered by the Shroud of Death, moved with living precision, seeking out the vital points of every demonic creature. Put. The dense sound of piercing impacts echoed throughout the domain. Suppressed by the domain and thrown into chaos without their leader, the monsters fell like harvested wheat, collapsing in droves. Blood stained the frozen ground crimson, only to be frozen again by the power of death into dark red ice crystals. Lin Yubing channeled her frost power to its fullest. Icicle Thrust. Countless razor-sharp icicles erupted from the frozen path, piercing and freezing the monsters that had narrowly evaded the stardust storm. Yiling maintained the domain, her small face glowing with excitement. You villains! Fall now! The vanguard of this sudden, terrifying beast tide was crushed in its infancy by the devastating coordination of Lin Ye and his two companions. Transformed into a gift-wrapped experience bonus. As the Shroud of Death slowly retreated, utter stillness reigned within the domain. Only the scattered ice sculptures of monster remained, alongside Lin Ye, Lin Yubing, and the floating spirit form of Yiling. Lin Ye's breathing remained steady, as if he'd merely completed a warm-up exercise moments ago. He walked over to the colossal carcass of the Earthshaker Rhinoceros and pocketed the Earthshaker Core Legendary, radiating potent earth element energy. Not bad. Lin Ye remarked flatly. Yiling fluttered happily around Lin Ye. Master is so amazing. That big bad bull went down in one hit. The Xingli sword emitted a low hum, tinged with a barely perceptible satisfaction. At least you didn't disgrace me. Lin Ye's gaze shifted toward the core of the beast tide's energy explosion. The chaotic energy there still churned violently, as if brewing an even greater storm. A cold smile curved his lips. A beast nest in turmoil? Perfect. Yubing, Yiling, Xingli, Lin Ye's voice carried an unquestionable resolve. Rest for a moment, recover your spiritual energy. Then we'll take the initiative. Head to the nest's core and turn this uprising into our hunting ground. The roles of hunter and prey, in this moment, were completely reversed. Lin Yubing gazed into Lin Ye's eyes, where confidence shone like a tangible blade. Her ice-blue irises flashed with a strange light. She nodded firmly, without hesitation. Yes. Yiling waved her little hands excitedly. Yiling wants to eat more big bad guys. The Xingli sword trembled lightly, emitting a clear, piercing ring that brimmed with battle intent. Against the backdrop of scattered demonic corpses, the auras of the three warriors radiated like three divine blades drawn from their scabbards, their sharp edges gleaming, pointing straight toward the most perilous heart of the hunting ground. The true annihilation had only just begun. Chapter 127, Core Hunting Ground, Slaughtering All. The core region of the beast lair. Chaotic, frenzied energy swirled like a tangible storm, whipping up a whirlwind of broken branches and shattered stones. The air thickened with an indelible stench of blood and savagery. Though leaderless, the horde of beasts remained overwhelming in numbers. Like an enraged black tide, they surged from all directions toward Lin Ye and his two companions. Poof! A rabble. Lin Ye's gaze was icy as he stood atop the colossal carcass of the Earthshaker rhinoceros, like a war god towering over a sea of corpses and blood. Yiling, Death Veil, maintain maximum range. Yu Bing, extend the frozen path to cover the impact route. Xingli, Starfall of Oblivion, free to reap. The commands were concise, the execution ruthless. Yes, master. Yiling's face tightened as dark blue light erupted with full force. Hum. The vast, deathly curtain unfurled once more, a gray, frigid force field instantly enveloping nearly 100 zhang in all directions. Within the domain, light warped, sound was severed, and the air thickened like molten lead. The surging tide of beasts, as if plunging into an invisible quagmire, saw their speed plummet, their movements stiffen, and their ferocious roars become muffled. The violet energy coursing within them became horribly sluggish. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's icy blue spiritual energies surged forth. Frost spread. Crack. Crack. A thick layer of ice spread outward from the trio like a living creature, rapidly encroaching upon the front. Wherever it touched, the ground froze solid, trapping the monster's limbs. The bone-chilling cold viciously eroded their vitality, drastically slowing the momentum of the oncoming onslaught. A bunch of minions, and they dare to block our path? Xingli's cold voice carried disdain. Hum. The Xingli sword instantly disintegrated. Billions of condensed silver stardust particles, empowered by the Veil of Death, transformed into a precise and efficient storm of death. Put. A deafening chorus of piercing sounds, dense enough to make one's scalp crawl. Within the domain, whether the lowliest, corrupted poison lizards, the ferocious, abyssal claw beasts, or the massive, rock-armored berserker bears, all became lambs awaiting slaughter under the dual suppression. The torrent of stardust pierced their vital points, skulls, hearts, spines with deadly precision. Hordes of monsters fell like cut wheat, instantly exploding, freezing, and turning to ash. Blood froze before it could spatter, forming countless dark crimson ice sculptures of varied shapes that blanketed the entire domain. Killed 87 corrupted lizards, gained experience. Killed 65 abyssal claw monsters, gained EXP. Killed 42 rock-armored berserker bears, gained EXP. Kill. The icy notifications flashed through Lin Ye's mind like a screen-filling flood. Experience points surged in like a floodgate opening. Occasionally, a stray monster broke through the stardust storm and ice barriers, only to be instantly killed by Lin Yubing's precise ice spike spell or pierced through the vital organs by Lin Ye's casually thrown star scar. Under the shroud of deathly silence, Lin Ye and his companions ground everything daring to approach into dust like a colossal millstone. Lin Ye didn't even need to move his feet, standing calmly atop the corpses as his sharp gaze scanned the battlefield, occasionally issuing precise commands. Behind him, Lin Yubing steadily channeled her icy blue spiritual energy, her cool face focused on the fight. Yiling maintained her domain, her small face lit with excitement as she watched the villains fall in droves. Xingli's starfall scatter, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, efficiently reaped lives. Wherever they passed, a frozen wasteland of death remained. The monsters' howls were swallowed by deathly silence, their frenzied energy suppressed by the domain. Only the cold slaughter and the relentless stream of experience notifications bore witness to this one-sided slaughter. Meanwhile, in another section of the hunting ground, Huangfu Tian, enveloped in blazing 9-sun golden light like a raging sun, battled two level 30 molten fire lizards lords, swept in by the beast tide. Each of his punches carried the force to shatter mountains and split rocks, smashing the giant lizard's carapaces to splinters and sending molten lava flying. Yet more beasts, drawn by the golden radiance, surged forward relentlessly. His face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury yet betraying an unmistakable hint of frustration and irritation. The commotion over at Lin Ye's location was far too intense. That overwhelming terror domain could be felt even from such a distance, a heart-stopping stillness and oppressive force. He couldn't fathom how Lin Ye sustained such immense expenditure. Morong Xiao swung his crimson gold dragon halberd with sweeping, powerful strokes, charging through the horde like a human-shaped raging beast, carving a bloody path through the swarm. Feng Wuhan transformed into a whirlwind, his sword flashes weaving like a net, precisely severing the vital joints of the demonic beasts. Though formidable, the two could only fight their way back against the relentless tide of beasts, seeking advantageous terrain to hold their ground. Their point accumulation paled in comparison to Lin Ye's terrifying rate. As for the other ordinary trainees, their situation was even more dire. Shrieks, angry roars, and the howls of beasts echoed sporadically across the hunting grounds. Some clung to survival by exploiting terrain advantages, others banded together in small squads to defend collectively, while the unfortunate few were swallowed by the hordes.
Their training camp insignia flashed a blinding red light before being enveloped in teleportation beams, forcibly expelled from the hunting grounds, a sign of severe injury and elimination. The entire hunting ground had transformed into a colossal meat grinder. Only in the core area where Lin Ye stood did a devastating, crushing assault unfold. Xinsha Academy, Central Monitoring Hall. The massive circular light screen displayed real-time footage from every sector of the hunting grounds. Energy fluctuation patterns, monster density distributions, cadet vital signs, countless streams of data cascaded like waterfalls across the auxiliary screens. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Principal Jiang Taixian stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the main screen, his piercing gaze seemingly penetrating space itself, fixed upon the chaotic core zone. Behind him stood several core members of the Academy's leadership. Lei Xin's expression was grim as he stared intently at the screen, where Lin Ye was grinding through the beast tide like a millstone. The muscles on his resolute face twitched slightly, his eyes betraying undisguised shock. Another figure, clad in a deep blue robe and radiating an aura as profound as the ocean, was Vice President Gu He, who oversaw logistics and resources. Beside him stood Su Qingyue, the Vice Dean of Intelligence and External Affairs, a middle-aged beauty with an elegant bearing and piercing eyes. The beast tide's intensity exceeded projections, with energy readings in the core zone approaching the level 35 threshold. A technical instructor monitoring the situation reported. 17 trainees have been critically injured and eliminated, with 35 sustaining minor injuries. Top trainees like Huang Futian, Morong Xiao, and Feng Wuhan remain unharmed for now, but they've been held back by the beast horde, slowing their advance. All eyes instinctively focused on the largest subscreen at the center of the main display. It displayed the area where Lin Ye and his two companions were located. The gray domain spread like a colossal millstone, mowing down hordes of monsters like harvested straw wherever it passed. Lin Ye's figure flickered faintly at the domain's center, serene yet formidable. Lin Yubing's frost power synergized perfectly with the domain. The silver longsword unleashed a stardust storm with efficiency so staggering it was almost terrifying. What kind of domain is this? Vice Dean Correja sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could it suppress the monster's movements and energy over such a vast area? And that sword light was practically born to clear the field. A dual sword maiden coordination unheard of. Vice Dean Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Especially that shadow-type sword maiden, her domain maintenance and that eerie corrosive ability made her a strategic-level presence born for the battlefield. This Lin Ye, his timing and command were nothing short of demonic. Lei Xin's lips pressed tightly together as his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly fluctuating number representing Lin Ye's personal score on the screen. The speed at which those numbers surged was like a runaway horse, leaving everyone else far behind and creating a despairing chasm. His points were still climbing far too fast. Taking down a Lord-tier Earthshaker rhinoceros, mopping up the vanguard of the beast tide, and now pushing deep into the core zone to reap rewards this efficiency. Principal Jiang Taixian remained silent. He raised his hand and tapped lightly on the holographic interface before him. A massive light screen unfolded before the crowd. Clearly displayed were the real-time point rankings of all trainees participating in the intensive training. First place, Lin Ye points, 38,750. Second place, Wang Futian points, 19,560. Third place, Morong Xiao 14,920 points. Fourth place, Feng Wuhan points, 14,870. 10th place, Lin Yubing points, 8,650. First in the fault zone. Lin Ye's points were a staggering 3 times more than second place Huang Futian. Moreover, this number was surging at a visible pace, growing wildly. 3876038820388950. The entire monitoring hall instantly fell into dead silence. All mentors, including several core high-ranking officials, stared dumbfounded at the number soaring unchallenged at the top of the leaderboard. Jiang Taixian finally spoke, his voice calm. He deserves a spot among the core members of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. His gaze swept over Lin Ye's figure on the light screen, serene yet radiating boundless sharpness, his eyes brimming with expectation. This youth shall be the sharp sword of our divine Xia, piercing straight through the Dragon Abyss. Chapter 128, Training concludes. The slaughter storm raged through the core hunting grounds for 6 full days. Lin Ye functioned like an unrelenting war machine, plowing a blood-soaked path paved with monstrous corpses through the raging tide of beasts, shielded by the deadly veil alongside Lin Yubing. Yiling's domain stood as an impenetrable barrier, sealing out chaos and fury. Xingli's Starfall Scatter proved the most efficient reaper, precisely eliminating any life that dared enter the domain. Lin Yubing's frost power grew increasingly refined and seamless in both control and finishing blows. Experience surged like a breached flood, rushing madly into the 3 of them. Lin Ye's aura surged visibly with each passing moment, every breath seeming to stir the raging spiritual energy around him. Lin Yubing pushed the pure spirit jade marrow to its absolute limit. Forged through relentless bloodshed and washed by crystalline energy, her frost heart gleamed with icy brilliance. The 7th day. As the final, defiant beast roar from the depths of the hunting grounds was utterly drowned by the stardust storm, and the chaotic energy turbulence enveloping the core area gradually subsided. This 7-day, hellish final training camp finally drew to a close.
Giant teleportation beams ignited across the hunting grounds, enveloping all surviving trainees. As the light faded, the group reappeared on the vast platform at the entrance to the martial arts secret realm. Unlike the spirited confidence or nervous apprehension they had carried 7 days prior upon entering, the returning freshmen now bore solemn, focused expressions and piercing gazes, their bodies reeking of blood and lingering killing intent. Many were covered in wounds, their aura weakened. Yet without exception, their gazes held an added resilience forged through the crucible of life and death. Lin Ye and Lin Ye materialized at the platform's center. Lin Ye wore dual swords at his waist, his expression serene, as if he had merely completed a routine trial. His aura was rounded and restrained, yet it subtly radiated a heart-stopping sharpness, like a peerless divine weapon hidden within its scabbard. His level had surged to a staggering 28. Lin Ye stood beside him, her ice blue battle attire spotless. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore a trace of post-battle exhaustion. Yet her ice blue eyes shone with even greater depth and brilliance, like the purest glacial ice atop a snow-capped peak, radiating a steadfast and formidable aura. Her level had also reached 26. Huang Fu Tian, Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and others appeared one after another. A faint, subdued golden glow surrounded Huang Fu Tian. His handsome face bore an unmistakable weariness and a hint of grimness. The gaze he directed at Lin Ye was like a poison ice spike. His aura was equally formidable, reaching level 29, yet a lingering sense of frustration and defeat clung to him. Chief Instructor Lei Jun materialized silently atop the platform. His icy gaze swept over the transformed trainees below, his face devoid of expression. Training concludes. Lei Jun's voice rang out like clashing metal, instantly silencing all commotion. With a wave of his hand, a massive light screen unfolded with a thunderous roar at the platform's center. Displayed upon the screen were the names of all trainees who had participated in the final hunting ground training, alongside their final scores, the culmination of 7 days of bloody combat. Countless eyes instantly fixated on the top of the screen. First place, Lin Ye points, 142,580. Second place, Huang Fu Tian 68,730. Third place, Morong Xiao 52,340 points. Fourth place, Feng Wuhan points, 51,890. Fifth place, Zhao Taizhan points, 45,670. Sixth place, Lin Ye points, 43,580. Seventh place. Dead silence. The entire platform fell into dead silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing echoed intermittently. Every pair of eyes was frozen on the name at the top of the leaderboard and the suffocatingly large number following it. 14,000 points. That number loomed like an insurmountable mountain, towering over every heart. Huang Fu Tian's points were barely half of Lin Ye's. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, through flawless coordination with Lin Ye and relentless combat in the core zone, had secured 6th place. Just one step away from 5th place. A chasm. A true chasm. First place. Lin Ye's name stood tall at the top of the leaderboard, gleaming with dazzling golden light. The point gap below him was like a massive chasm, leaving everyone including Huang Fu Tian far behind. Whoa! An audible gasp rippled through the crowd, followed by a wave of stunned exclamations that swept across the entire platform. 400,000? Holy crap! How did he pull that off? The gap is just too huge. Huang Fu Tian is SSS tier talent. Did he single-handedly wipe out the beast tied at the heart of the hunting ground? That dual sword girl's domain is terrifying. It's like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Lin Ye came in 6th? Her growth under Chief Lin has been staggering. Huang Fu Tian stared fixedly at the glaring 68,730 beneath his name on the light screen, then shifted his gaze to Lin Ye's unattainably high 142,580. His handsome face instantly flushed crimson, then turned ashen. Veins bulged like earthworms across his temples. His clenched fists turned white at the knuckles, nails digging deep into his palms until they nearly drew blood. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. He could almost hear the mockery and pity laced within the surrounding whispers. He, Huang Fu Tian, top freshman of the imperial capital, bearer of SSS tier talent. Yet here he was, utterly crushed beneath the feet of a commoner from the frontier, one who relied on his sword maiden. Even Lin Ye, whom he had dismissed as a liability and looked down upon, had climbed to 6th place. A savage rage burned through his very core, threatening to erupt at any moment. Lin Ye merely cast a calm glance at the light screen. The overwhelming lead-in points showed no ripple on his face, as if he were merely confirming something entirely expected. He tilted his head slightly, glancing at Lin Ye beside him. A hint of surprise flickered across her icy cold face. 6th place thus far exceeded her initial expectations. She met Lin Ye's gaze, her icy blue eyes reflecting genuine warmth and a barely perceptible pride. Instructor Lei Jun's voice boomed once more, like a great bell silencing all commotion. The final rankings are set. According to the training camp rules, the top 5 on the leaderboard are Lin Ye, Huang Fu Tian, Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and Zhao Taizhan. His gaze swept over the 5 named individuals, finally settling on Lin Ye with an indescribable meaning. They will represent our Xinxia Academy in the freshman division of this year's National College League. Depart for the imperial capital in 7 days. May you live up to the Academy's glory and forge new triumphs on the League battlefield. The rest of you, dismissed. As the words fell, the massive light screen slowly faded away. The crowd began to disperse slowly, their emotions a tangled web of awe, envy, reverence, and resentment. Huang Fu Tian cast one final, venomous glare at Lin Ye and Lin Yubing, his gaze seeming to devour them alive. He let out a heavy, cold snort. A flash of golden light erupted around him as he turned and strode away without a backward glance, his retreating figure radiating a malevolence so intense it felt suffocating. Morong Shao and Feng Wuhan gave Lin Ye a slight nod, their eyes conveying both approval and solemnity. Zhao Taizhan wore a simple, excited smile. Lin Ye nodded in acknowledgement to each of them. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, he turned his gaze toward Lin Yubing. Lin Yubing stepped before him, her cool face bearing a trace of disappointment at not making the top 5, yet overflowing with joy for him. Congratulations, Lin Ye. First place in the gap, you truly deserve it. Lin Ye reached out, gently brushing away a strand of sweat-dampened hair from her forehead. You did great too, 6th place. Though the Dragon Abyss secret realm is out of reach for now, the high school league might bring other opportunities. His words carried both affirmation and comfort. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips, Lin Yubing's lingering disappointment instantly faded. She gave a soft nod. Let's go, Lin Ye said, taking her hand. His voice was gentle yet firm. Go get some rest. Chapter 129, Farewell, Principal the Sword Maiden of the Heart within the Tower of Questions. The clamor of the training camp had long faded, leaving the path to the dormitories quiet and secluded. Lin Yubing walked beside Lin Ye, a hint of regret in her eyes that she couldn't accompany him further. Pushing open the courtyard gate, a comforting tranquility enveloped them. The spiritual energy here is truly wonderful, Lin Yubing murmured softly. Lin Ye closed the gate behind them, sealing off the outside world. He said nothing, only gazed at her with a calm intensity. His gaze made her heart flutter, and she instinctively lowered her head only for Lin Ye to gently lift her chin with his fingers. His fingertips, slightly cool, brushed against her soft lips. Yubing, Lin Ye's voice was deep, carrying a long-suppressed intensity. Lin Yubing's heartbeat quickened suddenly, and a captivating blush swiftly spread across her cool, composed face. She understood the emotion in Lin Ye's eyes. The tension of recent days, the exhaustion of battle, and the sorrow of parting seemed to find release in this very moment. She offered no resistance, instead tilting her face slightly upward. Her eyes glistened with moisture, a silent invitation. Lin Ye hesitated no longer. He leaned down and pressed his lips fiercely against hers, cool and soft. Mum. The initial chill was swiftly replaced by searing passion. Oomph. The Xingli sword at his waist emitted a sharp hum, its tassel moving without wind. Master. Master. You're biting each other's lips again. Yiling wants to too. Yiling's pure voice carried curiosity and excitement as her spirit form fluttered around the pair. The two, immersed in their passionate kiss, pulled apart slightly. Lin Yubing's cheeks flushed crimson like dawn clouds, her breath coming in soft gasps as she shyly buried her face against Lin Ye's chest. Lin Ye gazed at Yiling's pure, expectant eyes, smiling helplessly yet affectionately. He lowered his head and pressed a tender kiss to her smooth forehead. Not like that. Like with Sister Yubing. Yiling pointed at Lin Ye's lips, clearly unsatisfied. Lin Ye chuckled, about to soothe the innocent little sword maiden, when a loud knock echoed from the courtyard gate. Lin Ye. Open up. Congratulations, you're the top of your class. Shen Hongying's clear voice pierced through the door, brimming with unrestrained excitement. Lin Yubing stiffened slightly, instinctively trying to pull away from Lin Ye's embrace, only to be held firmly by his arm around her waist. He signaled her to stay calm with his eyes before saying, coming. The door swung open, and Shen Hongying, clad in a fiery red outfit, burst in with a radiant smile. However, the moment she took in the scene within the courtyard, her smile froze solid on her face. An indescribable pang of bitterness and fury surged through Shen Hongying's heart. But who was Shen Hongying? She forced down the churning emotions, her red lips curving into a faint smile. Oh, it seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment? Have I interrupted Chief Lin and Junior Lin Yubing's celebratory banquet? TSK, this way of celebrating is quite fiery, isn't it? Lin Yubing's cheeks flushed deeper. She tried to pull away from Lin Ye's embrace, only to be held tighter. Hongying, what brings you here? Lin Ye's voice regained its usual steady tone. Shen Hongying's temper flared at his attitude. She huffed, strode into the courtyard, and sat down on a stone bench without a second thought. What? Can I come congratulate the future hero of Xinxia's Lanyuan secret realm? Congratulations, Chief Lin, first in the points gap, unrivaled in glory. Her tone dripped with sarcasm despite the congratulatory words. Thank you. Lin Ye accepted it plainly, pulling Lin Yubing to sit beside him at the stone table. Shen Hongying's gaze lingered briefly on their clasped hands before shifting to Lin Ye, her tone growing more serious. The Dragon Abyss secret realm is no ordinary place. Other academies harbor hidden talents, especially those from ancient lineage families. Their methods are downright bizarre. That Huang Fu Tian fellow suffered a major setback at your hands and won't let it go easily.
Even though you're representing Xinxia Academy in the competition, he likely won't care about that.
Lin Ye nodded. I know. We'll meet force with force. I knew you'd say that.
Shen Hongying shot him a disapproving glance before turning to Lin Yubing, her tone softening slightly.
Junior sister Yubing, though you couldn't join us in this competition, don't lose heart. The Academy's resources are abundant, opportunities abound. Her words were direct, yet carried genuine encouragement.
Lin Yubing sensed the kindness in Shen Hongying's words, feeling a warmth in her heart.
A faint smile touched her usually cool face. Thank you, Senior Shen. I will.
Shen Hongying waved her hand dismissively, her gaze returning to Lin Ye with a complex expression. After a moment of silence, she suddenly stood up and walked over to Lin Ye. Under Lin Yubing's slightly surprised gaze, Shen Hongying bent down and hooked her fingers under Lin Ye's chin. Don't think winning first place means you're off the hook. Her red lips drew close to Lin Ye's ear, her breath warm and fragrant, her voice tinged with a husky allure and possessive dominance.
Come back from the Long Yuan secret realm in one piece.
If you dare lose a single strand of hair. Before she could finish, she pressed her lips fiercely against Lin Ye's.
This kiss was utterly different from Lin Yubing's gentle softness and crisp purity.
It carried Shen Hongying's unique aggressiveness and fiery passion, as intense and unrestrained as she herself. Her nimble tongue invaded with unquestionable force, instantly igniting a fiery battle between Lin Ye's lips and teeth.
Lin Ye responded with equal intensity. Their lips and tongues intertwined fiercely, their breaths scorching.
Lin Yubing, watching this sudden, fiery scene from the side, felt her cheeks burn and her heart pound like a drum. She instinctively turned her face away.
Yet she couldn't resist stealing glances with the corner of her eye.
The Xingli sword hummed wildly at Lin Ye's waist, its sword energy surging. Yiling, her pure eyes wide with curiosity and excitement, watched in awe. Sister Hongying is so amazing. After a long moment, their lips parted. Shen Hongying breathed lightly, her cheeks flushed with a captivating blush. Yet her gaze remained defiant and triumphant. She licked her slightly swollen lips and flashed Lin Ye a seductive glance. Remember my words. With that, she turned gracefully and walked straight out of the courtyard.
Lin Ye watched the direction she vanished, shaking his head helplessly.
The lingering heat of her touch still seemed to linger on his lips. He turned to the flushed Lin Yubing beside him and pulled her back into his embrace. Lin Yubing nestled against him, her earlier shyness gradually replaced by a deep sense of reluctance. Lin Ye, you must be careful. I'll wait for you to return from the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Lin Ye pressed a solemn kiss to her smooth forehead. Yes, wait for me to return. Just then, Lin Ye received a message.
Lin Ye, report to the principal's office immediately. Jiang Taixian. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as he gently released Lin Yubing. The principal has summoned me. I must go. Top floor of the central building, principal's office.
The heavy, antique wooden door slid open silently as Lin Ye stepped inside. Jiang Taixian did not sit behind his large desk but stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the window, gazing out at the distant mountain ranges stretching beyond the academy grounds. The golden glow of the setting sun filtered through the window lattice, casting a soft halo around his gray silhouette.
Principal.
Lin Ye bowed respectfully.
Jiang Taixian slowly turned, a gentle smile on his face. You're here? Sit. He gestured toward the tea table by the window and took a seat opposite Lin Ye.
Lifting the smooth porcelain teapot, he poured Lin Ye a cup of fragrant tea, its aroma rich with spiritual energy.
Your performance in the hunting grounds was nothing short of spectacular.
Jiang Taixian cut straight to the point, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. You dominated the leaderboard with overwhelming force and demonstrated command and combat prowess far surpassing your peers during the Core Beast Tide.
Lin Ye, you've exceeded my expectations. The principal flatters me.
Lin Ye lifted his teacup, sipped lightly, and let the warm, clear liquid wash over his senses.
Not flattery at all.
Jiang Taixian waved his hand, his expression turning solemn. The University League is imminent, and the Dragon Abyss secret realm is of paramount importance. I summoned you today not only to confirm the itinerary but also to discuss a matter concerning both your own path and the foundations of our Xinxia lineage. Lin Ye set down his cup, his gaze sharpening.
Please enlighten me, principal. Jiang Taixian tapped lightly on the tea table with his fingertip.
A soft glow projected a three-dimensional image of Xinxia Academy's core area.
At the center of the projection, the towering and ancient Tao-seeking tower was prominently highlighted.
You have passed the 7th layer of the Tower of Inquiry, the Forge of the Heart, and earned the Mark of Inquiry. You may now freely enter the first 7 layers to comprehend the essence of the Tao. Jiang Taixian's gaze settled upon the Asking the Way tower within the projection, his voice deep and laden with meaning. However, the mysteries of the Tower of Inquiry extend far beyond this. Within the tower, beyond the traces of the Tao left by generations of sages, lies a hidden legacy. He paused, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Lin Ye. It is a sword maiden.
Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. A sword maiden? Within the Tower of Inquiry? Indeed. Jiang Taixian nodded. This sword maiden is extraordinary.
She is no ordinary sword maiden, but a heart sword spirit born from the same source as the heart refining trial. Her very existence is a crystallized manifestation of the Tao-seeking tower's heart-refining prison rules. A spirit of the heart sword? Lin Ye's heart trembled. The mind-forging prison of the Tower of Inquiry interrogates the three questions of will, strength, and sword, a perilous ordeal. Could its core rules truly give birth to a sword maiden? Precisely. Jiang Taixian affirmed Lin Ye's conjecture. This sword maiden was formless and intangible, yet undeniably real. She lay hidden within the deepest core of the mind-refining prison's rules. Only those who truly passed its final trial, whose Tao heart was as clear as a mirror, whose will as unyielding as rock, and who bore the Tao-seeking seal could sense her presence during profound contemplation. His gaze fixed intensely on Lin Ye. You took me as your answer, wielded your heart as a sword, cleaved through delusion, and directly witnessed your true nature. Your heart seeking the way has grasped its true meaning, and you bear the mark of seeking the way. It can be said that you are currently the most promising candidate within the academy to connect with the spirit of this heart sword. The spirit of the heart sword. Lin Ye murmured the words softly, his eyes flashing with intensity. The core principle of the Asking the Way Tower's heart-refining prison? This was entirely different from the star crystal and night feather he had contracted with. The essence of this sword maiden lies in the very words, refining the heart. Jiang Taixian continued. Should you successfully contract it, not only will it vastly strengthen your mental fortitude and willpower, shielding you from illusions, inner demons, and psychic assaults, but it will also help you forge ahead on the path of seeking truth, illuminating your heart and revealing your true nature. Its value surpasses any legendary soul-defending treasure countless times over, and it is an unparalleled aid perfectly aligned with your own path. He lifted his teacup, sipped, his tone tinged with caution. However, to obtain the heart sword, one must first temper the heart. It is formless and intangible, yet its trials pierce directly into the depths of the soul. Its peril may even surpass that of the heart-tempering prison itself. Jiang Taixian set down his cup, his gaze deep as he looked at Lin Ye. 7 days remain before the league commences. If you find time in these days, take the Tao-seeking imprint and re-enter the Tao-seeking tower. Attempt to deeply comprehend the core Tao essence of the mind-refining prison, and see if you can resonate with the spirit of that heart sword. Should you succeed in forming a contract, it will yield immeasurable benefits for your league battles and exploration of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Of course, everything depends on your own state and willingness. Do not force it, lest you damage your foundational cultivation. Lin Ye drew a deep breath, a flame seeming to burn within his chest. Within the Tower of Inquiry, such a peculiar sword maiden was hidden. The spirit of the heart sword forging the heart as its foundation. How perfectly aligned with his own path of wielding the heart as a sword. I understand, Master. Lin Ye rose to his feet, his gaze clear and resolute. Thank you for enlightening me, Headmaster. In the coming days, I shall enter the Tower of Inquiry once more. Jiang Taixian observed the steel-like sharpness in Lin Ye's eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Go. Chapter 130, Jihua. The sword spirit who sees through hearts. Lin Ye left the central building, walking along the academy paths bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. A heart sword spirit hidden within the Tower of Inquiry? The weight of this news was no less than the opportunity presented by the Longyuan secret realm. Pushing open the gate to the secluded courtyard, a familiar aura washed over him. Lin Yubing sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, a faint ice-blue aura swirling around her as she clearly meditated to consolidate her newly broken-through realm. Hearing the approach, she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze, like melting snow water, met hers with concern. The headmaster summoned me. Is it about the league? Lin Yubing asked softly, offering a cup of warm spirit tea. Lin Ye accepted the cup, his fingertips inadvertently brushing her cool wrist as a quiet warmth spread through him. He pulled her down onto the stone bench and concisely relayed Jiang Taixian's news about the heart sword spirit within the Asking Tower. The spirit of the heart sword? Manifested from the core rules of the Tower of Inquiry? Even Lin Yubing's usually composed face betrayed a hint of astonishment. This was utterly unheard of. The very concept of refining the heart as its origin sounded profoundly mysterious. Her gaze toward Lin Ye held a hint of worry. The headmaster said it himself, the trial pierces the depths of the soul, more perilous than the mind-forging prison itself. Lin Ye, I know the risks. Lin Ye set down his teacup, his gaze serene yet resolute. But this opportunity aligns perfectly with me. If I succeed, our journey to Longyuan gains another layer of certainty. He paused, then took Lin Yubing's slightly cool hand in his. Besides, I've already conquered the mind-forging prison. Why would I fear facing my heart once more? His words carried such powerful confidence that they slightly eased the worry in Lin Yubing's heart. She gently returned his grip, murmuring softly, yes, I believe in you. Just be extremely careful. Rest assured. Lin Ye's tone softened. This is merely an attempt to sense and resonate, not a forced contract. Should any danger arise, I'll withdraw immediately. As night deepened, the crisp moonlight bathed the courtyard. The two chatted a little more about their insights from the hunting ground training camp and their plans for the coming days. Though Lin Yubing regretted not joining him for the league tournament, her mindset had shifted. She resolved to use the time while Lin Ye was in the capital to immerse herself in cultivation within the academy, steadily strengthening her foundation. Perhaps because parting was imminent, Lin Yubing seemed unusually clingy tonight. Leaning against Lin Ye's shoulder, her cool aura mingled with a faint, delicate fragrance that lingered at his nose.
The two remained quietly entwined, savoring the rare tranquility and warmth before the great battle.
The night passed without words, only the moonlight flowing silently. The next morning, Lin Ye awoke feeling refreshed and alert. After a night of recuperation, his condition had reached its peak. After a simple breakfast with Lin Yubing, he set off alone toward the Tower of Enlightenment. The ancient, heavy stone doors slid open silently.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ye ascended the steps. Though the Tao essence within the first 6 floors was profound, it held little impact on him now. His goal was clear, the 7th level, the prison of the mind. Stepping once more onto the familiar multicolored crystal platform of the 7th level, his state of mind was utterly different from when he first ventured here. His Tao heart was clear and pure, his will as strong as steel. A subtle resonance formed between him and the entire platform, and the suspended multicolored crystal. He did not rush to challenge or contemplate, but instead sat cross-legged in the center of the platform, closing his eyes. The spirit forms of Xingli and Yiling silently materialized beside him, standing guard in silence. Master, the light here is so quiet, yet it feels like there are many voices. A place for playing tricks. Lin Ye calmed his mind completely, still as a deep well. He no longer gazed at the multicolored torrent, nor listened to the interrogating voices. Instead, he slowly merged his entire consciousness and will into the core rules and patterns of this space. He was sensing, calling out. Attempting to forge a connection with the spirit of the heart sword. Time seemed to lose all meaning.
The multicolored crystal's glow flowed quietly, while the Tao essence on the platform washed over Lin Ye's mind like gentle tides. In this profound stillness, deep within Lin Ye's consciousness, he seemed to touch something. It was neither physical form nor raw energy, but rather a pure essence of intent, refined to its absolute limit. An essence of the heart clear, resilient, and insightful forged through 10,000 years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless seekers, tempered in the torrent of spiritual refinement. At first, this thread of intent was like a slumbering breeze, faint and barely perceptible. Yet as Lin Ye's mind drew near, this thread began to stir, to ripple. Gradually, within Lin Ye's perception, that thread of intent began to condense and take shape. The multicolored crystal's light seemed drawn, gathering in threads and strands. 3 feet before the crystal, a hazy silhouette began to form in the void. The silhouette grew clearer and clearer until it finally solidified. It was a young girl. She was slender, appearing to be about 15 or 16, dressed in a moon-white gown so simple it was nearly transparent. The hem moved without wind, flowing with a faint rainbow glow. Her skin was as white as jade, almost translucent, as if carved from the purest crystal. Most striking were her hair and eyes. Her waist-length hair bore an extraordinary hue like the sky after a rain shower, radiating an ethereal, misty azure that shimmered softly beneath the multicolored halo. Her eyes were the clearest sky blue, pure without a trace of impurity, so deep they seemed capable of reflecting the very depths of one's soul. Her gaze was serene and undisturbed, carrying a worldly wisdom tinged with calm detachment, yet also holding an indescribable blend of tenderness and resilience. She floated motionless before the multicolored crystal. No powerful energy fluctuations emanated from her body. Yet she radiated a peculiar aura that calmed the spirit and settled the soul. As if she herself were the embodiment of clarity and enlightenment. A clear, ethereal voice sounded directly within Lin Ye's heart. You've come. I can sense it. The path in your heart is unwavering and pure. Like a stone washed clean by rain, utterly unblemished. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon the girl suspended before him. Her presence seemed to make the platform of the refining heart prison, filled with Taoist aura and multicolored light, even more transparent and tranquil. Are you the spirit of the heart sword? Lin Ye stood, his voice steady yet tinged with inquiry. Xingli and Yiling's ethereal forms instantly solidified, their gazes wary yet curious as they studied this fellow being whose aura was utterly different. The girl gave a slight nod, her jade-colored hair swaying gently with the movement. The spirit of the heart sword? I suppose so. Her voice remained direct, carrying an innocence untouched by worldly knowledge. My name is Jihua. Many years ago, countless souls like you came here seeking answers. Their persistence, confusion, pain, and that final glimmer of understanding gradually gathered together until, like dewdrops coalescing into a pearl, that's how I came to be. I've always been here, watching the comings and goings of people. Her words were simple, yet they revealed the essence of her origin, a crystallization born from the intertwining of seekers' thoughts and the rules of the heart-forging prison. The convergence and sublimation of countless seeking hearts. Watching? Lin Ye caught the crucial meaning in her words. MHM. Jihua nodded, her gaze sweeping over the star crystal at Lin Ye's waist and the night feather beside it. As if observing them. I can see the deepest recesses of every heart, things even they themselves cannot always articulate. Like that red one referring to Xingli, her heart burns like a flame, proud yet terrified of being abandoned. That blue one referring to Yiling, like a newborn bird, clueless yet desperate to draw close to you, learning things with astonishing speed. Xingli's blade suddenly trembled, emitting a sharp hum. You. What nonsense are you spouting? Having her innermost secret exposed left her both embarrassed and furious. Yiling drifted closer, her large eyes blinking curiously. You can see what Yiling is thinking? Then do you know what Yiling is thinking right now? Jihua looked at Yiling, a faint glimmer flickering in her pure blue eyes. You want me to be able to hug our master just like you, right? Wow. You really know. Yiling clapped her hands happily. Chapter 131, 5-star Sword Maiden, Contract Success. Lin Ye's heart sank. This ability to see through hearts truly pierces the depths of the soul, just as Jiang Taixian said. It was more terrifying than any illusion or psychic assault, perfectly fitting the name mind refining. You can see through hearts, Lin Ye asked in a deep voice, his gaze intense. What do my path and my heart look like to you? This was the crux and the opening for a contract. Jihua's gaze returned to Lin Ye. Your heart. Jihua tilted her head slightly, as if gathering her words. Her voice remained level. Like a heavy stone pressed upon an abyssal sea. The stone was hard and steadfast, engraved with the character's guardian words weathered by wind and rain yet never erased. Yet the sea beneath it was sometimes calm, sometimes storm-tossed, hiding countless complex waves, warm light and icy shadows, a thirst for power and unravelable confusion, and unbreakable threads of affection. Yet whatever lies beneath the surface, that stone remains heavy and steadfast, an anchor holding everything in place. This is your path, your heart. Heavy, and utterly true. Lin Ye's heart trembled violently. Jihua's description was terrifyingly precise. It was an utterly accurate portrait of his innermost self. This insight far surpassed the three-breath sword's ability to foresee techniques. It was a direct revelation of his very core. And what about you? Lin Ye suppressed his surging emotions and countered, what is your way? The meaning of your existence? Jihua's gaze remained serene. Me? I am the crystallization of those moments of clarity. My purpose, perhaps, is to reflect and clarify. Like a mirror polished to absolute clarity, allowing people to see what they truly desire and what they truly fear. The fog that clouds the mind, the illusions, and the self-deceptive voices before me, they are like dust in sunlight, nowhere to hide. I can also help people guard that sliver of clarity within their hearts, shielding it from the storms outside. She looked at Lin Ye, her pure blue eyes holding a trace of indescribable divine purity. Do you want me to be your mirror? To help you see your inner demons, clarify your spirit, and guard that stone called protection within your heart? This path may reveal many things you'd rather not see. It will be painful. This is the trial of our pact. It is not a contest of strength, but a test of the heart's honesty and acceptance. To embrace this mirror that reveals every speck of dust within your soul. Lin Ye fell silent for a moment, yet his gaze grew brighter and more resolute. He met Jihua's piercing gaze without flinching, his voice steady. Pain is always better than sinking in the fog without knowing it. Jihua, I need this mirror of yours to see more clearly and walk more steadily. As Lin Ye's words fell, the seal of inquiry on the back of his hand suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling rainbow glow. This light formed a bridge, instantly connecting him to the suspended Jihua. The entire 7th tier platform shook violently. The multicolored crystal's radiance burned with unprecedented intensity, as if rejoicing. For the first time, a flicker of emotion rippled across Jihua's usually serene and unmoving face. Without a word, she slowly raised her hand, her fingertip gently touching Lin Ye's brow. A pure beam of light surged unimpeded along the bridge of the Tao-seeking imprint, flooding into Lin Ye's sea of consciousness. In that instant, Lin Ye felt his thoughts had never been so crystal clear, his will never so intensely focused. All the past confusions, subtle hesitations, and hidden distractions were laid bare under the illumination of this crystalline light. Yet they were soothed and smoothed by a gentle yet resilient force. At the soul level, an invisible covenant forged from pure intent and the essence of the Tao had been sealed. The multicolored light gradually receded. On the platform, Jihua's form grew noticeably more solid. The moon-white gown shimmered with ever-shifting hues of dawnlight. She floated silently beside Lin Ye, her clear blue eyes fixed on him. Her ethereal voice sounded again, tinged with intimacy. The contract is formed. Lin Ye, from now on, I shall be your heart mirror. Lin Ye felt the crystalline, unyielding power within his consciousness of force as steadfast as the sea anchoring divine needle alongside the immense elevation of his own spirit. A dazzling brilliance erupted from his eyes. The 3rd Sword Maiden, Jihua, the spirit of the Heart Sword contract successful. Congratulations! You have successfully contracted Sword Maiden Jihua. Mastery of 10,000 swords effect triggered. All attributes increased by 300. Xingli, Yiling, Jihua. Sword Maiden status update, Jihua Heart Sword Spirit. Quality, 5-star mind will rule scalable. Blade enhancement, spirit attribute plus 2000, willpower resistance plus 50 scaling with host level and quality. Ability unlocked. Mind mirror reflection, consumes spirit to briefly mirror a single target's superficial thoughts or current intense obsession, significantly effective against those with weak willpower. Guardian of the mind, deploys a sanctuary of the mind, granting the wielder or a single ally temporary absolute mental defense. Completely immunizes against one mental attack or control effect.
Mind Sword Without Trace. Jihua unleashes a psychic strike that bypasses physical defenses and conventional energy shields, striking directly at the target's spiritual core. Inflicts mental concussion and willpower trauma. Possesses additional suppression and annihilation effects against non-physical entities such as mind demons, bodies, and mental projections. Void of all thoughts. Jihua channels the essence of the mind-forging prison realm, manifesting a compact mental domain within a designated area. All enemies within this domain experience infinitely amplified distractions, fear, and malevolence, plunging them into temporary mental chaos and self-doubt. This drastically reduces their combat effectiveness and coordination abilities. Seeking truth. Sever illusion. Jihua channels a lifetime of mental refinement into a single, utterly pure and unyielding strike. Inflicts devastating true damage based on the target's mental vulnerability upon energy beings, spiritual entities, and those severely corrupted by heart demons or obsessions. Can sever non-physical mental links, curse imprints, and contract backlashes. Supreme technique. Seeking the way to return to truth. Jihua fully manifests the primordial laws of the mind refinement prison, unleashing an ultimate domain of the mind that encompasses a vast area. Domain effect. Mind domain suppression severely weakens the mental power, willpower, and perception of all enemies within the domain. The lower their mental resistance, the stronger the suppression may cause skill interruptions, hallucinations, or collapse of fighting spirit. Clarity of mind. The sword master and allied units within the domain enter a state of immaculate mind, complete immunity to all mental attacks, control effects, and corruption. Greatly increased mental energy regeneration and skill casting precision. Will as solid as rock, immune to fear, charm, and other emotional influences. Refined mind's replenishment. While active, Jihua absorbs scattered chaotic mental energy and fragments of shattered enemy will within the domain, transforming them into pure psychic essence. This essence continuously replenishes the swordmaster, restoring their mental energy and temporarily increasing their maximum willpower. Manifestation of rules. Within the domain, Jihua temporarily gains partial rule properties. All psychic skills see greatly enhanced effects and significantly reduced cooldowns. The Heart Sword Without Trace can simultaneously inflict a faint psychic disturbance on all enemies within the domain. Seeing Jihua's stats panel, Lin Ye couldn't help but be astonished. 5 stars. Her star rating even surpassed Yiling's. Truly worthy of being the sword maiden forged through years of condensation within the Tower of Inquiry. Moreover, her skill power and domain effects were utterly terrifying. Her skills directly targeted the enemy's psyche. For those whose resolve is weak, facing Jihua is like confronting a nightmare. Soon, Lin Ye withdrew his focus. He was thoroughly satisfied with Jihua. Xingli and Yiling also sensed the presence of the new companion. Xingli hummed softly, her blade humming faintly, a tacit acknowledgement of this pure-spirited newcomer. Yiling fluttered curiously around Jihua. Sister Jihua, you're so beautiful. Like moonlight. Jihua looked at Yiling. A faint glow seemed to shimmer in her pure blue eyes, her voice as calm and still as ever. Yiling, you are also pure, like the sky after rain. The longing in your heart is like a warm little stream. She then turned to Xingli. Your pride is like a burning star, bright, but don't let it consume you. Xingli. The feeling of being seen through left her speechless once more, and the sword blade hummed again. Lin Ye smiled, gently raising a hand to brush the tips of Jihua's jade-like hair. Let's go, Jihua. We're going home. Chapter 132, Jihua's Power. Jihua's pure blue eyes swept over Yiling and Xingli, then nodded gently. Her form dissolved into a soft streak of azure light, merging silently into Lin Ye's body. Lin Ye felt 3 distinct yet faintly resonant sword-made origins within him, and a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart. He turned, stepping down the Dao Tower with steady strides, guided by the swirling Dao essence of the multicolored crystal platform. Pushing open the gate to the secluded courtyard, a familiar, crisp scent mingled with frosty chill washed over him. Lin Yubing sat at the stone table in the courtyard, ice-blue spiritual energy slowly circulating around her as she consolidated her cultivation realm. Noticing Lin Ye's return, she immediately opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with unmasked concern as she hurried forward. Lin Ye. How is it? Are you okay? She examined him from head to toe. Success. A faint smile touched Lin Ye's lips as he took her hand, feeling the faint chill at her fingertips. Her name is Jihua, the spirit of my heart sword. With a flicker of Lin Ye's intent, Jihua's spirit form quietly materialized beside him. A moon-white gown flowed with rosy light, her jade-colored hair gently swaying without wind. Those sky-blue eyes, pure as washed crystal, gazed calmly at Lin Yubing. Lin Yubing's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment and awe, such an ethereal aura. This is the spirit of the heart sword? Under Jihua's gaze, Lin Yubing felt her mind grow unusually tranquil, as if all distractions had been soothed away. Lin Ye nodded. Jihua, this is Lin Yubing. Jihua's gaze settled on Lin Yubing, and an ethereal voice resonated directly within both their hearts. Your heart is like a warm current beneath a snowfield, cold on the surface, yet harboring deep affection and reluctance within. The ice is resilient, but don't let it freeze you. Lin Yubing's delicate frame trembled slightly, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson as she instinctively glanced at Lin Ye. Jihua had pierced straight to the heart of the matter.
Her unease at the impending farewell, her feigned composure, and her deeply buried longing were laid bare. Oomph. The Xingli sword hummed disapprovingly at Lin Ye's waist.
Playing tricks. Little one, don't let her fool you. Yet Yiling curiously leaned closer to Jihua. Sister Jihua, can you see snow falling in Sister Yubing's heart? Jihua turned to Yiling, her blue eyes flickering. You want me to hold you now, just like your master does, right? Wow. You really know.
Yiling happily spread her little arms. Jihua extended her nearly transparent hand, gently embracing Yiling in a virtual hug.
A gentle, tranquil aura washed over her.
Yiling closed her eyes comfortably. Watching this strange yet harmonious scene unfold before her, the blush in Lin Yubing's heart gradually gave way to warmth. She looked at Lin Ye and murmured, Jihua is truly special. With her by your side, I won't worry so much.
Lin Ye clasped her hand tightly, his gaze unwavering.
Rest assured, he said.
I will bring everyone back safely from the imperial capital.
Just then, the courtyard gate was knocked upon again, the rhythm carrying Shen Hongying's signature fiery intensity.
Lin Ye. Open up. Shen Hongying's voice pierced through the door.
Lin Yubing instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Lin Ye held it firmly. He gave her a reassuring look before saying, coming. The door swung open, and Shen Hongying burst in, clad in fiery red attire, her energy as intense as the flame she embodied. Her footsteps halted the moment she saw the scene within the courtyard, her gaze instantly locking onto the girl with jade-colored hair standing beside Lin Ye.
Oh, and who might this be?
Shen Hongying raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over the hands clasped between Jihua and Lin Ye before settling on Lin Ye's face.
Chief Lin, your sword maiden squad is expanding rather quickly, isn't it? This young lady has a truly unique aura.
Jiahua's pure blue eyes turned to Shen Hongying, her ethereal voice echoing. Your heart, like a burning flame, is bright and scorching. The firelight illuminates those you wish to protect, yet within the smoke lie ashes fearful of being forgotten, along with a hint of tart fruit.
Shen Hongying's smile froze instantly.
Jihua's words pierced like sharp arrows, striking precisely at the unease and bitterness deep within her heart. The description of that tart fruit flavor made her cheeks flush slightly. You! Shen Hongying, both flustered and annoyed, pointed at Jihua, momentarily at a loss for words.
The Xingli sword hummed again, as if to say, see? I told you so. Lin Ye sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation.
Jihua's heart mirror reflected in this situation was nothing short of a catalyst for chaos. Her name is Jihua, the spirit of the heart sword I just contracted. Lin Ye offered a brief introduction, attempting to change the subject.
Hongying, is something wrong?
Shen Hongying took a deep breath, forcing down her churning emotions, and shot Jihua a fierce glare. Only then did she turn to Lin Ye, her tone regaining its usual crispness.
Oomph. Can't a hero about to embark on a great expedition drop by to see us? News has come from the imperial capital.
The league venue and detailed competition rules have been distributed to the academy system. You need to review and familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible. Also, she paused, her tone growing more serious. The Huangfu family is making significant moves. Word is that after Huangfu Tian returned to the clan, he hasn't left his quarters.
His overprotective father has mobilized considerable resources.
He'll stop at nothing to sabotage you in the Dragon Abyss qualification battle.
Open attacks are easy to dodge, watch out for the hidden daggers. I know. Lin Ye's gaze turned slightly cold.
We'll meet force with force.
Block? With what?
Shen Hongying took a step closer, her finger tapping lightly against Lin Ye's chest in a seemingly intimate gesture. But her gaze was as sharp as a blade. You fool, don't get cocky just because you have some skills.
The Huangfu clan's heritage runs deep.
Their secret treasures and devious arts are endless and impossible to guard against.
Especially those targeting the mind.
Before she could finish, Jihua's ethereal voice resounded again, carrying an eerie penetrating quality. Chaotic noise, twisted shadows like poison needles hidden in sweet wine. A truly detestable thing.
Jihua's gaze seemed to pierce through space, landing precisely on the hidden dagger Shen Hongying had mentioned.
Her perception of negative psychic energy far surpassed ordinary imagination. Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing both startled simultaneously.
A cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Jihua, what did you sense? A vague, malevolent direction, carrying the aura of spiritual corruption and curses. Jihua answered calmly. Very distant, but it's being ignited. The target is locked onto you. Lin Ye instantly understood.
The Huangfu family wouldn't let this rest. They might even have deployed some secret artifact capable of remotely locking onto minds, casting curses, or causing interference. Had it not been for Jihua's contract, allowing him to sense this malevolence early, the consequences of being caught off guard in the Dragon Abyss secret realm would have been unimaginable.
Shen Hongying's expression darkened. So it is. Those bastards. Lin Ye, you are unharmed.
Lin Ye cut her off, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth.
He glanced at Jihua beside him. With Jihua by his side, these tricks of the demons and monsters were nothing but a joke.
A thought flashed through his mind.
A
A clear, resilient force field seemingly capable of purging all impurities quietly unfolded with Jihua at its center, instantly enveloping Lin Ye within its embrace.
Spirit platform defense. Within the force field, Lin Ye felt his mind grow clearer and steadier than ever before. It was as if he stood within an absolutely pure spiritual barrier. The distant, vague sense of malevolent intent that had been tracking him vanished the moment it touched this force field. Like ice meeting the scorching sun, it emitted a silent hiss and rapidly melted away. It could no longer affect him in the slightest.
Ha!
That unpleasant scent is gone? Yi Ling sniffed curiously.
Mere tricks of a crawling insect. The Xingli sword's blade quivered lightly, radiating a hint of satisfaction.
Shen Hanying exhaled in relief, then gazed at Jihua with eyes sparkling with admiration.
So powerful.
The spirit of this heart sword is truly formidable.
Lin Yubing's tightly clenched hands slowly relaxed, her gaze toward Jihua brimming with gratitude.
Jihua withdrew his spiritual barrier and said calmly, I've only temporarily severed the link. The source remains, and the malice persists. It's enough. Lin Ye's voice was steady. Knowing a snake lurked in the shadows was better than being bitten before reacting. The journey to the imperial capital would be the perfect opportunity to meet them. His gaze swept over the three sword maidens beside him, each possessing a distinct aura yet all extraordinarily powerful, then rested on the two women who had given their hearts to him. A surge of heroic fervor filled his chest. In 7 days, we set out for the imperial capital. That spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm is mine. Let the Wangfu family bring it on.
Chapter 133, The College League begins.
7 days passed in the blink of an eye.
At the rear mountain of Xinxia Academy, before the ancient teleportation array specifically designed for high-tier transmission.
The atmosphere was solemn yet tinged with the lingering melancholy of parting.
Lin Ye stood within the array, his posture as straight as a pine. At the edge of the platform, Lin Yubing and Shen Hanying stood side by side. Lin Yubing wore an icy blue gown, her exquisitely beautiful face a blend of reluctance and worry. She stepped forward, her voice tinged with reluctance. Lin Ye, the imperial capital is perilous.
Exercise utmost caution.
As her words faded, an uncontrollable surge of emotion welled up within her. Under Shen Hanying's slightly teasing yet encouraging gaze, Lin Yubing gathered her courage. Rising onto her tiptoes, she pressed her soft lips gently against Lin Ye's. The touch was fleeting, yet it held 1,000 unspoken words and a weighty burden of longing.
A cool fragrance lingered as Lin Yubing's cheeks flushed crimson.
She stepped back swiftly and murmured, I'll wait for you to return. Lin Ye felt warmth surge through him. He reached back, grasped her hand, squeezed it firmly, and solemnly promised, yes.
Wait for me. Shen Hanying, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer.
She strode forward, roughly pushing Lin Yubing aside.
Her movements seemed harsh, yet her gaze locked firmly on Lin Ye.
Stop all this fussing. Shen Hanying's words were sharp, yet her eyes betrayed deep concern and reluctance.
Lin Ye, listen to me. Xinxia Academy is the undisputed top institution in the Great Xia Kingdom.
It's a sacred place revered by countless geniuses.
It's not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can mock. You represent Xinxia in this competition, show them an overwhelming presence that crushes all opposition.
Let those imperial capital snobs see what a true top-tier prodigy looks like. Her words rang out with unwavering authority, carrying an undeniable air of command. Before her words faded, she suddenly hooked her arm around Lin Ye's neck, pulling him toward her. With Shen Hanying, farewells held no subtlety or gentleness, only a fiery, passionate outpouring of emotion. She pressed her lips to his with fierce, possessive heat, a kiss that demanded and dominated. Their tongues entwined, revealing unmasked longing and deep attachment. After a long moment, she finally pulled away, breathless, her cheeks flushed but her eyes blazing with intensity. Remember my words. Come back to me in one piece. If anything happens to you, just you wait and see what I'll do. Don't worry. Lin Ye felt the lingering heat on his lips as he looked at the two women before him, each with a distinct style, yet both equally devoted to him. A surge of pride and warmth filled his heart. He nodded firmly. The glory of Xinxia, I will protect it. The spot in Long Yuan, I will claim it. Time's up. Teleportation activated. The instructor overseeing the teleportation array announced loudly. The teleportation array blazed with intense light as space violently warped. Lin Ye's figure gradually blurred within the light. The light completely engulfed Lin Ye. As the array's glow gradually subsided, the spot stood utterly empty. Lin Yubing stared at the empty teleportation array, frozen in place for a long moment. Shen Hanying patted her shoulder, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible edge of bitterness. He's gone. That guy's got some serious luck. We need to get stronger too, we can't let him leave us too far behind. Imperial Capital, Central Teleportation Hub. The spatial fluctuations subsided, revealing Lin Ye's figure clearly. The cacophony of noise and the thick aura of spiritual energy that greeted him proclaimed the prosperity of this heart of the Great Xia Empire. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation array, countless eyes focused on him, whispers spreading like a tidal wave. Look! Someone from Divine Summer Academy has arrived. That black-robed youth in the lead, is that Lin Ye? Xinxia's top freshman? That's him.
They say at Xinxia Academy, he instantly killed a level 30 skeleton lord at just level 26, and even forced back Qin Gang, the level 35 student council president, with a single sword strike. His strength is unfathomable. And that's not all. In the recent training hunting grounds, he dominated the rankings with over 140,000 points, crushingly outscoring even the prodigy of the Huangfu clan, Huangfu Tian. Whoa, that terrifying? Is the dual sword maiden contract his secret weapon? Rumor has it he recently contracted another mysterious sword maiden. His defeat of Huangfu Tian has already spread throughout the imperial capital, becoming the most dazzling entry in his illustrious battle record. Awe, curiosity, scrutiny, and apprehension all intertwined in the gazes fixed upon him. His status as the representative of Xinxia Academy carries even greater weight at this moment. The figures of Huangfu Tian, Morong Xiao, Feng Wen, and Zhao Taishan gradually materialized in the nearby teleportation array's glow. Huangfu Tian's face was as dark as storm clouds. Listening to the surrounding whispers about how Lin Ye had utterly crushed him, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves until his knuckles turned white. He shot Lin Ye a cold glance before snorting dismissively and striding toward Xinxia Academy's exclusive reception area. Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan wore solemn expressions, while Zhao Taishan radiated a simple, genuine excitement. Lin Ye remained utterly oblivious to the surrounding chatter, his expression as calm as still water. Shortly after settling in the reception area, all freshman representatives from the competing academies were summoned to the Dragon Abyss Arena's Annex Conference Center, the largest martial arts arena in the imperial capital. The vast circular hall was packed to capacity. Elite freshmen from the top academies gathered under one roof, the air thick with an invisible tension and palpable fighting spirit. Xinxia Academy's seats were assigned to the prime front row section. The moment Lin Ye sat down, he could distinctly sense several exceptionally powerful auras locking onto him. One aura was sinister and icy, emanating from Huangfu Tian nearby, who made no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. Another aura, ethereal and profound, emanated from a youth clad in an ancient, dark-colored Taoist robe, his eyes closed in meditation. The emblem on his chest revealed his affiliation with Jinwu Academy. Another aura was domineering and fierce, emanating from a burly, muscular man whose eyes gleamed like a predator's, representing the Tianwu Academy. And a fourth aura, sharp and unmistakable, emanated from a youth bearing a long sword on his back, his face as cold as frost, hailing from the Imperial Capital Academy. The Imperial Capital Academy, True Martial Academy, and Heavenly Martial Academy, all representing the pinnacle of Xia's academic institutions, now regarded Lin Ye as a formidable adversary. A brilliant light illuminated the elevated platform at the front of the venue, revealing an elderly figure clad in the Great Xia Empire's official purple robe adorned with golden patterns. His aura was as profound and deep as the ocean. He was none other than Li Zhangxuan, the supreme authority overseeing this tournament and one of the Great Xia Kingdom's most formidable masters. Silence. Li Zhangxuan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like the tolling of a great bell, instantly silencing all commotion. His imposing gaze swept across the sea of youthful faces. Gathered here in the imperial capital, you prodigies participate in this National University League's freshman division, a great honor for our Great Xia. Li Zhangxuan's voice boomed like a great bell. This tournament holds extraordinary significance, aiming to uncover the potential of the new generation, select talent for the nation, and inspire you all to scale new heights. The competition format and rules are hereby announced. With a wave of his hand, a massive light screen unfolded with a thunderous roar at the center of the venue. Clear subtitles were etched into everyone's eyes. National University League Freshman Division Rules and Regulations. Tournament Schedule. 1. Ranking Battle Elimination Tournament. All participating freshmen, 512 total, will be randomly assigned to simulated battlefields constructed by the Void Core. The battlefield environment is complex and dynamic, simulating various extreme terrains, forests, deserts, lava fields, ice plains, etc., and deploying numerous virtual monsters of varying levels and types. Killing monsters earns points calculated based on monster level and strength. Combat between trainees is permitted and encouraged. Eliminating an opponent or forcing them to surrender and lose combat capability allows the victor to seize 50% of the opponent's current points. Real-time ranking of points is displayed on the battlefield's external light screen. Duration, 7 days. Advancement rules: at the end of the 7-day period, the top 64 players by points advance to the next round. In case of tied points, ranking is determined by the time of the final strike. 2. Top 64 tournament arena matches. One-on-one arena battles using a single elimination format. Matchups are determined by random draw. Continues until the ultimate champion is crowned. 2. Rules. 1. During the ranked points battle period. Free team formation is permitted, maximum 5 players, but points are strictly calculated based on individual damage contribution and last hit attribution. The system automatically determines this. Use of single-use legendary tier or higher destructive items is prohibited. Players who suffer fatal attacks or voluntarily activate surrender tokens will be deemed incapacitated, forcibly teleported out of the battlefield, and have their points forfeited according to the rules. Tactics like ambushes and sneak attacks are permitted, but deliberately torturing or humiliating incapacitated opponents is strictly forbidden. Violators will be monitored and judged by the eye of the void, with severe cases resulting in disqualification. 2. Tournament stage. The use of any single-use consumable legendary tier or higher items and elixirs such as forbidden potions that temporarily boost cultivation realm is prohibited. Use of contracted sword maidens, weapons, armor, personal skills, and innate talents is permitted. Malicious killing is prohibited. Referees hold absolute authority and may forcibly intervene to halt matches when a participant faces life-threatening danger, resulting in a loss. Battle outcome determination, surrender, being judged by referees as incapacitated, or any part of the body touching or falling beyond the arena boundary constitutes defeat. 3. Full surveillance. The entire match is monitored and recorded without blind spots by the eye of the voided divine artifact projection, ensuring fairness and eliminating cheating. As the rules concluded, suppressed murmurs rippled through the venue. The ranking battle a brutal free-for-all where the law of the jungle prevails. The arena matches, however, are a direct collision of raw power. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the light screen, understanding everything. These rules were practically tailor-made for him. The chaotic environment of the ranking battle, combined with Yiling's deadly silence veil, Jihua's void of all thoughts, and Xingli's extinction stardust, would be his absolute home turf for reaping points and intimidating rivals. The arena tournament, however, was the stage to test absolute strength and settle grudges. Huangfu Tian fixed his gaze on the light screen, then whipped his head toward Lin Ye, his eyes blazing with icy fury. Unmasked murderous intent nearly solidified into tangible form. While the points battle might not allow direct confrontation, the arena tournament would be the sole opportunity to utterly wash away the shame and reclaim glory. The robed youth from Jinwu Academy, the burly warrior from Tianwu Academy, and the stern swordsman from Daijing Academy all refocused their gazes on Lin Ye. Their scrutiny grew sharper, their battle intent rising silently. The meeting concluded. Lin Ye rose, preparing to follow his team out of the hall. Huangfu Tian approached him, halting just as they were about to pass each other. His voice was as cold as ice. Lin Ye, pray you don't get eliminated too quickly in the ranking battles, or get taken down by some low-level scum crawling out of some corner. Hold on to your pitiful points. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze locking onto Lin Ye's eyes like a venomous snake. On the arena stage, I'll personally trample you underfoot. I'll make you and every other blind fool see clearly who truly reigns supreme in Xinxia. Who truly deserves a core spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. What you stole from me, I'll take back with interest 100-fold. Facing this blatant provocation, Lin Ye didn't pause his steps, nor did his gaze waver. He merely returned Huangfu Tian's gaze with calm composure. Talk is cheap. I'll be waiting for you on the arena. Chapter 134, The Void Arena, Chaos Begins. Their harsh words, like ice water poured into boiling oil, instantly ignited the already tense atmosphere at the edges of the venue. Countless eyes fixated on the two adversaries locked in confrontation. The internal conflict of Xinxia Academy had erupted first on the Imperial Capital's tournament grounds. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze as if brushing away a speck of dust, striding directly toward Xinxia Academy's rest area. That utter disregard felt more humiliating to Huangfu Tian than any verbal retort. Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan exchanged a solemn glance before silently following. Zhao Taizhan scratched his head, a trace of worry flickering across his earnest face as he hurried after them. Huangfu Tian stood rooted to the spot, his face ashen. The surging nine-yang golden light around him nearly burst forth, drawing the attention of several powerful outer academy prodigies nearby. An internal conflict at Xinxia Academy? The youth in the dark Taoist robe, who had been resting his eyes at Jinwu Academy, slowly opened them. His gaze, deep as an ancient well, swept over Lin Ye and Huangfu Tian, carrying a hint of subtle amusement. Interesting. The burly man from Tianwu Academy, built like a mountain, grinned, revealing pearly white teeth. He looked like a predator that had locked onto its prey. That Lin Ye fellow carries quite the presence. The young master of the Huangfu family certainly has a fiery temper. The cold-eyed swordsman from Imperial Capital Academy merely gave a frosty snort. His gaze sharp as tangible blades, fixated more on the twin swords at Lin Ye's waist as battle intent quietly surged. After a brief stir, the atmosphere throughout the venue grew even more charged. The prodigies from the top academies scrutinized each other with increasingly naked hostility, the invisible tension in the air nearly solidifying into tangible smoke. Attention all contestants. The authoritative voice of Chief Administrator Li Tsangxuan resounded once more, silencing all commotion. The Void Arena is about to commence. Proceed immediately to your designated teleportation zones. Countless intricate and profound runes illuminated the dome of the venue, causing spatial fluctuations to intensify dramatically. One by one, portals glowing with a deep blue light ignited in every corner of the venue. Go! Lin Ye barked, charging without hesitation toward the portal nearest to the Xinxia resting area. A cold gleam flashed in Huangfu Tian's eyes as he charged toward another portal, radiating a fierce aura. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and Zhao Taizhan followed closely behind Lin Ye. A flash of light enveloped them. Lin Ye felt his body grow light, followed by a sudden sensation of weightlessness.
The scene before his eyes shifted instantly. Gone was the bustling convention hall, replaced by a deathly silent, icy darkness.
Beneath his feet lay a black platform, neither metal nor stone, suspended in endless void.
Above his head, no stars or sun or moon shone. Only a profoundly chilling, slowly rotating, deep blue vortex. The projection of the void core filled the sky. All around, similarly suspended black platforms of varying sizes held faintly visible figures of students from other academies, like isolated islands scattered across a dark curtain. An oppressive, icy, and utterly unknown aura washed over them. This was the battlefield of the ranking battle, the Void Arena. Master, it's so empty and cold here. Yiling's mental voice carried a hint of unease as her spirit form clung tightly to Lin Ye. Poof. Just some ghostly space fragments. Xingli's voice carried disdain, yet her sword blade emitted a vigilant starlight. Jiahua's spirit form materialized silently, her jade-colored hair flowing with a faint glow in the void. Her pure blue eyes scanned the surroundings as her ethereal voice declared, malice. Abundant. Chaos. Like countless clamorous noises, it poured in from all directions. Her heart mirror seemed suppressed by the environment here, unable to pinpoint individuals with precision. Yet she could distinctly sense the collective malevolence permeating this space, a concoction of greed, murderous intent, and wariness. A vast, translucent light screen abruptly unfolded beneath the void vortex. Clearly displayed upon it were the names of all 512 contestants, each followed by a vivid red 0. The real-time leaderboard. At this moment, every name displayed 0 points. But everyone knew this board would become the focal point of all eyes over the next 7 days, determining glory and elimination. A cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed in every trainee's ears. Void Arena activated. Ranking battle commence. Duration, 7 days. May your martial fortunes flourish. The moment the voice faded. Boom. 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 As if some signal had been triggered, the entire Void Arena instantly came alive. The black platform beneath Lin Ye's feet shook violently, its edges collapsing downward as if melting, forming a steep ramp extending downward toward a region that suddenly burst into light. It was a boundless expanse of molten lava terrain, reeking of sulfur. The crimson earth cracks open, flowing with rivers of molten lava. Massive volcanic rock pillars towered overhead, the air warped by intense heat. A pungent stench and scorching heat waves assaulted the senses. Environment, lava-scarred wastelands simulated. Danger level, high. Note, abundant fire and earth-type monsters present. Environment inherently suppresses ice and water-type abilities. Almost the instant the environment shifted. Roar. A deafening roar erupted from the molten river below. Several monstrous creatures, resembling giant crocodiles and dripping with dark red lava, burst through the molten rock. Their crimson vertical pupils instantly locking onto Lin Ye at the platform's edge. Lava Crocodile Elite. Level, 28. Attributes, Fire, Earth, Brute Strength. Skills, Lava Breath, Earth-Splitting Claw Strike, Pyro-Resistant Skin. Their massive bodies surged forth from the magma river like cannonballs, trailing scorching air currents. Their fang-filled maws let out a shrill scream that tore through the air as they lunged viciously at Lin Ye. Before the attack even reached him, the terrifying heat had already scorched the air until it crackled and popped. The battle erupted without warning. Lin Ye's gaze instantly sharpened like blades. 3-breath sword invocation. The golden power limit activated. The foresight perspective instantly unfolded. Energy trajectories. Impact points. Subsequent shifts. Nothing could escape detection. First breath, 3-headed lava crocodiles strike in a triangular formation, targeting his head, torso, and legs. Molten lava cores compress at the throat. Second breath, as the left crocodile lunges, its relatively vulnerable abdominal scales briefly exposed during the motion. Third breath, the right crocodile's landing triggers a localized ground-shaking shockwave, while the central crocodile's eruption blankets the forward sector. Anticipate. Precision down to the millimeter. Night feather. Veil of death. Suppress energy and speed. Lin Ye roared fiercely, advancing instead of retreating. Xingli. Annihilation stardust. Aim for the left giant crocodile's belly. Jihua. Defend the spirit platform. Commands thundered like lightning, delivered in an instant. Yes, master. Nightfeather's face tensed as a dark blue light erupted violently. A gray, frigid domain descended instantly, enveloping the 3 charging giant crocodiles and the surrounding vast area. Within the domain, time flowed distorted and light dimmed. The molten lava glow surging around the lava crocodile visibly dimmed, as if doused with cold water. Its lunging motion instantly froze in stiff, jerky motion. Crawling vermin, meet your end. Xingli's icy voice carried a killing intent. The starlight sword instantly disintegrated. Billions of condensed silver stardust particles, empowered by the veil of death, raced at lightning speed. With pinpoint precision, they converged into a silver torrent, violently piercing the relatively vulnerable junction of the left giant crocodile's abdominal scales exposed by its lunging attack. A dense chorus of piercing sounds merged into one. The power of annihilation erupted violently within the giant crocodile's body.
Roar! The left giant crocodile let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its massive body, struck as if by an invisible hammer, was violently hurled backward. A massive, charred hole blasted open in its belly, spewing scalding fragments of entrails mixed with molten magma. Almost the instant Xingli struck, Jiahua's pure blue eyes flashed brightly as a crystalline, resilient force field instantly enveloped Lin Ye. Spirit platform defense. Blocking all mental interference, stabilizing the mind. And as the deathly stillness delayed his opponent, Lin Ye's figure vanished. Firefly flash. A starlight flash, and he materialized like a ghost beside the giant crocodile on the right. Enraged by its comrade's brutal demise, the colossal crocodile brought down its massive forepaw with earth-shattering force, unleashing a fissure shockwave that rippled outward. Yet, through the three-breath sword's foresight, Lin Ye materialized precisely at the shockwave's soul-blind spot. Simultaneously, the starlight sword reappeared in his hand. Stellar Scar Stab. A single icy star, carrying ultimate sharpness and annihilation, pierced with pinpoint accuracy toward the relatively vulnerable neck joint of the right giant crocodile, exposed by its strike. Thud. The blade pierced through without resistance. Frenzied sword energy instantly tore through the joint ligaments. Arg! The right-side giant crocodile roared in agony, its massive head jerking violently to the side. Its strike warped mid-motion, crashing into a nearby rock pillar and sending shards flying. Meanwhile, the central giant crocodile unleashed the molten lava it had been brewing. A torrent of blood-red lava, scorching hot enough to incinerate everything, slammed viciously toward the spot where Lin Ye had just stood. But Lin Ye was already gone. Boom! The lava torrent completely engulfed the area in a sea of fire, vaporizing the rocks in an instant. Yu Bing is gone. Leave the battlefield control to me. Ji Hua's ethereal voice rang out. Hovering mid-air, her jade-colored hair stirred without wind as her pure blue eyes locked onto the giant crocodile rigid from its own eruption. All thoughts returned to the void. An invisible wave radiated outward from Ji Hua. Not a physical impact, but a direct assault on the mental plane. The target area was instantly enveloped by a strange psychic force field. The molten crocodile, poised to strike again, saw its crimson vertical pupils suddenly contract. The savage killing intent in its eyes was instantly replaced by overwhelming terror and chaos. As if it had glimpsed countless terrifying visions. Its movements froze completely, emitting meaningless growls. Now! Xingli! Yiling! Focus your fire! Lin Ye barked the command. Annihilation stardust. Void erosion. Hum. Hum. A silver torrent and a deep, gray-blue light erupted simultaneously. It slammed viciously into the giant crocodile in the center, which had been momentarily stunned by 10,000 thoughts returned to ruin and was completely defenseless. Put. SSSS. Destructive force instantly engulfed it. Simultaneously, Lin Ye flickered again. The scar stab, like the scythe of death, pierced precisely into the right giant crocodile's eye socket, its joints already crippled by his sword, its movements thrown off balance. Roar! The agonized screams abruptly ceased. 3 ferocious level 28 elite monsters were slaughtered in the blink of an eye, crushed like withered leaves. Successfully defeated 3 level 28 elite magma crocodiles. Earned points, 900. Current points, 900. Real-time ranking, 7. The cold notification tone echoed in Lin Ye's mind. On the massive light screen in the void, Lin Ye's name instantly leaped from the bottom to the top. The battle ended in an instant. From the monster's emergence to the 3 heads meeting their end, it took but a mere dozen breaths. Lin Ye stood sword in hand upon the scorching lava ground, his form still shrouded in the lingering chill of the deathly veil. The Xingli sword shimmered with icy light. Yiling circled the giant crocodile's corpse with curious flutters, while Jihua hovered silently beside him, her clear gaze sweeping over the scorched, warped distance. Void Arena Ranked Points Battle. Lin Ye's hunt commenced with a decisive, ruthless, crushing victory. Chapter 135 Lava Hunt Points Soar. Master, there are lots of hot, wriggling things down there. Yiling's mental transmission carried instinctive discomfort toward the scorching environment, yet it was laced with the excitement of discovering prey. Poof! A bunch of crawling vermin wallowing in the earth's fire and they dare to bellow? Xingli's icy voice carried disdain. Jihua's ethereal voice resonated directly within Lin Ye's mind. Malice. Dispersion. Greed. They lurked beneath the magma, waiting for their chance, yet also fearful of the power they had just witnessed. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened like an eagle's. The golden power of the 3 breath sword's inscription functioned like an invisible radar, continuously scanning the surroundings. Through the foresight perspective, energy trajectories became starkly visible. Next breath, 3 zhang to the left below, a weak point in the crust would crack open, erupting searing gas waves and spattering molten rock. Next breath, in the magma river ahead and to the right, 3 lava fire lizards elite, level 27, would silently creep closer, preparing to launch a surprise attack with their fiery breath. Third breath, farther away, behind a massive volcanic rock pillar, faint yet deliberately suppressed hostile humanoid energy fluctuations betrayed the presence of another student squad lying in wait. Looking for an easy kill? A cold smile curled at Lin Ye's lips. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward toward the anticipated weak point on the left where the eruption would strike. Boom! The moment his foot touched down, the ground on his left erupted violently. Scorching airwaves surged skyward, carrying fragments of dark red lava like hellish fountains. Yet, Lin Ye's figure blurred the instant before the blast engulfed him. Firefly flash. A flash of starlight, and he materialized precisely at the blind spot of the explosion's shockwave. The raging blast in molten rock swept past him, failing to inflict even a scratch. Almost simultaneously. Night feather. Veil of silence. Suppress the magma river area. Xingli. Annihilation stardust. Target, fire lizard. The commands were issued like lightning. Yes. Hum. A gray, frigid domain instantly engulfed the vast magma river to the right front. A viscous force field descended, as if someone had pressed the slow motion button on the bubbling surface of the lava river, its flow becoming sluggish. 3 lava fire lizards, their heads just raised with flames surging from their throats, froze abruptly, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. Oomph. Die. The Xingli sword hummed as its blade shattered in an instant. Billions of condensed silver stardust particles, amplified by the deathly curtain, surged forward at an explosive velocity. Like 3 precisely guided silver torrents. Defying heat and distance, they instantly pierced the relatively vulnerable energy cores in the fire lizards' throats. Put. 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 3 muffled explosions. The fire lizards' heads were violently blown apart by the torrent of stardust, charred fragments mingling with scalding blood as they splattered everywhere. They perished before even a scream could escape their throats. Successfully defeated 3 level 27 elite monsters, lava fire lizards. Earned points 810. Current points 1710. Real-time rank 3. Points surged instantly. Ranked into the top 3. The seamless counterattack unfolded with breathtaking speed. Hidden behind distant rock pillars, the lurking 5-member squad watched with hair-raising dread. The leader, clad in crimson leather armor and wielding a flaming whip, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Damn it! That reaction was lightning fast. And that field suppression was overwhelming. What was that silver light? Instantly taking down 3 level 27 elites? Captain, should we go in? A mage wielding a molten staff beside her spoke with trembling voice. His points had surged too rapidly, and he seemed to have expended almost nothing. Go? With what? Growled another burly man, his massive shield braced. His eyes fixed on the lingering gray aura. That damn field even suppresses magma. Our fire attacks would lose at least half their power in there. That blue-eyed woman beside him, she gives me a really bad vibe. As they stood in stunned uncertainty, Lin Ye's gaze pierced the warped air like a tangible blade, locking onto the rock pillar where they hid. We've been spotted. The fire whip woman's heart sank. Instead of charging directly, Lin Ye pointed toward a nearby magma lake, one churning with massive bubbles and radiating intense heat. Jihua. No words were needed. Jihua's pure blue eyes flashed as her small hand pressed lightly toward the lava lake. All thoughts returned to the void. Hum. An intangible, peculiar fluctuation targeting the very spirit instantly spread, enveloping the entire area. No earth-shattering explosion followed, but in the next instant. Roar! A roar far more savage than that of the lava crocodile, filled with endless agony, erupted violently from the depths of the magma lake. The entire magma lake churned violently as if boiling. A colossal, terrifying beast enveloped in dark gold molten armor and adorned with menacing bone spines along its back burst through the molten rock. Lava Earth Dragon King Lord Class. Level 30. Attributes: Fire, Earth, Brute Strength, Defense. Status: Extreme Rage, Mental Chaos. At this moment, the level 30 Lava Earth Dragon King's eyes blazed crimson as blood, filled with utter chaos and madness. It seemed as though the void of all thoughts had infinitely amplified its latent savagery and territorial instincts, causing it to completely lose its sanity. Its massive head swung wildly, its crimson vertical pupils instantly locking onto the enormous rock pillar where the 5-person squad, the closest and most energetically conspicuous target, lay concealed. Oh no! It's charging at us! The 5-person squad was utterly terrified. They never imagined that Lin Ye hadn't even lifted a finger himself, merely using the ability of that eerie blue-eyed girl had summoned such a terrifying calamity. Scatter! The fire whip woman shrieked piercingly, her long whip erupting with blinding flames as she attempted to block it. The lava staff-wielding man hastily conjured a wall of fire. The burly shield-bearer roared, slamming his shield into the ground in a desperate attempt to block it. Yet against a level 30 lord in full berserk rage, their resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Boom! The Lava Dragon King's massive claws, wielding mountain-crushing force, slammed down upon the stone pillars. Crack! The solid volcanic pillar instantly cracked like a spiderweb, then exploded with a thunderous roar. A frenzied shockwave, mixed with scorching debris, swept through like a storm. Ah! Put! Screams and gurgles of blood erupted. 2 slower reacting team members were instantly struck by debris. Their protective spiritual light shattered as they flew backward, screaming, their bodies charred black. The firewall tore apart like paper, while the giant shield and its bearer were slammed deep into the scorching ground, the shield groaning under the unbearable strain. Only the fire whip woman and the lava staff man narrowly evaded the attack with their agility, though they were left disheveled and deathly pale. The Lava Earth Dragon King, its ferocity heightened by the successful strike, lunged forward. It opened its massive maw, crimson gold light violently coiling deep within its throat. A lava breath capable of incinerating a small mountain was about to erupt, targeting the 5 chaotic figures below. Despair filled their eyes. Just then, a calm voice cut through the scorching air. Jihua, guard the spirit platform, protect them for a moment. Yiling, void flash transport me there. Xingli, extinguish the stardust target thee. Clear commands, decisive slaughter. Hum. A crystalline, resilient force field instantly descended, enveloping the 5 figures below who were on the brink of ruin. Spirit platform defense. Though it couldn't fully block physical attacks, the overwhelming lordly pressure targeting their very souls and the destructive intent within the lava breath were instantly neutralized by more than half. The 5, who had been on the brink of despair, suddenly felt their minds clear. Almost simultaneously. Hum. Yiling's small hand swept through the air, enveloping Lin Ye in a deep, gray-blue glow. The void flickered. Lin Ye's figure vanished instantly from his original position, only to materialize ghost-like above the massive head of the Lava Earth Dragon King. The starlight sword in his hand had shattered at some unknown moment. Silent stardust. Billions of condensed silver stardust particles did not scatter wildly. Instead, under the absolute guidance of Lin Ye's 3 breath sword invocation, they coalesced into a single, intensely condensed silver beam, one that seemed capable of piercing the stars themselves. Its target was the center of the dark golden scales exposed beneath the Lava Earth Dragon King's neck as it raised its head to gather power. The Lava Earth Dragon King sensed the deadly threat. It forcibly halted its breath attack, violently whipping its head. Its massive tail, encased in thick lava armor, lashed out like a steel whip. Tearing through the air with overwhelming force, it struck viciously at Lin Ye in midair. This strike was swift, vicious, precise. Wielding the terrifying power of a lord-class creature, it possessed enough force to reduce a small mountain to dust. Below, the 5 people shielded by the spirit platform's defense felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet suspended mid-air with no leverage, Lin Ye's gaze remained cold as steel. In his foresight, the tail's trajectory, the point of impact, and his own descent aligned perfectly. Instead of dodging, he twisted his waist violently the instant the tail neared him, slamming his right foot down hard on its side as it whipped toward him. Leverage. Boom. A dull thud echoed. Lin Ye's body was hurled diagonally downward as if struck by a high-speed train. But that single stomp had forced the tail's trajectory to shift by the tiniest fraction. That split-second difference. The beam of stardust light, condensed with all of Xingli's power, pierced the pulsating energy node at the very heart of thee with the precision of a red-hot steel spike. Put. An indescribable piercing sound rang out. Frenzied annihilation sword energy erupted violently within the Lava Dragon King's body. Arg. The Lava Earth Dragon King let out a piercing howl that shattered the void. Its mountain-like body stiffened abruptly. Its crimson eyes brimmed with disbelief, agony, and terror. From beneath its neck, where its scales met, a blinding silver light pierced through like a sharp blade. Its immense power instantly spiraled out of control. Boom! The Lava Earth Dragon King's colossal body crashed down like a mountain toppling and a pillar collapsing, smashing onto the scorching earth. It sent molten lava splashing skyward, triggering an earth-shaking tremor. Its head drooped lifelessly, its breath ceasing in an instant. Level 30 Lord Monster, one-shot kill. Successfully defeated level 30 Lord Monster, Lava Earth Dragon King. Earned points, 3,000. Current points, 4,710. Real-time ranking, first. The cold notification flashed through his mind. On the massive light screen of the Void Arena, Lin Ye's name instantly surged to the top of the leaderboard. With 4,710 points, he left the second-place contender far behind. Dead silence. Only the bubbling gurgle of molten lava remained on the scorching earth. The 5 survivors of the squad stood frozen in place, staring at Lin Ye standing proudly beside the colossal corpse of the Lava Dragon King. Alongside the 3 sword maidens by his side, each possessing a distinct aura yet all overwhelmingly formidable. The Fire Whip Maiden's long whip hung limply from her hand. Her gaze toward Lin Ye brimmed with indescribable awe and reverence. Instant kill of the Lord. Reaching the pinnacle. It all happened so fast, so breathtakingly. Lin Ye didn't even glance at them. He walked over to the corpse of the Lava Earth Dragon King and pocketed the Lava Core Legendary, which radiated immense fire and earth energy. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the bubbling magma lake where the Lava Earth Dragon King had burst forth. There, it seemed, emanated even purer, more intense fluctuations of energy. A cold smile curved his lips. Let's go. We'll take a look. As the words fell, Yiling's void power enveloped the 3 of them. A flash of gray-blue light erupted, and their figures instantly vanished into the searing magma, disappearing without a trace. All that remained was a scene of utter chaos and 5 figures, still shaken and unable to recover their senses for a long while. The Void Arena's leaderboard had changed hands. Lin Ye's hunting ground had only just revealed a glimpse of its savage nature. Chapter 136, Beneath the Lava Lake, Fire Spirit Essence. Scorching, viscous magma enveloped their bodies, their vision consumed by a blinding crimson glow. Yiling's void power coalesced into a deep, ash-blue membrane, shielding Lin Ye and the three sword maidens with impenetrable protection. It blocked the terrifying heat capable of melting gold and iron, along with the corrosive fumes. Viscous magma flowed slowly outside the membrane, emitting a dull bubbling sound. Master, there's an incredibly hot light below. Nightfeather's thoughts transmitted. Hotter than that big bad cow earlier. Like a miniature sun. Peeking out timidly. No matter how hot, it's still a reptile's lair. The Xingli sword hummed, its starlight swirling against the crimson backdrop, radiating a cold, piercing light. Jihua hovered beside Lin Ye, her pure blue eyes piercing through the viscous magma. An ethereal voice sounded directly. Pure will of fire, fiery and volatile, carrying an instinct to protect. It slumbered, but our approach disturbed it. 3-breath sword audience. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as the golden power surged to its peak in this extreme environment. The foresight perspective struggled to unfold, piercing through the viscous energy turbulence. Next breath, penetrating 100 feet deep, magma resistance suddenly lessens, entering a relatively open core lake bed. Next breath, at the core center, a massive crystal stone suspended in the air, radiating a blinding golden red glow. Vast, pure fire energy flowed like tangible substance, molten fire source crystal legendary. Third breath, beneath the crystal, a relatively petite yet liquid gold formed, Qilin like demonic beast molten fire crystal Qilin beast lord tier. Its eyes, burning with white gold flames, snapped open. A fury-filled intent erupted like a volcanic explosion. Warning, high concentration fire elemental energy cluster detected. Energy intensity approaching level 32 Lord threshold. Status, Rage. The system's alert confirmed Lin Ye's foresight and Jihua's intuition. A cold smile curved the lips of the level 32 Lord, Lin Ye. Perfect time to add some weight to the leaderboard. Far from slowing down, he accelerated his descent under Yiling's guidance. Boom! As if piercing through a viscous barrier, resistance vanished abruptly. The scene suddenly opened up before them. A spherical space, roughly 100 zhang in diameter, appeared at the bottom of the magma lake. At its center floated a crystal the size of a millstone, translucent throughout, with what appeared to be golden red molten lava flowing within. This was the molten fire source crystal legendary. The light and heat it emitted illuminated the entire space as brightly as day. The fire energy, refined to its purest essence, was nearly liquid. Directly beneath the crystal, a monstrous creature rose slowly. Its entire form was composed of flowing liquid gold, its shape sleek and elegant like a Qilin. Though only about 10 feet in size, the pressure radiating from its entire body far surpassed that of the previous lava dragon king. Platinum gold flames burned quietly across its surface. Its burning eyes locked onto the intruders, while a palpable shockwave of savage intent and protective resolve radiated outward. Molten crystal Qilin beast lordship class. Level 32. Attributes, ultimate fire, primordial guardian, elemental form. Skills, white hot true flame, molten gold body, primordial fire shield, blazing flash. Status, extreme rage, primordial disturbance. Roar. The sound was not a beast's roar, but a shrieking explosion like molten rock rupturing and space itself trembling. The molten crystal wyvern's hooves stamped the void, its liquid gold form instantly transforming into a blinding platinum streak of light. Blazing blast flash. Its speed surpassed the limits of human vision. Space itself seemed warped by scorching heat. Target, Lin Ye. Those claws, blazing with white-hot true flames, carried an aura capable of incinerating all things and piercing the void itself, slashing viciously toward Lin Ye's head. Before the attack even landed, the extreme heat caused Yiling's void shield to violently ripple, emitting a sizzling, wailing sound. Trivial tricks. Xingli's thoughts carried extreme sharpness and disdain. Yet, within the 3-breath sword's foresight, this terrifying speed left traces. Jihua. All thoughts returned to the void. Lin Ye roared fiercely. Simultaneously, he advanced toward the space-tearing streak of light, not retreating but charging forward. With a single step forward, his form abruptly blurred. Not evasion, but firefly flash. Starlight flared. Lin Ye's figure materialized precisely in the blind spot to the side in front of the crystal lynx beast's blazing flash trajectory. The searing white claws that tore through space, carrying an aura of utter annihilation, grazed past his afterimage. Boom! Where the claws wind past, the viscous magma behind it was forcibly vaporized into a vacuum channel. Almost the very instant Lin Ye activated his teleportation. An intangible yet soul-piercing fluctuation erupted from Jihua's core, radiating outward. All thoughts returned to the void. The force field precisely enveloped the molten fire crystal lynx. The crystal lynx beast instantly descended into utter chaos. Countless remnants of fire elemental demons it had devoured and digested transformed into a cacophony of roars and illusions, violently assaulting its spiritual awareness. Its eyes froze for a split second. Its lunging attack suffered an extremely brief yet fatal hesitation. 0.05 seconds. For Lin Ye and Xingli, it was enough. Xingli. Annihilation Stardust. Lin Ye's voice rang out like the Grim Reaper's proclamation. Pierce it. Hum. The Xingli sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of starlight, shattering instantly. That slender silver thread pierced through the molten crystal wyvern's terrifying defenses. Like a red-hot needle piercing butter, it pierced its energy core with pinpoint precision. The power of annihilation erupted in an instant. The molten crystal wyvern let out a piercing, distorted wail unlike any heard before. Its body, composed of liquid gold, stiffened abruptly. Platinum flames flickered wildly, then dimmed. At the pierced core of its chest, blinding silver light spread like a crack. The destructive force of annihilation raged within its primordial core. Its immense power spiraled instantly out of control. Boom! The entire magma lake space shook violently. The colossal form of the molten crystal wyvern twisted violently. Finally, with a boom, it shattered into a sky-filling spray of golden red molten droplets. All that remained at the site was a single Fire Spirit Essence Legendary and several pieces of Molten Gold Scales Epic, flowing with dark golden patterns. Successful defeat of level 32 Lord Monster, Molten Crystal Wyvern. Points earned, 4,800. Obtained special item, Fire Spirit Essence Legendary. Acquired special material, Molten Gold Scales Epic X3. Current points, 9,510. Real-time ranking, first. The cold notification flashed through his mind. On the massive light screen of the Void Arena, Lin Ye's points surged once more. He now led the second-place contender by nearly double the points. The top spot was as solid as a rock. The battle ended sooner than anticipated. From the Crystal Lynx beast's sudden attack to its complete incineration, it took merely 3 breaths. Yiling danced joyfully around the suspended Fire Spirit Essence mythical Master. Master! This little sun smells so sweet. So warm. Lin Ye reached out and grasped the Fire Spirit Essence in his hand. It burned fiercely in his grasp, its pure elemental fire essence surging up his arm. Far from causing any burning sensation, it nourished his meridians. It even subtly enhanced his affinity and resistance to fire energy. What a treasure! He carefully stowed away the essence and scales, then turned his gaze toward the massive molten fire source crystal at the center of the space. Yiling, take it. Got it. Yiling waved her small hand, enveloping the massive source crystal in profound void energy. The source crystal vanished instantly, stored within Lin Ye's spatial pocket. Without the crystal's support, the entire magma lake space began violently trembling. The surrounding magma barriers grew unstable, emitting a series of cracking sounds. This place is no longer safe. Let's go! Lin Ye ordered decisively. Yiling once again channeled the power of the void, enveloping the three in a gray-blue glow. In a flash of light, their figures vanished instantly from the collapsing lake bottom space. The next moment, on the scorched, molten rock surface, a relatively flat area of the ground warped slightly. Lin Ye and his companions reappeared. The scorching heat of the outside world washed over them, yet after enduring the extreme heat at the lake bottom, it felt almost mild by comparison. Lin Ye looked up at the massive light screen in the void. Lin Ye's name, 9,510 points. Like the blazing sun at its zenith, it hung at the top of the rankings, radiating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. The hunt across the scorched wasteland of molten rock had yielded far more than anticipated. But this is only the beginning. Chapter 137, Points Skyrocket, Everyone is Shocked. External Monitoring Center of the Void Arena. A massive circular light screen dominated the entire wall, divided into hundreds of real-time feeds. Precise captures of the fierce battles raging across every sector of the arena. Energy fluctuation patterns surged wildly like chaotic electrocardiograms. At the center, the most prominent display was the constantly scrolling real-time scoreboard. At this moment, Lin Ye's staggering score of 9,510 points acted like a magnet, firmly drawing the gaze of every spectator. The atmosphere was heavy, laced with uncontrollable astonishment. This was the exclusive viewing area reserved for the University League judging panel, deans of various colleges, and top-tier mentors. Zhang Taixian, the headmaster of Xinsha Academy, sat in the prime central seat with the best view. His gray robes remained unchanged, his expression serene. Yet the slight twitch of his fingers and the fleeting glint in the depths of his eyes betrayed the turmoil within. Beside him, Chief Instructor Lei Jin stood like a cast-iron statue, his rugged face taut with tension. His gaze was fixed on the jarring number following Lin Ye's name on the light screen, along with the blurred replay of Lin Ye's instant kill of the molten crystal wyvern below. Though the footage was distorted and warped by the molten lava environment, the devastating pace and precision-perfect coordination still sent a jolt of shock coursing through the iron-blooded instructor like an electric current. His Adam's apple bobbed once, and finally, a low, almost inaudible praise squeezed through his teeth. Damn, that kid can fight. Not far away, a vice-chancellor from the True Martial Academy stood, clad in a dark Taoist robe, his aura ethereal. His eyes, which had been closed in meditation, snapped open. His piercing gaze cut through the light barrier, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of the lava lake below. His fingertips tapped the armrest unconsciously, producing a faint, rhythmic tapping sound. A level 32 Lord class molten fire crystal wyvern, an elemental being, and it was instantly slain by a blast flash?
His voice carried a hint of disbelief, his gaze shifting to the accompanying mentor beside him.
What kind of sword maiden did Xinxia contract?
That domain, that silver light, and that mental interference unheard of.
The accompanying mentor swiftly pulled up Lin Ye's limited records, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
Vice Dean, records indicate a dual sword maiden contract. But recent intelligence suggests a third mysterious sword maiden has emerged, abilities unknown.
That mental interference? Highly likely the work of the third sword maiden. A third? Vice Dean Jinwu's pupils contracted slightly as he sucked in a sharp breath. A dual sword maiden contract defies the heavens. How could he withstand the backlash of a triple contract? Xinxia has hidden its depth far too well.
Meanwhile, at Tianwu Academy, the headmaster, a burly, bald giant with a bear-like build and an overpowering aura, suddenly slammed his fist onto his thigh.
Thud. The dull thud echoed jarringly in the quiet monitoring center. Satisfying. Damn satisfying.
His voice boomed like a bell, his eyes brimming with undisguised admiration.
Screw those sword maidens. This kid's got guts. He's ruthless. He's precise. That lava earth dragon king was lured in perfectly. The crystal lynx beast was slain even more brilliantly. That's how you earn points.
Pointing at Lin Ye's name on the screen, he addressed the stunned Tianwu instructors behind him.
See that? That's a true wolf on the battlefield. He lies dormant until he strikes, and when he does, it's lethal. All those fancy tactics? They're bull compared to raw power and precise hunting. Tell our young recruits, if they run into him in the lava zone, they better steer clear. Don't go throwing away points.
The atmosphere in the Imperial Capital Academy's designated seating area grew tense. Several administrators and instructors wore grave expressions, their eyes darting between the top-ranked Lin Ye and the names of their own students. A stern-faced middle-aged instructor, a long sword strapped to his back, frowned deeply and murmured, "This boy's combat style is extremely efficient and extremely dangerous. His domain suppression combined with pinpoint elimination makes him a veritable clearing machine. How could Huangfu Tian, from the same academy, be suppressed to this extent?" Another elder instructor shook his head slowly, a sharp gleam in his eyes. "Not a fault of combat. This youth's sword maiden system is bizarre and unpredictable, especially that newly emerged sword maiden whose abilities target the very core of one's spirit, utterly unguarded against. The Huangfu clan's 9 young divine physique is domineering and fierce, but it seems powerless against this kind of threat. The competition for spots in the Dragon Abyss secret realm has become much more unpredictable." At the center of the judges' platform, Chief Administrator Li Xingshuan remained impassive, his gaze as deep and still as an ancient well. His finger tapped lightly on the control crystal panel before him. The combat footage of Lin Ye's instant kill of the molten crystal wyvern played back in slow motion, zooming in on critical moments. The firefly shifts pinpoint precision amidst extreme heat and chaotic energy. The terrifying suppression of the crystal lynx's speed as the gray realm descended. The lethal silver light that condensed into a single point and pierced the elemental core. And finally, the brief paralysis triggered by the intangible psychic shock. Every detail was scrutinized repeatedly. After a long pause, Li Xingshuan spoke slowly, his voice steady yet carrying an intangible weight. Combat awareness superior. Sword maiden coordination flawless. Timing mastery exquisite to the utmost degree. This youth possesses the makings of a titan. Xinxia Academy has a worthy successor. These few words fell like a gavel's final strike. Heads of various colleges and instructors nearby were all shaken to their core upon hearing this. Li Xingshuan's appraisal carried immense weight. The makings of a titan. This signified that in his eyes, Lin Ye already possessed the potential to lead a generation and stand shoulder to shoulder with the top powerhouses. Countless gazes once again converged upon the seats of the Divine Summer Academy. Jiang Taixian gave a slight nod, acknowledging the complex gazes directed at him, his composure unshaken. Lei Zhen's spine straightened even further, a surge of pride and honor swelling within his chest. Within the void arena, Lin Ye remained utterly oblivious to the commotion he had stirred in the monitoring center. He absorbed the lingering warmth of the molten fire source crystal, his gaze sweeping over the ranking board. 9,510 points. Top of the leaderboard. But the battle was far from over. The molten lava wasteland environment was not optimal for him, especially as it suppressed Yiling's shadow power. Jihua sensed the next high-energy reaction zone. Preferably an ice-based or void environment. Lin Ye commanded silently. Jihua's pure blue eyes closed slightly as her intangible perception rippled outward like water, piercing through the scorching heat of the lava. Moments later, she pointed toward the end of the air distortion in the southeast, over there. Cold. Dead silence. Shattered ripples in space. The energy core was hollow, yet possessed a pulling force. An environment blending ice and void? A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. This is practically Yiling's home turf. Go! Yiling waved her small hand, and the deep gray blue light enveloped the three once more. Void flash activated. Their figures vanished instantly from the scorched lava wasteland, teleporting toward that unknown, frigid, lifeless expanse. Atop the leaderboard, the name reigning supreme hung like the sword of Damocles over every competitor's head. The might of the Hunting Grounds King swept across the entire void arena with unstoppable force. Chapter 138 concluded. An unquestionable first place. In the void arena, time lost all meaning. The scorching heat of the lava was long left behind. Lin Ye and his two companions now stood in an eternal darkness. Shattered boulders hung like lost stars in the boundless void. An icy, bone-chilling void wind swept silently through, stripping away all warmth. This was the void precipice. Though harsh, it became the perfect hunting ground for Yiling. Master! Over there! A group of foolish stone monsters. Yiling excitedly transmitted her thoughts. The dark blue spirit form was nearly invisible in the void, only its eyes glistening as they pointed toward a massive boulder drifting slowly in the distance. Upon the pumice stones, a dozen or so Void Stalkers elite, level 28 formed from void energy and shadow roamed aimlessly. They possessed no eyes, relying solely on energy perception to survive. Yet before Yiling, they were as exposed as torches in the night, nowhere to hide. Lin Ye didn't even need to draw his three-breath sword. Prey of this caliber required no forethought. Clear the area. 2 calm words. Got it. Yiling waved her small hand. Hum. A deathly stillness, more solid and profound than that in the lava zone, unfurled with a thunderous roar. Within the domain, time itself seemed to freeze. The void hunters froze instantly, the energy halos on their bodies fading and dissipating at a visible pace. Even their silent growls were swallowed by the domain. Poof. Xingli didn't even bother to disintegrate the sword's blade. With a mere tremor at the tip, several condensed starlight spikes pierced through space. Precision strikes detonated the energy cores of every single hunter. Put! A faint detonation echoed through the deathly silence. Like a string of firecrackers ignited. Successfully defeated 12 level 28 elite void subterranean hunters. Earned points 2,880. Current points 52,390. Real-time ranking first. The cold notification tone played like background music. Lin Ye's name dominated the top of the leaderboard. His points soared far ahead, a full 20,000 points above second place Huang Futian. A commanding lead. No surprises here. Over the past few days, this routine had repeated countless times. Search for high-energy reaction zones. Teleport. Yiling's domain suppression. Xingli or Lin Ye would deliver the finishing blow. Jihua occasionally used 10,000 thoughts returned to the void to create chaos, or employed spirit platform defense to block certain bizarre psychic attacks. Efficient. Monotonous. And invincible. Master, we've earned so many points. Yiling fluttered around Lin Ye, her little face beaming with joy. Those villains couldn't catch up. She was referring to those trailing behind on the leaderboard. Lin Ye ruffled her hair. His gaze swept across the void. The monsters here offered high points, but after days of relentless harvesting, their density had dropped significantly. It was time for a brief respite. With a flicker of his thoughts, Yiling immediately understood. A flash of gray-blue light appeared, and the three materialized behind the largest, relatively flat floating rock. This spot conveniently shielded them from most lines of sight and void turbulence. A brief respite. Lin Ye sat cross-legged. He produced some high-energy rations and clean water. Xingli's spirit form hovered nearby, arms crossed, her sword scabbard touching the ground. Though silent, her posture visibly relaxed. Yiling, curious, perched on the edge of a floating rock, watching the occasional flashes of energy streaking through the endless void below. Jihua remained the quietest. She stood silently beside Lin Ye, her jade-colored hair flowing like moonlight, her pure eyes seeming to reflect the entire void's desolation. Very quiet. Her ethereal voice sounded quieter than the void below. Less malice, yet more emptiness. Lin Ye handed her a concentrated spirit energy biscuit. Can you handle this? Jihua accepted the biscuit but did not eat it, nearly cradling it in her palm. Energy holds little meaning for me. The emptiness here suits contemplation better. She tilted her head to look at Lin Ye. You're thinking about that man called Huang Futian. His rage like a trapped thunderstorm. Lin Ye paused, then smiled. Nothing escapes your notice. His heart is restless. Jihua appraised, he has many weaknesses. Xingli snorted coldly, a mere clown. The matter of that single sword strike on the arena stage. Yiling turned her head, Sister Hongying said to be careful of his tricks. Lin Ye nodded. I will. A brief silence fell. Only the howling wind of the void whistled. Lin Ye gazed at the three-sword maidens beside him. Xingli's proud and Sundara nature, Yiling's innocence, Jihua's penetrating insight. Though their personalities differed greatly, each was an indispensable part of his strength. This feeling of fighting side by side, of absolute trust, felt good. For a fleeting moment, he even lost himself. He forgot this was a brutal points battlefield, as if it were merely a special outing. Master, Yiling suddenly drifted back, whispering softly, it seems Yiling has grown a little stronger again. Lin Ye sensed it. Indeed. Through continuous high-intensity combat, Yiling's mastery over the Veil of Death and Void Corrosion had grown increasingly refined.
Both the scope and intensity of her domain showed slight improvements.
Though Xingli hadn't mentioned it, her sword intent had grown more refined. The eruption of the star dust of oblivion became more effortlessly controlled. Her synergy with Jihua steadily improved. The influence of the abyss of all thoughts extended further, and the duration of its interference with powerful individuals lengthened by an imperceptibly slight margin. This growth was visible to the naked eye. Very good. Lin Ye offered his praise without hesitation. Keep it up. Yiling happily narrowed her eyes, then sidled closer to Jihua, eyeing the cookie in her palm with curiosity. Jihua sister, aren't you going to eat? It's sweet. Jihua handed the cookie to her. You need it. I don't. Yiling cheered and took it, nibbling away happily. Xingli glanced over but said nothing. Lin Ye chuckled. He pulled out more food to share with everyone. Though the sword maiden didn't crave ordinary food much, the act of sharing itself was a form of connection and bond. This brief respite was relaxed and warm. In the slaughter-filled void arena, it felt especially precious. In the same void, atop another massive floating stone, Huangfu Tian crushed a void hound attempting a sneak attack into fragments with a single punch. Golden light blazed fiercely, yet carried an uncontrollable fury. His expression darkened to a terrifying degree. His gaze was fixed intently upon the light screen high above the void. The top spot. Lin Ye. Over 50,000 points. That number stung his eyes and heart like a poisonous thorn. He gave it his all, even resorting to using several of his most treasured secret treasures to clear the field. His points barely broke through 30,000. Yet he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the other's taillights. Why? A commoner who'd bound a few broken sword maidens. Young master, please calm down. The lone follower remaining at his side whispered urgently. The points battle is about advancing. Conserving strength for the arena tournament is the real priority. Shut up. Huangfu Tian roared, a burst of golden light erupting around him that forced the follower back several steps. Conserve strength? Watch that bastard strut his stuff up there? His chest heaved violently. The thought that Lin Ye might be resting leisurely right now, perhaps even exchanging playful messages with that ice element woman. Humiliation and rage nearly consumed his sanity. Lin Ye, you just wait. He growled through gritted teeth. I'll make sure you die a miserable death in the arena. An inconspicuous black jade talisman in his hand flickered with a faint, ominous glow. The break time ended. Lin Ye stood up. It's about time. His gaze swept across the boundless void. Jihua, next target. Jiahua's eyes closed briefly before pointing in a specific direction. Over there. The energy signature is peculiar, not like a demonic entity, but more concentrated. It carries the thoughts of many gathered together: greed, contention. Oh? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Ruins? Or a special resource point? Within the void arena, besides monsters, treasures or relic fragments containing pure energy would randomly spawn. These often become the focal points of fierce competition. Let's go check it out. A flash of gray-blue light, and the three vanished once more. Deep within the void fragments, a soft yet steady white light shone, strikingly vivid against the endless gloom. Approaching closer, they saw the ruins of a shattered palace complex. A relic of some unknown civilization and era, it floated in the void. Shattered columns and collapsed halls exuded an aura of ancient, weathered grandeur. At the center of the ruins, upon a relatively intact elevated platform, a small plant, its entire body jade-like and its leaves shimmering with starlight, swayed gently. With each sway, it emitted pure energy ripples that were utterly refreshing to the spirit. Void Star Grass legendary. Judging by its energy intensity, it could drive any practitioner below the 4th tier mad. At this moment, the area around the ruins lay in utter disarray. Traces of skill attacks littered the crumbling ruins. Over a dozen students from different academies were locked in a chaotic melee. Blades flashed, elemental explosions roared, and cries of rage and agony echoed in a relentless chorus. All for the sake of seizing that star-patterned grass within reach. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Every fighter bore wounds, yet none would retreat. Get lost. We from Imperial Capital Academy found this herb first. Bull. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. Work together to clear the area first. Otherwise, no one gets it. Amidst the chaos, a figure appeared silently atop a massive, shattered eve at the edge of the battlefield. The black cloak fluttered slightly, the expression calm. It was Lin Ye. Behind him, the ethereal forms of the three sword maidens silently materialized. Wow, such beautiful little grass. Yiling's eyes sparkled. Xingli gave it a glance. The starlight energy it contains is fairly pure. Passable. Jihua's gaze fell upon the chaotic crowd, her brows furrowing slightly, their thoughts filthy. Greed, envy, anger like a whirlpool. Lin Ye looked at the star-glitter grass and nodded. Indeed, a fine specimen. The purity of its contained energy even surpassed the fire spirit essence he had obtained before. It would greatly benefit stabilizing his cultivation realm and enhancing the purity of his spiritual power. Worth making a move for.
His arrival went unnoticed. He was quickly noticed by those caught up in the chaos below. Someone. Who is it? The chaos paused momentarily. All eyes instantly focused on Lin Ye high above. As they recognized the figure's face, gasps echoed through the crowd. Black robes. It's that Lin Ye from Xinxia. The top-ranked demon on the leaderboard. How did he get here? A name carries weight. Lin Ye's overwhelming dominance at the top of the rankings had already spread throughout the entire arena via the void projection. Now that he's here in person, the oppressive pressure he brings is beyond description. The combatants, locked in fierce struggle moments before, instinctively halted their attacks. They stared at him in stunned disbelief. Their eyes brimmed with apprehension, fear, and a hint of reluctance. Lin Ye's gaze swept indifferently over the crowd below. All unfamiliar faces. Levels hovered around 27 or 28. Several bore significant injuries. Their strength was passable, but in his presence, it was nothing. He couldn't be bothered with small talk and started walking toward the star-patterned grass. Halt! A sharp command rang out. A youth wielding a flaming longsword pushed through the crowd, his face dark as he glared at Lin Ye. The emblem on his chest identified him as a student of the Tianwu Academy. Lin Ye. We found this star grass first. There's such a thing as first come, first served, isn't there? As he finished speaking, several other Tianwu Academy students beside him steeled themselves and stepped forward, their voices sharp but their resolve weak as they voiced their stance. Students from other academies exchanged glances, secretly relieved someone else was taking the lead. Lin Ye didn't pause his stride, not even glancing at the man. As if he were merely a buzzing fly. Such utter disregard cut deeper than any mockery. You! The Tianwu youth's face flushed crimson, feeling profoundly humiliated. Blood surged to his head as he roared, "Don't think high points make you special. With so many of us here, do you really think we're afraid of you?" As he spoke, flames surged around his body. His long sword pointed at Lin Ye, and he seemed eager to fight. Seize the top spot on the points leaderboard. The thought was intensely tempting. Hearing this, the other's eyes also burned with fervor. Yeah, no matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. With a dozen of us teaming up, how could we possibly fail to take him down? Success would not only net us star grass, but also a share of his staggering points. Fortune favors the bold. Greed instantly overpowered fear. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Lin Ye finally halted his steps. He finally looked directly at the young man from Tianwu. His gaze was calm and still. Yet the youth instantly felt as if plunged into an ice cave, every hair on his body standing on end. What do you want? He instinctively took a half step back, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Ye said nothing. He merely raised his hand slowly. Buzz. No verbal command was needed. The deathly stillness of Night Feather descended instantly. This time, the domain's range was controlled with exquisite precision. It enveloped only a 10 jiang radius centered on the young martial artist. The gray, cold, deathly force field ground like an invisible millstone. All color drained instantly from the young martial artist's face. He felt his spiritual energy freeze solid around him. His thoughts slowed to a crawl. Every movement felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. As if trapped in a nightmare like quagmire. He desperately tried to activate his innate talent, to swing his long sword. Yet even lifting a finger proved unbearably difficult. A gurgling sound of despair rose from his throat. Everyone else watched this bizarre scene in horror. Watching the elite of the Tianwu realm, as if bound by a petrification spell. Powerless to resist before Lin Ye. Lin Ye's finger tapped forward lightly. Stellar scar. A cold starlight shot forth from the tip of the starlight sword. Not swift. Yet it carried an irresistible sharpness and annihilation. It struck precisely the blazing long blade in the young Tianwu warrior's hand. Clang! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The exceptional quality flaming longsword shattered inch by inch. Before the fragments could hit the ground, they were consumed by the force of annihilation, reduced to ashes. The young man from Tianwu was struck as if by a heavy blow, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. His body collapsed limply to his knees. His eyes brimmed with endless terror and lingering dread. Had that sword strike landed upon him just now? Lin Ye didn't even glance at him. His gaze swept over the others once more. Everyone his gaze touched turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down their faces. They instinctively retreated and lowered their heads, not daring to meet his stare. All talk of alliances and points was laughable in the face of such overwhelming power disparity. Only then did Lin Ye stroll to the platform. He reached out, carefully plucking the Void Star Grass Legendary from its place. Its touch was smooth and cool, pulsing with immense energy. He stored it away in his storage space. Throughout the entire process, not a single soul dared utter another word. A deathly silence hung in the air. Only the whistling of the void wind could be heard. Lin Ye turned, his gaze sweeping once more over the ashen-faced crowd. Finally, his gaze settled upon the young Tianwu disciple slumped lifelessly on the ground. Points or life. He uttered the 4 words calmly. The Tianwu youth jolted awake, scrambling to retrieve his forfeit token and activating it without hesitation. A flash of light erupted, and he was forcibly teleported away. Half of the points were automatically credited to Lin Ye's account. Defeated opponent earned points 3,685. Current points 56,075. Lin Ye wasted no time. Yiling's void energy enveloped the three figures, vanishing in an instant.
Only a group of startled trainees remained in the ruins, exchanging bewildered glances.
Cold sweat drenched their backs. After a long while, someone murmured, "Monster."
Similar incidents occurred sporadically several more times over the next 2 days.
Lin Ye's name was no longer just a number on a scoreboard. It had become an intangible deterrent.
Wherever he went, either the monsters vanished or the crowd retreated. His points climbed at a steady, terrifying pace toward a despairingly high threshold.
60,000. 70,000. 80,000. The top spot on the leaderboard was now unassailable. Day 7 of the Void Arena. The final moment arrived. On the final day of the Void Arena, an eerie calm descended upon the atmosphere.
Large-scale demon waves had long been repeatedly cleared, becoming sparse and scattered.
The mutual hunting among the trainees was also drawing to a close. Those destined to advance had long since secured commanding point leads.
Those destined for elimination had either already been knocked out or faced insurmountable point gaps, losing the courage for a final push. In the void, the names on the massive light screen seemed frozen in place. Only the number beside the name at the very top continued to climb upward, slowly but surely. Lin Ye's score, 89,120.
The number was blinding. Like an insurmountable monument. Those below felt their necks ache even from gazing upward. Huang Futian ranked second with just over 50,000 points.
His face was ashen, almost dripping with venom. He had tried several times to find Lin Ye, seeking a final showdown.
But the void arena was too vast, and Lin Ye's movements were too elusive.
In the end, he found nothing. His rage could only be vented on the demons he encountered and other unfortunate trainees.
Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and others also held steady positions within the top 10.
Zhao Taishan barely clung to 16th place, his earnest face drenched in sweat and relief.
All survivors waited. Waiting for the moment it would all end. Lin Ye stood atop a massive void ice floe.
The bone-chilling cold here was extreme, but it had no effect on him, protected by the Jihua spirit platform and his own formidable vital energy.
With the last bit of time remaining, he couldn't be bothered to move. She simply gazed silently at the shifting energy aurora in the distant void.
Xingli stood clutching her sword, its scabbard frosted with fine ice crystals that added to her icy demeanor. Yiling curiously caught the ice crystals in her hand, watching them melt in her palm with a soft giggle. Jihua floated nearby, her jade-colored hair seeming to merge with the ice and snow. Her ethereal eyes reflected the shifting currents of light, lost in some unseen sight, some unspoken thought. "It's ending," Lin Ye murmured softly.
7 days of intense hunting and combat had taken their toll on him.
His nerves had been stretched taut the entire time. Only now, as it drew to a close, did a faint trace of weariness quietly surface. But what dominated more was a sense of calm control over everything.
This boring charade is finally over.
Xingli curled her lip, wishing the tournament had offered some worthy opponents.
Yiling earned so many points. Master is the best.
Yiling flew over, wrapping her arms around Lin Ye's arm as if seeking praise. Jihua turned her gaze to Lin Ye. "Your heart is steady.
Like a deep pool."
At the final moment, many hearts were in turmoil, like boiling water.
She could sense the complex emotions permeating the entire arena: anxiety, resentment, anticipation. Only Lin Ye remained utterly unruffled. Lin Ye smiled, because the outcome was already predetermined. He looked up at the light screen. His name shone brightly. At that very moment. Buzz! A majestic bell tolled, piercing the entire void arena without warning. The sound was bleak and ancient, as if emanating from the very edge of time and space. Time's up. The void arena ranking battle officially concludes. Advancing players, the top 64 on the points leaderboard. Congratulations! You have earned the right to advance to the next round of the tournament. Teleportation will commence in 10 breaths. A cold electronic voice sounded, marking the end of the first phase. Boom! The entire void arena seemed to come alive. Countless beams of teleportation light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping each survivor. It's finally over. Ha! I've advanced. Damn it! So close. Shouts of ecstasy, frustration, and resentment erupted from all corners. As the light flickered, figures began to blur. Lin Ye gazed at the pillar of light enveloping him, his expression still serene. He cast one final glance at this shadowy void where he had battled for 7 days. Then, he closed his eyes. He felt the familiar fluctuations of spatial transition. When he opened them again, a tidal wave of clamor crashed over him like a tsunami. He had returned to the vast central platform of the imperial capital's Dragon Abyss Arena. Surrounding him was a dense crowd of people, each wearing a different expression. There were jubilant shouts from those who had advanced. Others, eliminated, hung their heads in defeat. Mentors and staff from various schools scanned the crowd anxiously. Bright lights. fresh air, and the deafening cheers and murmurs from the stands. They're out. They're all out. Check the final rankings on the scoreboard. Lin Ye. First place, as expected. Nearly 90,000 points. That's insane. Huang Fu Tian second with 51,000 points. The gap is just too huge. Morong Xiao fourth. Fong Wuhan fifth. Xinxia Academy completely dominated the rankings this time. If Lin Yubing had competed, Xinxia would have had even more spots in the top 10. Countless eyes, like spotlights, fixated on Lin Ye. Awe. Admiration. Envy. Curiosity. He stood at the center of the platform, his black robe fluttering slightly, his expression serene. As if the deafening clamor and the 90,000 points meant nothing to him. The spirit forms of Xingli, Yiling, and Jihua had long since vanished. Yet he could sense their presence. They had journeyed through these 7 days of slaughter and glory alongside him. Huang Fu Tian materialized nearby. A flash of golden light flickered and vanished. His gaze fixed on Lin Ye, venomous enough to seem like it could spit fire. His fists clenched tightly, his jaws ground together. In the end, he only let out a heavy, cold snort before turning and pushing his way through the crowd. Morong Xiao and Fong Wuhan gave Lin Ye a slight nod, their eyes filled with profound gravity and recognition. Zhao Taizhan rushed over excitedly, "Chief Lin. That was incredible. I almost couldn't hold on." Lin Ye patted his shoulder. Advancing is what matters. Soon, officials began restoring order, guiding the advanced trainees through registration. They announced that the draw and schedule for the tournament would be held tomorrow. The crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Ye followed the flow of people toward the rest area of Xinxia Academy. Wherever he passed, people instinctively parted to make way. Whispers filled the air. "It's him, Lin Ye of Xinxia. He looks so young, yet his aura is so powerful. I heard he contracted 3 sword maidens? Is that even possible? 90,000 points? How did he manage that?" Lin Ye seemed oblivious. His gaze swept past the crowd, seeming to fix on a certain section of the stands. There, the cheering squad from Xinxia Academy was seated. Though Lin Yubing and Shen Hongying weren't among them. He knew they must be watching from somewhere. "Wait for me," he silently vowed. "The tournament stage is where it truly begins. My spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm is secured. The Void Arena phase. Officially concluded." Chapter 139, The Arena Tournament begins. By the time I returned to the luxurious Imperial Capital Hotel arranged by the Academy, night had deepened. Exhaustion from the intense battle washed over him like a tidal wave. But what dominated was a surge of mental exhilaration. First in the gap. 90,000 points. This achievement was enough to silence any doubters. It also thrust him squarely into the spotlight. Tomorrow's arena battle would undoubtedly be a bloodbath. Within the secluded suite, an ethereal aura permeated the air, shielding it from the clamor of the outside world. Lin Ye organized today's findings. He carefully sealed away the Void Stargrass, intending to give it to Yubing upon their return. It would greatly benefit her ice element cultivation. The other materials were also valuable, but he had no heart to examine them closely at this moment. A faint swelling in his spiritual sea reminded him that the strain from consecutive contracts and battles needed soothing. More importantly, it needed soothing. Huff. He exhaled a long, heavy breath and shed his outer robe, now tinged with the aura of the void. Just as he was about to head toward the bathroom, a shadow flung itself into his arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. It was Yiling. Her spirit form materialized almost completely, her cool, soft little hands clinging tightly to his waist. Her small face buried in his chest, she greedily breathed in his scent. "Master, you're so amazing. Everyone's watching you." Yiling is so happy. Her muffled voice carried unreserved adoration and devotion. Her dark blue hair, like the finest silk, brushed against Lin Ye's chin. Lin Ye's heart softened, and he ruffled her hair. "Are you tired?" "Not tired at all." Yiling lifted her head abruptly, her large eyes sparkling brightly. Following Master, Yiling isn't tired at all. But Lin Ye could sense the subtle fatigue emanating from her spirit body. Maintaining the domain and performing void jumps continuously took a tremendous toll. He lowered his gaze to the spirit born of shadow and void cradled in his arms. His reflection mirrored in her pure eyes, filled with unadulterated devotion. A corner of his heart softened immeasurably. He gently lifted her chin. Yiling seemed to sense something, her long lashes fluttering slightly. Closing her eyes, she tiptoed forward of her own accord. Her cool, soft lips held a hint of timid anticipation. Lin Ye kissed her. Unlike the heartfelt passion shared with Lin Yubing, nor like the fiery, possessive kisses shared with Shen Hongying. This kiss was purer, cleaner. Like sipping from a crystal-clear spring. Yiling responded awkwardly, mimicking the hazy fragments stored in his memory. Her small tongue tentatively, clumsily touched. With childlike earnestness and complete surrender, Lin Ye patiently guided and soothed her. His palm gently patted her back. A pure essence of spiritual energy, blended with the power of their contract, gently flowed into her body, replenishing her depleted reserves.
Yiling let out a contented soft hum as her spirit body grew increasingly solid and warm.
It clung almost completely to Lin Ye's body.
Just as their lips and tongues intertwined, their breaths growing thicker. Oomph! A cold snort thundered through Lin Ye's mind. It carried an uncontrollable surge of anger and bitterness. Xingli's spirit form abruptly materialized beside them. Arms crossed, her flawless face frosted over with icy disdain. Her gaze was like a knife, piercing Lin Ye relentlessly.
Lin Ye! Enough! Battling and fighting all day, then rushing to fool around with this little brat at night? Can't you show some backbone? Can't you think about anything serious besides this nonsense? The tournament. Huangfu Tian. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Which of these isn't more important than this foolishness?
Her voice was urgent and furious, and carried a hint of hurt she hadn't even noticed herself.
Why? That Ice Queen is one thing. But this clueless little brat, why does she always get his affection and tenderness so easily? What about me?
He'd risked life and limb alongside him, fought fierce battles against powerful foes.
Yet all I get in return is scolding or being ignored. Lin Ye's movements halted, slowly releasing Yiling, whose eyes were hazy and cheeks flushed. Yiling looked at Xingli, who had suddenly appeared, with a dazed expression, instinctively shrinking back into Lin Ye's embrace.
Lin Ye turned his head to face Xingli. Her fury was almost tangible, the starlight around her flickering erratically. Yet beneath that intense emotion, he caught a fleeting glimpse of hurt. He suddenly smiled.
To Xingli, that smile was utterly infuriating. What are you laughing at? Her fury intensified.
She pointed her sword at Lin Ye.
Do you think I won't?
Before she could finish,
Lin Ye moved. Swift as lightning. He swept his arm around Xingli's slender yet supple waist, yanking her violently toward him.
You! Caught off guard, Xingli gasped in surprise. Her entire body crashed into his solid embrace. Her cool, starlit aura was instantly enveloped by a powerful masculine presence.
She instinctively struggled. Let go of me.
You lecher!
Bastard!
Lin Ye's arms were like iron bands, holding her fast. His other hand forcibly lifted her delicate chin, forcing her to meet his gaze.
Business?
Lin Ye's gaze was deep, carrying an unquestionable intensity.
You are my most important business right now.
Before the words had fully left his lips, he suddenly lowered his head, fiercely kissing those lips, always spitting out harsh words now slightly parted in shock and anger. Xingli's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief.
How dare he? A violent struggle erupted instantly. Stellar power surged uncontrollably, attempting to blast this audacious bastard away.
But Lin Ye had anticipated this. The bond of their contract allowed him to sense the fluctuations of her power in advance. A more powerful spiritual force instantly suppressed hers, easily restraining her feeble resistance. The kiss. Domineering, forceful, impossible to refuse.
Carrying a hint of punishment, yet also a declaration of sovereignty through plunder. Xingli's mind went blank. After the initial shock and anger subsided, an unprecedented tremor erupted from her lips and teeth, instantly engulfing her entire body. It was a brutal, searing intrusion unlike anything she had ever experienced. Bearing Lin Ye's distinctive scent,
he forcefully pried open her jaw, capturing the tip of her tongue as it tried to evade him.
Entwined, sucked.
As if intent on devouring her whole, she let out a muffled whimper in vain. The hands pounding his back had lost their strength at some point. Her taut body gradually softened. The starlight surrounding her no longer raged wildly, but instead rippled out chaotically like the moon's reflection in disturbed water.
An unfamiliar, tingling, dizzying sensation overwhelmed her.
Her defenses crumbled under this sudden, fierce onslaught.
So this was the feeling? No wonder. That icy arrogance, that sharp outer shell, was torn open so brutally in this moment,
revealing a softness within that perhaps even she herself had never noticed.
Yiling watched wide-eyed from the side.
Her small hand covered her mouth as she watched Sister Xingli transition from violent struggle to gradual stillness. Watching her master embrace and kiss her forcefully, a peculiar sensation stirred within her heart, yet it wasn't sadness. Instead, she felt this was for the best.
Sister Xingli must have wanted to be close to the master too, right? She just always acted so awkward. This way was perfect. Jihua had appeared silently at some point. She hovered nearby, her pure blue eyes watching the scene in silence. Her face bore no expression. No shyness, no surprise.
Only a serene calm that seemed to see through everything. As if witnessing a predestined chain of cause and effect. Beneath Xingli's fierce resistance, she could see the deeply buried yearning for recognition and need. She could also see the unquestionable possessiveness behind Lin Ye's actions and a subtle, almost imperceptible indulgence of this awkwardness. Her presence lent an odd tranquility to this scene, both lush and taut with tension. A long while passed. Until Xingli nearly suffocated, her body completely limp in Lin Ye's embrace. Lin Ye finally released her. Their lips parted, leaving a silver thread of saliva. Xingli's cheeks were flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with moisture. Her usual aloof and proud demeanor had been replaced by a breathtakingly alluring charm. Her breath came in soft gasps, her gaze still hazy. She seemed still reeling from that fierce kiss. Now, Lin Ye's voice was hoarse, tinged with satisfaction.
And you still think this isn't the main event? Xingli snapped back to reality. Shame and anger surged through her once more.
But this time, the rage seemed to lack foundation, appearing hollow and hollow. You bastard! She turned her head away, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Yet she no longer struggled to break free from his embrace. Lin Ye chuckled softly. He knew this proud star sword maiden had finally been tamed, at least for now. His gaze swept past Xingli's flushed ears and settled on Jihua, who stood watching quietly. Jihua's gaze remained as clear as ever. As if the intense scene moments ago had stirred not a single ripple within her heart. Lin Ye's heart stirred slightly.
He released his embrace around Xingli.
Xingli immediately took half a step back, smoothing her already untroubled collar, her eyes darting nervously as she forced herself to appear composed.
Lin Ye walked toward Jihua. Jihua.
He spoke. Jihua lifted her gaze slightly, her ethereal eyes resting on his face.
Your heart is very calm. Yet there's a hint of curiosity.
She murmured softly, directly piercing through Lin Ye's subtle emotions at that moment. Lin Ye extended his hand. His fingertips gently brushed against her jade-colored hair. The sensation was cool and smooth, like the finest cold jade. Jihua did not flinch. She simply gazed at him quietly. Her gaze was pure, reflecting his image.
Does it make you uncomfortable? Lin Ye asked.
He was referring to his earlier intimacy with Yi Ling and Xingli. Jihua tilted her head slightly, as if sensing something. A form of energy exchange.
Intense. But not unpleasant.
Her answer was as straightforward as ever, transcending the bounds of conventional morality.
Lin Ye's fingertips slid down slowly, gently cradling her smooth chin.
Her skin was almost translucent, allowing him to sense the pure energy flowing beneath. He slowly lowered his head. Tentatively, slowly, he approached those two pale lips, delicate as ice sculptures carved from snow. Xingli and Yi Ling both held their breath as they watched, wondering how this emotionless heart-sword spirit would react. Jihua did not close his eyes. His pure blue eyes remained open, reflecting Lin Ye's approaching face. No shyness, no anticipation, no resistance. As if merely observing and experiencing a wholly new phenomenon.
Lin Ye's lips finally touched hers lightly. Icy cold. Soft.
Like kissing a piece of ice frozen for 10,000 years.
Yet like touching the purest crystal. No response.
Yet not the slightest rejection either.
Only an absolute acceptance and awareness.
Lin Ye could feel a cool, crystalline energy slowly flowing into his consciousness through this simple contact.
It soothed his last vestiges of restlessness, rendering his mind clearer than ever before. The touch ended as quickly as it began.
Lin Ye lifted his head.
Jihua blinked, her ethereal voice echoing, a very peculiar connection.
Your thoughts have slowed, yet grown clearer.
She paused, then added, not bad. Lin Ye smiled.
He ruffled her hair. Thus, the three sword maidens, each in their own way, accepted and embraced this intimacy beyond the ordinary.
Yi Ling's devotion, Xingli's conquest, Jihua's acceptance.
The atmosphere grew subtly harmonious.
The next day. Dragon Abyss Arena. The atmosphere was even more electric than when the Void Arena first opened.
The stands were packed to the rafters, the roar of the crowd nearly shaking the dome.
The round of 64. This was the real deal ahead on Collision with no frills.
The ultimate stage for all prodigies to showcase their absolute strength. The 64 advancing freshmen had already gathered in the waiting area. The air thickened with palpable tension.
As their gazes locked, sparks seemed to fly. The arrival of Lin Ye and his group instantly drew over 90% of the crowd's attention.
Awe, apprehension, curiosity, and battle intent all mingled within their gazes.
Huang Fu Tian fixed his gaze on Lin Ye.
The venom in his eyes was almost tangible. His aura grew denser and more concentrated, clearly having advanced over the past 7 days. He seemed to have touched the threshold of level 30. All for today's battle to avenge his humiliation. Lin Ye ignored all the gazes. He walked calmly to the Xinxia Academy area and came to a stop. He closed his eyes to gather his focus. Soon, the officials arrived. A massive light screen illuminated. Li Sanchuan, the league's chief organizer, appeared atop the elevated platform. His presence commanded the entire arena. After 7 days of fierce competition, 64 elite warriors have emerged. Today, the arena championship officially begins. The rules need no repetition. Only this: on the arena, fists and feet know no mercy, and blades show no compassion. But remember, you are all the future pillars of Great Xia. While victory may be decided, unless it involves a mortal grudge, do not risk life and death. The referees have the authority to intervene. Now, the first round matchups will be drawn. On the light screen, 64 names began scrolling rapidly, shuffling into disarray. Every heart clenched in anticipation. Luck is part of strength. No one wants to face those monsters in the first round.
Lin Ye opened his eyes. He stared calmly at the light screen. Huang Fu Tian clenched his fists, breathing heavily. He both hoped to face Lin Ye in the first round and secretly dreaded it. He was torn.
Morong Xiao, Feng Wuan, and the others also wore solemn expressions.
Snap. The light screen froze. The 64 matchups were instantly laid out in clear order. A collective sigh of relief and several muffled groans echoed through the venue. Lin Ye's gaze swept over his own name. 7th Arena, Lin Ye Xinxia Academy vs Zhou Tianwu Academy. An unfamiliar name. Rock Academy, renowned for its defensive prowess. He shifted his gaze away, expressionless. His gaze shifted to Huang Fu Tian's opponent. A student from a second-tier academy. A flash of savage glee and disappointment crossed Huang Fu Tian's face. He frantically scanned the roster once more. Soon, he spotted the opponents of Morong Xiao and Feng Wuan. Neither were matched against each other. Members of the same academy would never be drawn against each other in the first round. It was standard practice to avoid internal conflicts. You're lucky. Huang Fu Tian shot Lin Ye a cold, dismissive glance. Lin Ye ignored him completely. Instead, his gaze lingered briefly on the matchups between top seeds from other elite academies. The Taoist-robed youth from Jinwu Academy. The burly warrior from Tianwu Academy. The stern swordsman from Imperial Capital Academy. All advanced effortlessly, without a hint of suspense. Silence. Late Sanchuan's voice silenced the clamor. The matchups are set. The tournament begins now. First round, first match contestants, please take the stage. Boom. 10 massive battle stages simultaneously ignited with runic patterns. Protective light shields rose. Referees take their positions. The battle horn sounded, officially commencing the contest. Lin Ye looked toward the 7th arena. He strode forward. His black cloak billowed without wind. The real contest begins now. Chapter 140, one move. Only one move. 7th arena. Lin Ye ascended at a measured pace. His black robe stirred slightly, his expression as calm as if taking a leisurely stroll. Opposite him, Zhou Feng stood ready for battle. Towering in stature, his muscles were thick and knotted, his skin bearing a rock-like grayish-brown sheen. A towering shield nearly as tall as a man stood before him, its surface engraved with intricate earth-colored runes that radiated a heavy energy pulse. His innate talent, unmoving rock body, activated at full power, made him seem fused with the arena beneath his feet. His aura was steady and solid, like mountains and peaks. Lin Ye. Zhou Feng's voice boomed with the characteristic solidity of Tianwu Academy. I know you're strong. Ranked first on the leaderboard. But my shield isn't made of paper. He growled lowly as the tower shield slammed heavily against the ground. Hum. A brilliant earthen glow erupted, forming a solid shield of rock and earth that instantly enveloped him, leaving no blind spots. Vague mountainous shadows swirled upon the shield's surface. Its defensive power was nothing short of monstrous. Let's see how you break through my mountain shield. A collective gasp rippled through the stands. It's Zhou Feng, the Iron Wall of Tianwu Academy. Rumor has it he once withstood a full power strike from a level 29 lord and emerged unscathed. That defense is definitely in the top 5 among the freshmen. Lin Ye's attacks are powerful, but breaking through that defense will take time, right? This should be entertaining. Let's see how Lin Ye cracks this tough nut. Huang Fu Tian stood in the waiting area, arms crossed, smirking coldly as he watched. He was eager to see what tricks Lin Ye could pull off in this first battle. On the stage, Lin Ye stared at that turtle shell-like defense, his eyes utterly unruffled. He almost chuckled. Break the defense? Is that even necessary? The referee surveyed both fighters, confirmed they were ready, and abruptly waved his hand, begin. The moment the words fell, Zhou Feng roared in fury, his shield's glow intensifying as he braced for the storm of attacks to come. He had even mapped out his counterattack strategy. However, Lin Ye moved. Not a charge, not an evasion. He simply raised his right hand. Fingers like blades. He casually, lightly drew a line across the seemingly impenetrable rock and earth shield before him. No earth-shattering momentum. No dazzling, spectacular light effects. Only a slender silver line, as if capable of cleaving space itself, flashed from his fingertips. Fast. So fast it surpassed the limits of visual perception. Put. A soft pop. Like a hot knife slicing through solidified butter. The shield, the thousand-peak shield which had absorbed all of Zhou Feng's strength and was confident enough to withstand any attack, along with a massive tower shield behind it. A sliver of silver appeared within. Zhou Feng's expression froze. From fierce determination to utter shock, then complete bewilderment. What had happened? He felt no impact whatsoever. Yet the energy link between the protective barrier and the shield snapped instantly. Snap, crackle, pop. A teeth-grinding sound echoed. Centered around that silver thread, dense cracks instantly spread across the rock and soil shield and the massive tower shield. Like shattered tempered glass. The next second. Boom! The heavy earthen shield and the priceless Chenhua shield exploded into countless shards, as if bursting from an internal force. Put. Zhou Feng was struck with brutal force, blood spurting violently from his mouth. The backlash from his talent being forcibly shattered felt like his internal organs had shifted out of place. The blast shockwave hurled him violently across the arena, slamming him like a kite with a broken string into the light barrier at the edge of the stage. He slumped limply, instantly losing consciousness. Debris scattered across the stage, slowly drifting down. Lin Ye remained standing in the same spot. His black robe didn't even flutter. His right hand had already dropped, as if he had merely brushed off some dust moments ago. From the moment the referee shouted begin to Zhou Feng's shield shattering and his unconscious collapse, the entire sequence lasted less than a second. A true instant kill. The entire arena fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes widened, every mouth hung agape. Even fighters engaged in battles on other stages instinctively froze in their movements. They stared in disbelief at the seventh platform. It's over? It was over already? Zhou Feng, ranked among the top 3 defenders of Tianwu Academy, hadn't even managed to block a single strike, not even half a strike? What kind of attack was that? I couldn't even see it clearly. The referee froze for several seconds before snapping back to reality and loudly declaring, the winner is Lin Ye. Whoa! The deathly silence shattered as a deafening roar instantly engulfed the entire arena. Holy! What just happened? Instant kill? The shield shattered? He flew? Was that a sword aura? A finger sword? What kind of skill was that? I couldn't even see it. Too fast. Monster. This is a true monster. In the holding area, Morong Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted, his grip on the dragon halberd tightening violently. For the first time, Feng Wuhan's perpetually composed face showed intense fluctuation, his gaze sharp as a blade. Zhao Tieshan's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Huang Fu Tian's cold sneer froze completely, turning into an utterly grim expression, even tinged with a barely perceptible flicker of dread. That single finger. He asked himself, even if he channeled the nine-yang golden body to its fullest, could he block it? The answer sent a chill through his heart. On the elevated platform, the heads of the various academies fell deathly silent. The vice-dean of Jinwu Academy tapped his fingers on the armrest, the rhythm growing faster and faster. The bald, burly man from Tianwu Academy sat bolt upright, his eyes burning with intensity. The stern mentor from Imperial Capital Academy frowned deeply. At the center of the judge's platform, Li Tsangxuan's eyes flashed with sharp insight as he gave a slight nod. Power condensed to its ultimate limit, sharpness unmatched, he had grasped the true essence of piercing the surface. The young generation is formidable. Lin Ye remained utterly oblivious to the commotion around him. He turned and descended the platform. His stride was steady, as if he had accomplished something utterly insignificant. Returning to the waiting area, he ignored the surrounding gazes of awe, fear, and scrutiny, closing his eyes to rest. The first round of matches continued. Yet after Lin Ye's earth-shattering single strike, the battles on other stages seemed somewhat lackluster. Though equally intense, they somehow felt lacking. Crush. Absolute annihilation. That effortless demeanor that shattered everything in its path was etched deeply into everyone's mind. The rest of the matches held no suspense. Huang Fu Tian stormed onto the stage, brimming with rage. His opponent was an agile assassin hailing from a second-tier academy. He attempted to maneuver and evade. His protective spirit artifact shattered by Huang Fu Tian's ferocious nine-yang fist aura, he was severely wounded, spitting blood, and instantly defeated. Morong Zhao swept his dragon spear with unrivaled dominance, forcing his opponent off the stage within 3 moves. Feng Wuhan didn't even draw his sword. Using only his footwork and finger wind, he struck his opponent's pressure points, causing him to stiffen and fall, securing the victory. Zhao Taizhan faced a troublesome control mage. After a grueling battle, he ultimately leveraged his superior defense to absorb the damage, then launched a heavy shield charge that sent his opponent flying, securing a narrow victory. Seeded players from other top academies also advanced with ease. The round of 64-32 saw few upsets. Soon, the first round concluded entirely. The top 32 contenders were determined. After a brief intermission, the light screen illuminated once more. The draw for the round of 32 began. Names scrolled rapidly across the screen. Everyone's hearts raced once more. The further down the list, the greater the chance of facing formidable opponents. Snap. The light screen freezes. The matchups are set. A ripple of commotion rippled through the venue once more. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the arena. Fourth arena, Lin Ye Xinxia Academy vs Shilong Tianwu Academy. Tianwu Academy was renowned for its body tempering and close-quarters combat techniques. Shilong was that imposing, burly man with the fierce aura and predatory gaze from earlier. Ranked 12th on the leaderboard. His hard body cultivation had reached its zenith, rumor had it he once tore apart a level 28 elite demon beast with his bare hands. On the opposite side of the waiting area, Shilong sensed Lin Ye's gaze and whipped his head around. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His eyes held no trace of fear, instead burning with fierce combat intent and excitement. As if he'd spotted a worthy prey. He cracked his neck, bones popping with a sharp crackle.
Muscles bulged, his blood surging like a dragon.
Huang Futian watched the confrontation, a flicker of schadenfreude dancing in his eyes.
Long was nothing short of a madman. Tough as nails, terrifyingly strong, and with a brutally savage fighting style. Even if Lin Ye's attacks were powerful, they'd be useless against this human-shaped raging beast. In a prolonged struggle, he's bound to show a weakness. He could already picture Lin Ye, battered and exhausted, unable to break through after prolonged attacks. Soon, the second round commenced. The previous matches remained intense. But everyone's attention was fixed on the fourth stage. Anticipating how Lin Ye would handle this opponent, a far tougher nut to crack than Zhou Feng. Finally. Fourth platform, Lin Ye vs. Long. Contestants, please take the stage. Lin Ye opened his eyes and rose. His stride remained steady. Long, unable to contain himself any longer, burst into a maniacal laugh and slammed onto the stage like a cannonball. Boom! The platform trembled slightly. His upper body was clad only in a sleeveless black leather armor, revealing bronze-colored muscles as sturdy as cast iron. Veins bulged like coiled dragons, pulsing with explosive power. Lin Ye! Long's voice boomed like muffled thunder, brimming with savage fighting spirit. I've been itching to fight you for ages. Zhou Feng's turtle shell is boring. Come on. Let's go toe-to-toe. Let me see if your fingers are harder than my fists. His fists collided with a thunderous clang, like metal striking metal. His blood boiled, forming a shadowy, blurred giant ape behind him. A frenzied aura swept out like a storm. The oppressive pressure far surpassed Zhou Feng's. The atmosphere in the stands ignited instantly. Stone Dragon. Tear him apart. Heavenly Martial Raging Ape. Let him see what true power is. Lin Ye. Give him a finger. The supporters' shouts mingled together. The referee took a deep breath, sensing the palpable tension between the two fighters. He swung his arm dramatically. Begin. Roar. Long let out an inhuman roar, his eyes instantly turning blood red. Frenzied giant ape bloodline activated. His body swelled another size, muscles bulging like chiseled rock. His skin took on a dark, metallic sheen. He took a single step forward. The arena floor cracked. Like an uncontrolled war machine, he charges toward Lin Ye with terrifying momentum, crushing everything in his path. His massive fist tore through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Slamming straight toward Lin Ye's face. The simplest of straight punches. Yet it contained the purest, most overbearing force. The force of the punch caused the arena's protective barrier to buckle inward slightly. This single punch could level a small mountain. Everyone held their breath. A cold smile even curled at Huang Futian's lips. Head-on collision? You're asking for death. Yet, facing this earth-shattering punch, Lin Ye remained rooted to the spot. He didn't even raise a hand. Only his gaze shifted slightly. Xingli. Hum. The Xingli sword at his waist emitted a clear, piercing ring. A condensed beam of starlight shot skyward from the scabbard. It did not disintegrate into stardust. Instead, it coalesced into a solid, shimmering starlight blade, radiating an endless chill, hovering before Lin Ye. Its tip pointed directly at the charging stone dragon. Its edge was fully exposed. An aura of annihilation swept across the entire battlefield. The stone dragon's pupils contracted, sensing a deadly threat. But its momentum was already set. Retreat was impossible. With a frenzied roar, its fist surged forward with threefold force. A crimson flame even ignited upon its knuckles. All or nothing. Just as that mountain-splitting, rock-shattering blow was about to collide with the starlight sword, Lin Ye spoke calmly. Shockwave. The starlight sword trembled slightly. It did not thrust forward. Instead, it vibrated at an unusual frequency, an extremely subtle, high-speed tremor. Buzz. An invisible shockwave, carrying the ultimate force of tearing and shattering, erupted instantly from the sword tip. This was not a sharp cut. It was pure, violent, resonant annihilation. The moment Stone Dragon's fist, imbued with terrifying power, entered the shockwave's range. Snap. 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 The bone-chilling crack of shattering bones erupted like popping corn. The crimson aura blazing from his fist instantly extinguished. Skin, muscle, and bone twisted, deformed, and shattered in a horrifying manner. And this terrifying shockwave force raced madly upward along his arm. Wrist. Forearm. Elbow. Shoulder blade. Every bone and tendon shattered in its path. Ah! Long let out a piercing, agonizing scream. His eyes filled with endless agony and utter disbelief. His body, which he prided himself on and which could stand toe-to-toe with the Lord, felt like rotten wood in the face of this bizarre, pulsating force. His momentum halted abruptly. His entire body staggered backward as if struck by an invisible hammer. His entire right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, hanging limply at his side, completely destroyed. Blood seeped steadily from the torn flesh. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this bloody, violent scene. Another strike. No, it wasn't even a move. Merely a sword suspended in midair, a gentle tremor. Long, renowned as the strongest physical warrior in Tenwu Academy,
Crippled. The starlight sword completed its task, transforming into a streak of light as it returned to its scabbard. Lin Ye didn't even glance at the wailing stone dragon as he turned and descended the platform. Only then did the referee snap out of his shock and hastily announce, "The winner is Lin Ye." Medical personnel rushed onto the stage. Long clutched his utterly ruined right arm, his face as pale as paper. Staring at Lin Ye's retreating back, his eyes held nothing but terror. Backstage area. Huangfu Tian's cold smile froze completely on his face, his palms turning icy cold. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others wore expressions of profound gravity. Lin Ye's strength was unfathomable. Just how many more tricks did he have up his sleeve? On the high platform, the bald, burly man from Tianwu Academy abruptly stood up, his expression grim. Long was one of his most promising recruits, yet he just had an arm crippled. Even if it could be reattached, it would inevitably compromise his foundation. But he couldn't vent his anger. In arena combat, injuries were inevitable. If blame must be placed, it fell squarely on Long's own lack of strength. Li Sanchuan frowned slightly but said nothing more. Only the gaze he cast upon Lin Ye grew increasingly profound. Lin Ye returned to his seat and closed his eyes once more. It was as if the one who had just crippled the fierce warrior of the heavenly martial clan wasn't him at all. Cold-blooded. Powerful. Unfathomable. At that moment, every competitor's gaze toward him was tinged with profound reverence, even fear. He was the true demon lord among them. The tournament continued. Yet in everyone's heart, a shared conclusion seemed to have already formed. The champion, it seemed, was no longer in doubt. Chapter 141, Temporary Calm. The roar of the arena receded like a tide. The referee's announcement of the result still echoed in the air, Lin Ye's name etched into everyone's ears like a brand. Too strong. So powerful it felt hopeless. This wasn't a hard-fought battle between equals, nor a thrilling last-minute reversal. It was utter, crushing dominance. From dominating the Void Arena rankings with an unmatched lead, to effortlessly shattering shields with a single finger and crippling opponents with a single sword strike in the tournament. Lin Ye's displayed prowess had already surpassed most newcomers' comprehension of true strength. This wasn't even a contest between equals. Monster. Stone Dragon couldn't even last a single move against him? That was the Heavenly Martial Academy's fierce ape. What kind of power is that? It's incomprehensible. The top-ranked points are well-deserved. How can this even be fought? Is the championship even in doubt? In the stands, murmurs swirled like boiling water, a constant hum of whispers. Awe, reverence, dread, and disbelief intertwined. In the waiting area, the atmosphere was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Every single one of the 32 qualifiers looked utterly grim. Especially the seeded contenders. The Taoist-robed youth from Jinwu Academy, whose expression had remained as still as a well, now furrowed his brow deeply. His fingers flicked through seals faster, as if calculating something. The stern swordsman from Imperial Capital Academy kept his hand pressed on his sword hilt, knuckles turning white from the force. His once unshakable confidence in his blade now wavered when faced with Lin Ye's unpredictable techniques. The prodigies from other academies felt an invisible, suffocating pressure. Competing against such a monster? What could they possibly offer? Huangfu Tian's face turned an alarming shade of iron gray. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood without him even noticing. He had believed touching the threshold of level 30 had granted him immense power, enough to redeem himself on the arena stage. But Lin Ye's move against the stone dragon had shattered his illusions completely. This wasn't merely a gap in strength. It was an absolute crushing of realm and technique. He hadn't even seen how Lin Ye had done it. That sense of helplessness cut deeper than having his crystal core stolen in the lightless abyss or watching his followers get slaughtered in the hunting grounds. Jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. But he dared not utter another threat. He couldn't even bring himself to look Lin Ye in the eye. He feared that calm, unruffled gaze might sweep over him, exposing the fear lurking within his soul. Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan exchanged glances, both seeing profound gravity in each other's eyes. They considered themselves prodigies too, but compared to Lin Ye, the gap was simply too vast. Zhao Taishan scratched his head, his simple face filled with lingering dread and relief. Goodness, Chief Lin is just too formidable. On the massive light screen, the list of the top 32 contenders was updated. Lin Ye's name stood prominently at the top, followed by the glaring character for victory. It seemed to carry an invisible weight, dimming all the names below it. The host clearly hadn't anticipated the second round concluding so swiftly and with such impact. He fluttered up to the main stage, his voice amplified through the sound array to calm the frenzied crowd. Silence. Everyone, silence. Today's arena matches are now concluded. Thank you to all the contestants for their thrilling battles. As his words fell, the roar from the stands only grew louder. Is it over already? We haven't had enough. Especially since Lin Ye's match was over so quickly. Tomorrow. There's more tomorrow. The quarterfinals. The semifinals. They'll be even more thrilling. The announcer had to raise his voice. Everyone. Tomorrow we'll witness even fiercer quarterfinals and semifinals. The final four of this league's rookie division will be decided. With a packed schedule, the clashes will only grow more intense. His gaze swept across the waiting area, lingering briefly on Lin Ye with a hint of unmistakable respect. All advancing players must arrive punctually, no latecomers. And to our audience, stay tuned, tomorrow promises even greater excitement. Dismissed. As the dismissal order echoed, the crowd in the stands began to file out reluctantly, their buzz of conversation still vibrant. The advancing contestants in the waiting area collectively exhaled in relief, each departing with a mix of emotions. Lin Ye stood up, ignoring the focused stares around him, and walked straight toward the exit. The black cloak fluttered as the figure stood tall and solitary. Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan wanted to step forward and say something, but ultimately remained silent. The moment he turned, Wang Fu Tian vanished into the crowd as if fleeing a plague. Lin Ye returned to the inn. The heavy door shut out the outside clamor and prying eyes. The private suite was filled with a misty aura of spiritual energy, its luxurious furnishings now seeming eerily empty and silent. A subtle weariness from the intense battle washed over him like a tide. It was less physical exhaustion and more a mental release after prolonged tension. He shed his outer robe, now tinged with the faint scent of ethereal air and a trace of blood, casually tossing it onto the nearby agarwood hanger. He walked to the soft couch in the center of the living room, sat down, closed his eyes, and gently massaged his temples. "Master, are you tired?" Yiling's spirit form materialized instantly, drawing near with concern. Her cool, soft little hand gently pressed against his temples. Her movements were clumsy yet sincere, her dark blue eyes brimming with heartache. Was it worth expending mental energy on such a brute-strength fool? Xingli's spirit form materialized as well, standing arms crossed nearby. Her exquisite face bore its usual disdain, yet her gaze swept unobtrusively over Lin Ye, confirming he was unharmed. Jihua appeared last, silently hovering to the side. Her jade-colored hair shimmered with a faint glow. Pure blue eyes fixed on Lin Ye as her ethereal voice rang out. "Your spiritual sea shows subtle ripples a dip after heightened excitement. It needs settling." Lin Ye opened his eyes, taking in the three sword maidens gathered around him, each with a distinct aura, yet all devoted to him. The lingering fatigue in his heart instantly dissolved into a warm wave. He smiled, reaching out to pull Yiling, who was diligently massaging him, into his embrace. "It's fine. With you all here, this little exhaustion is nothing." Caught off guard, Yiling tumbled into his warm embrace. She let out a soft gasp before breaking into a delighted smile. Like a kitten finding its home, she rubbed against his chest with all her might. "Master is the best." Xingli watched the scene unfold, snorting before turning her face away. Yet, a barely perceptible twitch played at the corner of her mouth. Lin Ye lowered his gaze to the pure, flawless face cradled in his arms. His reflection shimmered in her large eyes, filled with utter dependence and affection. His heart stirred. He raised his hand and gently stroked her delicate cheek. Yiling seemed to sense something, her long lashes fluttering slightly as she closed her eyes. She tilted her small face upward, her slightly cool lips puckering with a hint of innocent anticipation. Without hesitation, Lin Ye leaned down and kissed her. "Mum." Yiling let out a muffled soft moan. Her lips were soft and cool, carrying a hint of sweetness. Lin Ye's kiss was gentle and patient, guiding this innocent young swordswoman. Yiling responded awkwardly, her tiny tongue timidly peeking out. Like tasting candy, she curiously entwined her tongue with Lin Ye's. She learned quickly, instinctively seeking that intimacy and warmth, letting out soft, contented murmurs. Her tiny arms wrapped around Lin Ye's neck, completely immersed in the kiss. Xingli stood nearby, watching the two grow intimate. This time, she didn't scold them or show anger. She simply stood there, arms crossed, watching silently, her exquisite face bearing a complex expression. A faint flicker of envy and loneliness, so subtle even she herself hadn't noticed it, flickered deep within her eyes. She seemed to have grown accustomed to it. She merely gave a soft hum, turning her gaze away, yet a faint blush crept up her ears. After a long while, their lips parted. Yiling's cheeks were flushed, her large eyes glistening. She licked her lips, seemingly reluctant to let go. She smiled foolishly, "Master is so sweet." Lin Ye tenderly ruffled her hair. His gaze shifted to Xingli, who stood nearby, forcing herself to remain composed. Feeling his gaze, Xingli stiffened slightly but deliberately avoided meeting his eyes. She lifted her chin higher, adopting a haughty, "Why are you looking at me?" expression. A flicker of amusement danced in Lin Ye's eyes. Releasing Yiling, he stood up and walked to Xingli's side. Xingli's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She glared at him, forcing herself to stay calm. What do you want now?" "Oomph." Before she could finish, Lin Ye's hand already wrapped around her slender, supple waist, pulling her toward him. Then he lowered his head to seal those lips that always spewed harsh words. Xingli put up a token struggle, but the hands pounding his back soon lost their strength. Lin Ye's kiss bore no resemblance to the tenderness he showed Yiling. It carried a hint of domineering possession, prying open her teeth to entwine deeply. Xingli's resistance crumbled swiftly. Her body gradually softened, her cool, starlit aura completely enveloped by Lin Ye's scorching masculine presence. A muffled whimper escaped her nostrils, eventually transforming into a submissive moan.
She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling violently, her arms having slipped around Lin Ye's back without her noticing. The kiss was long and deep. Only when Xingli was nearly breathless did Lin Ye slowly release her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with moisture. The icy, haughty aura she usually carried vanished completely, replaced by breathtakingly alluring charm. Her breath came in soft gasps, her gaze unfocused, as if she hadn't fully regained her senses. You. Her voice carried a hint of husky allure. Bastard. Her tone clearly lacking conviction. Lin Ye chuckled softly, his thumb gently tracing her slightly swollen, red lips. You taste good. Xingli's face flushed even redder. She shot him a flustered glare but couldn't find the words to retort, nearly turning her burning cheek away slightly. Lin Ye's gaze finally settled on the quietly suspended Jihua. Jihua's pure blue eyes met his calmly, as if the two passionate kisses had stirred no ripples in her heart. Lin Ye stepped before her. Jihua. Jihua tilted her head slightly, her ethereal gaze seeming to pierce through his thoughts. You also desire that energy exchange and intimate contact with me. Her statement was so direct it left no room for rebuttal. Lin Ye smiled, reaching out to brush his fingertips lightly across her cool, silky jade-colored hair. Yes. Is it possible? Jihua watched him quietly, neither nodding nor shaking her head, but simply closing her eyes slowly. A silent consent. Lin Ye lowered his head and gently kissed those two pale lips, delicate as ice-carved snow. Icy. Soft. Devoid of warmth, yet radiating a peculiar purity. No response, yet no hint of rejection either. Like kissing a piece of 10,000-year-old cold jade, or touching the clearest spring water. A cool, crystalline essence flowed slowly into Lin Ye's consciousness through this simple contact. It gradually settled his battle-frenzied spirit, rendering it utterly lucid. The touch ended as quickly as it began. Lin Ye lifted his head. Jihua slowly opened her eyes, her blue gaze as clear as ever, a rather peculiar experience. Your mental fluctuations have become much calmer. This kind of contact seems to generate positive emotional feedback. Her analysis was as objective as ever, yet she didn't seem to dislike it. Lin Ye deliberately teased her, lowering his head to give her lips another light peck. Want a little more feedback, he chuckled. Jihua blinked, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Then, she made an unexpected move. Leaning forward slightly, she mimicked her earlier gesture, pressing her cool lips against Lin Ye's once more. Though still clumsy and lacking any technique, it was a clear response. Lin Ye paused for a moment before deepening the kiss. Jihua's body trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away. She let Lin Ye's tongue gently explore the cool, pure sensation within her mouth. Her response was awkward and passive, yet exceptionally endearing. The kiss ended. Jihua breathed softly, a faintest blush of pink appearing on her previously almost translucent, fair cheeks. She furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly aware of the changes within herself. Her body temperature had risen slightly. A subtle fluctuation rippled through her energy flow. Was this what it meant to be shy? She had accurately described her own feelings. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh aloud, finding Jihua utterly adorable in this moment. He reached out, drawing her into his embrace. Jihua stiffened slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to such close contact. But she soon relaxed, resting quietly against him. Lin Ye, with one in each arm, gazed at the three sword maidens in his embrace, each uniquely styled yet all breathtakingly beautiful, and felt a surge of pride and fulfillment welling up within him. Yiling was docile and affectionate, Xingli cold on the outside yet warm within, and Jihua pure and innocent. With wives like these, what more could a man ask for? A sudden whim struck him, and he leaned down to gently bite Jihua's pale earlobe. Jihua's body visibly trembled, emitting a faint gasp of surprise. She looked at Lin Ye blankly, seemingly unable to comprehend the meaning behind this gesture. Lin Ye grinned mischievously, blowing warm breath against her earlobe. Jihua's body instantly tensed, a short, unprecedented, delicate cry escaping her throat. A blush swiftly spread across her cheeks. You feel it here too? Lin Ye murmured in her ear, his warm breath continuing to caress her sensitive earlobe. For the first time, Jihua's eyes showed obvious panic, like a startled fawn. She instinctively tried to push him away, yet some unfamiliar emotion pinned her to the spot. Lin Ye pressed his advantage. Ah! Jihua jerked her head back, her body convulsing violently. A suppressed, tearful moan escaped her lips. Her entire body seemed drained of strength, collapsing limply into Lin Ye's embrace. No, she begged instinctively, her voice thin as a mosquito's buzz, trembling. This unfamiliar, intense sensation left her utterly overwhelmed. Lin Ye didn't stop. Jihua, this is a normal reaction, Lin Ye murmured soothingly, his movements carrying an unyielding force that brooked no refusal. Jihua bit down hard on her lower lip, trying to resist the waves of unfamiliar pleasure. Her body, however, was frighteningly honest. A hollow ache rose from the depths of her lower abdomen. Uncontrollable, broken sounds escaped her lips. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. She only felt her body growing strangely. Watching the pure, icy spirit of the heart sword in his arms become tinged with sensuality, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. But he knew when to stop. Today had already yielded ample rewards.
He slowly withdrew his hand, gently embracing Jihua, whose clothes were slightly disheveled, eyes hazy, and breath coming in soft gasps. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Jihua lay in his arms, taking a long moment to recover before the mist in her eyes gradually cleared. Her cheeks remained flushed crimson, her body trembling with sensitivity. She seemed to be processing the astonishing experience she'd just had. This energy exchange was far too intense. She concluded, her voice still tinged with hoarseness. Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle, kissing her forehead. You'll get used to it. At that moment, Xingli's voice carried a barely perceptible edge of sourness. Finished playing? Ready to get down to business? Yiling leaned in too, peering curiously at Jihua's flushed cheeks. Sister Jihua, your face is so red. Like a ripe fruit. Jihua. Unable to explain her current state with her existing knowledge, she chose silence. Lin Ye chuckled, pulling the three sword maidens to sit on the soft couch. Yiling immediately snuggled up to his left side. Xingli hummed in protest but awkwardly settled down on his right. Jihua sat quietly on a chair a little further away, still trying to calm her emotions. The sky had grown completely dark. Outside the window, the lights of the imperial capital shimmered like a river of stars. The room was filled with a warm and tender atmosphere. Lin Ye glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. Let's rest. We have a match tomorrow." He turned to Xingli, "Xingli, tonight." Xingli immediately cut him off, her face flushing slightly, her tone firm, "I'll naturally rest at the sword pavilion. Who needs to stay with you?" Before she could finish, Lin Ye reached out, pulled her close, and held her firmly in his arms. "We're sleeping here tonight." His tone brooked no argument. Xingli struggled briefly. "Let go. Who wants to sleep with you? Shameless. You're my sword maiden and my woman. Sleeping with me is only natural." Lin Ye tightened his embrace, leaning close to whisper in her ear, "Or is it that you're afraid? Who's scared?" Xingli bristled like a cat with its tail stepped on. I just think it's a waste of time. It'll slow my recovery. Holding you is the best recovery." Lin Ye chuckled softly, kissing the top of her head. Xingli's struggles gradually weakened. Her face flushed bright red, yet her words remained defiant. "Fine, do whatever you want. But if you dare touch me, I'll stab you." But the threat sounded utterly unconvincing. Seeing this, Yiling immediately cheered. Yiling wants to sleep with Master too. He pounced and wrapped his arms around Lin Ye from the other side. "Alright, together." Lin Ye agreed with a smile. Then, his gaze shifted to Jihua, who was trying to make himself invisible. "Jihua, you come over too." Jihua lifted her head, a flicker of hesitation in her blue eyes. Analysis indicates that multiple occupants in the same sleeping arrangement will reduce rest efficiency and increase unnecessary energy field interference. Lin Ye cut off her analysis. "This is an order. And a request from family." He deliberately used the word family. Jihua paused slightly. She looked at Lin Ye, then glanced at Xingli and Yiling in his arms. That warm, intimate connection surfaced once more. After a few seconds of silence, she finally nodded softly. "Alright." She stood up and slowly walked to the bedside. Lin Ye released Xingli and Yiling, stood up, and pulled Jihua onto the bed with him. The bed was large enough to accommodate several people. Lin Ye lay in the center. To his left lay Xingli, who grumbled about it but obediently lay down, held tightly in his arms. On his right, Yiling curled up contentedly in his arm. Jihua lay somewhat awkwardly on the outer edge, her body slightly tense, seemingly unaccustomed to sharing a bed with others. Lin Ye reached out, drawing her closer to rest her head against his shoulder. "Relax," he murmured. Jihua's body gradually softened. Lin Ye's scent lingered at her nose, mingled with the faint energy fluctuations emanating from Xingli and Yiling. A strange sense of security enveloped her. She slowly closed her eyes. The lamp went out. In the darkness, only the soft sound of breathing remained. Xingli was stiff at first, but soon relaxed in Lin Ye's warm embrace and steady breathing, even unconsciously snuggling closer to him. Yiling had long since fallen asleep, a sweet smile playing on his lips. Jihua felt the warmth and breath beside her, and the analytical models of efficiency and interference in her core processing gradually blurred. A sensation called peace slowly flowed through him. She seemed to have grown rather fond of this inefficient way of resting. Lin Ye embraced the three sword maidens, feeling their dependence and trust, his heart filled with calm and contentment. Today's tournament was merely the beginning. Tomorrow's opponents would be stronger. Huangfu Tian would never let this rest. He was determined to secure a spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. But with them by his side, he feared nothing. Night deepened. The four embraced each other as they fell asleep. Chapter 142, defeating two opponents in succession, advancing to the finals. The next day. The atmosphere at the Dragon Abyss arena was even more intense than the day before. The stands were packed with spectators, their roaring cheers nearly piercing the heavens. Today would determine the final four. A true battle royale. Backstage area. All 8 advancing quarter-finalists had gathered. Each exuded an aura heavier than the last, their gazes sharp as blades. When their gazes met, sparks seemed to fly through the air.
Lin Ye, clad in his signature black robe, stood calmly in the Xinxia territory. Eyes closed, he gathered his energy. As if the surrounding commotion had nothing to do with him.
Huangfu Tian stood nearby, his face dark and sullen.
Golden light radiated from his body, restrained yet radiating an uncontrollable malevolence. He fixed his gaze on Lin Ye, his eyes burning with undisguised murderous intent.
Morong Shao gripped his dragon halberd, brimming with battle intent.
Feng Wuhan's presence was elusive, like drifting clouds in the wind. The other four hailed from other top-tier academies.
Zhang Daoi, the robed youth from Jinwu Academy. Li Xianfeng, another prodigy from Tianwu Academy, renowned for his ferocious attacks. Yi Gaiying, the cold-eyed swordsman from Imperial Capital Academy.
And a mysterious woman from the Star Academy, skilled in formation arts.
These 8 individuals represented the absolute pinnacle of the new generation.
A massive light screen illuminated.
The figure of Li Sanchuan, the league's chief organizer, appeared. The quarterfinals begin. Drawing of lots. 8 names flashed rapidly across the screen. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. There are no weak teams in the quarterfinals. Whoever draws Lin Ye is practically guaranteed to be eliminated here. Snap. The light screen froze. The matchups were revealed. First arena, Lin Ye Xinxia Academy vs Li Xianfeng Tianwu Academy. Second arena, Huangfu Tian Xinxia Academy vs Yi Gaiying Daijing Academy. Third arena, Morongshao Xinxia Academy vs Su Miaoxingchen Academy. Fourth arena, Feng Wuhan Xinxia Academy vs Zhang Daoi Jinwu Academy. Whoosh! The venue erupted in an instant. The first match pits Lin Ye against Li Xianfeng. Tianwu's fierce assault vs Xinxia's deceptive sword. This is going to be a show. Li Xuanfeng's offensive power is even more terrifying than Shilong's. Rumor has it he's mastered the mad demon battle intent. Let's see if he can force Lin Ye to unleash more. Huangfu Tian, seeing he was matched against Yi Gaiying, breathed a slight sigh of relief. His gaze then shifted to the first arena, his eyes flashing with schadenfreude. Li Xianfeng is a complete battle maniac. Once he loses himself in battle, he becomes ruthless and his power surges. It would be best if Lin Ye suffered a bit. Li Xianfeng, upon seeing the matchup, was not alarmed but delighted, erupting into a wild laugh. His battle intent surged like tangible blood flames, shooting skyward. He fixed his gaze on Lin Ye, licked his lips, and his eyes burned with madness. Lin Ye! Come fight! Lin Ye finally opened his eyes. He gave him a faint glance. As if observing a noisy child. First contestant, take the stage, the referee bellowed. Lin Ye walked slowly toward the first stage. Li Xianfeng, unable to contain himself any longer, leapt onto the platform like a raging beast. Boom! The platform shook. In his hand, he gripped a massive, dark red blade as thick as a door panel. The blade was coiled with a blood-red aura of malevolence, radiating a terrifying intent to kill. Lin Ye! Let me see if you're truly as strong as the legends claim. Li Xianfeng growled, his eyes beginning to redden. Mad demon battle intent began to activate. His aura surged relentlessly, growing wildly ferocious. Lin Ye stepped onto the stage and stood his ground. Still unarmed. Not even the Xingli sword was drawn from its scabbard. Begin! The referee waves his hand and swiftly steps back. Roar! Li Xianfeng wasted no words, plunging straight into a frenzied rage. His eyes turned completely crimson. Muscles bulged and swelled, veins crawling like centipedes across his arms. Mad demon slash! He roared, gripping his blade with both hands as he leapt upward. The massive blade carried a terrifying momentum that seemed to tear through the heavens and earth. A crimson blade aura surged dozens of meters high, like a blood-red waterfall, crashing down toward Lin Ye. Space itself seemed to split apart under that strike. A chorus of gasps erupted from the stands. The sheer power of this strike far surpassed Shilong's previous might. It even brushed against the threshold of level 30. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Lin Ye finally moved. He merely raised his right hand slightly. His index and middle fingers pressed together. He drew a light slash against the descending crimson blade aura. Severed. Rip. A faint sound, like fabric being torn, echoed. The formidable crimson blade aura was effortlessly cleaved in two by an invisible, supremely sharp force. Like a hot knife through butter. The blade aura disintegrated. Li Xuanfeng's pupils suddenly contracted, but in his frenzied state, he felt no fear, only growing savagery. Using the momentum of his descent, the blade itself came crashing down. Die. Lin Ye shifted his stance slightly. He effortlessly evaded the blade's edge. Simultaneously, his fingers, pointed like a sword, darted forward. It struck with pinpoint accuracy at the blade's weakest point, the 7-inch mark on its side. That spot was the weakest point in the flow of power. Clang! A crisp metallic clang. Li Xianfeng felt an eerie, unpredictable shockwave surge through the blade. His palm instantly split open, blood gushing forth. The massive blade nearly slipped from his grasp. How could this be? Terror gripped his heart. Even his mad demon battle intent flickered with a ripple. Yet Lin Ye's fingers clung like a flesh-eating ulcer, sliding downward with the momentum.
With a light flick, he struck the pulse point on his wrist. Put. Li Xianfeng felt his entire arm instantly go numb and weak, his spiritual energy flow abruptly halted. The massive blade slipped from his grasp, flying out of his hands. It crashed with a thunderous boom against the arena's protective barrier.
Lin Ye's finger continued its rapid tapping.
Like a sudden storm, his fingers swept over the major acupoints around Lin Ye's body. Thud! Each strike precisely disrupted his spiritual energy flow, shattering his frenzied battle intent.
Li Xianfeng possessed a torrent of savage power, yet found no outlet for it.
Like a puppeteer's marionette, his movements contorted completely, riddled with flaws.
Arg! He let out a furious, unwilling roar, attempting to strike back. But Lin Ye seemed to have anticipated every move. Always one step ahead, striking precisely where his power was about to erupt, completely suppressing him. In less than 10 breaths, Li Xuanfeng's frenzied aura deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly fading away. His frenzied battle intent was abruptly severed, backfiring upon himself. His face paled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His movements froze completely. Lin Ye's fingertip lightly touched his forehead. A thread of icy, annihilating sword intent flickered uncertainly. With the slightest exertion, it could pierce his skull in an instant. Li Xuanfeng's body grew numb with cold. All arrogance vanished, leaving only boundless terror and utter bewilderment. Defeated. Defeated so utterly humiliating. He hadn't even touched the hem of Lin Ye's robe.
Completely seen through, toyed with like a puppet in someone's hands.
Admit defeat?
Lin Ye asked, his voice calm. Li Shen opened his mouth, then finally bowed his head in defeat. I concede.
The referee immediately announced loudly, the winner is Lin Ye. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting in thunderous uproar. Another single move? No. This time it took multiple moves. But it was a complete rout. Li Xianfeng couldn't even put up a fight. Too strong. They're not even on the same level.
Lin Ye withdrew his finger and turned to step down from the stage.
As if he'd done something utterly insignificant.
Li Xianfeng stood rooted to the spot, his soul shattered, watching Lin Ye's retreating figure as his resolve nearly crumbled. The waiting area fell deathly silent.
Huang Fu Tian's expression darkened further.
Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with gravity. They knew that facing Li Xianfeng in his maddened state, victory would never have come so easily. Just how deep were Lin Ye's true depths? On the high platform, the head of Tianwu Academy's face turned ashen. Late Songchuan's eyes flashed with even greater brilliance, defeating force with finesse, controlling motion with stillness. This youth's grasp of combat opportunities had reached the realm of mastery. The quarterfinals continued.
Huang Fu Tian faced Ye Guiying.
The two battled fiercely for nearly 100 rounds. Huang Fu Tian ultimately secured a hard-fought victory through the overwhelming might of his 9-yang divine body, but at a heavy cost he suffered minor injuries from the immense exertion.
Morong Xiao battled fiercely against Su Miao of the Starry Sky Academy.
Relying on the overwhelming might of his crimson gold dragon halberd, he shattered layer upon layer of formations and narrowly advanced. The clash between Feng Wuhan and Zhang Daoui was a duel of ethereal grace versus profound mystery. In the end, Feng Wuhan edged out a half-move victory with his lightning sword shadow technique. The final 4 contenders emerged. Xinsha Academy claimed 3 of the 4 spots.
Lin Ye, Huang Fu Tian, Morong Xiao. The 4th spot went to Ye Guiying of Imperial Capital Academy. The entire arena erupted.
The might of Xinsha Academy reverberates throughout the entire arena.
After a brief intermission, the light screen illuminated once more. The draw for the semi-final matchups.
The tension reached its peak.
Snap. The results were revealed.
First arena, Lin Ye Xinsha Academy vs Morong Xiao Xinsha Academy.
Stage 2, Huang Fu Tian Xinsha Academy vs Ye Guiying Daijing Academy. Seeing the results, Morong Xiao took a deep breath and gripped his dragon halberd tightly. Finally, they were facing off. Huang Fu Tian, however, breathed a silent sigh of relief as long as he didn't have to face Lin Ye just yet.
His odds against Ye Guiying were quite favorable.
First match contestants, please take the stage.
Lin Ye and Morong Xiao simultaneously stepped onto the first stage. They stood facing each other.
Chief Lin. Morong Xiao's expression was solemn, yet his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I know I'm no match for you. But I want to know just how great is the gap between us? Please give it your all. This is respect for your opponent and respect for yourself.
Lin Ye looked at him and nodded.
Agreed. He didn't dislike this kind of straightforward person like Morong Xiao. Begin.
The referee waved his hand. Without hesitation, Morong Xiao unleashed his full power. The crimson gold dragon spear let out a thunderous dragon's roar. He charged toward Lin Ye like a human-shaped raging dragon. His first move was his deadliest strike. Overlord's earth-splitting slash. The dragon halberd descended with force capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks.
Awe-inspiring might. Facing this full-force strike,
Lin Ye finally drew his sword. The Xingli sword drew half an inch from its scabbard. A condensed star sword aura, though released later, arrived first, striking precisely at the tip of the dragon halberd's blade where its power peaked.
Clang! A crisp metallic clang.
Morong Xiao felt an irresistible force surge through him, violently flinging the dragon halberd upward and leaving his center wide open. His heart raced with alarm as he frantically changed his stance. But Lin Ye's sword was faster. The Xingli sword hadn't fully left its scabbard still sheathed, it transformed into a series of afterimages. As if foreseeing his every move, it always struck one step ahead, piercing the very moment he shifted his stance. It disrupted his momentum and dictated his rhythm.
Morong Xiao felt as if he were battling an omnipresent shadow. Possessing overwhelming power, yet constantly restrained, he felt utterly frustrated.
But he refused to yield. Roaring with fury, he unleashed every ounce of his lifetime's training.
The dragon spear whirled through the air, its momentum as fierce as a rainbow.
Yet it was all in vain. Lin Ye's figure moved like a ghost, evading attacks at the last possible moment. Each time the sword scabbard flashed, Morong Xiao felt like he might vomit blood. This was not combat.
This was instruction. It was instruction. And utter domination.
The spectators in the stands could all see it.
Was Lin Ye holding back?
Not holding back, he'd completely seen through Morong Xiao's tactics.
Terrifying.
Morong Xiao was being led by the nose.
Huangfu Tian's face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. He knew Morong Xiao's strength well, it was undeniably formidable. Yet before Lin Ye, he was like a child swinging a hammer riddled with flaws. Time ticked by. Morong Xiao's spiritual energy was rapidly depleted.
He was panting heavily, his palms cracked and bleeding.
Yet his gaze remained stubbornly defiant, refusing to concede defeat. A flicker of admiration crossed Lin Ye's eyes. Enough.
His wrist flickered slightly. The Xingli sword, sheath and all, shot forward. Its speed surged suddenly. In an instant, it pierced through the defensive circle of the dragon halberd.
It lightly tapped the Shanzhong acupoint on Morong Xiao's chest.
Thud. Morong Xiao staggered backward as if struck by a heavy blow, uttering a muffled groan. His spiritual energy instantly went haywire, and he could no longer hold the dragon spear.
Clang!
The dragon halberd fell from his grasp to the ground. Clutching his chest, his face pale, he looked at Lin Ye and finally gave a bitter smile. I've lost.
I concede defeat. The gap is simply too great. The referee announced, the winner is Lin Ye.
Lin Ye sheathed his sword and remarked calmly, your power is fierce, but your transitions are slightly sluggish. If you could be 3 parts faster, your strength would double.
This was guidance. Morong Xiao froze, then a flash of understanding lit his eyes. He bowed solemnly, thank you for your guidance, Chief Lin. Though defeated, he had fought with honor. Lin Ye nodded and turned to leave the stage.
In the other semi-final match, the battle between Huangfu Tian and Yi Gaiying was nearing its end. Yi Gaiying's swordplay was bizarre and devious, causing Huangfu Tian no small amount of trouble. But Huangfu Tian's superior strength ultimately prevailed. Leveraging the regenerative power and overwhelming might of his 9-yang divine body, he drained Yi Gaiying's spiritual energy and sent him crashing off the platform with a single punch.
After his victory, Huangfu Tian showed no sign of joy.
Instead, his expression grew even darker. For he witnessed Lin Ye facing Morong Xiao without even fully drawing his sword. It was as effortless as taking a stroll. Yet he himself had fought so desperately. The stark contrast drove him to seething envy.
The finalists were decided.
Lin Ye versus Huangfu Tian.
An internal battle at Xinxia Academy. The ultimate showdown between the old and new chief disciples. Everyone's anticipation soared. Huangfu Tian stared intently at Lin Ye, his eyes burning with a wild fire. The moment had finally arrived. On the final championship stage. Before the eyes of all. Defeat you. Crush you. Take back everything. Lin Ye sensed his gaze, but merely gave him a dismissive glance. As if observing a mere clown. His gaze remained calm and unruffled. The host leapt onto the stage, his voice brimming with excitement. After fierce competition, the finalists for this season's rookie division have been decided. They are Lin Ye, Huangfu Tian. Both hail from Xinxia Academy. This is destined to be a legendary showdown for the ages. The finals will commence tomorrow morning, sharp at the appointed hour. Stay tuned. A deafening roar echoed throughout the arena. Everyone was chanting the names of Lin Ye and Huangfu Tian. The atmosphere reached its peak. Tomorrow. The final battle. The next day. As dawn broke, Longyuan Arena was already buzzing with excitement. The stands were packed to capacity, with even the aisles filled to the brim. All eyes were fixed upon the central, colossal main stage. Today, the true champion would be crowned here. The undisputed leader of the new generation. Backstage area. The atmosphere was thick and heavy, almost palpable. Lin Ye remained clad in his black robes, eyes closed, his aura as still as water. As if the impending final had nothing to do with him. Huangfu Tian radiated a swirling golden light, his aura restless and agitated. His eyes gleamed like a predator fixated on its prey, locked firmly on Lin Ye. He had waited far too long for this day. All the humiliation would be washed away in this very moment.
Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others stood nearby, their expressions complex.
While hoping for Divine Summer Academy to claim victory, he also felt a tinge of apprehension and anticipation about the outcome of this showdown.
Yi Gang and other eliminated contestants were also present, unwilling to miss this pinnacle battle. On the elevated platform, representatives from major academies and judges gathered together.
Zhang Taixian wore a calm expression, while Lei Zhen's gaze was sharp.
Li Sanchuan sat upright at the center, his gaze profound.
The moment arrived. A majestic bell tolled throughout the venue. The host's excited voice carried through the magical array. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow cultivators, we apologize for keeping you waiting. Now, the final match of this year's National College League Freshman Division is about to commence. The competing parties are Lin Ye from Xinxia Academy, and also from Xinxia Academy, Huangfu Tian. Please welcome both contestants to the stage with your applause. Boom! A thunderous roar of applause and cheers erupted instantly. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Lin Ye and Huangfu Tian simultaneously stepped forward, advancing toward the central main stage. They stepped onto the platform and stood facing each other. One calm as still water, unfathomable. The other radiated a fierce, sky-piercing aura, his battle intent boiling over. The fated confrontation finally unfolded at this moment. Lin Ye. Huangfu Tian's voice was hoarse, filled with searing hatred. Today, I will repay the humiliation you inflicted upon me 100-fold. I will crush your pride before everyone's eyes. Break your bones. Make you beg for mercy on your knees like a dead dog. The Dragon Abyss secret realm spot is mine. The top rank of Xinxia is mine. Everything belongs to me. His voice swelled louder and louder, culminating in a near roar, his expression that of a raving madman. A blinding golden light erupted from his body, like a blazing sun, unbearably bright. A terrifying aura swept out, causing even the arena's protective barrier to ripple slightly. Spectators on the stands were awestruck by this overwhelming force, gasping in shock. Huangfu Tian was going all out. This aura had absolutely reached level 30. What terrifying power! Facing Huangfu Tian's frenzied shouts and terrifying aura, Lin Ye finally opened his eyes slowly. His gaze was calm and still, like a frozen lake untouched for millennia. He uttered only 2 words, his voice utterly detached. Noisy. As if the other's hysterical roar were nothing but an irritating noise. This utter contempt completely ignited the last remnants of Huangfu Tian's sanity. Die! He roared in fury, abandoning all pretense of reason as he launched his attack. 9 Yang Divine Body, activate. Hum. The power within him erupted like a volcano, surging upward. Mysterious dark gold patterns emerged on his skin, his aura becoming ancient and overpowering. Imperial Extreme World Incineration. Both fists shot forward, unleashing 2 golden fist auras condensed to their absolute limit. Like 2 roaring golden dragons, they carried the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all things, instantly tearing through space as they slammed toward Lin Ye. The power of this strike far surpassed any previous attack. Clearly, he had played his trump card from the very start, holding nothing back. He intended to crush Lin Ye with sheer, overwhelming force. Watching the world-shattering fist aura approach, Lin Ye's eyes flickered. Finally, he took it a bit more seriously. He slowly raised his right hand. Fingers splayed like a blade. At his fingertips, a brilliant starlight suddenly flared. As if it were the very first ray of light at the dawn of the universe. The final match officially begins. Chapter 143, with a light touch. On the stage, the winds of battle shifted abruptly. Huangfu Tian's twin fists unleashed the Imperial Extreme World Burning Fist Chi, like 2 enraged golden dragons. Carrying the terrifying heat capable of incinerating all things, they instantly tore through the air, roaring toward Lin Ye. Where the golden light passed, the specially crafted black rock surface of the arena was scorched, leaving 2 charred, sizzling marks. Facing this terrifying assault, Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. His demeanor was no longer as utterly carefree as before. His raised right hand remained extended. The tip of his sword finger, where a single brilliant starlight glowed, suddenly blazed with overwhelming brilliance. Stellar glass. Silent star dust. No earth-shattering explosion. No dazzling burst of light. Only an extremely fine, intensely condensed silver thread shot silently from his fingertip. Its speed surpassed the limits of visual perception. Shoo! A sound so faint it was nearly inaudible. That silver thread sliced with pinpoint precision into the weakest point where the energies of the 2 golden raging dragons converged. Like the sharpest surgical blade, it cleanly severed the raging torrent of energy. Boom! The split fist aura lost its stability, violently exploding outward in both directions. Golden energy flames scattered like fireworks, violently striking the protective light shield surrounding the arena, sending intense ripples outward. The entire arena hummed with the reverberations of the collision. Shouts of astonishment erupted from the stands. Blot! Huangfu Tian's terrifying attack was effortlessly neutralized. What technique was that? I couldn't even see it clearly. Too powerful. How did Lin Ye manage that? Huang Fu Tian's pupils contracted sharply, his face contorting into an even more ferocious expression.
He never expected to finish Lin Ye with a single strike of Imperial Extreme World Incineration, but seeing it broken so effortlessly still ignited a blaze of fury within him.
He's got some skills. But this is only the beginning. Huang Fu Tian roared, the Nine Suns' golden light surging around him once more.
His feet stepped on the mystic steps, his form flickering like a ghostly apparition, leaving a trail of golden afterimages. In an instant, he closed in on Lin Ye's right flank.
Imperial Extreme Instant Shadow Kill.
His fingers formed a blade-like point, the tipsing a highly compressed, destructive golden light, stabbing straight toward Lin Ye's temple.
This strike fused speed and penetrating power to their absolute limits.
Yet Lin Ye seemed to have anticipated his move. His head merely tilted slightly to the side. The fierce hand blade sliced past his temple by a hair's breadth. The fierce gust of wind stung Lin Ye's cheek, yet inflicted no tangible harm.
Firefly flash.
Lin Ye's voice was calm and unruffled. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure blurred into an elusive silver streak of light. Not retreating, but gliding like a fish, he slid along the inner side of Huang Fu Tian's arm into the gap in his embrace. His right hand extended, sword finger poised. Stellar light swirled at his fingertip, striking toward Huang Fu Tian's vital Shanzhong acupoint on his chest. The angle was deceptively sharp, the timing impeccably precise.
Huang Fu Tian's heart lurched in shock.
He never expected Lin Ye's counterattack to be so swift and deceptively swift. He forced his body to twist, the other arm blocking in front of his chest at the last possible moment.
Thud. A dull thud echoed.
Huang Fu Tian felt a sharp, piercing force surge through his arm, shaking his blood and chi violently, leaving his entire limb slightly numb. He used the momentum to leap backward, swiftly creating distance, his expression turning grim. In their first close quarters clash, he had actually suffered a minor setback.
Is dodging all you've got? Huang Fu Tian bellowed, attempting to provoke Lin Ye.
Lin Ye did not pursue, remaining rooted to the spot, his black cloak fluttering slightly. Your power is ostentatious and chaotic, riddled with flaws. He remarked calmly, as if a master instructing a junior disciple.
Arrogant. Huang Fu Tian erupted in fury.
His palms snapped together violently, golden light surging toward his hands like a vast ocean gathering all rivers. A golden orb, intensely compressed and pulsing with heart-stopping fluctuations, rapidly took shape.
Nine Sun's secret art, Great Sun Annihilation.
He thrust the orb forcefully into the air. The sphere swelled as it met the wind, instantly transforming into a miniature blazing sun over 3 meters in diameter, suspended at the top of the arena. Terrifying heat radiated outward, making even spectators in the distant stands feel parched.
Fall. Huang Fu Tian pressed downward with one hand.
The miniature sun plummeted like divine retribution, engulfing Lin Ye entirely within its attack radius.
Its destructive aura locked down the entire area, leaving no room to dodge. The entire arena gasped.
Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Lin Ye finally took it slightly more seriously. He lifted his head slightly, gazing at the golden sun hurtling toward him.
Night feather. Curtain of death. Buzz. An invisible yet immensely powerful force field abruptly radiated outward from Lin Ye as its center. A gray, cold, and deathly aura instantly engulfed half the arena.
The raging miniature sun plummeting downward seemed to sink into an invisible quagmire the moment it breached the gray force field.
Its descent visibly slowed. The golden flame scorching its surface flickered violently, flickering on and off as if ready to extinguish at any moment.
The terrifying heat it emitted was violently neutralized and devoured by the extreme, deathly cold. Within the domain, all motion stalled, energy decayed.
What? Huang Fu Tian's expression changed drastically.
He felt his connection to the great sun's collapsing energy grow dim and strained, as if the blazing sun itself had sunk into quicksand where time slowed.
Now! Xingli!
Lin Ye issued another command.
It's about time.
Xingli's cool voice carried a hint of excitement.
Hum.
The Xingli sword at Lin Ye's waist suddenly drew 3 inches from its scabbard. Billions of condensed silver stardust particles erupted like a torrent, not scattering but converging into a single stream, a reverse-flowing Milky Way.
Pow! The torrent of stardust struck the miniature solar core with pinpoint accuracy, now drastically slowed and severely weakened. No explosion.
Only the ultimate, razor-sharp force of annihilation, relentlessly eroding and obliterating the raging solar flames.
Sizzle. A shrill sound of melting echoed.
That heart-stopping miniature sun, suppressed by the shroud of death and eroded by the annihilating stardust, shrank and dimmed rapidly like ice under the scorching sun. Finally, with a reluctant wail, it vanished completely into nothingness. Only scattered sparks of gold, not yet fully extinguished, drifted through the gray domain before being snuffed out by the deathly force.
Dead silence fell over the entire arena. Everyone was stunned by this unbelievable spectacle. One of Huang Fu Tian's most formidable secret arts had been effortlessly neutralized in such a manner? Impossible! Huang Fu Tian roared, his voice cracking as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His confidence had suffered an unprecedented blow.
Lin Ye slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The veil of death slowly retracted. He looked at Huangfu Tian, whose face had turned ashen, his gaze still calm yet tinged with a genuine sharpness.
"Warm-up is over," he said. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire arena. "From here on, I'll be a bit more serious." As the words fell, the aura surrounding him began to shift subtly. It grew deeper, more dangerous. Like a primordial beast about to awaken beneath the calm surface of the sea. Huangfu Tian felt the sudden surge of oppressive pressure, his heart clenching sharply. A chill rose uncontrollably from the depths of his being. But he immediately suppressed that threat of fear, replacing it with an even more frenzied rage. Playing tricks. Die. He cast aside all caution, pushing the nine-young divine body to its absolute limit. The dark gold patterns on his skin seemed to come alive, writhing as his aura surged wildly once more. He transformed into a blazing golden meteor, hurtling toward Lin Ye with reckless abandon. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of his body became the most savage weapon. Golden nine-yang fist gangs poured forth like a raging storm, instantly engulfing Lin Ye's figure. Imperial peak shatters mountains. Imperial pole piercing the sun. Nine suns thunderclap. Golden light erupted across the stage, accompanied by continuous thunderous roars. Huangfu Tian fought like a raging demon, his assault so fierce it felt suffocating. Each strike contained terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Facing this storm of relentless assaults, Lin Ye's figure resembled a small boat amidst raging waves. Seemingly on the verge of capsizing at any moment, he somehow evaded every lethal strike by the narrowest of margins at the most perilous moments. His footwork was mysteriously precise, as if he could foresee the future. He shifted his body with perfect timing, always evading the fist's momentum just before it struck his body. He mastered the Firefly Flash technique to an otherworldly degree, not using it for long-range teleportation, but for ghostly, subtle shifts within short distances. When evasion proved impossible, he would join his fingers like a sword, striking, slashing, or redirecting. The starlight dancing at his fingertips, though not dazzling, always struck precisely at the points where Huangfu Tian channeled his power. Sometimes it deflected his fist sphere, other times it disrupted his power rhythm. For a moment, a stark contrast emerged upon the arena. Huangfu Tian's assault surged like a rainbow, radiant with golden light and overwhelming in scale, yet it seemed perpetually directed at an elusive phantom. Lin Ye, meanwhile, moved with elusive grace, silver light flickering about him. Though seemingly passive, he remained utterly composed, dissolving every attack into nothingness. Hit him. Too fast. Impossible to see. Huangfu Tian's attacks all missed their mark. Spectators on the stands were dazzled, gasps echoing through the stands. They had never witnessed such a high level, such an intense duel. On the elevated platform, the heads of various academies and judges wore solemn expressions. Astounding combat intuition and foresight, murmured the vice dean of Xinwu Academy. Lin Ye has mastered the art of anticipating his opponent's moves to its ultimate limit. Huangfu Tian's power is undeniably ferocious. The nine-young divine body lives up to its reputation, but he's too impatient, leaving too many openings. The bald, burly man from Tianwu Academy shook his head. The stern mentor from Imperial Capital Academy's gaze sharpened. Lin Ye seems to be testing, or rather, adapting to Huangfu Tian's power rhythm. At the center of the judges' platform, Li Zhangxuan gave a slight nod, his eyes brimming with admiration, stillness countering motion, softness overcoming hardness. This youth's understanding of combat far surpasses his peers. In the Xinsha Academy section, Zhang Taixian remained serene, while Lei Zhen clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement and pride. Morong Xiao, Feng Woman, and the others watched with rapt attention, afraid to miss a single detail. For them, this was an invaluable learning opportunity. Huangfu Tian, unable to break through after prolonged assault, grew increasingly agitated. His power felt like striking empty air, a frustration so intense it made him want to spit blood. Lin Ye was like an elusive loach, slipping through his grasp every time he thought he was about to land a blow, always missing by a hair's breadth. Is evasion all you know? Huangfu Tian roared, trying to provoke him. Lin Ye. Fight me like a man. Go head to head. Lin Ye casually dodged another heavy punch, his voice flat. Is that all you've got? That's disappointing. Those words ignited the last remnants of Huangfu Tian's reason and ignited his fury. You forced my hand. Huangfu Tian let out a beast-like roar, abruptly halting his attack and stumbling backward several steps. His hands formed an ancient, intricate seal. The surging nine-yang golden light around him, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, violently receded back into his body. Far from weakening, his aura compressed inward at a terrifying speed, intensifying. An aura of extreme danger and oppressive pressure radiated from his body. The dark golden patterns on his skin surface blazed with an intense glow, even faintly tinged with a trace of crimson. Secret art, 9 suns reversed veins. Boom! A terrifying pressure, far surpassing anything before, erupted violently. Huangfu Tian's eyes transformed completely into pure gold, devoid of any emotion, only boundless savagery and destruction remained. His hair stood on end, each strand like a burning golden flame. The surrounding space itself warped slightly, unable to withstand this overwhelming force, forcing me to resort to forbidden arts that damage my very foundation. Lin Ye. I will tear you limb from limb. Huang Fu Tian's voice became hoarse and layered, as if countless voices were roaring simultaneously. The arena floor beneath his feet couldn't withstand this force, cracking inch by inch. Shards of stone floated upward, only to be instantly crushed into dust by an invisible force. The entire arena erupted in shock. Everyone could see that Huang Fu Tian was fighting for his life. No! It's the Huang Fu clan's forbidden technique. Lei Zhen's expression darkened. Zhang Taishuan's brow also furrowed slightly. Li Xingshuan's gaze sharpened as he leaned forward slightly, ready to intervene at any moment. Though the league didn't prohibit lethal strikes, they couldn't stand by and watch such a prodigy perish or be utterly crippled. Die! Huang Fu Tian moved. His speed was more than double what it had been before. He appeared before Lin Ye almost as if teleporting. No fancy tricks, just a simple, direct straight punch. A heart-stopping dark golden light coalesced upon his fist as if it could pierce through the void. This punch transcended the realm of ordinary practitioners. Lin Ye's pupils finally contracted slightly. This punch could not be fully evaded. He sensed genuine danger. Yet instead of fear, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Bring it on! Instead of retreating, he advanced, his right hand finally gripping the hilt of the Xingli sword. Clang! A clear, piercing ring echoed across the heavens. The starlight sword was finally drawn from its scabbard. A dazzling cascade of starlight, like the Milky Way spilling downward, instantly illuminated the entire arena. A fierce sword intent, no less formidable than Huang Fu Tian's, surged skyward, standing toe-to-toe with the raging Nine Sun's oppressive might. The sword tip aimed precisely at the destructive fist's edge. A pinpoint clash. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, awaiting the earth-shattering collision. Yet, at the very instant fist and sword were about to meet, Lin Ye's wrist flickered with an imperceptibly subtle tremor. The sword tip traced an arc of profound mystery, not meeting force with force, but like a serpent, gliding upward along Huang Fu Tian's arm. ZZZZT. The starlight of the sword clashed fiercely with the golden aura of the Nine Sun's protection, producing a shrill screech and erupting in a shower of sparks. Huang Fu Tian's punch, channeling his entire life's strength, was subtly deflected upward by this deft maneuver. That split-second difference. Lin Ye twisted sideways, narrowly avoiding the fist's wind as it whipped past his chest. The fierce fist aura tore a gash through the black robe covering his chest. At the same moment, Lin Ye's left hand formed a sword-like finger strike, darting like lightning toward the exposed flank beneath Huang Fu Tian's ribs, a gaping opening left by his all-out punch. Huang Fu Tian's expression changed drastically as he forced his body to twist, lowering his left arm to block. Boom! The finger strike landed squarely on his arm. Huang Fu Tian grunted, his chi and blood churning violently once more as he staggered backward. The frenzied power unleashed by the forbidden technique momentarily faltered. He stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. He had paid a heavy price to unleash the forbidden technique, gaining explosive power and speed, yet his attack had been deftly neutralized and he'd been pushed back once more? No! I refuse to believe it. Huang Fu Tian descended into utter madness, charging forward recklessly once more. His fists came like a storm, chaotic and unrestrained, seeking only utter destruction. Lin Ye's expression remained serene, yet the sharpness in his eyes intensified. The Xingli sword in his grasp became as supple as silk thread, now lightly parrying, now blocking, now guiding. At the most critical moments, it deflected the most ferocious attacks with minimal effort. Clang! Boom! On the stage, golden and silver light clashed wildly. Deafening booms echoed without end. Violent energy shockwaves erupted repeatedly, blasting craters into the arena's sturdy floor. The protective shield shook violently, flickering on and off as if it might shatter at any moment. The two fought with blinding speed, their figures completely blurred. Only two streaks of light, one golden, one silver, could be seen on the stage, colliding, crossing, separating, and colliding again in a frenzied dance. Each clash sent the audience's hearts leaping to their throats. The aftershocks of each collision sent tremors through the stands. Intense. Too intense. This was the pinnacle clash of raw power and supreme technique. A clash between savage destruction and cool-headed control. Everyone watched spellbound, their minds utterly stunned. They never imagined a new generation match could reach such heights. Huang Fu Tian roared relentlessly, unleashing wave after wave of attacks like surging tidal forces, ceaseless and unyielding. The forbidden arts granted him tireless strength, heedless of injury. Lin Ye, however, stood like a rock unmoved by the raging winds and waves. His swordplay grew increasingly intricate and seamless, diffusing crises from impossible angles. Occasional counterstrikes even forced Huang Fu Tian into a flustered scramble. In the blink of an eye, their battle had raged for over half an hour. Their clash had surpassed 1,000 exchanges. The arena lay utterly ravaged, not a single patch of intact ground remaining. Huang Fu Tian's breath came in heavy gasps, veins pulsing violently on his forehead. Though his power remained ferocious, a hint of exhaustion and impatience inevitably crept into the depths of his eyes. Unable to gain the upper hand, his composure began to unravel. The backlash of the forbidden technique began to throb faintly. In contrast, Lin Ye's aura remained steady and unbroken, his gaze as cool and composed as ever. In fact, a faint, almost imperceptible curve touched the corners of his mouth. He seemed to have fully adapted to the power and rhythm of Huangfu Tian's forbidden technique. The game is over.
Lin Ye spoke suddenly, his voice clear in Huangfu Tian's ears.
Huangfu Tian froze, then erupted in fury. What did you say? In that split second of shock, Lin Ye moved. His speed surged to a whole new level. No longer merely evading and parrying. Night feather. Deathly stillness curtain. Hum.
The gray domain did not spread out, but instead condensed intensely, like invisible shackles instantly binding Huangfu Tian's limbs and bones. Huangfu Tian felt his body suddenly grow heavy, his movements abruptly slowing by a fraction.
That split second. Stellar crystal. Star scar stab.
Lin Ye's Xingli sword emitted a piercing, sky-piercing hum.
The blade's radiance retracted inward, all power concentrated at the very tip.
The thrust emerged without sound, yet its speed surpassed the limits of human perception. This strike aimed directly at a minuscule flaw in Huangfu Tian's power flow, a weakness born of forbidden techniques and impatience.
Huangfu Tian's soul nearly left his body as he desperately tried to dodge and block. Yet, frozen in the instant of the deathly silence's curtain, he was a fraction of a second too slow. Thud! The sword tip struck precisely at the weakest point in his protective golden light. The sword energy, condensed to its absolute limit, instantly pierced through. Ugh! Huangfu Tian let out an agonized scream as a spray of blood erupted from his chest.
His entire body flew backward like a crashing violently into the light barrier at the edge of the arena before bouncing back to the ground. Kneeling on one knee, he clutched his blood-soaked chest with one hand and coughed up a mouthful of blood.
His face contorted with agony, shock, and bitter resentment. The entire arena erupted in uproar. Huangfu Tian was injured. For the first time, Huangfu Tian, who had relentlessly attacked without pause, had suffered a substantial wound. Lin Ye did not pursue. He stood sword in hand, the tip of the Xingli sword angled toward the ground. A trickle of blood slowly slid down the blade's spine. He regarded Huangfu Tian with a cold, indifferent gaze. Your power is nothing special. Too many weaknesses. Huangfu Tian snapped his head up, his golden eyes brimming with humiliation and bloodshot fury. Lin Ye! He roared, ignoring his injuries as he forcibly squeezed every last ounce of power from his body, even burning his primordial essence blood. An even more terrifying and savage aura erupted from his body, pushing beyond the limits his flesh could endure. Let us both perish. 9 suns. He was clearly preparing to unleash an even more terrifying technique, one that would destroy both himself and his enemy. On the high platform, Li Zongquan's eyes narrowed sharply, preparing to intervene. But at that very moment, Lin Ye shook his head slightly. Stubborn to the end. He slowly raised his left hand. Jihua. Jihua, who had remained silent and still, as if merely an observer, flashed a faint, pure blue light in her eyes. No energy fluctuations. No flashes of light. Yet an intangible force, striking directly at the very core of the soul, instantly traversed space and plunged into the center of Huangfu Tian's forehead. Just as Huangfu Tian was about to desperately burn everything within him, his body stiffened violently. It felt as though his consciousness had been struck by an invisible sledgehammer. All his rage, killing intent, and madness were instantly doused as if with ice water, collapsing into chaos and disarray. A buzzing roared in his mind, leaving it blank. The self-destructive secret technique he was about to unleash abruptly halted, backfiring upon him instead. Put! Another mouthful of blood spurted forth, his vitality instantly drained by more than half, his gaze growing unfocused. A devastating blow to his psyche. Seizing the moment, Lin Ye moved. Firefly flash. His figure materialized before Huangfu Tian like a ghostly apparition. Huangfu Tian forced his gaze to focus, only to see a slender hand rapidly growing larger before his eyes. The palm seemed devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, yet it held a power that made one's heart tremble. No, he could only utter a despairing, unwilling whisper. Lin Ye's palm gently pressed against his forehead. A gentle yet irresistible force surged through him. Huangfu Tian's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness completely. His body slumped backward limply. Thud! The heavy thud of his fall echoed distinctly in the suddenly deathly quiet arena. On the stage, Lin Ye stood alone. His black robe fluttered slightly, his expression serene. As if he had merely accomplished something trivial. Is it over? Chapter 144, Eternal Moment. Huangfu Tian is completely ruined. Dead silence hung around the arena. All eyes were fixed on the center of the arena. Huangfu Tian lay motionless on the scorched, shattered ground. Golden blood seeped slowly from the distinct palm print on his forehead, staining the shattered stones beneath him crimson. The violent, blazing, suffocating nine-yang golden light that had surrounded him faded completely, like a candle extinguished by a fierce wind. Only a faint, barely perceptible breath remained, proving he was still alive. Defeated. Completely defeated. He had cast the forbidden technique 9 Suns Reverse Pulse, damaging his very foundations, even burning his primordial essence at any cost for a desperate last stand. Yet in the end, he hadn't even truly touched the hem of Lin Ye's robe.
A single palm pressed against his forehead, decisively shattering all defenses and extinguishing his last vestiges of consciousness.
Decisive. Clean. With a chilling, almost casual nonchalance.
After a brief, deathly silence, a massive roar erupted like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing the entire Dragon Abyss arena.
He won? Lin Ye won. Holy crap. One strike. Just one strike. Huangfu Tian went down? What just happened? Huangfu Tian was clearly about to unleash his power. Why did he suddenly freeze? I didn't see clearly. Did Lin Ye lift his left hand? Too strong. Too strong. This is what true power looks like. Huangfu Tian even used forbidden techniques, yet he was still no match. Divine Summer Lin Ye. The undisputed top of the new generation. Truly deserving of the title. Shouts of astonishment, cries of admiration, and screams of disbelief intertwined into a deafening roar.
The crowd in the stands erupted into a frenzy. Countless eyes fixated on the black-robed youth standing proudly at the center of the shattered arena.
Awe.
Worship. Fervor. At this moment, Lin Ye's name was etched like a brand into everyone's heart.
The top-ranked points in the fault zone. A stage performance that crushed all opposition. Undisputed champion.
Above the high platform, a profound silence fell. The heads and instructors of the various academies wore expressions of shock and complexity. The vice dean of Jinwu Academy slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his fingertips tapping the armrest unconsciously as he murmured, "That final strike, was it a psychic shock?" No, it came without warning, striking directly at the soul's core.
This youth possesses such bizarre and unfathomable techniques?
The bald, burly man from Tianwu Academy suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice hoarse. Damn it, I almost missed that.
Did that kid from the Huangfu family waste his forbidden technique? Got it shut down instantly?
The stern mentor from Imperial Capital Academy frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ye's seemingly calm figure, as if trying to see right through him. Not only was the timing, angle, and force of the psychic attack executed with masterful precision, but he had controlled the entire rhythm.
Huangfu Tian had never once slipped out of his grasp. At the center of the judges' platform, Chief Supervisor Li Tsangxuan's eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. He rose slowly, his commanding gaze sweeping the entire arena before settling on Lin Ye.
His voice, amplified through the sound array, rang out clearly to every corner.
The outcome is decided. National University League Freshman Division Finals. The victor is Lin Ye. Congratulations on claiming this year's championship. Boom! An even louder roar erupted. Champion! Lin Ye! Lin Ye! Lin Ye! Lin Ye!
The cheers surged like a tsunami, each wave crashing higher than the last. The Xinxiao Academy grounds instantly became a sea of celebration. Instructor Lei Jin's towering frame trembled slightly. His stern face flushed with excitement as he pumped his fist fiercely. Good job, kid.
Well done.
Mo Hongxiao, Feng Wumin, Zhao Taishan, and the others were beside themselves with excitement, sharing in the glory.
Mo Hongxiao exhaled heavily, his eyes filled with admiration. I'm thoroughly convinced. The gap is just too vast.
Feng Wuhan gave a slight nod, his gaze sharp. He hasn't unleashed the full power of his sword. Principal Jiang Taixian stood with hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile of satisfaction on his face as he nodded slightly. In that moment, the glory of Xinxia Academy shone brilliantly because of Lin Ye. On the stage, Lin Ye slowly withdrew his palm. His expression remained serene, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He glanced down at the unconscious Huangfu Tian, his gaze indifferent, without a ripple of emotion. He turned, preparing to step down from the stage. As if the thunderous roar of glory had nothing to do with his name. Yet, just as everyone believed this pinnacle duel had concluded completely. Just as the host took a deep breath, ready to step forward and announce the final result and the allocation of the Dragon Abyss secret realm spot, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. Buzz! An utterly bizarre, icy, and savage aura erupted violently from the body of Huangfu Tian, who lay motionless on the ground. This aura was utterly different from the resplendent Nine Suns power he had displayed earlier. It reeked of decay, deathly stillness, yet was madly burning. Ugh! Huangfu Tian, who had been completely unconscious, began convulsing violently. A beast-like, agonized growl erupted from his throat. The dull, dark gold patterns on his skin instantly turned pitch black. They writhed like living creatures, spreading upward and instantly covering half his face, making him look hideously terrifying. A terrifying aura, far surpassing his previous forbidden technique state, spread out like a tangible black storm, emanating from him like a soul-shaking tempest. Crack! Crack! The already shattered arena floor cracked further under this overwhelming pressure. The protective light barrier groaned under the strain, violently warping as its glow flickered wildly, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. What the hell? What just happened? Huangfu Tian hasn't lost? That aura is terrifying. No! This power feels wrong. It's so sinister. The cheers from the stands abruptly ceased, instantly replaced by even greater shock and confusion. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Lin Ye halted in his tracks and spun around abruptly. Watching Huangfu Tian, whose aura had drastically shifted as he struggled to rise, his brow furrowed slightly. For the first time, genuine gravity flickered in his eyes.
Master! No! Yiling's anxious thoughts rushed in.
That villain's scent has changed.
It's so foul. So disgusting. Like rotten, burnt wood.
The Xingli sword emitted a warning hum, oomph.
A nauseating aura. Some sort of evil secret art burning away the essence of life. He's courting death.
A flicker of emotion rippled through Ji Hua's pure blue eyes as her ethereal voice echoed, pain.
Despair. Mad obsession.
He's sacrificing everything to gain fleeting power.
On the high platform, Li Sanchuan's expression darkened abruptly. Is this the life-sacrificing forbidden technique documented in the Huangfu clan's records? He actually practiced it? Absurd! Jiang Taishuan's gaze sharpened. Lei Jin abruptly stepped forward, poised to intervene forcefully at any moment. Just as everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Ha! Huangfu Tian staggered to his feet, bracing himself with his arms.
His head bowed, his body entwined with pitch-black patterns, emanating a dense black mist.
Within that black mist, an extremely unstable, dark red glow flickered faintly, as if poised to explode at any moment.
Like a furnace nearing its final flames, it radiated its last and most dangerous glow and heat. His aura surged upward at an unnatural, frenzied pace.
29th level peak. Level 30. Level 31. Level 35. Finally, it stabilized at Level 40. The terrifying pressure of a full 40 levels crashed down upon the entire arena like a tsunami. Though any discerning observer could tell this power was hollow and unstable, brimming with a destructive aura that couldn't possibly last. But the absolute dominance of level was undeniable. Level 40 versus level 28. This was a gap in quality. Ha!
Huangfu Tian abruptly threw his head back, erupting into a series of hoarse, twisted, maniacal laughs. His eyes had completely transformed into pitch-black whirlpools, with only a single crimson point of light flickering wildly at their very centers filled with boundless malice and madness. The writhing black patterns across his face made him resemble a demon crawling out of hell.
Did Lin Ye see that?
His voice cracked and rasped like two rusted iron plates grinding together.
This is power. Absolute power.
You forced my hand. Forced me to unleash this blood-burning soul-igniting art.
Consuming half my life essence. Consuming my future potential. Even if it lasts only 15 minutes. Even if it leaves me powerless, reduced to a mere mortal. I will kill you. I'll drag you down to hell with me. Boom.
Black-red flames erupted from his body, surging skyward. The light barrier surrounding the arena buckled violently under the impact, cracks spreading like ripples. A terrifying energy storm swept out, sending shivers down the spines of spectators near the stage. They recoiled in horror. The host, already pale with fear, stumbled backward repeatedly. The referee, tense as if facing a formidable enemy, looked up at the elevated platform, seeking instructions.
Li Sanchuan's expression grew grave.
He raised a hand, signaling for calm, his gaze fixed intently on the arena.
Though unexpected, the situation was not entirely out of control. He was eager to see how Lin Ye would handle this. He also wanted to know what exactly Huangfu Tian intended to achieve by going this far.
Every heart in the hall leapt to their throats once more. The situation had reversed in an instant. No one had anticipated Huangfu Tian would become so deranged, resorting to such an utterly forbidden technique to forcibly elevate his level to 40. Though this power was bought with his future, a fleeting moment. But at this moment, he truly possessed power capable of crushing everyone present.
Lin Ye, you're in danger. Die. Huangfu Tian was utterly mad, sparing no words.
He stomped the ground violently.
Boom.
The entire stage shook violently as a massive crater erupted beneath his feet.
His figure vanished instantly.
It wasn't merely speed, it was a near instantaneous short-range spatial leap. Level 40 spatial suppression against lower levels.
The next second, he materialized before Lin Ye like a specter.
A palm shrouded in eerie black-red energy, wielding terrifying power that tore through space and corroded everything, lunged straight for Lin Ye's heart.
Speed pushed to its absolute limit. A might that reached the pinnacle. At that moment, everyone believed Lin Ye was finished. The level gap was simply too vast.
A level 40's enraged strike was no match for a mere level 28.
Even Li Sanchuan on the high platform prepared to intervene. Yet, just as that deadly hand was about to touch Lin Ye's chest, a dazzling brilliance erupted from Lin Ye's eyes like never before.
That light was not born of shock or fear.
It was an expression of utter composure and mastery.
As if he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time.
In that instant, two words, like a sigh from the primordial ages, rang out clearly over the silent arena. Time, in this instant, was forcibly frozen. Eternity. Golden entry, momentary eternity activated. Duration, 3 minutes.
Effect, all sword techniques and ultimate skills reset to 0 cooldown. Spirit energy consumption reset to 0.
Sword maiden backlash reset to 0. Unlimited release. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying power erupted from Lin Ye's body like a dormant volcano. A blazing, domineering golden light yet imbued with absolute order radiated outward from him in an instant. Sweeping snowstorm? No, it was the turbulent energy current stirred by Huangfu Tian's attack, frozen mid-air. Falling ice crystals? No, shattered rock fragments like diamonds embedded in space. Huangfu Tian's hideously contorted face, his maniacal gaze fixated on certain victory, and the deadly hand just 3 inches from Lin Ye's chest. All of it. Completely. Frozen. Like flies trapped in amber. The entire world seemed to have been paused. Only Lin Ye remained the sole master of this frozen spacetime. Whoosh. Though not the first time they'd witnessed it, countless gasps still echoed from the stands. Every time this miraculous ability manifested, it sent shivers down the spine. It's that. Time freeze. Good heavens. It's happening again. Invincible. This is true invincibility. Deep within Huangfu Tian's frozen eyes, a crimson light flickered wildly, filled with disbelief, horror, and utter despair. The power he had sacrificed everything to obtain before this absolute law of time was utterly meaningless? Xingli. Yi Ling. Ji Hua. Lin Ye's voice was cold and swift, like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. Within the 3-minute absolute time domain, he was a god. Eternal night fades. Buzz. The vast realm of darkness erupted first. Centered on Xingli, it instantly engulfed the entire arena. Extreme cold and deathly stillness descended, madly eroding and withering the vitality and energy of everything within its reach. The crimson-black flaming blood, burning soul aura surrounding Huangfu Tian seemed to encounter its nemesis. It violently flickered, visibly thinning and fading at a rapid pace. Curtain of death. Yiling's spirit form blazed with intensified radiance. A gray, cold, viscous force field unfolded and layered. The flow of time itself was doubly distorted. Huangfu Tian's frozen movements grew even slower within the domain, as if trapped deep within an iceberg frozen solid for eons. Even thought itself seemed frozen. Ji Hua. The purifying radiance. Ji Hua floated in the air, her jade-colored hair moving without wind. Within her pure blue eyes, countless laws seemed to swirl. Her hands pressed into the air. A gentle yet unyielding domain descended with a thunderous roar, a realm of purity that cleansed all impurities and purified every form of evil. This domain was not an attack, but an enhancement. Instantly enveloping Lin Ye and the 2 sword maidens. Lin Ye felt his spirit surge, depleted spiritual energy instantly replenished, his condition better than ever. All negative emotions and mental interference were completely severed. Meanwhile, Huangfu Tian across the battlefield felt as if he were naked beneath a purifying rain of light. The power he had forged by burning his life of force brimming with deathly stillness and resentment emitted a hissing wail as it was frantically purified and weakened. 3 domains. Eternal night's wither. Veil of deathly silence. Realm of purification. Within the fleeting eternity of 3 absolute minutes, Lin Ye unleashed them simultaneously without hesitation, without backlash. Under the triple-layered domains, the arena seemed to transform into an independent realm of death and purification. And Huangfu Tian was the prisoner within this realm, bound layer upon layer, his power relentlessly drained. Even with his 40th tier illusory power, under the extreme suppression of these triple realms, he was like a moth trapped in a spider's web, moving with great difficulty as his strength rapidly drained away. No! Huangfu Tian's frozen mind roared in silence, yet it could not alter anything. Lin Ye moved. Within the absolute time domain, his speed defied comprehension. He didn't even draw his sword. He merely raised his right hand. The tip of his index finger. A single point condensing the power of 3 realms, the authority of an eternal instant, and the ultimate essence of his own spirit suddenly blazed with the light of a frigid star. That single point of frigid starlight seemed to contain the ultimate truth of cosmic birth and death. Cold. Dead silence. Yet it carried a purity that judged all things. He aimed at Huangfu Tian's forehead. The very spot where he had pressed his palm earlier. Gently. Pressed. Pop. A sound so faint it was almost inaudible. Time resumed its flow. The 3 great realms instantly retracted. As if they had never existed. On the stage. Lin Ye stood motionless, slowly retracting his right index finger. Huangfu Tian froze in place, his face frozen in a mask of madness, venom, and terror. The terrifying crimson-black aura surrounding him deflated like a punctured balloon, vanishing completely in an instant. The grotesque, writhing black patterns on his skin melted away like ice exposed to sunlight, rapidly fading and dissolving. Beneath them lay skin as pale as paper, utterly devoid of color. His terrifying level 40 aura plummeted like a receding tide. Level 30. Level 25. Level 20. Finally, he plummeted completely into the mortal realm, falling below even an ordinary person. His eyes were wide and vacant, his pupils unfocused, all vitality drained from his gaze. Only a tiny, barely visible red dot on his forehead slowly oozed a thread of golden blood. Ugh! A final, meaningless gurgle escaped his throat. His body swayed. Like a mountain toppling, a jade pillar collapsing. Backward. Crashing to the ground. Dust swirled up. This time, there was no sound at all. Only the faintest of breaths remained, proving he still clung to life. On the brink of death. The entire arena. Dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood with gaping mouths, staring blankly at the ring. Watching that figure still cloaked in black. Watching the once proud champion lying motionless on the ground, his fate unknown. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Just as Huang Futian burned his life force to forcibly raise his level to 40, turning the tide and seemingly securing victory. Lin Ye. It took him only 3 seconds. No, perhaps even less within the frozen realm of time. With overwhelming force, he unleashed the domain power of the 3 sword maidens. He utterly counterattacked. Crush. From start to finish, it was utterly predictable. Crush. Lin Ye slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. His face was slightly pale. Simultaneously driving 3 major domains, even with eternal moment negating the backlash, placed an immense burden on his mental energy. Yet his gaze remained as bright as stars. He glanced at Huang Futian lying on the ground, his gaze cold and indifferent. Not a shred of pity. He brought this upon himself. He turned and descended step by step from the shattered arena. His footsteps were steady. His black cloak swayed softly behind him. Amidst the deathly silence and countless stunned gazes, his voice rang out calmly, clear to every ear. I won. Chapter 145, Champion. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. I won. Lin Ye's voice wasn't loud, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding across the silent arena. After a moment of absolute silence, a volcanic roar erupted. He won. He really won. Holy crap. What just happened? 3 realms? Time seemed to freeze. That was Huang Futian, a level 40 powerhouse. A forbidden technique that consumes life itself. And he just vanished? Total annihilation. Complete and utter domination from start to finish. God-tier Lin Ye is insane. The undisputed top of the new generation. Truly deserving of the title. Shunxia! 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 The stands erupted into complete madness. The roar threatened to tear the Dragon Abyss arena apart. Everyone was screaming Lin Ye's name at the top of their lungs, chanting Xinxia Academy's name. In this moment, glory belonged to him, to divine summer. On the elevated platform, Li Sanchuan slowly sat down. The shock in his eyes lingered, finally dissolving into a long sigh, followed by profound satisfaction. The young generation is formidable. Truly formidable. He turned to Jiang Taixian beside him. Principal Jiang, with this prodigy, Xinxia's future is assured for a century. Jiang Taixian wore a faint smile, nodding slightly. His gaze remained fixed on the black-robed youth at the center of the arena, filled with admiration and expectation. Leijin, overcome with emotion, pumped his fist fiercely, a faint gleam flickering in his tiger-like eyes. The heads of other academies exchanged glances, ultimately left only with bitter smiles and a profound sense of helplessness. How could anyone compete with such a prodigy? The vice-chancellor of Jinwu Academy shook his head and sighed. After this battle, Lin Ye shall be the undisputed leader of the new generation. No one can challenge his supremacy. The bald, burly man from Tianwu Academy grimaced, finally managing only, impressed. The stern mentor from Imperial Capital Academy remained silent, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Medical personnel rushed onto the stage, carefully carrying away Huang Futian, who lay completely unconscious, his vital signs dangerously low. As they passed Lin Ye, the medic dared not even lift his gaze to meet the champion's eyes. This champion had struck with brutal ferocity. Even if Huang Futian survived this time, his foundational cultivation would be utterly ruined. His future prospects were bleak. No one would pity him. He was the one who used forbidden techniques. He was the one who sought mutual destruction. This outcome was entirely his own doing. Lin Ye didn't even glance at Huang Futian as he was carried away. His gaze remained calm, as if he had merely completed an insignificant task. The spirit forms of Xingli, Yiling, and Jihua quietly faded away. Yet he could sense the faint exhaustion and exhilaration radiating from them. Simultaneously driving 3 major realms placed an immense burden on them. Fortunately, the fleeting eternity had neutralized most of the backlash. The host took several deep breaths to suppress the raging storm within, then flew down beside Lin Ye, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow practitioners, let us once again give the most enthusiastic applause and cheers for the ultimate champions of this year's National College League Freshman Division. Lin Ye. Boom. An even louder roar echoes in response. Spotlights instantly flood Lin Ye, casting him in a divine light. In this moment, he was the undisputed star. After a brief cleanup and adjustments, the stage was swiftly restored. The grand award ceremony was about to commence. All trainees who had participated in the ranking battles and arena matches, provided they had not yet departed the imperial capital, were invited back to the center of the arena. They formed ranks according to their final standings. Though many bore injuries, their expressions weary or filled with reluctance, they now steeled themselves. This was the moment for the victors. Lin Ye stood unquestionably at the very front of the formation, in the first position. Behind him stood Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, Yi Gaing, Zhang Daoi, and others. Huang Fu Tian's spot remained empty, glaringly conspicuous. Zhao Taishan had also squeezed into the top 64, standing toward the rear with a dazed smile and palpable excitement. The atmosphere in the stands remained electric. All eyes were fixed on the main event, the announcement of the rewards and, most crucially, the allocation of the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm spots. Li Sanchuan, the league's chief organizer, reappeared atop the elevated platform, his presence commanding the entire arena. His gaze swept over the young faces below, lingering briefly on Lin Ye before he spoke slowly, his voice booming like a bell. After 7 days of fierce battles in the Void Arena and relentless clashes in the tournament matches, this league season has now concluded successfully. Your performances have proven yourselves as the finest among your peers, the future pillars of Great Xia. Now, as tradition dictates, it is time to award the prizes. With a wave of his hand, a massive light screen unfolded at the center of the venue, clearly displaying the rewards for the top 100. 10,050 first place, reward 500,000 academy points, 1 random rare grade equipment piece, and several rare grade pills. The text on the screen flickered, causing a stir among the crowd. 500,000 points. Rare equipment. For ordinary students, this was already an extremely generous reward. Envious gasps echoed from the stands. Rank 5031, reward of 1 million academy points, 1 random high-quality equipment piece, several high-quality pills, and 1 rare material gift pack. The rewards had been upgraded. Fine equipment far surpasses rare gear in value. 3011th place, reward 2 million academy points, 1 piece of fine quality equipment of a specified type, 1 random epic quality pill, and 1 fine quality material pack. Epic elixir. Even many students in the waiting area had their eyes light up. Epic tier items are rare and hard to come by. Rank 104, reward 5 million academy points, 1 random epic quality equipment piece, 1 designated epic quality pill, 1 epic material pack, 1 a great skill comprehension opportunity. Boom! The entire venue erupted in commotion. The rewards for the top 10 were truly astonishing. Epic gear. Epic elixirs. And a chance to master an A-grade skill. Any single one of these would be enough to drive people mad. Morong Xiao 4th, Feng Wuhan 5th, Yi Gaing 6th, Zhang Daoi 7th, and others all broke into smiles. These rewards would significantly boost their strength. Finally, the text on the light screen transformed into dazzling gold, capturing everyone's attention. Third place, reward 10 million academy points, 1 designated epic quality equipment piece, 1 designated epic quality pill, 1 legendary quality material, 1 S-grade skill comprehension opportunity. The third place winner was Yi Gaing from Imperial Capital Academy. Even his stern face couldn't hide his excitement. Legendary materials. S-rank skills. Worth it. Runner-up, reward includes 15 million academy points, 1 designated epic quality supreme equipment piece, 1 designated epic quality supreme elixir, 2 legendary quality materials, 1 S-rank skill comprehension opportunity, and access to select 1 treasure from the Academy's secret vault. Behind the runner-up's name, the space remained empty. That spot was meant for Huang Fu Tian. But now, he was destined to never claim this bountiful reward. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Their eyes turned to the top spot with heightened anticipation. What astonishing prize awaited the champion? Li Sanchuan's voice rang out at the perfect moment, brimming with fervor. Next up, the prize for this season's Rookie Division champion. On the light screen, the text instantly enlarged, transforming into a regal purple-gold hue that shimmered with a mesmerizing glow. Champion, Lin Ye Xinxia Academy. Rewards as follows. 1. Academy points, 50 million. 50 million? Holy crap! Did I hear that right? 50 million points. How many resources could that buy? The very first reward stunned everyone. 50 million points for a freshman, that's an astronomical sum, enough to sustain cultivation to the highest realms without ever worrying about resources. Yet this was merely the beginning. 2. Equipment, legendary gear Void Walker Cloak. A magnificent cloak shimmered with profound starlight, appearing as if woven from the void itself, materializing on the light screen. Stars swirled upon its surface, and spatial ripples flickered faintly. Attributes, Spirit plus 5,000. Effects, greatly enhances stealth and spatial affinity, enables short-range void blinks with extremely short cooldown, passively boosts all resistances, and automatically triggers a powerful void banishment life-saving upon receiving a fatal strike. Legendary. Truly a legendary item. A flat 5,000 spirit boost? Holy crap. Plus it comes with a life-saving skill. And void blink. This is insane. A divine artifact. Absolutely divine. Exclamations echoed throughout the crowd. Legendary gear, how many people never see one in their entire lives? Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. This cloak would suit Yiling perfectly, greatly enhancing his survivability and mobility. What a treasure! 3. Item, legendary item, Dragon Abyss Key. A bronze key phantom materialized, engraved with ancient dragon patterns and radiating an ancient aura. Effect: possession of this key grants immediate access to the core area of the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, the Dragon's Lair, without waiting for personal use only. Dragon's Rest Hall? The legendary resting place of the Dragon God? The opportunities within are beyond imagination. The value of this key likely surpasses even legendary gear. Even the bigwigs on the high platform were visibly moved. Access to the Dragon's Rest Hall is simply too precious. Li Zongxuan gazed at Lin Ye, his eyes brimming with expectation. This key was an extra surprise prepared especially for the champion. 4. Elixir, Legendary Great Elixir, 9-turn Soul Restoring Pill. A pill-like apparition appeared, the size of a lychee, radiating 9 colored auroras and encircled by mystic patterns. Its medicinal fragrance seemed to permeate the light screen, invigorating the senses. Effect: regardless of injury severity, as long as a single breath remains, consuming this pill instantly restores all conditions, including regenerating severed limbs and dispelling all negative effects, while permanently boosting vital essence and soul strength. Only the first pill consumed by each individual is effective. Whoa, a second life. This is literally a second life. It can even enhance one's essence and soul. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The legendary elixir. And today, I actually saw it. Everyone's eyes burned with envy. The value of this elixir is beyond measure. In critical moments, it's worth a life. Lin Ye's heart stirred with emotion. The 9-turn resurrection pill, this was precisely one of the life-saving trump cards he needed most. Finally, all the rewards were announced. Each announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. 50 million points. Legendary equipment, Voidwalker's Cloak. Legendary item, Dragon Abyss Key. Legendary elixir, 9-turn Soul Restoring Pill. This championship prize was so lavish it was almost suffocating. Enough to make any faction green with envy. Yet no one raised an objection. Lin Ye's performance earned him this reward. He crushed his opponents with sheer power to claim this championship. Congratulations, Lin Ye. Li Zongxuan personally handed Lin Ye a storage ring inlaid with purple crystal and engraved with dragon patterns. All the rewards were stored within it. Lin Ye accepted the ring, briefly scanned it with his divine sense to confirm its contents, then calmly said, "Thank you." This composure earned him another wave of admiration from Li Zongxuan. To achieve success at such a young age yet remain so composed, truly rare. After the individual awards were presented, the atmosphere in the venue reached another peak. Yet everyone knew the most crucial moment was about to arrive. Li Zongxuan's gaze swept across the entire venue as his voice suddenly rose, filled with solemnity. The individual awards have been presented. Next, we shall announce the most crucial collective honor of this league and the greatest opportunity that will shape your future paths. The qualification to explore the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, and the allocation of core positions. The entire venue fell instantly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Every trainee held their breath, hearts pounding wildly. Especially those at the top of the rankings. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. The legendary supreme realm said to hold the secrets of ascending to godhood. Each time it opened, it forged countless mighty warriors. Its core region held boundless opportunities. Whether they could secure qualification, whether they could claim a spot in the core area, this would directly determine the heights of their future achievements. Li Zongxuan wasted no time, raising his hand to unfold another light screen. Displayed upon it was the list of qualified explorers for the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, determined by final rankings. Dragon Abyss Secret Realm Exploration qualifiers 20 in total. Lin Ye Xinsha Academy, Moronsha Xinsha Academy, Fengwohen Xinsha Academy, Yigaing Daijing Academy, Zhang Daoizhenwu Academy, Li Xianfeng Tianwu Academy, Su Miao Xingchen Academy, Zhao Taizhan Xinsha Academy. The list was long, comprising a full 20 names. Primarily comprised of students ranked within the top 30 on the merit list, it encompassed elites from all major elite academies. Those whose names were called all wore expressions of wild joy. Zhao Taizhan nearly leaped with excitement. He had narrowly secured the 20th spot. Divine Summer Academy emerged as the biggest winner, with a full 6 of its students selected. Lin Ye, Moron Xiao, Fengwohen, Zhao Taizhan, and 2 other high-scoring students. Yet, just as everyone celebrated their qualification, Li Zongxuan's voice rang out once more, dropping a bombshell. Silence. He silenced the commotion, his gaze stern. The list of qualified candidates is finalized. Yet the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm holds both peril and opportunity. Its core region is accessible only to those possessing great resolve, extraordinary fortune, and formidable strength. Following a joint resolution by the organizing committee and the major academies, one individual will be selected from the 20 qualified candidates to be granted the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm core spot. This individual shall shoulder the crucial responsibility of leading the team, exploring the core, and securing the greatest opportunities. The sole criterion for selection? Power reigns supreme. All eyes instantly converged on one person. There was no suspense. It could only be him. Li Zongxuan's gaze also landed on Lin Ye, his voice booming out loud and clear. In this tournament, contestant Lin Ye, with his indisputable, absolute prowess, crushed his peers and claimed the championship.
His performance was nothing short of astonishingly brilliant, unmatched in this era.
Therefore, the organizing committee unanimously decides to grant Lin Ye the core spot in the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. He shall serve as the leader of this expedition team, guiding the other 19 members deep into the Dragon Abyss to seek the mysteries of creation. May you all unite in purpose, explore the secret realm together, and uphold the glory of our great Xia. Boom! Though many had anticipated it, the venue erupted in thunderous applause when the result was officially announced. Truly deserving. Who else but Lin Ye? A core spot. I hear the opportunities inside are on a completely different level from the outer layers. Congratulations, God-tier Lin Ye. Morong Xiao, Feng Woman, and the others looked at Lin Ye, their eyes filled with nothing but admiration and recognition. With Lin Ye as their leader, they accepted it wholeheartedly. But then, at that very moment, a discordant voice, faint yet piercing, cut through the air. Wait! Everyone turned toward the sound. An elder of the Huangfu clan stepped forward, his face ashen. His gaze fell upon Huangfu Tian, who had been carried away, his fate unknown. His eyes brimmed with sorrow and fury. Elder Li. Esteemed judges. Elder Huangfu suppressed his rage and declared in a deep voice. The core spots for the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm have always been 5. Why was only 1 granted this time? Moreover, our Huangfu Tian ranked second in points, his strength evident to all. Had it not been for that accident, he should have secured at least 1 core spot. His words sparked a murmur of whispers. Indeed, multiple core spots had been granted in the past. Li Sanchuan's expression remained unchanged as he shot him a cold glance. Elder Huangfu, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. This tournament presented exceptional circumstances. Lin Ye's prowess far surpassed his peers. He stood in a league of his own. To maximize the success rate and returns of the core expedition, all judges unanimously agreed to consolidate the resources intended for 5 slots and grant them to the strongest individual. This is the optimal choice. As for Huangfu Tian, Li Sanchuan's tone was indifferent. He resorted to forbidden techniques, attempting mutual destruction on the arena, a heinous act that has stripped him of all eligibility. Had Lin Ye not shown mercy, he would already be a corpse. This matter, never speak of it again. His words were decisive and left no room for doubt. Elder Huangfu's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. Finally, under the surrounding cold stares, he sulkily returned to his seat, his gaze fixed on Lin Ye, filled with venomous hatred. This minor incident did not disrupt the larger proceedings. Li Sanchuan turned his gaze back to Lin Ye, a smile spreading across his face. Lin Ye, step forward. Lin Ye stepped forward. Li Sanchuan produced a uniquely shaped dragon-shaped jade pendant. From the pendant emanated a potent aura of dragon might and spatial fluctuations. This is the Dragon Abyss Heart Jade. It serves as the token for the core region and also contains a single blessing from the dragon god. It can slightly enhance your physical constitution and affinity with dragon clan skills. It is now yours. He solemnly handed the jade pendant to Lin Ye. May you wield this jade wisely, lead your team, and seize supreme glory for our great Xia within the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Lin Ye accepted the Dragon Abyss Heart Jade. Its touch was warm and smooth. An immense yet gentle power surged instantly into his body, nourishing every bone and muscle. Xingli, Yiling, and even Jiwa all conveyed a sense of comfort. This jade pendant truly is a remarkable artifact. He clenched the jade, raised his head, and swept his gaze across the trainees below who would soon become his team members. Finally, his eyes settled on Li Sanchuan, Zhang Taixian, and the others. His voice was clear and resolute, carrying an unquestionable confidence. I shall not fail in my duty. For simple words, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. They held immense confidence and resolve. In this moment, the champion was crowned. The core is in hand. The prodigy youth is about to embark on a new journey. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm awaits his arrival. Chapter 146, Return. The clamor of the arena still seemed to echo in his ears. Yet the purple-gold radiance of glory and the thunderous cheers had been replaced by the unique spatial fluctuations of the imperial capital's teleportation hub. The light faded. Feet planted firmly on solid ground. A familiar yet slightly unfamiliar scent washed over him. It was the crisp air unique to Xinsha Academy, a blend of fresh grass and spiritual mist. He was back. Lin Ye drew a deep breath. The fiery passion still burned within him, yet it had settled into a deeper, more profound composure. The gazes directed at him were even more intense than those in the imperial capital, brimming with pride, ecstatic joy, and reverence. It's Chief Lin Ye. The champion has returned. And Senior Moron, Senior Feng. Look! They're back. The news spread faster than spatial teleportation itself. As the figures of Lin Ye, Morong Xiao, Feng Woman, Zhao Taizhan, and others became fully visible, the entire teleportation plaza erupted in an instant. A dense crowd surged forward, their cheers and shrieks nearly shaking the heavens. Teachers struggled to maintain order, yet their faces betrayed unmistakable excitement and pride. Quiet. Everyone quiet. What a state of affairs. A mentor shouted sternly, though the smile at the corner of his eyes betrayed him.
Soon, the crowd parted like the Red Sea, clearing a path. Principal Jiang Taixian, surrounded by the Academy's senior leadership, walked slowly forward. Dressed in his usual simple gray robes, he wore a gentle yet profound smile, his gaze settling first upon Lin Ye. "Good to have you back." Jiang Taishuan's voice was soft yet carried clearly above the clamor, its reassuring strength washing over the crowd. "You've worked hard." His gaze swept over the figures behind Lin Ye, and he gave a slight nod. "You have all done well, upholding the glory of our divine Xia." Principal Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others immediately bowed in reverence. Lin Ye also gave a slight bow. "I've done my best." "More than just fulfilling your mission," interjected the vice principal in charge of academic affairs, a man of scholarly demeanor, his voice brimming with emotion. "First in the gap points, undefeated on the arena, crushing the competition to claim the championship." "Lin Ye, you've brought immense honor to Xinxia Academy. How many years has it been since we last won a league championship of such prestige?" "Exactly," boomed the fiery-tempered head of the combat arts department, slapping Lin Ye's shoulder hard. "Well done. Especially that final match, what a thrill. That's exactly how you handle a scheming brat like Huang Futian. Excellent work." Teachers swarmed around the heroes, showering them with praise. They inquired with concern about any injuries and excitedly discussed the match's thrilling moments. Jiang Taixian patiently waited for the crowd's excitement to subside before turning his solemn gaze back to Lin Ye. "The glory is now behind us. The Dragon Abyss secret realm is where our journey truly begins. In 3 days, the entrance to the secret realm will open. This journey holds dangers far surpassing the league and opportunities as well." He paused, his voice growing deeper. "Within the secret realm, rules are ambiguous, and human hearts are unpredictable. Even among teammates, vigilance is essential. This holds especially true in the core area. We have all witnessed your strength. But remember, rigidity cannot endure, and flexibility cannot defend. When faced with challenges, weigh the pros and cons, strategize before acting. Your safety outweighs any opportunity. This is not merely my advice, but the Academy's expectation of you." Jiang Taishuan's gaze swept over the 3 swords hanging at Lin Ye's waist. "You now possess the power to lead others. May you guide the students of Xinxia Academy to return safely, laden with treasures." His words were calm, yet weighed as heavily as 1,000 pounds. They carried the weight of an elder's concern and profound expectations. "Understood, Headmaster." Lin Ye nodded solemnly, vowing to heed the headmaster's guidance. "Good." A smile returned to Jiang Taishuan's face. "Go now. Rest well and organize your findings from this journey. In 3 days, arrangements will be made." He offered a few more words of encouragement to Morong Xiao and the others before departing with the senior officials, leaving the space to the students. The teachers gathered around, offering numerous reminders about precautions in the secret realm before reluctantly dispersing. Yet the crowd's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Lin Ye struggled to make his way through the excited throng, finally managing to greet Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others before slipping away toward his own courtyard. Every student he passed turned to stare, eyes brimming with admiration, whispers of admiration filling the air. Lin Ye's expression remained calm as he quickened his pace. Finally, the familiar, spirit energy-filled courtyard came into view. It seemed like a tranquil harbor, isolated from the surrounding clamor. He pushed open the courtyard gate. Squeak! The scene within the courtyard made him pause slightly. 2 exquisite figures, one clad in blue and the other in red, stood beneath the trees. Lin Yubing wore an icy blue gown, her figure slender and cool as a winter plum blossom in the snow. Her exquisite face held a subtle hint of anticipation and tenderness. Shen Hanying, meanwhile, wore a fiery red dress that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her pretty face wore a bright, bold smile, her eyes burning with intensity. They had clearly been waiting here all along. Well, our champion finally deigned to return?" Shen Hanying spoke first, her red lips curving into her usual teasing smile, though the delight in her eyes was impossible to hide. "Did you get dazzled by the capital and forget someone was waiting at home?" Lin Yubing remained silent, yet her clear, icy eyes rested on Lin Ye, rippling with concern and delight that spoke volumes. Lin Ye swung the courtyard gate shut behind him, sealing off the outside world. Gazing at the 2 women within the courtyard, each uniquely captivating, both equally breathtaking, the slight weariness from days of battle seemed to vanish instantly. A faint smile touched his lips. "How could I forget?" With that, he walked forward naturally. First, he looked at Lin Yubing. After several days apart, her cool demeanor seemed to have softened slightly, and the affection in her eyes was almost overflowing. "I'm back." Lin Ye's voice softened slightly. "MHM." Lin Yubing responded softly, her cheeks flushing slightly. She instinctively reached out to take his non-existent luggage, but stopped midway, realizing it was inappropriate, a gesture that made her look rather adorable. Lin Ye chuckled softly, reaching out to grasp her cool, delicate hand. With a gentle tug, he drew her into his embrace. "Ah!" Lin Yubing gasped softly, her body stiffening momentarily before melting against his firm chest. Feeling the reassuring warmth and faint scent of travel, her cool eyes softened instantly, tinged with a captivating blush. She wrapped her arms lightly around his waist and murmured, "Congratulations, champion. We all saw it. You're amazing."
Oomph.
Shen Hongying, standing nearby, snorted in displeasure, deliberately turning her head away.
Your eyes are only for your little sister Yubing, aren't they? And I went out of my way to congratulate someone.
Her tone dripped with sourness.
Lin Ye knew exactly what she was thinking.
His arm remained wrapped around Lin Yubing's slender waist while his other hand reached out, precisely cupping Shen Hongying's smooth chin and gently turning her face toward him.
How could I forget you?
Lin Ye gazed into her bright eyes, tinged with a hint of reproach, then lowered his head to kiss her. Shen Hongying hadn't expected him to be so bold and direct, especially in front of Lin Yubing. She offered a token struggle, but Lin Ye's arms were strong and unwavering. Soon, that resistance dissolved into passionate surrender. She took control, parting her pearly lips as her nimble tongue, fiery and aggressive, plunged into Lin Ye's mouth, tangling fiercely with his.
With her characteristic domineering and possessiveness.
As if to vent all the longing of these past days and the jealousy of just moments ago.
Lips and tongues entwined, breath-scorching.
The air thickened with suggestive sounds. Lin Yubing, nestled in Lin Ye's other embrace, watched this fiery scene unfold. Her cheeks flushed deeper, her heart racing.
She instinctively tried to avert her gaze, yet couldn't resist stealing glances.
After a long while, only when Shen Hongying's breath came in slight gasps did Lin Ye finally release her slightly swollen lips.
Satisfied now?
Lin Ye chuckled softly, his fingertip brushing the glistening moisture at the corner of her lips.
Shen Hongying's cheeks flushed crimson.
Her eyes glistened as she shot him a sultry glare. At least you have a shred of conscience. Her gaze drifted to Lin Yubing, who stood nearby with flushed cheeks, and a mischievous thought struck her. Leaning close to Lin Ye's ear, her breath warm and sweet, yet loud enough for Lin Yubing to hear, "Stay with me tonight?
Let little Yubing go home first?"
Lin Yubing's body trembled slightly, her fingers instinctively tightening around Lin Ye's collar. Feeling her tension, Lin Ye tightened his arm around her and patted her back reassuringly. He looked at Shen Hongying and shook his head.
"Don't be silly."
His tone carried an unmistakable edge of finality. Shen Hongying pouted, but knew when to back down.
She knew Lin Ye's temperament and understood Lin Yubing's place in his heart.
That he would kiss her so openly in front of Lin Yubing was already a rare concession. Being naturally carefree, her earlier actions had been more playful teasing and testing. Now that she'd achieved her goal, she saw no need to press further. She exchanged a few more playful banter with Lin Ye, reminding him of precautions to take in the secret realm, her words laced with genuine concern. Finally, she stood on tiptoe and gave Lin Ye's lips another swift peck.
"All right, I can see you're tired.
I won't disturb your time with Yubing." She waved her hand with carefree grace and turned toward the courtyard gate, her red skirt swaying elegantly as she walked.
"Remember what you promised me, return from the Dragon Abyss secret realm in one piece. Or else, humph."
With that, she pushed open the gate and vanished outside. The courtyard fell silent. Only Lin Ye and Lin Yubing remained. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward and charged with unspoken tension. Lin Yubing gently pulled back half a step from Lin Ye's embrace, her head bowed. The flush on her cheeks hadn't faded yet, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her robe.
"She's always like this.
Don't mind her," she whispered to Shen Hongying, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Ye watched her shy, captivating expression, his heart stirring. He pulled her back into his embrace, lifting her chin to force her gaze to meet his. "And you," he murmured, his gaze intense.
"Did you miss me?"
Lin Yubing felt flustered under his gaze, her lashes fluttering as her voice trembled slightly.
How did you miss me?"
Lin Ye pressed, his thumb gently tracing her smooth jawline. Lin Yubing was utterly flustered, yet she couldn't resist his gaze or his presence. Summoning her courage, she tiptoed slightly, closed her eyes, and offered her soft, cool lips to him. Her actions spoke louder than words.
This kiss differed from Shen Hongying's fiery passion, carrying Lin Yubing's unique crispness and tenderness, awkward yet sincere. Lin Ye responded immediately, enveloping those soft lips with his own, savoring them deeply. As if savoring the sweetest spring water. His hands slid down to her slender waist, pulling her closer to him. Their breaths mingled as passion deepened. Just as Lin Yubing was lost in ecstasy, nearly melting into the kiss, Lin Ye slowly released her. Gazing at her dazed, watery eyes and slightly swollen red lips, he murmured softly, "Go back and rest well. Wait for me tonight."
Lin Yubing paused, then suddenly understood. Her cheeks flushed crimson, spreading all the way to her ears. Too embarrassed to meet Lin Ye's gaze, she murmured a soft before turning like a startled fawn and hurrying out of the courtyard. Her retreating figure carried boundless bashfulness and a hint of secret anticipation. The courtyard gate closed softly. The courtyard finally fell completely silent. The fading sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns across the ground. Lin Ye stood alone in the courtyard, a faint smile touching his lips. He walked over and sat down at the stone table. A thought flickered in his mind. 3 stunning figures, each radiating distinct light and aura, silently materialized beside him. Finally got rid of those 2 troublesome women? Xingli spoke first, arms crossed over her chest. Her flawless face wore undisguised disdain, yet a subtle hint of relief flickered deep in her eyes. She seemed to prefer the moments spent alone with Lin Ye. Master!
Welcome home.
Yiling cheered, flinging herself into Lin Ye's embrace like a young swallow returning to its nest. Her small face nuzzled against his chest, her dark blue eyes sparkling with affection and joy.
It's so noisy out there.
It's much more comfortable here. Jihua floated silently nearby, her jade-colored hair shimmering with a soft glow. Her pure blue eyes fixed on Lin Ye as her ethereal voice spoke directly. Your emotions are much calmer than they were on the stage.
Joy, relaxation, and longing. She always perceived Lin Ye's true emotions with pinpoint accuracy.
Lin Ye smiled as he ruffled Yiling's hair, then turned his gaze toward the three sword maidens. His gaze swept over Xingli's proud yet charming face, Yiling's pure smile, and Jiahua's ethereal eyes.
An indescribable sense of fulfillment and belonging welled up within him.
They were the bonds that had forged their lives together, souls entwined. We won this time thanks to you, Lin Ye said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude.
Good to know. Next time, don't let those boring women get so close.
Xingli lifted her chin, her tone still sharp, but the slight curve of her lips betrayed her good mood.
Yiling helped the master. Yiling is so happy.
The little sword maiden lifted her face in his embrace, beaming brightly.
Jihua tilted her head slightly. We are one. No thanks are needed. Your victory is ours. A warm current flowed through Lin Ye's heart. He reached out, gently cupping Xingli's smooth chin.
Xingli's body stiffened slightly, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes before she forced herself to steady her voice.
What are you up to now? To express my gratitude.
Lin Ye chuckled softly, leaning down with an air of inevitability to kiss those lips that always spoke harsh words. Xingli put up a token struggle, her hands pounding his shoulders before quickly going limp. Lin Ye's kiss carried a hint of domineering tenderness as he savored her sweetness. Xingli's breath quickened, and she finally closed her eyes, responding with awkward, inexperienced passion.
Lips parted.
Xingli's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze evasive, her breath slightly ragged. She forced out a hum, a mere thank you was barely adequate.
But her slightly trembling lashes and flushed cheeks had already given her away. Lin Ye chuckled, then glanced at Yiling, who was gazing up at him expectantly from his embrace.
I want a kiss too, master. The little one made no attempt to hide her desire, proactively puckering her small lips.
Lin Ye readily complied, lowering his head to kiss those cool, soft lips. Yiling's kiss was pure and unadulterated, brimming with complete dependence and delight.
Like a playful kitten, she gently licked Lin Ye's lips and tongue, letting out contented little hums.
Finally, Lin Ye's gaze shifted to Jihua. Jiahua's pure blue eyes met his calmly, as if awaiting a predetermined sequence.
Lin Ye approached her.
Jihua did not pull away.
He lowered his head and gently kissed her two pale lips, as delicate and crystalline as ice and snow.
Cold. Soft. Without a trace of impurity.
A cool, crystalline essence flowed through their lips into Lin Ye's consciousness, calming his restless mind wearied by days of battle into perfect stillness. They parted at the touch. Jihua blinked, her ethereal voice chiming in, a rather peculiar energy exchange method. It effectively soothes mental fluctuations and enhances intimacy.
Efficiency is acceptable. Her analysis was always so objective, yet carried a unique charm.
Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. After spending intimate moments with each of the three sword maidens, the restlessness that had followed his return from battle was completely soothed. He let them rest and play nearby while he sat on a stone bench, beginning to tally the spoils of their journey. His mind plunged into the storage ring awarded as the championship prize. First to catch his eye was the staggering sum of 50 million academy credits, vast as the ocean.
This figure was enough to drive any student mad.
Enough to exchange for vast quantities of top-tier resources in the academy treasury.
Next, 3 legendary items shimmered with an alluring glow. Void Walker Cloak. Dragon Abyss Key. 9-turn Resurrection Pill.
Beyond these, there were additional resources distributed by the League, along with the vast quantities of precious materials he had gathered from the Void Arena and previous hunting grounds. Lava Lord Core, Earthquake Core, Bone Eroding Poison Crystal, Fire Spirit Essence, Molten Fire Source Crystal, Void Star Grass, a dazzling array piled high as mountains.
Each item was valuable enough to spark fierce competition.
Yet now they lay piled in his storage space like commonplace items. Lin Ye roughly estimated that the total value of these resources likely far exceeded those 50 million points.
A bountiful harvest.
Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. With these resources, not only could he significantly boost his own strength before entering the Dragon Abyss secret realm, but he could also greatly enhance the power of Xingli, Yiling, and Jihua. He could even provide substantial support to Lin Yubing, Shen Hongying, and the others. He carefully mapped out the allocation of these resources.
Which would he use immediately? Which would he reserve for Jin Yang to absorb? Which were best exchanged for more urgently needed items? Which could be given to Lin Yubing and the others? His thoughts were clear and methodical. By the time he finished his rough plan, the sky outside the window was already filled with stars. Yiling lay curled by his legs, seemingly asleep, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Xingli sat nearby, sword in embrace, eyes closed. Moonlight bathed her exquisite profile, softening her proud demeanor.
Jihua hovered above the pond, her jade-colored hair intertwining with the moonlight, appearing to merge with the heavens and earth in serene ethereality. A profound stillness filled Lin Ye's heart. The glory of the high school league was now a thing of the past. The challenge of the Dragon Abyss secret realm lay before him. Yet he felt no fear. With them by his side, the invincible path system, and the vast resources at his disposal. Though countless obstacles lay ahead, he could cleave through them all with a single sword. He gently picked up Yiling and walked toward the house. Xingli and Jihua followed quietly behind. The night was gentle. Chapter 147, Departure. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. The first light of dawn began to peek through. Deep within the Xinxia Academy, the dedicated teleportation plaza leading to the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm was already bustling with people. A massive ancient array platform stood at its center, runes swirling and emitting vast, colossal spatial fluctuations. Its aura felt vast and desolate, as if connecting to another world. Today was the day the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm opened. 20 qualified students gathered here, the solemn atmosphere tinged with uncontrollable excitement and tension. Opportunity. Risk. All hinged upon this journey. Lin Ye stood at the very front of the line, clad in a sleek black outfit, his posture straight and tall. His expression was calm, his gaze deep, as if he were heading not toward a perilous and unpredictable secret realm, but merely another routine trial. Yet the restrained yet unsettling sharpness radiating from him caused the other trainees to instinctively keep their distance, their eyes filled with reverence. Behind him, Xinxia Academy disciples like Morong Xiao, Feng Wuan, and Zhao Taizhan stood solemnly, implicitly recognizing him as their leader. Elites from other academies, such as Yi Gaing from Imperial Capital and Zhang Daoui from True Martial, stood solemnly in their respective positions, adjusting their states. The air thickened with silent competition and vigilance. All present? Chief Instructor Leijin appeared, towering like an iron pillar, his voice as cold and hard as ever. His gaze swept over the crowd like lightning, pausing briefly on Lin Ye. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm was no ordinary place. The outer regions already teem with peril, while the core holds death at every turn. Though you are the cream of your generation, you must not let your guard down for a single moment. Remember, returning alive is paramount above all else. Now, inspect your equipment and prepare for teleportation. The group grew solemn as each made final checks of their weapons, elixirs, and life-saving talismans. Lin Ye's mind sank into his storage ring. Resources were plentiful. All systems were in perfect working order. The three sword maidens also waited quietly within his consciousness. Everything was in perfect order. Just as the teleportation array's light began to glow, ready to activate, a faint commotion stirred at the edge of the plaza. Two graceful figures approached at a brisk pace. One clad in blue, the other in crimson like ice and fire intertwined instantly captured everyone's attention. It was Lin Yubing and Shen Hongying. Lin Yubing wore an icy blue gown, radiant and exquisite. Her features remained cool and distant, yet the gaze she cast upon Lin Ye brimmed with unyielding worry and deep concern. Shen Hongying, clad in fiery red armor, her figure striking, wore her usual radiant smile, though a hint of gravity lingered between her brows. Their arrival brought a touch of softness to the otherwise grim square. Why were they here? To see off Lin Ye, the top-ranked disciple? TSK. Truly enviable. Whispers murmured through the crowd, many trainees casting envious glances their way. Lin Ye noticed them too, pausing slightly before a barely perceptible softening touched his lips. The two girls hurried to Lin Ye's side, slightly out of breath, clearly having rushed over. Lin Ye. Lin Yubing spoke first, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. She pressed an ice blue jade vial into Lin Ye's hand, its surface icy to the touch. This is the Ice Heart Focus Pill. Though not as potent as the 9-turn soul restoring pill, it can calm the mind and focus the spirit, helping to resist some of the illusory forces within secret realms. Take it with you, just in case. The bottle still carried her warmth and a faint, delicate fragrance. Lin Ye clasped the bottle tightly and nodded. Thank you. You've been very thoughtful. Oomph. Shen Hongying brushed Lin Yubing aside with a sweeping motion. Her actions remained fiery, yet they lacked the usual playful edge. She pulled out a flame-patterned talisman and shoved it roughly into Lin Ye's chest. Take it. This is the Scarlet Sun Heartguard talisman my father gave me. It can block one fatal attack. Though it probably can't match the inherent abilities of your legendary cloak, an extra layer of protection is always better. Her tone was sharp, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Ye. Don't you dare die, got it? If you come back from the Dragon Abyss secret realm missing limbs, I'll never forgive you. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to redden slightly before she abruptly turned her head away. Lin Ye clasped the talisman, still warm with her body heat and faint traces of fire elemental energy, a wave of warmth washing over him. Don't worry. I'll come back safe and sound. His voice was steady, carrying a reassuring strength. Lin Yubing watched Shen Hongying's awkward display of concern, then turned her gaze to Lin Ye. She bit her lip lightly and murmured softly, be careful. We'll wait for you to come back. 1,000 words boiled down to the simplest, most heartfelt reminder. Shen Hongying turned her head and added fiercely, and one more thing. Stay away from those demonic women inside. I heard some secret realms have fox spirits specifically sent to lure people in. Lin Ye chuckled wryly.
All right. He responded solemnly. His gaze swept over the two women's faces, etched with concern.
In this moment, neither the title of top freshman nor the championship of the league, nor even the core of the secret realm, seemed to carry as much weight as this profound bond of affection. The teleportation array's glow intensified, and spatial fluctuations grew violent.
Lei Zhen's deep voice cut through the air. Time's up. Prepare for transmission.
Lin Ye took a deep breath and nodded to the two women.
Let's go. With that, he turned resolutely and strode toward the dazzlingly bright teleportation array.
His black cloak fluttered slightly as his resolute figure receded into the distance.
Lin Ye.
Lin Yubing couldn't help but call out softly, taking a step forward, her eyes brimming with tears. Shen Hongying clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intently on his retreating figure.
Lin Ye didn't pause his stride, merely raising a hand to wave backward, signaling for them to stay calm. The next moment,
blinding white light engulfed the 20 figures led by him.
Space violently warped. A powerful tearing force surged through them. The figures of the group rapidly faded.
Lin Yubing and Shen Hongying stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the empty teleportation array for a long time.
As if they could still sense the lingering spatial ripples in that person's aura. He'll be fine, right?
Lin Yubing murmured softly, her words directed at Shen Hongying yet echoing her own uncertainty. Shen Hongying sniffed, regaining her fiery demeanor as she flicked her hair back sharply.
Of course. That's Lin Ye. A scourge for the ages. He'll definitely return with a treasure trove. Yet the slight tremor in her hand betrayed the turmoil within.
They exchanged a wordless glance, each seeing the same mix of worry and hope in the other's eyes.
Buzz. The dizzying sensation vanished. Feet planted firmly on solid ground.
An aura of immense antiquity, vastness, and boundlessness washed over them. The spiritual energy in the air was so thick it seemed almost tangible, yet it was chaotic and turbulent, a chaotic swirl of energies of every attribute.
Deeper within, a faint yet heart-stopping pressure emanated.
Lin Ye opened his eyes. Before him lay a completely unfamiliar world. The sky was an eerie dark purple, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, with only twisted streaks of light occasionally slicing through. The earth was a dark red, cracked and fissured everywhere, overgrown with strange, twisted plants of forms he had never seen before. In the distance, undulating mountains resembled the ridges of a colossal beast, jagged and menacing. Further still, the faint outline of a colossal skeleton half buried in the earth could be discerned, the remains of some terrifying creature, unknown to him.
This place was the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. An ancient battlefield ruin where peril and opportunity coexist. This is the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm? Such intense spiritual energy. But it's far too violent. It feels so oppressive. Other trainees gradually acclimated, surveying their surroundings with equal parts curiosity and wariness, murmuring among themselves.
Morong Xiao gripped his dragon halberd tightly, his expression grave.
Feng Wuhan sensed the energy currents in the air, his brow slightly furrowed.
The others also probed and remained vigilant in their own ways. Lin Ye swiftly scanned the environment. The three breath swords aura quietly activated, sensing the surrounding energy patterns and potential dangers.
Master, the space here is chaotic. So many fissures. Nightfeather's mental transmission came through, tinged with unease.
Poof.
A shattered ancient realm, plenty of residual power lingers here, Xingli remarked.
Jiahua's ethereal voice chimed in, chaotic thoughts intertwine, lingering with ancient emotions, rage, resentment, fear, and greed.
Lin Ye understood.
This place was far from benign. As the leader, he spoke in a solemn tone, everyone, stay alert and don't split up.
First, familiarize yourselves with the environment.
Find a safe area to establish a temporary base. His voice was calm and steady, instantly settling the restless group. Instinctively, everyone gravitated toward him.
Now, he was their absolute anchor.
Lin Ye's gaze was piercing as he selected a direction with relatively stable energy, one easier to defend than to attack.
Follow me.
He stepped forward first, his figure steady and resolute, like a spear standing tall on the crimson earth. Leading 19 of the most exceptional prodigies of Great Xia.
They stepped into this ancient secret realm brimming with unknowns and dangers.
A new journey had officially begun. The veiled mysteries of the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm awaited his unveiling. The true challenge had only just begun.
Chapter 148, The Forsaken Children Within the Secret Realm. Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. A dark purple sky hung low like congealed blood, suffocating the air. Twisted streaks of light occasionally tore through the dead silence, illuminating the jagged, monstrous rocks and grotesquely withered plants scattered across the land. The air was thick with an ancient, indelible dust, mingled with a peculiar stench of rust and decay. The spiritual energy pulsed with astonishing intensity, yet it was wild and chaotic. Like countless wild horses breaking free from their reins, it surged and crashed wildly. For ordinary cultivators here, absorbing spiritual energy was out of the question. Merely stabilizing their own energy flow proved exceedingly difficult. Damn this place, Zhao Taizhan spat, tightening his grip on the massive shield in his hands.
A thin, ochre-colored protective barrier of spiritual energy struggled to form around his body, fending off the relentless erosion of the pervasive energy. The spiritual energy felt like knives, scraping his throat with every breath. Focus your mind, contain your spiritual energy, adapt as best you can, do not attempt absorption lightly. Lin Ye's voice came calmly. He stood at the very front of the group. His black robes fluttered slightly in the chaotic energy currents, yet his stance remained as steady as a rock. Those piercing eyes scanned the surroundings like the most precise radar. The golden power of the Three Breaths sword's inscription operated silently, mapping every energy flow and potential threat within several miles ahead into his mind. Next breath, 300 zheng to the left front, faint energy accumulation beneath the ground. Suspected dormant demonic creature, low threat level. Third breath, behind the twisted purple shrubbery to the right, spatial instability with fine fissures, detour required. Third breath, 1 lead directly ahead, on slightly elevated ground, lies a relatively stable boulder platform suitable as a temporary rest point. Under the foresight's gaze, this seemingly chaotic and hopeless land took on a clear, discernible pattern. Follow me. Watch your step and avoid the right-hand shrubbery. Lin Ye issued the command and led the way. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable decisiveness. The group immediately followed. 19 prodigies, each setting aside their usual arrogance, now cautiously followed Lin Ye's chosen path. In this entirely unknown, peril-filled secret realm, a powerful and reliable leader was the greatest guarantee of survival. Lin Ye had proven his worth through his overwhelming dominance in the league. Mao Rongxiao, dragon halberd in hand, kept close to Lin Ye's left flank, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He murmured, "Chief Lin, the energy environment here is too harsh. Prolonged exposure will drain us severely." Lin Ye nodded. "First, we find a stable area to establish a base. Then we plan our next steps." Feng Wuhan moved with elusive agility, like a gust of wind sweeping across the ground, his voice as calm as ever. Yet a hint of gravity crept into his tone. The air is thick with fragmented remnants of consciousness, chaotic, violent. The number of fallen powerhouses here likely far exceeds our imagination. Yi Gang remained silent, his fingers clasping an ancient sword talisman, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Zhang Daoyi, meanwhile, formed a Taoist seal with his hands. A faint Tai Chi aura swirled around him, attempting to dispel the chaotic, violent energies that had infiltrated his body. His brow furrowed. This is no place of peace. The group advanced in silence, the atmosphere oppressive. Only the rustling sound of footsteps crunching on dark red gravel could be heard. And the occasional, bone-chilling, unknown whimper from nearby. "Master, there's a little creature hiding behind those rocks over there, watching us secretly." Yi Ling's thoughts slipped into Lin Ye's mind, tinged with curiosity. Lin Ye's gaze shifted imperceptibly toward a massive, pockmarked boulder ahead on the left. Three Breaths sword's gaze had already penetrated it. Underground rotworm common. Level, 25. Attributes, earth, corrosion. Status, fearful, observing. A low-tier creature from the depths of the secret realm, posing minimal threat. Ignore it. Lin Ye replied. Continue forward. After roughly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the party safely reached the massive stone platform Lin Ye had foreseen. The platform was spacious, roughly half the size of a basketball court. The ground was composed of a rare dark green metallic ore, exceptionally hard in texture. Its energy conductivity was extremely poor, paradoxically forming a relatively stable safe zone. The violent spiritual energy currents surrounding the area naturally weakened and diverted upon reaching the platform's vicinity. This is the place. Lin Ye halted, ordering the group to rest in place while maintaining rotating sentry duty. Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan set up a simple defensive formation. Zhao Taizhan monitored the ground below. Yes. The others responded immediately, springing into action. Morong Xiao slammed his dragon spear into the ground. Crimson gold dragon energy surged into the earth, tracing simple warning runes. Feng Wuhan flicked several streaks of wind blade energy from his fingertips, which coiled around the platform's edge, forming a faint air barrier. Zhao Taizhan planted his massive shield into the ground, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. The others collectively exhaled in relief, each finding a spot to sit. They swallowed pills to quickly replenish their depleted spiritual energy, their faces bearing signs of exhaustion. The pressure here was exponentially greater than outside. Lin Ye did not rest. He walked to the edge of the platform and gazed into the distance. The dark purple land stretched endlessly. Further beyond, the faint outline of a colossal shadow could be discerned like a slumbering primordial beast, emanating a heart-stopping aura of power. That place might be the core region of the secret realm. Jihua, can you sense any more specific information? Lin Ye inquired silently. Jiahua's spirit form hovered silently beside him, her jade-colored hair shimmering faintly under the eerie celestial light. Many chaotic thoughts had settled too long, requiring time to unravel. Jiahua's ethereal voice carried a barely perceptible strain. About 10 li southeast of us, there's a strong emotional fluctuation. Not from a demonic creature. More like the fear and prayers of a sentient being? Intelligent life? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. The Dragon Abyss secret realm had been sealed for countless ages.
Aside from explorers randomly teleported inside, how could indigenous intelligent life possibly exist? Descendants of explorers who entered but never left? Or some bizarre entity born from the realm itself? How strong are they? Lin Ye pressed. Very weak. Individual strength seems limited, but their numbers are considerable. Their emotions are overshadowed by a greater fear. Jihua strained to sense and relay the vague information. At that moment, Yi Gang, stationed on the western perimeter, suddenly reported in a cold tone, movement detected. Everyone instantly snapped to attention, rising to their feet and entering combat readiness. Lin Ye flickered and appeared beside Yi Gang, following the direction he pointed. On the distant, dark red horizon, a cloud of dust rose. Within the haze, dozens of diminutive figures staggered and stumbled toward the platform where they stood. These figures stood barely half a person tall, their skin bearing a dull, stone-like hue. They wore crude garments stitched from unknown animal hides. Their running posture was peculiar, as if they were extremely weak. They glanced back in terror from time to time, emitting sharp, staccato syllables of unknown meaning. Behind them, billowing dust swirled, revealing the faint outlines of several massive, lizard-like creatures with sharp bony blades protruding from their bodies. They pursued at a leisurely pace, like cats toying with their prey. Blade Spine Lizard Elite. Level, 28. Attributes, Earth, Blade. Status, Hunting, Toying. Is it a native? Morong Shao approached Lin Ye, his brow furrowed. Looks like it. It's being hunted by monsters. Feng Wuhan's tone was grave. Should we save it? All eyes turned to Lin Ye. Within the secret realm, danger lurked at every turn. Any unnecessary action could invite catastrophic disaster. Are these natives good or evil? What consequences would rescuing them bring? All unknowns. Lin Ye's piercing gaze swept swiftly across the battlefield. About 30 natives were fleeing. Most were young and strong, supporting several elderly and children. Their faces were etched with despair and terror. 5 blade spine lizards pursued them, low level and posing limited threat. 3 breath sword divination instantly calculated the outcome. Next breath, the native stamina would fail, and they would be overtaken within 100 breaths at the earliest. The breath after that, the razorback lizards would attack, and the natives, utterly defenseless, would be slaughtered. Third breath, the slaughter may attract stronger demons or other unknown entities. Zhao Taizhan, Li Xianfeng, intercept on the left flank. Morong Shao, Yi Gang, encircle on the right flank. Lin Ye issued the orders swiftly, his voice calm and decisive. Feng Wuhan provides support. Zhang Doi prepares group protection. All others remain on alert at their positions. Do not move without orders. Move. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Ye's figure blurred into motion. Firefly flash. A flash of starlight, and he had already appeared beneath the platform, charging toward the fleeing natives. It wasn't that he was overcome with maternal instincts. In this utterly unfamiliar secret realm, these natives might be the fastest source of information. Understanding the environment, understanding the dangers, understanding the opportunities. Saving them would bring more benefits than drawbacks. Besides, dealing with a few level 28 elite monsters was nothing more than a trifle for him. Lin Ye's speed was blinding, like a black lightning bolt skimming the crimson earth. In an instant, he covered hundreds of feet, passing right by the fleeing group of natives. The natives, startled by Lin Ye's sudden appearance, let out even more terrified screams. Some even collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. Lin Ye ignored them, his gaze fixed firmly on the 5 razorback lizards pursuing him from behind. The 5 monstrous creatures also spotted this unwelcome intruder. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Lin Ye, they immediately let out threatening growls. They slowed their pace, watching him warily. Squeak! The lead lizard reared up on its hind legs, its bone-spiked forelimbs slamming violently against the ground. Boom! A sharp earth spike erupted from the ground beneath Lin Ye's feet. Lin Ye didn't even slow down. He merely shifted his stance slightly. His form, weightless as a phantom, effortlessly evaded the spike. Simultaneously, his fingers formed a sword-like point. Stellar Scar Thrust. A cold star erupted from his fingertips, striking first despite being launched later. It struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the gap between the scales right in the center of the ground lizard's forehead. Put! The annihilating sword energy instantly pierced its brain. The massive body of the earth lizard stiffened violently, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud that kicked up a cloud of dust. Instant kill! Seeing this, the remaining 4 lizards erupted with savage fury, roaring as they charged toward Lin Ye. Some spewed petrifying breath, others swung their blade spines, while yet others launched subterranean ambushes. Their coordination was surprisingly seamless. Yet, under the foresight of the 3-breath sword art, their attack trajectories were as clear as reading palm lines. Lin Ye moved like a phantom, strolling effortlessly through the encirclement of the 4 earth lizards. Each evasion was perfectly timed, each strike precise and lethal. Wherever his finger sword struck, a lizard's vital point was pierced, and it collapsed with a wail. In just 2 or 3 breaths, all 5 level 28 blade spine lizards lay slain. Lin Ye hadn't even drawn his sword, his breathing remained perfectly steady.
He flicked bloodstains from his fingertips, stains that weren't there, and turned to face the terrified natives. Only then did Morong Xiao, Yi Gang, and the others arrive to complete the encirclement. Gazing at the corpses of the beasts littering the ground, they all looked stunned, their expressions quickly turning to bitter smiles. The gap was simply too vast. Lin Ye walked up to the group of natives. Huddled together, shivering violently, their eyes fixed on Lin Ye with utter terror. As if they were witnessing an even more terrifying demon god. Several children were so terrified they dared not even cry out. Lin Ye halted his steps, not approaching them to avoid adding to their distress. His gaze swept over the natives. Their features resembled humans, but their ears were slightly pointed, and their pupils were dark yellow vertical slits. Their skin was rough with stone-like patterns, and their nails were thick and sharp. These were clearly traits evolved to adapt to the harsh environment of the secret realm. The natives' power levels were generally low, fluctuating around the 20th level, and their energy felt unstable. "Can you understand me?" Lin Ye attempted to ask. The natives exchanged bewildered and fearful glances. One who seemed to be their leader plucked up his courage and stepped forward. It spoke frantically in an extremely peculiar, staccato language, punctuated by gestures. Lin Ye frowned. The language was completely incomprehensible. Just then, Jihua's mental transmission arrived, language system analyzing. Energy frequency captures similarity, comparison requires sample. A thought flashed through Lin Ye's mind. He addressed the native leader, continue speaking. Though the chief couldn't understand, seeing Lin Ye hadn't immediately attacked calmed him slightly. He continued speaking and gesturing, his emotions running high. He repeatedly pointed toward the direction they had fled, his face contorted with extreme terror. Jihua's pure blue eyes flashed rapidly. The repeated keyword Karu seemed to refer to themselves. Ground lizard confirmed. Giant carcass, devouring, escape, core source of fear. Preliminary language model established, beginning translation attempt. Moments later, Jihua's voice sounded again, tinged with uncertainty. They call themselves the Karu tribe, fleeing the giant carcass's hunt. They thank the powerful outsider for their rescue and beg not to be eaten. Eat them? Lin Ye was speechless. Did he really look that much like an ogre? It seems these natives truly suffer a miserable existence, constantly treated as prey. Tell them we won't harm them, we're merely passing through. Lin Ye instructed Jihua. Jihua gave a slight nod, her gaze turning toward the group of Karu tribe members as an intangible mental wave spread out. The Karu tribe members first flinched in fright, then their faces shifted to bewilderment, followed by disbelieving ecstasy. The Karu chieftain, overcome with emotion, threw himself to the ground, bowing repeatedly toward Lin Ye while muttering incomprehensible words. Others knelt in succession, as if witnessing the arrival of a savior. He was expressing the highest reverence, calling you the celestial traveler, and once again begging for protection. They were willing to offer everything. Jihua translated simultaneously. Lin Ye raised his hand, and a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifted the Karu chieftain to his feet. Ask them, Lin Ye commanded, what is this place? And what is the giant skeleton? Jihua relayed Lin Ye's questions. Fear washed over the Karu chieftain's face once more. He gestured wildly, his voice trembling with excitement as he began to recount. Through Jihua's halting translation, combined with his gestures, Lin Ye and the gradually gathering Morong Xiao and others gained a rough understanding of the situation. This area, known to the Karu tribe as the Forsaken Land, was one of the outer regions of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. It was barren of resources, plagued by chaotic energies, and offered an extremely harsh environment for survival. The Karu tribe was one of the last intelligent tribes inhabiting this place. They subsisted by excavating deep-buried moss tubers and hunting weak subterranean rot insects. The colossal carcass, however, was one of the dominant rulers of this region. It is a terrifying undead creature formed by the fusion of countless massive skeletal remains. It possesses no fixed form, is immensely powerful, and devours all living creatures. Its every appearance brings destruction and death. The Karu tribe once had several small settlements, all destroyed by the giant skeleton. This group was the last to escape. They had intended to seek refuge with the distant lava tribe, reputed to be far more powerful, but were ambushed by razorback lizards en route, nearly suffering total annihilation. The giant corpse, an undead creature. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. Where does it usually roam? How powerful is it? The Karu chief trembled at the very mention of its name, struggling to describe it. Jihua's translation, he said the giant skeleton has no fixed lair, roaming the Forsaken Lands. Wherever it passes, only white bones remain. Its power is incalculable. It once effortlessly destroyed their stone fortress. Seems impossible to pinpoint its exact power level. But to effortlessly crush a tribe's defenses suggests at least a lord-level power, if not higher. And what of the lava tribe? Feng Wuhan interjected. When Chief Karu mentioned the lava tribe, his face lit up with reverence and longing. Through Jihua's translation, the group learned it was a powerful tribe dwelling in the distant, scorched wastelands of lava. They were said to worship fire and wield the power of molten rock. Far mightier than the Karu tribe, they could even resist the attacks of the giant skeletons to some extent. It was the paradise they longed for.
Lin Ye recorded this information. It seemed the Dragon Abyss secret realm was far more complex than imagined. Not only are there ever-present dangerous monsters, but also these indigenous tribes struggling to survive. There might even be different power structures at play. Return to the platform first. Lin Ye made his decision. He led the shaken Karu tribe back to the massive stone platform. As the Karu tribe members stepped onto the solid, dark green platform and sensed the relatively stable energy environment around them, each one was moved to tears. They prostrated themselves repeatedly before Lin Ye and his companions. Lin Ye instructed Zhao Taizhan to distribute some ordinary dry rations and clean water among them. To cultivators, these were mere sustenance for their appetites, yet to the starving Karu tribe, they were the ultimate delicacy. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they shared the food with utmost care. Their gazes toward Lin Ye and the others brimmed with gratitude and dependence. After temporarily settling the Karu tribe, Lin Ye gathered core members like Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, Yi Gaiying, and Zhang Daoyi aside. The situation was more complicated than anticipated. Lin Ye cut straight to the point. The presence of natives in the secret realm suggested potentially more developed information networks, but it also meant more complex power dynamics. These Karu tribesmen are weak and their intelligence is limited, but that lava tribe might be worth approaching, Feng Wuhan analyzed. The immediate priority is establishing a secure base, adapting to the environment, and restoring our strength. Morong Xiao cautioned, adding that lingering here was unwise. The commotion from the earlier battle might have drawn other entities. Lin Ye nodded. Agreed. We'll rest tonight and depart at dawn. The Karu tribe knows the terrain well. Let them guide us to a more suitable base while gathering further intelligence on the secret realm. That colossal skeleton, Yi Gaiying remarked coldly, demands vigilance. Understood. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the group. Rotate watch duties and remain doubly vigilant. Especially during the latter half of the night. The group responded with sullen resolve. Night deepened. The dark purple sky held no stars, only the occasional twisted streak of light providing faint illumination. Several bonfires rose on the platform, fueled by a type of durable black dry moss provided by the Karu tribe. The flickering flames cast shifting patterns across the varied expressions on their faces. The Karu people huddled around the fires, finally feeling warmth and safety they hadn't known for a long time. Most fell into a deep sleep, their weary snores filling the air. Lin Ye did not sleep. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the platform, his consciousness maintaining communication with the three sword maidens. Simultaneously, the power of the Three Breaths sword mantle remained in a low consumption state, continuously sensing the surroundings. Yiling's spirit form fluttered curiously around the sleeping Karu tribe members, fascinated by their simple bone ornaments and stone tools. Xingli stood guard in the shadows, sword in hand, vigilant against the darkness. Jihua floated silently behind Lin Ye, her jade-colored hair gently swaying as she continuously analyzed the secret realm's language and fragments of information. The latter half of the night fell into complete stillness. Only the crackling of the campfire and the distant, unsettling growls echoed faintly. Suddenly, Jihua's eyes snapped open. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ye snapped his head up, gazing into the pitch-black depths of the southeast. Something was approaching. Powerful. Extremely fast. Lin Ye's low shout instantly jolted everyone awake. On guard. Moro Xiao roared, the crimson gold dragon spear instantly in hand. Feng Wuhan, Yi Gaiying, Zhang Daoyi, and the others leapt to their feet, their spiritual energy surging as if facing a formidable foe. The Karu tribe members were also startled awake. Feeling the terrifying pressure rapidly closing in from the distance, they instantly turned pale with fear. Huddled together, they trembled uncontrollably, their mouths uttering desperate wails. The colossal corpse was coming. No translation was needed. The aura of death and destruction spoke volumes. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened like blades, fixed intently on the source of the pressure. The three-breath sword art surged with frenzied energy. Next breath, target within perception range. Massive form. Energy level 37. Peak Lord. Next breath, body composed of countless massive white bones. Core energy source located in the chest cavity. Weakness suspected at the cervical spine junction. Third breath, target locks onto us. Charging. No evasion possible. Here it comes. The first major battle in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. And in the dead of night, before we've fully recovered. Prepare to engage. Lin Ye's voice was cold and steady, carrying an almost magical quality that instantly quelled the panic in everyone's hearts. The Xingli sword hummed as it slid half an inch from its scabbard, its icy glow shifting. Yiling's domain stood poised for action. Jiahua's world-purifying radiance quietly coalesced. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Out of the darkness, an immense silhouette charged toward the platform. A terrifying entity, assembled from countless ghastly, giant bones. Eyes blazing with ghostly green soul fire. Wherever it passed, the earth shattered and deathly aura spread. The first night in the Dragon Abyss secret realm was destined to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 149, The Giant Skeleton Demon Statue in the Shadow. Beneath the dark purple canopy of the sky. That colossal entity tore through the night, enveloped in a destructive death aura, descending with brutal force.
Countless ghastly white bones were haphazardly pieced together, forming a twisted shell towering 10 zhang high. At its chest, a ball of ghostly green soul fire burned fiercely, like the eye of hell, locked onto the platform. The overwhelming pressure of a 37th tier lord at its peak surged forth like a tangible tidal wave, crushing everything in its path. Giant Skeleton Colossus Peak Lord. Level 37. Attributes: Undead, Skeletal, Brute Strength, Immortality. Skills: Status: Berserk, Hunting. Roar. A roar that was neither human nor beast tore through the air, making the platform hum with the impact. The Karu tribe members collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. The colossal carcass. It's the colossal carcass. It's over. Everything is over. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others turned pale, gripping their weapons tightly. The level disparity was brutal. A level 37 lord at its peak, far surpassing any opponent in the league. Lin Ye's gaze instantly turned as cold as iron. The three-breath sword's golden inscription activated at its absolute limit. Buzz. His foresight vision forcibly pierced through the thick death aura, instantly locking onto the critical target. Next breath, the giant skeleton golem will unleash Bone Stomp, its right foreleg's white bone hoof violently striking the ground, triggering a wide area ground-cracking shockwave covering the front half of the platform. Next breath, simultaneously with the stomp, the soul fire within its chest cavity will violently surge, unleashing 3 beams of soul-draining death rays, precisely targeting those attempting to flee the rear of the platform. Third breath, during the attack interval, a 0.3 second vulnerability will appear at the junction of its third and fourth cervical vertebrae due to energy flow. That is its core weakness. Attack trajectories, energy flows, and vulnerability timings, nothing remains hidden. Yeeling. Deathly silence curtain. Maximum range. Suppress its energy flow and movement. Lin Ye roared the command, his voice shattering like ice shards. Xingli. Annihilation Stardust. Charge and prepare. Target the gap between the third and fourth cervical vertebrae. Await my signal. Ji Hua. Soul Sanctuary. Group Buff. Defend against Soul Shock. Murong Xiao. Feng Wuhan. Left flank feint, draw its left arm strike. Yi Guiying. Zhang Daoi. Right flank diversion, force it to raise its head, exposing its cervical spine. Zhao Taizhan. Hold the front line against the first wave of trampling. Others, provide ranged support, target its lower limb joints. Orders rain down like a storm, instantly delivered with crystal clear precision to every man. Yes. Not a moment's hesitation. Absolute trust. Hum. A gray, frigid domain erupted around Yi Ling, instantly engulfing the charging colossal skeletal golem. Within the domain, the flow of time twisted, and the death energy visibly became sluggish and stagnant. The colossal golem's frenzied charge abruptly froze, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. Its roar grew muffled and indistinct. Pure world radiance. Jihua hovered mid-air, her pure blue eyes blazing with light. An ethereal force field, gentle yet resilient, instantly enveloped the entire arena. Everyone felt their minds clear instantly, the suffocating soul-crushing pressure drastically weakened. Roar! The colossal demon statue was utterly enraged, its ghostly green soul flames blazing wildly. It violently raised its right foreleg, formed from the leg bones of some unknown colossal beast, and stomped down with brutal force. Boom! Like a meteor crashing to earth. Terrifying force erupted, instantly cracking the dark red earth. Ferocious shockwaves from the fissure surged like a raging dragon, charging violently toward the platform. Zhao Taizhan, already receiving orders, roared and slammed his massive shield into the ground. Earth-colored spiritual energy surged in. Unmovable as a mountain. Boom! A massive wall of rock and earth rose from the ground, colliding head-on with the shockwave. Crack! Cracks instantly spread across the barrier. Zhao Taizhan grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His feet sank deep into the ground, yet he held firm. Almost simultaneously, Morong Zhao's dragon spear swept out, unleashing a crimson-gold dragon-shaped energy blast that roared toward the colossal skeleton's left arm. Feng Wuhan transformed into a whirlwind of wind, unleashing countless sword energies like a sudden downpour. Clanging and clattering, they struck the joints of the left arm. Yi Guiying's sword moved like a ghostly apparition, a slender thread of blade energy silently coiling toward the colossal skeleton's neck. Zhang Dao channeled a thunder spell, pale lightning blasting toward the soul flame in its eye socket. Others unleashed their own techniques, long-range attacks exploding like fireworks against the colossal corpse's lower limbs. A cacophony of crackling explosions erupted. Though the attacks failed to inflict substantial damage, they successfully drew the colossal skeleton's attention, disrupting its judgment. The colossal skeleton demon statue let out an irritated roar, its left arm instinctively swinging toward Morong Xiao and the others, its head tilting slightly upward as lightning struck. Now! The junction between the third and fourth cervical vertebrae was momentarily exposed due to its head tilting motion and the flow of energy. The bone color there was noticeably lighter, and the aura of soulfire was the thinnest. The weak spot. Xingli. A cold light flared in Lin Ye's eyes. Pierce it. The Xingli sword, already poised for action, emitted a piercing, sky-splitting hum. Hum.
The blade instantly disintegrated. Billions of extinguished stardust fragments no longer scattered, but coalesced into a silver torrent condensed to its absolute limit, seemingly capable of piercing the 9 hells. Accelerated to its absolute limit by the veil of death, guided with absolute precision by the 3 breath sword's guidance. Fast. Precision. Fierce. Thud. A silver torrent pierced the ice like a red-hot iron rod, penetrating with pinpoint accuracy into the fleeting gap between the bones. The frenzied sword chi of annihilation surged instantly into the colossal skeleton golem's body, striking directly at the soul flame within its chest cavity. Arg! The colossal skeleton golem let out an unprecedented, piercingly wretched howl. Its massive frame stiffened abruptly, convulsing violently. The ghostly green soul flame within its chest cavity flickered wildly, like a pond disturbed by a thrown boulder, its light flickering erratically. Countless white bones composing its body emitted bone-chilling creaks, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Effective. Yet the vitality of a level 37 Lord Tier P creature proved stronger than anyone could have imagined. Especially for undead creatures, which possessed extraordinary resistance to physical damage. Even with vital organs struck, it did not fall instantly. The soul fire in its eyes suddenly contracted, then erupted with an even more frenzied, more venomous glow. A destructive energy fluctuation raged within its body. No! It's about to detonate its soul flame. Ji Hua's ethereal voice carried a hint of urgency. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. In the foresight vision, that green soul flame compressed inward at a terrifying speed, on the verge of erupting. Once it exploded, a radius of hundreds of zhang would be obliterated by devastating death energy. The Karu tribe members on the platform would face certain death. Even Morong Xiao and the others would suffer severe injuries. Yiling. Void erosion. Target the soul flame's core. Forcefully interrupt its energy condensation. Lin Ye reacted with extreme speed, his command nearly shouted. Ji Hua. All thoughts return to the void. Maximum power. Interfere with its soul's origin. Xingli. Second shot of annihilation stardust. Prepare to finish it off. The commands were executed in 1,000th of a second. Watch Night Feather. Yiling's face was tense as her small hand clenched toward the giant skeleton golem's chest. A profound, annihilating void force capable of eroding all existence ignored the layers of bone obstruction and instantly descended upon the soul flame compressed to its absolute limit. SSSSH. The shrill sound of corrosion seemed to emanate from the depths of the soul. The violently compressed soul flame energy, as if doused in ice water, instantly became chaotic and sluggish. The condensation process was forcibly interrupted. Almost simultaneously. A brilliant blue light flared in Jihua's eyes, and her jade-colored hair whipped wildly in the windless air. All thoughts returned to the void. An intangible yet far more terrifying mental assault slammed directly into the chaotic soul essence of the colossal skeletal demon statue. The soul flame, already chaotic from the corrosive power, was instantly overwhelmed by a torrent of violent, disordered negative emotions and fragmented memories. The self-destruction process was brutally halted. The colossal skeleton demon statue's massive frame froze like a puppet whose strings had snapped. Its movements ceased entirely, while the soul flames in its eye sockets flickered wildly, filled with utter chaos and agony. Now! Xingli! Lin Ye roared. Without a word, the Xingli sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Annihilation stardust. Billions of stardust particles coalesced once more, yet this time they did not condense into a single strike. Instead, they transformed into a small-scale, intensely compressed silver storm of destruction. It violently poured into the gaping wound in the neck, surged into the colossal demon statue's body, and slammed toward the chaotic, dim soul flame. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from within the colossal skeletal golem. Its chest cavity swelled like an inflated balloon, sending countless white bones flying in all directions. The ghostly green soul flame emitted a despairing wail before fading completely into oblivion. The colossal form, cobbled together from countless skeletal fragments, collapsed like a mountain toppling or a pillar crashing down. It crashed to the ground, triggering an earth-shaking tremor. The billowing dust rose like a mushroom cloud. Dead. The level 37 Lord Tier Colossus, the giant skeleton golem, had been vanquished. The entire sequence from its emergence to its thunderous collapse spanned no more than a dozen breaths. So swift it left everyone stunned. A deathly silence fell over the platform. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the collapsed colossus. At the dark-robed figure standing tall amidst the dust. And beside him, 3 ethereal, strikingly beautiful sword maidens, each radiating a distinct aura. Is it over? Is it really over? That was a level 37 lord at the peak of his power. How could he be taken down so cleanly and decisively? Combined skills, precise prediction, exploiting weaknesses, forcibly interrupting the self-destruction. Is this really a battle a newbie could pull off? Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, breaking the suffocating silence. Then, a thunderous roar of cheers and gasps erupted. We won! Holy crap! Chief Lin is too strong. That was a level 37 lord. Instantly defeated? The coordination of the three sword maidens was nothing short of divine.
Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others stared at Lin Ye's retreating figure, their expressions complex filled with shock, awe, and a hint of helplessness. Their role earlier had been little more than distraction. The true decisive blow came from Lin Ye's unfathomable command and the sword maiden's earth-shattering coordination. The gap was simply too vast. Zhao Taizhan plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily as he stared at his massive shield, now covered in cracks. His simple, honest face was a mix of lingering fear and exhilaration. The Karu tribe, snapping out of their paralyzing terror, gazed at the collapsed colossal carcass, then turned to Lin Ye. It was as if they had witnessed a miracle. They fell to their knees once more, frantically prostrating themselves before Lin Ye, murmuring words of awe and reverence. Lin Ye slowly exhaled a cloud of stale breath, his complexion slightly pale. Simultaneously commanding the three sword maidens to unleash their ultimate power placed an immense strain on his mental energy. Yet his gaze remained sharp and unwavering. He approached the colossal head of the fallen monstrosity. The soul fire within its eye sockets had completely extinguished. A fist-sized crystal, uniformly dark green and radiating pure death energy, floated silently within the shattered chest cavity. Giant Corpse Soul Crystal Legendary. Effect, contains pure necromantic essence, significantly enhancing shadow and death magic abilities, or used to forge high-grade undead golem cores. A valuable find. Lin Ye reached out and retrieved the soul crystal. He glanced again at the scattered bones of the colossal skeleton. Several arm and leg bones gleaming with a metallic sheen also made for excellent materials. Clearing the battlefield, gathering useful materials.
Zhao Taizhan, can you hold on? No problem. Chief Lin.
Zhao Taizhan struggled to his feet, flashing a grimace of a smile.
The rest of you, assist with surveillance. We can't linger here long, too much commotion will quickly attract other monsters.
Lin Ye issued his orders calmly, as if he hadn't just instantly slain the Lord himself. The group obeyed without question, springing into action.
Their gazes fixed on Lin Ye now held absolute trust.
With such a leader, perhaps they truly could make a breakthrough in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Jihua drifted to Lin Ye's side, her pure blue eyes fixed on the southeast as she furrowed her brow slightly. During the battle, a faint, distant sense of prying eyes had been detected from that direction and it carried malice. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened.
Could you identify what it was? Unable to pinpoint.
The hostility was subtle, fleeting.
Jihua shook her head. Lin Ye fell deep in thought. It seemed this abandoned land was far more complex than imagined. He looked at the group of Karu tribesmen who were in an uproar.
Watching them bow frantically before the colossal skeleton statue's remains, then toward him, murmuring incantations, Lin Ye felt a stir within. These natives, though weak in power, likely possessed far deeper knowledge of this abandoned land than the newly arrived prodigies from the outside world. That mysterious observer, Jihua, sensed malevolence. This forced him to remain vigilant. In a completely unfamiliar environment, information was the guarantee of survival. He needed to learn more, quickly.
Jihua, ask them besides the colossal carcass, did they sense any other dangers? Or are there other entities in this area that require special caution?
Lin Ye commanded silently.
Jihua's pure blue eyes turned toward the group of Karu tribe members still bowing in worship. An invisible wave of thought spread out once more, gently touching their chaotic and agitated minds.
The Karu tribe's leader, the strongest man among them, sensed this mental presence and halted his prostration. He lifted his head, his dark yellow vertical pupils filled with awe and a hint of confusion. He gestured frantically, babbling a long string of words, his emotions still running high. He pointed intermittently toward the southeast, then toward the direction the colossal skeleton had come from, his face shifting between fear and confusion. Jihua listened quietly, a faint glimmer occasionally flickering in her eyes. Moments later, her ethereal voice echoed in the minds of Lin Ye and those listening intently beside him, Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and others. His thoughts are chaotic, intertwined with profound awe and gratitude for your power, celestial traveler.
Regarding the peeping, he cannot be certain. The threat posed by the giant skeleton was too overwhelming, overshadowing everything else.
But he mentioned a word: shadow.
Shadow? Lin Ye frowned.
Yes. He said the shadow predators are more cunning and elusive than the colossal carcass. They rarely attack head-on, preferring to lurk like ghosts within shadows and chaotic energy currents, waiting for their moment. He mentioned that some of his kind had vanished without a trace, leaving only drained husks behind, suspected to be the work of the shadow stealers.
Yet he couldn't describe their form, only that they resembled moving darkness thieves of energy. Moving darkness? Energy thieves? Lin Ye pondered.
The description was vague, but combined with the fleeting, inscrutable malevolence Jihua had sensed earlier, it demanded vigilance.
It seemed this abandoned land held far more than just the colossal skeleton golem as a threat. Where nearby is relatively safe? Lin Ye pressed further. Are there suitable locations for a temporary base? Caves, canyons, or platforms like this one with stable energy?
The Karu chieftain's face clouded with thought upon understanding. He and several older Karu elders exchanged low, heated whispers, their voices brimming with argument. Finally, he seemed to make up his mind. He pounded his chest emphatically, then pointed toward the direction they had fled from earlier but at an angle, deeper into the heart of the abandoned land. He gestured emphatically, his expression solemn. Jihua simultaneous translation, he said, in gratitude for the heavenly wanderer's life-saving grace, they are willing to lead us to their sacred place.
Sacred place? Morong Xiao raised an eyebrow. Yes. He said it's an ancient ruin, deep underground.
A refuge discovered by chance by the ancestors of the Karu tribe.
Quiet stone walls block most chaotic energy and the prying eyes of shadows. The giant carcass can't enter either.
They were originally driven out of there by the giant skeletons.
Now that the Skywalkers have slain the giant skeletons, they believe they can return. Underground ruins? Quiet stone walls? Blocking energy and spying?
This sounded like an ideal stronghold. But Lin Ye didn't agree immediately. One must always guard against treachery.
He asked, how far is it? What dangers lie along the way? Besides them, who else knows of this place? Chief Karu struggled to explain.
Jihua said, he mentioned that at our pace, it would take roughly half a light-dark cycle to reach it.
Light-dark cycle?
Lin Ye glanced up at the sky, still a deep purple, illuminated only by occasional twisted streaks of light.
There seemed to be no distinct day-night cycle here. He guessed it referred to the periodic cycle of those streaks of light, alternating between bright and dim.
He couldn't estimate the exact duration, but it didn't feel particularly far. The journey held many dangers: roaming skeletal creatures, lurking spike-spewing insects, and several areas where he'd need to carefully avoid particularly intense energy storms. He said that place was deeply hidden, the greatest secret of the Karu tribe, unknown to other clans.
Lin Ye looked at Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan. What do you think?
Morong Xiao pondered. Underground bases are easy to defend but hard to attack. If we can block energy detection, it would indeed save us a lot of trouble.
But the risk is that if we get trapped inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Wuhan nodded. Moreover, it's premature to place complete trust in them.
But right now, we desperately need a stable location to recover and familiarize ourselves with the environment.
Their proposal is currently the best option. Yi Gaiying said coldly, follow them, but stay vigilant. Zhang Daoi gave a slight nod. We can move in that direction first, then observe carefully along the way.
Lin Ye made his decision. He looked at the Karu chieftain and transmitted his thoughts through Jihua. We can accompany you to see that place. But you must lead the way, avoiding known dangers.
In return, we will provide protection throughout the journey.
The Karu chieftain was overjoyed upon hearing this. He led his tribe in another bow of gratitude, muttering oaths of assurance in their language. After a brief rest, tending to injuries, and gathering valuable materials from the colossal golem's remains, the group set out once more.
This time, dozens of diminutive Karu tribesmen led the way ahead.
They seemed intimately familiar with this land, skillfully navigating around treacherous quicksand and energy traps that appeared calm yet concealed danger.
They could even detect extremely well-hidden subterranean monsters in advance.
Lin Ye kept his three-breath sword vision active throughout, constantly verifying and refining the route provided by the Karu tribe. With this dual approach, the party's progress was slow but remarkably steady. Along the way, they encountered only a few scattered, low-level skeletal creatures, all easily dealt with. Lin Ye observed that these Karu tribesmen possessed exceptional wilderness survival skills. They could identify which twisted plant roots contained trace moisture, which mosses were edible, and even used a special fluorescent stone powder to mark safe paths. This was wisdom truly forged in the crucible of despair. His perception of these abandoned people shifted slightly. After walking for what felt like 3 or 4 hours in the outside world, the Karu chief leading the way suddenly halted, pointing toward a seemingly unremarkable mountain hollow dotted with massive weathered rocks, speaking excitedly.
We're here, he declared. The entrance lies hidden beneath those boulders, Jihua translated.
Lin Ye signaled the group to halt. His gaze swept sharply across the area. Beneath the three-breath sword's gaze, the energy flow entered a peculiar state of sedimentation. The raging energy currents from the periphery would naturally bypass or weaken upon reaching this point. It truly felt like an invisible force field. Beneath the ground, a vast cavern seemed to exist, its structure ancient yet stable. No obvious energy traps or signs of ambush were detected. Chief Karu, accompanied by several tribesmen, skillfully moved aside several seemingly randomly scattered boulders, revealing a narrow, downward-sloping entrance just wide enough for one person to pass through. A cool breeze, carrying a musty scent yet relatively mild and steady, wafted out from within.
Master, the energy inside is stable. No signs of anything harmful. Yiling's thoughts transmitted.
He knows how to pick a spot, Xingli remarked.
Jihua nodded slightly, very little internal noise. It's a suitable spot for rest. Seems fine.
Lin Ye nodded to the Karu chieftain. The Karu tribe members' faces lit up with delight as they led the way in single file. Lin Ye instructed Morong Xiao and the others, I'll go first. Follow one by one, maintain distance, and keep watch on the rear. With that, his figure flickered as he entered the cave opening first. The cave was narrow and dark at first, but after descending about 10 zhang, it suddenly opened up. A vast, seemingly endless subterranean chamber unfolded before their eyes. Embedded in the cavern's ceiling were peculiar crystals emitting a faint white glow, providing basic illumination. The air felt stale, yet devoid of the chaotic energy currents from the outside world. Most striking of all, the surrounding walls were not natural rock, but a polished black metal engraved with blurred, ancient patterns. Those patterns seemed to form a vast and profound array. It was these walls and the formation that shielded the chamber from the chaos outside. Lin Ye reached out to touch the cold, black metal of the quiet stone walls. His fingers felt the chill, and when he probed with his divine sense, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Indeed, it effectively absorbed and blocked energy probes. What a place! Subsequent team members and Karu tribe members entered one after another, all stunned by the grandeur and peculiarity of this subterranean space. This was definitely not some natural cave. Morong Shao traced the intricate patterns on the wall, his expression grave. It felt like the remnants of some ancient civilization. Feng Wuhan felt the steady energy in the air and breathed a sigh of relief. At any rate, this place is perfect for us to recover. The Karu tribe members, returning to familiar surroundings, visibly relaxed. They gathered spontaneously in one corner of the space, where some of their simple stone tools and beds covered with dry moss remained. Lin Ye assigned men to set up a protective magic array and scout every branch passage in the underground space to confirm there were no other dangers. The results were satisfactory. The labyrinth was extensive, yet most passages were blocked by collapsed boulders, leaving only a few exits easy to defend, hard to attack. The central area was spacious enough for everyone to rest. They would make their temporary base here. Lin Ye made the decision. The group collectively exhaled in relief. After continuous battles and relentless travel, their nerves stretched taut. Now, they could finally relax a little. Each found a spot to sit, swallowed their pills, and began circulating their energy to regulate their breath. Lin Ye also found a relatively clean corner and sat cross-legged. But he did not immediately enter deep cultivation. His mind sank into his consciousness sea to communicate with the three sword maidens. Xingli, Yiling, Jihua, how much energy did that battle just now consume? Humph, a mere skeleton? How much could it possibly drain? Only that final strike was a bit taxing. Xingli's words were defiant, but the glow of her spirit body was indeed a shade dimmer than usual. Yiling's fine. My domain's wide open feels amazing. Yiling remained as energetic as ever. The forces of shadow and void seemed to thrive in this environment. Jihua remained the calmest. Spiritual energy depletion can be restored through meditation. Analyzing language and sensing malevolence places a slightly heavier burden on the mind, requiring quiet recuperation. Lin Ye understood. He retrieved several crystals imbued with pure energy, obtained from the void arena, and handed them to each of them to absorb. Especially for Jihua, he gave a soul-soothing jade, a crystal capable of nurturing and calming the spirit. Rest well. What lies ahead will likely be anything but peaceful. That mysterious shadow and the other threats mentioned by the Karu tribe loomed like dark clouds overhead. He needed the sword maidens to remain in peak condition. After attending to the sword maidens, Lin Ye produced some ordinary energy ore and food, instructing Zhao Taizhan to deliver them to the Karu tribe. They were deeply grateful for these gifts. Especially the energy ore, though of mediocre quality to Lin Ye and his companions, it was a treasure beyond measure to these natives starved of cultivation resources. The Karu chieftain, clutching the ore, rushed excitedly to Lin Ye, bowing repeatedly and babbling in his tongue. Jihua translation, he reiterated his gratitude, declaring the Karu tribe would forever remember the kindness of the Skywalker. He offered to share the secrets passed down through generations of his people regarding the Forsaken Land and the Sacred Wall. Oh? Lin Ye perked up. Let him speak. The Karu chief sat before Lin Ye, his expression solemn and reverent. Pointing to the surrounding black metal walls, he began to narrate in a deep, resonant voice. Through Jihua's halting translation and additions, a forgotten history slowly revealed itself. According to ancient Karu legends, this land had not always been so desolate and perilous. In an immeasurably distant past, it had been the domain of a glorious race known as the Dragonborn. These black metal walls were the sacred barriers constructed by the Dragonborn, imbued with the power to protect and purify. The Dragonborn were powerful and wise, able to communicate with dragons and even wield their strength. But then, disaster struck. The sky shattered, the earth cracked, and terrifying enemies poured forth from the fissures. The Dragonborn rose to fight back, and the war raged on for an unknown duration. Ultimately, the Dragonborn were defeated. Their sacred lands were destroyed, and their civilization was severed. Most perished in battle, while a few escaped, perhaps blending into other hidden realms. As for the Karu tribe, said to be either the servant race that once attended the Dragonborn, or the most deluded and abandoned branch among the descendants of Dragonborn and local natives. They could not leave, forced to struggle for survival amidst the ruins. They relied on the protection of the shattered sacred walls to evade the horrifying monsters that had mutated after the catastrophe or lingered within the fissures. Giant skeleton monoliths, as legend tells, are monstrous forms forged from the bones of colossal beasts and dragon-blooded warriors fallen in that great war, corrupted by lingering necromantic energies. The shadows, however, seemed more like bizarre entities born from the very otherworldly energies that accompanied the rifts.
Chief Karu pointed at the blurred patterns etched into the wall. He explained that these patterns contained the power of the dragonkin, though they were now unable to decipher or activate them. They only knew that staying within the sacred wall's perimeter offered relative safety. Lin Ye listened, then fell deep in thought. Dragonkin civilization? Capable of communicating with dragons? This Dragon Abyss secret realm was indeed connected to dragons. This information holds immense value. Perhaps the core area of the secret realm is connected to this lost dragon descendant civilization. Those opportunities might also originate from here. He instructed Jihua to express his gratitude. Seeing the celestial traveler's interest in their ancestral history, Chief Karu grew even more excited. He offered to take Lin Ye to a better preserved section of the sacred wall's engravings, where it was said more significant things were inscribed. Lin Ye naturally accepted. Guided by Chief Karu, Lin Ye, Morong Xiao, and Feng Wuhan ventured deep into a side passage. They arrived at a more secluded stone chamber. The black metal walls here were remarkably well preserved. The patterns etched upon them were far clearer. These were not mere decorations, but rather resembled an ancient energy circuit or rune system. Complex and profound. They faintly emanated a majestic and ancient aura. Lin Ye examined them closely. The power of the three breaths sword allowed him to detect the faint, nearly dissipated traces of residual energy within these patterns. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others also concentrated their attention, yet most remained utterly baffled. This was beyond their realm of knowledge. Only Lin Ye, relying on the three breaths sword art's extraordinary perception and comprehension far surpassing his peers, sensed a faint pattern within these patterns. As if they were describing the rules governing the flow of some force. Or like a fragmentary map. He stared intently. Unconsciously, his divine sense slowly extended outward, attempting to touch the patterns and sense the lingering essence within them. The instant his divine sense made contact with a peculiar, serpentine pattern on the wall. Buzz. The Dragon Abyss key in his storage ring, the prize from winning the league championship, began to warm slightly, without warning. Simultaneously, the Seal of Inquiry, obtained after ascending to the 7th level of Xinxia Academy's Tower of Inquiry, emerged on the back of his hand, emitting a faint, multicolored glow. Both seemed to resonate with the ancient patterns on the wall in an incredibly faint yet undeniable way. Lin Ye's heart jolted violently. Yet before he could investigate further, another anomaly occurred. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from the central hall outside. It was the voice of a Karu tribe member. Filled with utter terror. Immediately followed by Zhao Tieshan's furious roar and the explosive clashes of battle. Lin Ye's expression darkened as he instantly withdrew his divine sense, his figure darting out of the stone chamber like a ghostly apparition. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others immediately followed. When they charged back into the central hall, they saw a Karu tribesman collapsed at the edge of the room, his body withering at a terrifying rate. As if every ounce of vitality and energy had been drained from his body in an instant. Only a skeleton covered in ashen skin remained, its face frozen in terror. Zhao Taizhan slammed his massive shield into the ground, his face pale as he scanned the surroundings warily. "What the hell is that?" he roared. "Show yourself!" The other Karu tribesmen cowered in a huddle, trembling violently. Morong Xiao and the others swiftly formed a battle formation, ready for the worst. Lin Ye's gaze grew icy cold, his eyes sharp as blades as he scanned every shadowy corner of the hall. Three breath sword invocation pushed to its absolute limit. Jiahua's voice rang urgently within his mind, "It's that malevolent presence. It's inside. Extremely fast. Extremely stealthy. It drained that native's energy dry. It's here. That mysterious observer. The predator known as the Shadow. How could it infiltrate these subterranean ruins shielded by the sacred wall?" Lin Ye took a deep breath, his voice cold as ice, echoing throughout the entire hall. "Everyone, gather around me. It's still in there." The fleeting tranquility of the subterranean ruins shattered completely. The invisible predator had already infiltrated. Danger closed in. Chapter 150, The Shadow Appears, The Mystery of the Sacred Wall. The echoes of screams lingered, piercing the underground ruins' fleeting tranquility like icy spikes. At the edge of the central hall, the Karu tribesman had completely lost all signs of life. His body shriveled at an unnatural speed, skin stretched taut over bones, taking on a waxy, ashen sheen. His eye sockets were sunken, his mouth gaping wide, frozen in utter terror. As if some invisible force had instantly drained every ounce of vitality and energy from him. A death both gruesome and bizarre. Alert! Lin Ye's fierce shout thundered like a bolt of lightning, snapping everyone out of their shock. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, Yi Gaing, and the others reacted with lightning speed, instantly forming a makeshift battle formation with their backs to each other. Spiritual energy flared as weapons drew from their sheaths, their vigilant gazes sweeping every corner of the dim hall. Zhao Taizhan roared in fury, slamming his massive shield into the ground. A surge of earth-yellow spiritual energy erupted, forming a thick wall of light that shielded most of the Karu tribe members and the weaker trainees behind it. His face paled slightly. That thing had been too fast, he hadn't even caught a clear glimpse of it. He only felt a chilling wind sweep past, and the Karu tribesman beside him collapsed. What the hell was that?
A student from Tianwu Academy's voice tightened, his hand gripping the battle knife trembling slightly.
This silent, stealthy manner of death was far more unsettling than facing the colossal giant skeleton demon statue. Shadow fiends.
It must be shadow fiends. The Karu tribe huddled together, terrified out of their wits, letting out desperate wails. They gestured wildly, their faces etched with bone-deep terror.
No translation was needed. The cold, malevolent aura and scent of death permeating the air spoke volumes.
Lin Ye's eyes grew icy as he strode swiftly toward the desiccated corpse. He did not touch it rashly, but crouched down, his gaze sharp as a falcon's, examining it carefully. The power of the three-breath sword was pushed to its absolute limit. The foresight perspective forcibly rewound, capturing the residual energy trajectories and spatial fluctuations. Next breath, the residual energy was extremely faint, leaning toward shadow and void attributes, carrying an extreme suction-like quality. The breath after that, the attack method was not physical contact, but rather akin to direct energy level plundering. Its speed was astonishingly fast, bordering on teleportation. Third breath, the lingering malevolence hadn't strayed far. It still lingered within the hall. But its position was erratic and elusive, impossible to pinpoint.
Master, such a repulsive scent.
Yiling's spirit form clung close to Lin Ye, her dark blue eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Her small hand lifted slightly, the power to corrode the void poised and ready. You cowardly rat hiding in the shadows. The Xingli sword hummed, its starlight swirling, illuminating Lin Ye's surroundings. Her perception leaned more toward energy entities, making this pure shadow energy form somewhat troublesome. Its core was chaotic, a conglomeration of countless negative emotions and fragmented energies, lacking a fixed form and constantly shifting.
Jiawa's pure blue eyes shimmered as she strained to grasp the elusive malevolence.
Its target seemed to be a pure energy source. The weakest member of the Karu tribe, whose energy fluctuations surged violently with fear, became the prime target.
Lin Ye rose slowly, his voice cold and deep, echoing throughout the hall. Everyone, stay calm. It hasn't left. It's right here among us.
At these words, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Instinctively, they tightened their defenses, swallowing nervously.
The most terrifying enemy is the one you cannot see. Morong, Fengwoven, guard the flanks.
Yi Gaiang, watch the shadows above.
Zhang Daoi, deploy the purifying evil talismans.
See if we can force it to reveal itself.
Zhao Taizhan, hold the line. Don't panic.
Lin Ye swiftly issued a series of commands. His voice was steady and commanding, carrying an almost magical quality that instantly calmed the group's panic. Yes, the group responded in unison, immediately springing into action. Zhang Daoi swiftly drew several yellow talismans from his robe, murmuring incantations as he flicked his wrist. The talismans transformed into streaks of pure light, darting toward every corner of the hall and adhering to the walls and floor. A faint aura of righteous energy spread, dispelling the cold, oppressive air. Yet the shadowy presence seemed exceptionally cunning. Wherever the light of the purifying talismans reached, the malevolence would silently retreat, shifting to another shadowed spot. Like an elusive loach, it was impossible to pin down. No, its concealment abilities were too powerful. The Qingxin talisman was too low grade to effectively force it out.
Zhang Daoi's expression grew grave. The atmosphere grew oppressive once more. The enemy lurked in darkness while we stood exposed, ready to strike at any moment.
Lin Ye's brow furrowed deeply. This was no way to proceed too passive.
We must find a way to flush it out.
His thoughts raced as his gaze swept over the terrified Karu tribe members, then shifted to the cold, black metal walls surrounding them. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him.
Jihua, ask them, does the shadow fear the light of the sacred wall? Or is there a way to trigger some kind of protective effect from these walls?
These Karu people have lived here for generations, perhaps they know some countermeasures.
Jihua immediately transmitted his thoughts to them. The Karu chieftain, gripped by extreme terror, was initially bewildered by the question.
Then, as if clutching at a lifeline, he spoke excitedly, gesturing wildly. He declared the sacred wall a gift from the Dragonborn, inherently capable of suppressing dark energies like the shadows.
Yet, he insisted, activating its true power required a key. A key?
Lin Ye's heart stirred. He claimed the key had long been lost to legend within their tribe. Yet they recalled that at certain special nodes of the sacred wall, the disturbances from the shadow were occasionally less frequent.
Special nodes?
Lin Ye immediately thought of the stone chamber engraved with the complete dragon pattern.
The residual energy there seemed far more active.
Everyone, move slowly toward that southeast branch.
Maintain formation, no stragglers.
Lin Ye acted decisively. Though uncertain if it would help, it was better than staying here as sitting ducks.
The group began moving cautiously. The Karu tribe members seemed to grasp Lin Ye's intent.
A glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes as they struggled to keep pace. Throughout the movement, everyone remained on edge, senses stretched to their limits. That chilling malevolence followed them like a shadow, perpetually circling the perimeter. It seemed to be searching for its next prey, yet also wary of something. Finally, the group made it safely into the narrower side passage and arrived before the stone chamber engraved with ancient dragon shape patterns. The entrance was small, nearly blocked by Zhao Tiashan's massive shield.
Zhao Taishan, hold the entrance. The rest of you, go inside. Lin Ye stepped into the chamber first.
The moment he entered, the palpable, spine-chilling hostility noticeably lessened.
It felt as though an invisible membrane had sealed it off. It's working. Feng Wuhan keenly sensed the change and breathed a sigh of relief. Morong Xiao and the others followed suit, quickly crowding the chamber. The Karu tribe huddled in a corner, bowing repeatedly toward the intricate patterns etched into the wall, murmuring prayers. Lin Ye approached the wall bearing the most complete dragon-shaped engravings. The seal of inquiry on his hand grew faintly warm once more, resonating with the wall in an almost imperceptible way. The dragon abyss key within his storage ring also emitted a warm, pulsating vibration. The key's resonance made Lin Ye ponder. He attempted to slowly channel a thread of pure spiritual energy into the seal of inquiry on his hand. The multicolored glow of the seek truth mark brightened slightly. Simultaneously, an extremely minute, nearly imperceptible indentation at the head of the dragon-shaped pattern on the wall seemed to glow faintly. The resonance intensified. Lin Ye's heart stirred. He concentrated his mind, guiding more spiritual energy to surge into the seeking truth mark. The multicolored glow stabilized. Though not intense, it shone steadily upon that section of wall. A miracle unfolded. Centered around that indentation, the dragon-shaped pattern on the wall began to glow with a soft, white gold light, as if an electrical circuit had been activated. The light spread like flowing mercury, slowly creeping along intricate, arcane paths. An ancient, vast aura, carrying a faint dragon's might, began to emanate from the wall. Though still faint, it was utterly pure. The sacred wall has awakened. Witnessing this, Chief Karu wept tears of joy, his body trembling as he prostrated himself before it. Other Karu tribesmen knelt in unison, as if witnessing a divine miracle. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others stood speechless, staring in disbelief at this miraculous spectacle. They had tried every method to probe the wall, yet none had yielded a response. Who would have thought Lin Ye could activate it? Lin Ye could distinctly sense that as the patterns on the wall lit up, the serene and stable force field within the stone chamber was intensifying. The cold, malevolent presence lurking outside the door seemed to grow restless, yet its apprehension deepened. It dared not cross the threshold. It worked! This sacred wall truly could suppress the spectral shadow. Though only a minuscule portion had been activated, it was enough to protect them for now. It appears we've found a safe haven. Lin Ye slowly withdrew his spiritual energy. The glow on the walls gradually dimmed, yet the lingering aura of tranquility did not vanish immediately. He looked at the excited Karu chieftain and asked through Jihua, "Besides this place, are there any other nodes like this?" The Karu chieftain strained to recall, gesturing as he named several locations. Most, however, had become inaccessible or deactivated due to the passage of time or collapsed ruins. Only this one seemed to be the best preserved. "Chief Lin, we owe you everything," Morong Xiao said sincerely, breathing a sigh of relief. The silent deaths earlier had been an immense pressure. But it was only temporary safety. Lin Ye remained vigilant. The shadowy figure hadn't departed, it was merely blocked outside. "We can't stay here forever." His gaze swept across the group. After the series of events, fatigue etched itself on everyone's faces, and their spiritual energy reserves were significantly depleted. The immediate priority was to recover quickly and familiarize themselves with the surroundings. This place was easy to defend and hard to attack, protected by the residual power of the sacred wall, an ideal temporary stronghold. We would rest and regroup here. Zhao Taishan, take turns guarding the cave entrance. Sound the alarm immediately at any sign of trouble. The rest of you, focus on recovering. Zhang Daoui, reinforce the cave entrance with multiple layers of warning and protective talismans. Yes. The group responded in unison, their hearts settled as they sprang into action. With clear objectives and a relatively secure environment, their efficiency soared. Zhang Daoui busied himself with preparations at the cave entrance. Zhao Taishan stood guard at the entrance like a door god. The others each found a spot to sit cross-legged, swallowing pills and circulating their energy to regulate their breath. The Karu tribe members also felt much more at ease, huddling quietly in the corners of the stone chamber, careful not to disturb the others. Lin Ye also found a spot near the dragon-patterned wall to sit down. A faint, tranquil aura seemed to linger on the wall, aiding in calming the mind. He once again attempted to slowly extend his divine sense, touching the cold metal wall. This time, armed with prior experience, he proceeded with greater caution. His divine sense, like delicate tentacles, gradually sensed the nearly faded essence contained within those ancient patterns. The seal of inquiry on his hand and the dragon abyss secret key within his storage ring resonated faintly once more. It felt as though a key had been inserted into a lock sealed for eons. Though it could only turn the lock the slightest bit, it finally opened a crack. Countless fragmented, blurred, and chaotic images and shards of information surged like a burst dam, flooding into Lin Ye's mind through that sliver of divine consciousness. Boom! Lin Ye felt his mind explode with pressure. As if 1,000 scenes exploded simultaneously. Grand battle scenes, the roar of dragons, dazzling energy blazes, shattered skies, hideous invaders, cries of despair, the collapse of civilizations. The sheer volume of information was enough to shatter the mind of an ordinary person in an instant. Even Lin Ye, with his spirit power enhanced by the three breaths sword art and Jihua's protection by his side, felt as if struck by a massive hammer. His face instantly drained of color. Master! Lin Ye! The urgent thoughts of Xingli, Yiling, and Jihua converged simultaneously. Jihua's pure energy surged into Lin Ye's sea of consciousness, helping him sort through the chaotic flood of information. Xingli's starlight power shielded his mind. Yiling's shadow power attempted to block the overwhelming information assault. After a long moment, Lin Ye slowly exhaled a cloud of stale breath. His eyes regained their clarity, though his heart still trembled with lingering fear. What a terrifying information overload! The records on this wall were indeed fragments of the lost dragon civilization's memories. Though merely the tip of the iceberg and utterly fragmented, they contained an unimaginable volume of information. Steeling his resolve, he began to painstakingly piece together the relatively coherent fragments he had managed to absorb. A hazy tableau slowly unfolded in his mind. It depicted a glorious civilization, grand architecture, a fusion of technology and magic, possessing the power to communicate with and even command dragons. They seemed to have reached an extremely advanced stage. But disaster came from beyond the heavens, or rather, from a rift in space. A terrifying enemy, reeking of destruction and greed, invaded. The war raged on for ages, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. The dragonkin civilization ultimately fell, their sacred lands destroyed, their legacy nearly extinguished. At the last moment, the strongest among the dragon descendants seemed to activate some ultimate measure. Perhaps to preserve the embers of civilization, or perhaps to seal something away. These sacred walls scattered across the land were part of that ultimate measure. They formed a vast network, seemingly capable of defense, energy regulation, information recording, and multiple other functions. The information Lin Ye sensed was recorded within the network nodes of these sacred walls. Dragon Abyss secret key, asking seal. Lin Ye stroked his slightly warm hand and the storage ring. These two items seemed to be one of the keys to unlocking these long-sealed records. Though their access level might be limited, they could indeed establish a connection. It appeared the secrets of the Dragon Abyss realm ran far deeper than imagined. The so-called core area, the Dragon's Lair Hall, was likely far more than just a treasure trove. Thoughts raced through Lin Ye's mind. He tentatively touched the walls again, but with greater caution, selecting only the gentler energy currents to interact with. This time, there was no overwhelming flood of information. Instead, he sensed more concrete details about this abandoned land. For instance, which areas harbored particularly intense energy storms, where remnants of hazardous facilities might lurk, and even a faint, blurred map pointing toward deeper paths within the secret realm. Though incomplete, its value was immeasurable. It would undoubtedly help them avoid many detours and deadly dangers in their subsequent explorations. While Lin Ye was immersed in deciphering the information from the sacred wall, in the corner of the stone chamber, among the group of Karu tribe members, an elder who appeared to be the oldest and had remained silent all along. His cloudy, dark yellow vertical pupils stared unblinkingly at the faintly glowing, multicolored seal of inquiry that occasionally surfaced on Lin Ye's hand. His body began to tremble slightly. It was not fear, but an extreme agitation and an almost frenzied disbelief. His parched lips moved silently, repeating over and over the oldest word in the Karu tongue. In their legends, that word belonged to only one kind of being: dragon-born messenger. The being capable of awakening the sacred wall and guiding them out of despair. The elder's gaze toward Lin Ye had completely transformed. From initial reverence and gratitude, it had transformed into a near-mad, devout worship. He struggled, as if wanting to crawl forward and touch the hem of Lin Ye's robe, yet dared not profane it. He could only bury his head deep into the ground, his body trembling violently with emotion. Lin Ye remained oblivious to all this. He was utterly immersed in his dialogue with the ancient civilization. Time slipped away unnoticed. In the underground ruins, there was no sense of day or night. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed. Most people had recovered to a degree. The guards at the cave entrance had rotated several times, yet the outside remained utterly silent. The malevolence of that shadowy presence seemed not to have departed, yet it made no further attempts to breach the talismans Zhang Daoui had set or the residual force field of the sacred wall. It felt like a stalemate. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes. A flash of sharp insight flickered in his eyes, carrying the joy of discovery. Though he had deciphered only a fraction of the information, it had already provided immense assistance in understanding the Dragon Abyss secret realm. He even sensed vaguely how to more effectively utilize the Dragon Abyss key and Dao Inquiry mark to interact with these sacred wall nodes. Perhaps he could unlock more practical effects, like short-range teleportation? Or powerful, localized defenses? This would require gradual experimentation in the future. He stood up and stretched his limbs. His gaze swept over the group, now refreshed and alert. "We've rested enough," he declared in a deep voice. "We cannot remain trapped here indefinitely. Next, we need to take the offensive." All eyes turned to him. "Chief Lin, what do you mean?" asked Morong Xiao. "First, we must completely eradicate the shadow fiends outside. These creatures are a threat. Unless we eliminate them, our movements will remain restricted. Second, using this place as our base, we will explore outward.
We need more intelligence about the secret realm, seek resources, and ultimately determine the route to the core area, the dragon's lair. Lin Ye's voice was clear and resolute. But those shadows are unpredictable and elusive.
How do we purge them? Feng Wuhan frowned. I have a plan.
Lin Ye gazed at the dragon-patterned wall, a confident curve lifting his lips.
Since it fears the power of this sacred wall, we'll lure it inside to fight. Lin Ye's words lifted everyone's spirits, but confusion quickly replaced their excitement. Lure it in to fight? In this relatively safe stone chamber? Chief Lin, isn't this too risky? Morong Xiao voiced his concern with gravity. The chamber is cramped.
If that shadow erupts, we won't have room to maneuver. We could suffer heavy casualties.
Exactly.
And it moves too swiftly, appearing and vanishing like a ghost.
How do we lure it in? And how can we be certain we'll trap it once it's here? Feng Wuhan added, his brow furrowed. All eyes turned to Lin Ye, awaiting his explanation.
Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged as he walked to the wall adorned with dragon-shaped patterns, his fingertips lightly brushing the cool metal surface. There is indeed risk, but it's worth the gamble. Its strengths lie in stealth and speed, while ours lie in this sacred wall node's inherent counter to it, and in our ability to concentrate our firepower. He turned, his gaze sweeping across the group.
As for how to lure it in,
Lin Ye's thoughts flickered as he retrieved a molten fire core from his storage ring, an artifact obtained from the lava-scarred wastes. This core radiated pure, searing fire energy. In this environment filled with cold, deathly stagnation, it stood out like a beacon in the night. It craved devouring energy, especially pure sources of it. Lin Ye weighed the core in his hand.
For it, this should be an irresistible temptation.
We placed it in the center of the stone chamber. Then, everyone would suppress their aura, using the residual power of the sacred wall to conceal themselves as much as possible, lying in ambush around the perimeter. I will attempt to activate a portion of the sacred wall's power, not a full activation, but a trap. When the shadow is drawn by the core and ventures into the center of the chamber, I will instantly amplify the sacred wall's suppression, temporarily restricting its movement. That moment would be our chance to strike with everything we had and annihilate it completely. The plan sounded simple, yet it struck at the heart of the matter. Exploiting its greedy nature, we rest while it tires, creating the perfect moment for a decisive strike.
Everyone's eyes lit up. Brilliant!
Zhang Daoui clapped his hands. This way, its speed advantage will be severely diminished. Concentrating our firepower for an instantaneous burst could indeed eliminate it in an instant. Battle fervor ignited in Morong Zhao's eyes. But how to precisely control the timing of the sacred wall's suppression? Yi Guiying calmly pointed out the most critical factor. That shadow moves with blinding speed, the window is fleeting. Strike too soon and you'll alert the enemy too late and casualties may follow. Lin Ye raised his hand and the seal of inquiry on his knuckles reappeared, emitting a faint, multicolored glow. I have a faint connection to this sacred wall node, allowing me to roughly sense the fluctuations of its energy field.
More importantly, he looked at Jihua, who floated silently nearby.
Jiahua's mind mirror could capture the subtlest emotional and mental fluctuations. The moment the shadow's attention was completely drawn to the energy core, when its greed reached its peak, that was the optimal moment. She would judge the timing and give the signal.
Jiahua's pure blue eyes met Lin Ye's, and she gave a slight nod. We can try.
Its greedy intent is quite pronounced.
Perfect. No one objected. They were thoroughly convinced by Lin Ye's meticulous plan and the three-sword maiden's uncanny abilities. Move.
The command was given, and everyone sprang into action immediately. The Karu tribesmen were positioned in the innermost corner of the stone chamber, shielded by a portion of Zhao Tieshan's spiritual energy. The rest swiftly dispersed to both sides of the chamber's entrance and into the shadows. They held their breath, weapons drawn, spiritual energy coiled within them, like crouching leopards. Zhang Daoui gritted his teeth, pulling out several of his most treasured, binding spirit charms. He silently placed them on the ground in the central area of the stone chamber. Lin Ye walked to the chamber's center and gently placed the molten fire core, radiating alluring energy fluctuations, upon the ground. Crimson light flowed out, bathing the surroundings in a warm glow that starkly contrasted with the cold, deathly silence outside the door. After placing the core, Lin Ye retreated to the base of the dragon-patterned wall and sat cross-legged. Placing his palms lightly against the wall, he slowly channeled his spiritual energy through the bridge of the seal of inquiry, carefully communicating with the ancient, dormant power within the stone. He did not attempt full activation, instead meticulously adjusting the state of the sacred wall's energy field within the stone chamber, like plucking the strings of a zither. He brought it to a delicate state of readiness, poised for activation. Like a bow drawn taut, awaiting the moment to release. Having completed this, he completely withdrew his aura, becoming as still as a rock.
The entire stone chamber plunged into an eerie silence.
Only the central molten core remained, quietly radiating light and heat like the sweetest poison bait.
Time trickled by.
The malevolence outside the door still swirled, restless and greedy. It could clearly sense the pure, surging energy source within the chamber, an unimaginably potent nourishment for its kind.
Yet the remnants of the sacred wall's force field lingering within the chamber made it instinctively wary. It hesitated, lingering. The icy malice surged toward the cave entrance like a tide, testing its limits time and again, only to be repeatedly repelled by the faint, serene force field and Zhang Daoi's talismans. Inside the stone chamber, the group held their breath, palms slightly sweaty. The pressure grew heavier. Lin Ye remained serene. Through Jihua's shared perception, he could see the chaotic, greedy intent outside the door struggling fiercely. It desperately craved. Jihua's ethereal voice echoed within Lin Ye's mind, yet fear was being overwhelmed by greed. It's coming! Lin Ye's spirit surged. At the entrance of the stone chamber, the light twisted slightly. A faint shadow, like flowing water, seeped in silently. It had no tangible form, more like a condensed mass of darkness, moving without stirring the slightest breeze. Everyone's hearts instantly leapt into their throats. After entering the chamber, the shadow paused noticeably, as if warily sensing its surroundings. Once it confirmed no obvious threats, its entire attention was instantly drawn to the crimson-red molten core at the chamber's center. A greedy intent surged violently, nearly solidifying into tangible form. Without hesitation, it transformed into a blurred black line, hurtling straight toward the molten core. Its speed far surpassed anything seen before. Now! Now! Jihua's intent shot through the minds of Lin Ye and everyone else like a cold arrow. Lin Ye's eyes snapped open as he growled, "Activate!" The dragon-patterned wall beneath his palms suddenly blazed to life. This time, it wasn't a gradual illumination. Instead, the eyes of the dragon-shaped patterns erupted with two blinding beams of dazzling white-gold light. A far more formidable suppressing force field descended instantly, like invisible shackles, fiercely enveloping the shadow lunging toward the core. A shrill, soul-piercing screech erupted from within the shadow. The shadow seemed to be violently seized by an invisible giant hand, its attacking motion instantly becoming incredibly sluggish and rigid. Its contours began to twist and churn, revealing a dark mass within, as if countless tortured faces were struggling inside. Now! Strike! Lin Ye's roar thundered like a bolt of lightning. The others, already poised for action, unleashed their most powerful attacks without hesitation. Overlord's army shattering slash. Morongsha roared, his crimson gold dragon halberd transforming into a tearing rainbow. With a force capable of obliterating all, it came crashing down. Whirlwind thousand slays. Fengwuhen became a blur of movement, countless condensed sword energies like a raging storm instantly engulfing that shadow. Underworld piercing. Yi Guiying's sword emerged without sound. A single, extreme flash of cold light, though released later, arrived first, piercing straight toward the very core of the shadow. Zhang Daoi's binding spirit charms erupted simultaneously, transforming into golden chains that coiled upward. Zhao Taishan roared, smashing his massive shield into the ground. A heavy pressure field radiated out, further restricting the shadow's movement. Attacks from other trainees rained down like fireworks. Boom! Countless attacks struck with pinpoint precision, all hitting the shadow figure simultaneously as it was briefly restrained by the holy wall's force field. Energies of every attribute erupted and annihilated in a frenzy. The shadowy form emitted an even more shrill, desperate shriek, twisting and struggling frantically, yet utterly unable to break free from the dual suppression and this devastating concentrated assault. Its form visibly thinned and dimmed at a visible pace. Finally, with a faint, unwilling sound like a bubble bursting. Pop! The shadow entity completely exploded, dispersing into countless strands of pure shadow energy. These strands spread out before being utterly annihilated by the follow-up attacks, vanishing into nothingness. Only a single strand of extremely pure, almost living-like, writhing, shadow essence remained suspended in its place, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Successful kill, Special Energy Entity Shadow Spirit Lord Tier. Obtain Special Item, Shadow Source Legendary. A cold notification sounded in Lin Ye's mind. The attack ceased. The energy ripples slowly dissipated. The stone chamber lay in utter disarray, the floor strewn with cracks and scorch marks. Yet everyone remained unharmed. They remained in their attack stances, breathing heavily, staring at the empty center of the stone chamber. Their faces were filled with disbelief, ecstasy, and awe. Success! They had truly joined forces to instantly defeat a bizarre and unpredictable Lord-level energy entity. Though achieved through Lin Ye's flawless plan and the aid of the sacred wall, this feat was truly something to be proud of. Is it dead? I can't sense that malevolence anymore. We really did it. After a brief silence, suppressed cheers erupted. Relieved smiles spread across everyone's faces. Zhao Taishan plopped down onto the ground, grinning foolishly. Morongsha and Fengwuhen exchanged glances, seeing excitement and admiration for Lin Ye in each other's eyes. Yi Guiying silently sheathed his sword, his gaze toward Lin Ye growing even more profound. The Karu tribe members peered out from the corners. Upon confirming that the terrifying specter had truly vanished, they erupted in cheers of survival, once again bowing repeatedly before Lin Ye and the sacred wall. Lin Ye slowly withdrew his hand from the wall, his face slightly pale. Precisely controlling the sacred wall's eruption had taken a significant toll on both his mental and spiritual energy.
Yet his eyes shone with a bright light. He walked to the center of the stone chamber and retrieved that strand of pure shadow source. The energy contained within this object was exceptionally unique and should greatly benefit Yi Ling. Clear the traces and restore the defenses. Though we've dealt with this immediate threat, we can't guarantee it won't draw other entities. Lin Ye's composed voice rang out again, pulling everyone back from their joy to reality. Yes, the group responded in unison, their morale soaring. After this battle, they harbored no further doubts about Lin Ye's leadership, their execution reaching its peak. Soon, order was restored within the stone chamber. Lin Ye returned to the dragon-patterned wall, continuing his attempts to communicate and decipher its secrets. He sensed faintly that after the earlier stimulation, his connection with the wall seemed to have deepened slightly. He could now perceive more vague information. A fragment of disjointed information caught his attention. Was it a warning? Concerning a place deep within this abandoned land, known as the Wailing Rift. The message was fragmented, mentioning only scattered terms like slumbering terror, the price of disturbance, and dragon bone seals. Yet the palpable dread and fear it conveyed pierced through the ages, reaching him with startling clarity. There, it seemed, lurked something far more dreadful than colossal golems or shadowy specters. It might even be connected to the ultimate destruction of the dragonkin civilization. Lin Ye silently noted the name Wailing Ravine and its approximate location. That place was far beyond their current capabilities to venture into. Perhaps only upon reaching the dragon's lair would they uncover more answers. The days that followed passed without incident. The group fully relaxed, taking turns to rest and gradually restoring their condition to peak form. Through persistent experimentation, Lin Ye gained deeper insight into the resonance between the Dragon Abyss Key and Dao-seeking Mark with the Sacred Wall. Though he still couldn't actively unleash overwhelming power, he could now faintly sense the presence of several other faint nodes nearby. This undoubtedly offered more potential shelters and clues for their future explorations. Feeling that everyone had recovered sufficiently, Lin Ye stood up, ready to depart. Our next destination was the lava-scorched wasteland mentioned by the Karoo tribe to seek out that lava tribe. Based on the information he gleaned from the Sacred Wall and the Karoo tribe's descriptions, the direction of the lava-scarred land seemed to be one of the relatively safer paths leading deeper into the secret realm. Moreover, that tribe capable of symbiosis with the lava's power likely held more intelligence about the secret realm, perhaps even a map to its core. The group quickly prepared for departure. Upon learning of Lin Ye's departure, the Karoo tribe members' faces betrayed both reluctance and trepidation. Without the protection of the celestial wanderer, they had no idea how much longer they could endure in these ruins. The elder, who had been fixated on the mark on Lin Ye's hand, supported by his tribe, shakily approached the young man. He spoke in a garbled stream of words, his voice choked with emotion as tears streamed down his aged face. As he spoke, he fumbled in his robe for a long moment before pulling out a palm-sized, charred, and twisted wooden talisman that looked as if it had been struck by lightning. He solemnly presented it to Lin Ye with both hands. Xingli translated, he says this is the thunderstruck wooden talisman, passed down through generations of the Karoo tribe. Legend has it that long ago, a dragonborn emissary bestowed this token upon their ancestors. Wearing it may offer guidance or protection when approaching places imbued with dragonkin power. They express their gratitude for saving their lives and for the miracle of awakening the sacred wall. Unable to repay you adequately, they offer this token instead. May the dragonborn messenger journey safely, and may the light of the sacred wall once again illuminate the land. Lin Ye was slightly moved as he accepted the seemingly unremarkable wooden talisman. It felt heavy in his hand, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible trace of thunderous power. Deeper still, it seemed to resonate in an indescribable way with the mark on the back of his hand. This might indeed prove useful. Thank you. Lin Ye carefully stowed the wooden talisman, conveying his gratitude through Xingli and instructing them to remain here, avoiding unnecessary outings. The remnant power of the sacred wall could still protect them for a time. The Karoo tribe members bowed once more. Lin Ye hesitated no longer. Turning, he led his group out of the underground ruins that had provided them with brief shelter and vital information. They returned to the abandoned land beneath the dark purple sky. The energy in the air remained turbulent, but their mindset had changed. With a preliminary base, intelligence, and direction secured, they were no longer the lost and helpless souls they had been upon first entering. Let's go! Lin Ye assessed their bearings and led the way toward the lava-scorched wasteland indicated by the Karoo tribe. Chapter 151, The Crimson Mane Tribe. Leaving the shelter of the underground ruins, the chaotic and turbulent spiritual energy of the outside world surged toward them once more. The dark purple sky hung low, pressing down with an almost suffocating weight. Distorted streaks of light occasionally flashed in the distance, casting more jagged, bizarre shadows across the land. Yet the mood within the group was utterly different from when they first entered the secret realm. Having endured the fierce battle against the colossal skeleton golem, the eerie hunt by the shadow fiends, and the brief respite in gains beneath the sacred wall, this group, composed of the pride of the great summer, had shed its initial bewilderment and inexperience, gaining a newfound steadiness and sharpness. More importantly, they now possessed a clear direction and a leader who commanded respect.
Lin Ye led the way, his black cloak fluttering slightly in the turbulent air currents. His stride was deliberate, his gaze sharp as he scanned the seemingly endless, desolate crimson-hued land ahead. The power of the three breath swords' aura spread outward like invisible tentacles, sensing subtle shifts in energy flow and potential dangers. In the direction of the lava-scorched wasteland indicated by the Karu tribe, the energy fluctuations indeed showed a gradual intensification. The air grew increasingly dry and heated, while the fire-attributed energy within the spiritual essence became more active, carrying a faint, lingering scent of sulfur. Beneath his feet, the earth's hue deepened, shifting from dark red to a charred black, as if repeatedly scorched by raging flames. The temperature was rising. Foam Wuhan sensed the shift in the air and murmured softly. His wind-flowing sword chi seemed to recoil from this environment. The fire toxins and the spiritual energy are intensifying. Everyone, exercise caution when circulating your spiritual power and avoid prolonged inhalation. Zhang Daoi cautioned. A faint, pure Tai Chi energy flowed around him, dissipating the heat seeping into his body. Morong Xiao gripped his dragon halberd tightly. The crimson gold dragon energy seemed to resonate faintly with this environment, making him feel more at ease instead. Looks like we're approaching the lava-scorched wasteland soon. Lin Ye gave a slight nod. His perception was the sharpest. About 10 li ahead, the Earth's energy surged with abnormal intensity and heat. A vast expanse glowing with a dark crimson light came into view. That must be their destination. Pick up the pace, but stay alert. Lin Ye gave the order. The situation with the lava tribe was unknown. Avoid conflict if possible, but be prepared for any eventuality. Yes. The group responded with sullen resolve, their pace quickening slightly. The closer they approached that scorched land, the more hostile the environment became. The ground was cracked and dry, with dark red lava occasionally visible flowing slowly through the fissures, radiating astonishing heat. The air warped, and in some places, unquenchable flames burned out of nowhere. Sparse, heat-resistant plants of bizarre shapes grew sparsely, their forms grotesque. Occasionally, lizard-like monsters covered in molten armor emerged from the fissures, eyeing the uninvited guests warily. Yet upon sensing the group's cohesive aura, they swiftly retreated back into the depths. Lava Fire Lizard Elite. Level 2628. Attributes, Fire, Earth. Not particularly high level, but their numbers seemed substantial, and they were exceptionally well adapted to their environment. Lin Ye ignored these minor threats, his focus unwavering. Finally, after scaling a massive ridge formed by cooled lava, the landscape opened up before him. An immense expanse of dark red scorched earth stretched before him. Gullies crisscrossed the land. Massive volcanic rock formations stood tall, many still bubbling and spewing white smoke with a distinct sulfuric stench. In the distance, several massive volcanoes could be seen, their craters faintly glowing with crimson light. The fire elemental energy here was intensely concentrated and wildly turbulent. At the very center of this scorched land, within a relatively flat expanse, stood a rudimentary city, constructed from massive obsidian blocks and cooled lava fragments. The city wasn't large, but its walls were high and thick, bristling with sharp lava spikes. On the ramparts, figures could be faintly seen patrolling. These figures were far taller and more robust than the Karu tribe. Standing nearly 2 meters 50 on average, their skin bore a dark red hue reminiscent of cooled lava. They wore crude leather armor. Their bodies were smeared with a red mineral pigment, painted with flame-like patterns. Their muscles were knotted and bulging, radiating explosive power. The weapons they wielded were mostly heavy. Most wielded battle axes, heavy hammers, or flails, radiating a scorching aura. Red Mane Tribe Lava Clan. Level, generally 25-30 adult warriors. Attributes, Fire, Strength. Status, Alert. So that's the Lava Tribe? Zhao Tieshan's eyes widened. Holy crap, they're huge. Their aura isn't weak either, their average strength far surpasses that of the Karu tribe. Morong Xiao assessed, his gaze growing serious. The group's arrival clearly caught the attention of the Red Mane Tribe's patrol warriors. Woo woo woo. A mournful, deep horn blast sounded from the city walls, instantly echoing throughout the entire tribe. Instantly, figures multiplied along the ramparts. Countless pairs of vigilant, scrutinizing eyes, radiating intense heat, turned toward Lin Ye and his group. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Halt! Lin Ye raised his hand, and the group stopped about 100 paces from the walls. This distance signaled no hostile intent while leaving ample room for reaction. Soon, the tribe's massive stone gate carved from a single block of polished obsidian swayed open. A squad of roughly 20 Red Mane warriors filed out in single file. The leader stood exceptionally tall, nearly 3 meters in height. His dark red skin was covered in scorched scars, like badges of honor. He wielded a door-sized flaming battle axe whose blade flickered with crimson light, radiating an aura that clearly reached the level of a 32nd tier lord. His gaze swept over Lin Ye and his companions. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Ye, the leader. Outsiders. He spoke, his voice rolling like muffled thunder. Jihua immediately translated in Lin Ye's mind. This is the territory of the Crimson Mane tribe. State your purpose. Otherwise, you will be treated as intruders. A powerful aura, mingled with the scorching heat of the land, surged toward them.
The warriors behind him gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with hostility. The air thickened with the scent of gunpowder.
Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others instinctively tensed their bodies, silently channeling their spiritual energy.
Lin Ye remained composed, stepping forward to meet the gaze of the red-maned chieftain. His voice was neither humble nor arrogant as he spoke.
Through Jihua's translation, his voice carried clearly.
We come from beyond the secret realm, bearing no ill will. We seek only to explore and hope to exchange information about this land with your tribe.
Outside the secret realm?
A flicker of surprise crossed the crimson-maned chieftain's eyes, but wariness dominated his expression.
Oomph. Sweet talk. Every so often, outsiders like you intrude, bringing nothing but trouble and strife. He clearly held a deep distrust of outsiders.
Lin Ye remained unperturbed and continued, We are different from those who came before. We have just arrived from the Forsaken Lands, where we defeated the colossal skeleton golem that had long plagued the Karu tribe and forged a bond of friendship with them.
He paused, studying the other's expression.
At the mention of the Forsaken Lands and the colossal skeleton golem, the red-maned chieftain's eyes visibly flickered, a hint of disbelief flickering in them. We know the red-maned tribe is a powerful guardian of this scorched land. We come seeking mutually beneficial cooperation, not conflict. Lin Ye discreetly released a trace of his own aura. It was not a provocation, but a demonstration of strength. The crimson-maned chief sensed this aura, his pupils contracting slightly as the disdain and wariness on his face diminished considerably. He sensed that this seemingly young outsider before him possessed power that was unfathomably deep,
far beyond what his apparent rank could indicate.
He fell silent for a moment, his burning gaze once again scrutinizing Lin Ye. His gaze swept over the equally formidable, well-equipped members behind him. Particularly the crimson gold dragon aura emanating from Morong Xiao and the ethereal sword intent radiating from Feng Wuhan both were forces he dared not underestimate.
Did you truly slay the giant skeleton colossus? He asked in a deep voice, his tone softening slightly.
Absolutely true, Lin Ye replied plainly. Its soul crystal is right here in my hand. With that, he flipped his palm, revealing the eerie green giant corpse soul crystal. A low murmur rippled through the crimson-maned warriors. Their gaze toward Lin Ye shifted completely.
Their gazes now held a mix of shock and reverence. The giant skeleton golem was the undisputed ruler of the Forsaken Land, a formidable foe. Even warriors from the red-maned tribe had fallen to its might. To single-handedly slay such a colossus demanded respect. The red-maned chieftain stared at the soul crystal for several seconds before finally nodding slowly, the blade of his giant axe dipping slightly. I am Melted Axe, the guard commander of the crimson-maned tribe. He gave his name, a gesture that usually signified preliminary acceptance. Stranger, your strength has earned you the right to speak. But tribal rules must not be broken. You cannot all enter.
He pointed at Lin Ye, you may bring no more than 2 others to accompany me to see the elders.
The rest must wait outside the city.
Morong Xiao frowned at this, about to protest, but Lin Ye raised a hand to silence him.
Agreed.
Lin Ye responded decisively.
Morong, brother Feng, you two come with me. The rest of you, stand guard here and await my word.
Yes, the group responded in unison. Zhao Taishan immediately slammed his massive shield into the ground, forming a defensive formation with the other trainees.
Though apprehensive, they trusted Lin Ye's decision.
Seeing this, Melting Axe wasted no words.
He turned and signaled to the sentry atop the city wall.
The heavy obsidian gate creaked open once more.
Follow me. Molten Axe led the way, turning toward the gate.
Lin Ye, accompanied by Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan, followed calmly. Stepping through the gate, a wave of even more intense heat yet thick with the vibrancy of life washed over them. The scene within the city stood in stark contrast to the desolation outside. Though simple, the streets were wide and well kept. Houses built with massive volcanic rock and obsidian lined both sides, their forms rugged yet exceptionally sturdy. Many doorways held basins with unquenchable flames, serving both as illumination and expressions of faith. Tall, red-maned tribespeople bustled about everywhere. Craftsmen sharpened weapons, women processed game, and children chased each other, sparks flying from their bodies. They cast curious, wary, and even slightly hostile glances at Lin Ye and his 2 companions, who were clearly strangers from elsewhere. But upon recognizing the guide as Melting Axe, the guard commander, none dared to block their path. Molten Axe led them in silence through several streets until they reached the tallest structure at the city's center. The structure resembled a miniature volcano, its summit seemingly pierced by an opening from which faint flames and white smoke drifted.
For red-maned warriors, their auras even more formidable, guarded the entrance.
Upon seeing Molten Axe, they respectfully stepped aside.
The elder is inside. Go in. Melting Axe halted, gesturing for Lin Ye and the others to proceed. Lin Ye nodded, leading Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan as they stepped into the structure radiating intense heat and an ancient aura.
The interior proved more spacious than anticipated, with temperatures even higher.
Walls were inlaid with glowing red crystals that illuminated the space.
The most striking feature was a pool at the hall's center.
Viscous, dark red lava churned within.
Bubbles continuously rose and burst, releasing pure fire element energy.
Seated cross-legged beside the pool were 3 elderly members of the Crimson Mane tribe. They were clearly the elders of the Crimson Mane tribe. Visitors from outside. A weathered voice spoke. I am Yenqin, the Grand Elder of the Crimson Mane tribe. Tell me, what brings you to the Red Mane tribe after crossing the perilous wasteland? Lin Ye remained composed. We have come solely for knowledge in exchange. He reaffirmed their identity as explorers and their peaceful intentions, briefly mentioning their assistance to the Karu tribe in resolving the matter of the giant skeleton golem as proof of goodwill. After hearing Lin Ye's account, the 3 elders fell silent for a moment, seemingly communicating through some form of telepathy. Finally, the Grand Elder Yenqin spoke slowly. The giant skeleton golem is indeed a great scourge upon the Forsaken Lands. Your ability to eliminate it demonstrates your strength and perhaps your goodwill. However, the secret realm is fraught with dangers beyond the giant skeleton golem. Your very presence may introduce unforeseen variables and risks. Our Crimson Mane tribe has thrived here through generations by relying on caution and strength. Merely a few words and a soul crystal are insufficient to earn our complete trust in outsiders. Lin Ye nodded in understanding. We understand the elders' concerns. We did not come empty-handed. We are willing to exchange some supplies you may need for basic intelligence, such as the terrain of the surrounding area, the distribution of dangers, and information about the deeper parts of the secret realm. As he spoke, he retrieved several items from his storage ring. These were items obtained from the Void Arena and hunting grounds. A crystal core imbued with pure fire energy, several fiery pepper plants suitable for fire element cultivators, and a small vial of earthfire spirit milk. These items held relatively limited use for Lin Ye and his companions. But for a tribe like the Crimson Mane, which clearly specialized in fire cultivation, they should be rare resources. Sure enough, upon seeing these items, the eyes of the 3 elders lit up slightly. Even Melting Axe, standing nearby, breathed a little heavier. After a moment's contemplation, the first elder Yenqin spoke slowly. You've been forthright and shown sincerity. The Crimson Mane tribe is not unreasonable. We can share information about the terrain and dangers of this scorched land. But as for deeper insights. He paused, a deep gleam flashing in his golden eyes. Those core secrets concerning the secret realm, even those tied to ancient dragonkin legends, hold extraordinary value. They cannot be exchanged for these supplies. Lin Ye's heart stirred. Dragon blood legends. They knew after all. His expression unchanged, he inquired, then, Elder, what must we offer in exchange for information about the dragon descendants or the core secrets of the hidden realm? Elder Yenqin gazed at Lin Ye and spoke slowly, power and mutual benefit. The Crimson Mane tribe currently faces a problem. In the Fire Scorpion Valley at the edge of the Scorched Land, a mutated, Lava Earth Fire Scorpion King has recently appeared, reaching a staggering level 38. It is exceptionally cunning and ferocious, attacking our hunting parties and seizing a crucial geothermal spirit spring vital to our tribe within the valley. Our warriors have launched several assaults, but each failed due to its strategic position, resulting in heavy casualties. Should you assist in resolving this issue and reclaiming the spring, you shall earn the friendship of the Crimson Mane tribe and gain access to our ancient fire rune tablets. Therein lie fragments of lore left by our ancestors, whispers of hidden realms and dragonkin. The mission awaits. Lin Ye hesitated scarcely at all. A level 38 Scorpion King, though formidable, not beyond handling. Agreed. Lin Ye nodded. We accept this mission. Lin Ye's prompt agreement eased the stern expressions on the 3 Crimson Mane elders' faces slightly. Elder Yenqin nodded slowly. Very well. Melting Axe will escort you to Fire Scorpion Valley and provide all known intelligence on that Scorpion King. May you succeed. Guard Commander Molten Axe stepped forward. Follow me. We'll discuss details en route. Leaving the Elder's lava hall, Molten Axe's expression remained stern, though his tone softened slightly. That beast won't be easy to deal with. He led the 3 out while murmuring in a low voice. Fire Scorpion Valley's terrain is complex, riddled with tunnels it has dug, crisscrossing in every direction. Its carapace is incredibly hard, its strength immense, and the venom in its tail hook is fiercely potent. It can also spew high-temperature toxic smoke and manipulate small-scale lava eruptions. Most crucially, it's extremely cunning. The moment it senses defeat, it burrows into the subterranean labyrinth, making it nearly impossible to track. Morong Xiao frowned. A level 38 lord with home field advantage? That is indeed troublesome. Feng Wuhan inquired, does its carapace have any relatively weak points? Like joint connections or its abdomen? Molten Axe glanced at Feng Wuhan and nodded. Yes. Its eyes and mouthparts are weak points, but the hardest to hit. Its abdomen is relatively soft, but it almost always stays close to the ground or lurks within the lava. The carapace on its back is thickest, our weapons struggle to penetrate it. When it launches pincer strikes or spews acid, brief gaps appear at the shell joints under its armpits and along its neck, but the timing is extremely hard to catch. Lin Ye listened silently, already beginning to strategize in his mind. The golden text of the 3 breaths sword's power silently activated. Based on the Molten Axe's description, it simulated potential combat scenarios against the Molten Lava Fire Scorpion King.
Energy flow, attack patterns, evasion routes, weak point opportunities. Information processed at lightning speed, crystallizing into potential countermeasures. They had arrived.
Molten Axe led them to the city gates,
pointing toward a distant, fiercer valley billowing with thick smoke. That is Fire Scorpion Valley. The Earthfire Spirit Spring lies within a cavern at the valley's deepest point, now occupied by that beast. He halted, looking at Lin Ye. I'll lead a squad of warriors to provide support at the valley entrance, preventing its escape or interference from other demons. But the main assault rests with you.
Need any assistance?
Lin Ye shook his head.
Not necessary. Just hold the entrance. Molten Axe gave Lin Ye a long, searching look before nodding firmly.
Understood.
We await your success.
He immediately selected a squad of 20 elite Crimson Mane warriors and led them toward the entrance of Fire Scorpion Valley. Lin Ye then addressed Morong Xiao and Feng Wuan. You two remain at the valley entrance as well.
Set up defenses alongside the Crimson Mane warriors, just in case. Leave the interior to me. Chief Lin, you alone? Morong Xiao voiced his concern.
After all, it's a level 38 lord, and it's in its own lair.
Don't worry.
A faint smile curved Lin Ye's lips. Against thick-skinned, stealthy foes like this, too many people just get in the way.
Having witnessed Lin Ye's prowess, the two men said no more. Clasping their fists, they offered a warning, be careful.
Lin Ye turned and walked alone, his black cloak billowing, step by step toward the Fire Scorpion Valley that radiated a dangerous aura. The closer he got, the more pungent the sulfur smell and the more intense the scorching heat became. The ground was scorching hot, and even the black rocks felt soft beneath his feet. The valley floor was strewn with jagged rocks, dotted with eroded cavities and massive fissures. The faint glow of dark red lava could be seen flowing below. A hissing sound echoed from all directions. Smaller lava fire scorpions were stirring. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Lin Ye, they scrambled back into their caves in panic.
Lin Ye's objective was clear.
He headed straight for the deepest part of the valley, toward the source of the most powerful fiery energy.
Soon, a massive cavern came into view.
This was the lair of the Lava Fire Scorpion King and the location of the Earthfire Spirit Spring. Lin Ye came to a halt at the cave entrance.
He didn't even need to deliberately provoke it.
Merely standing there, the aura emanating from him had already alerted the sovereign dwelling deep within the lair. Squeak! A shrill, piercing screech erupted from the cavern's depths, reverberating through the entire valley.
Rumble!
The ground shook violently. Immediately, a massive black shadow burst forth from the cavern. Lava Fire Scorpion King Lord Class. Level 38. Attributes: Fire, Poison, Earth. Skills: Lava Breath, Poisonous Claw Stab, Earth-Splitting Pincer Strike, Lava Stealth, Frenzied Poison Mist.
Status: Enraged Territory Intrusion. Its size far exceeded Lin Ye's expectations, stretching over 2 meters in length.
Its massive claws resembled 2 terrifying warhammers. Its compound eyes blazed with cruel, savage fire. The terrifying aura of a Lord-class creature, mingled with searing poison mist, pressed down like a tangible weight.
An ordinary person would have been utterly petrified by now.
Yet Lin Ye merely lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze calm and unruffled. Xingli, Yiling, Jihua. He silently invoked their names in his mind.
Time to get to work.
Finally a target worthy of the name. Xingli's voice carried a hint of excited fighting spirit.
Master, master. This giant scorpion is so ugly and stinky.
Yiling transmitted her disgusted thoughts.
Jihua's ethereal voice chimed in, its emotion savagery, greed. Only simple instincts of slaughter and protection. Weakness is marked. 3-breath sword invocation activated.
Buzz. Under the foresight perspective, every piece of data on the Scorpion King was laid bare. Its attack patterns, energy core, and weak points on its carapace were crystal clear. Roar. The instant the foresight concluded, the Scorpion King snapped open its monstrous mandibles. A toxic cloud erupted, violently spewing toward Lin Ye. Before the attack even reached him, the ground instantly melted in charred black. Yet, just as the molten pillar of fire was about to engulf Lin Ye, his figure abruptly blurred. Firefly flash. A faint, imperceptible flicker of starlight. Like a ghostly apparition, Lin Ye materialized with pinpoint precision at the blind edge of the lava's reach. The devastating pillar of fire roared past his afterimage, completely melting the vast rock wall behind him.
Boom! Almost simultaneously with the eruption, the Scorpion King's massive left claw smashed down with brutal force. Earth-splitting claw strike. Boom!
The ground rolled and shattered like waves.
However, Lin Ye's position was precisely within the blind spot of the shockwave's trajectory. He didn't even spare a glance at the terrifying attack.
In that fleeting instant when the Scorpion King's old power had just faded and new power hadn't yet surged forth, as its right claw was about to sweep out,
Lin Ye moved. He charged straight toward the Scorpion King's massive body.
His speed was so blindingly fast that only a faint black afterimage lingered where he had stood. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Scorpion King's eyes. It hadn't anticipated this insignificant prey not only evading its attack but daring to close in. It instinctively swung its right claw, intent on crushing this foolhardy creature into pulp.
But in the very instant its right claw swung out, the relatively vulnerable joint beneath its wing was inevitably exposed. It was only for a split second. But for Lin Ye, it was enough. Night Feather. Veil of Death. Suppress its energy and movement. Xingli. Starfall of Oblivion. Target its left compound eye. The commands were issued like lightning. I, Master. Buzz. A gray, frigid domain instantly expanded around Lin Ye, engulfing most of the Scorpion King's body. Within the domain, time flowed distorted and light dimmed. The Scorpion King's claw-wielding motion froze abruptly. Oomph. Die. Hum. The starlight sword at Lin Ye's waist instantly disintegrated. Billions of condensed silver stardust particles, empowered by the Veil of Death, streaked forward at speeds beyond visual perception. Put. A piercing, agonized howl erupted from the Scorpion King's mouth. Its left compound eye didn't even have time to close before being instantly pierced and shattered by the torrent of annihilating stardust. Dark green, foul-smelling fluid splattered everywhere. The excruciating agony drove the Scorpion King utterly mad. Its massive body convulsed violently. Without a second thought, it raised its tail claw and lunged viciously at Lin Ye. The speed was astonishing. Yet, under the foresight of the three-breath sword art, the trajectory of this furious strike was crystal clear. Lin Ye didn't even glance at the incoming tail hook. His body shifted at an impossible angle, as if foreseeing the attack. The tail hook whizzed past his chest by a hair's breadth. A sharp gust of wind whipped his black hair forward. Simultaneously, Lin Ye's left hand, which had remained hidden, clasped its fingers like a blade. Void erosion. A deep, annihilating gray-blue light flashed and vanished. It struck the Scorpion King with pinpoint precision. SSSSH. The sound of corrosion erupted instantly. The hard carapace was instantly corroded into a fist-sized hole, revealing the faintly pulsing innards within. The weak point was exposed. Now. Xingli. Lin Ye roared. No words were needed. The Xingli sword, already primed for action, erupted in brilliant light. Annihilation stardust. Put. A faint sound of flesh being pierced. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The lava fire Scorpion King's frantically writhing body froze abruptly. The annihilating sword scar erupted within its body, instantly extinguishing all traces of life. Its tail hook drooped limply, its pincers slackening. Its massive frame swayed, then crashed to the ground like a toppling mountain, sending a cloud of dust and sparks flying into the air. It twitched twice, then fell utterly silent. Level 38 Lord, Lava Fire Scorpion King, slain. From the moment it burst from the cave to its death, the entire sequence took but 10 breaths. A textbook example of exploiting a weakness and an efficiency-driven instant kill. Lin Ye hadn't even moved far, merely taking a few precise steps and delivering 2 sword strikes. His black robes remained spotless. He exhaled slowly, his expression calm as ever. Done. The Xingli sword hummed as it slid back into its scabbard, carrying a hint of satisfaction. Yiling danced joyfully around the Scorpion King's massive corpse. Master, you're so amazing. That stinky scorpion went down in one hit. Jihua hovered silently, her pure blue eyes scanning the corpse, threat neutralized. Deep within its lair lies a source of pure fire energy, likely a subterranean fire spirit spring. Lin Ye nodded, approaching the Scorpion King's corpse. He removed the faint blue venom sac from its tail hook and extracted a Scorpion King fire core, radiating immense fire energy. Both were excellent materials. Only after completing these tasks did he turn and signal toward the valley entrance with a prearranged gesture. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed through the air. Molten Axe led a squad of Crimson Mane warriors, along with Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan, rushing in urgently. When they saw the massive, motionless corpse of the Scorpion King lying deep within the valley, everyone froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. Dead? How long had it even been? That was the level 38 Scorpion King that had caused the Red Mane tribe so much headache and cost them numerous warriors. Simply vanquished like that, without a sound? The flaming giant axe in Molten Axe's hands nearly slipped from his grasp. He stared at the massive corpse, then shifted his gaze to Lin Ye standing beside it, his expression serene. His throat moved with difficulty. In that moment, he gained a terrifyingly new understanding of Lin Ye's power. Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan exchanged glances. Beyond shock, there was a numbing sense of familiarity. It happened again. Lin Ye's power as the chief was forever unfathomable. Mission complete. Lin Ye turned to Melting Axe, his tone flat. The Earthfire Spirit Spring should be inside. You may take it. Only then did Rongfu snap out of his profound shock, his face instantly flooding with ecstatic joy and profound reverence. He strode forward, clenched his right fist, and slammed it hard against his left chest. He performed the most revered ritual of the Crimson Mane tribe before Lin Ye. Honorable Strong One. The Crimson Mane tribe thanks you for your aid. Your power has earned the respect of our entire tribe. The Red Mane warriors behind him followed suit, pounding their chests in salute, their gazes fixed on Lin Ye with fervent reverence. Lin Ye accepted it with composure, replying calmly, "Lead us to the elders." "Yes. Please follow me." Molten Axe's demeanor shifted to one of utmost reverence as he personally led the way. On the way back, word seemed to have spread. When Lin Ye and his companions emerged from Fire Scorpion Valley, they discovered an even larger gathering of Crimson Mane tribe members outside. They gazed at Lin Ye with complex expressions: curiosity, reverence, gratitude. The earlier hostility nearly vanished. Upon returning to the Crimson Mane tribe city, the three elders personally stood at the city gates to welcome them. Elder Yenxin gazed at Lin Ye, his eyes flickering with a complex light. Mighty warrior who journeyed far, the Crimson Mane tribe remembers your kindness. He bowed slightly, gesturing for them to follow. Please follow me. The tribe's ancient fire shall open before you. Chapter 152, The Fire Pattern Stone Slab and Tribal Friendship. Deep within the Crimson Mane tribe's fortress. Within that volcano-shaped structure, the heat seemed even more intense than outside. A lava pool bubbled and churned, its dark red foam churning. Pure fire energy permeated the air, filling the lungs with a scorching yet harmless warmth. Elder Yenxin moved slowly yet steadily, guiding Lin Ye toward the rear of the lava pool. There, a massive, polished dark red stone wall stood. Covering the entire surface were not natural patterns, but ancient, strange characters and designs dense and intricate, as if branded onto molten metal. The characters twisted like serpents, while the patterns depicted flames, colossal beasts, and abstract geographical contours. They exuded an ancient, primordial aura. This was the fire pattern stone slab, guarded by generations of the Crimson Mane tribe. These are the tablets left by our ancestors. Elder Yenxin's aged fingers gently traced the stone surface, his eyes reflecting reverence and remembrance. Engraved upon them were our forebears' understanding of this hidden realm, their insights into the power of flame, and fragments of legends from even more ancient times. His gaze shifted to Lin Ye, his golden eyes holding a hint of solemnity. As agreed, you may observe here. But how much you comprehend, whether you find what you seek, that depends entirely on you. The information on the tablets is ancient and obscure, much of it even we cannot fully decipher. Thank you, Elder. Lin Ye gave a slight nod, his gaze already fixed upon the massive stone slab engraved with fire patterns. At a glance, he knew this was no ordinary artifact. The characters and patterns were not lifeless. They contained a faint yet undeniable essence. A fury and creativity belonging to fire, a weight and transformation belonging to the earth, and even a trace of the majesty and antiquity belonging to the great dragon. Morong Xiao and Feng Luan also focused their gaze, but soon frowned. The patterns were too ancient and intricate. Staring at them too long made one feel dizzy and lightheaded, even causing a slight sluggishness in the flow of spiritual energy. It was impossible to gaze upon them for long. Only Lin Ye. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, slowly sweeping over every corner of the stone slab. The golden power of the three breaths sword art surged silently to its peak. The foresight perspective was not used for combat, but transformed into the most precise analytical tool, forcibly parsing the fragments of information embedded within those ancient patterns. Next breath, the upper left section detailed the patterns of subterranean fire circulation, along with rudimentary methods for tempering flesh and weapons using that fire, useful for the Crimson Mane tribe, but of little value to Lin Ye. The next breath, the vast patterns on the right depicted the distribution and properties of various powerful fire elemental monsters and rare spiritual materials, primarily covering the lava-scorched wasteland and its surroundings. Moderate value. Third breath, at the very center of the stone tablet and in the lower right corner, areas deliberately encrypted with more ancient symbols. The information suddenly becomes profound. It touches upon the flow of earth veins, spatial weak points, and repeatedly mentions terms like Dragon's Rest, Sacred Ground, Guardians, and Trials. That's it. Lin Ye focused his mind, pouring all his effort into deciphering the crucial information at the center and bottom right. Fragmented images and thoughts surged into his mind. Earth veins surge, converging beneath the northwest precipice. Within lies an underground river, leading to the fiery core. The entrance to the sacred site lies hidden within the valley where three solar projections converge. Access requires either a dragon bone as a key or one blessed by the dragon's favor. Ancient guardians have awakened, prowling the abandoned altar to test those who dare approach the sacred land. The flame is not destruction, but a force of rebirth and purification. The legacy of the dragon's kin awaits its true heir. The information was fragmented and indistinct. Yet, piecing it together with information previously obtained from the Karu tribe's sacred wall, Lin Ye gradually sketched out a relatively clear path in his mind. The core area of the Dragon Abyss secret realm, the dragon's lair, seemed to have its entrance beneath a sheer cliff somewhere northwest of the lava-scorched wasteland. Access required traversing an underground river. And to open the entrance, it might require a specific token such as the so-called dragon bone, or someone bearing dragon-related power or markings. The seal of inquiry on his hand and the Dragon Abyss key within his storage ring grew faintly warm once more. They seemed to resonate with the information etched upon the stone tablet. It seems this Dragon Abyss key is likely one of the keys referred to as the Dragon Bone Key. Lin Ye understood this clearly. As for the valley where the three sun projections converge, along with the abandoned altar and ancient guardians, these details provided more precise coordinates and potential challenges. This information was priceless. It drastically shortened the time he would have spent blindly exploring and helped him avoid many potential danger zones. Time passed slowly.
Lin Ye stood motionless before the stone slab, as still as a statue. Only the faint, ever-shifting glow deep within his eyes revealed the intense mental exertion he was undergoing. Morongxiao and Feng Wuhan had long since been unable to keep up, retreating to the side to regulate their breath, their eyes filled with admiration.
Elder Yan Xian watched Lin Ye silently.
His aged face betrayed no emotion, save for the occasional flicker of astonishment deep within his eyes. Lin Ye was the first to gaze upon the stone slab for such an extended period without suffering backlash, and even to faintly resonate with its power.
This youth, truly extraordinary. After a long while,
Lin Ye slowly closed his eyes, exhaling a long breath of hot, murky air. His complexion was slightly pale, his temples faintly bulging. The continuous, high-intensity deciphering of such vast ancient information had severely drained his mental energy.
Yet the rewards were immense.
Not only had he uncovered crucial paths and clues leading to the dragon's lair, but his understanding of the entire secret realm had deepened considerably.
He even gained a new insight into the very essence of flame power.
Well, Elder Yenxin spoke slowly.
I've gained immensely.
Lin Ye opened his eyes, his gaze clear and profound.
Thank you, Elder, for your guidance.
The friendship of the Crimson Mane tribe is deeply etched in my heart.
A genuine smile touched Elder Yenxin's face as he nodded slightly.
Your gains are a matter of fate.
The Red Mane tribe recognizes you as a friend.
He paused, then added, you look exhausted.
Rest here for a day. Let Melting Axe arrange lodging for you. Setting out tomorrow won't be too late. Lin Ye indeed needed time to process his discoveries and replenish his spiritual energy, so he accepted without hesitation. Then we shall impose.
Molten Axe arranged a stone dwelling for Lin Ye and his companions near the tribal center, a relatively quiet spot. Though simple, it was clean and sturdy. The floor was even paved with a type of highly thermally conductive warm stone. Sitting on it felt pleasantly warm and comfortable. Morongxiao and Feng Wuhan were tasked with notifying the other team members at the valley entrance and bringing back some supplies. Learning that Lin Ye had instantly slain the Scorpion King, secured the tribe's friendship, and obtained crucial intelligence, the group erupted in another wave of astonishment and excitement.
Morale soared.
Lin Ye sat cross-legged alone inside the stone hut. He retrieved the Scorpion King's fire pill, obtained from the Scorpion King, and the fire spirit essence, acquired earlier.
Both contained pure, elemental fire essence.
Though fire wasn't his primary element, studying them would allow him to draw parallels and deepen his understanding of energy's essence. More importantly, he could allow Xingli and Yiling to absorb them. Though Xingli's stellar power wasn't fire attributed, the explosive nature of the extinction stardust shared similarities with intense heat.
Yiling's void power could encompass all things.
Lin Ye slowly drew out the two pure essences of fire elemental energy, channeling them respectively into the Xingli sword and Yiling's spirit body. The Xingli sword's body trembled slightly, emitting a soothing hum. The starlight gem at its guard shimmered with a flowing radiance, seeming to grow even more brilliant.
Nightfeather, meanwhile, absorbed the energy with evident delight. Its dark blue spirit body took on a faint warm hue, and it comfortably narrowed its eyes. Passable.
Xingli remained as haughty as ever, though her tone was noticeably more content.
So warm and cozy, master.
Yiling expressed her delight directly. Lin Ye smiled faintly, continuing to channel his energy to replenish the depleted spiritual power. The stone room fell quiet, only the warm stones radiating steady heat. Outside, faint sounds of the Red Mane tribe working and chatting drifted in, filled with the rugged vibes of daily life. It was a stark contrast to the dead silence and despair of the Forsaken Land. Here, a resilient civilization thrived. As evening approached, Molten Axe personally delivered some tribal provisions. It consisted of roasted large lizard meat and a faintly alcoholic beverage brewed from some kind of underground tuber. The taste wasn't refined, but it was rich in energy and had a unique flavor. Lin Ye summoned Morongxiao, Feng Wuhan, and others to share the meal, serving as a sort of social gathering.
Molten Axe proved quite talkative.
After a few cups of wine, his words flowed freely.
He recounted amusing tales of tribal hunts, battles against surrounding monsters, and his insights into the power of molten lava.
Lin Ye occasionally chimed in, sharing insights on cultivation that often struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Molten Axe enlightened and deeply impressed.
The atmosphere was warm and friendly.
During the gathering, several bold Crimson Mane tribe children sneaked out of the stone hut, peering curiously at Lin Ye and the other celestial travelers. A few ordinary energy candies were enough to make them beam with delight, chattering away non-stop.
Through Jiahua's translation, their childish chatter proved surprisingly entertaining.
Observing these vibrant children, Lin Ye suddenly understood why the Red Mane tribe was so fiercely protective of their homeland and placed such importance on their promises. They simply wished to protect their homeland and heritage within this cruel secret realm. The night passed without incident.
Lin Ye spent the night cultivating and reflecting.
His spiritual energy fully recovered, even growing slightly more refined from the intense deciphering of the stone tablets. His grasp of flame power deepened.
Xingli and Yiling's auras grew more refined. The next morning, Lin Ye and his companions prepared to take their leave.
The Grand Elder Yenching personally saw them off, handing Lin Ye a leather map depicting the rough terrain of the lava-scorched wasteland, marked with several danger zones and resource points. Though far less profound than the Firestone tablets, it proved far more practical. Travel with caution, Elder Yenching said solemnly. The Northwest is not peaceful. Beyond the natural hazards, there may be others seeking the same opportunity at the sacred land. His words carried hidden meaning. Lin Ye nodded in understanding. Thank you for the warning, Elder. We'll be cautious. Molten Axe, accompanied by a squad of warriors, escorted Lin Ye and his companions all the way to the edge of the lava-scarred wastes. This is as far as we go. Molten Axe pounded his chest in salute. Honored friends, may your journey be smooth. The Crimson Mane tribe will always welcome you. Until we meet again. Lin Ye returned the salute with a clasped fist. After bidding farewell to the Crimson Mane tribe, the group set out once more. With a clear map and direction, their pace quickened considerably. According to the map and stone tablet information, Lin Ye unfolded the animal hide map and addressed the core members. We must travel northwest for about 3 days, crossing an area known as the Blackstone Forest, to reach those sheer cliffs. Blackstone Forest, Feng Wuhan murmured thoughtfully. The map marked it as a complex terrain, densely packed with stone pillars where one could easily lose their way. Moreover, it was home to a troublesome species of gregarious magical beasts known as shadowclaw bats. No problem. Lin Ye folded the map, his gaze fixed calmly toward the northwest. We'll just push straight through. Under his lead, the group advanced like a sharp blade, piercing deeper into the secret realm. The path ahead proved exactly as the map indicated, growing increasingly desolate and treacherous. The earth turned a pure, pitch-black color, strewn with sharp, jagged rocks. Gigantic, charcoal-black stone pillars rose from the ground, their bizarre shapes forming an endless labyrinth. Light was fragmented by the twisted stone forest, casting bizarre, distorted shadows. The air thickened with a mingled stench of burnt dust and earth. Here, the three breath sword's foresight abilities were slightly disrupted. Those eerie pillars seemed to warp energy fields and perception. The party's pace was forced to slow. Lin Ye led the way, his divine sense intensely focused as he constantly adjusted their course. Whoa! Suddenly, a shrill, piercing screech echoed from above the stone forest. Countless dark shadows, like ghostly apparitions, burst forth from the shadows of the stone pillars. They were small in stature, with wingspans under a meter, entirely pitch black, blending seamlessly with the stone pillars. Only their claws gleamed with a sinister light, and their eyes were two blood-red dots. Shadowclaw Bat Elite. Level, 27. Attributes, Shadow, Sonic. Status, Frenzied, Swarm. In overwhelming numbers, they coalesce into a dense, dark cloud in the blink of an eye, diving toward the party. Their shrill screeches carried sonic attacks, unsettling the mind. Form ranks. Defend. Morong Shao roared, sweeping his dragon halberd. Crimson dragon energy surged skyward, blasting away the first dozen Shadowclaw bats to strike. Feng Wuhan's sword dance swept like the wind, forming a blade curtain that precisely picked off any stragglers. Zhao Tieshan's massive shield stood tall, shielding the flank. Other trainees unleashed their own techniques, relentlessly firing ranged attacks at the swarm. Yet the Shadowclaw bats were too numerous, too swift, attacking from all directions with reckless abandon. Soon, trainees were thrown off by the sonic disturbances. The slightest hesitation in their movements left them slashed by sharp claws, blood streaming freely. Oomph, so noisy. Xingli's discontented grunt echoed in Lin Ye's mind. These low-level monsters were troublesome to kill, yet equally bothersome to ignore. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold. Individually, these Shadowclaw bats posed little threat, but swarming together and holding the high ground made them truly irritating. He didn't want to waste too much time or spiritual energy here. Yiling. Here, master. Deathly silence curtain, maximum range, enveloping upward to suppress their speed in sonic attacks. Got it. Hum. The gray, frigid domain instantly expanded, like an inverted giant bull, enveloping a vast area above the team. Within the domain, the flow of time warped. The swarm of Shadowclaw bats diving down in dense formation seemed to plunge into invisible viscous glue, their speed plummeting abruptly. Their piercing sonic screeches grew muffled and distorted, their power greatly diminished. Xingli, Extinction Stardust, Scatter Mode, clear the area. It should have been done this way all along. Hum. The starlight sword shot skyward, instantly disintegrating. Rather than coalescing into a single point, billions of annihilation stardust transformed into a small-scale silver storm, crashing into the bat swarm suppressed by the veil of death. Put. A dense rain of fate explosions sounded like hail striking banana leaves. The Shadowclaw bats, severely slowed, had no way to evade this deadly storm. Swarms upon swarms were pierced, torn apart, and reduced to ash by the stardust. Black blood rain mingled with severed limbs and broken wings drifted down in a steady fall. In mere moments, the most threatening main force of the bat swarm was utterly annihilated. Only a few dozen, utterly terrified, screeched and fled back into the depths of the stone forest, never to show themselves again. The battle ended swiftly. The team members stared at the suddenly clear sky, still in a daze. The Shadowclaw bat swarm that had plagued the map for so long was gone just like that? Zhao Taishan scratched his head. My shield wasn't even warm yet. The others shared a wry smile, once again deeply appreciating the absurdly powerful clearing abilities of Lin Ye and his sword maiden. They pressed onward. Lin Ye, as if he'd accomplished nothing more than a trivial task, sheathed the starlight sword and resumed leading the way. After this minor incident, the team's progress through the Blackstone Forest became much smoother. Occasional skirmishes with small groups of monsters were easily dealt with. 3 days later, the party finally traversed the vast Blackstone Forest without incident. The landscape before them opened up dramatically once more. A colossal, dark red cliff face, as if cleaved by a divine giant's axe, stretched between heaven and earth. Beneath the sheer wall lay a chaotic expanse of jagged rocks. The distant roar of a massive waterfall echoed from the depths of the cliff. There, they believed, lay the entrance to the underground river marked on the map, the very starting point of the path to the Dragon's Rest, as hinted by the Firestone tablet. Everyone's eyes burned with fervor. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally reached their destination. Yet Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned a specific spot below the cliff. There, distinct traces of energy fluctuations lingered, along with several corpses of monsters that had perished only recently. Judging by the wounds, this was not their handiwork. Elder Yinxin's warning still rang in their ears. It seemed other seekers of the sacred land's fortune had arrived before them. Chapter 153, The First Arrivals? Suppression. Beneath the sheer cliff, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The corpses of those demonic creatures still emitted wisps of steam, clearly having perished only moments ago. Their wounds were clean and precise, clearly inflicted by an extremely sharp weapon or energy strike. Whoever had done this possessed formidable strength. Someone had beaten them to it. Morong Zhao's eyes narrowed as he gripped the crimson gold dragon spear, his aura growing heavy and focused. Wind Wuhan's side swirled with a faint eddy of air as his sword finger clicked into position. Yi Gang seemed to merge with the shadows, his presence becoming almost imperceptible. All team members instantly entered combat readiness, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the corpse, his eyes icy cold. 3-breath sword invocation. The golden power silently activated. The foresight perspective instantly unfolded, capturing residual energy trails and fragments of intent. Next breath, 100 paces ahead to the left, concealed behind a massive rock pillar, 3 auras lurking. 1 strong, 2 weak. Energy attributes lean, cold and treacherous. Next breath, 2 lurking beneath the rubble pile to the right rear. Heavy auras, skilled in combined attacks. Third breath, at the entrance of the cliffside cave directly ahead, the most formidable aura presides. Peak level 39. Carrying an unsettling, devouring intent. 5 individuals. 1 at peak level 39, 1 at level 38, and 3 around level 35. Well equipped and cleverly positioned. Clearly prepared, lying in wait to ambush unsuspecting prey. Hiding in the shadows. Lin Ye let out a cold snort. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached every member's ears clearly. Left front 3, right rear 2, 1 at the cave entrance. The strongest barely reached the peak of level 39. A bunch of nobodies. At these words, the tense team members instantly relaxed, some even feeling like laughing. A peak level 39 powerhouse in Chief Lin's words was dismissed as a worthless piece of junk? Yet inexplicably, his calm yet commanding assessments settled everyone's nerves. It felt as though, with him present, even an army of 10,000 would hold no fear. Since they refused to come out. Lin Ye stepped forward. His black robe billowed without wind, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then don't come out. Yiling. Deathly silence curtain. Force those 3 rats on the left out. Aye, master. Yiling responded excitedly. Buzz. The gray, icy domain didn't spread across the entire field but remained highly concentrated, like an invisible sledgehammer, instantly smashing down on the massive rock pillar to the left front. Area control, precise as ever. Oh no. A shriek of shock and fury erupted from behind the pillar. 3 figures clad in dark blue leather armor and wielding poison-tipped daggers were violently shoved from their hiding place as if by an invisible giant hand. The shadowy concealment energy coiling around them melted away instantly under the overwhelming suppression of the deadly veil, like ice and snow under the sun. Their movements became incredibly sluggish and stiff, their faces filled with shock and terror. They never imagined their flawless concealment could be so easily, so brutally exposed and shattered. Death. Lin Ye didn't even glance at them. His fingers formed a sword-like point, and with a casual flick. Stellar scar stab. 3 frigid stars erupted from his fingertips, striking first despite their distance. Thud. 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 3 faint thuds. The 3 assassins, who had just materialized and were still frozen in shock, each developed a tiny blood hole between their eyebrows. Terror froze in their eyes as their bodies slumped lifelessly to the ground, all signs of life extinguished. Instant kill. 3 agile class professionals around level 35 were instantly eliminated without even a chance to react. Only after the 3 had fallen did the 2 ambushers hidden beneath the rubble pile on the right finally grasp what had transpired. Third brother. Rocks exploded. 2 burly men clad in earth-tone heavy armor, wielding flails and massive shields, roared as they charged out.
Seeing their comrade killed in an instant, their eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Dare to kill my brothers. Die. Earth roar. Shield shockwave. The two worked in perfect sync. One bellowed, unleashing a sonic blast to stun the crowd. The other slammed his massive shield into the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave that engulfed the entire front area. A classic crowd control combo. Impressive power. However, noisy. Lin Ye frowned slightly. No need for him to give orders. Jiawa's pure blue eyes flickered slightly. Guard the spirit platform. Hum. An invisible force field, clear and resilient, instantly enveloped the entire area. The sonic shockwaves and tremors powerful enough to shatter rock collided with this force field, only to dissipate instantly as if striking an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron, failing to make even the slightest dent. The two heavily armored warriors' pupils contracted sharply, horror spreading across their faces. Their combined ultimate technique had been deflected with such effortless ease? Roll over. Lin Ye reached out into the void. Not physical force, but the void power of Nightfeather unleashed. Hum. The two heavily armored warriors felt the space around them violently warp and compress. An irresistible force surged through them. Amidst their startled cries, the two were seized as if by an invisible giant hand, forcibly torn from the ground, and hurtled uncontrollably toward Lin Ye. Big brother, save me. Terrified, they screamed for help toward the cliffside cave. Useless. A cold, brutal roar thundered from within the cave like a crack of lightning. Boom. A dark figure burst from the cave like a specter. Its speed was beyond measure. Before the figure arrived, a terrifying, all-consuming suction force descended. As if it sought to tear out the souls and spiritual energy of everyone present. Devouring domain. The overwhelming pressure of a peak level 39 powerhouse erupted without restraint. Ground debris floated upward, pulled toward the dark figure. The team members felt their spiritual energy surge and their chi and blood boil, nearly losing their footing. Finally decided to show itself? Lin Ye's gaze turned icy. Facing that terrifying devouring force, he advanced instead of retreating. He took a step forward. Starlight swirled around his body. Firefly flash. His figure blurred instantly, breaking free from the core of the devouring force field. Simultaneously. Xingli. Silent stardust. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Oomph. I've had my eye on him for a while now. The Xingli sword's clear chime rang out as it left its scabbard, instantly disintegrating. Billions of extinction stardust coalesced into a dense silver torrent, not aimed at the shadow's body itself, but striking with pinpoint precision at the power node of its devouring force field. Attack where he must defend. Put. The devouring force field violently rippled, emitting a strained, overburdened hiss. The charging dark figure grunted, its momentum abruptly halted, forced to reveal its form. It was a pale-faced, menacing-eyed middle-aged man clad in a black robe. Black mist swirled around him, as if countless vengeful spirits wailed within. Now, he stared at Lin Ye with shock and disbelief, a flicker of incredulity crossing his eyes. His devouring domain had it truly been pierced through at its core by a single glance, forcibly disrupted? Who are you? The black-robed man's voice was hoarse, thick with murderous intent and wariness. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to answer. His gaze swept over the man like lightning. Under the gaze of the three-breathed sword, nothing could hide. Chapter 154, Dead Silence. Before the sheer cliff, the atmosphere was tense and charged. The middle-aged man in black robes who had burst out of the cave was as pale as paper, yet his eyes were as sinister as a venomous snake. Black mist swirled restlessly around his form. Eerie wails and screams echoed faintly, as if countless tormented souls were imprisoned within. The overwhelming pressure of a peak level 39 powerhouse, combined with the eerie devouring domain, acted like an invisible black hole, violently tearing at everything around it. Rock fragments floated in midair, spiritual energy chaotic. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others felt their own spiritual energy threatening to break free from their bodies. They had to exert their full cultivation to resist, their expressions grave. What an eerie domain. Such overwhelming devouring power. Ants. Daring to kill my subordinates and disrupt my plans. The middle-aged man in black robes spoke in a hoarse, grating voice, like sandpaper scraping against bone, brimming with savage murderous intent. He fixed his gaze on Lin Ye, his eyes burning with fury yet betraying an unmistakable trace of astonishment. His devouring domain was unstoppable. Even peers of equal strength would have their spiritual power suppressed if they were careless, unable to unleash their full potential. Yet this black-robed youth seemed utterly unaffected? He had even pierced through the core of the technique with a single glance, forcibly interrupting it? Lin Ye stood rooted to the spot, his black robes fluttering slightly in the turbulent currents of the devouring force field, yet his expression remained eerily calm. His deep, abyssal eyes, like a frozen lake untouched by time, reflected the furious figure before him without a ripple. It was as if the formidable foe before him, a peak 39th tier opponent, was nothing more than a noisy mosquito. Hiding one's head while exposing one's tail, ambushing and striking from the shadows kill them if they must be killed. Lin Ye spoke, his voice flat yet tinged with a matter-of-fact indifference. If you want to join them, go ahead. Arrogant.
The black-robed middle-aged man erupted in fury. Never had he been so utterly disdained.
Die! Soul-devouring claw! He roared, his gaunt hand clawing out. The black mist swirling around him instantly condensed, coalescing into a monstrous, hideous black demonic claw.
Exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to tear souls apart and devour spiritual energy, it descended toward Lin Ye. Wherever the claw passed, space itself seemed to warp slightly. Light was swallowed whole, accompanied by a piercing, howling screech. This strike, fueled by fury, far surpassed his previous attacks in power. Its sheer force was enough to easily tear apart an ordinary level 38 lord. Morhong Xiao and the others paled, instinctively wanting to rush forward to aid him. However, Lin Ye didn't even lift his gaze to meet the terrifying ghost claw. Only at the very moment the claw was about to strike, he spoke indifferently. Xingli, break his eyesore of a claw. I've been waiting for this. Xingli's cool voice carried a hint of battle-ready excitement. Buzz. The Xingli sword at Lin Ye's waist emitted a piercing, sky-piercing sword cry. Instantly drawn from its sheath, it did not shatter. Instead, it transformed into a laser-sharp starlight blade, condensed to its absolute limit, landing in Lin Ye's grasp. Billions of stardust particles flickered along its blade, while an aura of annihilation swept across the surroundings. Lin Ye gripped the sword and casually swept it upward. No flashy techniques, no earth-shattering momentum. Only a slender, thread-like silver blade line, dazzling to the extreme, shot skyward. Like the first ray of light that cleaved the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Put. A faint, sharp sound. The monstrous, terrifying, and peerlessly powerful black demonic claw, the instant it touched the silver sword line, sliced through as easily as a hot knife through solid butter, cleaved cleanly in two. The colossal black mist and devouring force composing the claw were instantly eroded, disintegrated, and annihilated by the ultimate sword intent of utter annihilation contained within the blade's edge. Boom! The severed claw lost its stability, violently exploding outward into chaotic black smoke. A powerful backlash struck, sending the middle-aged man in black robes reeling violently. He grunted, an abnormal flush spreading across his face as his eyes filled with disbelief. His full power strike had been so effortlessly deflected by his opponent? It wasn't even a proper sword technique, just a casual flick of the wrist? What kind of monster was this? Is that all you've got? Lin Ye stood sword in hand, the tip of the Xingli sword pointing diagonally toward the ground. Silver sword light flowed, reflecting off his calm, unruffled face. His tone carried a hint of faint disappointment. If that's all you've got, then let's end this. Damn it! Damn it! I'll kill you! The middle-aged man in black robes descended into utter madness, his reason consumed by rage and humiliation. His hands clasped together violently, black mist surging around him like boiling water. A larger, deeper shadow of a black hole slowly materialized behind him. Devouring domain unleashed its full power. He even began burning his primordial essence blood. Secret art, devouring heaven. He roared, pushing the domain's power to its absolute limit to unleash a forbidden technique of mutual destruction. However, shut it. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold, cutting off his roar. He wouldn't give the other side a chance to fully unleash his power. His foot stamped forward. His figure vanished instantly. It wasn't the firefly flash, it was pure, extreme speed. Only a lingering afterimage faded slowly in his place. The next second, like a specter, he materialized directly before the middle-aged man in black robes. The distance between them was less than 3 feet. He could even see the sudden contraction of terror in the other's eyes. Your domain. Lin Ye spoke, his voice as cold as death's pronouncement. Riddled with flaws. As he spoke, his free left hand clenched into a fist. He didn't draw the starlight sword. Just a simple punch. Not even a dazzling glow of spiritual energy shimmered upon the fist. Only a profound, dark glow so intensely restrained it seemed to swallow light. And a single, faintly flickering starlight point gathered at its tip. Then, the fist struck out. Straight toward the core of the black hole domain, which was frantically expanding and radiating a terrifying suction force. No! The middle-aged man in black robes let out a desperate howl. He sensed it. Within that fist lay a force utterly opposite yet more tyrannical, more pure, a force of annihilation. It completely countered his devouring power. Moreover, the fist was aimed directly at the most crucial and most vulnerable node within his domain's core. He tried to dodge, to defend. But Lin Ye's appearance was too swift, too abrupt. The fist's speed surpassed the reaction time of his very thoughts. He could only watch helplessly as that fist rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted. It felt as if the very heavens and earth trembled. Lin Ye's fist slammed viciously into the core of that spinning black hole domain. No stalemate. No resistance. Only overwhelming, crushing destruction. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering glass rang out in rapid succession. That seemingly terrifying, all-consuming black hole domain, under Lin Ye's seemingly unremarkable punch. Like glass struck by an iron hammer, it instantly cracked into countless shards. Then, it exploded with a thunderous boom. Completely shattered. It shattered into countless chaotic fragments of black energy, scattering wildly in all directions.
Put.
The middle-aged man in black robes was struck as if by a colossal hammer, blood gushing forth as if it were worthless. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. His meridians were torn apart inch by the violent backlash. His vital energy plummeted like an avalanche. His eyes held nothing but endless terror and bewilderment.
Domain.
Shattered by a single punch.
Shattered? How could this be? Boom.
His body slammed into the sheer cliff behind him, embedding itself deep into the rock and blasting out a massive crater shaped like a human form. Crumbling stone rained down. He hung in the crater, limbs twisted, blood streaming down, exhaling but not inhaling.
Completely crippled.
From the moment Lin Ye struck to the shattering of the domain, the black-clad figure suffered a crushing defeat, embedded in the mountain wall.
The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The entire scene. Dead silence.